A single night's sleep changed everything. He woke up transmigrated into a brutal alternate reality, a savage world where absolute strength rules supreme. As for the original owner of this body, he was the absolute worst student in class. Crushed by the merciless bullying of his peers, his spirit broke entirely, leading to his tragic demise. Fate brought him here right before the critical entrance exams. But destiny also handed him a cheat. The limitless monster template hack system had awakened. His first gift, an unprecedented anomaly known as the Frenzied Emperor Behemoth, empowered by the system, he shattered his limits, conquering deadly secret dungeons step by step. He would uncover the darkest truths of this reality. Brace yourselves for an epic journey. Our story begins in a decaying classroom with ancient chalkboards clinging to cracked walls. They looked ready to crumble to dust. Suddenly, a young man's eyes snapped open in sheer panic. Something was terribly wrong. Did I regress back to the entrance exams? Anqing First High School, Class 12, A7. The scene unfolding before his eyes was terrifyingly nostalgic. This rundown classroom, these forgotten classmates had actually returned. He clutched his head in absolute horror, staring at the blank paper on his desk. What the hell is going on? If I really reincarnated, shouldn't I have gone back to my college days at least? Suddenly, a barrage of foreign memories crashed into his mind. Since ancient times, humanity on Earth had faced an apocalyptic catastrophe, the secret realm in Vey regions, these dimensional rifts connected to a nightmare realm swarming with terrifying demonic beasts. They relentlessly exploited spatial tiers to breach the human domain. A single supreme demonic beast possessed enough devastating power to wipe an entire nation off the map. They pushed human civilization to the brink of extinction. To fight back, humanity engineered the beast gene system. Once a host injects the awakening serum, their latent genetic talents would unlock. Only these superhuman warriors possess the power to become the absolute saviors of humanity. Naturally, their social status and wealth eclipse ordinary citizens. Earth had ruthlessly transitioned into an era of martial supremacy, a cruel world where power dictated your absolute worth. You could fail at everything else, but martial prowess was mandatory. A mechanical voice echoed. World introduction complete. Transmigrated host Yi He. Current status martial artist reserve candidate, now initiating the original host's memory integration. Back in the present, his mind was still reeling from the shock. Yi He, I am just a high schooler. Seeing his dazed expression, his arrogant classmates began their merciless mockery. Hey, look at that absolute trash, Yi He. What pathetic daydream is he having now? Ha ha ha, a brainless loser actually thinks he can pass the awakening exam. A gorgeous girl with a toxic personality turned around, glaring with pure disgust. You pathetic idiot, just roll back home. You are destined to scrub floors at the absolute bottom of society. Just rot in your house and wait for death, Yi. He narrowed his eyes, analyzing the situation. Just like every classic webtoon, the main character always gets targeted by an arrogant villainess. It seemed the previous owner was nothing but a complete joke to this class. His tragedy began when his mother died in a sudden accident. The devastating trauma broke his spirit, shattering his ambition. His once top-tier grades plummeted into the absolute abyss. He became the ultimate dead weight, dragging the class down. So that is the tragic backstory. Catching his gaze, the toxic girl slammed her desk in fury. What the hell are you staring at? This is a martial arts class. Are you begging for a brutal beating, Yi? He sweated nervously, grumbling in his mind. Was I even looking? I was literally just thinking. The original guy slacked off, but I am the one suffering the backlash. Sigh. No wonder his heart gave out from the relentless torment. Suddenly, a booming voice shattered the tension. The combat instructor marched into the room, his aura heavy. Are you all prepared? The genetic mutation injections are about to commence. Have absolute faith in your own potential. 3 agonizing years of refining your life force, all leading to this single moment of destiny. He adjusted his glasses, his tone turning icy. As for the useless trash who wasted their youth, Yi. He brushed off the shade with a casual smirk. Hilarious. The slacker was the previous owner. Why should I feel an ounce of shame? Suddenly, a chilling, murderous aura flashed within his eyes. However, since I have hijacked this body, it is only fair I help him sweep out the filthy trash plaguing his life. Time for some serious spring cleaning. Scene transition. Inside the high-security gene injection facility, the entire student body had gathered, buzzing with nervous, electrifying anticipation. Whispers echoed through the massive hall. Bro, what kind of legendary beast do you think I will awaken? Maybe a tier 3 mountain-shattering ape or a tier 4 abyssal sea dragon? Yeah, right, you are definitely getting a tier 1. Stink skunk, ha ha ha. Bathed in an eerie neon glow, the instructor slowly cracked open a metallic briefcase. Inside rested vials of glowing cerulean liquid swirling like captured galaxies of unimaginable power. His commanding voice echoed, Behold the genetic awakening serums, extracted and synthesized from every demonic beast our ancestors have slain. Once this serum enters your bloodstream, your DNA will resonate with a specific beast core, triggering your awakening. The absolute rule is simple. The stronger your physical vessel, the more terrifying your beast manifestation. Do not panic. Let the raging energy settle and embrace your new power. When I call your name, step up to the podium and claim your destiny. Chen Peng Fei Miao Yin Mo. One by one, the massive needles plunged into the students' necks. Agonized groans echoed through the dead silent room. They clamped their jaws, fighting the soul-crushing torment. Some collapsed, screaming in pure agony, while others convulsed, taking on terrifying bestial traits. Yi swallowed hard, witnessing the brutal scene. Does everyone morph into a freak show after the shot? That looks like absolute hell. Gaining superpowers is definitely no walk in the park. Screw it, time to go all in. Without hesitation, he slammed the massive syringe directly into his neck. He gritted his teeth, waiting for the devastating impact. The glowing serum pumped relentlessly into his veins. But seconds ticked by. Something was completely wrong. Zero pain, zero screaming, zero bone-breaking transformations. Why the hell am I not feeling a single thing? His confusion skyrocketed to absolute bewilderment. The instructor marched over, studying him intensely before adjusting his glasses. Yee-hee. It appears your body has rejected the awakening entirely. There is zero genetic fluctuation. Cold sweat drenched Yi. He's back as panic set in. Teacher, did you accidentally hand me a defective batch? Suddenly, that same toxic villainess strutted over, dripping with absolute mockery. Ha 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 ha. Hey everyone, look at this. Our class loser actually failed his awakening. Ha ha ha. A martial artist with zero powers is basically a pathetic bird without wings. You are officially worthless. But hey, isn't this exactly what a coward like you wanted? No need to face the terrifying battlefield now, right? Hurry up, crawl back to your mom's basement and rot. Rage flared in Yi's chest. This annoying witch needs a reality check. Was she the mastermind behind all my torment? Suddenly, catastrophic pain erupted from his very soul. His entire body violently convulsed. Wait, what is this overwhelming sensation? Ding. A holographic system screen shattered reality itself. Infinite monster template officially unlocked. Host identified Yi. Overall physical rank B. Basic student martial arts. Blue mountain fist. Steel aura art. The monster template was finally drawn. Seeing his body trembling, a girl nearby frowned. Hey, what are you doing? If you can't awaken, just accept it. Why pretend? He suddenly appeared. His piercing eyes radiated an absolutely terrifying aura. He gritted his teeth hard. Run, get out of here right now, or it's going to be too late. Boom. A heaven-shaking roar erupted from behind him. The entire classroom trembled as a colossal, monstrous shadow materialized, completely engulfed in scorching heat. The beast roared, ready to devour the world. The sheer pressure sent nearby students flying. The shockwave is insane. Who awakened such a monstrous thing? I can't breathe under this aura. The overwhelming chaos forced even the top-tier elites to turn their heads. A fire attribute girl stared in absolute shock. An ice attribute boy clenched his fists in sheer frustration. Someone is actually stronger than me. Ding, the system chimed. A-rank template acquired. The legendary Godzilla. Bloodline ability, atomic breath evolution form burning Godzilla unlocks only at 100% compatibility. Current compatibility 3%. He gripped his violently shaking arm. An A-rank template Godzilla, the infinite monster system. He stared at his trembling palms. Is this my ultimate cheat code? The terrified students started whispering. Did he just caused that earthquake? He blasted everyone away in the blink of an eye. Even Victor was blown away, and he awakened the rank 2 fire lizard. Just what kind of god-tier monster did he awaken? The girl lay completely motionless on the ground from the shockwave. Returning to his normal human state, he awkwardly scratched his head and walked over. Ahem, guys, I am so incredibly sorry. My awakening was a little too explosive. I did tell you all to run away, but nobody listened to me. Suddenly, the school intercom crackled to life. All seniors have completed their exams. Please proceed to the main courtyard. The bloodline testing will now begin. The scene shifted to the high-tech gene testing facility designed to measure beast genetics and combat levels. Students lined up nervously. Every result sent ripples through the anxious crowd. Holy crap, Leo awakened the rank 3 Wind Mantis gene. That guy is incredibly lucky. He was totally average before and now he is top tier. Bloodline awakenings are purely fate. But look at Chu Zhou, the eternal valedictorian of our academy. He is a level 9 martial apprentice and he awakened the Ice Demon Dragon. The ultimate rank 3 bloodline, he is definitely taking the city championship. Guys, look at the screen. Liu Qingzhu is stepping up. She is also level 9, oh my god. An ultra-rare rank 4 bloodline. The Netherworld Sparrow, she is unstoppable now. A rank 4 demonic beast. Once it reveals its true terrifying form, it could wipe out half the city in an instant. Normal warriors are mere ants to them. Only a rank 4 Grandmaster could ever hope to survive. He rubbed his chin in deep thought. Their awakenings are categorized by numbers. Why is my Godzilla ranked with an A? Suddenly, the speakers blared. Next up, Senior Class 7, Yi, please enter the testing chamber. He froze in his tracks. Every single eye in the courtyard locked onto him, burning with absolute awe. Jealous whispers echoed through the crowd. With that earth-shattering aura from earlier, he is a total monster. He's going to become a legend. We need to suck up to him right now. He is a literal god, he smirked inwardly. This world truly worshipped absolute power. With calm steps, he entered the chamber. The fanboys outside were practically screaming. It is finally he's turn. That shockwave was insane. His rank is going to break the machine. What kind of god-tier bloodline releases that much raw, destructive power? Our academy is about to shock the entire world today. In the shadows, a mysterious boy watched with calculating eyes. So that is he. How wildly entertaining. Moments later, the massive digital screen lit up with the final results. But the glaring text left everyone utterly paralyzed. He level 3, martial apprentice, beast bloodline unknown. The entire courtyard erupted into absolute chaos. A level 3 weakling. Peeved? Ha ha ha. Are you kidding me? My little brother in middle school could crush him. What a massive disappointment. What a total joke. Unknown bloodline. That means he awakened absolutely nothing. A level 3 trash could never awaken anything good. That explosion earlier was completely fake. Trash will always be trash. Amidst the vicious mockery, he walked out with a chillingly calm expression. Just as I thought. Their pathetic machines cannot detect a legendary Godzilla. Suddenly, a glowing blue system panel materialized in his vision. Infinite Monster System Upgrade Guide. Users can level up by completing brutal survival missions, or by increasing worldly reputation points. This will grant additional monster template gacha pulls. Current pulls 0. A sinister smirk played on his lips. My power ranking doesn't fit their weak little world, and honestly I love it. His smirk twisted into a terrifying predator-like grin. He slowly raised his fist, aura practically dripping from his fingers. Once I farm enough points, I can extract an infinite army of unstoppable titans. I am going to become the absolute king of monsters. The next morning, sunlight bathed the elite grounds of the First Academy. The tense, suffocating atmosphere of the senior classroom had returned. At the podium, the strict, bespectacled homeroom teacher glared down with intense annoyance. He slammed his hands on the desk. Excuse me, you want to study from home for the National Awakening exam? Do I look like a fool to you? He stood tall, an unyielding fire blazing in his eyes. Professor, I am desperate to evolve. I have fallen too far behind these elites. I require hellish specialized training. If I follow the standard curriculum, I will never awaken my true potential. The teacher crossed his arms, his gaze razor sharp. Listen to me very carefully, he warned. The only path to becoming a true warrior is passing the exam. Your fundamental combat stats are utter garbage. You will absolutely fail. Stop dreaming and prepare to repeat the year. But he refused to back down. He tilted his head, giving an innocent, pleading look. He unleashed the ultimate puppy dog eyes, practically radiating pure sincerity. Professor, a warrior only breaks their limits when pushed to the absolute edge. I possess a hidden god-tier bloodline. With extreme solo training, I swear I will shock the world. Just look into my eyes, Professor. I am dead serious. The instructor froze, furrowing his brow before letting out a heavy sigh. Your gaze is certainly sincere, but you will still be crawling back to repeat my class next year. The scene shifts to the bustling streets of an city. Brilliant sunlight cascaded across the rooftops. He strolled down the wide avenue, hands shoved deep into his pockets, his mind racing. He had mortgaged his late parents' home for $600,000. Combined with the accident compensation, he had exactly 1,600,000 credits. To awaken true power, only 2 paths remained. Level up as a martial artist or increase his compatibility with the Emperor Behemoth template. Suddenly, the familiar glowing text of the system materialized inside his mind. Infinite monster templates. Each starts with 1 base compatibility point. Yet his Emperor Behemoth template currently sat at 3 points. He furrowed his brows in deep thought. Where did those extra 2 points come from? It had to be that experimental bloodline serum. His eyes suddenly blazed with the thrill of discovering hidden treasure. This meant the genetic serums of this world could directly boost his monster template compatibility. Instead of destroying my body through brutal martial arts training, I just need to throw money at it. This perfectly matched his effortless path to absolute supremacy. Trembling with excitement, he nearly burst into manic laughter right on the street. He sprinted straight to the Ann City Martial Arts Center. Swiping his student card, the electronic gates chimed softly, welcoming him like an elite VIP. But the moment he stepped inside, his eyes widened in sheer disbelief. The staggering scene before him looked exactly like a terrifying gathering of demonic beasts wearing human skin. Every single person sitting there radiated a terrifying bloodline aura. It rolled off them like a phantom fog, sending suffocating waves of raw energy crashing throughout the massive hall. Holy crap, every single person here is a fully awakened martial artist. But in the next split second, a bizarre primal sensation surged from the deepest depths of his soul. It felt as if an ancient beast was awakening within his very veins. The Emperor Behemoth. This king-tier monster template did not just offer overwhelming brute strength, it granted its host a supreme innate ability. Life force magnetic perception. I can actually hear their blood boiling. It roared like a raging inferno, the phantom growls of the demonic beasts within their veins echoing with crystal-clear intensity. Yi! His lips curled into a sinister, villainous smirk. He muttered under his breath with chilling confidence. Demonic beasts, elite martial artists, they are all nothing but prey to my frenzied Emperor Behemoth. It is just a pity I am still too weak right now. I must suppress this boiling bloodline. Once I gather enough power, I will show you all who the true apex predator really is. Right at that intense moment, a sweet velvety voice suddenly chimed from behind his back. "Excuse me, classmate." Yi, he whipped his head around. Standing before him was a breathtakingly gorgeous girl with a flawless, captivating figure. She fired off a playful wink, striking his heart with a lethal dose of charm. "You really should not go around peeping at others. It is quite naughty." Yi. He completely short-circuited for 2 whole seconds before blushing furiously. He awkwardly scratched his head. "Beautiful senior, I am so sorry. I swear I was not trying to spy on you." The mysterious beauty raised an elegant eyebrow, her lips curving into a perfectly teasing, irresistible smirk. "No worries. You probably just awakened your beast gene and cannot control your aura yet. It is perfectly normal. So tell me what brings a cute guy like you to the martial arts center." Yi. He instantly seized the opportunity. I came to purchase some genetic serums, but this place is a total labyrinth. Beautiful senior, could you possibly point this lost sheep in the right direction?" The stunning girl tilted her head, her eyes sparkling like she was evaluating a fascinating new toy. "Buying genetic serums? Are you sure you already need to rely on them at your current stage?" Yi. He blinked in total confusion. "Wait, is there a hidden catch?" "It is nothing too dangerous," the girl replied, elegantly tucking a strand of hair behind her ear. "But genetic serums are brutally expensive and easily build drug resistance. If you consume them too early, their future effectiveness will drop massively. Elite martial artists usually endure the pain of training until their bloodline hits an absolute bottleneck. Only then does it truly become worth the staggering cost." He gulped nervously before timidly asking his question. "Exactly how much does one vial cost?" The beautiful senior simply raised 4 delicate fingers. "At your rookie level, you can only handle low-grade serums to solidify your absolute foundation. They go for about 400,000 credits per vial." Hearing those devastating words, his face instantly drained of all color, looking like a literal ghost. He mumbled weakly as if quoted the price for a luxury spaceship. "That ridiculously expensive. Even if I burned through my entire life savings, I could only afford 4 or 5 measly vials at best." After a brief hesitation, he looked up at the stunning girl with the desperate eyes of a man betting his very last shred of hope. "Senior sister, do you happen to know anyone who could score me a discount?" The gorgeous girl burst into a brilliant laugh. She slipped a glittering premium business card from her pocket and handed it over. "My name is Huang Lianglei. Show this to the staff and an elite martial artist will personally guide you. It might even score you a sweet discount." He accepted it with both hands like a sacred relic, bowing deeply. "Thank you so much, senior." The beauty gracefully waved her hand with a gentle smile. "If fate allows, we will meet again, little guy." The scene shifts to the martial arts medical center. He stood at the cashier, his heart violently hammering like a massive war drum. 1,400,000 credits. He gritted his teeth and transferred the staggering funds. Next was the elite weaponry shop, burning through another 250,000. He was bleeding cash like a reluctant billionaire. He was mercilessly incinerating his hard-earned blood money. In the blink of an eye, night consumed the city. Returning to his rundown apartment complex inside a cramped room barely 20 square meters wide, he sat cross-legged, locked in intense cultivation. Sweat cascaded down his face, but the terrifying aura swirling around him grew increasingly dense. It felt like pure primal energy was being brutally hammered into his very bones. Inch by inch, his body screamed in agony, as if being ripped apart, but his eyes blazed with unbreakable resolve in the pitch-black room. Suddenly, a robotic system notification chimed. Frenzied Emperor Behemoth monster template synchronization rate has successfully surged from 3% to 7%. Host's physical constitution has upgraded from level 10 to 15. This power was perfectly equivalent to a 7th-stage martial apprentice. Drenched in freezing sweat, he gasped heavily for air, yet his lips curled into a dangerously satisfied smirk. So this is the intoxicating, godlike thrill of absolute power evolution. It feels unbelievably euphoric. Each genetic serum boosted my physique by 2 points, though the final vial only yielded 1. Clearly, the stronger I become, the harder it is to evolve further. But this is still an absolute steal. Wiping his sweat, he flashed a wicked smirk, looking exactly like a player who just hacked reality's master server. In barely 10 minutes, I achieved the equivalent of 3 brutal years of hardcore training. And this is just my base form. If I fully activate the terrifying power of the Emperor bloodline, he burst into manic laughter, entirely consumed by his wild dreams of absolute domination. He, taking the absolute top spot in the upcoming trials is definitely within my grasp now. If I cannot absolutely crush those so-called geniuses with this ultimate hack, it would be an insult to the legendary Emperor Behemoth name. He leaped up, throwing a devastating punch into the air, roaring loudly. Time to raid the hidden dungeons. These secret realms are divided into 6 lethal grades from S-class down to E-class. The higher the rank, the more nightmarish the monsters. Inside an S-class dungeon, the demonic entities are virtually uncontrollable. If they ever breach into reality, humanity would instantly face total extinction. The scene aggressively transitions to Insidious number 3 E-class dungeon. Fully geared up and radiating an unstoppable aura, he confidently marched toward the swirling dungeon entrance, muttering a chilling promise under his breath. Making a mental battle log. There are way fewer hunters here than expected. Since this dungeon has been farmed for years, the high-tier loot is probably completely gone. Now it is just a playground for rookies to practice on low-level beasts. He stopped at the reception desk, slamming his hand against the counter. Hey there, I booked a pass for dungeon number 3. The clerk did not even bother looking up. He tossed a card and a crumpled paper over. Sign the death waiver. Sign it and take your ticket. He frowned slightly but casually scribbled his signature down. For his first time signing away his life, he felt zero hesitation. With the paperwork out of the way, he stepped right up to the spatial rift, the gateway to the dungeon. He stared at the eerie, pulsating light. It looked like a demonic eye ripping through reality. He whispered softly to himself, his heart pounding with solemn anticipation and wild thrill. This dimensional rift marks the absolute beginning of my legend. I am the heir to the monster throne. Without a second thought, he leaped straight in. Zero gravity instantly swallowed his body. It felt like shattering the cosmic glass, plummeting directly into a completely different dimension. With a sharp chime, his boots hit the ground. Even with all his mental preparation, the sheer scale of this realm left him breathless. Above him, an endless ocean of glittering planets stretched across the sky. Cerulean, obsidian, and golden sovereign planets hung there like a cosmic masterpiece painted by the gods. He stared upward in absolute awe, wide-eyed like a kid in a cosmic theme park. The textbooks describe the dungeons perfectly, but seeing it with my own eyes is on an entirely different level. This otherworldly domain is just overwhelmingly majestic. The starlit sky seemed to hum an ancient battle hymn, while the wasteland below reeked of life or death trials. What a fitting stage for the successor of the monster emperor. Suddenly, a crimson shadow darted from behind. A demonic rabbit with blood-red fur and fangs like literal meat cleavers. A tier 1 saber-toothed rabbit. It twitched its ears before launching forward like a deadly missile. You foolish beast, did you really think you could sneak up on me? He casually sidestepped, snatching the rabbit right by its ears like he was catching a naughty toddler. Guided by the Demora monster matrix, he had fully awakened his biological magnetic sense. Every single trace of ambient energy was completely under his radar. Snap! A sickening crunch echoed through the air as the beast's head exploded into a mist of gore. Among the bloody remains, a common white magic core dropped to the ground. He crouched down to scoop it up, inspecting it against the starlight. It was standard quality, worth about 1,000 credits. Well, pocketing $1,000 in mere seconds is not a bad haul at all. He smirked arrogantly. Regular citizens slave away for $3 or $4 a month. One effortless kill just earned me their entire weekly paycheck. But his blazing ambition did not stop there. Bragging over a pathetic tier 1 mob is just embarrassing. My sights are set on much bigger prey. Only tier 2 beasts and above are worthy of sharpening my claws. Right on cue, violent tremors shook the wasteland. The earth fractured wide open right behind him. A colossal monstrosity erupted from the dirt like a mythical serpent. A tier 2 corpse worm. Its massive body dwarfed he by 100 times, unhinging a jagged maw that looked ready to swallow the void itself. He spun around, showing absolutely zero panic. Instead, a feral grin spread across his face. Ha ha, speak of the devil and he shall appear. There you are, my glorious premium target. He unsheathed his blade with eyes as cold as ice while his boiling blood roared. The Demora bloodline inside him howled for utter destruction. The monstrous bloodline is primed and ready. The slaughter has just begun. Here in City A's E-rank dungeon number 3 he prepared to butcher the corpse worm. With one devastating strike, toxic green blood sprayed like torrential rain, completely drenching the barren soil. He sheathed his blade, coldly glaring down at the violently twitching carcass. The monster encyclopedia did not lie. Its back armor is pure steel, but its underbelly is as soft as tofu. You have to exploit the critical weakness. Infuriated by the brutal blow, the corpse worm coiled itself up like a massive tire. It barreled toward him at blinding speed. He instantly shifted into a defensive stance. He crossed his arms over his chest, channeling his aura perfectly into the mountain-crushing fist. An explosive wave of pure energy blasted outward from his palms, colliding with the colossal beast. The impact sent it flying like a kicked soccer ball. Roaring in furious agony, the worm unhinged its cavernous jaws and spat out dozens of massive fangs, spinning wildly like deadly buzzsaws. Yee! He dodged frantically, utterly horrified. It can shoot its teeth like a freaking shotgun. He twisted away from the fatal barrage but cursed when he saw a massive slash across his favorite designer shirt. Son of a bitch, do you have any idea how much this luxury jacket cost me? The situation was getting incredibly dangerous. Yee! He leaped back to create safe distance, analyzing the battlefield with dead serious eyes. With my current martial artist stats, a head-on clash is purely suicidal. Without supporting martial arts, even my overwhelming vital energy is capped at less than 50% efficiency. Suddenly, a brilliant realization sparked inside his mind. Maybe my base physical body is just way too weak. Let us test that theory out. His eyes suddenly snapped wide open, glowing with a deep, terrifying abyssal blue light. Yee! He roared to the heavens, Frenzied Emperor bloodline fully awakened. His physical stats immediately skyrocketed from 15 to 21. His right arm violently mutated into a terrifying massive reptilian claw. A colossal phantom of the Frenzied Emperor manifested behind him, roaring fiercely enough to tear the sky apart. In a blinding flash, he dashed through the monster, sending toxic green blood exploding into the air. It rained down beautifully under the crimson twilight. He glanced back over his shoulder, his voice freezing cold. With my total constitution at 21, I completely overpowered that pathetic corpse worm. But as his transformation deactivated, his body overheated like a venting pressure cooker. He glanced down at his brutally corroded short sword, his face twisting into an ugly grimace. I literally just bought this a few days ago. 2.5 million credits entirely wasted on a tier 2 beast. What a massive scam. Right then, his stomach growled violently. Huh, I am actually starving. He stood there stunned. Was my energy drain really that extreme? The first hunt is physically brutal, and I completely forgot to pack survival rations. While frantically digging through his pockets, an impossibly sweet scent hit his nose. What smells so incredibly delicious? It was coming straight from the corpse worm's magic core. The pale cyan crystal pulsed with a soft, glowing aura. Its intoxicating aroma was absolutely irresistible. Without a single thought, he tossed it into his mouth and swallowed it whole. Ding! The system panel materialized. Frenzied Emperor Matrix base compatibility at 7%, rising to 7.3%. My compatibility just instantly spiked. He gritted his teeth in pure ecstasy. Holy freaking hell, I wasted hundreds of thousands on gene potions for a miserable 1% boost, but swallowing just one raw core gave me 0.3%. Eating just 3 or 4 of these equals an entire overpriced bottle. He dramatically burst into tears on the spot, crying over the monster's bloody remains. Damn it all, my precious hard-earned money. Why was I stupid enough to buy those useless potions? But a second later, he wiped his tears with starstruck eyes. Whatever turned this financial trauma into pure motivation. Tonight, I'm going to grind these monsters until dawn. His life force ignited. An overwhelming shockwave pulsed outward, scanning the dense forest like a living radar. By noon the next day, he emerged from the dungeon. Still riding the adrenaline high, his system interface glowed brightly. Compatibility rate 9%, overall physique level 15. It seemed these low-tier white mana cores were absolutely useless for his growth now. Keeping them was a waste, so cashing out was the best move. At the exchange counter, he slammed down 20 white cores and 1 rare blue mana core. The appraiser's eyes widened in sheer disbelief. A mere high school kid hunted all this. Was this some kind of sick joke? He smirked, his mind already calculating the massive profit. According to the Awakened Association's strict laws, hunters must surrender a 10% tax. With just 1 blue core, he only needed to hand over 5 white ones. Boom, 200,000 credits instantly secured. He turned away, humming a cocky tune. Money couldn't buy everything, but it sure made leveling up a hell of a lot easier. Over at the D-Rank Dungeon Gate 4, a once glorious skyscraper now stood as a dust-choked apocalyptic ruin. Shattered walls and crushed concrete pillars serve as a brutal testament to the devastating battles that had ravaged this cursed wasteland. Parked right by the rubble was a sleek silver convertible, vintage yet gleaming with defiance. A rugged man sat on the hood, arms crossed with a confident smirk. Captain Liam, he chuckled confidently, once we secure that blood jade, we'll absolutely crush this bounty mission, won't we? The rugged man standing below a massive broadsword strapped to his back radiated an overwhelming calmness. During our last raid, we pinpointed the exact coordinates of the blood jade flower. Sadly, old Tom got severely wounded by a beast ambush. He can't join this dungeon run. A girl standing nearby frowned deeply. So we only have 5 members. Doesn't the guild strictly demand a minimum of 6 awakened to even enter a D-rank zone? A buzz-cut warrior nodded, confirming the grim reality of their situation. As the heavy tension thickened, Captain Liam simply smiled. Relax. I already contacted the underground broker. They just recommended a brand new fighter to fill up our empty slot. That replacement was none other than He. The entire squad turned their gaze, eyes burning with deep suspicion. Someone finally scoffed, "You're just a rank 9 novice. Yee, he lazily picked his ear. Yep, that's my official rank. No refunds. But internally, he groaned. He didn't even have the clearance for a D-rank dungeon yet. He had to drop 100 grand just for a forged black market ID. What a total rip-off. Captain Liam narrowed his eyes at the fake name, feeling a strange unease. This alias sounds a bit bizarre. Desperate times, Yi, he shrugged casually. The original meaning is usurper. Kind of fits my ruthless style perfectly, don't you think? Liam let out a faint chuckle, brushing off the red flags. Whatever. As a rank 9 novice, you're completely unqualified for this death zone. But our veteran squad will gladly give you a rare chance to learn. Just don't drag us down. Yi, he gave a mock military salute. Loud and clear, Captain, I'll be the perfect spectator. At least this veteran team had some actual combat discipline. Way better than those trash parties who blame the rookies when things go south. The squad boarded the vehicle, plunging straight into the dungeon. Target, the blood jade flower. The environment shifted instantly. Blinding sandstorms howled, revealing an endless desolate desert. The captain's voice turned dead serious. According to the tracker, our target is at the oasis ahead. It is guarded by a stage, 2 demonic beasts, a terrifying general class bloodline Yi. He glanced back at the endless golden dunes. Last time this place was a lush rainforest. Now it's a scorching desert. This dungeon is literally a twisted game of roulette. Before he could complain further, a blood-curdling howl shattered the wind. A pack of wolf-like monsters exploded from the steep sand dunes. Earth demon rats. A squad member screamed in terror. They are locking onto us. Hudson wiped them out. The captain's absolute command echoed. Hudson, sitting in the back with a stone-cold glare, raised his hand and unleashed his daggers. The spinning blades tore through the air. Infused with blinding spiritual aura, they pierced the beasts' skulls, detonating like a string of massive fireworks. Target eliminated, he announced without a shred of emotion. Yi, he almost clapped in sheer awe. Exploding throwing knives, this quiet guy was an absolute menace. The vehicle drove further before the squad dismounted. The terrain violently shifted back to a dense jungle. Yi, he raised an eyebrow. Why stop driving? The oasis is still a mile away. The captain answered without missing a beat. The monsters in that oasis are hypersensitive to sound. Engine noise will trigger a massive stampede. We move in absolute silence. He quickly assigned roles. Haley used stun grenades to lure it out. Vic and Hudson set up the lethal traps. Leo, back me up in close combat. I'll take the frontline vanguard. He shot Yi a cold smirk. And you just stay put and watch. Yi, he rolled his eyes. Yes, sir, I'll be the perfect cheerleader. The grenade shot into the sky, detonating with a specialized pheromone cloud. The scent of an apex predator tricked the beast into thinking its territory was breached. Suddenly, a Stage 2 Earth Dragon burst forth. Its tank-like body unleashed an earth-shattering roar. Brace yourselves, it's here, the captain screamed, but hiding deep in the nearby shadows, amidst the shredded remains of the mutant rats, a sinister figure silently emerged. A bald, wrinkled old man radiating a suffocating aura of pure malevolence. He crept closer, picking up a blood-drenched blade and slowly licking the crimson stain. His eyes burned with psychopathic madness, murderous intent flooding the air as he let out a maniacal laugh. Boom! A deafening roar tore through the jungle. The colossal Stage 2 beast charged forward like a devastating hurricane, not hesitating for a single fraction of a second. Captain Liam launched into the air. His sword flashed with brilliant silver light. With one devastating slash, the monster's head was severed, spraying blood everywhere. Captain Liam Haley screamed in relief, sprinting toward him. But a cold voice echoed from the rear. Status report, the Earth Dragon has been successfully eliminated. Liam replied sharply, excellent work, now let's secure that blood jade flower. But the moment those words left his mouth, CRASA, a massive steel hard-scaled leg whipped from the blind spot, aiming a lethal strike right at Liam's back. Look out, a terrified voice shrieked. But faster than lightning, it was Yi. His silhouette launched into the sky with mind-bending speed. The naked eye could barely track his movement. In a split second, he appeared directly above the captain, channeling monstrous power into a world-shattering downward punch. Kaboom! An apocalyptic explosion rocked the very heavens. A violent tornado of blinding dust erupted while the ground fractured beneath an earth-shattering shockwave. The entire squad froze in sheer horror. Even the captain turned pale, whispering in disbelief. He's just a Stage 1 novice. How did he flawlessly strike a Stage 2 beast's core weakness and generate such a terrifying shockwave? Haley's jaw practically hit the floor. That strike was insanely overpowered. The veteran members instantly swarmed Yi, their eyes burning with absolute awe and respect. Your mountain-shattering fist is absolute god tier. You actually one-shot a Stage 2 demon beast. Yi just shrugged, tossing his hands up with casual arrogance. Just a walk in the park, guys. Captain Liam nodded gratefully. Thanks for saving me. We are officially a team now. Yi, he muttered softly. Guess the 100,000 silver for fake files was not wasted. Moments later, while the team scoured the area, Liam suddenly shouted with pure excitement. I found it, the legendary blood jade fruit. The bald thug jumped over pointing at the glowing crystal. Plus, we actually secured the Earth Dragon mana core. An absolute massive haul. Haley, however, looked incredibly skeptical. Is this red thing seriously that valuable? He just stared intensely at the blood jade. His eyes gleamed with pure greed, practically drooling. Rumors say its true name is the Holy Maiden Fruit, Liam replied. Exactly, this blood jade can massively boost your compatibility with monster genes. This mission was extremely deadly, but slaying an earth dragon and claiming this fruit is an absolute victory. But before they could even celebrate a brutal sneak attack, he coldly twisted his dagger straight into the captain's gut. Heh, whatever you are planning, it is completely useless now. Captain Liam, he sneered maliciously. The squad panicked completely. Captain, what is happening? Liam clutched his bleeding stomach, throwing a desperate punch. But he swiftly leaped back. What the hell are you doing, Liam hissed through gritted teeth. Suddenly, the bald thug stepped forward, laughing like an absolute maniac. Still blind? We are cashing out. Liam glared furiously at Vance. Standing nearby, he just frowned and asked, Wait, do you guys actually know this bald dude? Vicky gritted her teeth in pure rage. Vance is a notorious rat who ambushes martial artists inside hidden realms for their loot. I cannot believe he dared to target our squad this time. Liam coughed up dark blood, roaring violently. The blade is poisoned, you filthy traitor. But how did you track the blood jade? Even squad mates only knew after entering. He's eyes gleamed sharply. It was the throwing knives. He planted aura trackers on his blades during the fight. Spun his bloody dagger, laughing loudly. You are pretty sharp, kid. But aren't you just a high schooler? Shouldn't you be studying for college entrance exams instead of playing deadly games with us grown-ups? He replied completely unfazed. Oh, absolutely. Exams are coming up and I am actually aiming for the top national rank. Vance turned purple with rage. Pure arrogance, he chuckled coldly, murderous intent flashing. Arrogant, a pathetic backstabber. Daring to lecture me is the true definition of arrogance. You guys are way too loud. I might as well send this trash straight to the afterlife. This brat is awfully amusing. Vance ground his teeth, his gaze burning like molten iron. He turned to he embarked a vicious order. Bring me that little punk's head. Receiving the command, he blurred into motion. Nearly 10 daggers wrapped in dense mana shot forward, forming an inescapable net of razor-sharp blades, blanketing He's positioned as if tearing through space itself. But suddenly, clang, clang, clang. A brilliant blue energy shield instantly erupted around his body. Every single blade shattered on impact like they hit a solid diamond wall. While everyone stood absolutely paralyzed in shock, he suddenly vanished from sight. Watch out, he just disappeared. A squad member screamed in absolute terror. He might be using stealth, but before they could even react, another frantic shout pierced the air. Above you, guard your head, He was dive-bombing straight from the sky, launching a devastating flying kick aimed right at his spine, plotting to end him in one single lethal strike. But he did not panic. He calmly tapped 2 fingers against his forehead and whispered, perfect timing to test my newly awakened skill. Intense blue mana surged wildly, concentrating at his fingertips before firing off a blinding straight beam of light that pierced the air like a thunderbolt. Atomic Earth Core Pulse. The brilliant blue beam blasted right through his chest. His eyes bulged in pure horror, unable to even utter a final scream, before his lifeless body crashed heavily into the dirt, completely motionless. The entire squad was dead silent. Captain Liam stumbled, completely speechless, just stammering in disbelief. Is he really just a stage 1 martial apprentice? He one-shotted He casually blew on his finger like a smoking gun barrel and scoffed arrogantly. Bang! Bang! Vance furiously roared out his demands. An illusion art, which elite noble family are you from? He stood tall and completely relaxed right in the middle of the bloodbath. Family, I am a descendant of the legendary demonic emperor bloodline. He raised an eyebrow. Why are you about to kneel and beg for mercy? Vance roared, turning purple. You little demon, even with illusion arts, you can never bridge the massive gap in martial realms. Bloodstrike Savage Bear Fury. A colossal phantom black bear instantly materialized behind him, glowing with blood-red eyes and bearing murderous fangs. Vance's muscles ballooned insanely like a berserker as he roared. Mountain-shattering martial art. He charged like a wild beast, throwing his massive hulking body straight at Yet he did not retreat a single inch. He just smirked. Let us cripple your foundation first. Bang. A vicious energy beam sniped straight at his weak point. My leg. Vance hugged his shattered limb, groaning in sheer agony, tears literally welling up. But he still fought back, swinging his massive tree trunk arms straight toward his face. But he leaped skyward, his silhouette gliding like a phantom above. Vance violently jumped after him, refusing to let his prey escape. He sighed softly. As expected of a stage 2 martial artist, His dense aura is so thick that atomic energy cannot even dissolve it. His ankle, as both plummeted downward, Vance's gigantic hand swung down with mountain-crushing force. Boom! But he only hit empty air. He had already slipped right behind him, his voice calm yet overwhelmingly terrifying. Are you done? Then it is my turn. Gathering explosive mana, roaring air currents gathered before he unleashed absolute hell, nuclear core mountain breaker fist. Boom, boom, boom. A relentless barrage of thunderous punches hammered violently against Vance's body. The massive thug shook like a helpless punching bag, bone-shattering impacts echoing like war drums. Finally, Vance's broken body could not endure anymore, forcefully reverting to his normal, pathetic size. His face brutally beaten, shivering in total defeat. The entire squad watched with their jaws practically hitting the floor. Insane. Is he seriously this overpowered? Vance struggled up, refusing to accept reality. He coughed violently. Your illusion arts are laced with poison, you cowardly scum. Trash like you will eventually face divine punishment. I curse you to absolute hell. He actually burst out laughing, but his gaze was as piercing as a frozen blade. Curse me. The line of people cursing my name is getting longer every single day. So what does your curse even matter? You are just a broken clown who does not know when to shut up. Meanwhile, at the massive central stadium of Peace City, across the clear blue skies, heavy transport jets roared overhead, dropping blazing red banners displaying the emblems of elite martial academies. Everywhere you looked, massive signs were proudly hung, flaunting epic slogans as if humanity was celebrating its most legendary festival. Suddenly, the massive stadium loudspeakers began broadcasting, echoing across every single corner of the Grand Plaza. Welcome, esteemed students. This year's official awakening and enrollment exams for Peace City Elite Martial University are about to begin. First things first, on behalf of the tournament committee, may your martial arts journey be absolutely legendary. Center stage lit up. A flashy commentator in a neon yellow suit, hair slicked back, flawlessly hyped the crowd via his chest-mounted live-stream gear. As you all know, this year's college entrance exams mean real combat. It is a brutal knockout arena. Winners advance while losers pack their bags. This bloodbath lasts exactly 3 days. The first 2 days are the grueling preliminaries where countless high schoolers will step into the ring. Day 3 will crown our ultimate champion. Throwing his hands to the sky, he roared, "You carry the future of humanity. Unleash your full power today. I declare the in-city college exams officially open." Deafening cheers immediately erupted, shaking the regional battlegrounds to their core. Fierce duels ignited instantly. Over at Arena 1, 2 fighters traded brutal blows, clashing like starving tigers trapped in a cage. Arena 4 was radiating pure killing intent, but Arena 6 had a major issue. Only Huang Tongtong stood alone on the massive stage. Her destined opponent He was nowhere to be seen. The judges frowned heavily. By the rules, if he does not show up immediately, it is an automatic forfeit. Standing on Arena 6, Huang Tongtong glared at the empty stands, grinding her teeth in absolute frustration. What an absolute coward! Embarrassing me at the Gene Assembly was a lifelong grudge. I plan to use my blazing fire lizard to utterly humiliate him today. And yet he hides like a rat. How pathetic. The crowd below began to sneer and gossip, skipping the most important exam of his life. What a joke. He is probably shivering under his blankets at home. Even sweeping the streets is too good for trash like him. The referee finally blew his whistle. Time is up. He from An City First High is absent. But suddenly a deafening sonic boom shattered the sky. Something was approaching, and its aura was absolutely monstrous. A terrifying shockwave ripped through the clouds above. Spiritual energy howled like a hurricane. An invisible force crushed down on the entire arena. Every eye snapped upward in pure shock. Wait, is that a human flying toward us? Just what kind of godlike power allows a person to fly? Like a falling meteor, a lone silhouette crashed down into the arena with devastating force. The impact was so intense, Huang Tongtong had to shield her eyes. Dust plumed into the air like a miniature explosion. What the hell is going on? But as the smoke cleared, swoosh. Before she could even blink, a sudden high kick materialized out of thin air. It was the soul of He's Shu Bam. She was sent launching into the sky like a broken kite. Standing under the blazing sun, he casually shielded his eyes and smirked. Oh man, I almost had to wait an entire year for the next exam. As his opponent crashed to the ground, twitching and completely knocked out, the system roared to life. Winner He blinked in mock surprise. Wait, did I seriously just win? Are you kidding me? The entire stadium went absolutely feral. What just happened? He one-shotted her with a single kick. That was way too badass. Was that some secret technique falling from the heavens? Right at that moment, his divine system chimed, Host He. Total physical stats 226. Demonic Emperor Lizard DNA sample sync rate at 20%. A wicked smirk crept across his face. Thanks for the assist, Captain Lin. That blood jade really did the trick. Time to enjoy the rest of this show. Fast forward a few rounds, the brackets updated. Long Tao from 4th High versus He from 1st High. He claims an effortless victory. Next up, Long Tao from Third High versus the unstoppable Yi He. Another instant win for Yi He. The arena was literally shaking from the hype. Every single match ended with just one devastating kick, no wasted movements. He was like a god among men, shattering every expectation. The announcer's voice echoed again. Candidate Yi, 3 flawless victories. You advanced straight to the 3rd elimination round. The moment he stepped out, elite university recruiters swarmed him like desperate sharks. Yi He, my boy, please consider joining Eastmont University. Forget them, join Cine Academy. We offer VIP treatment. Wait, Yi He, our elite private institute will give you a full ride and infinite resources. We desperately need a powerhouse martial artist like you. Please tell us, which top university do you actually want to join? Yi. He just chuckled, a mischievous glint flashing in his eyes. My dream university. He casually adjusted his collar, his gaze turning fiercely determined. I appreciate the offers, but I am aiming straight for Huadu University. The moment those words dropped, the air itself seemed to freeze over, but that stunned silence quickly turned sour. The recruiters, who were just begging on their knees, instantly turned their backs on him in sheer disgust. One of them scoffed coldly. You win a few preliminary rounds and suddenly you think you are a god. Just wait until reality slaps you in the face. You will come crawling back to us. Another recruiter sneered with a mocking warning. Hey Yi He, when you inevitably fail out, give me a call. Yi. He could only shrug with a helpless smile. Wow, zero faith in my abilities, huh? But honestly, he really could not blame them. Huadu University, the absolute pinnacle of the global top 5 martial academies. It was the ultimate burning dream of every single fighter in the Xia nation. For a second-tier city like in City, the number of geniuses who actually made it there could be counted on one hand. He gazed up at the sky with a profound smile. Whatever. In this martial world, fists do the talking. Let us see who is laughing when I take the championship crown. But before he could even revel in his epic main character moment, 2 menacing men in pitch-black suits blocked his path. Their aura was heavy and suffocating, like agents stepping into a war zone. One of them flashed a steel badge. His voice was icy cold. Yi He, you will come with us. We are officially re-evaluating your martial arts rank. Without missing a beat, Yi He calmly offered his arm to the bald examiner. The scanner beeped wildly. The agent gasped as if he had just unmasked a supervillain. Stage 9, martial disciple, impossible. Just 2 weeks ago, you were stuck at Stage 3. Yi He simply crossed his arms unfazed. You think it is impossible to level up this fast in 3 months, so you are accusing me of cheating. The bald agent scowled, pressing the interrogation. Records show you repeatedly entered an E-rank secret realm. Why would you risk your life in such a deadly zone right before the exams? Yi He let out a heavy sigh, a flicker of genuine sorrow crossing his eyes. He replied softly, to find my inner peace. Because right before my father died, he left me with one truth. To surpass humanity, you must cast aside your human limits. So I threw myself into the secret realm, fighting endlessly, forcing my body to shatter its limits and unlock my genes. The 2 agents stared at him, absolutely paralyzed with shock. Did you just say, genetic awakening? This changes everything. We must report this to headquarters immediately. The 2 fled in absolute panic, leaving Yi He standing there, utterly bewildered. This eerie sensation creeping over him felt exactly like he had just become someone's high-priority surveillance target. During the break, he scrolled through his phone to kill time, flooded by endless cheering videos. A father proudly shouted, "Give it your all, son." A beautiful mother gently whispered, "Just do your best, sweetie." An uncle simply gave a hearty laugh. Old Wang promised a massive feast if he secured first place. Leaning back, he sighed quietly. No one was cheering for him. The memory of the parent-student interview surfaced. Seeing other candidates with their families left his chest painfully hollow. Was there truly no one backing him? Did nobody care about a lone orphan like him? Little did he know, miles away, his former homeroom teacher was glued to the screen, whispering softly, Yi. He showed them your true power. I will always believe in you. A blaring loudspeaker snapped Yi. He back to reality. First preliminary round. In City First High. Yi He versus in City Third High's Luo Xuan. At that name, the arena erupted. It is Luo Xuan, Third High's absolute apex senior. An 8th stage martial apprentice with a Tier 2 demonic beast bloodline. Coming from an elite martial family, his opponent is dead meat, yet on stage, Yi casually stretched like he just woke up. You can make the first move. Luo Xuan smirked arrogantly as his aura violently exploded. Do you even know who I am? Whatever your ignorance will not change your pathetic fate. You are absolutely right. Yi, he nodded calmly. The result is my overwhelming victory. Roaring, Luo Xuan unleashed his Thunder Rush art, mutating his arm into a beastly claw. Inches from Yi's face, a sudden flash. Yi, he caught the monstrous strike with one bare hand. A deafening shockwave of colliding auras shattered the air. Decent energy. Yi, he tilted his head. But compared to that bald guy's hit the other day, you are hopelessly weak. Agony ripped a scream from Luo Xuan as his energy instantly drained Yi. He raised his hand, gathering blinding spiritual power, and delivered a devastating palm strike that slammed Luo Xuan straight into the dirt. Spiderweb craters shattered the concrete beneath them. The announcer screamed. And City, first Hai Yi, he is victorious, dusting his hands. Yi, he chuckled softly. Do I really look like a normal competitor to you? The arena descended into absolute madness. Another one-shot finish, another godlike instantaneous victory, and this time the crushed victim was the untouchable top seed Luo Xuan. Jaws dropped collectively across the stadium in sheer disbelief. Holy crap, Luo Xuan's terrifying aura just seconds ago was undeniably monstrous. How did he get instantly floored in a single blink? One student grabbed his head, his entire worldview completely shattered. What happened to his so-called invincible Tier 2 demonic beast bloodline? What about being an elite 8th stage apprentice? Down in one measly strike, he stood casually in the center ring, barely even finished brushing the dust off his flawless uniform. Deafening cheers erupted like a massive tidal wave. Moving like shifting clouds with a grandmaster's undeniable aura, his unfathomable power completely eclipsed every single competitor in this pathetic tournament. They are in completely different dimensions. A girl clutched her racing heart, screaming, "He is dangerously handsome. I want to marry him right now." Another fanboy roared at the top of his lungs. Even though he finally used his hands, it still only took one singular strike. Unbelievably overpowered, one-hit god Yi. I love you. He is absolutely destined for the grand finals. I will eat my own shoes if he does not advance. Meanwhile, hidden in a shadowy corner, a quiet prodigy analyzed the arena, muttering chillingly to his own dark reflection. It really is you, Yi. A terrifying resolve ignited in his cold eyes. You are definitely worthy of my attention, but mark my words, I will utterly crush you in the grand finals. Deep within the Huadu University remote admissions headquarters, a stern executive in a sharp suit pointed intensely at the massive monitor broadcasting Yi's godlike victory. I want every piece of classified data on this absolute monster within 30 minutes. Yes, sir. However, at that exact same moment, in an entirely different battle sector, the second promotional bracket's preliminaries were reaching a boiling point. The referee had not even signaled the start yet. The stadium was already violently shaking. Absolutely insane. It is a supreme clash between two absolute genius beauties. Forget hiding my identity today. I, Liu Qingzhu, stake my entire honor on witnessing this legendary showdown. Someone frantically screamed. That is the prestigious Liu family's eldest young Miss Liu Qingzhu. I seriously despise her robotic, emotionless face. A bitter rival immediately spat back. And her opponent is Sa Xiaoling, the undisputed fiery queen of Second High, First High's ultimate ice flower, clashing against Second High's blazing sovereign, a gorgeous deathmatch. Grab a seat before they sell out. Stop drooling, you disgusting perverts. Shut up. The whistle violently blew, instantly igniting the chaotic match. Xiaoling launched forward like a raging, unstoppable hurricane. She unleashed a devastating opening kick. Let us see if you can keep that arrogant, icy expression after I brutally smash your face into the concrete. Liu Qingzhu remained completely silent. She simply executed her move. Liu family's secret art floating lotus technique, raw energy instantly materialized into a swirling spiritual vortex, totally engulfing Xiaoling's aggressive strike. The repulsive force sent her violently staggering backward. Bam! Xiaoling scoffed coldly, infernos blazing within her eyes. Fight me with your real power. She instantly closed the gap, throwing a lethal point-blank punch straight at Qingzhu's chest. But bam! Her fist was completely paralyzed inside the spiraling kinetic shield. Damn it! I walked right into a trap. She struggled furiously, but her arm was practically glued to the pressure wave, entirely immovable. Without wasting a single breath, the icy Liu Qingzhu unleashed her fatal finisher, Mystic Yellow Primal Strike. Her devastating palm technique crashed down like a catastrophic tsunami towards Xiaoling's skull. The commentator shrieked in absolute madness, a Mystic Yellow tier martial art. A mere high schooler casting this, mastering a Mystic Yellow technique. With monstrous talent like that, screw the National Awakening exam. Huadu University should just offer her a legendary direct admission, right this very second. But the nightmare was far from over. Grinding her teeth, Xiaoling forcibly detonated her dormant bloodline, activating the Phantom Tiger King Awakening. In a blinding flash, her entire physical form mutated. A colossal primordial tiger phantom materialized behind her, roaring with enough catastrophic fury to shatter mountains and evaporate seas. The audience violently smashed their seats, screaming, "Oh my god! It is the Tier 3 sovereign bloodline Phantom Tiger King." She actually managed to tame that notoriously savage, uncontrollable genetic mutation. This terrifying girl's future is absolutely bound for legendary greatness. A triumphant, bloodthirsty grin stretched across Xiaoling's face, her gaze sharper than cursed blades. Liu Qingzhu, you only dare to hide behind martial arts. Stop cowering in fear. Unleash your ultimate nether breath bloodline immediately. In response, she received nothing but an indifferent, chilling glare and a voice so casually dismissive it could suffocate anyone with pure rage. This pathetic level is more than enough. treating Xiaoling's furious provocations like meaningless wind passing by her ears. Qingzhu did not care in the absolute slightest. That supreme arrogance pushed her raging opponent over the edge. You actually think a mere apprentice like you can challenge my supremacy? Xiaoling snarled every single word before abandoning diplomacy. Igniting her deadly claws with explosive spiritual aura, she launched her brutal assault. Both monstrous prodigies collided like two warring thunderstorms. Xiaoling whipped a devastating punch aimed directly at Qingzhu's frost-covered face, but she dodged it with absolute ease. Damn it, Xiaoling gritted his teeth, spinning into a fierce double kick aimed straight at Qingzhu. However, Qingzhu calmly chanted a spell. Placing two fingers against her forehead, she shouted Primal Chaos Jade Finger. Her hands swiftly formed a mystic seal. She struck directly at Xiaoling's legs. Instantly, a massive spiritual vortex erupted like a hurricane, completely swallowing all of his kinetic force. The announcer screamed at the top of his lungs. The Liu family's secret art Phantom Blossom, the terrifying martial skill Primal Chaos King Finger. Two overwhelming auras clashed on the arena, triggering a deafening explosion. Dust swallowed the stage like a raging sandstorm. The crowd panicked. Who won? Who survived? A second later, a single silhouette stood firm like an unyielding mountain. It was Liu Qingzhu. She remained untouched on the stage. A commentator whispered in pure disbelief. Wait, Xiaoling looks terrible. Xiaoling's eyes rolled back as his face turned entirely purple. He collapsed to the ground like a lifeless stone statue. The entire stadium erupted. Impossible. She defeated a stage 9 martial apprentice with an awakened king-rank bloodline just by using a martial skill. Unbelievable. She truly is a once-in-a-century genius. Liu Qingzhu is invincible. I told you guys she is. And city's absolute top scholar. Who would dare underestimate her? Someone screamed from the upper stands. She is the #1 scholar of An City. Do you idiots even realize that? Her bloodline is the Tier 4 Netherworld Sparrow. Tier 4 normal martial artists. Punching her would probably just put her right to sleep. The giant screen suddenly flashed, displaying the quarter-final draw. The top 8 King tournament selection had begun. Yi He from An City First High drew his lot. A sphere displaying the letter A appeared in Yi He's hand. He raised it high and announced letter A. Suddenly, a tall student approached with a friendly smile. I got A2. Looks like we are fighting each other. Shen Guang from Qingfeng Private School. Yi He and City First High. Shen Guang grinned. We are match 2. Let us watch the first match to warm up. The speakers blared. Match number 1, Luo Shi of Qingfeng Private against Chu Zhou from An City First High. On screen, a student wielding a sword radiated overwhelming aura, completely dominating his opponent with lightning speed. The enemy only had time to scream mommy before being beaten completely beyond recognition. Shen Guang nodded approvingly. Luo Shi is strong. This repeating student put all his blood and sweat into the Huadu University exam, but facing Chu Zhou is totally hopeless. Yi, he flinched. Chu Zhou, is he also from An City First High? You did not know. He goes to your school. Look, he already won. The principal of Qingfeng Private School smashed his desk in pure rage. Damn it all, we lost the very first match. Yi, he tilted his head, staring at Luo Shi's name. How does he compare to you? Shen Guang chuckled. To me, hey, I am the top martial arts chief of Qingfeng. Even if my 2 teammates combine their strength, they could never defeat me. Shen Guang's eyes suddenly turned incredibly sharp. However, I feel that in this national exam, you are my only true rival. I have had sharp instincts since childhood. You feel like a dormant volcano. There is a terrifying behemoth slumbering inside your body, just waiting to awaken. Let us go, it is finally our turn. The broadcast roared. The top 8 strongest competitors will now begin match number 2. Qingfeng Private School versus An City First High. Yi He and Shen Guang stepped onto the battle stage, standing fiercely face to face. Blazing stadium lights beamed down, illuminating the arena like a glorious battlefield sun. The host screamed into the microphone with absolute hype. The An City University exam quarterfinals are reaching boiling point. On one side, we have Yi He, the legend known as One-Kick Superman. On the other side is Shen Guang, the monster carrying an ancient noble bloodline. Before the audience could even sit properly, a violent surge of power erupted. Shockwaves crashed through the arena, forcing people to shield their faces like watching a 4-dimensional horror movie. Up on the battle stage, Shen Guang wiped his bleeding nose, smiling with pure provocation. A nosebleed. Is this the absolute limit of your bloodline power? Ignite. His entire body radiated a blinding golden aura, glowing like a literal god of war. How bizarre. Yi, he thought. This destructive force could directly target cells, but he channeled his martial aura to form a shield over his skin. It acts like a molecular defense armor. Yi, he smiled with profound calmness. True martial arts are genuinely magical. This guy standing before me is a monster worth conquering. Shen Guang let out a cold snort. Then let me show you the true essence of my family's ancestral martial arts. Before finishing his sentence, he roared, unleashing the form-intention fist. His hands traced a golden serpent, twisting and striking like pure lightning. Followed instantly by the deer apex strike. Light shifted as a colossal demonic bull materialized with a roar. It swept away all spiritual energy around the arena. Yi, he hissed inwardly. Too fast, bam. A strike heavy as a mountain smashed straight into his stomach. The commentators screamed, "Unbelievable power, Yi he, our one-kick Superman has taken a hit for the very first time." The stadium held its breath. Yi, he coughed up bright red blood. He fell to one knee, hands slamming into the ground, but the impact sent him skidding backward. Shen Guang did not pause, immediately unleashing the bear palm strike. The phantom of a roaring bear materialized. Its overwhelming aura threatened to tear the arena apart. Yi, he gritted his teeth, bracing for the impact, his mind racing wildly. This is not just physical force. He is injecting martial aura directly into his opponent's body for double the damage. This guy is nothing like the trash I fought before. Even more terrifying, Shen Guang's arms were flexible like rubber. He attacked from impossible angles, moving like someone using a speed hack in a video game. In the blink of an eye, Shen Guang vanished, appearing right behind Yi he to lock him down. "You are only half right." His mocking voice echoed right beside his ear. "I do not just inject my martial aura, I can completely seal yours. You cannot use a single skill right now." With that, he used the ape toss technique, hurling Yi he into the sky like a weightless sack of rice. Without hesitation, Shen Guang leaped up, launching the Phantom Tiger Pounce. A ferocious tiger phantom materialized once more, tearing through the very air suspended in the sky. Shen Guang spread his arms like a massive hunting falcon. He roared loudly, "Yi he, there is no way you can defeat me." His heaven-shattering dive kick slammed into the arena, creating an explosive shockwave that shook the entire stadium. Thick dust blanketed the arena. Shen Guang landed perfectly, his triumphant laughter piercing the smoke. "Ha ha ha, my singy fist combo is more than enough to corner him completely." The announcer prepared to call the match. Yi, he seemed utterly crushed. Even an average martial artist taking that combo would be half dead right now. But before the announcer could finish the victory call for Qingfeng High School, the smoke suddenly shifted. "Wait, what in the world is that?" Shen Guang frowned, glancing back. From the dense shadows, a monstrous black aura erupted like a roaring beast. It pierced straight into the sky. Yi, his eyes pierced through the haze as sharp as a legendary blade. "You are truly strong, Shen Guang." However, amidst the lingering dust on the battlefield, that dark spiritual energy continued to explode outward like a violently erupting volcano. Yi he had triggered his bloodline transformation, awakening the frenzied demonic emperor lizard pitch-black armor encased his entire body. It radiated a majestic dark authority, revealing only half his face. Beneath a cold, emotionless mask, he looked like a god of judgment stepping out of the abyss. He finally spoke, his voice echoing from the absolute depths. "You are the very first to witness this form of mine." Up in the stands, the announcer was practically screaming his lungs out in pure hype. If a high schooler can unleash a true demonic beast form, the exam is over. He gets an automatic full-ride admission into Huadu University. The entire stadium erupted, everyone thought, and city was just a backwater town. Yet alongside the martial genius, Liu Qingzhu, a legendary bloodline prodigy, had just been born. Shen Guang stood completely petrified, his jaw dropping. True demonic beast form Yi. He stepped forward like the Grim Reaper himself, unleashing a suffocating pressure. It made Shen Guang tremble like a fragile leaf in a hurricane. How could his awakened bloodline reach this terrifying tier? Meanwhile, inside the central control room, the observing judges instantly shot up from their seats. One judge's eyes went wide as the system alarms blared. "Warning, nuclear radiation levels at 9 million. Could this be a massive demonic energy anomaly?" The announcer's tone turned dead serious. "The judging panel has deployed martial artifacts to completely lock down the broadcasting sector. We must prevent any nuclear energy leaks. It seems Yi, his true beast form, exists entirely outside our known database." The audience below immediately started whispering. What exactly did his bloodline awaken from? This is way too incredibly epic. I go to first high and I have never heard of this creature before. Yi, he thought to himself. It seems the blue planet has truly never recorded the emperor lizard species. No wonder everyone is completely freaking out right now. Shen Guang could not even process anything anymore. His nose bled like a broken faucet. His protective martial aura trembled completely on the verge of shattering. Sweat poured down his face. I cannot drag this out. He is way too dangerous. With that thought, Shen Guang desperately awakened his golden ape demon bloodline. The announcer roared. Another stage 3 king class bloodline. This year's exam is an absolute gathering of monsters. Shen Guang channeled all his remaining power into a dual strike. Combining Singy Fist and Snake Strike, he launched a relentless storm-like assault. Yi. He let out a battle cry, swinging his arm to unleash the Mountain Crusher Fist. The punch ignited like a blazing sun. The blinding light instantly vaporized the dust. When the battlefield cleared, Shen Guang looked down at his own trembling arm. Blood poured down in streams. Pure panic filled his eyes. If I had not deflected that impact in time, my arm would have been completely obliterated into dust. He talked so big earlier, but reality just hit him like a freight train. Standing opposite to him, he remained an immovable mountain. His gaze was utterly calm, as if victory was already preordained. He spoke softly, yet his voice carried absolute authority. You fought brilliantly, Shen Guang. But unfortunately, that changes absolutely nothing about your fate. Shen Guang froze his voice, shaking violently. Is a true demonic beast form seriously this overwhelmingly powerful? The announcer screamed into the microphone, nearly blowing out the stadium speakers. The second match of this year's quarterfinals has delivered a heaven-shaking clash. We are witnessing an epic collision between two ultra-rare bloodlines, a Stage 3 King class, going head-to-head against an unclassified bloodline so utterly overpowered that our system cannot even register it. Shen Guang stood paralyzed in the arena, his wide eyes calculating frantically. After awakening, Yi's strength felt like a bottomless ocean. Shen Guang's martial aura was completely suffocated. The Golden Ape user knew the harsh reality of this battle. A direct clash would only end in absolute destruction. My only option is to retreat and look for an opening, he told himself, gritting his teeth in desperation. From across the ruined arena, Yi dashed forward like a devastating tornado. Hey big guy, do not lose focus now. The gentle warning came with a terrifyingly heavy punch. It sparked a frantic high-speed brawl between the two warriors. Shen Guang unleashed his Xingyi fist and snake strike combo. His hands slithered like vipers, wrapping around Yi, his arm to lock him down. But he could not budge him an inch. I knew I could not throw you. Shen Guang laughed bitterly. However, my real target is your blind spot. With that, he leaped high into the air, executing the elephant stomp. A massive aura-infused foot crashed down like the falling sky. The earth violently shattered, kicking up thick dust. Shen Guang dared not drop his guard. He rapidly flipped backward to create distance. But he stood perfectly still without a single scratch. He casually pulled his foot out from the crater and calmly crossed his arms. He looked at his fierce opponent with the same energy as a grandmaster watching a toddler practice basic martial arts. My turn, He gathered a surge of blue spiritual energy. His heaven-piercing aura prepared to strike. Wait, I surrender. Shen Guang suddenly dropped to his knees. He nearly tripped over his own feet in sheer disbelief. Bro, I was completely hyped up for this. You surrendering like this is a total buzzkill, he sighed, dropping his stance and dispersing his energy. Whatever. The terrifying glow faded. He reverted to his human form, exhaling deeply as if shedding a massive weight. That was suffocating. Following the official tournament rules, once a fighter yields, the opponent must immediately halt all attacks. The announcer did not waste a single second, declaring the match over. Representing in City First High School, he is the undisputed winner. The stands practically exploded. Students, teachers, and parents all chanted in perfect unison. He is an absolute god. He's an absolute god. He's a legend. Meanwhile, social media exploded with instant memes. Shen Guang, before the match, I am going to completely crush him. Shen Guang, after the match, I am so sorry for not making He used his full strength. 3 of his fan clubs instantly opened a 4th group chat. The first 3 were already maxed out. Netizens gossiped relentlessly. The top scholars for this year's massive exam will definitely be none other than He and Liu Qingzhu. Let us be real. Those guys were just side characters meant to hype the crowd. But while the internet celebrated, over in a dark corner of the arena, the heavyset principal of Qingfeng Private High School was having an absolute meltdown. He surrendered. I bet my entire life savings on Shen Guang. He shoved his trembling finger into his star student's face, glasses sliding down his sweaty nose. You dare forfeit? Do you have any idea how much money we poured into your training? Kiss your university dreams goodbye. Shen Guang remained dead silent. He just rested a gentle hand on the principal's shoulder, sending violent shivers down the old man's spine like a literal electric shock. I forfeited to protect my martial foundation. If you want to tank He's punch, be my guest. I will repay the Academy's favors later. But remember this, never threaten an awakened martial artist who can crush you. The principal trembled, drenched in cold sweat. Fine. All right, you make a fair point. Meanwhile, the arena announcer projected the updated tournament brackets onto the massive glowing screens following that suffocating series of battles. The final 4 elite martial artists were locked in. Ancheng First High School claimed 3 of those spots, making them the absolute undisputed champions of this year's awakening exams. Up in the VIP section, the air crackled with overwhelming excitement. An older teacher with a graying beard lazily waved his bamboo fan, grinning like he had just hit the ultimate system jackpot. Well then, Instructor Liu has worked hard for years. I smell a major promotion coming. Instructor Liu raised both hands in absolute worship, eyes shining with pure awe. He's simply monstrous. The absolute peak. Back on the main stage, the announcer's booming voice echoed like thunder. Now for the ultimate semi-final drawing ceremony. Each contestant stepped forward, grabbing a glowing orb of light, containing their mysterious fate. He stared deeply at the pulsing sphere in his palm, his brow furrowing. Block A again. Suddenly, a chillingly familiar voice chimed in right beside him. I pulled Block A as well. It was Liu Qingzhu. Anqing's ice goddess gripped the identical glowing orb, her gaze blazing with unshakable resolve. The stadium and the online forums instantly went nuclear. The first semi-final match was set: He versus Liu Qingzhu, two legendary prodigies from the very same academy clashing on the grandest stage of all. Chat feeds exploded across every streaming platform. Finally, the fateful showdown is here. I have been waiting for this exact battle since the awakening exams first began. You got this, Liu Qingzhu Yi. He never loses. The internet practically went to war. Honestly, our goddess has the upper hand here. She casually crushed a tier 3 royal bloodline, Sa Xiaoling, using just 2 mystic yellow martial skills, and she has not even unleashed her terrifying tier 4 phantom sparrow bloodline yet. Do not forget Shen Guang was a tier 3 talent too, and he forced Yi to reveal his true awakened state. So, mathematically speaking, his bloodline must be tier 4 minimum. But Liu Qingzhu's martial foundation is insanely deep. Beauty and absolute power. Someone immediately replied, spitting absolute facts. Make way for the queen. Down in the arena, the tension boiled over like a superheated pressure cooker. Both titans stepped onto the blasted stone floor. The referee threw his arms wide open, aura surging. Let the ultimate battle begin instantly. He detonated his demonic aura. Pitch black energy swallowed the arena like a catastrophic storm. But Liu Qingzhu stood her ground, utterly fearless. She elegantly raised a glowing hand to shield her vision. Within that swirling void of darkness, his physical form mutated. A mountain-like suffocating pressure crushed down everyone. Yet, instead of terror, a fiery smirk graced the goddess's lips. A beautiful blend of arrogant pride and thrilling anticipation. You better not disappoint me. The moment those words dropped, He unleashed a terrifying wave of poisonous miasma. The noxious cloud devoured the entire battleground, leaving the spectating crowd paralyzed in absolute shock. What the hell is this? Our vision is totally blocked. Are they playing a lethal game of hide-and-seek? Total chaos erupted across the massive grandstands. People stretched their necks frantically, desperately trying to pierce that impenetrable wall of fog. Over at the caster's desk, the hyped announcer slammed his fists against the glowing console, screaming his lungs out to command the room. How will Liu Qingzhu, the supreme genius of the Liu family, survive against this terrifying dark horse? Has he evolved again for this final exam? Is he on the verge of forcing yet another monstrous bloodline awakening? Deep inside that blinding toxic mist, he locked his glowing eyes onto a faint silhouette. The Ice Queen herself. His mind raced with tactical analysis. Her defensive martial arts are borderline impenetrable. Brute force alone will not be enough to even scratch her armor. This opponent is not just overwhelmingly powerful. She is a tactical genius. A battle of attrition guarantees my defeat. Therefore, I must vaporize her with absolute maximum power instantly. Without a single moment of hesitation, he launched himself into the sky. Channeling massive spiritual energy into his fist, he roared like a demon god, mountain-crushing fist. Below him, Liu Qingzhu instantly conjured an indestructible crystalline barrier. She sneered inwardly, taking the initiative. Fine then. I will block your strike and annihilate you. But just as impact seemed certain, he defied gravity and violently shifted his trajectory. He faked the punch entirely. Instead, from her blind spot, his massive awakened gorilla tail swept through the air like a lethal steel whip. Damn it all. That bastard completely played me. Liu Qingzhu's face flushed with pure fury. She desperately blasted backward to dodge the ambush. Her mind screamed. He shouted a fist technique but attacked with his tail. Do you have zero martial honor left? But he gave his prey zero room to breathe. His jaws unhinged in a primal, earth-shattering roar, charging a devastating wave of beastly gorilla energy. Berserk aura ignited around his massive knuckles. He vaulted off the shattered ground, launching himself like a heat-seeking missile straight at her battered defenses. The collision was absolutely apocalyptic. Every single devastating shockwave was live-streamed globally, leaving viewers screaming at their monitors. Watch out, my queen. He is so shameless. Using weaponized beast aura in a pure martial duel. This is extremely bad. Our goddess completely lost her defensive rhythm. He hunted her down like a starving apex predator. Even the famously ice-cold genius could barely parry his relentless onslaught. Then came the fatal opening. He closed the gap instantly, sinking a bone-shattering punch deep into her stomach. She violently curled up in pure agony. The force blasted Liu Qingzhu across the arena like a ragdoll. The crowd lost their minds. He just punted the absolute goddess. Surely she could still mount a desperate counterattack. But as she struggled to her feet, his massive hands morphed into terrifying razor-sharp claws. His glowing eyes locked on with deadly precision. You are not escaping that easily. He violently spun, unleashing a crescent-shaped aura slash. As devastating as the Grim Reaper's own scythe, Liu Qingzu's beautiful face drained of color. That strike is heavily infused with martial aura I have to evade. Relying on pure survival instinct, she launched herself high into the air, narrowly dodging the lethal execution. Yi! He clenched his monstrous fists, eyes blazing with ultimate predatory hunger. Do not run from me, classmate Liu, caught helpless in midair. Yi he materialized right beneath her. He unleashed a devastating barrage of rapid-fire punches. Liu Qingzhu's mind went completely blank. Is this guy an actual monster? How is his stamina infinite? His endless barrage of strikes was overwhelming. Qingzhu gritted her teeth in absolute desperation. She had two legendary martial arts techniques left. First, the defensive Phantom Flower Illusion, and second, the offensive Chaos Jade Finger. If she could just cast them, the tide of battle would shift. But Yi, he was a relentless monster. He gave her zero openings. Every devastating punch and savage claw crushed her attempts to counterattack. Liu Qingzhu bit her lip until it bled. Her stamina was completely draining away. She could not hold on. At this rate, she would be brutally thrown out of the arena. Right now, Qingzhu was pushing her body to the absolute limit. She desperately blocked Yi's storm-like onslaught. She was backed entirely into a corner. But suddenly, something bizarre happened. Right as he unleashed a fatal earth-shattering punch. A single feather miraculously sprouted from his clenched fist. He stared down at his fist, his eyes narrowing in pure confusion. Truly, the world was full of inexplicable mysteries. What kind of strange ability was this? However, the aura across from him had completely mutated. Qingzhu's eyes underwent a terrifying transformation. The human warmth vanished entirely, replaced by a pitch-black menacing glare. It was the sharp, savage gaze of a wild beast. She muttered softly under her breath. I have no choice left. Time for my absolute final trump card. As those chilling words dropped, mystical feathers materialized all around her. One, then two, until countless glowing plumes illuminated the heavy, suffocating atmosphere. The magical energy was overwhelmingly dense. In a split second, Liu Qingzhu completed her legendary transformation. She spread massive wings and launched into the sky. It was the perfect beastly combat form. Her body radiated explosive strength. Brilliant purple wings trailed behind her, unleashing a suffocatingly terrifying aura. She had finally awakened her ancient bloodline. The entire stadium erupted into absolute deafening chaos. Every single head snapped upward to witness Liu Qingzhu floating majestically above them. This was the very first time the Academy Goddess had revealed her legendary Netherbird bloodline. Hovering in the heavens, Qingzhu looked down with supreme authority. Her voice rang out clear yet undeniably majestic. Student Yi, you had better watch out. In this ultimate form, I cannot guarantee I will hold back my devastating power. Oh, yet Yi. He stared down this apocalyptic pressure and laughed maniacally. His eyes blazed with battle hunger. Perfect. That is exactly what I wanted to hear. Because up until now, I have only been using 50% of my true strength. His voice echoed like a mighty iron bell, dripping with absolute thrilling excitement. Now it is time for me to get serious. Before his words even faded, Qingzhu unleashed the Netherbird's divine power. She plummeted like a catastrophic purple lightning bolt. Her massive wings instantly engulfed his body. Caught entirely off guard, his heavy frame froze for a fatal second. Seizing the opening, Qingzhu flashed behind his back. She gathered tremendous energy, pressing her hands together to launch the ultimate Chaos Jade Finger. But that absolute battle maniac, did not even try to dodge. He spun around, clenching his fist as spiritual aura erupted. He roared, atomic burst, punch, boom. The two apocalyptic surges of energy collided in a direct, earth-shattering clash. A titanic explosion rocked the entire arena. The ground violently shattered as shockwaves decimated the surroundings. The audience screamed in pure panic. This is too overwhelming. I cannot even open my eyes. Back on the destroyed stage, Qingzhu was struggling immensely. She was forced to cross both arms over her face, desperately defending against the horrifying destructive aftershocks. Only when the apocalyptic dust settled did she slowly open her eyes. Standing before her, he had undergone a monstrous mutation. A dense, glowing nuclear aura violently swirled around him. His entire body was clad in impenetrable metallic armor. A chilling blue light radiated ominously from his eyes. Even worse, a catastrophic energy blast was visibly charging right inside his mouth. The tension was absolutely suffocating as the brutal battle raged on. He stood rooted like an unmovable mountain. His muscular frame continuously radiated massive, terrifying shockwaves of sheer power. Energy violently arced around him like apocalyptic lightning tearing through a dark sky. Qingzhu narrowed her eyes, her face instantly turning pale. These aggressive energy fluctuations. This is incredibly bad. What on earth? Her panicked gaze locked onto his back. The spiked spine on his body was pulsing with a blinding, ominous light. It was clearly absorbing a gargantuan amount of energy, slowly channeling every single drop straight toward his jaws. Damn it all, his demonic beast avatar is actually charging up a lethal attack. At that exact second, A colossal pillar of spiraling energy violently erupted from deep within Yi He's core. It unleashed an ear-piercing shriek as it blasted straight toward Qingzhou. Atomic breath. The gargantuan beam of light howled through the air. Its devastating pressure threatened to rip the sky apart, leaving the entire terrified audience trembling in pure horror. Left with absolutely no other option, Qingzhou frantically threw her massive wings forward. She formed a desperate makeshift shield to block the apocalyptic face-melting assault. Boom. The tyrannical shockwave crushed against her so hard she went blind. Her divine wings shattered. A tragic storm of glowing purple feathers filled the chaotic sky. Qingzhou gnashed her teeth in a fierce roar. Awakened potential feather reflection, burning her bloodline power, she miraculously transformed the falling plumes into mystical floating mirrors. They instantly deflected the devastating force. He's horrifying atomic breath was brutally bounced right back at him by the glowing feathers. The stadium loudspeakers blared in pure panic. Oh no, He's breath attack has been completely reflected. Below, the audience turned deathly pale. They were practically stampeding in terror, screaming for someone to save them. High above, the frenzied energy streams violently smashed against the protective barrier. The chaotic collision birthed countless dazzling sparks, exploding like brilliant daytime fireworks. Meanwhile, inside the VIP observation deck, Huang Qing, the impeccably dressed mayor of Anqing City, watched the devastating carnage. A calm, calculating smile crossed his face. Watch very closely, everyone. The absolute strongest champion in all of Anqing's history will finally be born today. Down in the stands, the commentator shrieked into the mic like a madman. Thank heavens for Huang Qing. Without that energy barrier, I would have been instantly vaporized into ash. Back on the devastated battlefield. Drip. Drip. Blood violently splattered against the ruined stone floor. It was Qingzhou's blood. Her battered body was in an absolutely tragic state. Those magnificently beautiful purple wings were completely shredded. Her battle uniform was heavily torn. Qingzhou was nearing total exhaustion, dark crimson blood leaking from the corner of her lips. Her vision blurred heavily, yet an unyielding fury will still burn in her eyes. With just a single strike, he completely shattered my ultimate nether bird defense. Can I really defeat a monster like him? In that fleeting, desperate moment, tragic childhood memories flooded her fading consciousness. For years, she bore the soul-crushing burden of reviving the fallen Liu family. A deep, familiar voice echoed hauntingly. Liu Qingzhou, you are the absolute final hope of the Liu bloodline. You are forbidden to lose. Our mighty ancestors are watching your every move. Do not disappoint us. But then a much softer image pierced through the darkness. Her frail, gentle mother, softly stroking her hair, whispering with tear-filled red eyes, "Oh, my precious Qingzhou, I sacrificed everything to raise you just so you could restore the Liu family's glory. You have no right to be selfish." Kneeling in her memories, Qingzhou broke down. Mother, mother, but that haunting voice echoed endlessly in her mind. You must win this battle. You must win every battle from now on. Qingzhou's lips trembled. But mother, I am so incredibly tired. Her heavy gaze shifted forward. He stood there like a mountain, his aura blazing like an unquenchable inferno. His eyes burned with an overwhelming battle lust like a starving beast craving absolute destruction. Qingzhou whispered to herself, her spirit slowly crumbling beneath the pressure. He was an absolute monster. Facing an existence like him, wouldn't losing be the natural outcome? As she dashed forward, a bitter self-deprecating smile crossed her heart. I will intentionally expose a fatal flaw. He will definitely notice and just end this. Carrying that heavy thought, Qingzhou swung her hand forward. She landed a pathetic feather-like palm on his chest, a strike so incredibly weak that even the wind wouldn't bother dodging. Yet he didn't move an inch. Qingzhou looked up utterly bewildered. Why didn't you dodge? He stared right through her soul. Classmate Qingzhou, where the hell did all your fighting spirit go? The question struck her like lightning. Her eyes widened and her heart skipped a beat. But before she could even process it, Yi's sheer fury erupted. A terrifying blue aura exploded from his body, unleashing his awakened atomic power. Are you even taking this fight seriously? Following that deafening roar, he charged like a catastrophic hurricane, a glowing fist aimed straight for her face. I fought my way to the top legitimately. Caught off guard, she frantically raised her arms to block. Her fragile figure was violently thrown back, but he didn't stop. He unleashed a devastating barrage of punches, roaring with every single strike. Are you serious? Are you taking me seriously? Qingzhou stumbled under the overwhelming pressure, her tiny frame absorbing hit after brutal hit. Finally, she couldn't hold back her grievances. You vicious jerk, no one has ever beaten me like this. I was literally trying to hand you the victory. Why won't you just let it go? Amidst the howling wind of his punches, she fought back with blazing fury. Stop hitting a lady in the face, you absolute bastard. Fueled by an explosive mix of pain and ultimate humiliation, Qingzhou let out a furious battle cry. Surging power violently erupted around her, shaking the entire arena to its core. He finally halted his merciless assault. A perfectly fake gentle smile crossed his face as he looked down at her. Exactly. just like that. If you want to protect that face, then fight me for real. But at this very moment, triggered by his relentless provocation, Qingzhu's form underwent a legendary evolution. Her once shredded purple wings flared with blinding brilliance. They expanded massively, dwarfing her initial bloodline awakening. Her crushing aura now felt exactly like a true demonic beast. Absolute full power, Qingzhu locked her ice-cold gaze onto him. Yi he. Since you asked for it, I will use my ultimate state to utterly crush you. Bathed in blinding light, Liu Qingzhu hovered majestically in the air. Her massive wings radiated an ethereal purple glow, exuding a terrifying pressure that made the very heavens tremble. Yi, he narrowed his eyes, a thrilling smirk playing on his lips. So you have finally unleashed your true demonic beast form. Now, this is getting interesting, holding absolutely nothing back. He triggered his own beastification, indestructible scales, rapidly armored his entire body. His physique ignited in roaring azure flames. If that is how it is, I cannot hold back either. He roared, shattering the ground beneath him and causing a localized earthquake. This is my family's ultimate physical art, a fusion of hard qigong and the Emperor demonic beast template. Witness the nuclear light tactics. Launching like an unstoppable artillery shell, he rocketed into the sky. He charged straight at Qingzhu with heaven-shaking momentum. Let's have a glorious battle. Facing that apocalyptic wave of power, Liu Qingzhu narrowed her gaze. Danger flashed in her glowing purple eyes. She wasn't about to just stand there and die. Instantly, a terrifying vortex of energy gathered around her, manifesting into a sky-piercing purple tornado. As Yi He charged in, he was swallowed whole by the eye of the storm. But Yi He unleashed his burst punch. The devastating impact shattered the tornado into a million pieces. Qingzhu immediately took a deep breath. She opened her mouth and fired a massive purple shockwave. Meanwhile, he forcefully circulated the nuclear energy coursing through his very veins. Transforming into a living missile, he blasted toward her. The two chaotic energies collided, shaking the arena like the end of the world. He was violently blasted backward. Crossing his arms to block the brutal impact, his eyes flared a toxic green dripping with killing intent. Did you think you were the only one who could scream? Immediately, the massive armored scales on his back glowed with blinding intensity. Qingzhu gritted her teeth, glaring daggers at him. That same old trick, I am not backing down this time. Without a single ounce of hesitation, she stripped away her defenses. Hovering in the sky, she activated the Liu family's absolute ultimate technique. The purple aura surrounding her morphed into a raging cosmic tide. She screamed, her voice dominating the entire stadium. I will crush you head on. The exact moment she gathered her chi, he mercilessly unleashed his atomic breath. A colossal, devastating pillar of pure energy fired out. It struck forward like a descending meteor. Qingzhu tensed her body, forming a concentrated purple orb in her hands. Bloodline power, she roared the sphere, flashing instantly. It transformed into countless nether blood arrows. Boom. The two catastrophic forces were about to clash. The announcer screamed. His atomic breath and Liu Qingzhu's nether blood arrows are colliding. This is bad. There is no way two mere martial disciples can control this level of destruction. To protect the panicking audience, and city's mayor Huang Qing was forced to step in. Genart, he muttered under his breath. He instantly summoned 3 colossal fortress-like barrier walls. But the sheer microsecond those two apocalyptic attacks connected. Bang. All 3 layers of the earth vein god walls shattered like cheap glass. Blood drained from the screaming spectators' faces. The shockwave is absolute insanity. Weren't those the mayor's invincible walls? If he hadn't acted in time, we would all be turned to absolute ash. Down below, cold sweat poured down Huang Qing's forehead. I set those 3 walls up too hastily. They lacked their usual stability. He muttered. Who could have predicted this exam would birth 2 absolute monsters? Beneath the faint light piercing through the heavy dust storm, Qingzhu stood staggering in the ruined arena, her slender hands completely soaked in crimson blood. The bright red blood dripped down like a grim stream, splashing onto the cold, shattered ground. She had reverted entirely to her fragile human form. Her magnificent purple wings completely vanished into thin air. Her mangled arm hung completely useless. Her demonic beast aura was entirely drained. Yet she kept her head held high. Her eyes blazed with iron resolve. I cannot surrender, yet I can still fight. He strolled toward her. Not a single scratch marred his skin. He remained completely unscathed. Frowning in sheer confusion, he realized his devastating attack had struck her directly, yet he felt absolutely no recoil damage. If that nuclear radiation lingers in my body, my future as an awakened is totally ruined. Liu Qingzhu bit her lip. Tears streamed down her furious bloodshot eyes as she screamed. I never wanted to push this battle to such a devastating extreme. Why force my hand? Why drag me into this bloodbath? He stayed silent. Instead, he calmly crouched down right in front of her. His gaze quietly studied the battered girl. When he finally spoke, his tone was a mix of dead seriousness and mocking amusement. Do you truly hate fighting? Are you just terrified to admit your own competitive nature? When you risked your life out there, I felt your burning, desperate thirst for victory. The absolute truth struck Liu Qingzhu like a physical blow. Her mind spun in total chaos. He was right. In that moment, she had desperately wanted to crush him. She claimed to hate combat, wanting to end the match instantly. Yet mid-battle, a mysterious thrill had ignited within her veins. Not fighting for duty, not fighting for glory, fighting purely for herself. Suddenly, Yi placed his warm hand gently upon her trembling shoulder. Liu Qingju flinched, her face flushing as red as a ripe tomato. Yi, he smiled softly, channeling his aura into his palm. Your mind is clouded with too many distractions during combat. A soothing surge of energy flowed straight into her arm. The brutal wounds began healing at visible speed. In mere seconds, her completely shattered arm was perfectly restored. Even the deadly nuclear radiation vanished entirely. Yi, he stood up and turned away, leaving her with one chillingly profound truth. That hesitation is exactly why you lost. Liu Qingju stared at her fully healed hand. She thought to herself, the fatal radiation and injuries are entirely gone, yet you remain the most terrifying opponent I have ever faced. Suddenly, Yi glanced back with a gentle smile. If fate allows it, I would truly love to fight you again in a pure battle of strength, Liu Qingju. Those words crashed into her maiden heart like an emotional tsunami. Her face burned crimson. With sparkling eyes locked on Yi, her inner voice was absolutely screaming. Classmate Yi, you are shining way too brightly right now. As the chaotic battlefield dust finally settled, Yi, he stood tall and victorious in the arena's center. Sunlight bathed him like a true god of war. The stadium loudspeakers roared with pure hype. The first semifinal match has concluded. Yi of Anqing First High takes the total victory. Yi, he gazed up at the sky and raised his fist high, a triumphant smirk on his face. The massive crowd erupted their deafening cheers, threatening to rip the heavens apart. Under the blazing sun of the Anqing exam arena, the intercom announced the next results. Following Yi's flawless victory over Liu Qingju, Chuzhou predictably crushed his opponent as well. The ultimate climax of the Anqing entrance exams was here. The battle for the Supreme Champion title had arrived. In this corner, Anqing First High's legendary dark horse Yi, and facing him, Anqing First High's unrivaled orthodox genius Chuzhou. The livestream viewership numbers strapped themselves to a rocket, instantly skyrocketing beyond imagination. Plus 69,000 viewers, plus 1 million viewers, plus 525,486 viewers. The total audience blew right past 496 million absolute fanatics. 500 million people glued their eyes to the screen, holding their breath in sheer anticipation. The Ultimate Anqing Academy Finals had officially begun. In the arena, Chuzhou drew his silver-blue sword. Surging with raw aura, he nodded respectfully. Please show me the true extent of your power. In response, a dangerously arrogant smirk crossed Yi's face. With a lazy tone but blade-like eyes, he taunted him. Bring everything you have at me. Leave your absolute politeness at the door. Chuzhou instantly vanished, launching the first strike. His blade danced, sending sword intent crashing toward Yi. He, like a meteor shower. The devastating energy blotted out the entire sky, yet facing this terrifying wave of sword aura Yi, he stood perfectly still, looking as relaxed as if waiting for dessert. Just as the lethal strikes were about to pierce his flesh, he concentrated atomic energy into his fist. A violently explosive aura erupted like a waking volcano. With his fist blazing with nuclear fire, he roared out atomic burst punch. A single devastating strike completely shattered the sword aura. The shockwave sent Chuzhou stumbling backward. He desperately raised his guard, but he didn't even bother pursuing him. Instead, he unleashed a brutally explosive bombardment straight into Chuzhou's shadow clones. His absolute defensive skills were utterly useless against Yi's destructive output. Seriously, out of everyone in their generation, was there even a single martial artist capable of surviving close combat with him? He was an absolute monster in human skin. Realizing close combat was suicide, Chuzhou's tone darkened. If melee range is impossible, then I will simply crush you from afar. He detonated his bloodline aura and roared, ultimate bloodline awakening. Chuzhou's body underwent a monstrous mutation. His hands morphed into razor-sharp dragon claws, while a terrifying third eye ripped open on his forehead. Glowing with a chilling blue light, his true bloodline form emerged. The Phase 6 dragon god Chuzhou swung his monstrous claws and roared. Absolute bloodline power, eternal ice seal. The livestream chat lost its absolute mind. Holy crap, Chuzhou just materialized an entire iceberg. He looks like a real demonic dragon. You got this. Chuzhou annihilate the great demon king Yi. A cataclysmic wave of freezing energy swallowed the entire arena, turning the battlefield into a frozen wasteland. Yi was instantly sealed inside a massive glacier resembling a towering snow mountain. Chuzhou gasped for air, his body trembling violently from the backlash. Damn it, releasing that much absolute zero energy is tearing my own body apart. Suddenly, the livestream comments shifted in pure panic. Hey guys, is that massive glacier actually melting? What the hell? How is it melting that fast? Deep within the solid ice, a horrifyingly destructive aura was erupting. He obliterated his icy prison as easily as crushing a piece of brittle candy. Chuzhou's eyes widened in sheer horror. How is that even possible? But before he could even blink, that terrifying atomic energy launched a devastating counterattack. Panicking, Chuzhou hastily summoned his second massive ice wall to defend himself. An earth-shattering explosion detonated, sending shockwaves rolling like a violent tsunami. As the dust cleared, a menacing pitch-black armored boot slammed onto the arena floor. He stood proudly in the blast zone, his body fully transformed into its supreme awakened state. A sleek, incredibly intimidating jet-black armor covered him entirely. He let out a bone-chilling laugh, speaking with deadly slowness. Your ultimate demonic dragon power is completely useless against my aura. It seems destiny designed my very existence to completely counter yours. Chuzhou sighed in bitter defeat, finally realizing the horrifying gap in their absolute power levels. Gritting his teeth, he raised his blade. He faced my ultimate final strike. This is the absolute peak of my martial path. I originally saved this trump card for Liu Qingzhu, channeling his remaining life force. Chuzhou fiercely gripped his glowing greatsword. Channeling every ounce of his aura, he unleashed his ultimate technique, the Azure Soul Sword Intent. Down in the stands, Huanqing gasped in pure shock. Sword intent. That is authentic sword intent. How old is this kid? Back in the arena, Chuzhou surged with explosive power. His body launched forward like a lightning bolt. He brought down a terrifying wave of blade aura. Boom. A deafening explosion shook the earth. Moments later, on the ruined stage, crimson blood dripped onto the shattered floor. The crowd stared in absolute disbelief. He raised his bleeding hand and smirked. Maybe when you get a better weapon, you might actually stand a chance against me. Chuzhou turned pale. He looked down at the massive greatsword he had trusted his life with. It was entirely shattered into tiny fragments. Chuzhou was reeling from the shock. How could my blade break so easily? His eyes darted to he who stood there completely unfazed. He grit his teeth and growled. How much of a chance, He let out a dark chuckle. Well, compared to a pathetic toad trying to climb a mountain, your odds are just slightly better. Chuzhou nearly coughed up blood from the insult. He took a deep breath and threw his hand into the air. I surrender. The arena speakers roared to life. The champion of the Ansheng University entrance exam is He. Meanwhile, the massive live stream chat erupted like a furious volcano. I knew it, He never disappoints. He is absolutely legendary. Even though Chuzhou had immense strength, he was nothing but a rookie in front of He, the ultimate dark horse of the year. He crushed his old loser reputation from last year and ascended to the very top. He destroyed the #1 genius to claim the ultimate crown. The stadium shook with deafening chants. Yee-hee, the commentator announced with intense emotion. Ladies and gentlemen, the 24th annual Ansheng exam. After 3 brutal days of combat, our martial arts champion has finally emerged. Give it up for Yi from Ansheng. First high up on the stage, surrounded by wild cheers, Yi simply scratched his head and muttered quietly. Mission accomplished. Suddenly, a frantic reporter sprinted over and shoved a microphone into his face. Student Yi, rumors say, your overwhelming power came from slow and steady grinding. Now that you are the absolute champion, do you have any words? He forced a bitter smile inward. These educated folks really know how to make grinding like a dog sound poetic. He put on a serious face, cleared his throat, and declared loudly. First of all, I must thank my homeroom teacher. He never abandoned me when I was at rock bottom. He constantly pushed me forward and gave me the willpower to keep fighting. Meanwhile, in a quiet corner of the school, his teacher was hugging a television, crying his absolute eyes out. I am so unworthy of your praise, Yi. I was just terrified of getting fired. I did not even notice your legendary potential. Just then, the principal sneaked into his line of sight. He wildly pointed at himself. He blinked in confusion. The principal flashed 2 fingers, signaling 2 million. The message was clear. Hype up our school and a 2 million scholarship is yours. The moment he saw those beautiful fingers, his eyes gleamed with pure greed. Dollar signs literally flashed around him. He flashed a brilliant smile and added, furthermore, I must thank my academy and our brilliant principal. Without such a divine learning environment, I would never have achieved this greatness. Finally, he thrust his fist toward the heavens and roared. Lastly, I want to thank myself. Without my own relentless grinding, sweat, and absolute genius, he could never stand at this peak of glory. At that exact moment, a glowing system prompt materialized. Congratulations to the host for achieving the champion title. Reward granted. 1 random skill draw. He widened his eyes in thrilling ecstasy. So this champion title actually triggers a hidden system achievement. Later in the stadium hallways, right after claiming the crown, he was not enjoying his fame. Instead, he was sprinting for his life like a pack of hellhounds was hunting him down. And indeed, there was a pack of hounds, a massive mob of crazy journalists chasing him. Student Yi, how does it feel to be the absolute best? Any pressure? How did your power level skyrocket in just 6 months? Are you heading to the Imperial University? Will you join the Supreme Combat Tactics Department? Yi, he grimaced while running at max speed. Stop chasing me, I desperately need to use the bathroom. But one relentless reporter finally caught up. Panting heavily, the guy shoved the mic forward. Student Yi, tell us the truth between Liu Qingzhu and Kai Xiaoling, who is prettier, or do you prefer Shen Guan? Or maybe even Chu Zhou? Hearing this absolute nonsense, Yi felt his veins bulging. He doubled his movement speed and vanished like a bullet. I have zero time to waste on you gossip mongers. The hungry reporters refused to give up. Student Yi, please wait. Just one final question. Scene transition to an empty basketball court. Having finally ditched the media mob, Yi, he let out a massive sigh of relief. A smug grin appeared on his face. Haha, finally escaped those wild predators. His heart was racing with pure excitement. To think that besides monster templates, the champion title grants random skill drops too. Templates are not the only path to power. The system offers infinite possibilities. Suddenly, a dark figure stepped out from the bleachers. Student Yi, congratulations on claiming the absolute throne. Yi spun around instantly on high alert. Seriously, are there still reporters left? But this aura felt completely different. Standing before him was a mysterious man clutching a sleek black briefcase. A dangerous, calculating smile crept across his face. Do not misunderstand. I am no journalist. I come from Huadu. Now let us discuss your genetic locks. Yi felt a chill run down his spine. Genetic locks. What the hell did I unlock? My entire strength comes from absorbing monster blood via the system. Exactly how much does this guy know? Who on earth is he? Yet the mysterious man remained perfectly calm, his voice hauntingly smooth. You heard the term genetic lock from your father, did you not? Yi he blinked cautiously, nodding his head. That is right. He thought to himself. According to the original body's memories, that is exactly the truth. Without missing a beat, the stranger pulled a massive classified file from his briefcase. He shoved it into Yi's hands. Student Yi, are you not curious? Why would your father, a lowly taxi driver, know a highly classified term completely unrelated to his life? In that split second, revelation struck Yi, like a devastating thunderbolt. Was my old man more than just a simple cabbie, some legendary hidden master straight out of a novel? The suit handed over a classified file, his voice dead serious. Your case is entirely unprecedented. Therefore, the Huadu brass authorized the release of these top-secret documents for your eyes only. Yi. He snatched the folder, his playful gaze hardening. Flipping to the first page, 3 bold words struck his core. Project Prometheus. The absolute apex of biological genetic research on the Blue Star. They were untouchable titans wielding godlike technology until a catastrophic incident changed everything. The entire syndicate became global public enemies overnight. Their facilities were locked down, forcing the core masterminds to vanish into the shadows of ordinary cities. And the genetic lock technology, that was their holy grail, the ultimate forbidden project back in the day. As he absorbed the classified intel, he felt a massive tsunami of shock crash over his mind. So my deadbeat dad was actually a high-ranking Prometheus mastermind, and am I the living, breathing result of their ultimate top-secret experiment? He seriously did not know whether to laugh or cry. The operative stared at him, his tone steady. Relax. The nation will not make things hard for you. I was just sent to brief you on the reality of your existence. As the central figure, you have the right to know the truth. He did not even blink, his expression chillingly calm. Bro, trust me, I am way calmer than you are right now. The operative choked on his words, totally caught off guard by the kid's selective apathy, then continued. Furthermore, you are now classified as a supreme national asset. We will guarantee your absolute protection at all times. He immediately rolled his eyes, mentally groaning. Oh, what a massive headache. The stronger you get, the more eyes you attract, drawing in endless bugs and unnecessary drama. This modern society really is just a chaotic dance floor for power and politics. Letting out a heavy sigh, the suit gave a polite nod. Then I will take my leave. The second the operative vanished from the grandstand, he pressed his hands together in mock reverence. He looked perfectly solemn, but behind those folded hands, he was grinning like he had just won the ultimate jackpot. A wicked, hungry glint practically exploded from his eyes. Finally, the guy is gone. Not only had he secured his spot at the Huadu Academy, but he also finessed a massive 2 million credit scholarship from the principal, plus an extra 100,000 in bonuses. But the real prize, the ultimate jackpot, he finally had enough points to draw a brand new power template. Just the thought of that supreme power sent an electrifying shiver down his spine. He could not wait another second, instantly summoning his system interface. A blinding cosmic vortex materialized in the air, swirling with the majesty of a dimensional gateway tearing open. Yi, he stared upward, his eyes blazing like high beams in the dark, completely locked onto the system screen. Suddenly, an epic purple tier card levitated outward, radiating an otherworldly aura as if it contained an entire universe. It hovered right in front of him. It was the colossal transformation taking the terrifying form of a gargantuan skeleton. A solid rank D power template. The holographic text materialized: power template colossal titan form rank D. Bloodline trait, supreme gigantification. Maximum height cap set at a monstrous 60 meters. Features included scorching steam emission, advanced evolution paths, and elemental manifestation. Current sync rate a mere 1%. He threw his head back and laughed. A colossal titan form, now we are talking. Then a tiny hidden notification flashed. Power templates can be stacked, a dangerously insane idea sparked in his mind. If he fused this colossal form with the demonic emperor. Lizard template, what kind of apocalyptic monstrosity would that create? In that exact moment, the system projected a holographic simulation of an absolute behemoth. A towering, fiercely muscular titan radiating pure destructive power. It possessed the savage, roaring fury of a primal gorilla, complete with a massive, devastating tail that could level entire city blocks. Ha ha ha, I am going to become the undisputed king of monsters. The scene cuts sharply. Inside a pitch-black room, a single dim light illuminated a cold wooden desk where a massive man sat in deadly silence, pressing a phone tightly against his ear. A trembling voice echoed from the speaker. Boss Huo, are you saying you need to handle some personal vendettas soon, and will not be accepting any more underworld contracts? The hulking man grunted, his voice like grinding stones. That is right. I will wrap up my current board, then I am withdrawing. Understood. On the desk rested a hidden biometric scanner. The terrifying man slammed his thick, calloused thumb onto the sensor, pressing down with bone-crushing force until a mechanical click echoed through the room. His face contorted into an expression of pure demonic rage. His eyes blazed with the fires of hell itself. Suddenly, an encrypted emergency transmission patched through. Boss, we regret to inform you, we could not locate the physical remains of your younger brother inside the dungeon. However, at his last known coordinates, we discovered heavily irradiated mutated artifacts. Beside the furious man, a massive monitor flared to life, currently looping a recorded broadcast of the Anqing Academy finals, the exact deathmatch where Yi claimed his brutal victory. The hulking man locked his murderous gaze onto the flickering footage, his aura dripping with suffocating bloodlust. Little brother, I warned you 1,000 times. Stay out of the underworld's bloody games. Once you step into the abyss, there is no crawling back out. Our dying mother begged me to protect you, yet you chose this cursed path. The monstrous man's eyes narrowed into venomous slits as the victor's name flashed on screen, reading Anqing Grand Champion Yi. He grabbed the edge of the reinforced monitor, squeezing it with bone-crushing force. Yi, you really are a once-in-a-century monster of a prodigy. The Huadu Academy must be ready to wage war just to recruit a talent like yours. A twisted psychopathic sneer crept across his scarred face. But what a tragic pity. They will not be able to wait until your orientation day. Meanwhile, back at his apartment complex, the moment Yi reached his front door, a courier shoved a massive heavy parcel into his hands. Special delivery from Mr. Yi. Signing the receipt, he frowned in deep suspicion. This timing is way too weird. I was just about to enter a dungeon to test my new powers. Who the hell is sending me mystery packages right now? Ripping open the seal, he found a bizarre, old-fashioned handwritten letter tucked inside. The elegant calligraphy read, "For the eyes of Yi." The ink read, "According to classified intel from the Huadu Central Research Institute, today at exactly 1500 hours deep within the Gongshu mountain range, located on the outskirts of Anqing City, a brand new dungeon rift is scheduled to tear open. Estimated threat level Class C. E. I am heading in to explore it. Do you have the guts to form a raiding party with me? Signed, Chu Zhu." Yi, he stared blankly. Are you kidding me right now? Who the hell still writes physical letters in the modern awakening era? Did this edgelord time travel from some ancient martial arts dynasty? The scene transitions. The dying sun plunged below the western horizon, violently painting the sky above the Red Tree Mountains in a blood-red blaze. The atmosphere was absolutely electric. The staging ground was swarming with thousands of awakened hunters armed to the teeth with glowing relics, tactical maps, mana radars, and even emergency combat rations. Yi, he stepped onto the scene, the sheer scale of the crowd making his jaw drop. What is this madness? There are easily over 1,000 high-level raiders here, I guess. An unmapped dungeon always attracts a massive swarm of glory hounds. Suddenly, a fiercely confident voice pierced the chatter. Yo Yi. Turning around, he locked eyes with the approaching Chu Zhou. Nodding with casual respect, Yi replied, "Well, if it isn't Chu Zhou." The martial genius flashed a blazing, blindingly heroic smile. "You've grown stronger again, haven't you, Yi?" He forced a tight smile, his nerves stretched to the breaking point. This guy's terrifying intuition was off the charts. Just one glance, and he instantly noticed something was off. In reality, he had secretly used his college entrance exam prize money to buy genetic enhancement serums. He pushed his giant transformation compatibility rate all the way up to 35%. Low-tier monsters had their perks instant results at a bargain price. Talk about high-quality budget gear. Smoothly changing the subject, he asked. Which academy are you aiming for? Chu Zhou replied with bullet-like precision. Head to university. Hearing this, Yi chuckled softly. Looks like we'll be classmates then. But in that very moment, Yi's sharp eyes caught a subtle shift in Chu Zhou's expression. Something felt terribly wrong. It looked like he swallowed his own words. Suddenly, a deafening screech tore right through the fabric of reality. Every single head snapped upward. High in the sky, a pitch-black dimensional rift violently tore open, yawning wide like the maw of a colossal beast. Shouts erupted from the crowd. The hidden realm is opening. The second the rift stabilized, a monstrous entity burst through. It was incredibly massive, sporting a head the size of a bus. Its razor-sharp fangs looked entirely capable of chewing up heavy armored tanks. Looming over the terrified crowd was an absolute nightmare of a boss monster, a towering three-headed avian beast. Crimson feathers dripped like fresh blood, while its massive wings blocked out the sun, casting a suffocating shadow over Crimson Tree Mountain. Each flap of its wings echoed like roaring thunder. The sheer force made the earth tremble. A martial artist below roared with burning passion, pointing at the sky. The dungeon is open, brothers. Slaughter that demonic beast and storm the rift. Boom. Hundreds of awakened warriors surged forward like a tidal wave, weapons gleaming with overwhelming killing intent. Before the three-headed bird could even react, it was completely engulfed by a merciless barrage of attacks. Its three heads whipped around in total panic, screeching wildly as fear set into its glowing eyes. It shrieked for backup. These skills are too overpowered. Why are there so many martial artists? Roar, retreat, get back. Screech, roar, we can't fall back, we are completely trapped, brothers. Screech. Who knew the early bird would just get absolutely obliterated by a mob? In mere minutes, the vanguard boss was decimated, victorious battle cries shaking the forest. Inside the Crimson Tree dungeon, the landscape was entirely warped. Gone were the vibrant green peaks, replaced by a desolate, cursed wasteland. The toxic purple foliage cast an eerie, unnatural mist over the entire dimension. The frenzied crowd from outside swarmed through the portal, terrified of losing out on the sweet dungeon loot. He slipped right into the chaotic stampede, silently tracking the horde with predatory caution. The second his boots hit the dirt, a sickening stench of iron assaulted his senses. He scowled, muttering. The bloodlust here is suffocating. What kind of cursed monsters are breeding here? In the distance, a deafening roar violently shook the canopy. It is a monster wave, someone shrieked. The demonic beasts had already formed their ranks, eagerly waiting to butcher fresh human prey. According to the Hunter Association's supreme law, all awakened warriors had the green light to slaughter these dungeon beasts, claiming it as both a civic duty and a golden opportunity to level up. An epic bloodbath instantly erupted. Flesh was torn apart as agonizing screams mixed with a glorious symphony of clashing steel. In a flash, a vanguard hunter cleanly decapitated a towering brute, sending a geyser of foul black blood shooting into the sky. Strike teams quickly fell into perfect tactical formations, systematically taking down the massive alpha predators. The battlefield choreography was absolute perfection, playing out like a high-budget cinematic war epic. Bam! In an isolated corner of the bloody war zone, Chu Zhou bellowed with raging fury, bloodline awakening, frostblade strike, boom. A devastating blizzard of freezing aura exploded outward, instantly flash freezing the entire sector. The ferocious beasts caught in his path turned into solid ice sculptures before shattering into million pieces. But right at that triumphant moment, a stealth-type shadow beast silently ambushed him from his blind spot, its massive jaws unhinging wide, jagged fangs gleaming as it prepared to rip Chu Zhou to absolute shreds. Suddenly, a heroic roar echoed from afar. Atomic smash, explosive ruin fist, swoosh. A blinding comet of pure destructive energy violently tore through the air, blasting a clean, gaping hole straight through the beast's chest. The monster let out a final agonizing shriek before collapsing into a lifeless heap. The legendary savior was none other than Yi He. He casually shrugged his shoulders. Tunnel vision gets you killed out here. Always watch your six-man. Chu Zhou spun around, his eyes flashing with slight embarrassment before giving a firm, respectful nod. Thanks. I owe you my life this time. He smirked playfully. Don't sweat it. Just let me copy your homework once we hit the academy. A short while later, the remaining monster wave inside the rift was completely eradicated. The scorched earth was littered with charred, smoking bones, painting a grim apocalyptic landscape of utter devastation. Dusting off his hands, he scanned the wasteland and gave Chu Zhou an arrogant smirk. Do none of these dungeon beasts actually know how to put up a real fight? Before Chu Zhou could reply, he violently flinched. Behind Yi, his casual stance, lay an absolutely horrifying mountain of monster corpses. They were all completely melted down, their flesh dissolved as if they had been thrown into a vat of boiling acid. His pupils violently contracted in absolute shock as he muttered, "Did Yi he really slaughter this many high-tier beasts?" 4. The mutated creatures obliterated by Yi. He did not die by any conventional martial arts. Their entire bodies were gruesomely broken down as if purged cleanly from the inside out. There were no visible slash wounds, yet every single cellular structure had completely rotted away into nothingness. He had activated something utterly terrifying. It was a catastrophic, invisible nuclear radiation energy, colorless, odorless, and completely impossible to defend against, silently executing its victims with absolute precision. That god-tier aura bypassed all physical defenses, reducing biological matter to ash from within. Wherever his shadow fell, all signs of life were permanently erased. He was a walking plague of pure extinction. This devastating power definitely did not belong to a mortal human. Meanwhile, the surrounding survivors began whispering in sheer disbelief. Good lord, how was that so fast? Was he boosted by a high-ranking master? No way, impossible. A hunter's eyes bugged out of his head. Hidden among us is in city's top-ranked scholar from this year's awakening exams. What, the top scholar? But isn't he just an entry-level martial apprentice? An apprentice soloed this entire monstrous horde. A buzzcut mercenary scoffed loudly. Did you idiots completely skip this year's exam livestream? Why bother? What is so epic about watching a bunch of high schoolers slap each other, you absolute fool? That kid could effortlessly solo 10 trash-tier fighters like you. The hyped-up rookie students swarmed around Yi, he eagerly baiting the remaining beasts straight toward their legendary top scholar, treating the monsters like helpless sheep being herded to the slaughter. Moments later, triumphant cheers erupted across the warzone. We just got the system transmission. The alpha boss is totally dead. We achieved total victory. The broken beast tide finally began retreating in pure terror. Xu Zhou let out a massive sigh of relief. We finally survived the first monstrous wave. Over 1,000 awakened fighters rally here, but barely 800 are left standing heavily wounded. But before he could even finish his dramatic thought, Yi mercilessly dragged a massive sack of bleeding monster loot, the heavy pile scraping loudly as he approached Xu Zhou, casually whining, "Man, this loot drop is way too heavy. How am I supposed to carry all this?" Xu Zhou almost choked. His eyes widened at the mountain of monster cores. "Where did you even get all these?" Panicking, he quickly pulled out a glowing ring. "This is my spatial ring. Toss everything in here for now." He stared at the artifact. He gave a half-joking smile. "A spatial ring is worth tens of millions. I had no idea you were secretly loaded." Xu Zhou. Suddenly, someone rushed in, shouting, "Boss Wu Sen and his team are here." The surrounding crowd immediately erupted into wild cheers. Thank goodness he destroyed that Lord-class monster. Otherwise, we would have been slaughtered one by one out there. A towering man with bulging muscles strode in. Bizarre tattoos completely covered his body. Each footstep carried the crushing pressure of a mountain. He walked right up to Yi with a warm smile. He extended his hand first. "Greetings. You must be and city's top scholar, right? I am Wu Sen, the captain of the Traceless Wave Guilds in City Branch. My members just told me about your heroic performance. Would you be interested in joining our martial guild? Joining will not interfere with your university studies. In fact, you will receive massive benefit packages. I am fully prepared to offer you an S-rank membership contract." He froze in surprise. He never expected a massive organization like the Traceless Wave Guild to personally invite him, let alone offer a prestigious S-rank contract. A bystander's jaw dropped. "Oh my god, big brother, Wu Sen is personally recruiting Yi. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Without a guild's backing, rogue martial artists struggle to survive, let alone afford the astronomical costs of healing potions, monster cores, and training. Everything costs an absolute fortune. Furthermore, Traceless Wave is a top-tier martial guild in the Xia Kingdom. An S-rank contract is something even elite students from Huadu University would struggle to obtain." While the crowd was still buzzing over Wu Sen's offer, a majestic girl riding a massive black tiger suddenly appeared. Like a legendary warrior, her long cloak fluttered in the wind. Her gaze was razor-sharp and ice-cold. She narrowed her eyes at Wu Sen, then she spoke with a teasing edge. "Wu Sen, you sure move fast. So you rush all the way here just to poach talent. Student join our Chengda Guild instead. Our scale might be slightly smaller than Traceless Wave, but I can personally guarantee one thing. If you agree, you will receive 15% of the entire guild's cultivation resources every single month." The moment those words dropped, the crowd exploded. What, 15% of all resources? That basically makes him a major shareholder. A mere high schooler had actually forced two massive guilds into making such insane concessions. Suddenly, under countless expectant gazes, he casually scratched his ear. "Sorry, but right now I have no intention of joining any guild. His rejection felt like a bucket of ice water to both factions, yet he still politely shook Wu Sen's hand. The giant captain was not angry. Instead, he patted Yi, his shoulder warmly. "No worries, Yi He. Let's just consider ourselves friends for now. If you ever need help, contact me anytime. Our Chengda Guild is also at your service." The tense atmosphere finally softened. That is until Wu Sen suddenly frowned. "Wait a second. Which hand did you just use to shake mine?" "The right hand you just used to dig your ear, Yi." He kept a straight face. "Yeah, but do not mind the details. Wait, gross." While Wu Sen was frantically wiping his hand, Chu Zhou approached. "The monster horde is repelled. Now we can freely explore this secret realm. This place feels like a boundless ancient forest." He pointed up at the massive canopy. "We should reach the treetops first for a bird's-eye view." "Yi," he nodded. "Let's go." They blasted upward like living arrows, soaring through the crimson foliage. Chu Zhou glanced at Yi He. He is so fast, he thought. In the blink of an eye, they landed on the towering treetops. Crimson leaves fluttered down like bloody snow. But the moment they steadied their footing, Chu Zhou's eyes bulged in horror as he stumbled back. What the hell is that? Before them stood a colossal creature. It was so tall it seemed to swallow the sky itself. Its rough scales looked like rocky mountains. A single breath caused the surrounding forest to tremble. Chu Zhou gulped hard. That thing must be over 1,000 meters tall. This is completely unimaginable, yet completely ignoring the terror Yi's eyes sparkled like a kid in a candy store. It is not that hard to imagine. We are still young. Give it a few years and we might just be hunting giant monsters exactly like this one. We might even uncover the absolute truth behind this secret realm. Looking at the fearless Yi He, Chu Zhou could not help but feel profound admiration. As expected of Yi He. Facing an unknown godlike existence, I feel terror. But he only feels an absolute thrill. Not just in martial arts, but in pure willpower. I am miles behind him. He is the true definition of a martial artist. While Chu Zhou was having an existential crisis, he was actually just vibrating with greed. Your monster core will be mine eventually. Suddenly, Yi's gaze turned dead serious. He triggered his echolocation to scan the area. Strange. My life magnetic field can detect energy across the entire realm. But the southeast direction is a complete void. There are absolutely zero living creatures there. It is like a vacuum, he muttered to himself. An anomaly guarantees hidden treasure. The bigger the storm, the better the catch. Without missing a beat, he pointed forward like a battlefield commander. Chu Zhou toward the lake. Chu Zhou followed his commanding gesture. A massive body of water immediately appeared in the distant woods. There really is a lake over there. Let's go check it out. The forest grew eerily quiet. No birds sang. No wind blew. Only their light footsteps echoed across the glowing crimson leaves. He and Chu Zhou advanced swiftly toward the water. Suddenly, his eyes flashed. Up ahead, a very familiar silhouette stood by the dirt path leading to the water's edge. It was Huang Lianglai, the woman who helped him buy his first gene potion. The very first person to say this kid had a bright future. Huang Lianglai spotted him immediately. Her eyes widened before she burst into a surprised laugh. "Well, if it is not our very own top scholar, Yi. I never expected the little kid from back then to become this formidable." Right beside her, a female teammate gasped in pure shock. "Oh my goodness. Huang Lianglai, you actually know, and city's top scholar." Another girl looked up, unable to hide her extreme excitement. "That is right. Hurry up and introduce us." After dominating the monster wave, our top-ranked rookie he looked absolutely legendary. Brushing off the praise, he respectfully approached Senior Huang Lianglai. "Have you guys been here long?" Huang Lianglai offered a gentle nod. "We just arrived. 2 of our best divers are already scouting the lake bottom. They will signal if they find anything." Suddenly, the water surface erupted. A soaking wet scout desperately grabbed the grassy bank, screaming like he had just won the ultimate lottery. "We struck gold. We are rich." Huang Lianglai frowned, demanding answers. "Calm down and explain." The scout practically levitated out of the water with pure joy. "There is an ancient ruin down there, I am absolutely certain. A real ruin. This is our ticket to endless wealth." Huang Lianglai could not hide her intense excitement. "Are you serious? Finally, fate has blessed us with an epic encounter." Standing nearby he raised an eyebrow and whispered to Chu Zhou. "What exactly is a ruin? Why are they acting like they just unlocked a mythical-grade weapon?" Chu Zhou sighed, shifting into his professor mode. "Within these secret realms, there are ancient mysterious structures left behind by fallen civilizations. The awakened community classifies them as ruins. Rumor has it, the entire foundation of modern martial arts and advanced genetic technology originated from artifacts pulled out of these very sites." His eyes lit up with rage and greed. So this realm was not just for grinding mobs, but for hunting ultimate treasure. Suddenly, Victor, a fierce member of Huang Lianglai's squad, glared at them, his hand instinctively gripping his sword hilt. "Who the hell are you? Got a death wish eavesdropping on our guild's private intel?" As killing intent leaked from his blade, Huang Lianglai immediately stepped between them. Stand down, Victor. These two are Yi He and Chu Zhou. They are the champion and runner-up of this year's and City Awakening exams. Their combat power crushes average martial artists. Having them join our raid is a massive advantage. Yi, he narrowed his eyes, radiating main character energy. Exactly, big bro. Keep your aura in check. We were not spying and we can carry our own weight in exploring this dungeon. Victor scoffed, his eyes filled with suspicion. And how do we split the loot, Yi? He shrugged nonchalantly like a seasoned mercenary. We act as your outside support. Distribution based on merit. You get what you earn. Fair and square. Victor analyzed them for a tense moment before slowly nodding. Fine. You are in the party for now. But do not try any sneaky backstabbing. Deep down, he was desperately rationalizing the situation. These top-tier rookies were destined to become elite powerhouses. It was best not to make enemies out of future legends. Moments later, the entire party plunged into the freezing river. The biting cold pierced their skin as visibility dropped to zero. The only guiding beacons were the faint magical lights glowing on their shoulders. Victor took the lead, slicing through the water like an apex predator on the hunt. Finally, they breached the surface inside a massive pitch-black underground cavern. Victor sharply raised his hand, signaling the raid party to halt. His voice echoed with urgency. The ruin entrance is just past this tunnel. But where the hell is Levi? Was he not ordered to guard this checkpoint? A bald guild member wiped the icy water from his face, tossing out a wild theory. Maybe that greedy bastard found an artifact and went rogue to claim it all for himself. Victor instantly whipped out his comms device, shouting into it with mounting panic. Hey, answer me. Levy, report your status. Do you copy, Levy? But the only reply was the dripping of water and a suffocating deathly silence. Huang Lianglai stepped forward, scanning the dark tunnel with absolute caution. Did you guys properly clear this zone? Are there any traces of magical beasts? Victor swallowed hard, a flicker of guilt crossing his face. Levi and I set down bait earlier. Not a single monster showed up. It is like this entire cave was wiped clean. A female party member whispered, trembling with fear. This is way too dangerous. With Levi vanishing without a trace, should we really keep pushing forward? But Victor's eyes burned with blinding greed. To him, this was not a deadly beast's lair. It was an absolute gold mine. We keep going. We have to clear this. Supreme wealth and legendary status are right in front of us. If you hesitate now, you will be trash-tier martial artists for the rest of your lives. Cowards can scram, but if you want to be kings, follow me. His three teammates stayed silent, but their eyes spoke volumes. Death was terrifying, but losing out on supreme treasure was utterly unbearable. Seeing no one backing down, Victor nodded grimly. Then let us march. Huang Lianglai's team pressed deeper into the suffocating abyss. The temperature plummeted drastically. The echoing water drops sounded like a grim countdown to their doom. Suddenly, Victor's flashlight illuminated the muddy ground, revealing something chilling. A fresh set of human footprints. Yi! He narrowed his eyes, his senses flaring with immediate danger. He locked eyes with Chu Zhou, exchanging a silent, tactical conversation. Communicating through pure combat intuition, Yi, he sent a clear message. Something is seriously wrong here. Chu Zhou gave a micro-nod, whispering back, agreed. The timeline makes zero sense. Yi, he glanced at Huang Lianglai leading the formation, his high-tier intellect rapidly piecing the puzzle together. She claimed her guild just arrived at the lake barely 15 minutes ago. Yet they already mapped the cave, navigated the underground passage, and pinpointed the hidden ruin. Yi, he smirked inwardly. It was as if someone had handed them a cheat code with an unlocked minimap. Chu Zhou tilted his head, his gaze sharp as a drawn blade. This is blatantly a death trap. Should we warn your new friends to fall back? But Yi, he simply flashed a sinister, calculating grin. He looked less like a hero and more like the ultimate final boss hiding a devastating secret. Relax. I brought an overpowered trump card. After traversing the claustrophobic darkness, Victor led the raid party into a bizarre chamber. The ceiling was choked with thick, writhing moss hanging down like lifeless hair swaying in a ghostly phantom breeze. Embedded within that sickening green vegetation were countless bleached bones and dull gray monster cores. The entire room radiated the grotesque energy of an ancient mass graveyard. Victor scowled, his voice dropping to a heavy rumble. These are magical cores, but their aura is dead. Something drained their life force completely. He scanned the room, pure dread creeping in. No wonder the lake was completely void of monsters. They were all devoured by whatever lives in here. From behind, Huang Lianglai whispered frantically, Victor, where is the ruin? We made it right. Before he could answer, the female party member raised a trembling finger toward the twisted vines. Her jaw dropped in absolute terror, but her vocal cords completely froze. Instead of an ancient ruin, the horrifying corpse of Levi was strung up like a broken puppet. The demonic vines coiled tightly around him, sucking his body completely dry. His face was frozen in agonizing despair, and the energy cores on him were shattered and drained. The temperature plunged to absolute zero. Huang Lianglei turned deathly pale, reality crashing down. Levi was dead. Victor collapsed to his knees, clutching his head in absolute madness. Where is the ruin? There is no dungeon here. What the hell did we walk into? Where did the relic vanish? As he screamed in pure despair, a grotesque phenomenon erupted right above Victor. Sickening lumps pulsed beneath his scalp like worms crawling under his flesh. He trembled violently, choking out, "Levi, the vines are killing me. I think I am also. Run away." Those were his final words before his head violently exploded. Splash. A sickeningly wet pop echoed out. Gore sprayed everywhere like a twisted, nightmarish firework display. Massive seaweed-like tentacles erupted from his severed neck, writhing like a mutant octopus. Huang Lianglei shrieked in horror. Victor, is he actually infected? Before she could finish, a blinding energy beam blasted through Victor's remaining skull. Or rather, it pierced the parasite controlling his corpse. He lowered his hand, eyes colder than a winter storm. These demonic beasts are shockingly intelligent. After slaughtering 2 martial artists, it hijacked one of their brains, turning the corpse into a puppet to lure even more helpless prey. He scanned the shadows, his voice dropping like a grim eulogy. We blindly walked right into its hunting ground yesterday. Above him, a massive shadow loomed. Through the dense fog, a colossal demonic beast materialized. Its agonizingly long tentacles whipped down violently. They coiled around, blocking every exit. A massive boulder crashed down, sealing the cave entrance completely. Panic erupted. The beast trapped us. It wants us all dead. Shujo took a sharp breath, eyes wide with absolute dread. I have read about this parasitic monster before. It is the demon phantom vine, a stage 2 sovereign class beast. Huang Lianglei broke into a cold sweat, her face draining of color. Sovereign class. That defies standard power scaling. We are only tier 1 martial artists. How can we possibly fight a sovereign beast? But he just smirked, murderous aura blazing in his eyes. I do not care about its rank. I will crush it like cheap tofu. Suddenly, an earth-shattering explosion rocked the entrance. Debris blasted everywhere, dust clouded the air like a chaotic funeral procession. From the rubble, a massive, heavily scarred man stepped forward. Radiating overwhelming aura like a villain stepping out of hell, he roared, I have come for your life. It was none other than Bloodsmoke Wolf, an 8th-tier martial artist. He slowly turned around, his gaze dead flat. Oh, I actually have fans. The towering brute laughed maniacally amidst the lingering dust storm. I heard rumors about the Pine Mountain Hidden Realm. Someone used nuclear radiation to obliterate an entire beast horde. I instantly knew it was you. I tracked your leftover, radioactive footprint. I crawled down into this underground cavern. To avoid your detection, I masked my presence completely, but you still sense me. As expected of a man who pushed the House of Hawk to the brink, he squinted sincerely. Hold on, who are you again, old man? You bust in screaming and demand a deathmatch. Do we even know each other? The honest response almost made the brute cough up blood. Stop playing dumb, I am here for vengeance. Die. He charged like a raging hurricane, fists unleashing pure destruction. Wait, is this the demon phantom vine's lair? Did they bait me into a monster nest? Damn it, he is this part of your trap too. That beast drains aura and spews neurotoxins. If this drags on, I will die in this godforsaken cave. You bastard, you played me, He just stood there, arms casually crossed. So calm it was almost insulting. Old man, your imagination is running wild. We literally just met 5 seconds ago. Across the room, the demonic vines fiercely bound the towering brute. He bellowed, explosive aura erupting from his core. Bastard, I came to kill ye, he not deal with overgrown weeds. Get the hell off me. The devastating clash between him and the beast shook the entire cavern. Massive boulders rained down from the collapsing ceiling. Huang Lianglei screamed in sheer panic. This is bad. The shockwaves are tearing the cave apart. Right then, his commanding voice echoed loudly. Everyone stepped back. They turned to see he activating his primal gorilla form. His body expanded, monstrous muscles bulging with terrifying power. He channeled nuclear energy into his jaw, compressing a blazing sphere of light. He blasted it straight into the ceiling, blowing open a dazzling escape route. Like holding the gates of hell open, he pointed to the fresh exit. Huang Lianglei, take everyone and evacuate right now. But in that exact split second, the brute shredded the parasitic vines, his bloodshot eyes locked onto Yi. You are not escaping. He channeled his life force into a meteor-like punch aimed right at Yi. At that critical moment, freezing sword aura sliced through the air. Chuzhu intercepted the attack, his blade humming with frost. I am right here. You will not touch Yi. Not even a single hair. The brute burst into mocking laughter. You foolish brat, I am an 8th-tier martial artist. You think your paper-thin sword aura can actually scratch me? In that exact microsecond, his voice echoed like the Grim Reaper's scythe. Hey, you noisy old man, where exactly are you looking? A devastating nuclear strike powered by his core reactor smashed directly into his face. The punch carried the sheer weight of a miniature nuclear reactor, cratering him straight into the solid floor. It left a perfectly human-shaped trench like burying an elephant alive in concrete. Yi. He glanced back at Chuzhou, his voice low but absolute. You go on ahead without me. This guy is a high-tier warrior. Fighting him right now is too much of a burden for you. Leave him to me. Without hesitation, the team followed Yi, his orders swimming furiously toward the surface. Meanwhile, the demonic vine behind them went completely berserk, its tentacles thrashing in chaotic rage. It churned the mud and moss, turning the water into a dark fog. It had fully revealed its true form, ready to annihilate everything above the surface. The moment Huang Lianglai reached the shore, she anxiously shouted, "Where is Yi?" Chuzhou remained silent, just staring grimly back at the flooded cavern. Deep below Yi, his nuclear energy was violently surging. Massive shockwaves shattered the bedrock, making the entire subterranean river howl in agony. Amidst the boiling steam, He unlocked an entirely new evolution, the colossal founding titan form. A titanic arm glowing with a menacing metallic sheen breached the raging water's surface. He snatched the bewildered martial artist in a flash. Before the fool could even gasp, he was crushed like a ripe grape. The enemy's paralyzed body turned violently purple, collapsing like a torn ragdoll. The devastating shockwave from that single strike made the entire riverbank violently tremble. Ancient trees snapped and startled birds scattered into the sky. Everyone stumbled through the thick, watery mist, knocked off balance by the terrifying localized earthquake. Chuzhou swore he glimpsed a towering titan silhouette dominating the cave. But in a flash, a phantom vanished, leaving only jagged lightning and swirling dust in its wake. Moments later, He swam back to the shore, his aura completely suppressed. He looked exhausted, dripping wet yet undeniably rugged. Chuzhou rushed over, panicking. Are you okay? He exhaled sharply, gesturing at his ruined state. Toss me some clothes. A few minutes later, they sat by the water. Chuzhou frowned deeply. What the hell was that massive explosion? He replied with a sly, half-serious smirk. That mysterious martial artist had a plasma bomb. He tried to take the ghost vine down with him. Chuzhou's eyes widened. What? A plasma bomb? That is strictly military contraband. How did a rogue hunter get his hands on that? Besides, that blast radius felt way deadlier than standard plasma. And honestly, through that blinding smoke, I swear I saw a colossal giant E. He immediately averted his gaze, a cold bead of sweat rolling down his forehead. Nah, that was just the explosion's shockwave. You were definitely seeing things. Inwardly, he was screaming. Thank the system, I fooled him. Exposing my monster template ability would invite deadly trouble. I went a little overboard earlier. I literally pulverized that rogue martial artist into dust. Zero evidence left. But at least I secured the Ghost Vine's magic core. Definitely worth the trouble. Just then, Huang Lianglai stood up and waved from a distance. We are heading out first. I am so sorry for ruining your raid and making you rescue us. Once you fully recover, our guild will absolutely compensate you. He waved back, flashing a perfectly polite smile. Do not worry about it at all, Senior Huang Lianglai. Consider this clearing the debt from when you helped me out before. If you shower me with rewards now, I will just end up owing you another massive favor. They exchanged a polite but deeply calculated laugh. Once the senior hunters vanished from sight, He and Chuzhou stood shoulder to shoulder. Their friendly smiles faded into dangerously sharp predatory glares. Now the real monstrous hunt begins. Exactly 3 days later, at the exit portal of the Crimson Woods dungeon, a sharp shockwave echoed. He and Chuzhou had officially cleared the zone. The dimensional rift tore through the fabric of space with a deafening screech. They shot out like fired bullets. Hitting the dirt before even dusting their boots, both hunters froze and stared upward. Looming right above them was a freshly constructed military outpost. Dense buildings lined the area, while massive heavy-lift transport choppers buzzed through the sky like busy worker bees. Hold on, we were only inside for 3 days. Chuzhou's jaw practically hit the floor. This was literally a barren wasteland when we entered, and now is a full-blown excavation base. He tilted his head, watching the endless stream of awakened workers swarming like ants. He narrowed his eyes. The United Federation's rapid deployment speed is absolutely terrifying. The duo quickly marched toward the guild's exchange counter. Reaching the desk, he casually slammed a dangerously heavy sack of mana crystals down, making the reinforced counter violently shake. The receptionist jumped in sheer panic, nearly dropping her holographic tablet. Sir, please handle the loot gently. If these precious materials shatter before appraisal, it will heavily impact your final payout. He rubbed the back of his neck with an awkward laugh. My bad. I just have way too much loot. If I go slow, your appraisal team will miss their lunch break. The receptionist twitched an annoyed eyebrow, but quickly forced a flawless professional retail smile. Do not worry, sir, we are certified professionals. Hearing that he let out a relieved sigh. He tapped his glowing spatial ring, raising it high like he was unsealing an ancient vault. Let the unboxing begin. Massive bulging sacks of high-grade mana crystals materialized, stacking up like a miniature fortress wall. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 colossal bags dropped down. With every monstrous sack that materialized, the heavy-duty desk groaned and sagged deeper. The receptionist's face completely lost its color. She wasn't even staring at the glowing crystals anymore. Instead, she stared at He like he was some legendary black market cartel boss. Finally, the very last, absurdly heavy sack slammed onto the groaning table. He dusted off his hands with a satisfied sigh. That is the last one. The trembling receptionist clutched her datapad like it weighed a ton, her voice violently stuttering. Sir, is that everything? He flashed a wicked, devilish grin. It was the smirk of a man who just dumped a dragon's hoard like cheap groceries. Yep, all done. But you really need to speed up the appraisal process. We still have a massive mountain of spiritual herbs to unload. Meanwhile, chaos had completely erupted inside the main trading hall. A massive crowd of hunters swarmed the appraisal desk. Their eyes burned like absolute headlights, utterly blinded by the sheer volume of glowing mana crystals and mythical herbs. He had dumped. Sweet merciful heavens, that is a 7-star leaf and it is easily over 300 years old. That tier is incredibly legendary. Even master alchemists would literally bleed to find just one. Another veteran hunter screamed in pure disbelief. Wait, are you kidding me? A Hexa Harmony flower too. That is the absolute core ingredient for crafting an Aura C elixir. Did this crazy kid just run a normal dungeon or did he raid a literal garden of the gods? An elder stroked his beard, his greedy eyes dripping with raw, unchecked desire. Even if the quality was pure trash, this herbal haul alone is easily worth over 30 million credits, and with psychic-type medicine in such brutal shortage, market bids will absolutely skyrocket. A rookie hunter furiously shook his head, suffocating in raw jealousy. This guy literally became a multi-millionaire overnight. Just then, a battle-scarred veteran clicked his tongue, scoffing at the crowd. You absolute fools, you are all reading this wrong. You think this was blind luck? Securing a mythical botanical haul like that requires absolute ruthless power, not some lucky streak. If you cross a monster like him, you better write your will and drain your life savings immediately. Standing in a distant shadow, he casually crossed his arms. His chilling gaze remained completely indifferent to their pathetic fanboying. Basic white and advanced green beast cores are literally just loose change to me now. Time to liquidate this trash for hard cash. He chuckled softly, mentally reciting his real treasures. 5 pristine green cores from those tier 3 beasts during the monster wave. But the absolute crown jewel is that golden core from the tier 2 king class Ghost Vine. Now that is where the real money is at. A moment later, his smart device chimed. Ding, account credited 27,507,000 Federation credits. The beast core transaction was officially cleared. Now I just need a filthy rich buyer for my divine elixirs. He mentally crunched the numbers while exiting the guild. Suddenly screech. A sleek, aggressively armored black supercar drifted right in front of him, stopping with absolute arrogant perfection. The gull-wing door popped open, revealing an impeccably dressed elder. He flashed a devastatingly friendly smile, but his calculating eyes were sharp, hiding the venomous cunning of an elite merchant. Greetings. You must be he, right? I am Huang Qing Li, the CEO of Phoenix Apothecary. I heard a rumor that you were holding some top-tier merchandise. I am fully prepared to offer 1% above the current market value. He briefly glanced at the old fox as warning sirens violently blared inside his head. Just as he predicted, the guild absolutely leaked his confidential hunter data. Those sly old foxes at the appraisal center definitely set this up. He just shrugged. Whatever. I was planning to sell anyway. Having the cash delivered straight to my door just makes things easier, saves me a trip. The deal was sealed. Li Yuxian nodded with deep satisfaction. He stepped into his luxury car, casting one final look over his shoulder. Next time you score epic loot, call me first. He watched the vehicle fade into the distance. Ding. His phone vibrated. A massive deposit of 7,450,064 yuan hit his account. He smirked. A calculating light flashed in his eyes. With this fortune, boosting my stats by 10% is totally doable. In this awakened world, absolute power is the only truth. Trash tier genes, serums, and basic white cores. Even blue cores are completely useless to me now. He let out a heavy sigh. The monstrous entity inside him was harder to please than a royal bride. Supreme treasures like the blood jade fruit or advanced genetic elixirs. I am not even qualified to look at those yet. Suddenly, a brilliant idea struck him like lightning. He snapped his fingers. That is it. There's another path. Martial arts. But traumatic memories instantly flooded his mind. During the university entrance exams, He had single-handedly crushed Liu Qingzhu and an entire squad of awakened warriors, but that was purely thanks to his overpowered system interface and the terrifying abilities extracted from the broodmother. But my actual combat techniques, I am way behind the senior disciples at the dojo. If he could just master a legendary martial art, his battle prowess would finally be flawless. Striking, while the iron was hot. Yi, he let out a battle cry. Old man Dang, I am coming to raid your absolute best treasures. He blasted off like a human rocket, leaving nothing but a massive dust trail in his wake. Meanwhile, at Anqing High School, inside the dead, silent principal's office, the gentle sound of pouring tea echoed through the room. A steaming cup was freshly brewed. Yet the principal was trembling with absolute excitement, looking at him like a long-lost son. Yi he, my boy, I cannot believe you still remember your humble academy, he cried out emotionally, massaging the student's shoulders as if polishing a priceless national treasure. Yi, he let out a bright laugh. Principal, please do not be so formal. I came back out of pure loyalty and respect. How could I ever forget my roots? You absolutely crushed the National Awakening exams with the highest score. You are the shining pride of Anqing High and a beacon for all academies. The principal was completely ecstatic. He sounded like he was delivering a presidential speech. He popped open a sleek wooden box, revealing a massive ginseng elixir. Sir, this is just a humble medicinal brew from Ping He Apothecary. This is absolutely not a bribe, just a token of my deepest respect for a revered elder. Hearing those sweet words, the principal's eyes blazed like high-beam headlights. Heavens above. Such an unparalleled genius, flawless grades, and a golden character that respects the martial hierarchy. How could anyone not adore this kid? Yi, he chuckled, leaning in closer. Sir, honestly, I came to ask a massive favor today. I desperately need to learn some devastating martial arts, but since my university semester has not started, I cannot access the academy's hidden training resources yet. I have to rely on the elite martial families. Do you have any underground connections? The principal stroked his chin, a bit suspicious. You are already accepted into the prestigious Huadu University. Why not just wait? What is the rush, Yi? His eyes burned with fierce determination, his voice trembling with emotion. Sir, I need to evolve even faster. If I stall now, I will be left in the dust. The principal nodded sagely, like an enlightened grandmaster. Very well, I shall introduce you as an unprecedented prodigy. A supreme talent like you cannot be bound by traditional systems. True mentorship requires ultimate flexibility. We cannot let rigid rules choke out raw potential. Yi, he whispered back as solemn as a blood oath. Your wisdom is boundless, principal. Rules are dead constructs, but martial artists are fully alive. Thank the heavens our academy has a visionary like you leading it. The principal burst into a roaring laugh. Ha ha ha, you certainly have a silver tongue. A smart warrior is truly a priceless gem. The very next day, while Yi, he was showering, his phone suddenly blared. It is arranged. You can head out immediately. The principal's booming voice echoed clearly through the speakerphone. Thank you, sir. By the way, which supreme martial clan actually agreed? A heavy silence fell over the line. Huh. It is the Liu clan of Anqing. Wait, they seriously agreed to pass down their ancient secret arts to me. Meanwhile, on the outskirts of Anqing, a massive heavy-duty motorcycle roared like a mechanical beast. Tearing through the wind, a young punk was speeding along. Behind him sat a girl with stunning sunset blonde hair. Zukai, slow down, I am getting scared, she shrieked. But you are so ridiculously cool. Zukai threw his head back with an arrogant laugh. Piece of cake. You have not even seen 10% of my true power. Suddenly, an icy voice echoed from the void like a divine warning. Hey buddy, do not lose focus while speeding on the deadly highway. One wrong move and your family will be writing your eulogy. The startled couple whipped around. It was Yi, casually pedaling a beat-up bicycle. What the hell is wrong with you? Trying to give us a heart attack? Zukai roared in blazing fury. A rusty piece of junk dares to challenge my speed. He violently twisted the throttle. The armored motorcycle blasted forward like a roaring missile, leaving behind a suffocating cloud of black exhaust. No mere mortal can ever catch up to my tier. Zukai, you are absolutely unmatched. The blonde girl squealed in total adoration. Yi, his lips curled into a dangerously mocking smirk. Oh, really? Let us test that theory. System-activated nuclear aura burst. His rusty bicycle violently surged forward like an awakened dragon. You are way too slow, amateur Yi. He mocked from afar, completely leaving them in the dust like a hurricane sweeping away dead leaves. Zukai and his girl were entirely paralyzed, the shock freezing their expressions. Since when do bicycles break the sound barrier? That was literally jet engine speed. Screech Yi. He casually drifted to a stop before a monstrously massive estate. A majestic Western-style manor loomed before his eyes. The heavy black iron gates screamed absolute luxury. The colossal courtyard looked like a billionaire's paradise. Damn. The legendary Liu clan does not mess around. He stealthily pulsed out a wave of detection aura. Instantly, terrifying hidden force fields pushed back. Several monstrous auras spiked, making his scalp tingle with danger. Scary. These elders are all terrifyingly overpowered. Clank, the massive gates slowly swung open. Liu Qingzhu gracefully stepped out, raising a hand. You finally made it. Yi He flashed a cool smirk, raising an eyebrow. What? Not thrilled to see your rival? Liu Qingzhu's cheeks flushed crimson, stammering nervously. And no, it is not that. My mother ordered me to escort you inside. Follow me, she's waiting. Yi fell into step beside her. Together, they navigated the breathtakingly enormous estate grounds. Uniformed servants were meticulously tending to the exotic spiritual plants. Peak aristocratic vibes. Stepping into the grand hall, Qingzhu finally raised her voice. Mother Yi, he has officially arrived. Click, click, click. The sharp echo of high heels struck the polished marble. Descending the grand staircase was a breathtakingly elegant woman, flowing platinum hair, striking crimson lips, and an impossibly flawless figure. Her overwhelming matriarchal aura practically forced people to bow in reverence. Welcome, young man. Her tone was incredibly warm yet dripped with absolute authority. This was Qin Lan, the supreme head of the Liu clan. The moment he laid eyes on her, his blood violently boiled. Steam practically exploded from his nose. Staring at her devastating beauty, only one legendary thought echoed in his mind. Oh Lord Cao Cao, I finally understand your profound wisdom. Rewinding slightly to the aftermath of the combat exams. Having suffered a crushing defeat, Liu Qingzhu had to face her incredibly strict mother. The crushing weight of immense expectations hung heavy in the air. A suffocating dead silence stretched between them for what felt like an eternity. Not a single word was spared. Unable to bear the pressure, Qingzhu's heart-wrenching gaze met her mother's. Mother, her gorgeous face completely crumbled utterly on the verge of devastated tears. However, completely shattering Qingzhu's worst nightmares. Qingzhu's mother gently waved her hand, dismissing the concern with elegant grace. On the glowing screen, the matriarch of the Liu family revealed her true thoughts. I watched your duel with that boy Yihe live. You fought with absolute brilliance. His monstrous power makes him a dark horse even in the capital exams. Do not blame yourself. Qingzhu was stunned. Her mother wasn't disappointed at all. Speechless Qingzhu stood trembling. Despite the comfort, an overwhelming sense of guilt washed over her for being too weak. The matriarch rose to her feet, her aura shifting to dead serious. She unveiled her master plan for their family's fate. Your younger brother's talent is strictly limited. He can never lead this clan. In your generation, the entire weight of the Liu family rests solely on your shoulders. She stepped closer, gently stroking her daughter's face. Looking deeply at the flawless beauty she had brought into this world, she whispered softly, but you are a woman, and far too beautiful. Then the brutal reality of their clan was laid bare. Your father died young. Now we lack even a single grandmaster to shield us. Our power is crumbling rapidly, forcing us to hide in this tiny city. If a massive clan demands your hand in marriage, we literally have no power to refuse. Our 100-year legacy would be swallowed whole, handed over on a silver platter to absolute strangers. Therefore, I want the two of you to be together. What do you say? The truth struck Qingzhu like lightning. She never saw this coming. Her cheeks flushed bright red, her heart racing like a drum. The matriarch then broke down her strategic analysis of the unstoppable Yihe. Yihe possesses heaven-defying talent, a clean background, and literally limitless potential. From my observation, he doesn't have a wicked bone in his body. You don't need to answer right away. Just try spending time with him first. Back in the present, Yi had already stepped into the magnificent Liu estate. He stood face to face with the queen-like matriarch. Spotting him, she approached with a dazzling smile, warmly welcoming him to their territory. Yi awkwardly bowed his head in deep respect. Ahem. Greetings, auntie. I brought a small gift. Surprisingly, the young monster had some serious manners. Bringing presents to the Liu family, he was clearly trying to score some massive brownie points. Cutting the small talk, the matriarch zeroed in on his real purpose. I heard the principal say you want to study some advanced martial arts. Yi even nodded with bizarrely good behavior. Yes, ma'am. She immediately ordered Qingzhu to guide him. This caught Yihe completely off guard. He peeked up, his mind racing. Why did she agree so easily? The matriarch acted perfectly natural. Stepping closer, she deliberately set up the ultimate private date. Qingzhu will escort you to our martial pavilion. The sacred techniques inside cannot leave this absolute domain. Therefore, you only have exactly 24 hours to learn. Her gaze shifted, locking onto him with terrifying, undeniable authority. Deep within lies 3 legendary Earth-grade martial skills. Grasping them depends entirely on your own monstrous potential. Receiving the absolute permission of the head, Yihe offered his most profound thanks. Cupping his hands and bowing deeply, I sincerely thank the Liu family. As he turned away, she cast a deeply calculating look. She analyzed his every move, thinking silently, thanking the family, not just me, Qin Lan. It seems he's made a massive unspoken promise to our entire clan. Yihe, our future relies on you fulfilling that destiny. A wildly satisfied smile painted her face as she watched the young powerhouse. Such a brilliantly sharp kid. The more I look, the more perfect he seems. Meanwhile, Yihe was utterly confused.
He literally couldn't figure out why this majestic woman was acting so weird. Why does her gaze feel so intensely predatory?
Qingzhu caught her mother's strange vibe but didn't dare say a word. Soon she led Yi He toward the martial pavilion down a seriously dark, imposing underground tunnel. Qingzhu nervously led the way while Yi He shadowed her delicate pale figure. Suddenly, he stopped dead in his tracks and asked, "Hey, classmate Qingzhu, why does it feel like you're desperately avoiding my eyes?" That direct hit completely shattered her composure. Startled, she didn't even dare turn around. I am not. But the absolute menace, Yi He leaned right in, smirking dangerously. Is that so? This heart-racing proximity instantly turned her cheeks the color of pure fire. Flustered beyond words, she frantically stumbled back to create some safe distance. Panicking, she yelled out, "What the heck are you getting so close for?" Yi just burst into arrogant, teasing laughter. Moments later, they arrived before the grand secret chamber. A ridiculously massive stone door blocked their path, towering over them both. Regaining her cool, Qingzhu explained, "This gate is forged from force-nullifying stone, a rare material from a hidden realm. It can effortlessly absorb attacks from a mystic martial master, without a single scratch." Yi's battle junkie instincts instantly flared up. "Can I try punching it?" Qingzhu confidently fired back, "Be my guest." But her face suddenly paled. Her mind spun in absolute chaos. This guy is crazy. Shouldn't he be marveling at the stone's legendary durability right now? Getting the green light, Yi He instantly channeled explosive energy into his palm. That devastating familiar blue aura erupted. Clenching his fist, he unleashed terrifying raw power. Having witnessed the pure nightmare of his strikes in the arena, Qingzhu's eyes widened in absolute horror the second he dropped into his battle stance. That terrifying blue light again, traumatic memories flooded her mind. She spun around, shutting her eyes tight. Meanwhile, his supreme energy had reached maximum capacity. Yi He unleashed a devastating right hook straight into the impenetrable gate. The explosive shockwave from his strike sent violent tremors ripping through the entire underground tunnel. It should have been an earth-shattering blow capable of collapsing the whole structure. But the exact second his fist made contact, that monstrous energy simply vanished. A painfully awkward silence instantly filled the air. Catching this rare, embarrassing moment, Qingzhu giggled softly behind her hand while Yi He stared in absolute disbelief. Zero reaction. How bizarre. Punching that stone wall felt exactly like striking the boundless ocean. Over 90% of his lethal force was instantly swallowed up. Qingzhu was dying of laughter in the background. "Let's go. Time to pick your martial arts," she smugly cheered in her mind. Hee, even the almighty Yi He can take an L. The heavy doors were finally unlocked by the young miss. Stepping inside the grand secret chamber, they found endless shelves packed with ancient martial scrolls. Qingzhu proudly began the grand tour. "Our martial arts cover footwork, defense, body tempering, and swordplay," she explained softly. "Which path will you choose? Just use your personal ID card to unlock the access rights." He immediately asked, "Where are the Mystic Emperor rank skills?" She led him away. They arrived at a high-tech security terminal. "Even the deepest part of the stone chamber requires clearance," she warned him. Her tone grew serious as she warned Yi. "You cannot comprehend Mystic Emperor's skills in a single day. At best, you will only scratch the surface. My mother giving you this high-level access might actually backfire. Let me pick out some substitute techniques that are slightly lower in rank. Skills that actually suit your level." "Here she goes again, Yi." He playfully hopped over to Qingzhu, ready to tease her. "Are you worried about me?" he smirked. Her face flushed red with irritation. Suppressing her anger, she pointed forward, refusing to argue with this idiot. "Yi," he coughed smoothly. "No need to worry about me. I know my limits. If I am going to learn, I am taking the absolute best. If I lack the guts to face a Mystic Emperor skill, I might as well go home." He then noticed the entrance. "Is this door made of black, nullifying stone?" Qingzhu slowly entered the password. "The Supreme Martial Arts Vault requires ultimate security. This pure black nullifying stone is incredibly rare." The heavy mechanical vault doors finally clicked open, granting Yi full access. Their long shadows stretched across the ancient stone floor. Qingzhu continued her explanation. "My great-grandfather spent his entire life collecting enough nullifying stone to build these massive black walls. Inside stood towering gold-plated containment safes, each heavily reinforced. One specific vault bore an ominous engraved title, the demonic flesh prison." Breaking the silence, Qingzhu explained, "Learning these supreme skills is not about reading. You must physically absorb the ancient creator's martial intent. If your natural attributes clash with the core essence of the technique, mastering this Mystic Emperor skill will be entirely impossible. In short, supreme martial arts are alive. You do not choose the skill chooses you." Hearing this, Yi grinned with excitement. He burst into arrogant laughter. "Perfect. The demonic flesh prison, I am the chosen one destined for this exact martial art." The heavy containment vault hissed open. Standing with his hands casually in his pockets, he looked even more intimidating than the relic inside. His eyes glowed with anticipation, but suddenly his confident smirk vanished, replaced by trembling disbelief. Wait, the supreme martial art is not a book, but a statue. Looming before him was a grotesque sculpture of a mutated demon sitting menacingly upon a pile of decaying corpses. Its stone foot ruthlessly crushed the skulls of its victims. Seeing this horrifying monument he completely froze in absolute shock. The moment the vault opened, a powerful force dragged his consciousness straight into a terrifying illusion. Panic set in as he looked around. Right behind him stood a twisted bodhisattva statue possessing the terrifying face of an evil spirit and missing an entire arm. He whipped his head around. He stared at the demonic carving with heavy caution. Is this the martial intent resonance they mentioned? Did my soul just enter the skills realm? So supreme rank techniques are sculpted, not written. Qingzhu immediately clarified his confusion. It is not limited to just stone carvings. It can be a painting, a weapon, or any object capable of holding martial aura. That is the true miracle of a grandmaster. Hearing her voice he snapped back to reality. She met his gaze with intense seriousness. Only a true grandmaster possesses the power to condense their martial path and bind it into a physical vessel. This ensures their ultimate legacy is perfectly passed down to future generations. With that, Qingzhu coldly turned away, leaving him with one final warning. From here on out, you are completely on your own. He panicked. On my own, boss lady, you haven't even told me how to properly train with this thing. But Qingzhu simply cast a mysterious glance over her shoulder, sensing the aura depends purely on your destiny. Her vague words only confused him further. He stood there completely dumbfounded. Switching instantly to lazy mode he shamelessly flopped flat onto his back against the cold floor. So it's all about destiny, right? Guess I will just take a quick nap and see what happens. Meanwhile, inside the surveillance room, Qingzhu facepalmed at his ridiculous attitude, fuming with absolute rage. Only a shameless fool like you would do this. Back on the floor, he was deeply immersed in thought. His mind raced as he analyzed his inner self. Is this martial realm actually a spiritual dimension? Right now, my body holds zero combat aura. I can't even unleash my nuclear-level strikes. It feels like I have reverted back to a completely powerless ordinary human. Suddenly, the familiar system interface flashed before his eyes. Host's consciousness detected inside a special dimension, initiating psychological protection protocols to prevent mental collapse. The system will now fortify the host's mental fortitude. Reading this, he breathed a huge sigh of relief. Thank God for cheat abilities. Suddenly, above the statue's severed arm, a towering spectral figure materialized, looking exactly like the demonic carving. He stood proudly, his booming laughter echoing loudly. Ha ha ha, my supreme martial legacy. Only a true man is worthy of inheriting my power, otherwise I would rather let it rot beneath the earth. He stared in sheer disbelief at the dominant phantom. The specter smirked, his eyes glowing with a terrifying blood-red light as he challenged him. Brat, prove to me that you have the soul of a true warrior. His jaw dropped in absolute horror and astonishment. This phantom was identical to the grotesque sculpture. Suddenly, a deafening crack of dark lightning split the air between them. The ancient master declared loudly, "When the storm of thunder and rain collides, the 100 night demons will march. You must stand guard over these ruins in my place. Never let the evil spirits corrupt the statue of the suffering bodhisattva. Defend it, and I will grant you my legendary power. But if you fail, the demons will devour your sanity until you go entirely mad. Your martial path will end here. If you are too weak, then run away while you still can." A single chilling drop of water fell from the invisible ceiling, landing squarely on He's nose. He looked up with a fearless smirk. So the rain has started. Inside the secret vault, heavy raindrops began to fall. The trial had officially begun. As the storm roared to life, he gripped his glowing blade tightly. Pushing his aura into the weapon, a swarm of shadowy monsters materialized. Their crimson eyes pierced the darkness as they lunged straight for Yet he did not take a single step back. His expression remained dead, cold, staring down the incoming wave of death without a shred of fear. Calming his racing heart, he watched the grotesque shadows close in. The brilliant light of his aura blade cut through the pouring rain. Taking a perfect combat stance, he braced for the ultimate impact. With a single flawless swing, his blade cleaved through the first shadow. The beast split right down the middle. His movements were brutal and precise. Another devastating slash followed, releasing a blinding shockwave of raw power. He fought like a heartless machine. Amidst the raging storm, he commanded the battlefield with absolute dominance, his stance completely unshakable. Looking up at the stormy sky, that trademark cocky smirk returned. He knew this trial was rigged. You could not fight 100 demons empty-handed. There had to be hidden items. The demonic aura was overwhelmingly thick. His strikes barely scratched the horde as massive shadowy arms mutated and lunged. He instantly launched himself into the air. He soared through the roaring tempest, dodging between blinding flashes of lightning. He moved like a deadly dancer on a bloody stage. Every swing sliced a path of destruction. The thrill of the massacre pushed his battle madness even further. From the rooftop above, a mysterious master watched with a wicked smirk. These 100 demons carry my very own aura, he thought. For a mere martial apprentice to step outside the safe zone, that is just begging for a gruesome death. It looks like this new challenger is just another piece of trash. The new generation is truly pathetic. But down below Yi, he was still unleashing an endless storm of slashes. The grotesque tide of darkness completely surrounded him, yet with every swing his power multiplied. The harder he fought, the fiercer they swarmed. I usually have to collect their mangled corpses myself, the old master muttered. Suddenly, a vile shadow leaped at Yi from behind. Its massive jaws opened wide to devour him. But you do not mess with the top academy genius Yi. He casually sidestepped the lethal strike, leaving the shadow demon grabbing nothing but empty air. Failing its ambush, the beast hissed in pure rage. The old master, who just called him weak, felt his eyes widen in absolute shock. What the demon horde cannot even touch him. Standing drenched in the freezing rain, he realized something incredible. Looking down at his glowing hands, he grinned. In this mental space, the system automatically shields me. I am literally untouchable. It does not get any better than this, Yi. He burst into maniacal laughter. Talk about a massive power hack. Does this mean I have an invincible golden body? Ha ha ha. From the roof, the master watched in horror. Yi. He was massacring the demon horde with absolute insanity. The kid's battle madness was completely off the charts. He had clearly misjudged this monster of a rookie. The old master tilted his head, his face twisting into deep, utter confusion. Unbelievable, how is this brat immune to my demonic aura? Just who is this kid? Thanks to the system, Yi. He heard his thoughts loud and clear. Looking up at the hidden master Yi, he gave a cocky smirk. It is nothing special, just 100 push-ups a day. Hearing this, absolute disrespect. The shadow beasts realized they were messing with an apex predator. They instantly backed away in terror. The mysterious master hiding within the statue could not help but speak up. Well said, you arrogant brat. Since you have crushed my demon horde, I shall grant you my ultimate legacy, but only if you have the guts to claim it. Standing victorious in the pouring rain, Yi had conquered the first deadly trial. Suddenly, the massive stone statue shattered apart, revealing a hidden mysterious well. Sacred rubble scattered across the wet ground. From deep within the ancient well, an eerie glowing energy pulsed upward. He stepped to the edge, peering into the glowing abyss. The master's booming voice echoed, "This well holds a lifetime of my concentrated demonic aura. The ultimate demonic flesh art lies at the bottom, if you can survive refining it." Before the old man could even finish his warning, he instantly swan-dived into the pit. Hesitation was simply not in his vocabulary. The ancient master was utterly speechless, not knowing whether to be furious or totally impressed. Excellent, truly magnificent. I have never seen a rookie with such absolute madness. It brings me back to my own golden era. When I conquered an S-rank dungeon as a legendary hero, my glory came from the demonic flesh art, and my tragic downfall was caused by it too. As my vitality faded with age, the suppressed inner demons violently revolted. They corrupted my soul, dragging me into pure darkness. I became a monster slaughtering everyone I loved. To stop the absolute carnage, I had no choice but to end my own miserable life. With my dying breath, I sealed my cursed soul and demonic aura into this statue. Even though a full century has passed, and the corruptive power has faded significantly, it will still instantly vaporize an ordinary martial artist, but if you can tame this absolute evil, you will unlock limitless potential on the demonic path. Meanwhile, back in the secure observation room, Liu Qingzhu and her mother were watching Yi, his every single move, not missing a single heartbeat. Suddenly, the biometric readings spiked wildly. Liu Qingzhu gasped in horror, her heart racing for his safety. On the monitors, he was thrashing on the testing floor. A volatile dark aura exploded from his body. As he violently convulsed, Liu Qingzhu screamed out, "Mom, what is happening to him?" The two women stared frozen at the massive display screen. His vital signs were dropping into the danger zone. Liu Qingzhu bit her lip, terrified out of her mind. She could not look away for even a split second. Just moments ago, he was smiling in his sleep, like he was having the best dream ever. But now he was coughing up blood and shivering. Liu Qingzhu's mother, however, just calmly took a drag from her cigarette. "This legendary Tier 3 martial art. Your grandfather found it by pure luck before he passed. Even with his mighty grandmaster rank, he failed to master it. He was violently blasted back by the statue's martial aura, suffering severe internal injuries. Since that dark day, no one in the Liu family could master this legendary technique." Qingzhu was hearing this dark secret for the very first time. She spun around in pure shock. Madame Liu's gaze hardened as she continued. "Extraordinary power demands an extraordinary price. It is a burden no ordinary human can survive." Hearing this, the young lady's beautiful eyes widened in realization. A heavy, dead, serious expression washed over her face. To wear the crown, one must bear its crushing weight. He chose to inherit this monstrous martial art, so he alone must face the agonizing consequences. Meanwhile, deep inside the secret chamber, he casually woke up from a nap. He sat up, stretched his arms, and let out a massive, satisfying yawn. The mother and daughter watched this ridiculous scene in total silence. Seeing his completely laid-back attitude, Qingzhu forced an awkward smile. "Mom, I do not think his training is as life-threatening as you described." Madame Liu was left completely speechless by his clueless expression. Inside the chamber, the impossible trial was already finished. He stood tall and respectfully bowed before the ancient statue. Suddenly, a majestic aura erupted from the stone. He lowered his head and spoke with deep reverence. "Thank you for passing down this power, senior." The ancient soul, hidden within the stone, gazed at him with ultimate pride. "Kid, you are the most monstrous genius I have ever encountered. Perhaps you are the one destined to uncover the realm's true secret, a destiny that we, your predecessors, failed to fulfill. I leave this heavy burden to you." But behind his respectful posture, he was secretly hiding a massive smirk. He chuckled inwardly. "You have got it all wrong, old man. I am literally just using a cheat system." He then cracked his knuckles, warming up his newly awakened body. A terrifying explosive aura violently erupted around him. "Flesh of a prisoner, body of an Asura, he declared. "Even though my system stats have not gone up, this legendary martial art has completely doubled my combat power." Suddenly, the heavy doors burst open. Qingzhu and her mother rushed inside. Madame Liu sprinted as fast as she could, frantically lifting her elegant dress. "Did you actually master it?" Qingzhu gasped for air, totally bewildered. Seeing the two gorgeous women panic, He offered a friendly greeting, barely holding back his smug laughter. Putting on an incredibly cocky face before the beauties, he declared, "That is right, the technique is mine." Madame Liu had rushed in with such intense momentum that her chest was heaving wildly from the sprint. Panting heavily, she stared at him in absolute disbelief. How is this even possible? Even with Qingzhu's heaven-defying talent, just grasping the basics of a legendary art would take 7 sleepless days inside the martial aura dimension. But did you even spend an hour in there? You literally took a nap and mastered it. Standing nearby, Qingzhu stared at He in deep thought, seeing his absolutely relaxed and untroubled vibe. Her heart felt a mix of pure frustration and overwhelming awe. The world calls me an unmatched prodigy, but the true monster was hiding right here. Faced with Madame Liu's frantic questioning, he decided to turn up the swagger. He tilted his chin up, flashed an arrogant smirk, and scoffed. "Since you clearly cannot believe it, let me give you a little demonstration." Without warning, he tensed his entire body. He spread his arms wide and lowered his stance. Multiple layers of pure dominating aura violently wrapped around him, radiating a devastating energy. "This is the killing intent I extracted from the martial dimension. To put it in gamer terms, it is like a high-level buff. I can infuse this dark aura directly into my weapons, upgrading their destructive power to an absolute nightmare." With that, he threw a devastating phantom punch, unleashing a shockwave of concentrated power right before their eyes. As he tightly clenched his fist, blinding light pulsed through his bulging veins. His strength had experienced a god-tier evolution. Qingzhu was completely mesmerized by his dominant display. Her eyes locked onto him, completely captivated. Such an overwhelming presence, I can almost hear the terrifying screams of demons echoing from that aura. So this is the legendary killing intent he mentioned. Meanwhile, Madame Liu was completely love-struck on the spot. She gazed at him with burning passion and called out sweetly, "Oh you are simply incredible." Pressing her hands against her flushed cheeks, Madame Liu looked like a teenager experiencing her first crush. His raw masculine power had completely won her over. Seeing the older woman fangirling so hard, he felt a chill run down his spine. He nervously gulped. "Madam, your daughter is literally standing right there. Can you tone it down? I really do not want to become a gold-digging son-in-law." Snapping out of her daze, Qingzhu stepped closer. Since you instantly conquered one legendary technique, do you want to attempt the other too? You still have an entire 24 hours left." Watching her daughter practically orbit around Madame Liu facepalmed and sighed inwardly. "Oh, my silly sweet daughter. Are you playing dumb, or are you actually this blind? You claim you do not want to be with him, but you are literally handing our family's greatest legacy right to him. Even if we are aggressively investing in him as our future son-in-law, you cannot just give away the entire Liu family fortune on a silver platter." But to everyone's surprise, he gave a blunt response. "No need, Qingzhu. Just digesting this single legendary technique will take me a very long time. I will not be learning anything else today." He then turned to Madame Liu with a polite nod. "Auntie, I am actually pretty exhausted and I have some personal family business to handle." Hearing his mature response, she rubbed her chin in agreement. She nodded with genuine care and immediately gave an order. "All right then, Qingzhu, escort our dear Yi home. The butler mentioned you arrived on a public bicycle. Do you know how to drive, boy? Go pick any luxury car from our garage. It will make your commute much easier." Hearing this generous offer, a sudden memory flashed in his mind about 2 arrogant punks on the road. "Now that you mention it, on my way here I saw someone riding a ridiculously cool sports motorcycle. It was an absolute beast." His eyes lit up as he eagerly asked, Auntie, do you happen to have any sport bikes around here? Madame Liu beamed with extreme enthusiasm. Of course we do. You like motorcycles, yee. That perfectly matches the hobby of my useless, reckless son. It is settled, then I am gifting you his absolute best, most prized motorcycle. Meanwhile, strolling casually through the Grand Liu family estate was that very same useless son she just roasted. The arrogant young master strutted forward, muttering under his breath. Butler Han just told me that my mother practically recruited a live-in son-in-law. I need to see what kind of trash thinks he is worthy. My sister is the ultimate genius beauty of Incity, a once-in-a-century goddess. Any random street dog is not worthy of her. Talk about fate having a twisted sense of humor. The arrogant punk who tried to race he earlier on the street was actually the young master of this very house. He gritted his teeth in sheer annoyance. That annoying peasant on the rental bike earlier totally humiliated me. He scared my new girlfriend away. If I ever see his ugly face again. Speak of the devil. Before he could finish his threat, he zoomed right past him on a roaring superbike. The rich kid froze in his tracks, his brain completely short-circuiting. His face twisted in sheer, unadulterated horror as he stared at the fading tail lights. Wait a damn minute. Was not that the same broke loser from the rental bike? Night fell over his apartment. The luxury card he just received sat outside. On his table, a bowl held a glowing beast core. He even prepared soy sauce and wasabi. Swallowing that core, raw last time, he muttered, tasted absolutely garbage. He eagerly grabbed his chopsticks. With a wicked grin, he picked it up. Let's add some soul spice to this. He dipped the beast core and popped it in his mouth like premium sushi. First up, this green one. The system immediately chimed. Host hey. Overall physique 23.8. Berserker Gorilla form compatibility 21%. Colossal Titan form compatibility 85%. Available points 0. His body was practically bursting with raw, unbridled energy. Checking his stats, he smirked. My attributes went up. I can add more points. Back at Red Mountain Dungeon, I used the colossal form. I was 50 meters tall then. Huge against normal beasts, but compared to those mountain-sized mystical entities there, I was basically an ant. Tapping the system interface, he frowned. I need to get way bigger. He dumped all his points into the Titan form. Then he consumed his Stage 2 Golden Demon Vine core. Instantly, his body reacted. A terrifying aura erupted from him, losing all control. He let the overwhelming power violently surge out of his flesh. System alert: Berserker Gorilla form has absorbed plant-based DNA, triggering a rare mutation. Does the host wish to cancel this mutation? Yes or no? Reading this, his eyes widened in sheer disbelief. He was completely stunned. A mutation. Standing there completely shirtless, his muscles had evolved into a ridiculously shredded godlike physique. He looked down, analyzing the situation. Mutation means my form changes attributes. If it's a positive buff, great. But if it's a debuff, that's literally reverse evolution. After a tense moment, slammed the console. Screw it, let's gamble. Go big or go home. The system suddenly flashed. Congratulations, host has unlocked an S-rank isotope model. Instantly, a blinding light exploded. A massive spiked gorilla phantom materialized before him. He stared up, his jaw hitting the floor. He completely lost his mind. The system updated. At 100% compatibility, the gorilla has a 2% chance to awaken as the Star Emperor Gorilla. Star Emperor Gorilla. Just the name sounds insanely overpowered. He grinned, clenching his fists. But I need max compatibility first. Looks like I need to power level fast. Suddenly, a massive explosion shook the door. His leveling plans were brutally interrupted by the shockwave. He whipped around, his guard instantly up. Glaring toward the fiery blast, he growled, "What the hell is going on?" A terrorist attack. Down on the streets, tactical SWAT teams and armored police cruisers were swarming the area in dead seriousness. The midnight silence was shattered by their operation. Lock down all escape routes. Do not let them slip away. Search everywhere. Leave no blind spots. The street chaos caught his full attention, but then, a sudden knock echoed from his own front door. He turned cautiously. Who the hell would be looking for him at this ungodly hour? He stared at the door, his mind racing with suspicion. He quickly calculated the odds. The original owner of this body was a total loner. No friends would visit now. And I definitely didn't order takeout. So who exactly is out there? The noise came from the front, but suddenly a woman's shadow silently dropped right outside his back window. She wore a sleek, skin-tight nano suit that perfectly hugged every dangerous curve of her body. Her movements were terrifyingly smooth, like a cybernetic battle goddess. He glared back at her. Do you have any idea whose place this is, lady? Through the glass, her cold, chilling voice replied. Well, aren't you an interesting little guy? She teased, her eyes, scanning he. Big sis just needed a place to hide something. I was going to wipe your memory nicely. But since you caught me, I'll have to show you some real pain. Be a good boy and don't run. He didn't even flinch. He just gave her a look of pure disgust. Turning away, he sighed, whatever. I still have plenty of savings. I guess I can just buy another apartment. The assassin blinked in total confusion. What the hell are you babbling about? Suddenly, Yi spun around, channeling his inner martial arts legend. He pointed directly at her with absolute swagger. Listen closely. You're about to become System XB. Down on the chaotic streets below, Yi, he's building a lone rogue, was clashing violently with the police force. An elite officer charged straight at him. The two collided in a brutal exchange of blows, unleashing terrifying shockwaves of aura. This mysterious man was taking on an entire tactical squad solo, and he didn't look scared in the slightest. I spot a weakness, an officer yelled. He dropped his guard. The squad captain instantly barked the command. Take him down now. The rogue staggered backward. The four officers were already panting, pushed to their absolute limits. Blood dripped from the rogue's twisted smirk. Despite his heavily wounded eye, he glared arrogantly at the law enforcement. Speaking into his comms, he grunted, Maya, get that golden gene out of here. Whatever it takes. Carter's gonna draw all their fire. He flexed his battered muscles, erupting in a blinding flash of energy. He roared into the night. Come, get some, you federal dogs. Trading my life for yours is a total steal. He immediately triggered a forbidden blood-burning art. Meanwhile, back at Yi's window, where the assassin was confidently perched, a colossal blinding beam of destructive energy blasted straight out. Carter hadn't even finished his epic speech before the massive explosion above made him flinch. A devastating surge of energy crashed down from the heavens. Zhu Yi barely dodged the lethal strike, his entire body trembling in absolute terror. Another enemy. The impact shattered the earth into dust. As the thick smoke cleared, the silhouette of the mysterious woman revealed itself. Her body was covered in brutal gashes as she desperately struggled to stand. Zhu Yi scrambled backward and screamed out, Hey Yi Mei, where's your legendary white combat armor? You look completely roasted. I risked my neck to cover your escape, yet you crawl back here looking like a burnt crisp. Suddenly, Yi Mei's eyes widened with overwhelming dread. She urgently whispered through her tactical earpiece, warning Zhu Yi of the impending danger. Zhu Yi, the item is secured. We need to fall back now. Instantly, a massive explosion erupted right behind the trailing officers. The blast sent them reeling as they desperately shielded themselves. Spotting a shifting manhole cover nearby, the duo dove into the dark sewers to escape. The scene shifts to a decaying abandoned apartment complex. Shadows consume the empty halls as Yi Mei and Zhu Yi sprinted into the desolate wasteland. Gasping for air, they finally collapsed. Catching her breath, Yi Mei let her guard down and spoke to her partner with a heavy sigh of relief. We finally lost those persistent hounds. Zhu Yi looked up, completely mesmerized by the flawless recovery of her reinforced tactical battle suit, uttering in absolute awe. Nano armor truly is legendary. It healed that devastating damage instantly. But little did they know he had already tracked them to this very spot. Heavy footsteps echoed through the shadows, followed by a chillingly calm voice. Hey gorgeous, you still have not explained why you boldly crashed into my domain. He materialized like a lethal phantom. He had hunted them down with terrifying precision, ready to execute his ruthless judgment. With a piercing glare and his signature smirk, he mocked them. You made a fatal miscalculation. You thought you picked an easy target, but you awakened a monster. His overwhelming aura merged with the suffocating darkness. As a reward for invading my sanctuary, I will thoroughly enjoy breaking you both into pieces. Sensing the murderous intent radiating from Zhu Yi's jaw dropped. His eyes bulged with rage as he desperately shrieked at the imposing hunter. How did you track us, Yi? His smirk twisted into a sinister grin. The lingering nuclear radiation on Yi Mei's body made her a glowing beacon. Finding you was effortlessly simple. Ignoring Zhu Yi's panic, he lowered his voice to a deadly whisper. If you want to fight, save your breath. Surging with tyrannical power, he channeled chaotic energy into his right arm and blitzed forward Yi. He unleashed a brutal strike, roaring out, You will be the perfect test dummy for my demon crusher physique. Crushed by the oppressive gravity of the attack, Zhu Yi scrambled backward. Desperation took over as he crossed his arms, frantically trying to block the incoming doom. No, this cannot be happening, he thought in absolute terror. Showing zero mercy, he delivered an earth-shattering blow straight into Zhu Yi's pathetic defense. The sheer kinetic force was so legendary that it bypassed his block entirely. The impact tore through his body like a raging, unstoppable dragon. The devastating energy completely swallowed him whole. The entire sector quaked, violently ravaged by the overwhelming shockwave of his mere experimental punch. Zhu Yi's defenses were instantly vaporized. Paralyzed by excruciating agony, his jaw fell open as a massive spray of crimson blood erupted from his mouth. But the nightmare was far from over. With a chillingly emotionless expression, he clenched his left fist, condensing an even more terrifying vortex of energy. He prepared to unleash another catastrophic strike. Boom, boom, boom. Zhu Yi was already on the verge of death, yet he ruthlessly launched a second devastating attack. This ruthless blow launched his broken body straight into the concrete wall. A violent energy field erupted, leaving his physical form completely shattered and ruined. Yi, he merely stood there, his lethal fists still clenched tight. Witnessing this sheer brutality, Yi Mei froze in absolute horror as her teammate faced certain destruction. Even with her fully regenerated combat armor, her confidence had completely evaporated. She stared up at the monster before her, paralyzed by overwhelming soul-crushing dread. She stammered out in disbelief, "Good heavens, that skill is beyond monstrous. Tell me what legendary master taught you such terrifying martial arts?" Zhu Yi remained completely motionless, slumping against the rubble in total defeat. Standing tall and unbothered before the trembling girl Yi, he waved casually and laughed out loud. "I am the sole inheritor of the legendary gorilla lineage." Yi Mei's brain short-circuited for a moment. Utterly confused by the bizarre claim, she kept her mouth firmly shut. A gorilla lineage, she thought to herself. I have never heard of such power. Who knew this pathetic little city was hiding a dormant dragon? But suddenly, a roar of sheer willpower erupted from the debris. Zhu Yi fiercely screamed, "You arrogant brat, do not celebrate your victory just yet." Surprised by the sudden outburst, Yi glanced backward. A deafening, monstrous roar shook the very heavens. Like any high-tier awakened warrior, Zhu Yi refused to die easily. In an instant, his aura exploded as he fully awakened his class power. The colossal phantom of a mutated demon rhino materialized menacingly right behind his battered body. Driven completely insane by the humiliating defeat, he unleashed his blazing wrath. He roared at the top of his lungs, "I am a stage 6 martial warrior. I am not some weak apprentice you can easily trample over." Pushed to the absolute brink, Zhu Yi finally activated his ultimate, desperately hidden trump card. He viciously stomped his massive beast-like foot, causing the entire foundation to fracture. With each thunderous step, the enraged behemoth charged straight toward Yi, to claim blood. His physical form underwent a grotesque mutation. Thick armored rhino horns erupted down his spine as explosive, scorching energy radiated violently from his newly transformed monster physique. The beast barreled forward like a runaway freight train, yet he stood perfectly still, his hands resting by his side, waiting calmly for the impending impact. Witnessing this pathetic opponent finally unleash his maximum combat form, his battle lust ignited. His eyes burned with an intoxicating thrill and undeniable excitement. A wicked grin stretched across his face as he cracked his knuckles loud enough to echo. "Ha ha, now this is a real fight." His piercing gaze locked onto his massive prey. Meanwhile, from the blind spot behind Yi Mei launched a deadly ambush. She synchronized her movements flawlessly, with the shadows erasing her presence completely. Closing in for the lethal backstab, she sneered wickedly in her mind. "Little brat, you never expected my nano armor possessed active camouflage. The true apex predator here is me." But he had seen through everything. No panic, no fear. He just tilted his head and calmly raised a single hand. With a blinding flash, a beam of pure nuclear energy erupted. "Get out of my way," he casually muttered. That single strike was devastating. Yi Mei's high-tech nano armor instantly scorched and shattered as the blast sent her flying through the air. Her body slammed brutally into the concrete wall behind her. The massive impact blasted rubble everywhere, completely burying her in the debris. What absolute terrifying power, seeing Yi Mei take such heavy damage right in front of him. Zhu Yi's blood boiled with absolute rage. "You useless trash," he cursed at her. "You cannot even handle a simple sneak attack. I guess I have to do this myself." Clenching his massive fists, Zhu Yi charged wildly at Yi. His grotesque rhinoceros face twisted into a furious, bloodthirsty roar. He channeled every ounce of his aura, determined to obliterate Yi in one strike. But our main character was no ordinary prey. Raising a single brow, a chilling smirk crept across his face. "Come and get it," he provoked with absolute icy confidence. He threw a devastating punch to meet Zhu Yi's incoming charge. Their fists clashed with earth-shattering force, unleashing a suffocating wave of explosive pressure. Even he felt a slight shock. He thought this guy was mere cannon fodder, but feeling the enemy's insane defense, he muttered in surprise. His defense spiked this much, catching that slight shift in his expression. Zhu Yi bared his fangs in a twisted, arrogant grin. "What is wrong, little brat? My iron rhino fiend true form can tank a tank shell. What makes you think you can pierce my armor?" Suddenly, the razor-sharp tip of Zhu Yi's massive rhino horn aimed straight for his face. He leaned back instantly, narrowly dodging the fatal piercing damage. A deafening explosion ripped through the air. Riding his momentum, Zhu Yi unleashed a brutal high-speed barrage of heavy punches directly at Yi. "Drop dead," he roared like a madman. The sheer force of his furious combo attack completely obliterated a massive corner of the abandoned building. As the dust settled around Yi, an eerie silence fell over the ruins. Zhu Yi stopped his assault, glaring straight into the thick smoke. "Little brat, I do not care how arrogant you are. Before my iron rhino fiend, you are nothing but pathetic trash." Expecting to see his crushed and broken body, Zhu Yi scanned the rubble in pure confusion. Wait, where the hell did he go? His eyes widened in absolute shock, desperately searching for his target. The arrogant beast was totally stunned, completely clueless about what had just happened. His punches had hit dead on right, but suddenly a terrifying shadow cast over him. A colossal titan figure materialized right before Zhu Yi's eyes. Towering like an unstoppable mountain, the massive body was clad in thick, indestructible armor. Yi. He slowly pushed off his massive knees and stood tall. That simple movement alone made the entire wasteland quake. What the hell is this? Zhu Yi screamed in terror, his arrogant facade completely shattering. His jaw dropped open in utter disbelief. How was this even possible? Zhu Yi panicked, screaming out, "Is this a demonic beast? Where did it come from? Did that brat transform into this monster?" Without warning, Titan Yi. His gigantic hands stretched wide open and swept down with devastating intent. It snatched at Zhu Yi with terrifying blinding speed. The deafening roar of the wind grew louder. Zhu Yi stared blankly up at Yi, his godly mountain-crushing palm. Slamming brutally into the ground, the sheer impact instantly triggered a massive shockwave, blasting a terrifying aura that obliterated everything nearby. But despite the sheer scale of the attack, Zhu Yi launched himself high into the air, desperately evading death by a hair. He barely leaped out of the destruction zone. However, he simply redirected his massive hand, aiming a second catastrophic slam right at him. Zhu Yi's legs began to tremble in true despair. Another colossal strike sent earthquakes ripping through the sector. Blinding light erupted from the crater as his rugged, giant arm smashed relentlessly into the earth. Now his other hand charged up with glowing nuclear energy. He raised it high for a devastating blow. His giant face was half hidden in the shadows, looking absolutely demonic. This was payback for every single strike Zhu Yi landed earlier. Locking onto the rhino's position, he unleashed a terrifying, relentless barrage of colossal punches. Just imagine the apocalyptic nightmare of a mountain-sized giant spamming high-speed punches. Moments later, Yi's glowing system interface suddenly materialized. Host Yi. Status Super Titanification. Total physique increased from 23.8 to 294. His colossal menacing face loomed out of the dust. Twisted into an amalgamation of nightmarish beasts, only his fiercely glowing eyes were visible. The nuclear aura radiating from him was utterly suffocating. Meanwhile, on the sidelines, Yi Mei's nano-armor had finally managed to repair itself. Clutching her injured ribs, she struggled back to her feet after eating that brutal strike from Yi. She had witnessed his entire terrifying transformation into a colossal titan. That monstrous physique screamed absolute death. She finally realized the horrific truth: they had messed with the wrong guy. Trembling in pure, unadulterated fear, she subconsciously muttered, I was so stupid. Why did we provoke such a monster? But forcing herself to calm down, she desperately started calculating an escape route for both of them. Scanning the apocalyptic battlefield, Yi Mei whispered to herself, if this keeps up, Zhu Yi will be beaten to a bloody pulp. We cannot outrun him. I have to risk everything. She quickly locked onto a high vantage point. To execute the perfect sneak attack on Yi Mei swiftly propelled herself to a rooftop. She immediately drew out a strange, brightly glowing cable. Calculating the perfect trajectory from the high ground to assassinate him, she did not hesitate for a single second. Yi Mei dive-bombed from the roof like a hunting falcon. Relying solely on her nano-shielding, she shot down as fast as a missile. Clenching that bizarre cable in her teeth, she locked all her focus completely on Yi. The glowing wire extended rapidly through the air. Because of his newly awakened colossal size, his movements were now significantly slower than his normal form. Taking full advantage, she easily coiled the lethal wire tight around the Titan's neck. After looping around him multiple times to secure the trap, Yi Mei let out a battle cry. This molecular thread can slice through high-grade titanium. Even with your genetic giant transformation, your mortal weaknesses remain exactly the same. Yet that incredibly thin wire cleaved right through his head. It was a chillingly smooth cut. His massive head plummeted from the sky. Leaving the colossal headless body behind, Yi Mei touched down with absolute perfection. She stood before the Titan, her eyes dead and cold as ice. A second later, his gigantic, severed head crashed right at her feet. She merely glanced at it smoothly, retracting her deadly molecular whip. The Titan's towering body rapidly withered away, completely drained of its terrifying aura. Assuming the nightmare was finally over, Yi Mei let out an exhausted sigh. Is the monster finally dead? A crushing 1,000-pound weight lifted from her shoulders. She allowed herself a fleeting thought of simply going home. But suddenly, the severed Titan's jaws snapped wide open. A terrifyingly familiar nuclear glow ignited deep within its throat, expanding to massive proportions. Blinding radioactive light washed over Yi Mei's paralyzed figure. She stumbled backward in absolute horror, realizing her fate was already sealed in stone. Cold sweat drenched her trembling body. Her knees buckled beneath her as sheer terror stole her voice. What kind of monster are you? From a distance, a devastating atomic beam erupted from Yi. His massive jaws instantly melting a hole straight through a solid concrete skyscraper. Yi Mei took the absolute brunt of it. Could anyone possibly survive such overwhelming destruction? The very last thing burned into Yi Mei's fading mind was an endless blinding sea of neon blue light. When the catastrophic blast finally settled, only a dense cloud of pitch-black smoke remained. Visibility was zero, save for the crackling static of leftover electric sparks. From the smoldering crater of the Titan's mouth, he slowly emerged. Having utterly eradicated these two massive thorns in his side, he reverted to his human form. His body was still radiating intense, smoking heat. He casually strolled over to Zhu Yi's mangled ragdoll body. Miraculously, the wretched man was still clinging to life, coughing up blood. He loomed over his defeated enemy, his icy gaze utterly devoid of mercy. Staring down at the pathetic sight, his voice dropped to a bone-chilling whisper. Now, it is your turn to die. Hearing the Grim Reaper's call, Zhu Yi forced his heavy battered head to look up with his last shred of consciousness. You absolute monster. Even standing at death's door, he stubbornly spat out his final curses. Crimson blood poured down his face in thick, gruesome rivers. But he simply stood there like a towering god of death. In the shadows, only his menacing glowing eyes remained visible. Those who kill must be prepared to be killed. It is the law of the jungle. Zhu Yi's head slumped forward, utterly resigned to his bloody execution. But right at that very moment, the flashing red and blue lights of police cruisers flooded the main street. Deafening sirens pierced the heavy night air. Knowing his time was finally up, Zhu Yi squeezed his bloodshot eyes shut and let out a broken, sinister laugh. If I am going straight to hell, I am dragging you down with me. That bitch Yimei you just vaporized, she hid the legendary golden gene inside your room. Congratulations, it is all yours now. His eyes suddenly snapped wide open. His bloody face twisted into a grotesque, demonic smile that would haunt anyone's nightmares. He roared with absolute unhinged triumph. You will be hunted to the ends of the earth. Run for your miserable life. I will save you a seat in hell, Yi. His patience evaporated. Still daring to bark orders at death's door, he ruthlessly stomped his heavy boot down, instantly crushing the man's skull like a fragile watermelon. Talkative trash, Zhu Yi was silenced forever. A gruesome pool of crimson quickly spread across the shattered concrete. He sharply turned his head instantly, sensing the authorities closing in on his location. Glancing at the distant flashing lights, he flashed a cold, knowing smirk. The cops are here. Time to clean up. But there was one massive problem. The catastrophic atomic hole blown through the building. It was painfully obvious who had caused such apocalyptic damage. Yi clicked his tongue in mild annoyance. Oops. I might have overdone it this time. Meanwhile, back at his quiet apartment, he slipped through the shadows and crashed onto his comfortable bed. Wasting zero time, he whipped out his smartphone to do some urgent damage control. Qin Lan, what is the situation with the police investigation? The voice on the line quickly reassured him. Everything is handled. But the city is completely chaotic right now. Just lay low until your enrollment at Huadu Academy. He put on his best innocent voice. Do not worry, Auntie. You know I am an absolute angel. Completely fooled, she sighed in relief. Good boy. At least that is one less headache for me. He tossed the phone onto his mattress and let out a massive breath he did not know he was holding. Thank goodness Qin Lan pulled those strings. Otherwise, his signature atomic breath. The cops would have tracked him down in a heartbeat. Searching his room, he found exactly what the dead man promised. Yimei had indeed planted the gene vial. He examined the glowing liquid with intense curiosity. So this is the legendary golden gene they died for. Upon closer inspection, the slick glass cylinder bore a very distinct corporate emblem. It was a majestic metallic winged creature. He instantly recognized it from the Huadu Prometheus archives. This belongs to the infamous Thunderbird Biotech Corporation. The pieces of the puzzle suddenly snapped into place. Now he perfectly understood those dead thieves' sinister plot. Those absolute fools had stolen this priceless artifact, dragging a terrifying corporate hit squad right to his doorstep. Recalling Zhu Yi's dying psychopathic grin, his brilliant mind began racing with strategies. That bastard was trying to use me as his ultimate scapegoat. He then slowly turned his gaze to the massive glowing atomic crater he had accidentally blasted through his own wall. His instincts screamed that danger was rapidly approaching. Plus, holding the hottest stolen item in the city painted a massive target on his back. Yeah, I definitely need to move out. A luxury hotel will have to do for tonight. Meanwhile, deep within the treacherous B-rank's secret realm, welcome to the Swan Lake Core Zone, a seemingly peaceful oasis. Majestic mountains touched the clouds, surrounded by a sweeping, pristine coastline. But this paradise was a battlefield swarming with elite martial artists hunting down mutated beasts. A fierce female hunter planted her boot on a freshly slaughtered beast. How is the loot looking over there? She called out. Her heavily armored partner was elbow-deep in monster guts. He was desperately digging out a glowing spirit core. Wiping sweat from his brow, he hollered back. Not too shabby, we are definitely making a solid profit today. But a sudden bone-rattling vibration completely shattered the peace. The lightly armored woman spun around, sheer panic flooding her veins. Captain, we have a massive problem. Look up. The captain dropped the glowing core in absolute shock. A terrifying demonic beast materialized seemingly out of thin air. Instantly, the entire endless sky warped into a sickening blood-red canopy. A catastrophic, shadowy leviathan tore through the pitch-black clouds, diving straight toward their fragile hunting grounds. The vibrant oasis was instantly swallowed by an unnatural, suffocating darkness. The elite hunters froze like statues. Looking closer, their absolute worst nightmare became reality. An endless tide of mutated demonic beasts was surging forward. They were grotesque amalgamations of fierce predators, glowing eyes locked onto their prey. Faceless abominations swarmed the awakened hunters like a nightmare come to life. But the horror didn't end there. From the bleeding heavens down to the cracking earth, an endless horde of mutated beasts erupted from the shadows. It was an apocalyptic wave of pure destruction. Yet, leading this catastrophic march was a colossal reptilian leviathan. This mountain-sized behemoth bared razor-sharp fangs with multiple glowing eyes piercing through the dark. But atop its massive back sat a grotesque throne carrying an eerie looming figure. The sky above bled a terrifying crimson. Rolling black storm clouds violently gathered, tearing the heavens apart with a massive lightning tornado that trapped everything like a spiderweb. Zooming in, the true mastermind was a terrifying demonic ape. It lounged on its throne like an absolute tyrant, boasting a tangent-like physique. This beast rested upon a seat, forged entirely from human skulls. These were the tragic trophies of fallen martial artists. This nightmarish apex predator was none other than the legendary Blood-Eyed Black Ape. Watching this demonic army charge forward, the surviving hunters completely lost their minds and sprinted for their lives. The bald hunter leading the desperate retreat screamed in absolute terror. "Hurry up and contact the military. An Overlord class magical beast is leading a massive beast tide right toward us. Safe City Alpha will be wiped off the map. The central government must deploy Grandmaster Awakeners immediately." The squad captain beside him was completely drained of color. Trembling, he dropped his hard-earned mana crystal and cursed. "Damn it all, high-tier boss monsters are never supposed to leave their deep zones to invade low-level territories. Just why is this happening now?" Meanwhile, the colossal ape slouched on its gruesome throne, looking absolutely bored out of its mind. Leaning on its massive arm, it barely spared the fleeing humans a single glance. Suddenly, its aura shifted. Its eyes snapped wide open, and those glowing, slit-like pupils locked onto its prey with terrifying bloodlust. At that exact second, the reptilian leviathan carrying the ape unhinged. Its 100-meter jaw, rows of jagged, nightmare-inducing fangs were put on full display. A devastating shockwave erupted from its throat, instantly obliterating the massive oasis in its path. As if that wasn't enough, high above in the bleeding sky, shattered mountain peaks rained down like giant razor-sharp meteors. They mercilessly crashed into the fleeing squad of hunters. The humans scrambled frantically, desperate to keep their fragile lives intact. Witnessing this absolute slaughter, one hunter desperately sprinted while screaming into his radio. "Red alert to Central Command. An Overlord-class threat has just breached the B-rank Swan Lake dungeon." The apocalyptic beast tide is rapidly expanding, but the moment those final words left the heavy shield-bearer's mouth, an overwhelming shadow of death completely engulfed him. His eyes stretched wide in sheer panic, screaming into the radio for emergency backup. But his final plea was cut devastatingly short. A massive boulder violently slammed down, crushing the hunter into a gruesome pulp. Only his severed arm and the cracked radio remained. Through the blood-soaked radio, the frantic voice of the central operator echoed out. "Overlord breach confirmed. Is anyone still breathing over there? Respond immediately. I repeat, please respond. Hello, are you there?" As if mocking the desperate cries of humanity, the colossal demonic ape slowly rose from its throne of skulls. Crossing its massive arms, it stood tall with an aura of absolute tyranny. It began flexing its overwhelming godlike presence, proving without a doubt that it was the apex predator of this realm. A truly sadistic grin then stretched across its terrifying face. Its blood-red eyes bulged with pure, unfiltered madness as it let out a deafening, earth-shattering roar. It commanded its monstrous legion to charge forward at maximum speed. Their mission was to mercilessly slaughter every last awakened human. The horde violently stampeded toward the dungeon portal, clawing over each other to break through the barrier and invade Safe City Alpha. The demonic beasts surged out in catastrophic numbers, moving like an unstoppable tsunami of death. Backing up this nightmare army was the Ape King's gargantuan reptilian mount. Standing tall upon its back, the demonic overlord arrogantly waved its hand, directing the total annihilation. Meanwhile, just outside Safe City Alpha, civilians suddenly noticed the bright sky turning terrifyingly pitch black. Panic instantly swept through the streets. Central Command immediately blasted an emergency broadcast citywide. "Warning! A massive-scale beast tide from the B-rank Swan Lake dungeon is rapidly approaching." Hearing this apocalyptic news, absolute chaos erupted among the terrified citizens. Everyone braced themselves for the literal end of the world. The chilling sirens continued to echo across the entire metropolis, Estimated time until defensive perimeter breach is exactly 20 minutes. All available military awakeners have been forcefully drafted to the absolute front lines. In mere seconds, the city's elite defense forces were fully mobilized. Squads of heavily armed special combat units flooded the streets, marching directly toward the danger zone. They were preparing for an absolute bloodbath against the invading monsters. Suddenly, a booming voice overrode the main broadcast. I am the Grand Master of Safe City Alpha, calling upon every single awakened hunter for immediate reinforcement. All combat-ready personnel rally at the vanguard immediately. The scene then shifted to the city's central train station where terrified crowds were screaming over the frantic police sirens. Attention citizens, please maintain order. Stop pushing each other. The boarding gates were violently overflowing with desperate civilians doing anything they could to evacuate the doomed city. One desperate father hoisted his baby high into the air just so the child wouldn't suffocate in the crushing crowd. The sheer panic made the air incredibly thick and suffocating. The station officers kept shouting the heartbreaking protocol over their megaphones. The beast tide is closing in. Only children and academy students are authorized to board the evacuation trains. These kids are humanity's only future. If our city falls today, we must ensure the next generation survives. Deep inside the heavily fortified mayor's office, a tense silence fell over the remaining high officials. Working under crushing pressure, the exhausted mayor slammed his hands on the desk. I explicitly ordered you to request emergency backup from the neighboring sectors. Which of them are willing to deploy their awakened forces to save us? His elite secretary slowly raised her head, her eyes filled with absolute dread. Mr. Mayor, this time, we aren't the only ones facing annihilation. Multiple beast tides have violently breached the defensive walls all across the entire nation. Those other cities are fighting for their own survival. Her hands trembled violently as she held up a top-secret intelligence report to the devastated mayor. The remaining safe zones have gone into complete lockdown. They are pouring all their resources into defensive barriers, terrified that a dungeon break could wipe them out next. Hearing this catastrophic news, the mayor's face visibly crumbled into total despair. Clinging to one last string of hope, he asked, "What about capital city Zenith? Did you send the distress flare? If they send just a single Grandmaster tier awakener, we might survive." His voice cracked as the crushing reality hit him and he slumped completely defeated back into his leather chair. All hope faded from his hollow eyes. His secretary delivered the final nail in the coffin. Capital Zenith cannot help us. An S-rank apocalyptic dungeon just spawned in their neighboring sector. Every martial artist in the Empire had to deploy to Mount Guan immediately to halt the invasion. Narrowing his eyes at the sky, he spat out his next words. There was zero time left to waste. The brutal defense of Anne's city had officially begun and survival was entirely in their own hands. A scene shifted to the Chu family compound. Inside the courtyard, our main character, Yi. He was currently locked in an intense sparring match against Chu Zhou. Neither of them had any clue about the nightmare descending upon in city. Yi, he was having the time of his life, relentlessly launching heavy strikes at Chu Zhou. A thrilling smirk was plastered across Yi's face. Even though this was just a simple practice session, his raw power was absolutely overwhelming. Chu Zhou could barely defend against the terrifying onslaught. He staggered backward desperately, planting his feet to stay standing. Glancing up at Yi, he panted heavily. Giving a slight nod, he flashed a confident smirk and spoke seriously. "Not bad at all. Being able to survive even one of my punches proves you have real skill." That single devastating strike had genuinely terrified Chu Zhou. Wiping the cold sweat from his forehead, he asked, "When exactly did you master the mystic yellow martial art Yi?" He casually stretched and let out a long yawn. He lazily replied, "I have only been practicing it for a month, so it is just barely acceptable. But honestly, we have not seen each other in a month, so how did you get so weak?" Hearing this insult, Chu Zhou let out an awkward, defeated laugh. "It is not that I got weaker. You have just become a complete freak of nature." Suddenly, a blood-curdling screech echoed from the distant horizon. Both young men froze instantly, their heads snapping up as a deep sense of absolute vigilance completely wiped away their playful expressions. They instinctively knew disaster had struck. Chu Zhou stared blankly into the sky, his voice trembling as he muttered, "Hasn't city fallen? That is the emergency warning for a beast-tide invasion." At that exact moment, an emergency alert blasted from Chu Zhou's phone. He pulled it out so both could hear the mechanical voice. "All university-level martial apprentices in city are prioritized for immediate evacuation. Please proceed to In-City Airport immediately and board flights B512 or B753. Alternatively, take bullet train A23 for emergency extraction." Hearing this grim order, Chu Zhou lowered his voice. "That is a mandatory retreat order." Yi, he raised an eyebrow, a mocking smirk playing on his lips as he asked, "You are not seriously planning to run away like a coward, are you?" Chu Zhou frowned, clearly displeased. With a mix of regret and frustration, he snapped back at Yi. "Are you telling me you actually want to stay? Knowing your reckless personality, you should have been the first one to flee." Instead of getting angry, our boy Yi, he just turned around, flashing the most arrogant, punchable smirk in all of N-City. The thought of an endless horde of mutated beasts only made this battle maniac insanely excited. He ruthlessly cracked his knuckles, the popping echoing loudly as he retorted, "Stop wasting breath, Chujo. Haven't I never noticed that you complain as much as an old lady? Since we are staying, there is only one word. Fight." Right behind him, Chujo was also stealing his mind fully, preparing himself for the upcoming bloody war. He stood seriously beside Yihei. The scene transitioned to the sprawling, luxurious estate of the Liu family. Inside the grand mansion, Liu Qingzhu rushed over, desperately begging her mother with fiery determination. "Mother, I must go to the front lines and help stop the beast tide." In stark contrast to her daughter's blazing emotions, the matriarch remained chillingly calm, completely unbothered as she asked a heavy question. "What are your actual odds of coming back alive? There are roughly 30,000 martial artists in this city, and that includes the frail retired veterans and the low-level apprentices who volunteered to fight. Even combined, our forces barely reach 50,000. Throwing such pitiful numbers against a massive beast tide is like sailing a paper boat into a raging tsunami. The very first impact will violently crush them under an endless ocean of monsters." Qingzhu's mother clearly knew about the terrifying giant ape lurking within the hidden realm, just waiting to utterly decimate an city. Warning her daughter about that nightmarish creature, she coldly stated, "That thing is an Overlord tier demonic beast. It is absolutely not an entity that our current and city can even dream of defeating. Against a monstrosity like that, even a legendary grandmaster would struggle just to survive. Qingzhu, listen to me. Your life does not solely belong to you anymore. It belongs to our entire noble family." Hearing her mother's harsh truth, Liu Qingzhu fell dead silent. Unable to argue back, she swallowed her burning frustration even though her heart was screaming to fight. Without another word, Liu Qingzhu spun around and stormed off. She was totally done arguing. However, her blazing eyes proved she was still desperate for battle. She muttered, "A martial arts family that cowers from beasts has absolutely zero reason to exist." Her mother remained seated like a stone statue, choosing to stay completely silent as her daughter walked away. Clearly, Qingzhu was on the verge of an emotional explosion. Stepping outside, she violently slammed the heavy door shut, making sure her mother felt her blazing fury. Once the room was empty, the matriarch finally sighed slowly, lighting a cigarette to calm her nerves. Exhaling a cloud of smoke, she called out casually, "Auntie Hong, it is time for us to abandon N city." Instantly, an older, sharply dressed woman materialized from the shadows behind the matriarch. It was the head housekeeper. Nodding respectfully at the command, she bowed and politely asked, "Madam, what should we do about that boy, Yi He?" At the mere mention of Yi He's name, a deeply conflicted expression crossed the mother's face. Staring up at the ceiling, she actually hesitated, contemplating the young man's fate. Finally, she issued a cold order to her loyal housekeeper. "Send him a brief warning message and let us see what path he chooses for himself." The scene quickly transitioned to the Swan Lake Hidden Realm, where countless martial artists were already gathering. They had come to slaughter the invading monsters. There was zero fear in their eyes. Every single warrior was completely prepared to die defending the very city where they were born. Dripping with unique styles and overwhelming pride, they radiated pure, killing intent. Suddenly, someone shouted, "Old Chen, you are already 60 years old. What the hell are you doing on the front lines? Shouldn't you be evacuating your precious granddaughter?" The fierce old man roared right back at him. "Shut your mouth, you little brat. If crippled old Zhang dragged himself here, why wouldn't I show up with perfect limbs?" Down below, a veteran leaning on a crutch stared forward and laughed loudly. "Ha ha ha, I never expected that after 35 long years, we would actually be standing on the exact same front line fighting another beast tide." Old Chen stood tall, his iron resolve fully awakened as he replied, "Yeah, 35 years. You even lost that leg in the last war. Old Zhang, once we slaughter this beast tide, are you still planning to move to the Jin capital with your son?" The old man fiercely mocked him back. "A country bumpkin like you going to such a glamorous city. Aren't you afraid of being laughed at?" Old Zhang smiled and sighed. "Forget it. I will just stay in city and play chess with a total loser like you. I was born in this proud city and I will be buried right here." With those legendary words, the veterans and the endless sea of warriors behind them simultaneously blasted into the sky to massacre the monsters. Lurking just ahead was an endless, terrifying swarm of mutated beasts. They were directly commanded by the monstrous Ape King and its terrifying mount, heavily guarding the glowing portal of the Swan Lake Hidden Realm. Battalions of heavy tanks and heavily armed soldiers had already formed a massive blockade. They locked their sights completely, ready to blast absolute hell into any monster that dared to stick its ugly head out of that portal. The military command broadcasted their absolute final order. "We are the ultimate last line of defense for N city. Hold your ground and do not let a single demonic beast enter the city." The soldiers roared in unison. The mayor of N city stepped forward. Facing the massive dungeon gate, his voice boomed with absolute authority. 60% of our military and elite martial artists entered as the vanguard. Their sole mission, scout the monster wave and test the boss-level overlord's true power. and return alive with intel. But right as he finished speaking, a horrifying sight made the mayor's blood run completely cold. A vanguard warrior dragged himself out of the gate. He was completely soaked in blood, his body brutally mangled. His desperate eyes begged for salvation. Medics rushed in frantically. But before they could even apply first aid, the shattered warrior collapsed onto the cold, hard ground. His life force was rapidly fading away. The mayor sprinted over in pure panic, screaming at the stunned medical team. "What are you waiting for? Save him right now." But the dying man forced a whisper. "Mayor." With the very last ounce of his strength, his trembling hand offered a bloody USB drive. He choked out his final words. "This holds everything our vanguard discovered." The mayor snatched it, his heart pounding with dread as he asked, "Where are the others?" With a gaze full of sheer terror and despair, the dying warrior looked up. His next two words shattered the mayor's soul. "Everyone is dead." That short sentence plunged the mayor into absolute despair. He trembled violently. The lone survivor wept a river of bitter tears, clinging to his last fleeting breath. The beast wave crushed everything. We could not even retrieve their bodies. The memory of the colossal Monkey King kept the warrior trapped in endless paralyzing nightmares. "Beware the blood-eyed black ape," he gasped wildly. "It tricked us all. Without its trap, thousands of our men would have easily made it back alive." Suddenly, a massive shadow eclipsed the gate. A colossal boulder shot out from the dungeon. It looked sickeningly like a gigantic demonic insect cocoon. It blasted forward with terrifying supersonic speed, grazing right past the mayor. The monstrous stone projectile completely obliterated a nearby defensive structure like an artillery shell. Thick, reinforced concrete shattered like fragile glass. "Get down!" the soldiers screamed in terror. Then the boulder splintered, showering its fragments perfectly onto the buried landmines. It triggered the defensive minefield flawlessly. This was an impossibly calculated strike. The mayor watched in horror, suddenly realizing the monster's true terrifying tactical genius. Were they aiming for the hidden explosives all along? Before the mayor could even process this nightmare, a devastating chain reaction of explosions ripped through the ground. The beasts had not even emerged, yet the defense line was already a sea of raging hellfire. The mayor roared in absolute fury. "They are detonating our minefields on purpose. They are destroying our barricades." Following his desperate command, the heavy armored division unleashed a deafening barrage. A massive line of steel tanks aggressively pushed forward. Relentless artillery fire rained down. "Damn it, they are bombarding us from inside the dungeon," the mayor ordered frantically. Tank battalion fired directly into the rift. "Show no mercy." The armored forces clashed violently with the monster's ranged bombardment. Standing fearlessly at the very edge of the gate, the mayor commanded the chaotic front line. But as the smoke briefly cleared, a chilling realization washed over the mayor's face. The beasts were not blindly charging out of the portal at all. They were using long-range strikes to bleed human forces dry. How can mindless monsters use human military tactics? He glared at the swirling abyss, his eyes burning with intense, unyielding hatred. Curses slipped through his gritted teeth. "You damn filthy beasts." Suddenly, the swirling dungeon gate erupted again. An endless volley of jagged, weaponized boulders launched into the crimson sky. The deadly projectiles rained down like a meteor shower. Recognizing the catastrophic second wave, the mayor frantically screamed an emergency warning to all surviving allied forces. "Second wave incoming." The boulder count has multiplied. Just seconds later, the massive stone meteors crashed violently into the human defensive lines. Tanks were crushed flat like tin cans. Soldiers were instantly obliterated, causing catastrophic casualties. Humanity had not even launched a proper counterattack yet, and their front line was already utterly decimated by the vanguard assault. In mere moments, the staging ground became a chaotic, blood-soaked slaughterhouse. Meanwhile, behind a terrified soldier, he desperately aimed his rifle at the distant chaos. But a grotesque, horrifying shadow silently materialized right behind his trembling, unsuspecting back. He turned around, his blood freezing instantly. The meteors were not just rocks, they were demonic drop pods. A mutated winged monstrosity had just hatched from the cracked stone. It slithered closer with terrifying predatory grace. Gripping his weapon in pure terror, he screamed, "Ambush, they are behind us." But before the words completely left his mouth, the winged beast lunged cleanly, snapping off the soldier's head in one sickening bite. Death arrived instantly. Having tasted fresh human blood for its deadly first meal, the creature unleashed a hellish screech, leading a massive swarm of newly hatched horrors against the camp. Desperate soldiers unloaded their rifles directly into the beast's gaping maws, but the bullets merely bounced off their mutated armor. More and more multi-eyed winged abominations kept tearing their way out of the demonic stone cocoons. Across the battlefield, the mayor raised his hand, roaring, "The boulders are biological drop pods. They are bypassing our front line to slaughter the rear. Shoot down those meteors immediately. Do not let them land." Meanwhile, deep inside the dungeon, a titanic mount slowly approached the glowing rift. An endless, suffocating ocean of monsters followed right behind it. The Monkey King stood proudly atop the colossal beast, exuding a terrifyingly calm aura. A sickeningly smug, almost human-like smile twisted across its sinister, arrogant face. It gazed at the human slaughter with absolute wicked delight. That is enough. The human prey is exhausted. My absolute legion wiped this pathetic city off the map. The Monkey King's decree echoed like thunder. Millions of bloodthirsty monsters charged forward. Bound by absolute loyalty to their sovereign, the frenzy poured violently out of the dungeon gate. The very earth quaked under their apocalyptic stampede. A tsunami of darkness breached the portal. The remaining armored tanks frantically fired instantly, shredding the frontline vanguard of lesser beasts. But the elite white apes leading the charge deflected the shells effortlessly. With infinite hordes pouring in behind them, how could frail humanity possibly withstand this world-ending tide? They were untouchable gods of destruction. Heavy artillery strikes felt like mere mosquito bites against their demonic hides. In the blink of an eye, the line fell. The elite apes ripped the steel tanks apart barehanded, causing massive, deafening explosions. High above the massacre, he stood silently on the absolute peak of a skyscraper. He watched Sin City crumble into a fiery apocalypse. What will be left of this place after today, He looked down at the burning streets, a rare flicker of sorrow in his eyes. I have only been transmigrated here for a few months, but I actually grew fond of this city. There is no way I am letting these filthy beasts ruin my peaceful life. Right at this moment, Yi fully awakened his new form. A terrifying Godzilla tier battle suit covered his entire body. He plummeted from the towering skyscraper like a hurricane. His massive tail whipped effortlessly through the air, and on his face, that signature battle-hungry grin. Meanwhile, in another sector, a squad of martial apprentices was desperately holding the line against low-level demonic beasts. One of the fighters turned around, watching his teammate punt a monster across the ruined street. He cheered loudly, "Big brother, Luo is insane. That is 5 demonic beasts already." Luo Xuan flexed his aura and laughed out loud. "Just warming up, kid." Standing nearby, Kai Xiaoling refused to retreat. She chose to hold her ground. Her blade had just severed a mutant beast's head. Stepping proudly onto its lifeless corpse, she mocked him. Flexing over a few trash-tier mobs, how pathetic. Is this the limit of your strength? Luo Xuan, calling you the #1 genius of City's 3rd high school is a massive joke. Luo Xuan grit his teeth, glaring at her with pure annoyance. "Listen here, you little." Suddenly, heavy footsteps interrupted their bickering. Someone was approaching from the battlefield, practically dripping with monster blood. It was Chu Zhou. Seeing a glowing spirit core resting in his palm, the squad gasped in absolute shock. "Chu Zhou, that blue demonic core. Did you actually solo a stage 3 monster?" He simply walked forward, completely unfazed, and replied casually. "Funny running into you guys here. Why haven't you evacuated to the safe zone yet?" Before they could even speak, he lifted his gaze. His eyes were dead calm, radiating absolute battle readiness as he spoke. "Our fathers and grandfathers are martial artists holding the front line. As the younger generation, how could we possibly turn tail and run?" But the moment those heroic words left his mouth, Luo Xuan's face drained of all color. Drenched in a cold sweat, he pointed behind Chuzhu and screamed in terror. "Look out!" Spinning around, they saw absolute nightmare fuel. A massive military tank was hurling through the air, aiming right at Chuzhou's head. In mere milliseconds, he was about to be completely crushed by the flying metal behemoth. And to make matters worse, an endless tide of demonic beasts had shattered their stone cocoons. They were swarming the outer walls of An City back at the danger zone. The cowardly apprentice took one look at the flying tank and bolted for his life. Meanwhile, Luo Xuan was completely frozen, screaming his lungs out. "Holy crap! What kind of monster throws a whole tank?" Chuzhou did not even flinch. Slowly and calmly, he drew his glowing blade. As the massive shadow eclipsed his body, he unleashed a perfectly flawless sword strike. The flying tank was instantly sliced cleanly in half, passing right past him. Chuzhou's power level had evolved to a terrifyingly monstrous state. Even from a distance, that massive war machine dwarfed him by dozens of times. Yet a single effortless slash of his aura sword neutralized the threat entirely. The heavy metal halves crashed violently into the ground, sending shockwaves of dust everywhere. Standing frozen, Kai Xiaoling's face turned completely ashen. She trembled uncontrollably as she stammered out, "Luo Xuan, I think it is here. The very first Lord-class monster to break out of the secret realm. How did an apex predator breach the backlines?" Before the dust could even settle, a colossal white-furred ape materialized like a nightmare through the smoke. It lunged forward, unleashing a roar that nearly shattered their eardrums. Yet, Chu Zhu remained an absolute mountain of calm. Without a trace of fear, he commanded his squad. "Hold your ground. It is not a Lord class. The size and aura pressure do not match." But right then, the giant ape raised its massive fist, bringing down a devastating strike meant to crush all 3 of them. They stared up at the mountain-sized hand plunging toward them. The size was terrifying, but the speed was even worse. Even Chu Zhou felt the fatal pressure bearing down on his soul. He widened his eyes and grit his teeth in pure frustration. Damn it. Suddenly, an overwhelming beam of destructive energy, annihilated the space between them, blasting into the giant ape, that blinding familiar neon glow. He had finally arrived on the battlefield. The pure concentrated beam of terrifying force struck the beast dead center in the jaw. Suffering a critical, agonizing blow straight to the mouth, the colossal ape was knocked completely off its feet. Its mountain-like body crashed down, causing an apocalyptic earthquake across the city blocks. Before the dazed monster could even process the devastating attack, it blindly thrashed its giant hand upward, trying to crush whatever had just ambushed it. But he was already 2 steps ahead. He was standing aggressively right on top of its skull. One of his hands pulsed with overwhelming atomic energy, effortlessly swatting away the giant razor-sharp claws trying to rip him apart. A dangerously wicked smirk stretched across his face. He glared down at his prey with pure arrogant delight. "Time for your mandatory dental cleaning, big guy." Hearing those utterly disrespectful words, the beast's eyes bulged in absolute fury. Having zero clue what the crazy human was planning, it thrashed wildly and roared at the heavens. But he simply gripped one of its massive deadly fangs. He locked his grip using the tooth as a deadly anchor point. Staring straight into the abyssal, foul-smelling maw of the giant beast, he showed exactly zero fear. Instead, he boldly planted his limbs, brutally prying its gigantic jaws wide open with pure raw strength. Disgust flashed in his eyes as he peered inside. Disgusting. Just how many innocent humans have you devoured? This absolutely unhinged boss-level behavior was a brand of insanity only he possessed. Suddenly, right at the corner of his lips, a terrifying concentration of pure atomic energy began to charge. It ignited the dark battlefield like a newborn supernova. His glowing silhouette looked like an absolute god of destruction. Releasing the apocalyptic beam, he laughed like a maniac. "Let us get you perfectly sterilized." Locking his boots fiercely against the beast's massive jaws, he leaned forward and blasted his atomic breath at point-blank range. The devastating shockwaves surged straight down, completely vaporizing the monster's internal organs from the inside out. Such an overwhelming, brutally merciless fighting style. Watching from a safe distance, Xu Zhu and his classmates were completely paralyzed by absolute shock. Luo Xuan snapped out of it and frantically whispered, "Two monsters are fighting each other. We need to run right now." He seriously thought he was just another mutant beast. But Xu Zhou raised a hand, his voice steady. "Do not panic. That is our guy Luo Xuan rubbed his eyes, stumbling over his own words. "Wait. That is he." The monster giving out extreme dental checkups is a human. By the time the blinding light finally faded, the colossal ape had been completely eradicated. Nothing remained but a hollowed-out shell of scorched white fur. He stood victoriously atop the smoldering, blackened carcass. Ash and the smell of ozone filled the air. Xu Zhou looked up and smiled. Yeah, with him holding the line, and City might just survive this apocalyptic nightmare. Right on cue, our gloriously overpowered protagonist turned around. Flashing an unhinged, terrifyingly confident grin, he gave Xu Zhou an approving battle-crazed nod. "I leave this sector to you. I am heading elsewhere," finally free to unleash his full power. His blood boiled with absolute excitement. Without missing a single beat, he detonated his nuclear energy, launching his body into the sky. His mastery over this devastating force was absolute. Right now, he was the real monster, hovering high above the clouds. He gazed down at the apocalyptic ruins of An City. Explosions painted the city red, blending with the agonizing screams of humans and beasts. Ash blotted out the midday sun, drowning An City in total darkness. Closing his eyes to focus, a massive magnetic pulse erupted from his pupils. He was scanning for alpha-class beasts. Where is the largest swarm? Gotcha. Meanwhile, in another burning sector of the city, disgusting flesh cocoons ripped wide open. A demonic mammoth stomped into the light. Giant razor-sharp tusks jutted from its colossal face. It was a mountain of pure, unstoppable muscle. With ground-shattering steps, the beast charged at the human defense line. Down below, desperate soldiers unleashed a hail of bullets tearing into the monster's massive one-eyed body. But normal weapons were completely useless. Even after emptying their entire magazines into the nightmare, the demonic beast did not have a single scratch. Furious, a seasoned soldier threw his useless rifle to the dirt. "Switch your weapons," he roared. "Guns will not pierce its hide. Fix your bayonets now." Without hesitation, the brave platoon followed their captain's orders. The terrifying sound of cold steel echoed as every soldier drew their combat blades. They knew this was a suicide mission. They could be wiped out in mere seconds. Yet they stood their ground with unyielding resolve. Enraged, the demonic mammoth went completely berserk. It bulldozed forward, crushing the earth beneath its feet. Its colossal tusks violently thrashed through the air, instantly obliterating the front line of charging soldiers. Meeting the beast head-on was a fatal mistake. Moments later, broken bodies hung lifelessly impaled on the mammoth's massive bone-crushing tusks. This single nightmare beast had effortlessly slaughtered dozens of brave men. It was a devastating loss for An City. Raising its blood-soaked tusks high into the air, The monster let out a triumphant roar. Then it violently stomped its colossal foot, crushing the fallen soldiers beneath it as a massive pool of crimson blood flooded the ruins. Witnessing this absolute massacre, the surviving soldiers broke into a panic. "Captain, we have to fall back. We cannot hold the line. We are just ordinary humans. We cannot fight these monsters." However, standing at the very front, the captain tightened his grip on his blood-stained sword, desperately fending off a smaller demon beast. He glanced back, screaming at his men, "Hold the line." With a brutal swing of his blade, he cleanly cleaved the smaller beast's head right in half. The captain definitely had some impressive combat skills, but against an alpha-class demonic mammoth, he was nothing more than an ant waiting to be crushed. Yet fully aware this was his final stand, he refused to turn his back. Staring death right in the face, the captain ignited his warrior's spirit. "We are soldiers of the vanguard. We hold the line until the awakened arrive." But the moment those words left his mouth, terrifying shadows suddenly swallowed the battlefield. The air grew freezing cold, suffocated by an overwhelming murderous aura. Two nearby soldiers felt the bone-chilling pressure, frantically looking around the dark ruins. What the hell is this presence? Did the awakened finally arrive? But when they looked back at the colossal mammoth, its entire body was completely trapped by demonic shadows. Like chains forged from pure darkness, the shadows wrapped around the giant beast, instantly snapping the mammoth's tusks and freeing the fallen heroes trapped upon them. The brave soldiers gently fell back to the earth, with the demonic beast totally immobilized. A blinding, heaven-piercing flash of light ignited the sky. The blast pierced straight through the mammoth's skull. Its massive eye blew wide open in sheer agony, never even seeing who launched the fatal strike. The devastating energy liquefied its brain, making dark crimson blood erupt like a heavy rainstorm. In an instant, the colossal beast collapsed, slamming into the earth with the force of a massive earthquake. A single catastrophic strike to instantly annihilate an alpha beast's absolute terrifying power. Nearby, the lower-level demons trembled in pure dread, watching their unstoppable leader crash lifelessly into the dirt. Panic shattered their ranks as ear-piercing screeches of terror echoed from every single monster. High above the chaos, he dive-bombed straight into the monster horde nuclear combat form. "Engage," he roared. He was absolutely lost in the thrill of battle. Devastating energy surged through his very veins. With his mutated razor-sharp demonic claws leading the charge, a wicked, bloodthirsty grin spread across his face. He was a walking apocalyptic time bomb, releasing an aura of unimaginable crushing pressure. He triggered a cataclysmic shockwave across the entire battlefield. The weaker, low-level demons were instantly vaporized by the sheer force of the impact. The destruction was exactly like a nuclear warhead. Meanwhile, on the western front of City, the entire district was a wasteland of smoke and hellfire. Thousands of demonic beasts swarmed the area. But instead of fighting the awakened, they were fleeing in pure terror. Their chaotic stampede sent violent tremors across the shattered pavement. An elite young hunter watched the stampede from afar, completely bewildered by this unnatural behavior. Are the beasts actually retreating? No. It feels like they are migrating toward a specific target. Back at the mobile command center, an operator slammed down her emergency radio. She frantically reported to her commander, "Sir, in City's #1 prodigy he has entered the war zone. Every monster in this sector is converging to hunt the prodigy." The commander spun around, absolute shock freezing his face. Gazing out toward the horizon of smoke, he watched the tidal wave of beasts with growing dread. "Damn it, no. We cannot let he get slaughtered by the horde like Master Liu. We have to back him up. He is just a kid, but he is the ultimate hope of City." Without wasting another breath, the commander and the operator sprinted straight toward his coordinates. Burning with intense anxiety and an unyielding warrior spirit, the commander roared his final orders: "Move out. Snipe every beast in sight. Protect the prodigy." Back at ground zero of his massacre, a giant silver-furred demon ape took a brutal nuclear blast straight to the skull. It shrieked in absolute agony, thrashing violently as the heaven-piercing pain shattered its mind. He was locked in brutal combat with the alpha all around them. The battlefield was a graveyard of completely obliterated lower demons. Rotting acid-melted body parts were violently scattered across the bloody wasteland. Right in the eye of the storm, he unleashed a raging tornado of pure nuclear energy. Any foolish beast that dared to charge forward was instantly reduced to absolute ash. But the monster horde felt absolutely no fear. Driven by pure instinct, they swarmed forward like a programmed virus, desperate to obliterate he. In response, countless human martial artists charged into the fray. They slaughtered the lower-ranked beasts, doing everything in their power to back up he. "Watch out," a squad leader roared. "That high-tier lord is targeting he. Protect him." And City completely erupted into a blazing battlefield of fire and explosions, and City had transformed into a literal hell on earth. The furious battle cries of awakened warriors echoed everywhere. They placed their absolute faith in he. Damn it, you want to kill. And city's top prodigy, you must step over my dead body first. Kill them. Our savior is here. Humanity will triumph. Send these filthy beasts straight back to hell. Hold the line. Our prodigy is almost here. We cannot let our base fall before he arrives. Wipe out every single monster. Leave no survivors. Are you old veterans really going to lose to a high schooler? Do not let the kids laugh at us. Meanwhile, near the dimensional rift gateway, a terrifying rhinoceros-type beast emerged. Mutated with wild bull traits, this massive creature went into a complete frenzy. It charged forward with the devastating momentum of a runaway freight train. The berserk monster violently crashed into the massive defensive barrier. This colossal earth wall was summoned by the mayor of An's city himself, designed to fortify and protect their home. Standing united with the citizens and warriors, Huang Qing had manifested the grandest fortress wall in history. He hovered high above the chaotic battlefield in midair. He pushed his limits to stabilize his aura and hold the front line. Suspended in the sky, Huang Qing focused every ounce of his spiritual energy. Knowing exactly what must be done, he muttered, "The divine earth vein wall can only hold back a fraction of this monster horde. To truly end this beast wave, I must assassinate their leader." Suddenly, at the base of the towering fortress, an incredibly agile mutant beast appeared. Despite the barrier being perfectly smooth, the creature effortlessly zigzagged its way up. It leaped incredibly high into the air, launching a lethal sneak attack directly at the hovering mayor. The monstrous beast, covered in thick bristles, lunged forward with its terrifying jaws wide open. Its razor-sharp fangs were fully prepared to tear the defending mayor into pieces. Yet facing this ferocious and deadly assault, the mayor did not even bat an eye. With absolute calm, he slowly brought both of his hands together. A brilliant golden aura flowed from his core straight into his palms. Radiant energy violently sparked just as the grotesque monster closed the distance to strike him down. With a mere flick of his wrist, he instantly obliterated the beast's head into bloody mist. But in that exact moment, he sensed an overwhelmingly terrifying presence lurking nearby. The mayor sharply turned his gaze, his eyes narrowing with extreme caution. Looming just beside him was a colossal nightmare, something he could not easily defeat. This gargantuan abomination was the Ape King's personal mount. It flicked its razor-sharp tongue, pressing suffocatingly close to Huang Qing. Before its monstrous size, he looked like a mere grain of sand. Staring into its cavernous jaws, the mayor looked up at the twisted, gigantic silhouette. A chilling dread far surpassing normal fear threatened to consume his very soul. The mayor stood in solemn silence before this apocalyptic beast. He gravely muttered its horrifying status. The mountain-sinking Leviathan, a king-tier lord, a terrifying Stage 4 variant. Knowing the absolute devastation, this creature could unleash, the mayor's eyes flash with ultimate defensive vigilance. He quietly whispered to himself in the chaotic wind. The blood-eyed black ape's battle mount. The Overlord's personal beast has entered the war. That damn dark ape is finally making its move. Gathering his unwavering composure, the mayor slowly descended back onto his conjured earth fortress, his sharp eyes calculating a desperate high-stakes battle strategy deep within his mind. Planting his feet firmly, the mayor explosively thrust his hands forward, unleashing his ultimate technique, the Stone Mountain Tsunami. A devastating shockwave of earth mana erupted directly from his glowing palms. Instantly, massive tectonic plates violently shattered. The very ground ripped apart, surging forward like a chaotic rolling ocean of jagged rocks. Entire skyscrapers rode atop these monstrous earthen waves. This absolute devastation was designed to trap the Leviathan from fully escaping the dimensional rift. The beast watched the incoming destruction. It casually tilted its massive snout, observing the apocalyptic chaos surrounding it. Suddenly, multiple terrifying eyes across its rugged boulder-like body narrowed in sinister amusement. The eyes glowed with pure irritation, realizing this puny human also controlled the earth element, responding to the mountain's sinking Leviathan's sheer willpower. The roaring epicenter of the Stone Mountain tsunami violently collapsed inward. It rapidly condensed into a gargantuan, gravity-defying sphere of rock. This monstrous boulder began devouring the surrounding mountains, causing the mayor's earth tsunami to instantly lose its overwhelming momentum and mass. However, what the colossal Leviathan completely failed to notice was the mayor had already vanished into the falling debris. He silently ghosted right in front of its massive face. "Did you really think I used earth magic just to match yours?" The Leviathan's eyes widened in sudden terror. It tried to manifest a defensive rock armor, but it was simply too late. "I did it just to get close to you." Huang Qing awakened his ultimate martial art, the heaven and earth mountain piercing strike. He threw a devastating punch, unleashing a majestic spiraling shockwave of pure destructive aura. The legendary attack completely shattered the beast's mineralized eyelid, which was tougher than pure diamond. The strike pierced straight through, violently detonating the Leviathan's colossal eyeball into bloody pulp. An earth-shattering roar of agonizing fury echoed throughout the entirety of N City. The beast's unbreachable eye had been perfectly destroyed by the mayor's overpowered martial technique. Thrashing in absolute torment, its gargantuan body convulsed uncontrollably. It unhinged its massive jaws to the limit, unleashing an apocalyptic sonic roar to spiritually crush its tiny opponent. The destructive force of this shockwave surpassed 100 elite martial artists striking at once. Every single glass window in the metropolis instantly shattered into millions of deadly fragments. Such terrifying devastation, and that was merely from its cry of pain. Simultaneously, absolutely cataclysmic explosions began erupting randomly across the burning ruins of an city. The very foundations of the earth violently quaked. The world descended into absolute, unadulterated chaos. Responding to the Leviathan's unbridled wrath, the ground within a 100-meter radius warped. Lethal spikes of jagged rock explosively shot up from beneath instantly, forming a nightmarish forest of stone spears. Standing amidst this apocalypse, Huang Qing remained unflinching. Hovering fearlessly before this apocalyptic mount, he locked eyes with the beast and whispered, "Thank the heavens I received intelligence about the mountain's sinking Leviathan beforehand. I was able to evacuate the vanguard in time, otherwise the casualty rate would be unthinkable." With absolute resolve, the mayor of City pushed his mana core to the absolute maximum. An overwhelming aura exploded as he charged in. "If your entire body had entered the city, I might have hesitated, but you only stuck your ugly head out. They were nothing but lambs to the slaughter." Mayor Huang Qing's aura exploded. Multiple ethereal arms erupted from his body, each weaving complex hand seals to channel his devastating power. Blazing energy engulfed him like a roaring inferno. Despite his fragile human form, Mayor Huang Qing unleashed a terrifying torrent of raw lightning. The absolute blast struck the colossal crocodile head-on. This condensed attack carried apocalyptic area damage. Sizzling arcs of lethal electricity chained across the beast's massive jaws. The monster thrashed in sheer agony. All of its grotesque eyes shot wide open, desperately channeling its aura to survive the strike. Meanwhile, the mayor of Anshang stepped up. He pushed his physical limits, forming an impenetrable human shield. He intercepted the storm of deadly bone spikes. The beast spat back at Huang Qing. The abyss finally spat it out. The demonic beast's colossal head breached the dungeon gate completely, revealing armor plated with jagged nightmarish spikes. It looked like an apocalyptic sea urchin forged from pure malice. Staring down this absolute nightmare of an awakened monster, the mayor of Anshang felt a cold sweat drop. This was an earth attribute sovereign. It could summon impenetrable rocky terrain directly from its own flesh. But lurking in the blind spot, a chilling shadow, the Ape King perfectly masked its terrifying aura, peeking from behind the jagged boulders with a bloodthirsty glare. It locked onto Mayor Huang Qing. The veteran fighter was on high alert, scanning the battlefield. Yet, a sudden chill crept up his spine. A sinister presence had breached his defenses. He could feel an overwhelming, suffocating aura radiating from directly behind him. Huang Qing snapped around his face, drained of all color and pure horror, an ambush. But the very microsecond that thought crossed his mind, the Ape King's massive beastly hand instantly clamped over his skull. Even a seasoned martial artist like him couldn't react to this monstrous speed. Finally, out of the shadows, the Ape King flexed its crushing aura, reveling in its escape into the city. To this beast, Huang Qing was nothing but an insect. It sneered with absolute arrogance. "Puny human, what do you think you are doing to my royal mount?" Crushed within its demonic grip, Huang Qing struggled to look up. The truth hit him like a truck. Complete panic flooded his mind. The blood-eyed black flame ape, it had been using the terrain as camouflage. Those murderous crimson eyes stared straight into his soul. It let out a deafening roar of superiority. "I am going to pop your skull like a grape. Learn your place in the food chain, human trash." With a shockwave, the Ape King vaulted into the sky. Maintaining its lethal grip, it mercilessly pile-drived the mayor toward the earth. Impact. The devastating crash triggered a massive cratering explosion, sending debris flying into the atmosphere. Could a mere human body possibly survive that? Could he endure such cataclysmic force? After tanking the Ape King's earth-shattering blow, the blinding dust clouds slowly began to clear out. Shattered buildings and bedrock had morphed into a wasteland of jagged craters. Standing tall, the Ape King's fist practically steamed with residual friction heat. It bared its monstrous fangs, mocking Huang Qing. "You dodged the core impact. Cute, but I sense it now. There are no higher-level hunters left in this wretched city. The absolute massacre begins now." Huang Qing had barely survived that monstrous strike. He only lived because he materialized an emergency earth shield at the last possible millisecond. Still, his right arm was completely shattered, pushing his broken body to levitate. Huang Qing locked his wary gaze onto the apex predator, analyzing that grotesque demonic face. Pure unyielding hunter's fury burned in his eyes. Without hesitation, Huang Qing thrust his good arm skyward. Lethal razor-sharp mana crystals erupted from his very life force. They synchronized perfectly with his mana core. In a breathtaking display of mastery, Huang Qing commanded the flying stone blades to merge, forging an ancient colossal earth dragon. The dragon roared, jaws stretched wide to devour the Ape King in one legendary strike. Yet, staring down this overwhelming ultimate attack, the boss monster just flashed a sickening bloody grin. It felt absolutely nothing but pity. Your struggle is meaningless. You are only delaying your inevitable doom. In its twisted primal mind, humanity was just fragile livestock. They existed solely to be crushed under the heel of superior awakened beasts. It boasted like a dark god, "I have no predators here. This is merely a game of despair. Let me see the city's strongest hero shatter in absolute terror." Ha ha ha, the Earth Dragon descended like a meteor, its massive jaws snapping at the Ape King. The shockwave alone was pure devastation. You could feel the crushing pressure from miles away, but the Ape King did not even flinch. He arrogantly took the divine strike head-on, staring up with a dead, emotionless void. It was the ultimate display of absolute supremacy. When the dust settled, that demonic muscle-bound physique did not have a single scratch. Having tanked Huang Qing's ultimate skill like it was a gentle breeze, the Ape King stood there like a god of destruction. It even coldly graded him. "Decent casting speed, but your attack power is absolute garbage." Huang Qing's heart sank. Even his most devastating awakening art couldn't make this monster bleed. Refusing to surrender, he triggered an underground seismic wave. The very foundation of the city flipped upside down, warping reality around the beast. But for a sovereign tier, not enough. The Ape King flexed its demonic muscles, shut its eyes, and roared through the chaos. "Nice impact, but you move like a snail." This nightmare was in a league of its own. It vanished with godlike speed. It parkoured effortlessly across the tsunami of collapsing buildings, perfectly dodging the explosive onslaught. It was humiliating. Huang Qing's life-risking offensive couldn't even touch a single hair on the beast. And within a fraction of a second, the hulking monster teleported directly into his personal space. Drool dripped from its fangs as it commanded with absolute dominance. "Bow down, filthy insects, do not get eye contact privileges." Yet standing at death's door, Huang Qing refused to break. He glared back with unyielding human defiance, his pupils dilating as his hunter instincts detected a sudden, lethal twitch from the boss. He mathematically predicted the exact angle of its next strike. But prediction couldn't beat raw stats. A brutal strike pulverized Huang Qing's torso. The kinetic force turned his body into a literal beam of light, rocketing him down from the heavens. He struck the earth with the yield of a tactical nuke. Was the mayor finally dead? The Ape King's glowing red eyes peered through the smoke into the crater. Deep within the impact zone, surrounded by a massive spiderweb of fractured bedrock, defying all logic, Mayor Huang Qing was slowly forcing himself back to his feet. Huang Qing glared up at the Ape King. Pure hatred burned in his eyes. This absolute defiance only made the monstrous beast erupt into a blinding feral rage. Opening its repulsive slime-dripping jaws, the monster roared out a question. "Ha! Why aren't you trembling in fear?" Huang Qing wasted no time with words. He slammed his hands against the earth, sending shockwaves of pure mana surging downward. A terrifying pressure erupted from his core. The aura expanded instantly. Blood sacrifice, forbidden art, leyline seal. With the trap set, Huang Qing mocked the demonic beast. "You thought you were so clever, but you miscalculated. In the end, you are just an arrogant animal." Blinding energy poured from his severely mangled hands as he forced them high into the air, pushing his limits. Radiant golden chains shot forward viciously, binding the Ape King. Suspended mid-air, the beast was completely dominated by Huang Qing's overwhelming mana. The Ape King finally realized its deadly mistake as it violently thrashed against the mayor's suffocating spiritual vortex. It desperately tried to tear its hands free, but the immense aura only crushed its massive body tighter. The monster bellowed in fury. "You lured me into your formation on purpose." The gravitational pull intensified, dragging the Ape King into the crushing eye of a colossal mana hurricane. The raging energy transformed into a gigantic tornado, tossing the beast around inside the chaotic array. The Ape King became the absolute center of this devastating meat grinder. It shrieked in absolute agony, completely locked in place, unable to move a single inch out of this hellish magical formation. The terrified Ape King jolted as it looked up, only to see Huang Qing floating right before its eyes. Enraged by what it thought was a dirty trick, it rolled its bloodshot eyes, barking out a booming laugh. "Still so arrogant? Is this your trump card to seal me beneath the earth? How painfully naive, you insignificant little human." The giant ape then opened its jaws to roar again. Brimming with absolute arrogance, it mocked Huang Qing's power as just another pathetic mortal trick. The beast grew dangerously excited, even while bound by his chains. "You cannot trap me forever. The second this formation weakens, I will tear every last human here to shreds." Facing the monster's sickening gloating, Huang Qing simply let out a cold, mocking smirk. "Yeah, this is not my trump card. It is a final symphony." With those chilling words, Huang Qing ripped open his blood-stained shirt, revealing a battle-hardened physique forged through countless awakened battles. But the single most terrifying detail was a massive, gruesome wound, carved deep into his chest. The scar was larger than a grown man's hand. Suddenly, Huang Qing's voice echoed like thunder. "The symphony of humanity, the symphony of absolute courage." Leaning forward, Huang Qing ruthlessly plunged his own hand right into his chest. straight toward his violently beating heart. What in the world was Huang Qing doing? Crimson blood sprayed through the air, yet the mayor suppressed every single trace of pain. Witnessing this sheer suicidal madness, the Ape King trembled in actual fear. You. What are you trying to do? He was voluntarily destroying his own life force. Coughing up mouthfuls of dark blood, Huang Qing endured the hellish agony, staring dead into the monster's eyes. From the very moment this war started, I buried Aegis City's only nuclear warhead beneath Swan Lake. The detonator is wired directly into my heart. If my heart stops beating, the nuke goes off. This was absolute insanity. Hearing this fatal truth, the Ape King lost its mind. Panicking wildly, it began thrashing with desperate apocalyptic terror. Damn you, are you trying to bluff me? No one gambles with their own life. You think I am scared? Mayor Huang Qing was truly a legendary man, who lived and breathed for Aegis City. His body was completely broken, his life force slipping away. With his final ragged breaths, he whispered, I never plan on surviving this raid. Because I am the mayor of Aegis City, my name is Huang Qing. In the absolute final moments of his fading life, Huang Qing's vision began to blur, as memories of his inauguration flashed before him. Becoming the shield of this city was the greatest pride of his existence. The roaring cheers of his citizens back then, their hopeful smiles. That was his ultimate source of true happiness. My name is Huang Qing. I gladly offer my body and soul for Aegis City. For the people of Aegis City, I sacrifice my life with zero regrets. Snapping back to the brutal present, Huang Qing had completely let go of all earthly attachments. His only remaining conviction was dragging this Ape King straight to hell to protect his home. Closing his eyes, he asked the heavens, did I finally do enough? The moment those words faded, the detonation signal hit zero. A blinding flash of light erupted from the abyss. The catastrophic energy slammed into the Ape King, signaling Huang Qing's ultimate erasure from this world. The hero's heart had officially stopped beating. He embraced the void, pulling the monster down into mutual destruction. This was the absolute only path to secure a future for Aegis City. Ground Zero instantly vaporized. A world-ending explosion swallowed both the Ape King and Mayor Huang Qing. The apocalyptic flash turned the night sky into pure day, shaking the entire safe zone. Scorching radioactive ash rained down from the heavens in all directions. The underground nuclear payload unleashed a terrifying, earth-shattering shockwave, blooming violently into an apocalyptic, sky-piercing mushroom cloud. A sea of hellfire consumed the landscape, devouring everything in its path. The entire battlefield where two titans just clashed was incinerated into a crater of endless smoke and absolute nothingness. As the mayor of Aegis City embraced his heroic death, a trembling soldier pulled out his communicator. He stared at the final emergency broadcast that Huang Qing had secretly sent to trigger the evacuation. Emergency directive, all awakened soldiers and martial artists must immediately evacuate the Swan Lake Gate perimeter at once. Nuclear detonation imminent, I repeat. Evacuate immediately. Reading those final words, the soldier looked up at the towering blast, tears streaming down his face. The crushing reality hit everyone. Countless awakened warriors stood in absolute silence, saluting the distant nuclear inferno. Tears flowed freely from the eyes of every soldier, honoring Mayor Huang Qing's legendary sacrifice. Miles away, he squad alongside Serena Logan, and the surviving hunters stood at solemn attention, bowing their heads in deep mourning. As the nuclear fires raged on, that colossal mushroom cloud stood tall like a glorious monument to a fallen god. Every single evacuated warrior maintained their salute, paying their highest respects. It was a hero's funeral painted in fire and ash. Once the apocalyptic fury of the mayor's tactical nuke finally settled, all that remained of the area was an unfathomably massive crater. Veins of glowing red magma crackled at the bottom of the abyss. Every single trace of the surrounding environment had been violently wiped from the face of the earth. And lying dead in the center of that hellish pit was the charred, pathetic skeleton of the Ape King. The nuclear fire had devoured its invincible flesh, leaving nothing but blackened bones in the dirt. Suddenly, a blazing orb of spiked light materialized nearby. It pulsed violently, radiating an uncanny aura of immortal energy. As it drifted toward the Monkey King's shattered remains, the orb flared intensely, channeling its pure power straight into the beast's dried bones. The surging energy danced like a living flame, but the nightmare was far from over. The creature's withered skeletal arm was actually regenerating. Grotesque tendrils sprouted and wrapped around the bones, forcing a terrifying resurrection. Layers of raw red muscle violently wove together, concealing the skeletal frame. Thick veins and fresh tissue violently stitched themselves across the beast's skull. Seconds later, the Monkey King's sinister eyes snapped open. The monster was fully resurrected, fueled by the core's ancient legacy. As the blinding light faded, the orb embedded itself deep into its chest. Though it had cheated death, this new vessel was nothing more than a patchwork of temporary flesh hastily stitched together. Its hideous form was still actively regenerating. The Monkey King scrambled to its feet, letting out a shrill, arrogant shriek. To think I almost died to those lowly humans, boiling with absolute hatred, it roared, I will tear everyone in this city to pieces. I will torture every last one of them in the most agonizing way possible. The beast was currently nothing but a terrifying skinless monstrosity. Completely bald and utterly repulsive, it looked like a nightmare crawling straight out of hell. The giant creature hunched over as it stood. Clutching its gut, it turned to flee. Dragging its broken body back toward its home world, it muttered darkly about the Sin domain. Once my vitality is restored, I will return and reduce this place to ash. But suddenly, a cold human voice echoed through the ruins. Where exactly do you think you are going? The Monkey King whipped around in sheer terror. Its silent escape had been completely exposed. As its gaze locked onto the intruder, its jaw dropped. It was Yi He standing tall in his Godzilla form, patiently waiting for its resurrection. He was here to eradicate it completely. The Monkey King's eyes bulged in absolute panic. I remember now. This monster is the biggest threat to our beast invasion. A terrifying human genius, Yi. He stood dead center in front of the pathetic beast that had brought ruin to the entire safe city. Suppressed fury radiated from his very being. With his eyes blazing like supernovas, he glared at the monster. Finally found you. Shame I was one step too late. Without wasting another breath, he lunged. He clenched his devastating nuclear fist and blitzed toward the beast, striking before its regeneration could even finish. He unleashed his ultimate atomic burst punch straight into its ugly face. The sheer kinetic impact of He's god-tier strike warped the very air around them. All of his compressed rage for the safe city's tragedy was packed into this one explosive blow. The punch erupted into a massive, devastating shockwave. He fully intended for this single strike to be the brutal end, but unbelievably even he was shocked after the monkey took the hit head-on. The Monkey King remained completely unfazed, its terrifying strength still intact. You foolish genius. You should have cowered in the backlines during this war. Did you really think you were smart coming straight to me? Instantly, its massive claws wrapped around Yi. The beast lunged forward with a sickening, greedy grin. This is my perfect chance to crush you. But he did not even flinch. Instead, he casually drew blood from beneath his eyes to trigger his true awakening. Smirking with absolute defiance, he taunted the monster. If you ran, my giant nuclear bomb might have missed. So enjoy this point-blank explosion. Sensing the apocalyptic threat brewing from absolute terror hijacked the Monkey King's face. What it witnessed next was pure, unimaginable horror. It screamed in despair. What the hell is this? Is he even human? In a flash, he evolved into a colossal titan with armored, spiked muscles surging everywhere. He's monstrous, mutated titan form loomed through the dust, sending earthquake-level tremors across the entire battlefield. Without a single second of hesitation, he activated the payload. The ultimate nuclear core, he promised. A blinding atomic reactor ignited within his chest, violently pumping infinite godlike energy throughout his colossal frame. Boom! A catastrophic detonation erupted from He's position completely engulfing the area in a massive earth-shattering atomic blast. This apocalyptic tremor violently shook the safe city once again. A devastating shockwave ripped through the atmosphere, sending massive clouds of ash swallowing the entire skyline. Miles away, the elite martial artists trembled as they felt the overwhelming, terrifying shockwave washing over them. Everyone stared in sheer disbelief at the exploding horizon, completely, utterly bewildered. They all foolishly assumed Mayor Huang Qing had launched another desperate final attack. Look over there. Why did another nuke just go off? What the hell is happening? Could this be Mayor Huang Qing's secret backup plan? As expected of our brilliant mayor. Meanwhile, after tanking he's point-blank atomic explosion, the Monkey King's shattered body could not even stand up. It was reduced to a charred, smoking log in the middle of the wasteland. The Monkey King's eyes widened in absolute despair. What it saw now was beyond terrifying. Its jagged, ruined jaw trembled as it choked out a single pathetic cry. Monster, you absolute monster. Looming over the beast was He's fully awakened, titanic form, razor-sharp fangs, and indestructible demonic Godzilla scales completely armored his overwhelming physique. Two blinding predatory eyes pierced through the smoke from the Titan's massive skull. The once mighty Monkey King was now nothing but a pebble beneath his towering foot. Driven to absolute crushing despair, the Monkey King shrieked in agony. Why are you more of a monster than I am? Not even a Lord-tier beast possesses this apocalyptic aura. The beast simply could not comprehend this terrifying reality. But he only glared down at the pathetic creature with absolute chilling contempt. With a voice as cold as absolute zero, he simply replied, I am nothing like a bald, pathetic ape. Instantly, he raised his colossal foot high into the air, aiming straight for the Monkey King. The monster gasped in pure horror as the massive shadow descended. Its broken body violently trembled, completely paralyzed by god-tier fear. Smash! That titanic stomp instantly obliterated the beast, sending catastrophic shockwaves rippling through the very fabric of space. Dust violently swallowed the battlefield as the Monkey King was completely crushed, was sent rolling like a pathetic ball. He sneered, calling out, Don't run away now, little monkey. Violent energy surged in his palm. He prepared for another devastating strike. Mountain-shattering fist, Dark Zen. Yet the beast dared to turn back. Forcing its battered body to move, it clenched its fist for a desperate counterattack, roaring with all its might. Damn you, don't underestimate an overlord. The two monstrous fists collided. A terrifying shockwave of energy exploded between them. A blinding light and horrific aura erupted. If Mayor Huang Qing's suicide bomb hadn't weakened this ape king earlier, he wouldn't have dominated it so quickly. After a brief struggle, He's overwhelming punch smashed the beast into the earth. It left a massive crater. However, He's own arm was now drenched in blood. The recoil caused severe damage. He relaxed his stance and muttered, as expected of an Overlord class magical beast. Even heavily wounded, its strike packs a lethal punch. But right now, you're just a cornered monkey. In the blink of an eye, He's mangled arm rapidly regenerated back to its perfect state. He clenched his fist, feeling the power. In my colossal Godzilla form, my overall stats have broken past 30 points, yet I couldn't completely crush you in pure strength. You even managed to injure my arm, but it's still not enough. The brutalized Ape King now lay completely shattered on the ruined ground. Clinging to a thread of life, it raised its head in disbelief. How did my attack heal so fast? Total despair consumed its eyes. No way. I can't beat this human monster. Driven mad by sheer terror, the Ape King scrambled away like a cowardly dog. It was a pathetic, absolute defeat. I can't win. I can't win. It fled across the battlefield. This was the same beast that arrogantly planned to massacre all of Safe City. But there was no escape for it now. As the ape dashed toward its secret realm, he was already charging a core of nuclear energy deep in his maw. His towering Godzilla form stood like a god of destruction. He glared with absolute disgust. You filthy trash. A mere beast like you is not worth Mayor Huang Qing's sacrifice. With a thunderous roar, he unleashed a devastating atomic breath. The beam locked dead onto the fleeing Ape King. The apocalyptic nuclear blast engulfed everything in its path. There was absolutely zero chance of survival for this vile creature. The beast's body seemed to melt into the blinding light. The searing atomic energy tore through the area, threatening to vaporize it into cosmic dust. Screaming in mad despair, it cursed, "Curse you, human anomaly." Using the terrifying kinetic force from his previous punch, the blood-eyed black ape furiously burrowed deep underground. But he simply narrowed his eyes, his cold gaze piercing through the thick battlefield smoke. He instantly realized the beast used the shockwave to escape into the earth. Without hesitation, he activated his magnetic life field. His senses scanned the subterranean terrain. Locking onto the ape's exact coordinates, he raised his massive foot. "Where do you think you're going? The earth will be your tomb." His colossal foot slammed into the ground. The impact hit like a meteor, shattering the very crust of a planet. The crushing gravity suppressed everything, compressing the entire spatial zone. Hundreds of massive spiderweb-like fissures instantly tore across the tectonic plates. Destruction spread from ground zero. But this ape was a seasoned overlord. Mere physical force wouldn't be enough to put it down for good. The blood-eyed black ape swam through the solid earth like a fish, desperately evading the pursuit. It blindly rushed toward the secret realm's dimensional rift. But suddenly, a terrifying wave of heat blasted from directly above. Every single hair on the beast's neck stood on end. Its entire body trembled in primal fear. The ape knew it was exposed. Damn it, how are this human's tracking senses so godly? I erased my aura. I merged with the earth's spirit veins. Are you a human or a disguised god? How did you lock onto me? An atomic surge violently ripped the earth apart. It was like a bunker-buster bomb. The ape was violently blasted out of the dirt like a helpless fish. Waiting for it above was a gargantuan fist, carrying the crushing pressure of a hurricane mountain quake, art black light slash. The ape was beaten like a stray mutt. Its massive frame was hammered back into the earth, driven deep into the bedrock like a nail into a mountain. He mocked it relentlessly, his voice dripping with disdain. "Stupid monkey, you have the guts to invade but can't take a punch. Did you think your little tricks could defy the heavens? I thought you were a rare, vicious beast. Turns out you're just a screaming monkey made of cheap paper." Hearing this, the ape hissed with venomous hatred. "Don't push your luck, you lowly human insect. You arrogant pest, I swear on my path back to the rift. I will bring hell not just to you, but to your entire pathetic race." Boiling with sky-high hatred, its will to destroy ignited. It forced its magic core into absolute overdrive, draining its final drops of life force. Its massive body instantly withered, flesh and fur rapidly decaying. In exchange, its right arm regenerated to its absolute peak. Pitch-black veins bulged beneath charred skin while dark purple demonic aura coiled around the limb. The aura hissed like venomous snakes. Its bones cracked as demonic muscles mutated, rapidly expanding its monstrous claws. This arm was its ultimate weapon. The final dying embers of a beast pushed to the brink of death. Just one strike. With this single strike, I will drag you to hell. In a single breath, the ape's right arm twisted violently. It ballooned to an impossible size, every single muscle fiber expanding with explosive power. Jagged purple bone spikes erupted like dragon scales. Toxic purple smoke reeking of demonic energy billowed out, releasing an overwhelmingly suffocating killing intent. The sheer pressure cracked the ground. World-destroying strike, seeing the beast fighting to its last breath only made Yi, his blood boil with excitement. True essence gathered. The pressure around his fist ignited the air into a blue-purple flame. Lightning crackled like an angry god. Super atomic burst punch. Boom. The two vastly different fists collided head-on. The apocalyptic shockwave instantly vaporized all the air around them, creating a terrifying vacuum of pure destruction. Crimson and black lightning erupted from the impact. The Black Ape's fist shattered the energy, sending a devastating shockwave right through Yi, his arm crushing into his chest. The snake-like muscles coiled around Yi, his arm completely ruptured. Flesh and bone detonated in a horrific chain reaction, blowing his entire right arm to absolute pieces. Blood and bone fragments rained down on the scorched earth, painting the irradiated wasteland red. Seeing this gruesome scene, the blood-eyed Black Ape assumed Yi. He was completely defeated. But despite his critical injuries, a mocking smirk crept across Yi. His face, "You are at a dead end." Atomic breath, fire, boom. The ape had just used its full power. Its mana core was completely drained. Unable to dodge it, took the blinding atomic blast straight to the face. The dense azure light felt like a solid weapon. The beam pinned the Black Ape down, instantly incinerating its dried-out flesh into chunks. Its once proud and impenetrable defense evaporated into nothing but worthless ashes. But just as he prepared to deliver the final blow, an eerie song echoed across the battlefield. The soft melody sent shivers down his spine. La la la. La la, a piercing agony suddenly stabbed his brain. It felt like thousands of needles tearing through his consciousness as a massive wave of dark emotions violently drowned him. His reason was slipping away. His cold, blue eyes widened in high alert. Another terrifying entity was approaching. He immediately channeled his internal killing intent, preparing for battle. He forged a mental shield to block the stranger's psychic attack. By the time he regained his absolute focus, the scorched earth from the nuclear blast had completely changed. Countless pale arms were now sprouting from the ground. Each long, slender arm looked like a perfectly sculpted statue, swaying gently in the wind like blooming deadly flowers. It was a chillingly seductive yet horrifying sight. Meanwhile, the blood-eyed Black Ape, half incinerated by the atomic breath, was now being gently lifted by this ocean of ghostly hands. The countless hands passed the beast's mangled body along slowly, carrying it toward the secret realm's dimensional rift. His expression immediately darkened with intense blazing fury. He had just defeated an Overlord, only to find another hidden variable lurking in the shadows. He lunged forward to grab the ape, but his massive body suddenly froze. Countless pale hands had silently grown from the joints of his giant form. They locked his body tight like jammed gears in a machine, completely paralyzing him in midair. "You think you can interfere? Nobody escapes me, he roared as his colossal body flared with a blinding azure light. His internal temperature started skyrocketing at crazy speeds. His internal nuclear reactor was pushed to its absolute limit, 100 degrees 200, then 1000 degrees Celsius. His giant reptilian outer armor actually began to melt. Boiling flesh underneath bubbled like molten azure lava. The very ground beneath him ignited, the creepy hands gripping his body instantly caught fire from the overwhelming intense nuclear heat. They shrieked with the horrifying sound of crying infants before crumbling into ash. By now the dying, blood-eyed Black Ape was carried right to the edge of the rift, only 50 meters away from the secret realm. For the first time, the arrogant beast that viewed humans as mere bugs finally tasted the true terror of impending death. "Hurry up faster, that cursed human is right behind us." Boom, 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 he marched forward with heavy earth-shattering steps, scorching the ground with every single devastating footprint. The freakish hands beneath his feet burned to crisps. He roared, extending his massive arm to crush the ape. The Black Ape's jaw dropped its sharp fangs, trembling violently. Its blood-red pupils shrank in sheer absolute panic. "No, this is impossible. I am the supreme overlord. I cannot be killed by a lowly, pathetic human like you. Stop this cursed bastard right now. Do it immediately." The haunting melody echoed through the air once again. La la la. But this time, within the chilling song, there was a silky smooth laugh mixed in the dark laughter of a woman. From inside the 100-meter-tall dimensional rift, a massive tidal wave of pale hands flooded out. Right in the center of that fleshy wave was a woman's floating head. Countless beautiful hands formed a mask covering her eyes, but her sickeningly blood-red smile was exposed. Her long crimson tongue slowly licked her lips, making anyone's hair stand on end. He felt like his skull was going to explode from the demonic soul-crushing lullaby. Wait, he had already completely disabled his giant form's hearing, yet that nightmare sound still pierced right through every single defense he had put up. It echoed directly inside his brain like a terrifying parasite. How is this possible? She is on the other side of the rift, an entirely different world away. Yet her power still easily crushes my mind. If her true physical body ever crossed over into our world, I would probably be forced to my knees instantly. In just the very first second, what the hell is this demonic entity? A beast or something far more terrifying than an overlord? The pale hands suddenly merged together, forming the giant face of a ghostly woman complete with long black hair flowing like a wandering spirit, two massive hands wrapped around tightly covering the demon's evil eyes. Suddenly, the eyes snapped open. Blazing fiery pupils glared with pure, furious killing intent. Her horrifying giant face unhinged its jaw and unleashed a monstrous earth-shattering demonic scream. Deep inside its throat glowed a blinding orb of pure chaotic energy. It unleashed an ear-piercing screech, combined with a devastating shockwave that tore through the very air. The blast slammed right into Yi He. His head throbbed with unimaginable pain from the sonic attack. He clutched his skull and roared desperately, fighting to maintain his sanity. Ah! I clearly blocked the Super Titan's hearing. How is that freakish sound still tearing apart my brain? His colossal Godzilla-like body violently staggered backward from the sheer mental pressure. He roared in absolute agony, exhausted by the deafening, mind-breaking noise. His entire body felt utterly drained. But he gritted his teeth, pushing through the unbearable torture. He braced himself and snarled with blazing fury. You slaughtered so many innocent people, and you think you can just leave Aegis City this easily? He went completely berserk. He flexed his massive frame and let out a manic roar. He had never been pushed so far. Keep dreaming, monsters, every last drop of his core nuclear energy. He violently gathered all his explosive nuclear power into his central core. He slammed his giant hands down, forcing the massive Titan skeleton into maximum overdrive mode. Overflowing with raw atomic energy, the power boiled in every inch of his being before completely erupting. Thick smoke and wild lightning strikes violently exploded outward in all directions. After fully charging the Super Titan with nuclear fire, He prepared to eject from the giant body. He moved at lightning speed. Everything was perfectly calculated and ready to blow. He grinned with his signature arrogant smirk, throwing up a loving middle finger straight at the demon. This is my hometown special, a nuclear bomb. Hope you enjoy it, bastard. The colossal Titan body was now glowing white-hot with unstable energy, leaking apocalyptic nuclear radiation. It was milliseconds from detonating as it barreled straight toward the dimensional rift's gate. All that catastrophic power aimed right at the hideous face of the Ape King's helper. She left her mouth wide open right in the path of a walking nuclear nuke. There was nowhere left to run. A blinding nuclear radiance pierced the darkness, unleashing another devastating explosion right on the heels of the mayor's atomic strike. This time it was his own nuclear detonation. Another colossal mushroom cloud erupted over in city. The martial artists fighting in the distance witnessed this earth-shattering spectacle. Everyone mistakenly believed that Huang Qing had planted backup explosives, sparking frantic whispers across the battlefield. Look at the dimensional rift. It actually detonated. The monster horde is falling into absolute chaos. Did Huang Qing actually succeed? Everyone focus your auras. Do not let Huang Qing's ultimate sacrifice be in vain, and city is finally saved, with the physical body of the crimson-eyed black ape completely vaporized by the colossal blast. The endless tide of demonic beasts pouring from the rift drastically plummeted. The otherworldly invasion had finally halted. Seizing the moment, the city's martial artists launched a massive counterattack, hunting down the monsters hiding within the ruins. This bloody purge lasted for an entire day and night. Only when every last beast was exterminated did the exhausted warriors finally collapse. The legendary defense of An City ended in ultimate victory, though the cost was utterly devastating, with nearly 80% of all fighters dead or wounded. Meanwhile, at the Swan Lake apocalyptic Ground Zero, the dual detonations had carved a massive bottomless abyss into the earth. Having abandoned his explosive avatar just in time, was now completely drained of his immense power. He lay unconscious on the scorched wasteland. Moments later, the main character weakly fluttered his eyes open. The chaotic battlefield was dead silent, leaving him as the sole survivor. Forcing himself to sit up, he muttered, just how long was I out? Even though he had burned every drop of his nuclear aura to detonate his colossal phantom, this apocalyptic crater was absolutely overflowing with fresh radiation and atomic energy. It was essentially a rapid on-site charging station for his drained divine core. With his profound strength slowly returning, he gazed into the desolate horizon. This victory was way too close, he whispered. Huang Qing sacrificed his own mortal body, locking that crimson-eyed black ape at Ground Zero to shatter its defenses. Only then could I weaponize the radioactive terrain, spamming chain detonations to finish the job. Thank the heavens I obliterated it before that mysterious phantom head could intervene. Despite my overpowered infinite monster system, I am still no match for a true Overlord-class beast. Surviving this catastrophic clash was pure luck and perfect timing. If heaven grants me enough time to level up, I will eventually dominate the absolute pinnacle of the Xia Nation. But this sudden dimensional outbreak proved that my grinding phase is over. When will the system unlock the next terrifying evolution? And more importantly, when can I draw the next blueprint? Even if I roll the gacha, landing a golden tier is never guaranteed. Fusing with the Astral Emperor Demonic Flora template is my only shortcut to reaching the Supreme Realm. Therefore, I must frantically farm 10 high-tier plant attribute monster cores. Furthermore, there are the Mystic Yellow martial arts, because my infinite monster system allows me to completely exploit the martial destiny dimension. I must master the supernatural path of human warriors, even if the scaling of Mystic Yellow techniques is slower than my monstrous evolutions. However, its hidden potential is absolutely astronomical. After all, this is a supreme martial arts world. Perhaps my fateful transmigration into this universe carries a far greater divine purpose. Exactly 1 month after the apocalyptic devastation of Incity, to honor Huang Qing's legendary sacrifice, the surviving citizens forged a magnificent bronze monument, erecting it proudly in the central plaza. He quietly sat on a nearby park bench, letting the cool breeze wash over him as he swiped through the latest digital news, digesting the devastating aftermath of the monstrous invasion. The broadcast revealed a grim reality. A staggering 18 cities across the Xia nation had been sieged by the beast tide. 12 of those metropolises had utterly fallen to ruins. Worse yet, an S-rank dimensional rift swallowed Guanshan City, sealing the sector inside an impenetrable eerie gray mist of death. The nation's supreme military force, the Great Xia Dragon Sparrow, immediately deployed 30 elite Black Tortoise warriors and 5 grandmasters, led by the legendary Great Grandmaster Du Jingming. They marched straight into the abyss. This monstrous invasion defied all logic, spawning unprecedented S-rank anomalies. Even the strongest powerhouse in the nation, the Guardian-rank deity Fu Hongsheng, grew impatient, waiting at the perimeter and charged into Guanshan City himself. Yet after 8 agonizing hours, even the almighty Fu Hongsheng emerged, dripping with blood, suffering catastrophic injuries. He barely dragged the 2 remaining surviving grandmasters out of hell. Consequently, Guanshan City was officially condemned as the globe's 11th forbidden death zone. 1.8 million civilians instantly wiped from existence. Reading this, his heart grew heavy with devastating sorrow. The chilling realization of humanity's impending doom crushed his chest. Even a Supreme Guardian-rank powerhouse was pushed to the brink of death. Has the fate of the human race truly reached such a terrifying countdown? I cannot waste another second hiding. The scene violently shifts to the luxurious, sprawling estate of the wealthy Liu family. He's shamelessly smooth voice echoed through the smartphone speaker. Qinlan, I desperately need a massive favor. The gorgeous Qinlan was lounging gracefully on her crimson velvet sofa, her exhausted yet stunning figure radiating a mature charm. She sighed lazily and fired back. Let me guess, you want to steal the final 2 volumes of the Liu family's Mystic Yellow martial arts. He deadpanned internally. Is my reputation really that of a shameless martial arts thief in her eyes? He let out a charismatic chuckle and dodged the accusation. Not quite. It is an entirely different matter. I need your vast network to acquire some ultra-rare high-grade plant attribute monster cores. Ideally, they need to be of the Azure tier, or even better, purple tier Lord-class cores. Qinlan elegantly shook her head with a wry smile. Plant beasts are already insanely scarce. A Lord-class core is practically priceless. Your appetite is absolutely terrifying, Brad. What exactly can you offer in exchange for such a heavenly treasure? Without skipping a beat, he played his ultimate trump card. The elite Floral Capital Academy hosts a brutal dimensional survival exam for all freshmen. I swear to form an unstoppable vanguard with Liu Qingzhu, and completely hard carry her to absolute first place. But Qinlan was a ruthless realist. Her gorgeous eyes narrowed sharply. You are severely underestimating the monstrous geniuses from the capital provinces. Let me shatter your illusion right now. Even in a normal year, Qingzhu's current combat power would barely scrape the upper middle brackets. She wouldn't even touch the true elite tiers. I know you completely dominate her in sparring sessions, but compared to the nation's true freakish anomalies, you still lack that final spark. Yet, instead of backing down, he's aura exploded with overwhelming arrogance. That may be true, Qinlan, but deep down, you know I am the absolute only hope you have to restore the Liu family's glorious legacy. I will write a blood oath right now. If I fail to seize the supreme crown, I will sign my soul over to the Liu family, serving as your loyal servant until the end of your days. Hearing his audacious gamble, Qinlan let out a breathy, dangerous laugh. A loyal servant, you say? Clearly thrilled by his fearless ambition, she rose elegantly from her velvet throne, her previous exhaustion completely vanishing into the air. Very well, you arrogant brat, I will sponsor your insane request, one final time. Meanwhile, back at the heavily fortified and city central hospital, at the inpatient ward, he arrived riding his majestic warhorse. He instantly stole the spotlight, surrounded by a crowd of cheering, starry-eyed girls. Please give me your autograph, He looked exactly like a superstar. Oh, look over there it is, As expected of the martial arts champion, while we are covered in injuries, he did not even have a single scratch. Rumor has it, he slaughtered countless demonic beasts during the Secret Realm invasion. I am your biggest fan, Please give me your contact number. Yee he, can you sign this for me? But he casually rejected them all, saying no thank you. Yet inwardly he was absolutely thrilled, whispering to himself, I never expected to be this famous. I could live off this glory forever. Inside room 6, at beds 11 and 12, lay Chu Zhou and Luo Xuan. Yi, he brought a basket of fruit to visit his best friend. The moment he saw Chu Zhou, he burst into such hysterical laughter that his jaw nearly dropped to the floor. He ruthlessly pointed fingers at the hilarious sight of Chu Zhou, who was wrapped up in full body bandages, like a stiff wax figure, chuckling mischievously. Is this not Chu Zhou, the #1 handsome guy of Anqing? I never thought I would see you like this. Ha ha ha. Seeing Yi, his smug face, Chu Zhou burned with helpless fury. He quickly changed the subject. I know you are here to visit, but what is with all that stuff in your hands? To which Yi gave the most shameless reply. My fans gave them to me on the way. Right next to Chu Zhou was Luo Xuan, who gave a warm, friendly wave upon seeing him. Oh, Yi he. He looked incredibly welcoming. But Yi, he had absolutely no clue who this guy was. He squinted and stared hard. You are Luo Xuan. Luo Xuan pointed at his own face, calmly introducing himself. It is me, Luo Xuan, your very first opponent from the qualifying rounds. Only then did Yi. He widened his eyes as the fragmented memories finally clicked into place. I remember now. Moreover, a wave of shock hit him as he realized Luo Xuan had completely lost one of his legs during the brutal battle. Luo Xuan gazed gently at Yi He. Then he looked down at his missing limb and smiled. Did you forget about me? Do not stare like that. My leg has not healed up yet. Stop acting like I am completely crippled. I can still get limb attachment, surgery, or equip the latest combat prosthetic from Thunder Shooting Bird. Yi, he stared at Luo Xuan in deep, solemn thought. Losing a leg just to protect Anqing, Luo Xuan truly earned his absolute respect. Suddenly, the smartphone deep inside Yi, his pocket began to buzz relentlessly. He pulled it out fully intending to decline the call, grumbling under his breath. There are way too many scam calls lately, so annoying. Then he shoved it right back. Who would have thought the device would frantically ring again? Yi, he shouted out loud. Not this again. Left with no choice, he reluctantly answered. Unexpectedly, the voice on the other end belonged to the academy principal. He had tried everything to reach Yi, who kept his phone off all day. Yi he, why did you block the VIP from Huadu? Unblock them immediately. Understood. Old dang wait, no principal. That highly important figure the principal mentioned finally managed to connect with Yi he. Greetings, Yi he. My name is Wang Dao, the head of admissions for Huadu University. Huadu is starting this semester 1 month early. A private train will pick you up in 3 days. Do you have any other requests? At that exact moment, Chu Zhou received the exact same admission notice as Yi he. He was struggling to hold the phone through his heavy bandages. Hello there, Chu Zhou. I am Liu, an admissions instructor from Huadu. Over in the corner, Yi, he meekly replied, I will follow whatever the organization arranges. On the bed, Chu Zhou's response was equally straightforward. Understood, I will be on time, thank you, Instructor Liu. Watching this unfold, Luo Xuan felt a sudden wave of inadequacy. 3 guys in 1 room excluding me, they are all elite masters. Maybe I should not be lying on this bed. I should probably hide under it. After hanging up, a sense of absolute urgency flashed across Yi, his face. He muttered to himself, before enrollment, there is still one crucial task left to complete. A few days later, at the absolute epicenter of the Swan Lake explosion ruins, the massive nuclear mushroom cloud had pushed hundreds of tons of radioactive dust into the atmosphere, completely shrouding the lake, plunging the area into an endless eternal night. Heavy suffocating clouds entirely devoured the faint dying light from the sky. In the blink of an eye, Yi, he had already arrived at the scene. Fully transformed into his monstrous Godzilla state, he sat in deep meditation, violently absorbing the lingering nuclear energy into his core. The volatile radiation was greedily devoured by Yi he, swirling around him like a massive, terrifying storm cloud, rapidly concealing his colossal body. Sensing his energy reserves were finally full, Yi snapped his eyes open, radiating an eerie, blinding neon glow. The digital system interface suddenly materialized. Infinite monster template host Yi. He total physical constitution at 27.4. Frenzied Godzilla form synchronization rate at 38.9%. Supergiant Titan current synchronization rate, 90%. After completing the violent absorption, he stood up with an overwhelming aura and muttered, following the brutal death match against the blood-eyed black ape, my template compatibility increased by 1.5%, an absolutely impressive number. Combined with this excess nuclear fission energy, this absolute wasteland has become a perfect cultivation holy ground. 3 days of hardcore training boosted my synchronization by 6%, a monstrous leap in power. With those words, he stomped his foot, shattering the ground beneath him. But unfortunately, my time here is up. He launched forward, moving even faster than the speed of light, blasting from the earth straight into the heavens above, leaving behind nothing but a brilliant fading light trail. The scene shifted to the bustling Anqing train station. The station intercom echoed loudly, "Train G6666 from Anqing to West Huadu will depart in exactly 5 minutes." Chu Zhou had been waiting for Yi He all afternoon, his luggage perfectly packed and ready to go. Suddenly, sensing He's overwhelming aura approaching, Chu Zhou quickly turned his head, whispering under his breath, "He is finally here." It was that blinding radiant streak of light tearing across the sky. He performed a mid-air acrobatic spin, violently crashing down right next to Chu Zhou. This explosive entrance sent the nearby crowd into an absolute panic. Landing safely with perfect precision, he casually turned his head toward Chu Zhou and smirked, "Thank goodness I made it in time." The moment he touched down, the civilians instantly recognized him, screaming in pure excitement, "Is that the legendary Yi He? Damn it." That terrifying pressure just now almost made me pass out entirely. I thought a high-level demonic beast had spawned. What a monstrous aura. Not even an advanced martial artist possesses such overwhelming presence, truly worthy of being Anqing's greatest pride. Taking one look at Chu Zhou immediately sensed the difference, nodding as he spoke, "You grew completely stronger again." Meanwhile, He cast a deeply nostalgic gaze at the very first place he had transmigrated to. "Oh, Anqing, it is finally time to leave this city. This was my very first sanctuary since crossing over, and the origin of my entire legend. Goodbye, Anqing." With that, their grand journey officially began. The massive train rumbled forward, eventually arriving at the glorious Huadu station. Honestly, with this slow speed, why did he not just use his own monstrous movement ability? His heart was practically racing with burning excitement and wild anticipation. He boldly declared, "Let us go onward to Huadu." The high-speed rails swiftly roared to life, carrying Huadu's 2 newest freshmen toward their destiny. But once seated on the train, he absolutely refused to sit still. He kept standing on the seats, staring eagerly out the window. Half asleep Chu Zhou groggily warned him, "Seriously, can you not just behave for 1 second? Looking completely puzzled, he turned around and asked, "Are these all top-tier prodigies?" Chu Zhou added, "Not just that. This train's cutting-edge armor can withstand thousands of tons of pure destructive force. Still 5 A-rank hunters and a supreme grandmaster are guarding us. After all, these passengers are the absolute pinnacle of our republic's future." He casually sensed their auras. He smirked inwardly. "Sure, there are experts here, but barely 5 of them could survive 3 of my strikes." Suddenly, the smooth ride shattered. The intercom blared relentlessly, "Red alert, red alert. The Nuwa City Express is under attack by unknown hostiles." The sirens screamed louder. "Level 1 threat, level 1 threat. Hostile entities have breached the Nuwa Express. Instructors are engaging the threat. All remaining students must evacuate immediately. Do not engage the enemy." Panic exploded through the cabin. Students gasped in sheer disbelief. "Are they insane? Who dares attack the academy? Could this be our freshman entrance exam?" Someone whispered darkly. "No, the Republic is vulnerable right now. Our national guardians are gravely injured. Grandmaster Dominic has vanished without a trace. Countless elite hunters have already fallen against the catastrophic beast tides. Suppressed rogue factions in Vanguard City are definitely hungry for revenge." Hearing this grim truth, a terrified voice broke the silence. "Should we just run?" Meanwhile, Chu Zhou and he remained perfectly calm in their seats. They completely ignored the massive panic erupting behind them. Chu Zhou glanced over. "Your thoughts?" He, who had just closed his eyes, leaned back with a heavy sigh. "How annoying. Cultivation drained me. I just wanted a quick nap." Suddenly, he leaped up. A thrilling smirk crept across his face. His fists were practically itching for a fight. He absolutely loved breaking the rules. Clenching his fists, he grinned. "Let us investigate." The train kept hurtling toward Nuwa City, pushing open the heavy cabin doors. Chu Zhou and he instantly froze. A severely battered student stumbled toward them, completely drenched in blood. He grabbed him. "Hey, stay with me. What is happening up there?" The terrified student looked up, his eyes wide with absolute pure horror. Hostiles captured the front 3 cars. They deployed an isolated domain skill. It drags victims into a pocket dimension, completely masking the destructive battle shockwaves. A terrifying monster is slaughtering everyone inside. Our A-rank escort hunters are nearly wiped out. They sacrificed everything to forcefully eject me from that deadly domain. They told me to warn everyone. This is not a drill, run. Hearing this, a few skeptical students cautiously approached from the back of the cabin. He stared deeply at the bloody boy, analyzing his aura. This was Carter, a fellow freshman seated directly behind He and Chu Zhou. The approaching students scoffed loudly. "Where is your proof? If it is so dangerous up there, show us some actual evidence." A towering freshman with wild lion-like hair glared suspiciously. "Where is the instructor's token? And where are all the other supposedly injured students? Why are you the sole survivor?" "My best friend is in that car and his power rivals the absolute top rankers." This aggressive student was Damon. Damon roared with sheer arrogance. I refuse to believe you escaped while he could not. Two lackeys trailing behind the lion-haired brute immediately nodded in agreement. Exactly, he makes total sense. Damon crossed his heavily muscled arms, looking incredibly annoyed. Get out of my way, I am moving forward. He stubbornly marched toward the very doors they were just warned about. He and Shujo gladly stepped aside, letting the arrogant fools pass through. Carter desperately screamed after them. Wait, I swear it is the truth. You are walking straight into a massacre. Do not throw your lives away. But they completely ignored his warnings. Carter suddenly noticed the quiet guy nearby. Are you Yi-He? Meanwhile, Yi-He was actively deploying his magnetic energy fields, scanning the path ahead. He needed to verify the kid's terrifying claims. Yi-He's biomagnetic field instantly detected a strange anomaly radiating from Carter. He narrowed his eyes. I am. Who asked? Carter anxiously brought up a familiar name. A girl named Luna showed me your picture. She begged me to find you. She explicitly told me to warn you. Do not go to the front cars, she said. Hearing Luna's name, his heart skipped a dangerous beat. He demanded sharply, she specifically said that to you? Carter nodded grimly. Yes, she took a devastating blade strike while desperately shielding me. Carter recalled, his voice shaking. Through her tears and agonizing pain, she whispered to me, I cannot stop fools from rushing toward death. But I swore I would honor her final desperate wish. I must keep you safely away. Blazing wrath consumed Yi-He. He smacked Carter's head with zero hesitation and roared, damn it, she is not even dead yet. What final wish? Chuzhou calmly stepped up right beside his seething friend. Are you still planning to go forward, Yi? His voice dropped to a lethal, unshakable tone. His fiery gaze locked onto the path ahead. Obviously, I made a promise to her family. But as Yi-He aggressively stepped toward the sealed doors, Carter frantically blocked his path. No way, I absolutely refuse to let you pass. Annoyance flared up inside Yi-He's chest. He glared at the stubborn kid. You annoying little brat. How did you even pass the academy exams? Trying to block Yi-He and Chuzhou was a fatal miscalculation. Simultaneously, the two merely unleashed a fraction of their overwhelming aura. Yi-He shot Chuzhou a quick glance. Understanding instantly, Chuzhou drew his magnificent blade. Chilling sparks of frost radiated fiercely from the cold steel as Chuzhou shifted his stance. He expertly deflected Carter with the flat of his blade. But Carter miraculously held his ground, desperately waving his hands. I am trying to save your lives. Why act so incredibly reckless? Attacking me out of nowhere, Luna is so pure and elegant. How could she possibly associate with violent brutes like you? He was completely done with his endless rambling. Without wasting another second, he vanished and reappeared point blank. He delivered a localized nuclear charge punch straight to Carter's gut. You talk way too much. Carter collapsed, trembling as he clutched his screaming stomach. Such devastating power, we are on completely different levels. Then he casually tossed something toward him. My apologies. Take the supreme blood pill to heal. We have an absolute emergency. Without hesitating, he charged fiercely toward the deadly front cars, calling out, let us move. Chuzhou. Chuzhou mirrored his relentless pace, trailing closely behind. They lunged into the unknown. Left behind, Carter screamed in pure agony, do not go. It is suicide. Finally, reaching carriage number 3, Chuzhou and he halted. Before them stood a mysterious dimensional gate. He quickly realized this was a portal to an independent dimension. Grabbing a massive suitcase, he hoisted it up and grinned. Let us test the waters. He ruthlessly hurled the heavy luggage straight into the third compartment. Squinting his eyes, he observed the void. Zero reaction. Not a single sound echoed back. Even my life force magnetic field cannot detect a drop of energy inside. A bunch of rookies just passed through here. They must be inside. Without hesitation, he leaped into the abyss and Chuzhou closely followed his lead. How thrilling, let us charge in. The moment they crossed over he cast a deeply disgusted glare forward. This place defied all his expectations. It was not a train car, but a vast cosmic void featuring a loosely constructed path, leading toward a strange, distant glow. He clutched his head. So dizzy, who exactly is playing tricks on us? Scanning the surreal environment, he realized Chuzhou was completely gone. How bizarre, we entered together, so where did he vanish to? Whatever, since I am here, it is game on. The distant light instantly captured his attention. I will head toward that glow first. Chasing the eerie illumination, he arrived at a devastated ruin. Buildings were collapsed and stacked together, looking like an apocalyptic battlefield. Staring in absolute shock, he muttered, what in the hell is this place? Reaching out, he frowned. My life field is completely blocked. Igniting his nuclear energy, he launched himself into the sky like a roaring missile. The old-school methods are always the most effective. In a flash, he landed on a nearby rooftop, deciding to cause some instant chaos. A blazing sphere of pure nuclear energy gathered in his palm, radiating brilliantly. Furious, he roared loudly, stop playing ghost. He violently thrust his hand into the glowing orb. The sphere raged fiercely, launching from his arm like a miniature nuclear warhead. Amidst swirling smoke, he screamed, "Blow this place to dust." The apocalyptic bomb detonated high in the air. A massive mushroom cloud erupted above the crumbling structures, rapidly expanding and consuming the sky. The terrifying shockwave rattled the entire zone. The martial artists who had entered earlier instantly noticed the earth-shattering blast. Everyone stood paralyzed by the overwhelming display of power. Such a massive explosion, what is happening now? Good heavens, which legendary master is showing off? They immediately took cover. Meanwhile, Chuzhou was actually nearby. Recognizing the unmistakable shockwave, he knew exactly who caused it. Gripping his blade, he dashed forward at lightning speed. From a hidden corner with a clear view of the blast, a woman leaned against a crumbling wall, struggling to cling to life. She was critically injured and completely paralyzed. It was Liu Qingzhu. Seeing the fiery mushroom cloud, she immediately knew it could only be he causing such destruction. Weakly, Liu Qingzhu whispered, I warned them against him coming. After delivering his flashy strike in this secret realm, he gazed down. He instantly detected the foul rustling of nearby demonic beasts. It seems my signal caught more than just allies, but also bloodthirsty enemies. Suddenly, a sinister shadow crept up directly behind him, walking upright exactly like a human, but possessing bizarre twitching giant ears. Fully aware of the deadly ambush approaching his blind spot, he maintained his arrogantly relaxed smirk. Looking closely, the monster wore a grotesque pig mask. This syndicate clearly hated revealing identities. The brute wielded a massive meat cleaver. Who knows how many souls that rusted blade claimed? Crimson eyes locked onto He with killing intent. Without turning, our hero gathered nuclear aura into his fist. Leaping up, he unleashed a devastating hook, aiming to shatter that pig head into a million pieces. His eyes blazed with fury as he cursed, wearing a pig mask. "You look absolutely pathetic. Stop playing these cheap tricks. I will rip that mask off." Yet this swine assassin showed zero fear even while facing in city's greatest martial genius. Instead, he swiftly raised his brutal cleaver defensively, making no effort to dodge. One hand firmly yanked back a pitch-black rusted chain. He drove an explosive fist toward the monster's skull. Unexpectedly, the agile brute thrust his massive blade forward, piercing straight through his body. The overwhelming kinetic force from the nuclear punch engulfed the assassin's head in blinding light. The devastating radiation roasted the mask instantly. Plumes of sizzling smoke poured out before yet the enemy maintained a mocking posture, glaring at with extreme provocation. Now our hero finally felt something shift. His eyes widened, revealing absolute shock. "You took my nuclear punch and survived. Not bad at all." The monster's grip on the bloodstained cleaver tightened, twisting the blade deeper for maximum critical damage. With vicious cruelty, he tried to worsen the wound, but suddenly, the pig-faced assassin flinched in sheer terror. His charred face was smoking heavily, smelling exactly like roasted barbecue meat. Horrified, he realized he was completely unfazed by the fatal impalement. Standing before the grotesque freak, our hero declared arrogantly, "Surprise, my legendary regeneration is this fast. Locking your blade with pure muscle fibers was easy." He flashed a devilish smirk and continued, "Your strength is garbage, but that weapon pierces absolute defenses. What kind of freak are you?" Remaining completely calm, he grabbed the jaws of the massive pig head, forcing them wide open. The assassin was paralyzed, dominated by overwhelming physical might. He opened his own mouth and growled, "Time for a proper inspection. Taste my ultimate wrath." His jaw mutated violently into a Godzilla-like maw with razor-sharp teeth. A devastating torrent of raw nuclear breath erupted from his throat, piercing straight through his enemy's throat. A surge of nuclear energy blasted down his esophagus, incinerating his stomach. That is the ultimate price for disrespecting the hierarchy. Who dared to provoke The sneak attacker's head instantly melted into charred ash. His lifeless body crumbled to the cold ground. He never even caught a glimpse of his face. Holding the severed pig mask, he scoffed, "I am a man of my word. I said I would rip you apart." Meanwhile, the fake demon collapsed, his body consumed by roaring flames. Inspecting the grotesque pig mask, he froze. Something was hidden inside. Reaching into that charred razor-toothed maw, he pulled out a glowing blue pendant. A mysterious ancient rune was carved right into the center. A strange artifact. Is this really Huadu's trial? Do monsters drop loot now? He reached down to grab the massive meat cleaver, ready to swing it again. But the moment he touched the blade, it dissolved into dust. He clicked his tongue in absolute annoyance. The masked assassins had infused their aura into the weapons, granting them deadly sharpness. Once the user died, the weapons crumbled back into useless scrap. But this glowing blue pendant was a totally different story. What kind of system item is this? Do I need to hunt down more masked freaks and loot their artifacts? While he analyzed the mysterious item, a deadly arrow shot through the shadows, aiming straight for his unprotected back. It tore through the air with terrifying speed. He seemed completely distracted, like a sitting duck, but he was far from clueless. He simply didn't care about such pathetic trash. With a mere flicker of his majestic mana, his aura flared up instantly, blocking the pathetic sneak attack, scanning the dark horizon. He locked eyes with his cowardly sniper, wave 2 already. The attacker wore a twisted chicken mask, dual-wielding heavy crossbows. The assassin expected a clean kill. Instead, he snapped the arrow like a twig. The chicken mutant threw a furious tantrum. He turned around with a sinister, bloodthirsty grin. Glaring at his next victim, I absolutely despise backstabbers. Guess it is time for a real warm-up. He prepared to dash forward and obliterate this trash. Suddenly, a hidden spear blasted up from the ground, piercing straight toward him. The blinding speed caught him off guard. Erupting from the earth beneath his feet, caught mid-dash, dodging was completely impossible, seizing the perfect opening. The chicken mutant unleashed a devastating barrage of poisoned bolts, raining down on Yi. He danced around in sick joy, screeching like a manic twisted beast. A total monster, the relentless volley of arrows sank deep into Yi, while a hidden enemy below used the spear to pin him in place, leaving him completely defenseless against the chicken mutant's onslaught. Bolts ripped through his back and tore out his stomach. Blood soaked his entire body. Was this the end of his legend? Not even close. He was an absolute menace. This pathetic pain was nothing compared to the hell he had already survived. His eyes locked onto the mutant. A demonic, blood-chilling laugh escaped his lips. You thought this scratch could kill me? How utterly pathetic. He unleashed his overwhelming aura, awakening the ancient Titan bloodline within his veins. A massive phantom skeleton materialized around his body. Explosive nuclear energy erupted like a raging volcano, instantly incinerating every single weapon lodged inside his flesh. Did they really think mere toothpicks could pierce a god? The hidden assassin stared up at Yi in absolute terror. Frozen like a stone statue, facing a towering apocalyptic giant he pulled back his fist. Aiming straight for the chicken mutant, the devastating punch shattered the very air itself. The shockwave violently rocked the entire secret dungeon, blasting the enemy away. Smashing him through a massive concrete tower, mountains of debris and dust exploded upward. Fueled by Yi's roaring, lightning fist, the impact completely leveled a distant skyscraper. Nearby martial artists felt the terrifying tremors, trembling in fear as they whispered, "What kind of monster is fighting over there?" An entire building just vanished. With the chicken mutant annihilated, he yanked out the massive spear the hidden rat used. He slowly stalked toward the crater, his voice dripping with dark menace. "Let us see the face of the rat who tried to skewer me." But as the smoke cleared, he finally saw the enemy's true form. This was no ordinary dungeon mob. Wearing a creepy rabbit mask, the creature crouched into a lethal combat stance, emitting zero sound. A rabbit mask. So it is the 12 Zodiac assassins. Suddenly, the bizarre mutant's powerful hind legs bulged with monstrous unnatural muscle, crackling with wild kinetic energy. Digging its claws deep into the earth, it launched forward like a supersonic missile, wielding a gigantic spear meant to impale Yi. Its glowing crimson eyes locked onto its prey, driven by pure, murderous instinct. He unleashed a brutal bone-crushing kick, but the mutant possessed godlike agility. The deadly strike hit empty air. The twisted rabbit violently vaulted to the side, thrusting the razor-sharp spear straight at Yi's skull. He realized his massive mistake. He had underestimated this freak, flinging himself backward. Damn it. This monster knows martial arts. The deadly blade hovered mere inches from his eyes. He bended backward to narrowly escape the fatal strike, pushing his reflexes to the absolute limit. In that split second of life or death, he desperately channeled his massive mana pool. Glaring into the mutant rabbit's soulless eyes, ice wall, a colossal indestructible frost barrier instantly materialized in front of him, absorbing the terrifying impact of the spear. But the absolute frost barrier began to shatter Yi. He stared in shock as the abomination lunged forward. Time seemed to completely freeze. A bone-chilling aura swallowed the battlefield. The rabbit mutant suddenly found itself trapped within an icy prison. Jagged frost spikes erupted from every angle. The beast panicked, searching wildly for this new threat, and right above the terrified mutant, Chuzhou descended like an absolute god, wielding a blazing sword surging with divine energy. Too disgusted to waste breath on this pathetic trash. That was close, Yi. Leave this rabbit to me. The beast glanced up completely, terrified by Chuzhou's blinding speed. As his sword slashed down, an overwhelming wave of freezing aura erupted. However, the nimble creature leaped high into the air, narrowly dodging the fatal strike. Its crimson eyes glowed with pure, unadulterated rage. It was furious that its prey had been snatched away at the last second. Boiling with anger, the rabbit mutant plunged into a brutal clash against Chuzhou. The monster thrust its spear mercilessly, but Chuzhou deflected every strike with masterful swordplay. After dozens of lightning-fast exchanges, the massive spear in the beast's grip was completely encased in solid ice, rendering its lethal edge utterly useless. The rabbit struggled violently to break free. Seizing the opening, Chuzhou thrust his free hand forward, A devastating palm strike erupted, blasting the rabbit-masked freak away like a broken ragdoll. Mid-air, the monster crashed into something radiating an agonizing, scorching heat. Chuzhou had purposefully launched it straight toward Yi He. The moment its body grazed Yi, He's blazing titanium armor dread washed over the beast. It realized it was doomed. Whipping its head around, the rabbit stared directly into the blinding apocalyptic glow of a nuclear detonation. This overwhelming energy was absolutely impossible to defend against. The creature trembled, violently paralyzed by absolute despair. Right then, Yi He's colossal fist moved. In his towering giant form, he ruthlessly crushed the masked enemy within his grasp. Terrifying streams of nuclear energy violently leaked through his massive fingers. Yi, he smirked. Finally caught you, you cute little bunny. From a distance, a colossal pillar of pure nuclear energy erupted from the ground, piercing straight into the heavens. The blinding light violently shook the ruined wasteland, completely illuminating the dark battlefield. Meanwhile, just a few minutes prior, inside a towering building, two freshmen were observing the chaos from above. Why is it so quiet over there? Whoever caused that commotion must be dead right. Obviously, those masked freaks took on 10 guys at once without a scratch. Their weapons pierce all defenses. We are totally out of their league. Nearby stood an extremely gorgeous orange-haired girl boasting a perfect figure. However, her arrogant expression shifted as she witnessed Yi He's nuclear explosion. Earlier, she had coldly mocked him, who launches fireworks right after entering, so arrogant. Just another small town, loser taking the capital exam. Like a frog at the bottom of a well, she even brought up the lion-masked guy. Honestly, the top scorers from the major cities are in a completely different dimension from these bumpkins. I heard Yan Zhengshang, Ouyangze, Lan Yuxi, and Chen Xin are already hunting masks. I have no idea how they do it. The guy beside her nodded in awe, asking curiously, are they really that insanely powerful? So the top freshman title is guaranteed to be theirs. But she smirked. No way. The top rank always belongs to the capital. Compared to those capital monsters, outsiders are nothing. The difference in early cultivation resources is insurmountable. Just as she finished bragging, Yi He unleashed his massive second explosion. The apocalyptic nuclear glow instantly captivated the gossiping duo. They stared wide-eyed, their entire bodies trembling in absolute terror. Jaws dropped, they shared a horrifying thought before stammering. What on earth was that blinding light and terrifying power? A plasma cannon. You must be joking. Plasma cannons aren't allowed here. This massive shockwave also caught the attention of the lion-masked warriors squad. He narrowed his eyes at the towering nuclear pillar created by Yi He. While effortlessly slaughtering masked goons, his face twisted in deep displeasure. Turning to his pink-haired companion, he arrogantly asked, Z, what is your analysis? The pink-haired genius named Z briefly glanced over and deduced, this explosive attack style absolutely does not match the masked hunters. It is highly likely the ultimate move of a freshman. This brilliant analyst was none other than Ouyangze. The lion-masked warrior brutally drove his greatsword straight through the chest of a horse-masked enemy. The target died instantly under the massive blade. The dead horse mask hung slack in a gruesome display. The lion leader grew curious and scoffed. A freshman. Besides the capital elites who could possess such terrifying destructive power, we need to investigate. After all, the two of us have already secured 4 pendants, the rat, dog, monkey, and horse. He dangled the 4 bloody chains from his grip. Lan Yuxi definitely holds the goat pendant. Ouyangze nodded calmly, and Chen Xin from the islands surely claims the snake. That freshman Liu Qingzhu slaughtered the ox mutant and took its pendant. If these masks truly represent the 12 zodiacs, then only the pig, rabbit, rooster, tiger, and dragon remain. Ouyangze's eyes suddenly flashed with intense ambition and burning determination as he muttered, the legendary dragon. Yet Ouyangze's face quickly shifted to pure dread. You know about that monster, he warned gravely. Touching it means instant death. It has to be the final boss. We can only run. Pacing around the lion warrior, he rapidly strategized. As for the remaining pendants, the freshman who unleashed that blue pillar definitely possesses a few. Chen Xin and Lan Yuxi will undoubtedly rush there too. Zhengxiang, this survival game has officially entered the final phase. A dangerously cunning smirk spread across his face. Concluding his dark analysis, he declared ruthlessly, to win this, we simply have to steal from the weak. Cutting back to Chuzhou and Yi, he proudly held up a glowing pendant. Seeing this artifact for the first time, Chuzhou stepped closer. What is that? Yi, he quickly explained. Right before you arrived, I utterly crushed a pig-masked freak and looted this pig pendant. With absolute certainty, Yi, he deduced. This is a hidden trial. If my theory is correct, the exam requires us to collect every single beast pendant. Chuzhou narrowed his eyes, asking cautiously, so we need to actively hunt down these mask users. Yi, he suddenly recalled the shadowy figure of that rooster mutant leaping away earlier. Exactly. Someone sniped me from the roof just now. Must be another mask user who escaped during the chaos. As the two warriors passionately discussed their battle strategy, they failed to sense the shadowy stalker watching them. He began scanning the devastated battlefield. He finally spoke. Since his arrow struck me, I can use its mana to track him down. Chu's blood pumped with excitement as he roared, "Let's move." The duo pressed deeper into the mysterious hidden realm. The further they ventured, the more desolate the ruins became. His sharp gaze swept the shattered ground, instantly spotting unnatural tracks. His combat instincts flared as he deduced the situation. A battle happened here. Someone beat us to the punch. Tracing his fingers over a deep scorch mark on the earth, Chu felt a lingering, blistering heat. They haven't gone far. Chu's expression hardened into deadly focus. A sudden chill ran down his spine. They are right on top of us, moving with absolute precision. He unsheathed his frost blade. Chu unleashed a flawless, freezing slash, aiming a devastating shockwave toward the shadows where a sinister aura leaked through. A massive glacier erupted from his blade's trajectory. The hidden enemy was forced out by the freezing blast. It was a surprisingly elegant female freshman, but she was no weakling. Having barely survived Chu's lethal strike, deep frustration crossed her face. She winced in agony, gripping her slowly regenerating arm. Her voice trembled as she glared at them. "What? How did you see through my optical camouflage?" But Chu's relentless frost magic was already surging toward the stealth assassin. Razor-sharp ice spikes erupted from the ground, towering over her head. Chu's shadow loomed like a demon of death. He growled coldly, lurking in the dark with murderous intent. Suddenly, another presence broke out of stealth. A young man roared, "Get back!" This revealed the invisible girl's identity as freshman Lan Yusi. She gasped, spinning around as her ally intervened. The newcomer's entire body erupted in a blazing inferno. He chanted with raw intensity, "Combat Art Gene, Flame Demon Form." The moment the incantation dropped, he thrust out his burning palms. A devastating wave of hellfire exploded forward. The sheer heat instantly melted away Chu's icy defenses. As the flames devoured the battlefield, a smug grin crept onto his face. This fiery newcomer, after delivering such a scorching welcome, let his aura fade into sizzling steam. He casually pulled a cigarette from his pack, tilted his head, and smirked. "You completely blew your cover, Lan Yusi. Your optical stealth is absolute garbage." This arrogant guy was another freshman, Chen Xin. Furious, Lan Yusi snapped back, "Shut up and stay out of this." Sensing the dangerous auras of these two elites, he slowly stepped forward. His voice was ice. "Were you trying to ambush us?" Lan Yusi quickly waved her hands. "Hold on, it's just a misunderstanding. We just eliminated a chicken-masked freak. We were only waiting to bait out the others." Chen Xin, however, stayed dead silent. He was completely focused on his own vibe. He sparked his lighter, taking a deep, arrogant drag of his smoke. He had already caught onto his hostility. He locked a deadly, unforgiving glare onto Chen Xin. "Is that so?" he challenged. "Then care to explain this?" In a flash of terrifying speed, he hoisted a girl into the air by her throat. Shockingly, her face was an exact copy of Lan Yusi. The clone was utterly paralyzed by his overwhelming aura. He dangled her off the ground effortlessly like a broken ragdoll. Pinned under his absolute pressure, she couldn't even twitch. Seeing this, the real Lan Yusi gritted her teeth. Panic and sheer frustration warped her face as she yelled, "Damn it, they caught my shadow clone too. These two are seriously dangerous." Beside her, Chen Xin casually exhaled a thick cloud of smoke and chuckled. "Ha, I never expected your little assassination to work anyway." He flicked his half-smoked cigarette into the dirt and sneered. An easy kill would be way too boring. Without warning, Chen Xin sucked in a massive breath. His cheeks expanded incredibly, like tight balloons. He drew all his terrifying mana directly into his lungs. His skin stretched to the absolute limit, pulsing with volatile energy. Slamming both palms against his cheeks, he blasted a concentrated, suffocating stream of toxic ash from his mouth. The pitch-black smog swallowed the light. It multiplied exponentially, sweeping across the battlefield like a plague. The deadly cloud rapidly devoured the distance to he and Chu. Sensing the lethal danger, our heroes instantly vaulted backward, desperately dodging the corruptive mist. Seizing the moment, Lan Yusi materialized a gigantic battle fan. She lowered her stance, giggling maliciously behind her hand. A fierce vortex of magical energy erupted around her. Drunk on her own power, she mocked, "I will finish this, don't even try to run." Lan Yusi launched into the sky, spreading her limbs like a bird of prey. She swung her massive fan with devastating force and screamed, "Raging gale." Torrents of violent wind pressure exploded outward. Her hair whipped frantically in the chaotic storm, making her look like an absolute maniac. The hurricane caught Chen Xin's toxic smog, violently accelerating it straight toward our duo. The blast was too fast. He and Chu had nowhere to run. In a blink, the suffocating darkness swallowed their silhouettes completely. They were reduced to helpless shadows within the abyss. But Chen Xin wasn't done. A raging sphere of fire ignited in his palm. He pumped absurd amounts of blazing aura into the core, illuminating the gloom like a miniature dying sun. Arrogance practically leaked from him. He felt like an invincible god of destruction. The show is not over. Let's add some spark. Thrusting his arm forward, Chen Xin fired the blazing comet directly into the toxic gas-heavy smoke screen. A catastrophic chain reaction was aimed right at Chu and Yi. Fire and toxic gas fused into a hellish inferno. You could literally feel the devastating heat radiating from the blast. Having unleashed his ultimate finisher, Chen Xin was already celebrating his victory. The flames died down around his hands as he smirked triumphantly. So what if you were strong? You still ended up as literal ashes beneath my feet. Ha ha ha. Beside him, Lan Yusi leisurely fanned herself, soaking in their cheap victory. An incredibly punchable, snobby grin stretched across her face. She giggled delightfully, looking like she had just won the lottery. But their celebration was cut brutally short. A terrifying voice pierced the smoke. What the hell are you laughing at? Piercing through the ash, Yi's hand emerged, glowing with catastrophic nuclear-level energy. He slammed his palms together with devastating force. Pure kinetic aura erupted from his fingertips. It flashed brighter than a dying star, instantly escalating into an overwhelming pressure drop. That single godlike clap unleashed a shockwave so absolute it instantly vaporized the entire hellfire storm. The blast cleared a perfect domain of safety around Yi, he, and Chu. They didn't have a single scratch on them. Witnessing this impossible reality, the arrogant Chen Xin's mind completely shattered. His jaw unhinged in absolute horror as he screamed. A basic clap erased my ultimate attack. What kind of monstrous physical strength is that? But before the panic could even fully leave his throat, Yi moved at the speed of a hurricane. He materialized directly in front of Chen Xin's terrified face. Reality finally caught up to the fiery mage's frozen brain. Yi, he looked down at him and muttered coldly, mountain-crushing fist. Skipping the trash talk, Yi, he launched a bone-shattering uppercut straight into the arrogant punk's face. He had been holding back his rage for way too long. Yi, he spun with blinding speed. Chen Xin completely vanished from sight, replaced only by a gruesome shower of blood. Driven by a glowing, devastating punch, Chen Xin was launched dozens of meters away like a broken rag doll. He tumbled helplessly through the air. That is what he gets for acting so arrogant. Now he was tasting absolute defeat. Witnessing her teammate get obliterated, Lan Yusi finally felt true terror. Frozen in place, she nervously glanced back at his overwhelmingly monstrous silhouette. Her mind raced with panic. Without a martial artist breakthrough technique, they were stuck as mere apprentices, their bodies sealed by an invisible barrier. Even elite academy freshmen faced this strict limit. Yet this monster's physical power was light years beyond any normal beginner. Crap, she was too focused on the brawler and completely forgot the ice user. Before she could even react, Chu Zhou's freezing ice had already encased her legs. Rooted to the spot, she could not move an inch. Her mind spun in sheer despair. Even teaming up with Chen Xin was useless. He is an absolute monster. Trapped and utterly defenseless, she watched Yi. He slowly approached like a grim reaper. She was nothing but a helpless lamb waiting for the slaughter. Yi, he stepped forward, radiating a terrifying demonic aura that suffocated the very air. Realizing she stood zero chance, she gripped her battle fan, desperately forming a plan. Fighting head-on meant certain death. Instantly, Lan Yusi unleashed her fan technique, shattering the thick ice holding her hostage. She desperately leaped into the sky to escape. Breaking free, only one thought consumed her mind. She had to run and survive this nightmare. She dove forward, trying to vanish into thin air using her stealth skills. But before she could slip away, Yi's iron grip snatched her ankle. Furious and terrified, she glared down and cursed, "You bastard." Her once beautiful face was now completely twisted in absolute soul-crushing horror. Yi, he showed zero mercy to his enemies. Gripping her leg, he brutally slammed her right into the ground. The devastating impact cratered the solid earth. The crushing force was legendary. "Get down here, Yi," he roared. Mystic yellow martial art, he channeled explosive aura into his fist, ready to strike. He aimed a fatal blow at this arrogant fool. His merciless eyes locked onto his prey. Suddenly, multiple clones of the girl scattered in every direction. It was a desperate decoy tactic to distract him. Taking advantage of the chaos, she finally managed to slip out of his brutal grasp. Her shadowy clones flew away on currents of aura. Yi, he just calmly watched them scatter. A thrilling predatory excitement ignited within him. Seeing his prey put up a tiny bit of resistance, his wicked grin stretched from ear to ear. "Ha ha, you think you can escape." A terrifying dark aura erupted from his back. Instantly, a horde of demonic spirits materialized behind him, pulsing with an overwhelmingly sinister and deadly energy. He looked like an untouchable demon king. His monstrous magic surged forward relentlessly, hunting down and binding every single one of Lan Yusi's fleeing clones. Even with 10 legs, she could not outrun his wrath. Just moments ago, she was laughing and acting so incredibly superior. Now she was totally bound by Yi, he crying miserably like a helpless puppy. One by one, her illusions were engulfed and destroyed by the dark spirits. Her true body was completely crushed by his overwhelming pressure. Panicking beyond belief, she let out a piercing, endless scream. I cannot move my body. Ah, what the hell are these monsters? Knowing he had totally won, he flashed his signature, terrifying smirk. He roared with booming laughter at the desperate girl. Ha ha ha, there is nowhere left to run. Just accept your pathetic fate. His eyes gleamed with wild excitement as another little rat was served up on a silver platter. Before he even struck, she began begging for mercy. I surrender, I will give you all the pendants, Yi. He lazily dangled 2 necklaces from his fingers, staring at them thoughtfully for a long moment. With immense satisfaction written all over his face, he glanced back at her. Over so soon, tell me everything you know right now. Playing the obedient victim, she kneeled respectfully and explained, to win this trial, you need 12 pendants. We are finally entering the endgame. If you do not hunt the others, they will hunt you. Ouyang Zhe and Yan Zhengxiang from the evil capital are the absolute strongest freshmen. They must have hoarded plenty of pendants by now. Suddenly, her sly and cunning nature surfaced again. A wicked ear-to-ear smile crept across her face. Pointing into the distance, she offered her so-called help. Do you want me to lead you straight to them? But inside, she was plotting venomous schemes. Since I cannot win, I will just let the tigers fight the wolves. Go ahead and slaughter each other. But Yi, he saw right through her pathetic trap. He flatly rejected her offer. I do not need your help. But then, he chuckled darkly. That menacing sound sent pure shivers down her spine. She stiffened like a solid stone statue, too afraid to even breathe. He casually pointed at her weapon. That is a nice fan. She gasped in shock. What? Meanwhile, deep inside another part of the secret realm, Ouyang Zhe and Yan Zhengxiang dashed through the shadows. Time was running out fast. They were desperately hunting for anyone holding the precious pendants. Ouyang Zhe guessed aloud. Chen Xin and Lan Yusi must have found some by now, right? Sprinting forward, Yan Zhengxiang replied, I do not care who wins. We will just steal everything from them. They are just keeping our loot warm. Fully expecting an easy robbery suddenly, Yan Zhengxiang froze in absolute shock at the sight ahead. Z, look at that corpse. Both of them slowly approached a horrific body sliced completely in half in a pool of dark blood. Yan Zhengxiang and Ouyang Zhe crept closer, needing to see the victim's face. A wave of sheer disbelief crashed over both of them. Staring down at the lifeless, twisted face of the man discarded in the dirt like trash, Yan Zhengxiang finally gasped out loud. His voice trembled with undeniable fear. That is Chen Xin. He died with his eyes wide open, flashing back just minutes earlier after being blasted away. Chen Xin had dragged himself up in a desolate area. Staggering down an empty path, he coughed up blood and muttered, that guy is a complete monster. Lan Yu must have collapsed by now. I can feel his tracking mark burning on my skin. He is definitely coming for me. I have to team up with Ouyang Zhe and Ouyang Zhe right away. While walking alone down the empty street, Chen Xin suddenly sensed a chilling noise echoing around him. He quickly spun around, putting on a fierce face as he roared out, who was hiding there? As he turned to check the shadows, a terrifying silhouette with long hair emerged, gripping a deadly blade in the pitch-black night. The figure took heavy, menacing steps toward the completely defenseless Chen Xin. Radiating an overwhelming aura of pure killing intent, this mysterious attacker looked absolutely terrifying. In that heart-racing moment, cold sweat poured down Chen Xin like rain. He knew a deadly crisis was approaching. Finally, the terrifying figure stepped out of the shadows. This monster had double pupils in its eyes, locking onto him with a deadly glare. It stared at him like a predator about to slaughter its pathetic prey. Seeing the horrific nightmare standing before him, Chen Xin trembled uncontrollably like a tiny mouse trapped in a freezing storm. In this desperate moment, his calm facade completely shattered into pieces. His voice violently shook as he cried out, "It is the dragon!" High above them, the long broken street lamp suddenly triggered a bizarre phenomenon, sparking with loud cracks of wild electricity. As if infused with a sudden surge of magical energy, the broken lamp miraculously lit up, casting an eerie glow across the pitch-black darkness. Under the sudden light, Chen Xin saw his own doomed shadow stretched across the concrete. Without warning, he took the full devastating impact of a slash from the monstrous dragon-masked killer. Crimson blood rained down heavily as his blood-curdling screams echoed into the night. This terrifying dragon-masked executioner showed absolutely zero mercy as he delivered the fatal strike. He crushed Chen Xin as easily as a pathetic bug. Dangling 2 mystical pendants in his hand, the assassin casually walked past while the victim writhed in agony, his body brutally sliced in half. Snapping back to the harsh reality, Yan Zhengxiang crouched before the lifeless body of Chen Xin. He inspected the gruesome scene, utterly baffled as he muttered, "Why was he killed right here? This blade mark is incredibly precise." But Ouyang Zhe remained unfazed. One single glance was all he needed to identify the attacker. He stated coldly, "The Zodiac Dragon did this." A perfectly fatal one-shot strike proves absolute overwhelming dominance. Only the dragon mask of the 12 Zodiacs possesses this terrifying power. Yan Zhengxiang continued to press for more answers. But I thought the dragon mask only haunted the underground parking lot. Wu Yangzi slowly recounted the nightmare. Back then, I led a massive group of more than 20 awakened warriors. We charged into the underground garage to hunt for survivors. But when we clashed with that monstrous dragon, only the two of us managed to escape with our lives. Staring at his classmate sliced in half on the cold street, Yan Zhangshang felt pure terror gripping his soul. I cannot believe he actually murdered someone. Was this not supposed to be just a trial? That steaming hot blood is definitely real. Even the normally composed Wu Yangzi could no longer hide the rising panic written all over his face. Wu Yangzi turned completely pale, shivering violently in the face of such overwhelming dread. He could only let out a terrified gulp. Yan Zhangshang was seriously starting to panic about this deadly game. He immediately stood up straight, turning to Wu Yangzi with deep anxiety. What do we do now? Chen Xin was stripped of his pendant too. Wu Yangzi lowered his head in grim realization. Avoiding his teammate gaze, he began to analyze the terrifying system mechanics. The Zodiac Dragon left its zone because we must have triggered a hidden system condition. Since all other masks are wiped out, the final boss is now roaming completely free. Just like the Zodiac masks hunting new students, the dragon is now actively tracking down anyone holding a pendant. Suddenly, an overwhelming surge of explosive aura erupted from Wu Yangzi. A blazing determination flashed in his eyes. He had completely steeled his resolve. He firmly commanded, "We cannot fight the dragon. We must steal pendants from the others immediately. We cannot let those items fall into his hands." With a mighty roar, Wu Yangzi unleashed his awakened power, leaping off the ground and violently flapping his massive wings into the sky. A pair of majestic glowing wings materialized behind his back, moving with incredible grace. He proudly activated his legendary class system and roared Ancient Bloodline Awakening. Golden winged dragon rock overflowing with immense combat energy, he spread his divine wings and shouted down to Yan Zhangshang from the sky above. Our best strategy right now is to actively send out a flare, luring the other pendant holders right here for an ultimate battle of life and death. Soaring higher into the heavens, Wu Yangzi fully extended his wings. From his elevated vantage point, he released a powerful shockwave of spiritual energy to hunt down the remaining martial disciples. He coldly plotted to snatch their pendants and claim total victory for himself. Meanwhile, deep within another sector of the dead city, Liu Qingzhu was barely clinging to life. Leaning weakly against a crumbling wall, she muttered to herself in deep despair. I never thought taking a train to Huadu University would drag me into this bizarre dead city. So many freshmen have been butchered by that dragon-masked monster. Staring miserably at her own heavy injuries, she sat there in complete isolation. Another survivor and I managed to find a teacher earlier. He said he could smuggle one person out to safety, but I simply cannot escape while my friends are in danger. Trapped inside this brutal secret realm, her only source of comfort was staring at a photo of herself and Yi He on her phone. She anxiously whispered to herself, I must warn Yi He about this. That absolute idiot better not get dragged into this nightmare. Resting her exhausted head on her arm, she desperately prayed that the escaping survivor had successfully delivered her warning to Yi He. Sadly, I have absolutely zero stamina left to search for him. But with his insane combat power, he should be fine as long as he avoids the dragon mask. Suddenly, her heightened senses picked up a strange noise. Liu Qingzhu instantly snapped her head back, raising her guard to the maximum. An overwhelming wave of deadly dread washed over her. Her eyes shot wide open as she stared into the distance. Panic struck her core as she realized, has my hiding spot been discovered? Assessing her battered condition, she grimly accepted the cold truth. My current state makes running utterly impossible. The enemy has locked onto my vital energy. They are coming to steal the pendant. My instincts tell me he will desperately need this. I cannot fight them head-on. My only option is to lure them toward that specific location. The hunter was actually Wu Yangzi. He was fiercely utilizing his awakened class to sweep the entire zone for weaker martial disciples. Hovering high in the sky with his massive divine wings, he locked onto his target from miles away from Liu Qingzhu. An incredibly sinister laugh escaped his lips. Ha ha ha, so it is Liu Qingzhu. During the college exams, I heard the declining Liu family miraculously produced someone with the nether sparrow bloodline. Focusing his eagle-like vision, Wu Yangzi instantly spotted the shining pendant on her. His greedy smile widened as he muttered, since we both possess divine bird bloodlines, I made sure to investigate her background thoroughly. She actually holds the Ox Zodiac pendant. What an absolutely delightful surprise. Perched high above the crumbling city ruins, he fully activated his terrifying divine bird eye skill. Wu Yangzi easily tracked Liu Qingzhu's escape route. She was heading toward a specific location, trying to lure me to the dragon god's turf. How adorably naive. The dragon god has already left, leaving the area completely empty. Wu Yangzi soared into the sky, spreading his massive wings. He leaned forward, channeling a massive surge of aura. Brimming with absolute confidence, Wu Yangzi roared, Yan Zhangsheng, wait right here for me. I have prey to catch. Arriving at Liu Qingzhu's hideout, Wu Yangzi unleashed a devastating barrage. Explosions ripped from the penthouse to the ground floor. Crushing pressure annihilated every single level. He wanted to completely obliterate Liu Qingju. As the building crumbled into ruins, Ouyang glided closer, his massive wings casting a dark shadow. Brilliant light pulsed from his wings as blazing energy erupted all around him. Ouyang had finally unleashed his fully awakened state. Flapping his wings with earth-shattering force, he sneered, "Liu Qingju, there is no escape." But just as he basked in his arrogant hunt, something shifted. A chilling sound echoed in his ears, making his blood run cold. His eyes widened in absolute terror as he whispered, "What is that sound?" Turning around, he spotted a pitch-black silhouette emerging from the crimson darkness. Its head was grotesquely deformed, covered in writhing tentacles. Ouyang instantly recognized the overwhelming, murderous intent approaching him. Good heavens, is that the dragon god? How is this even possible? Shouldn't he be out hunting the one who stole the pendant? Why is he here? Total panic began to shatter his composure. He knew crossing paths with this monster meant instant death. Uncontrollable tremors violently shook his entire body as he muttered to himself, "If the dragon god's targets are the pendant holders." His mind raced to connect the dots. "I currently have 4 pendants on me. He will definitely prioritize the location with the most pendants. My own overwhelming arrogance just dragged me straight into a fatal trap." The horrifying truth finally dawned on Ouyang. The dragon god's eyes flared with a terrifying demonic glow, locking its deadly focus entirely onto Ouyang with lethal intent. Every single escape route vanished. He was now facing the absolute strongest existence among the 12 zodiacs. He gritted his teeth, desperately trying to formulate a plan, but his mind went completely blank. The dragon god stepped ever closer to Ouyang, bringing a suffocating tide of shadows that completely engulfed him. The faint flickering light only made the horrific details of the monster's face much clearer. Ouyang froze completely solid. Crushed by the sheer psychological pressure and overwhelming aura, he could not even twitch against the beast. Yet the opponent looked terrifyingly calm. After barely surviving just a casual introductory strike, absolute despair washed over Ouyang. Stunned to his core, he gasped out, "Is this a spatial domain?" To think the dragon god could cast such legendary magic, everything here froze. He stood paralyzed, staring at the nightmare before him as his expression morphed into pure horror. Gritting his teeth so hard they nearly cracked, he whispered, "Just making eye contact drags you straight into this special domain. Only by killing the caster can one escape. I never expected to be cornered this badly." The moment those words left his mouth, the dragon god's figure blurred with lightning speed. Though they were separated by 100 paces, the beast closed the distance instantly. That pitch-black dragon head and glowing crimson eyes surged forward like a living nightmare. Ouyang realized he is here. Not daring to fight back, he instantly folded his massive wings inward, adopting a desperate defensive shell. The dragon phantom swept relentlessly around, Ouyang landing consecutive slashing blows across his entire body. Ouyang could only brace himself and pray for survival. Now, utterly enraged, the beast opened its massive jaws, unleashing an earth-shattering roar. Gripping a brilliantly glowing blade, it leaped wildly straight at Ouyang. The dragon god's blazing eyes widened, looking exactly like a demon from the darkest abyss. Meanwhile, the scene shifts to another chaotic battlefield right where his ally, Yan Zhengxiang, was making his stand. He was currently under heavy assault, desperately throwing up his guard to defend himself. He was struggling immensely. His attacker was none other than our boy Yi He. He had just unleashed a casual strike, leaving his palms smoking with residual aura. Piercing Yan Zhengxiang with an annoyed glare, Yi He shook his head and scoffed, "Damn it, did you turn on server-wide voice chat just to provoke me?" Right behind Yi, Chuju stood firmly, gripping his freshly drawn sword. Nodding sharply, he stepped forward and declared, "Yi, leave this guy to me. I need to test out my current combat power." Hearing this, Yi He turned back in mild surprise. But Yan Zhengxiang was not about to just roll over and die. He fiercely activated his unique class abilities. Heaving his colossal greatsword, he gathered his momentum and leaped high into the air. As he roared, a massive screaming tiger phantom materialized behind him. The deadly attack locked entirely onto Chuzhou and Yi He. He bellowed wildly, "You really think you have got me cornered? Do not get too cocky. You worthless little brats are absolutely nothing to me." Chuzhou casually raised his smoking blade right in front of his face. His eyes burned with an intense radiant light as he softly whispered 2 chilling words, "Frost Pulse." Instantly, a freezing sword strike slashed down right beside Yan Zhengxiang. Unexpectedly, Yan Zhengxiang's brutal counter slash completely shattered the icy barrier that Chuzhou had just manifested. This guy actually had some decent skills. Pouring every ounce of his strength into the clash, Yan Zhengxiang burst into arrogant laughter after easily breaking Chuzhou's initial attack. Baring his teeth like a wild beast, he glared maniacally at Chuzhou and taunted, "Where do you think you are going?" Yan Zhengxiang grew even more ferocious. Charging forward like a rabid bull, he mercilessly brought his heavy great sword crashing down against Chuzhou's slender blade. Forced on the defensive, Chuzhou leaped backward, using his frost sword to block the impact. His footwork was incredibly graceful and decisive. As Chuzhou spun around, he suddenly gasped in shock at the sight before him. Yan Zhengxiang unleashed another devastating strike with his colossal weapon. Reacting with lightning speed, Chuzhou raised both hands to brace his blade against the brutal slash. The immense friction between their clashing weapons erupted into a blinding shower of sparks, fully illuminating Yan Zhengxiang's hulking back. Chuzhou held his ground tenaciously. Pushed to his limit, Yan Zhengxiang finally lost his temper. He roared fiercely, soul-shattering, sword intent, witnessing the legendary technique unfolding right before his eyes. Chuzhou. With a twisted sneer, he mocked man and sword as one. You want to play with Chuzhou? Fine, I'll play along. At that exact moment, Chuzhou awakened his true class. A massive roaring flood dragon manifested right behind his figure. Freezing mist poured from its massive jaws. The frost dragon bared its razor-sharp fangs, and its entire imposing body was covered in intimidating ice-cold scales. It unleashed an absolutely terrifying, bone-chilling frost aura. In response, Yan Zhengxiang's boiling bloodlust only grew more intense, while the massive spectral tiger behind his back roared with heaven-shaking fury. Seeing the ice dragon finally reveal itself, the ferocious tiger's eyes glowed with predatory intent, locking directly onto its new rival. Yan Zhengxiang ruthlessly swung his colossal broadsword straight at Chuzhou. It was a brutal clash between dragon and tiger. Chuzhou channeled the ice dragon while Yan Zhengxiang unleashed ferocious tiger strikes. Neither side held back in this devastating collision. Chuzhou relentlessly fired deadly ice spikes at the beast while Yan Zhengxiang violently slashed his blade right into the frost dragon's defenses. The resulting shockwave was overwhelmingly oppressive. Even through a screen, you could practically feel the stinging pain tearing into your very flesh. While those two fought to the death, he casually watched. He found a random rock, rested his chin on his hand, and almost fell asleep as the brutal battle raged on. The deafening explosions ringing in his ears couldn't even bother Yi to intervene. He was ready for a nap. Suddenly, mid-strike, Yan Zhengxiang noticed an emergency distress signal from his comrade. That aura belongs to Z. Is he calling for backup? Realizing this, Yan Zhengxiang abruptly leaped backward, breaking away from his fierce clash with Chuzhou. For a split second, his defenses dropped. Yan Zhengxiang lost his initial fierce focus, but Chuzhou didn't hesitate, surging forward with even more overwhelming and aggressive power. Frustrated, Yan Zhengxiang glared back with blazing rage and roared, "Teach! If I wasn't in a rush today, I would have shattered every single bone in your pathetic bodies." But getting past Yi, he wasn't going to be that simple. Deciding to intervene, Yi stomped the ground, channeling a massive surge of energy aimed directly at Yan Zhengxiang. His eyes flashed with deadly annoyance, throwing around empty threats and trying to run. "Did I give you permission to leave?" Yan Zhengxiang spun around, completely stunned by this terrifying new pressure. "What the hell?" With a clenched fist, he unleashed a devastating punch straight toward Yan Zhengxiang's body. The warrior quickly raised his massive broadsword to block the catastrophic strike. A blinding explosion erupted on impact, sending thick clouds of dust violently swirling into the air. He thought the blade would save him, but Yi's attack carried such heaven-shaking force that it sent Yan Zhengxiang flying backward for over 30 feet. He bounced across the terrain like a discarded ragdoll, flailing helplessly through the air. Once the kinetic force finally dissipated, Zhengxiang crashed brutally into the unforgiving ground. Coughing up a mouthful of dark, stagnant blood, the exhausted warrior struggled to his feet. Trembling, he gasped. "What was that? Did a magical beast just swat me away?" Standing casually, he smirked. "That was me, actually. Your annoying screaming was just getting way too loud, so I gave you a little tap." Yan Zhengxiang struggled to speak. "Did you just sneak attack me?" he choked out. He let out an arrogant, mocking chuckle. "I wouldn't exactly call a head-on punch a sneak attack. Your brain is just too slow to process my speed." This absolute disrespect pushed Yan Zhengxiang into a blazing fury. He roared at the top of his lungs, blood still pouring from the corner of his mouth. Roaring with pure homicidal rage, he bellowed, "I'm going to rip your life away." Yet barely 3 minutes later, his arrogant mouth was forcibly shut for good. Blood flowed heavily from his nose and lips as Yan Zhengxiang lay completely paralyzed. He casually commented, "Look on the bright side, you don't need to feel too humiliated. Surviving 3 entire minutes against me is a legendary achievement. That Chen Xin guy got obliterated in a single strike." He casually bent down and picked up the giant broadsword. He weighed it in his hands, inspecting the blade. "Your weapon has some nice heft to it. I think I'll borrow it for a bit. You don't mind, you?" Yan Zhengxiang lay trembling helplessly in the dirt at Yi's feet. He didn't want to agree, but absolute terror kept him silent. Without hesitation, he proceeded. He immediately channeled his overwhelming Godzilla-class energy straight into the massive blade. Smiling wickedly, he muttered, "But this thing still needs a little bit of an upgrade." Instantly, Yan Jingshang's colossal broadsword was heavily modified with terrifying Godzilla aesthetics. Dark razor sharp Godzilla scales erupted across the cold metal, granting the legendary weapon a far more intimidating and devastating power. Admiring his newly forged weapon, he let out a long, deeply satisfied laugh of pure triumph. Just then, Chu Zhou walked over to him holding a very strange pendant in his hand. Hey he. I couldn't find the spatial storage ring on him, but I did manage to loot this strange item. Hearing this, he leaned in for a closer look. Resting in Chu Zhou's palm was an incredibly unique pendant completely different from any normal magical artifact. This pendant keeps flashing non-stop, Chu Zhou noted. It looks like it's broadcasting some kind of emergency signal. The scene abruptly cuts to the Divine Dragon's terrifying domain. It was an absolute wasteland where Ouyangzi was getting brutally crushed. The desolate battlefield was in ruins, sealed off by the dragon-headed monster's domain to hide the massacre from outside eyes. Ouyangzi was in agonizing shape, completely missing one arm while the other hung by a thread. His majestic wings had been ripped apart, leaving only a few tragic feathers blowing in the wind. Standing on trembling legs, Ouyangzi was completely drenched in his own blood. The once proud warrior was now reduced to a pitiful dying state. Crimson blood streamed down his forehead. Barely clinging to life, he whispered, to think my journey would violently end like this. He stared up at the horrifying dragon-headed monster looming ahead. The beast floated menacingly, gripping a brutal weapon still dripping with Ouyangzi's fresh blood. It locked its terrifying, soulless gaze directly onto its broken prey. With a trembling voice, Z muttered, I even used the soul-sealing nail from the secret realm. If it had just pierced his heart, it would have sealed his martial aura completely. There really was an eerie mystical nail embedded deep into the dragon-headed monster's chest. Filled with crushing regret, Ouyangzi groaned, damn it. I sacrificed my arm yet still missed the divine dragon's heart. I missed by 3 fingers, completely drained of energy and utterly unable to fight back. Ouyangzi devastatingly lowered his head to accept his dark fate. The monstrous dragon opened its massive jaws, lunging down to devour him whole. Consumed by absolute despair, Ouyangzi thought I failed. I lost my only chance to slay the divine dragon. Right after finishing off Ouyangzi, the sinister domain of the dragon-headed beast finally shattered. The monster turned and vanished into the shadows, hunting for its next unfortunate prey. Ouyangzi's lifeless body was pinned brutally against the stone wall, a massive sword violently driven straight through his chest. He died with his eyes wide open, his mouth frozen in a silent, agonizing scream. Blood flowed heavily like a rushing river. This meant Ouyangzi would never make it back to see Sister Han. Meanwhile, Liu Qingzhu was desperately on the move. She sprinted frantically up the endless flights of stairs, her heart pounding wildly in her chest. Keep going, the rooftop is right there. Having just barely escaped Ouyangzi, Liu Qingzhu pushed her burning legs to reach the highest floor. Gasping heavily for air, she could not shake off the absolute terror. The divine dragon's overwhelming power was simply terrifying. The horned bull was absolutely nothing compared to this beast. Her face turned utterly pale with sheer dread. Ouyangzi definitely cannot hold out against it for much longer. I am definitely the divine dragon's next target. Nobody else. My absolute only chance of surviving this nightmare is if he finally arrives to rescue me. With that single thought, Liu Qingzhu looked up while running. She quickly scanned her surroundings. This was absolutely the highest building in the entire area. His signal flare gave me an excellent idea. I will send one right back to him. Channeling all her remaining spiritual energy outward, Liu Qingzhu opened her beautiful mouth and screamed to the heavens. Nether bird bloodline awakening. Instantly, an aura exploded with Liu Qingzhu at the core. She spread her massive phantom wings wide, unleashing a truly devastating shockwave of pure spiritual energy. The pulsing waves of energy rippled outward into the sky. She prayed desperately that this loud distress signal would reach his ears, guiding him straight to her exact location. Pushing her battered body beyond its limits, casting that signal drained her completely. Her mana was completely empty, she was running on fumes. Her legs finally gave out, sending her crashing heavily onto the concrete. Propping herself up weakly, she gasped in agony. Please let him see this. Then the air suddenly shifted. A terrifyingly gruesome noise echoed around her. Footsteps. Heavy, menacing footsteps that were extremely close. They were growing much louder with every single passing second. Death was marching right toward her. Her eyes widened in absolute horror. She could sense a suffocating, pure evil presence creeping ever closer through the dark shadows. Trembling violently, she forced her exhausted body to somehow stand up. It cannot be, she whispered in pure panic. Peering over the cold edge, she bravely looked down into the abyss. Looking from the dizzying height, her worst nightmare became absolute reality. The dragon-head monster was walking up the vertical wall, step by step. It was defying gravity itself with terrifying ease. Sword in hand, its murderous aura surged rapidly toward the pitiful girl. All color instantly drained from Liu Qingzhu's face. A cold sweat broke out as uncontrollable, shivering completely took over her body. How did it find me so incredibly fast? She gasped in absolute despair. I need to warn Yi to stay away, but that terrifying bloodthirsty gaze locked onto her again. The beast's glowing eyes flared with a sinister demonic light. It had perfectly marked its next prey at the building's peak. Without hesitation, the monstrous creature activated its signature move again. An inescapable domain expanded instantly, trapping Liu Qingzhu completely inside a sealed barrier. Nobody could enter to save her. The arrogant monster casually stepped forward. It walked right into its own deadly domain, unstoppable, unflinching, and entirely unopposed. Facing this apocalyptic monster, the helpless girl backed away in utter despair. She was completely cornered and out of options. A sinister glint flashed brightly in the dragon head's eyes. A twisted, sadistic grin stretched across its face. It had finally cornered its sweet, absolutely defenseless prey for the slaughter. Raising its lethal broadsword high into the air, it prepared to execute her flawlessly. Time seemed to completely slow down. Liu Qingzhu could only stare helplessly at the descending blade. The glowing broadsword enlarged monstrously, crashing down violently toward her fragile body. Tears of pure terror streamed down her face. Damn it all. She whimpered in utter defeat. It is too late. But suddenly, the very fabric of space shattered. A blinding rift exploded intensely through the barrier. The hero had arrived. It was Yi. He violently kicked the domain into absolute pieces. Gripping Yan Zhengshang's massive greatsword tightly with both hands, he delivered a truly devastating flying stomp straight to the monster's scaly face. The beast stumbled back in sheer disbelief. He roared fiercely, I promised your family I would absolutely protect you, and a hunter never ever breaks his golden word. Snatched from the very jaws of death, warm tears flooded Liu Qingzhu's completely flushed cheeks. Her heart raced wildly. The glowing flame of hope reignited beautifully within her exhausted soul. He! She cried out in absolutely overwhelming relief. The dragon-head monster finally registered the intruder's highly dangerous aura. Growling in deep frustration, it quickly slid to the side defensively. Its arrogant demeanor completely vanished, replaced by extreme caution toward this new mighty challenger. But he did not hold back. Charging with explosive speed, he taunted the creature viciously. What is your actual problem, you ugly dog-faced dragon? What exactly are you? Without wasting another second, the real bloody battle had finally begun. He unleashed his apocalyptic Godzilla-integrated sword technique flawlessly. An absolutely overwhelming tyrannical surge of brute power smashed down directly onto the cursed monster. Yet the terrifying beast casually blocked the earth-shattering strike with its slender blade. Zero fear in its eyes. The sheer shockwave of his attack literally sliced the entire skyscraper in half. The massive impact obliterated everything, tearing rapidly through the domain all the way down to the ground floor. He urgently turned his head toward the highly stunned Liu Qingzhu. Xu Zhou and my brand new subordinate are currently waiting in the East Alley. Get there right now. Trusting him completely, the young woman nodded without any hesitation. But heavy anxiety gnawed painfully at her heart. What about you? Standing tall amidst his swirling black Godzilla aura, he offered her a highly confident, reassuring smirk. I'm going to seriously test my absolute limits against this dragon freak. Bursting with explosive momentum, he swan dived from the ruined sky deck toward his monstrous target. Thick clouds of violent debris instantly swallowed his heroic figure. The colossal tower where she stood was completely cloaked in heavy dust, shaking violently from the devastating aftermath. Sliced perfectly down the absolute middle, the ruined structure smoked heavily. If the dragon head actually survived that catastrophic blow, it was truly a nightmare. Meanwhile, he touched down on solid ground. He slammed his heavy great sword into the concrete, quickly scanning the heavy dust. Those eerie footsteps echoed once again. The monster was still alive, slowly dragging its glowing blade through the rubble. Planting his massive weapon firmly by his side, the fearless hunter calmly cracked his knuckles. A fierce battle-hungry grin spread across his face as he stared down the beast. Setting up this domain once again. When I saw that loud distress signal, I knew this cursed place reeked of dark magic. Are you too cowardly to fight me outside your little bubble? Just then his sharp hunter eyes caught something extremely bizarre. A strange magical nail was deeply embedded right into the monster's muscular chest. Yet the almighty beast simply could not pull it out. That sealing nail. The gears in his mind quickly turned, connecting the dots from his past conversations. Could this actually be the ultimate divine dragon countermeasure that Yan Zhengshang mentioned? Emerging from the thick dust after tanking that ultimate strike, the monster looked vastly different. Its outer cloak was completely disintegrated. Disgusting, pulsating layers of raw, exposed muscle were fully visible to the air. With a deafening roar, the beast lunged furiously right at Yi. A suffocating aura of pure darkness erupted from the enemy's body. Driven by absolute madness, he launched himself directly at Yi. But for Yi, an overwhelming opponent only fueled his adrenaline. Reaching back, he unsheathed his massive blade. The primordial spark of Godzilla ignited within his blazing eyes. Such incredible speed, he muttered, lifting his heavy war blade. The surrounding atmosphere had completely morphed into the dragon mask's terrifying domain of shadows. The monster unleashed a devastating sword strike, unfazed Yi. He swung his colossal weapon to intercept the blow. Two terrifying surges of energy collided in a catastrophic shockwave. Refusing to back down, the beast pushed harder, desperately trying to crush Yi. To the students trapped in the secret realm, this dragon mask was pure nightmare fuel. Is that all you have got? Show me your true power. Impress me, Yi, he roared. The surrounding buildings violently shuddered, crumbling under the sheer weight of their overwhelming spiritual pressure. In a split second, the massive structure was sliced into three distinct pieces mid-air. Blinding streaks of azure and crimson energy exploded upwards from the ground. The absolute destruction unfolded in the blink of an eye. Obeying the laws of gravity, the shattered skyscraper rained down in a catastrophic storm of concrete debris. Riding those brilliant beams of light, he and the dragon mask soared into the chaotic sky. Without hesitation, they launched themselves at each other for a mid-air clash. While the city block below them was reduced to absolute wasteland, their high-speed duel raged on. For every lethal technique he unleashed, his demonic opponent perfectly countered. Neither warrior was willing to yield a single inch. Their suffocating killing intent saturated the air, accompanied by the deafening, bone-rattling symphony of steel brutally clashing against steel. Pushed to the absolute brink of insanity, the dragon mask unhinged his jaw, revealing a grotesquely long tongue. Fully consumed by madness, he raised his blade and charged with zero regard for his own life. His cursed blade, overflowing with blinding, concentrated energy, slashed directly toward Yi's chest. With lightning-fast reflexes, our main character raised his massive warblade to block the fatal strike. This monster's raw physical strength was completely off the charts. Veins popping, he fiercely gritted his teeth, desperately anchoring his feet against the enemy's overwhelming, devastating kinetic force. But the demonic boss possessed terrifying hidden reserves. With a savage roar, he forced his strike through, landing a devastating overhead slash right into Yi's direct guard. The sheer impact blasted our hero straight down into the earth like a meteor. A catastrophic explosion followed, triggering a blinding flash of light, while a massive shockwave violently kicked up tons of shattered bedrock. Yet from within the heart of that dense crater dust, an eerie neon blue atomic mist began to leak out. It was Yi. His terrifying nuclear radiation slowly creeping outward and devouring the battlefield. The dragon mask instantly froze as he sensed the apocalyptic energy erupting from below. His pupils dilated in absolute horror as every instinct screamed that a fatal threat was rapidly approaching. Marking his legendary return, the awakened Godzilla Yi. He unhinged his jaw. A devastating beam of pure atomic energy blasted upward, ruthlessly launching the dragon boss straight through multiple high-rise buildings. Those reinforced concrete structures disintegrated like cheap paper, as if Yi had effortlessly crushed a fragile pebble. As the catastrophic shockwaves finally began to settle down, the thick curtain of destruction slowly faded away. Emerging from the choking abyss was the menacing silhouette of Yi. He perfectly transformed into his nightmarish, awe-inspiring Godzilla state. He casually strolled forward, wiping residual atomic heat from his lips like it was absolutely nothing. Incredible power, he smirked. I have finally found an opponent worthy of my time in this godforsaken world. Yi. He locked eyes with his battered enemy, his heart racing with twisted joy. The thrill of a genuine life-or-death battle had completely ignited his legendary fighting spirit. Please tell me you will not die that easily, he thought to himself. Meanwhile, deep within the crushed remains of the skyscraper that had completely buried the dragon mask, a bloody hand violently gripped a shattered piece of concrete. Despite taking a direct hit from an atomic blast, the boss's monstrous life force had not faded in the slightest. The demon arrogantly rose from the devastation. Unbelievably, the near-death experience only caused his dark aura to surge exponentially. Consumed by psychotic bloodlust, his only remaining thought was tearing Yi apart. All four of his glowing pupils locked onto Yi, overflowing with feral, unadulterated killing intent. It was a stark contrast to our hero's composed yet utterly terrifying battle stance. Instead of showing fear, our guy Yi, he just flashed an arrogantly provocative grin. That is exactly what I wanted to see, he taunted. Show me that invincible spirit. If the almighty divine dragon boss went down without a real fight, this would be terribly boring. The sheer disrespect shattered the monster's last shred of sanity, launching him violently forward. He re-engaged with absolute fury. For a fleeting second, the entire battlefield was completely eclipsed by the lethally glowing trails of their murderous intent. Gripping his cursed blade, he charged like a rampaging demon. The catastrophic damage had actually shattered half of his dragon mask, exposing the deranged human-like face hiding underneath. In that exact fraction of a second, Yi's eyes widened in genuine shock. Before his brain could even process the horrifying revelation, he barely had time to take a single breath. The enemy's sudden burst of speed was absolutely physics-defying. Thrusting his blade forward, he transformed into a twisting, lethal beam of light that zeroed in straight for Yi's throat. Boom Yi. He was violently pushed backward across the ruined earth, desperately using his heavy war blade as a makeshift shield to survive the blistering rapid-fire sword combo. Every single muscle fiber in Yi's body screamed in agony as he tried to halt the monstrous juggernaut, jaw clenched tight. His mind raced to analyze the critical situation. Way too fast, shattering his mask actually multiplied his raw speed and power. Right now, the only thing he could track were those psychotic eyes. The sheer terror radiating from the dragon mask was suffocating. Those four unnerving glowing pupils bored directly into his soul, looking like a predator, ready to swallow him whole. While his monstrous physique could technically handle the pressure, his weapon could not. The legendary war blade he had claimed from Yan Zhengshang suddenly violently shattered right down the middle. A catastrophic downward cleave from the enemy had instantly obliterated his only line of defense. Glancing down at the useless hilt remaining in his grip, he was genuinely taken off guard. Did this bastard really just snap my blade, he thought, eyes narrowing. Having successfully disarmed his legendary opponent, the psychotic boss tightened his grip on his own crackling energy-infused sword. He strategically pulled back, calculating the perfect distance to execute a guaranteed fatal execution strike. But our main character was instantly adapting to the flow. Sensing the enemy's aggressive killing, intent shifting his survival instincts completely flared up. Without skipping a single beat, he fiercely swung the jagged, broken half of his sword forward. A broken weapon meant absolutely nothing to an awakened beast. Tossing all human logic aside, he practically flew forward and literally caught the enemy's descending sword strike entirely with his teeth. This was not an act of desperation, it was absolute dominance. He was weaponizing his primordial Godzilla jaw strength, flexing an indestructible bite force that defied the laws of nature. The dragon mask's brain completely short-circuited, completely paralyzed by disbelief. He could only stare wide-eyed as this absolute madman casually chewed on his ultimate weapon. Biting down on his blade, our boy he shot his opponent a wicked bloodthirsty grin. The thrill of the hunt was intoxicating. Finally caught you, he taunted. His pitch-black Godzilla-like claws clenched into a devastating fist radiating pure malice. Bone-chilling cracks echoed through the air. The dragon-masked assassin's eyes widened in sheer terror. He finally realized the absolute slaughter coming his way. Frozen by overwhelming aura, the enemy couldn't even flinch. His fist packed with devastating love crashed directly into the assassin's jaw. He took the full brunt of that nuclear-powered knockout blow. Blinding green radiation exploded right across the masked warrior's face. The assassin swung his sword in a desperate blind panic, hitting nothing but air. Victory was already secured in his monstrous grasp. Gathering every ounce of explosive power, he unleashed absolute hell. The dragon mask shattered into pieces, sending the exposed assassin tumbling backward. With vacant eyes and a completely pulverized mask, the enemy was defenseless. He instantly grabbed the falling assassin's arm with an iron grip. "We are not done here, esteemed guest," he snarled. Veins bulging, he tightened his grip and rocketed straight into the atmosphere. Surging with unstoppable momentum, he roared through the heavens. "Technician number 23 at your absolute service." A brutal barrage of nuclear-infused punches rained down on the assassin's face. The enemy could only helplessly endure this earth-shattering god-tier beatdown. The once proud warrior was now nothing but a human punching bag. He molded, smashed, and completely obliterated him with zero mercy. Staring down his shattered opponent, he was riding an absolute high. Flashing a savage fanged smile, he calculated his next strikes: temple, throat, heart, spleen, kidneys, and groin. All fatal human pressure points. Plus, the enemy's meridians were heavily blocked by copper nails, halting his vital energy. Lethal killing intent seeped deep into these crucial acupoints. His attacks were systematically destroying the assassin's core from the inside out. Only a mangled husk remained. His true face was entirely exposed, sporting wild, disheveled hair and sunken cheeks that screamed absolute despair. He was desperately clinging to life. His trembling hands could not even hold a proper grip on his blade anymore. He was shaking violently. In a final act of defiance, he hurled his sword, but this was not a random toss. The dragon-masked killer still refused to surrender. The spinning blade curved back, aiming straight for he holding the enemy with one hand. He sensed the ambush instantly. His combat instincts were a perfect 10. Without missing a beat, he summoned the fan stolen from Lan Yusi. His expression darkened with lethal intent as he made his move. He snapped the fan open, flawlessly blocking the incoming sword strike. This stolen artifact had just saved him from a truly devastating critical hit. "I knew you hadn't given up, he scoffed. "Your only chance to kill me was back when I first arrived, using the element of surprise." With a vicious flick of his wrist, he deflected the weapon, sending the blade flying into the distance. His majestic silhouette stood completely unfazed. "You barely had a 30% chance," then he declared. Flexing his terrifying aura, he furiously swung the fan and roared, "Take flight." Instantly, violent gales erupted from the artifact, forming a colossal tornado. This majestic vortex radiated pure destruction, tearing through the air like a catastrophic superstorm. The skies turned deathly gray. Yi He's cyclone expanded rapidly, reaching hundreds of meters high. Demonic energy converged, swallowing up the surrounding magnetic fields. The twister grew into a monstrous titan of wind. The dragon-masked assassin was brutally sucked right into the eye, suspended helplessly midair. Vicious wind blades slashed his flesh to ribbons. Dark blood spiraled in the vicious vortex like a horrifying meat grinder. What a pathetic end. Trapped, he endured 1,000 agonizing cuts without any way to counter. With my enhancement, this killing intent eclipses Lan Yuxi's magic. Yi, he gloated. Cloaked in raging Godzilla energy, Yi, he surged forward. He became a walking nuclear warhead, glowing with catastrophic power as he laughed maniacally. I am not finished with you, faceless trash. The paralyzed assassin could only stare blankly, awaiting his inevitable execution at Yi. His almighty hands. Atomic demolition punch rocketing higher. Yi. He coiled his fist tightly, eyes burning with the unhinged fury of an ancient apex predator. He launched an earth-shattering blow. First strike, he bellowed. Boom. The catastrophic impact collided with the enemy, detonating like a massive thermal bomb. Debris rained down as blinding nuclear smoke consumed the battlefield. The radiant energy clashed violently against the chaotic, raging cyclone. The heavy strike sent the assassin flying miles away. His broken body flailed through the void, completely limp like a discarded, torn ragdoll. Yet his shattered hand miraculously clutched the blade. Thinking the enemy was dead, he absolutely refused to let him rest in peace. As the bleeding enemy fell through the clouds, Yi pursued at supersonic speed. Trailing atomic smoke, he roared to the heavens. Second strike. Closing the distance, he unleashed another devastating technique upon his enemy, Black Peril Mountain Smash. Although his physical body was completely wrecked, he somehow managed to block Yi's incoming assault. Expending his final ounces of strength, the assassin deflected the strike with his blade spinning wildly in the air as his long hair whipped furiously. His absolute ruthlessness was undeniable. Even though the attack was blocked, the sheer kinetic force sent the dragon mask killer ricocheting off multiple buildings. He crashed through concrete structures like a human pinball of destruction, leaving a zigzag trail of devastation. The immense power behind Yi's punch was terrifyingly clear. Finally, after eating 2 god-tier blows, the assassin was violently plastered against a massive brick wall. His body was utterly shattered. Blood dripped heavily from every single inch of his broken flesh. Pinned head to toe against the wall, he stubbornly gripped his gleaming blade. Choking on his own blood, he groaned in pure agony. He slowly levitated toward his defeated prey. Hovering effortlessly with his monstrous aura, he sneered at the dying assassin who now looked absolutely pathetic. The sheer impact had carved a massive destructive crater into the concrete wall behind him. You call yourself a dragon, he mocked fiercely. I expected a challenge, but without that stupid mask, you are just a pathetic little worm. The faceless monstrosity possessed only glowing eyes burning with pure hatred. Refusing to surrender, he gripped his radiant blade, growling out a bloodthirsty chant for murder. In a flash, the very sword the dragon-headed beast used to defend himself was pressed right against his own throat. His glowing eyes shot wide open. His 4 pupils dilated in absolute terror. He moved like lightning, dashing forward to jam the lethal blade tightly against the dragon monster's scaly neck. Clad in his magnificent battle armor, he radiated overwhelming power. With his monstrous combat strength, he completely dominated the dragon-headed freak using just one hand. A second later, the severed head hit the ground. Its long hair trailed behind its lifeless free fall. Having secured the legendary dragon pendant, he admired his prize with a highly satisfied grin. The dragon pendant is finally mine. Time to end this little game. Shortly after obliterating the dragon-headed beast he regrouped with his waiting teammates. Yan Zhengshang was completely broken by his might. Not daring to utter a single word, Zhengshang kneeled in total submission, bowing his head as He casually strolled by. With both hands shoved calmly into his pockets, he walked past Yan Zhengshang without sparing him a glance. He then approached Liu Qingzhu, who was safely rescued by Chu Zhou. Seeing he safe, Liu Qingzhu's eyes sparkled with relief. Flushed and startled, she immediately scolded him. You really shouldn't have faced the dragon mask all by yourself. But standing nearby, Chu Zhou just cast a side glance at Liu Qingzhu and stated coldly, aside from the rest of us would only be a burden. Hearing the harsh truth, Liu Qingzhu nodded slowly. Too ashamed to look anyone in the eye, she fell into deep thought, her beautiful face painted with deep sorrow. Chu Zhou was absolutely right. She was so heavily injured that her martial arts were useless. Trying to help he would have only been a fatal distraction. If only I were stronger, I wouldn't be such dead weight. Seeing the beauty's gloomy expression, he instantly jogged over with a teasing grin. What's on your mind, Liu Qingzhu? Startled by his infuriatingly casual attitude, she stuttered. Huh, what? She quickly turned away, her cheeks burning red. Yi he then brought up the fight with the ox beast. Stretching his hand toward Liu Qingzhu, he demanded playfully, "Where is the ox pendant? Don't tell me I have to rob you for it." Looking away, she reached into her pocket. Yeah, here it is. Finally, he had gathered all 12 pendants of the zodiac beasts. Staring at his legendary loot, he pondered for a moment before speaking up. He tried arranging them in the zodiac order from rat to pig, but absolutely nothing happened. Standing aside with crossed arms, Chuzhou chimed in. Well, that did absolutely nothing. Is the sequence wrong, Yi? He rubbed his chin in frustration, staring intensely at the 12 gathered pendants. He couldn't figure out the hidden puzzle at all. Suddenly, Yan Zhangxiang stepped closer to the mystical pendants and spoke up. This special divine dragon wasn't designed to be hunted down like the other masks. It acts as a hunter tracking pendant holders. Usually, you don't even need the dragon pendant to clear the trial. With that, Yan Zhangxiang lifted the dragon artifact into the air. Instantly, a bizarre tremor shook the entire dimension. Everyone looked around in absolute panic. Did it work? What kind of hidden mechanism just activated? All of a sudden, a dense cluster of dark clouds gathered right above Yi He and the martial students. The center glowed with blinding radiance as a streak of golden lightning crashed down. The towering buildings nearby were illuminated by an awe-inspiring supernatural phenomenon that nobody had ever witnessed before. Yi He was the very first to spot the anomaly. Dumbfounded, he pointed and shouted, "Look up there. What in the world is that emerging right from the glowing center of the sky?" A gargantuan eye revealed itself. The celestial eye grew increasingly massive as it pushed through the heavy fog. It was descending closer and closer. The overwhelming divine energy radiating from that terrifying cosmic pupil locked directly onto Yi. He sensing something fatally wrong, his eyes widened in sheer disbelief. He had no idea what kind of nightmare was unfolding above him. A magnetic force from the giant eye began sucking Yi He into the sky. Completely suppressed by this godly power, his body was helplessly dragged toward the horrifying entity. Suddenly, he plunged into an endless void of nothingness. Flailing wildly, he found absolutely nothing to grab onto. Consumed by total terror, he let out a desperate scream. His agonizing cries echoed through the empty dimension, unheard by any living soul. Then, in a split second, his eyes snapped open. He stared forward with a completely bewildered expression. At that exact moment, every single student inside the train cars woke up simultaneously. Panic erupted through the cabins as nobody understood what on earth had just happened. Is this the Huadu University train? Am I back? Oh my god, I am alive. I swear that dog-faced freak killed me back in the city. So weird. How are we back here? Yeah, I saw so many people get slaughtered by that dragon. Was it all just a dream? How could we all share the exact same nightmare? Over where Yi He and Chuzhou sat, both remained dead silent. A broadcast echoed through the train. Ding dong, students, please remain calm. You were merely pulled into an illusion, created by the Divine Eye artifact. This was the official entrance exam for Imperial University. Please relax. He had already figured out the truth of the system. It was nothing but a brutal aptitude test for Huadu Capital University. His expression remained utterly unfazed. The speaker crackled again. Furthermore, during this special trial phase, the team of Yi He, Chuzhou, and Liu Qingzhu from An City collected all zodiac pendants, securing first place. He's performance was especially outstanding. A unique reward will be granted upon enrollment. This stunning announcement was broadcasted to every single student. Hearing this, candidates from other provinces buzzed with intense curiosity and disbelief. Who the heck is Yi He? I died too early to see the endgame. Wait, did Ouyangzi actually lose? Where even is in city in the first place? How could big city elites lose to some provincial nobodies? Collecting all the pendants. That is impossible. I could not even defeat a single mask user. He must be the hidden heir of some reclusive martial arts family. I definitely need to network with this guy. Meanwhile, a brilliant blue system light flashed right in front of Yi He. The holographic glow illuminated his face. His eyes widened with eager anticipation as he muttered under his breath, "It is finally here. The real reward." Fulfilling the special conditions granted him one legendary gacha pull. The system interface materialized right before his eyes, displaying a golden notification. Congratulations, host. For completely dominating all freshmen during the trial, you are rewarded with one premium draw. Reading the prompt, he broke into a cold sweat. His heart was hammering like a war drum. He quickly called out to his sworn brother for support. Chuzhou, hand me a wet wipe. I need to clean my hands perfectly for this. My luck better not be trash this time. A mystical card slowly materialized before him. This was the ultimate test of fate. His entire destiny rested on this single heart-stopping gacha pull. Demonic energy exploded as the card flipped. Standing right before Yi, he was a towering, heavily muscled vampire with wicked horns. A terrifying magical aura flooded the space, accompanied by a long, sinister laugh. The system chime, Tier 3 form slot 10 Vampire Rakudo. Bloodline abilities unlocked, corpse transformation, blood manipulation, and true immortality. Current compatibility sits at 1%. Evolutionary form Rakudo Javado. The train to Huadu continued its smooth journey, finally free from deadly trials. Meanwhile, he was absolutely thrilled with his new vampire acquisition. Sitting completely alone, he grinned like a madman, excitedly muttering whispers under his breath. His mind raced with epic possibilities. A vampire, he cheered inwardly. I pulled an SR tier and a gold card at that. The base blood might be cheap, but this upgraded form unlocks the legendary power to freeze time entirely. Truly heaven-defying. Suddenly, an imposing young man walked over, asking, "Are you the infamous Yi He?" It was Ouyang radiating an aura of undeniable strength. Hearing of Yi's recent fame, he approached with a highly arrogant swagger, demanding, "Did you really defeat Shi Long nearby?" Yan Zhengxiang grew incredibly anxious at this reckless disrespect, fully aware of He's true terrifying power. He could only pray silently. "Brother Z, calm down. If you provoke a bloodbath with he on this train, there are 0 hospitals to save you." He instantly felt utterly disgusted by that haughty tone. Without even bothering to look Ouyang in the eye, his voice dropped to a chilling whisper. "Let me correct you. I did not just defeat him, I utterly slaughtered him." Ouyang's vision instantly spun. A cold sweat broke out as he stammered internally. Slaughtered, desperate to maintain his alpha status before the surrounding martial apprentices, Ouyang boldly attempted a public recruitment. I am forging a brand new faction, completely separate from Huadu University's student council. Join us and I will crown you as our president. For years, Huadu natives have completely monopolized the top freshman ranks and the council presidency. This massive declaration instantly gripped the attention of every rookie on board. Ouyang quickly dropped his arrogant facade, shifting to a warm, respectful tone. Flashing an eager smile, he extended his hand. Your overwhelming strength gives us a massive shot at shattering this unfair tradition. Join my guild." The entire carriage erupted into absolute chaos. The gossiping students could not believe their eyes. Wait, is the famously arrogant Ouyang actually extending a personal invitation to and offering him the guild master throne? We are witnessing the birth of a new Huadu University legend. What a historical moment. Without a single second of hesitation, he ruthlessly crushed this so-called historical moment. "I apologize, but I have 0 interest in power struggles or playing guild games. I walk my path alone." The crowd instantly exploded into shocked whispers. He actually rejected him. Heavens, what a legendary rejection. Just who does this He think he is casually dismissing Ouyang. What a massive waste. Yet Ouyang remained surprisingly unfazed. He smoothly handed a sleek card. "No worries at all. Here is my personal contact. The door for future cooperation always remains open for you." Night soon fell as the train finally pulled into Huadu University Station. Sitting beside Chu-ju gazed out the window and murmured, "We have arrived." He blinked in total surprise. Glancing outside, he was genuinely caught off guard. "That fast? Are we really here?" The moment his eyes locked onto the sprawling metropolis, his jaw practically dropped to the floor, letting out a wildly dramatic gasp. Whoa, before him stretched a dazzlingly illuminated Huadu pulsing with a vibrant energy that completely dwarfed his humble city. He could not help but exclaim, "Wow, so this is the legendary Huadu, a true mega city." As the cabin doors hissed open, the eager martial apprentices flooded out into their brand new reality. Outside, a sharply dressed station attendant was already waiting to guide the wide-eyed freshmen. "New Huadu students, please proceed through this designated pathway toward the academy campus. Please maintain your seating order from the Huadu University train." Following the massive tide of students, his new acquaintances, and Chu-jo marched excitedly forward. Suddenly, the entire procession ground to a complete halt. Pure shock painted every single face as they stared at the colossal marvel before them, a massive, ultra-futuristic airship. The vessel looked straight out of a sci-fi blockbuster. The intercom instructed the awestruck recruits to board in an orderly fashion. Following orders, the freshmen neatly lined up to enter the grand aircraft. Near the back he suddenly spotted the familiar, graceful silhouette of Liu Qingju. Walking ahead, he casually closed the distance, playfully poking her shoulder before teasingly calling out, "Hey there, Liu Qingju." Qingju flinched so hard a massive shudder wrecked her frame. That tiny, innocent poke from he triggered a terrified shriek that sounded like a startled banshee. Her mother's strict pre-enrollment warning instantly echoed in her mind. "Qingju, remember this well. You might be engaged, but until the wedding, maintain your absolute distance in public. Do not let him take advantage of you. Protect your purity, understood?" Liu Qingju whipped around with blazing fury. "What do you think you are doing? We are in public." He stared back with an utterly deadpan expression. "Public? What are you sleepwalking? I just wanted to know why we are boarding an aircraft." Hearing his clueless question, her fiery rage melted into deep, exhausted regret. She let out a heavy sigh, muttering, "Why did mother betroth me to a total country bumpkin?" She then pointed directly at the sky, delivering a devastatingly simple explanation. "Because Hua University floats in the heavens, Yi." He tilted his head back, absolutely dumbfounded. "Up in the sky," Qingju stated proudly, "a literal city above the clouds." She was referring to a legendary airborne metropolis, a technological sanctuary built light years beyond normal human imagination. Forced into an extreme evolution by the relentless slaughter of otherworldly beasts humanity had taken to the skies, the massive airship carried the fresh recruits deep into the academies. Impenetrable defense lines bearing the fiery pride and ultimate hope of a new generation sworn to protect the blue planet. Peering from his seat, he closely analyzed the defensive net outside the window. Hua University. Is this massive electromagnetic web designed to shred invading demonic beasts? Once inside, even my life detection radar gets massively suppressed. Truly worthy of its elite name. Moments later, the craft touched down safely. Yi He and Chu Zhou disembarked while the attendant gently guided the clueless country boys through their registration, especially clueless guys like Yi He. "Please keep your IDs safe." The sleek student card displayed clear system stats, name Yi, he gender male assigned to class 1. The intercom directed them to the magnetic levitation train heading toward the dormitories. This hyperrail ran on an insane inverted architectural track, hurtling past sky-piercing towers and massive elevator networks at breathtaking speeds. The underground metropolis was a breathtaking cyberpunk labyrinth, like a total amateur Yi. He lost all his chill. He stood in the crowded plaza, screaming at the top of his lungs. "We made it to the highest city in the world." Secondhand embarrassment instantly hit the crowd. Bystanders whispered harshly, "What is he yelling about? Where did this lunatic come from?" Ignoring the stares, Yi He and Chu Zhou stepped into the hyper-elevator ascending the colossal tower. "Yi," he grinned. "I am on floor 42, room A3. Where are you placed?" "Chu Zhou, floor 45, room B7, his friend replied. "Looks like you have the high ground. I will head out first." Stepping into the dorm assigned by Zenith Academy, he experienced true luxury for the first time. He had not even fully entered before his jaw dropped. A massive 100-square-meter solo suite. Zenith Academy treats its students like absolute royalty. He dashed straight toward the battle station featuring a high-end gaming rig and a VIP ergonomic chair. Pure joy exploded from his chest as he cheered. Top-tier specs all across the board. But the bathroom was the real showstopper. Throwing the door open, he stood completely paralyzed by the sheer opulence. A hydro massage jacuzzi. This is heaven on earth. Next, he dove straight onto the massive bed. It was equipped with the city's finest premium memory foam. Sinking into the softness, he laughed wildly. This rivals a 5-star luxury resort. He was about to doze off, but a sudden realization sparked in his eyes. Wait, time to get down to business. He shot up from the mattress and grabbed his smartphone. I need to max out my Huadu vampire template. I figured out the Academy system earlier. Scanning his student barcode, he logged into the Zenith app. The Academy's exclusive marketplace ran entirely on merit points, the ultimate digital currency for awakened students. "Let us convert my remaining 30 million Federation credits." A notification chimed instantly. Zenith app received 322.43 merit points. He stared at the screen, his face draining of color. 100,000 credits for a single point. What a scam. Yet the marketplace inventory was breathtaking. Legendary items banned outside were sold openly here. The ultimate elite privilege. Fingers flying across the screen, he went on a massive shopping spree, buying out the Academy's blood element magic cores. This should push my template to the absolute limit. My Titan form cost barely 10 million. And that reached 90% compatibility. The system suddenly chimed again. Student Yi, thank you for your purchase. May your cultivation be smooth. Please leave a 5-star review. Almost instantly, an automated delivery drone tapped against his window. He grinned, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Drone delivery, now that is what I call speed. Tearing open the secure package, a pile of crimson crystals radiated with raw power. Licking his lips in anticipation, he sneered. Time to feast. As he swallowed them, his body instantly reacted. Demonic spikes ripped through the skin of his knuckles, his nails elongated into terrifying razor-sharp claws. Gasping for breath through the surging energy, he groaned. That was a bit too much power. The robotic system voice echoed in his mind. Huadu vampire template. 100% compatibility achieved. Warning. Huadu. Suoro bloodline unlocked. Infinite monster template updating. Host Yi. Total physical stats raised to 29. Dashing into the bathroom, he stared at his reflection. Deathly pale skin framed his face while thick black veins pulsed wickedly beneath his eyes. Feeling the terrifying vitality coursing through his veins, he smirked. The evolution is flawless. Curling his lip to reveal his teeth, he muttered, "These fangs are lethal." Peering closer at the mirror, he noticed deep blood grooves etched into the enamel. One bite into an enemy and I will drain their life force like a juice box. Inspecting his newly transformed hands, he flexed the demonic digits. These claws could shred steel. A chaotic glint flashed in his eyes as he stared intently at the weaponized appendages. A dark grin crept across his face. I just had a beautifully reckless idea. Without hesitation, he violently drove his own claws straight into his throat. Crimson fluid erupted like a geyser from the fatal wound. Stumbling backward, he desperately braced his hands against the sink. His entire frame convulsed with violent tremors as he choked on his own agonizing gasps. Corrupted black blood seeped heavily from his spine while a torrential waterfall of crimson spilled out from his shredded windpipe and mouth. He was a total madman for testing his powers like this, but then the true miracle of his awakening triggered. The gruesome laceration began stitching itself back together. The spilt blood magically reversed, drawn back into his flesh. The color returned to his ghostly face and the fatal puncture completely vanished, leaving behind nothing but a faint silver scar. Witnessing the insane regeneration speed, he smirked in absolute satisfaction. My healing factor just leveled up. He inspected his unblemished palm, nodding slowly as a cocky smile stretched across his face. So this is the legendary immortality of a vampire lord. But mere survival is just the appetizer. Time to test my actual destructive output. Brimming with anticipation, he marched directly toward his dorm's built-in combat simulation chamber. Stepping onto the reinforced floor, he whistled in admiration. A martial arts society hits different. Even college dorms come with private arenas, blocking out the rest of the world. He centered his mind and focused his spiritual core. Slipping into absolute combat readiness, his entire physique erupted with overwhelming aura. Muscles tense like coiled springs under his skin, he kept his eyes shut tight. When they finally snapped open, a terrifying crimson light bled from his pupils. He exhaled a long breath, preparing for impact. Materializing right before him was the Rakudo shadow he had acquired just a day prior. The familiar spirit hovered with undeniable arrogance, radiating pure menace. As its legendary obsidian wings unfurled, he locked eyes with the towering monstrosity, his expression dead serious as he barked his command. Come at me, hit me with everything you have. The vampire spirit instantly entered a state of berserk fury. It arched its back, acknowledging the challenge. A devastating shockwave of dark energy tore through the chamber like a hurricane. Its massive wings folded inward, sealing it in darkness. The malevolent aura condensed into an impenetrable cocoon, and an entirely new, terrifying entity spawned within a fraction of a second. Standing behind the vampire was a towering, heavily muscled behemoth, crowned with a blood-red rose and armed with barbed spikes across its flesh. Its demonic eyes burned like hellfire. It stood with arms crossed, glaring menacingly at he before lunging forward with explosive speed. The newly summoned brute clenched its steel-shattering spiked fist and charged. He immediately crossed his arms in a defensive guard. He strained his glowing eyes, trying to track the supersonic trajectory of the charging monster. Boom! The rose-crowned brute unleashed a devastating strike directly into he's chest. The young awakener gritted his teeth, pushing his endurance stats to their absolute limits. The kinetic force was so monstrous it nearly pierced his soul, leaving him staggering. He glanced down at his arms, realizing every single bone in his hands was instantly pulverized. The summoned entity was operating on a completely different level of power. Unable to absorb the astronomical impact, he was sent skidding backward across the arena, violently crash-landing into the reinforced steel wall. The heavy rubber armor meant absolutely nothing. He staggered to his feet, his completely shattered arms already regenerating. At terrifying speed, he looked up with a wild smirk. Excellent, truly overwhelming power. Now let us test the time suspension skill. On command, the Rakudo vampire template activated immediately. A wave of ash-gray energy erupted from his core. Everything froze instantly. The countdown began as his absolute domain aggressively expanded. 1 second, 2, 3, 4, 5 seconds. The domain trembled violently, massive cracks spiderwebbing across the fabric of space. It was shattering like a fragile eggshell. But he refused to yield. He ruthlessly suppressed the collapsing energy, his eyes burning with intense defiance. No way. Time will remain frozen. The devastating backlash of the domain crushed down on his physical body. He gritted his teeth, forcing past his mortal limits. At 5.1 seconds, the agony hit like 1,000 ribs, snapping simultaneously. 5.3 seconds, absolute torment ravaged his entire body. Blood seeped from his pores while the veins in his eyes burst like crimson waterfalls. His bloodshot eyes bulged, nearly exploding from the pressure. The distorted space behind him flickered wildly. That pink-haired punk was surprisingly stubborn. Suddenly, the entire dimension violently shuddered. The freezing effect completely shattered at 5.9 seconds. The invisible barriers instantly collapsed. Reality splintered like broken glass, and the flow of time brutally snapped back. Breathing heavily, he leaned forward, wiping the blood from his mouth with a dark chuckle. 5 seconds was your absolute limit, but not mine. The very next morning, he met up with Chu Zhou. As they strolled through the bustling streets, the lingering side effects of the Rakudo template kicked in. The morning sunlight felt incredibly irritating against his skin. Instinctively shielding his eyes, he muttered, "The sun is blindingly harsh today, huh?" Chu Zhou looked confused. "Is it Yi?" He awkwardly replied, "Just a little." He cursed internally. Fusing with that vampire template gave me a natural disgust for sunlight. Luckily, I won't turn into ash like a true creature of the night. Oblivious to his struggle, Chu Zhu eagerly changed the subject. "Have you checked out Huadu University's new academic system this year?" Still blocking the glare, he raised an eyebrow. "No. Did something major happen?" He thought to himself, "I was too busy wrestling with that vampire power all night. I had zero time for school updates." Chu Zhou quickly dumped all the information on him. Huadu University completely scrapped the traditional classroom model this year. They transitioned to an elite mentor system. Basically, every student trains directly under a primary professor, but you can still seek out secondary mentors for extra guidance. He paused, suddenly curious. "So we have to go beg a master to take us in?" Chu Zhou shoved his glowing phone screen into Yi's face. "Not we, I need to find a mentor." "You absolutely do not." He blinked completely, lost by this revelation. Tapping the screen aggressively, Chu Zhou explained, "Read the freshman group announcement from last night. It explicitly states, since top freshman he successfully collected all 12 legendary zodiac pendants, the Academy grants him the ultimate privilege. He can directly select any mentor of his choice, and the mentors are forbidden from rejecting him." He cringed hard at the message. Pinning this in the main group chat, "Isn't the Academy making me too big of a target?" Over at Sector A's massive stadium, endless lines of anxious students had already formed. Nervous chatter filled the air. "There are way too many people here. Looks like they evaluate in groups of 3. If a mentor wants you, they hit their buzzer." Leaning against the entrance, he casually waved his friend off. "Chu Zhu, you head in first. I am going to take a stroll. With my VIP selection pass, I can walk in whenever I want." Leaving the noisy crowd behind, he aimlessly wandered the campus grounds. He sighed out loud. Picking a mentor? How utterly boring. Suddenly, his enhanced senses caught something. A sickly sweet scent mixed with the metallic tang of rust. He inhaled sharply, his instincts instantly firing up. That is the stench of fresh blood. Without a second thought, he dashed toward the lingering scent. As he sprinted through the shadows, his mind raced. Ordinary blood wouldn't trigger me like this. This scent is dripping with pure malice and hidden sins. It is as overwhelming as a deep ocean current. It is even forcing my own killing intent to awaken. I have to find the source of this nightmare. Following the bloody trail, he abruptly slammed on the brakes. His jaw dropped at the sight before him. Sitting right there was a casually dressed, modern-looking girl happily munching on a roasted sweet potato by the curb. Bizarrely enough, that overwhelming aura of death was radiating directly from this tiny girl. Watching her stuff her cheeks like a starving chipmunk, he was left completely speechless. He simply refused to believe his own senses. He frantically scanned the area for a hidden assassin. Nothing. Just empty streets. Staring back at this silver-haired lolly, his face twitched uncontrollably. How could such an adorable little kid be the source of that terrifying demonic aura? My newly awakened senses must be malfunctioning. Suddenly, her innocent gaze locked onto him. Still holding her half-eaten snack, the girl tilted her head and dropped a bombshell with genuine curiosity. Speaking with the tone of an ancient master, she asked, "Little boy, have you mastered the flesh prison technique?" He froze, shocked that she could read his aura. He cautiously stepped closer. "How do you know that?" He eyed her up and down suspiciously, thinking to himself, "She is clearly just a child. Why is she acting like a seasoned veteran? And she actually called me a little boy." The tiny grandmother casually peeled her sweet potato and dropped another massive revelation. "Because I am the one who helped Liu Chenghu perfect that very technique." That nickname struck a massive chord in his memory. His eyes widened in disbelief as the pieces connected. Liu Chenghu, she couldn't possibly mean. Standing proudly with her hands on her hips, the little girl grinned. "Liu Chenghu. He was my personal disciple over 95 years ago." He instantly snapped back. "Are you trying to mess with me?" It was true that legendary martial artists could shatter the limits of human lifespan. A grandmaster in their 80s or 90s could easily maintain peak physical condition. But a child who still smells like milk? He scrutinized the tiny anomaly before him, running through logical theories. For absolute masters of bizarre forbidden arts, forcefully shrinking their bone structure back to a childlike state wasn't completely impossible. Yet this silver-haired lowly standing right here, radiating such pure, unfiltered innocence. To be brutally honest, that naive act was completely brainless. Unless she was an Oscar-winning actress, no one could fake that. The little girl stared at Yi with dead serious eyes. Her absurdly confident attitude was baffling. "What is it? Do you not believe me?" After she spoke, he let out a scoff of pure disdain, smirking as he casually replied, I would rather believe I am Qin Shi Huang. Send me $50, then I will buy it. Suddenly, he was dragged into a bizarre illusion surrounded by a blood-red sky. An invisible force shoved his head straight into a massive guillotine. He widened his eyes in sheer panic. Why was this happening? He was just standing on the street. Yet the executioner mercilessly dropped the blade. He felt the agonizing pain of decapitation. His severed head bounced away like a rubber ball, rolling right to the silver-haired girl's feet. Struggling to speak, he managed to choke out a few pathetic gasps. Inhaling sharply, suddenly snapped back to reality. He stared wide-eyed at her, trembling in absolute terror. Was everything he just experienced merely a hallucination? Her pure killing intent literally made him feel the sensation of death. The sheer psychological impact was completely mind-blowing and devastating. He opened his jaw wide and screamed out 3 desperate words. While he was reeling in absolute shock, the little girl suddenly shoved a piece of hard candy straight into his mouth. He instinctively shut his lips, his eyes bulging in utter disbelief. The girl smiled. "My favorite strawberry gummy, I am giving it to you." Then she started swaying dramatically in front of him, acting incredibly cute and innocent before casually adding, "I am so sorry about that, kiddo. I might have gone a little overboard. You absolutely cannot report me to the academy. Right now, I only get out for 1 or 2 hours a week. It is truly pitiful." Sucking on the giant lollipop filling his cheeks, he finally asked, "Just who are you?" The little girl struck a graceful pose in front of him. She answered instantly, "My name is Gong Kei, and I am an absurdly powerful Grandmaster. Let me tell you a secret. Hua University's principal Shi Jingwen. I beat him to a crying pulp when we were kids." She even threw in a playful wink as a bonus. Hearing this insane introduction, he froze completely, his legs giving out as he dropped straight to his knees. His mind raced with a deafening roar. Gong Kei has mastered the mystic yellow martial arts. She can definitely help me break through my bottleneck. She is a Grandmaster of Slaughter. A perfect match for my path. This is a guaranteed zero-loss investment. He immediately bowed deeply before the little girl, his face shifting to absolute reverence as he pledged his loyalty. "I have wandered aimlessly, without a true master. I.e. He begged Gong Kei to accept me as your disciple." His melodramatic, over-the-top acting looked exactly like a cheap historical drama. Gong Kei stared at his lightning-fast attitude switch, completely dumbfounded. She could barely stutter out 2 words of pure confusion. "What, huh?" The scene then cuts back to Hoa Capital University's Sector A. The most elite professors of the academy sat imposingly in the observer seats, while whispers of anticipation rippled through the massive hall. "I cannot believe the deans of the 5 major colleges are the freshman advisors this year. If any of them pick me as a disciple, my future would be absolutely set for life. Keep dreaming. Those are the legendary 5 deans. Why would they ever bat an eye at pathetic freshmen like us? Then why are they even here? Just wasting time? Of course not. Have you not heard the rumors? That crazy freshman named Yi, he actually cleared the Zodiac trial. These absolute powerhouses definitely came here specifically for him." The clueless freshman had no idea that the entire Zodiac tournament was being broadcasted live to the elite staff. The audience consisted of the entire Hua University faculty. From the very first moment on the train, the professors were fiercely analyzing each student's ability to handle sudden, overwhelming crises. The system utilized an advanced artificial intelligence network to track facial microexpressions, calculating every individual's survival adaptability score in real time. Any fool who treated this as a mere game or mindlessly charged into the Zodiac City dimension without proper combat strategy would receive an abysmal grade. Once inside the chaotic city walls, their clashes with the Zodiac masked warriors tested their positioning, combat intelligence, and raw practical strength. Leadership and tactical organization were absolute core grading criteria, even if a rookie completely failed to hunt down a Zodiac masked warrior. Showing brilliance in any of those fields guaranteed a passing mark. Yet he was the sole anomaly. He flawlessly secured the highest possible evaluation from beginning to end, but mere perfection was not enough to alert the 5 legendary deans. What truly shattered their expectations was the undeniable fact that Yi slaughtered the Divine Dragon boss, an entity completely outside the trial's parameters. An absolute death sentence to anyone unfortunate enough to cross its path. Down below, a heavily bearded instructor gazed at the nervous freshman lineup. He whispered to the female professor beside him, "He probably has absolutely no idea just what kind of divine monstrosity he truly killed. It was a simulation forged by the Xia Nation's Nuwa supercomputer, directly fueled by the legacy data left by the National Guardian, Fu Hongsheng, during his own freshman year. Even though the ultimate supercomputer could never fully replicate the terrifying power of those divine dual pupils inside the Dream Sea illusion, Fu Hongsheng remains the absolute strongest martial artist in national and even global history. His legendary university records have remained completely unbroken for an entire century. The fact that he annihilated a simulation born from such a godlike being, even a fraction of its original Owner's might is absolute proof of his world-shaking monstrous talent. As long as he does not perish prematurely on his path, he is guaranteed to become a peerless grandmaster, perhaps even breaking into the supreme realm. Right now, we must control our excitement and patiently wait for him to arrive. Suddenly, a staff member sprinted into the room screaming at the top of his lungs. Disaster has struck Deans. He delivered the frantic emergency report. He has already sworn loyalty to the exiled Imperial University professor, the special class operative Gong Kei. Hearing this world-shattering news, the elite professors waiting patiently for him leaped out of their seats in absolute horror and disbelief. What in the world? Cutting back to he and Gong Kei, he was clinging to her leg for dear life, refusing to let go, no matter how she struggled. You actually want me as your master? Exactly. My destiny is tied to you, Master Yi, he muttered internally. This tiny girl must be over a century old. Otherwise, kneeling to a kid in broad daylight would definitely land me a 3-year prison sentence. Master Gong Kei tried shoving him away, yelling. But I was literally expelled from Imperial University Yi. He remained stubbornly resolute, his eyes blazing with unyielding determination as he shamelessly shot back. Master, you mentioned you can only step outside for a breath of fresh air for an hour or two a week. Take me as your disciple for 2 years, and I swear I will find a way to restore your absolute freedom. The irresistible bait worked like absolute magic. Hearing this, Gong Kei's eyes sparkled even brighter than Yi He's. Really fine is a deal. He smirked inwardly, his cunning manipulation completely successful. But just as things were flowing smoothly, a thunderous voice suddenly shattered the calm atmosphere. Hold it right there. The deafening sound shook the very heavens. Hearing that he had officially chosen Gong Kei, the veteran teachers who arrived early but were rejected instantly teleported to their location. The imposing group aggressively surrounded the duo with blazing auras. Gong Kei clicked her tongue in sheer annoyance. Tesk, a bunch of nosy busybodies just arrived. One teacher whose entire body looked like a solid block of forged iron from head to toe, with his facial features completely obscured, raised his booming voice to stop them. Gong Kei, did you not explicitly state that during your brief time outside, you would absolutely not interact with any students? Another teacher immediately chimed in to apply pressure. Furthermore, given your highly unstable psychological state, you are completely unfit to guide any disciple. Exactly. Gong Kei, you must head back immediately. Ignoring the blockaders, Gong Kei calmly crossed her arms and turned to Yi He. Head back. Yeah, all right. What is your name, Kid Yi? He bowed his head respectfully, showing perfect and humble obedience. Master, my name is Yi He. With absolute confidence, the petite powerhouse strutted forward on her short legs, radiating an overwhelming aura as she declared firmly, all right, Yi He, let us head back together. Yi, he followed close behind with his chin held high, radiating absolute smugness right in front of the dumbfounded teachers. The scene shifts to the Huadu University Research Institute, a towering facility boasting incredibly bizarre and massive architecture. Yi, he tailed Gong Kei all the way here, constantly looking around the massive place in pure awe. Meanwhile, the eccentric granny Gong Kei happily skipped along. He followed her right into the grand lobby, stepping straight into the colossal elevator. Once inside Yi, he tilted his head in sheer curiosity and asked, Master, do you really live in such a heavily isolated place? Gong Kei replied with chilling nonchalance, that is right. Mostly because my condition worsened 15 years ago, causing me to randomly attack others. So Huadu University confined me deep beneath this facility. Thankfully, I have managed to suppress my chaotic energy these past few years, finally earning the chance to step outside. Yi, he blinked in stunned disbelief. Wait, so you are telling me I am the very first student you have accepted in 15 whole years? Hearing this, Gong Kei narrowed her eyes, clearly unamused by his bizarre focus. Your brain works in such mysterious ways, kid. Should you not be terrified for your life instead? Witnessing this ancient powerhouse's eerie attitude, Yi he broke into a cold, dripping sweat, his heart racing frantically. Are you scared I might chop you into pieces? Ding! A moment later, the elevator finally reached an abyssal depth of -666 floors. The heavy metallic doors slid open, revealing a terrifyingly long corridor to Yi He. With towering walls on both sides, the suffocatingly narrow path felt incredibly oppressive. He blurted out, for such a colossal research institute, why construct the pathway so ridiculously narrow? Gong Kei casually explained. Because this is a secure path meant exclusively for my use. Suddenly, he noticed a glowing digital counter straight ahead. Yi, he could not hide his utter confusion. Does that heavy vault door have a countdown timer? Before he could even get an answer, Gong Kei suddenly blasted forward like a fired arrow. Pushing her monstrous speed to the absolute limit, she sprinted and screamed, damn it, we are out of time. Hurry up and charge inside. Caught completely off guard by the intense pressure, Yi, he leaned against the elevator behind him, still stubbornly asking, Master, what exactly is that ominous countdown for? Frustrated by his slow reaction during this crisis, Gong Kei sprinted furiously, while glancing back to yell a frantic explanation. Every time I step outside, that electronic timer starts ticking down. If I do not return within the strict time limit, blaring alarms will trigger straight in Shi Jingwen's office, then I will face the full wrath of the university's hunting squad. Yi. He gasped in sheer shock. Is that not way too extreme? Ding. The clock struck 000. 0 minutes, 0 seconds. By a sheer miracle, Gong Kei and Yi, he managed to dash through that claustrophobic pathway just in the nick of time. Although Yi, he was running behind her, his monstrous physical capabilities made those precious seconds feel like a gentle breeze. The exact moment his front foot crossed the threshold, the massive blast doors slammed shut with a deafening boom. Furthermore, the exterior of the door instantly fortified itself with a high-tech energy grid completely sealing anyone from escaping or entering this ultimate fortress, making it safely inside Yi. He let out a massive sigh of relief. That was way too close. He suddenly focused his senses, realizing something was terribly wrong. There's a bizarre magnetic field in here. My martial aura is heavily suppressed from gathering outside my body. In other words, unleashing martial arts in this space would severely weaken my destructive power. Gong Qi casually replied, of course it does, because this entire facility is my personal maximum security prison. She then began thoroughly introducing her luxurious confinement zone. To keep me locked away, those brats led by Shi Jingwen built me a massive 3-story mansion. Entertainment, martial arts, training facilities, it has absolutely everything you could desire. But simultaneously, they installed a massive high-power electromagnetic field to completely suppress a martial artist's aura, saying that Gong Kei collapsed lazily onto the plush, expensive sofa. Despite her snowy white hair, she looked exactly like a teenage girl. Throwing her arms behind her head, she let out a long sigh of exhaustion and muttered, "It is simply to prevent me from smashing through the vault doors out of pure boredom." Witnessing this insane setup, he bit his lips, secretly muttering in his mind, "You call this a prison? This is fundamentally a hyper-luxurious penthouse. Every daily need is perfectly met. It feels more like they are worshipping Gong Kei as a deity down here." The scene transitions to Huadu University. The imposing elderly man sitting with a phone tightly in his grasp is none other than the legendary principal of Huadu University, Shi Jingwen. Over the phone, a panicked voice urgently reported, "Principal, this is catastrophic. He has officially taken Gong Kei as his absolute master." However, the principal replied with chilling calmness, completely unfazed by the news, "Leave him be." Suddenly, the principal's demeanor turned deadly serious. His deep, authoritative voice echoed clearly across the room as he detailed his grand master plan. "Remember our current reform objective at Huadu University. We do not need to cultivate a group of average pillars. We need to forge one singular entity, an apex powerhouse who can carry the entire Xia nation. For the sake of humanity, we will provide infinite resources to a true genius and let them evolve freely. Let He learn under Gong Kei's monstrous guidance for now. The freshman summer training camp at Huadu is ending soon. When the time comes, we will use He as the ultimate whetstone. He will brutally sharpen those fragile, inexperienced blades." The caller on the other end swallowed hard respectfully, complying with the dark order. "Understood, Principal." At that moment, the principal turned around. Gazing at Gong Kei's highly classified data file glowing on his monitor, the voice on the phone continued to report, "Principal Freshman Yi. He has followed Gong Kei into the sealed chamber. Everything is stable for now." The caller hesitated before adding a grim warning. "However, according to our big data calculations, having a special grade combat asset like Gong Kei share a room with another person for an extended period. Yet a 5% chance of a complete rampage remained." Gong Kei's status window flashed an undeniable warning. Rage. Extreme danger. Special grade combat power. Rampage probability 5 to 14%. The safety rate for sharing a room sat at 95%. The primary target, Yi. The probability of the target sustaining critical injuries, 38%. Rescue success rate, a dismal 10.3%. The safe rescue window was barely 1 to 3 minutes. System calculations revealed a chilling truth. Cadet Yi. He had an 89.7% chance of dying before the Academy's elite forces could even arrive. Even if rescued, his mortality rate skyrocketed to 95.3%. Hearing this grim report, the headmaster slowly rose. Heavy steps carried him to the massive window. As he gazed out into the horizon, he sighed deeply. These so-called special-grade powerhouses, they were either monstrous martial artists serving suspended death sentences or absolute beasts who had completely lost control of their overwhelming auras due to tragic fates. His weary eyes held the profound wisdom of a man who had witnessed countless bloody eras. He murmured softly, "The nation strips away their freedom. But when the Xia nation faces sheer annihilation, these monsters are unleashed upon the front lines as our ultimate desperate shield." Facing such a terrifying existence, I believe Yi has braced his soul. If one is not prepared to meet death, how can they ever walk the blood-soaked path of an apex predator? Time is running out for the Xia nation. Those arrogant fools from the Northern Federation and those fanatical cultists worshipping the secret realm civilization in the holy kingdom of divine descent. They are all making their deadly moves, bearing the crushing weight of a pioneer carrying the future on his shoulders. The headmaster stared into the abyss with a heavy heart. He whispered a desperate prayer. Grow stronger, quickly, you young generation. The scene snaps back to Yi, he and Gong Kei. They stood in the underground level 3 containment cell of the training grounds, having rushed straight here. Gong Kei stretched her neck and smirked. Well then, I haven't taught a living soul in 15 years. Let us clash once, so I can measure the depth of your actual strength. Yi, he blinked in confusion. Master, are you going to suppress your martial arts cultivation down to the martial disciple stage to spar with me? Gong Kei stretched lazily, nodded, and shot him a wicked side glance. Oh right, if you hadn't mentioned it, I would have completely forgotten to seal my power, hee. Both fighters began circulating their energy to warm up. He rotated his wrists and locked eyes with Gong Kei. I am fully prepared. The century-old monster Gong Kei was still aggressively stretching, letting out rhythmic beast-like grunts. It was horrifyingly obvious that she was absolutely thrilled to finally have a live punching bag today. He instantly dropped into a flawless combat stance. Fists raised, eyes locked dead onto the eccentric master he had accepted barely 30 minutes ago. He prayed internally. I refuse to relive the trauma of getting my head blasted off earlier. Before that thought could even finish echoing, Gong Kei blasted forward like a blazing silver bullet. A tiny frame yet wielding mountain-crushing physical force, her explosive speed was nothing short of demonic. In a microscopic fraction of a second, that delicate-looking hand, armed with razor-sharp nails, was already brushing against his throat. Before he could even twitch a muscle, he froze, a cold sweat breaking out as death tickled his chin. A lethal strike, right off the bat. I thought this was just a friendly spar. Through his dilated pupils, Gong Kei's flawlessly sharp features rushed in closer, filling his entire vision. The bloodlust in her eyes was suffocatingly terrifying. He's mind raced at light speed. I've already calculated at least 5 different evasion trajectories in my head. Yet Gong Kei's phantom-like blade strikes perfectly anticipated every single one of them. Dodging is impossible. I have to face this head-on. Making a split-second decision. He violently erupted. With his terrifying Godzilla-class energy, New Asian was futile, and playing defensively meant getting ripped to shreds. He had absolutely no choice but to play his ultimate trump card. Crimson flames devoured his entire body. The resulting shockwave sent Gong Kei flying backward. Having blasted the immediate threat away, he instantly anchored his stance, determined to deny her another point-blank assassination attempt. His vital spots were shielded once more, but seeing his desperate defense only fueled Gong Kei's psychotic excitement. A chaotic grin split across her face, flashing perfectly white teeth that defied her ancient age. Her crazed voice echoed like thunder. Are you trying to use your bloodline awakening to boost your defensive speed and simultaneously set up a brutal counterattack? Big boy, it's a real pity that I am leagues faster than you. With a sonic boom, Gong Kei vanished into the air. In a blink, she materialized directly above his head. But speed wasn't her only terrifying asset. She could completely manipulate her body's form. Her arms twisted violently like demonic vipers, ruthlessly coiling around his torso and locking his biceps in place. He stared in pure shock at his absolute suppression. In a fraction of a heartbeat, Gong Kei had entirely immobilized his arms, sealing away any desperate struggle he could possibly muster. Flowing with momentum, she drove her tiny heels straight into the back of his neck. Gong Kei unleashed a devastating burst of power, and sickening cracks of bone echoed through the room. Once again, the sheer agonizing sensation of imminent death crashed over him. His cervical spine was on the verge of snapping. Tossing his head back, he unleashed a spine-chilling scream of utter agony 10 times worse than before. The hellish pain flared through every single cell in his body. His tortured wails bounced violently off the grim concrete walls. After a brutal exchange, he dragged his battered body back up from the floor. Sensing his survival, Gong Kei gracefully backflipped away. By now, the young warrior's face was completely swollen and bruised. From the crown of his head to the soles of his feet, he was drenched in fresh crimson blood. His entire frame trembled violently. He forced his gaze onto his master and laughed. You really do not hold back a single drop of power, do you, master? You literally beat my bloodline awakening straight back into its dormant state. However, Gong Kei couldn't care less about his sarcastic complaints. Her psychotic excitement reached a boiling point as she drank in the sight of his bloodied, battered state. She licked her lips like a starving predator. It has been centuries since I last tasted fresh blood. There it was. That terrifying signature habit of hers. He dragged his fingers down, violently ripping off his shredded shirt. A dangerously wild glint flashed in his eyes. Master, when it comes to pure physical combat, I cannot even hold a candle to you. Next, I'm going to unleash some rule-breaking martial arts. Please guide me. The instant those words left his mouth, a catastrophic blazing phantom of a colossal titan's head erupted right behind Yi He. Its massive eyes glowed with infernal power as its jaw snapped open, exhaling a towering plume of superheated steam. His aura exploded into a devastating shockwave. Yi He's eyes radiated blinding light as he stared death in the face, his pupils burning with the undeniable spark of absolute conviction. He smirked inwardly. Thank heaven I grinded that Super Titan transformation template to max level last night. Witnessing this overwhelming surge of pure destruction, Gong Kei analyzed the pressure and whispered to herself, "Hey, a martial art packing this kind of world-ending firepower. Is this kid seriously just a disciple? It seems I've taken in a terrifying little monster." Seeing the brat before her recklessly unleashing yet another heaven-defying technique without an ounce of hesitation, the century-old demoness thrilled with anticipation. She threw a flawless combination of shadow punches and smirked wickedly. "If you are going that far, then as your master I must respond with genuine killing intent." With that declaration, Gong Kei slashed her hand downward, detonating an apocalyptic wave of catastrophic energy. Slashing forward like a blade of pure aura, the sheer speed and devastating power rushed straight toward Yi He. A mere wave of her hand unleashed such tyrannical strength. The strike collided with the colossal face. With just one simple, effortless attack, it completely split Yi He's massive construct right down the middle. Immediately after, a terrifying explosion of nuclear energy erupted. A dense pitch-black cloud of smoke and debris completely blinded everything within the blast radius. Yi He's transformed figure leaped out of the shadows. Dashing forward, he wound up a massive punch and roared. Split humanoid form progenitor evolution mecha bone. He carefully coated his entire body in his ultimate Godzilla armor. Yet, despite this overwhelming display, Gong Kei remained terrifyingly calm. As Yi He's devastating punch closed in Gong Kei's pupils, merely widened in a brief, almost unnoticeable flash of surprise. Then, with a graceful and effortless spin, she dodged. Meanwhile, Yi He's mutated, monstrous form charged forward, boasting a terrifyingly massive physique. He gained the upper hand with his terrifying spiked exterior. As he closed the distance, he clenched his fist tighter to deliver an absolutely devastating blow. Gong Kei's only reaction was to purse her lips and take a tiny casual breath. Less than half a second later, she made her move. Thrusting her petite arm straight toward Yi He, her eyes glinted with the cold, ruthless light of an absolute killing machine. Swirling around that pale, tiny arm was a faint yet terrifyingly lethal aura, even though Yi He's transformation was insanely colossal and overwhelmingly powerful. The moment he made contact with Gong Kei, he was completely overpowered. His impenetrable outer armor began to shatter. "This agony is insane," he gritted through his teeth. This bio-armor was forged from the very essence of a Godzilla. Its defense was at least dozens of times stronger than his supergiant form. Yet, hiding behind the ultimate defense he felt so confident in, He was clenching his jaw, desperately trying to endure the excruciating pain. Clashing against Gong Kei's strike, he couldn't comprehend how his defense was torn apart so effortlessly. He's eye widened in sheer disbelief. He simply couldn't withstand the force. But looking ahead brought an even bigger shock. He had just been standing several meters away yet. In a single fraction of a second, Gong Kei had leaped right into his face. She smiled with the thrilling, mischievous delight of a child. "Little brat, Yi, are you hiding inside the mouth of this armor?" In that moment, genuine fear gripped him. What terrifying perception! I clearly completely suppressed all life signs. How did she find my real body? This 100-year-old master flashed an excited smile, acting incredibly playful in front of Yi. But it was the playfulness of a pure predator. Gong Kei commanded, "Get out here and face your master right now." Then she unleashed a massive horizontal slash straight across Yi's massive body. Evolving further, he spawned countless jagged bone spikes across his face for absolute defense. He roared, activating the next evolution, split form meteor giant. If she charges in now, she is doomed. But Gong Kei, no matter how battle-crazed, was still highly tactical. She instantly leaped backward, creating a safe distance from Yi's deadly spikes. Her tiny hand skidded across the floor, scraping up a shower of blazing sparks. Suddenly, the head of Yi's supergiant armor began radiating a massive surge of overwhelming energy. The glowing aura completely swallowed his head. It was his signature Godzilla nuclear energy charging up to blast Gong Kei into oblivion. He shouted his ultimate challenge. "Master, since your sword strikes are so unbelievably powerful, let's see if you can slice right through this." Deep inside the heavy armor, Gong Kei's retreat only fueled his absolute thrill for battle. He smirked and continued, "Master, I know my nuclear breath won't defeat you easily. You won't just melt away. But how exactly will you block this?" Suddenly, out of the void of space, a terrifying metal chain materialized. It was rugged, heavy, and completely stained with rusted blood. Before he even realized it, his entire body was tightly bound. But wait, wasn't he just holding the absolute upper hand? Now he was completely suppressed. 7 demonic chains locked him down, tightening their suffocating grip from every single direction. Yi, he looked up and horror struck him. The infamous guillotine had appeared, bringing back the suffocating terror of absolute death. Its gears grinded menacingly as his twisted face looked up. What is this? I guess I really cannot escape the executioner's block. As soon as the words left his mouth, the razor-sharp blade plummeted down with terrifying blinding speed. Trapped right under the lethal guillotine Yi, he was absolutely paralyzed with sheer panic. He thrashed around desperately, completely out of options and out of time. Cold sweat drenched his forehead, pushing his vocal cords to the absolute limit. He roared out, Jaguarudo. Hearing his master's desperate call, the spirit instantly materialized. He dashed forward with a dark, menacingly lethal expression. This time he even summoned the rose-head phantom to shatter Gong Kei's deadly illusion. Jaguarudo immediately stopped time itself. Freezing the execution blade in midair, he urgently reminded himself, Master has been pushed to her absolute limit, dragging me straight into her domain of pure killing intent. This isn't physical reality. It is a mental illusion forged from her overwhelming bloodlust. To break free, I must fight back with absolute sheer willpower. With time completely frozen, Jaguarudo unleashed tens of thousands of devastating punches directly at the blade. Under this relentless, overwhelming barrage of pure physical force, the devastating shockwaves caused the illusionary world to crack and splinter. A sign of victory, Jaguarudo continued his endless rapid-fire barrage. In a matter of seconds, the illusion completely shattered. It burst apart just like fragile glass, with fragmented pieces dissolving into the empty air. Escaping the mental trap, he finally snapped, his eyes open. A chilling, sharp breeze brushed past his face. Waking up he made a devastating realization about his ultimate armor. It was completely annihilated. Standing right next to him was Gong Kei, casually enjoying a sweet lollipop. She happily tasted her candy and spoke up. Oh, you finally woke up. That turtle shell of yours was surprisingly tough. He couldn't even process her insanely dangerous lightning-fast pacing. His soul was practically shocked out of his body. He could only stutter a single word. Master scattered all around he were the pulverized remains of his mecha armor. Exhausted, he propped himself up, his mind racing. Judging by this absolute mess, my insanely violent master literally ripped me right out of the beast's mouth. My giant form and the crystallized armor I condensed to protect my true body were all brutally smashed into absolute pieces. However, there was zero chance a mere martial apprentice could pull that off. Seeing he completely unharmed, Liu Qingzhu immediately spun on her heel to leave. His eyes narrowed with heavy suspicion. A smirk tugged at his lips as he called her out. Master Liu Qingzhu, you totally cheated just now, didn't you? Sucking on a lollipop, the petite master tilted her head back. She shot him a defiant glare. Cheated, I crushed you fair and square. How could I possibly cheat? Refusing to let it go, he pressed the issue. Are you absolutely sure? Liu Qingzhu just popped the candy in her mouth completely unbothered. Crunching down on the sweet, she shrugged. Well, I might have used a tiny bit of extra strength. You know your master is overwhelmingly powerful, right? My power output slipped out of control for a strike or two. Hearing that shameless excuse he was left completely speechless. What could he even say to that? Frustration was written all over his face, but he bit his lip and stayed silent. Catching his totally defeated expression, a hint of awkward guilt actually flashed across Liu Qingzhu's face. But as a legendary master who had lived for over a century, she could clearly read his mind. He was still deeply suspicious and holding a grudge. She let out an awkward cough. Then out of nowhere, Liu Qingzhu lunged at Yi, grabbing his shoulders with her tiny hands. Her eyes suddenly welled up with massive anime-style tears. Okay, fine. Your master won't play dirty next time. Please don't be mad at me, she cried out. Don't leave. I haven't had anyone to train with for 15 whole years. It literally looked like a crying little sister, begging her older brother for forgiveness. He just stood tall, thoroughly enjoying this absolute power trip inside the century-old master's private training hall. After mercilessly bullying her brand-new disciple, she was now throwing a literal toddler tantrum. He was sweating profusely. A cute younger girl would be one thing, but this was a 100-year-old ancient grandmaster. He quickly waved his hands in total surrender. Hey, please stop crying. But Liu Qingzhu just kept sobbing loudly. Peeking through her fingers with sparkling puppy dog eyes, she sniffled. You're really not leaving. His eyes widened in disbelief before he nodded frantically. It took a miracle just to become your apprentice. Where else would I even go? Hearing those magic words, Liu Qingzhu instantly bounced back to her feet. She tilted her chin up with a smug, arrogant aura. Ahem. For the record, I absolutely was not crying just now, He flinched, staring at her sudden personality shift as a single thought crossed his mind. Is she a total sociopath? Brushing it off, Liu Qingzhu trotted over to her massive refrigerator. Digging through the snacks, she suddenly got down to business. Well then, I have officially grasped the absolute limits of your current strength. Compared to my legendary prime, you are practically garbage. But compared to normal trash, you are a breathtaking genius. Closing the fridge, Liu Qingzhu dropped a heavy question. Our real training officially starts today. Tell me, what exactly do you want to learn? Instantly, a flashback hit Yi. He remembered how easily his ultimate punch was shattered just days ago. His eyes burned with intense desire. The advancement technique to reach the martial artist realm, and I want to learn that terrifying move you used to slice through lightning and shatter my titan arm. Liu Qingzhu just popped the tab on an ice-cold cola. Taking a massive gulp, she sighed, slicing things. Yeah, I cannot really teach that. You just chop up enough things until you unlock the vibe. He was completely, utterly lost. Unlock the vibe. What vibe? Suddenly, Liu Qingzhu's aura shifted completely. Her pupils dilated with terrifying intensity as she stared into the absolute void. Everything in this world, humans, demonic beasts, even inanimate matter, they all possess a flawless structural weakness. A hidden thread that begs to be severed. You can call it the slaughter thread. A freezing chill shot violently down Yi. His spine, his jaw clenched tightly as dread washed over him. He thought to himself in sheer horror, the slaughter thread. Master Liu Qingzhu was completely different from Yi. Yet they both mastered the art of the blade. His swordsmanship relied on apocalyptic power and absolute overwhelming force. But Master Liu Qingzhu, her technique was terrifyingly surgical, slicing reality apart with perfect precision. Later on, he slumped onto a nearby bench to catch his breath. Meanwhile, Liu Qingzhu was happily sipping away, on her cola, totally refreshed. She gave him some brutally honest advice. Trying to learn that move right now is a complete waste of time. You need to ascend to the martial artist realm first. Without raw cultivation power, my divine skills will absolutely destroy your body. You lack the specs to handle it. Seeing Yi, his expression twist in utter frustration, the petite master heavily sighed and elaborated. Do you even know the fundamental difference between an apprentice and a true martial artist? He shook his head eagerly. What is it? Liu Qingzhu's eyes darkened. It is not just about swinging harder or moving faster. It is an evolution of the mind. True martial artists awaken a god-tier sensory skill called inner sight. With inner sight, you stop training your physical shell and start mastering your microscopic essence. You gain the absolute power to peer directly into your own meridians, your pressure points, and your internal organs. You then flood those pathways with explosive martial aura, violently forging them into steel. That is how you permanently shatter your human limits. Simply put, your spirit must become invincible before your body can achieve godhood. The realization struck Yi like a bolt of lightning. Everything finally clicked. A wicked grin slowly stretched across his face as gears turned in his head. Master Liu Qingzhu's theoretical knowledge is insanely overpowered, as expected from a legendary professor at the Imperial Academy. Even when she acts like a total brat, her foundational mastery is flawless. But wait. If ascending requires spiritual power, ever since I devoured the vampire bloodline and unlocked the omnipotent power of the Huadu system, my mental attributes have skyrocketed beyond human logic. This insanely overpowered mental state is going to give me a massive cheat code. The martial artist realm will be a complete breeze for me. After thoroughly calculating his next power-up, he looked up. So what is the deal with these advancement techniques? Are there different ranks? Liu Qingzhu's playful aura instantly vanished, replaced by the heavy pressure of a true supreme grandmaster. She looked him dead in the eyes to impart this crucial lore. Breakthrough techniques and combat arts are strictly divided into 4 cosmic tiers: heaven, earth, mortal, and unranked. For your average pathetic fodder at those trash-tier colleges, their academies can only spoon-feed them unranked breakthrough manuals. The only pathetic advantage of these garbage unranked methods is that the breakthrough process is insanely fast with 0 bottlenecks. You just brainlessly stockpile blood, vitality, and aura. Over 80% of the world's so-called martial artists use this trash method to awaken. But here at the glorious Imperial Academy, even our absolute worst students start at the mortal tier, absorbing this insane lore dump. He rubbed his chin, his ambition flaring up instantly. Then what about the supreme earth and heaven tiers? As an absolute authority in the martial world, Liu Qingzhu dropped a massive bombshell. Heaven tier manuals are literally ancient relics. They are raw, primordial texts excavated from deadly secret realms and chaotic dungeons across the globe. Honestly, there probably aren't even 10 of them in existence. Saying those heavy words, Liu Qingzhu gave a solemn nod, her lively face plunging into deep, heavy shadow. Our Imperial Academy possesses exactly 1 heaven tier scripture. But with your pathetic security clearance and current stats, touching it is absolutely impossible. Hearing his dreams crushed Yi, his face instantly mirrored her gloom. He stood completely frozen. But then Liu Qingzhu erupted into manic laughter. Ha ha ha, however, I can totally hook you up with an Earth-tier breakthrough manual. The shockwave of those words violently shattered Yi, his reality sending his heart into absolute overdrive. Gong Kei approached him. To be precise, my killing heart Bodhi Sutra, the Earth Fiend realm-breaking technique I master, and that kid's demon prison physique. were all inspired by this very method of mine. These profound words were like pure nectar to an absolute martial arts fanatic like Yi. His jaw dropped completely. I want to learn it, he shouted. Yi, his blazing determination didn't disappoint his master. Gong Kei casually tossed her empty cola can straight into the trash. Good. Then let us begin. Feel the killing intent and the domain I create for you. Instantly, a terrifying aura carrying a demonic illusion crashed down onto Yi. He froze in sheer panic. No way, not this again. Looking down at his own body, he was completely stunned. He was dragged back into Gong Kei's illusion domain. The eccentric old woman licked her lips, flashing a wicked bloodthirsty grin. Hey, I just love fresh blood the most. The scene shifts back to Huadu Academy. The sky had already grown dark. Classes ended and crowds poured out. Chuzhou was strolling all by himself. He suddenly spotted Yi walking just up ahead. Seizing the chance, he called out, "Hey Yi, how was your first day of school? I heard you found a master." He just wanted a friendly chat. But unexpectedly, a razor-sharp longsword slashed backward, nearly splitting Chuzhou completely in half. Reacting instantly, Chuzhou noticed the deadly blade behind him. He immediately summoned his ice attribute energy, desperately dodging backward to save his life. Chuzhou's eyes flashed sharply. Gripping his energy-infused sword, he glared at Yi in front of him. But looking closer at that face and back, he felt an unnaturally terrifying danger. An evil demonic aura radiated from him, completely unlike the usual Yi. Seconds later, Yi finally turned to look at Chuzhou. Lowering his extreme combat vigilance, he spoke with chilling calmness. Sorry, Chuzhou. I was just a little on edge." Cold sweat poured down Chuzhou's terrified face. He looked like he had been drenched in a storm. Stumbling over his words, he choked out, "You." In Chuzhou's eyes, Yi's figure seemed monstrously cold and horrifying. Beneath Yi's feet lay a mountain of corpses. Severed limbs twitched everywhere, reeking of decay and overwhelming demonic energy. Chuzhou's voice trembled violently. "What on earth did you go through today?" But flashing back to 10 hours ago, deep inside the illusion domain, countless withered, terrifying monsters surrounded him. The endless undead horde charged fiercely. From the void, a telepathic voice echoed repeatedly. "You are strictly forbidden from using any martial arts. No special abilities allowed. You may only use the blade in your hand to slaughter these zombies." He was trapped in Gong Kei's brutal trial. He had become fresh meat for the ravenous undead. Spawning from nowhere, their numbers multiplied endlessly. The overwhelming pressure made it impossible for him to even breathe. "So many of them, and I can only use this rusty blade." Gong Kei's voice resonated through his consciousness once more. "Using only a blade will force you to feel its edge, slicing through flesh, splitting bone. This will forge your muscle memory. Your instincts will naturally find the fastest path of slaughter, striking the target's fatal weak points." His gaze sharpened instantly. Glaring at the endless swarm ahead, he declared, "So that is the way, then I shall begin the slaughter." At that exact moment, he crouched low. He unleashed a devastating sweeping slash through the swarming zombies. Their bodies were violently ripped into countless pieces. Blood and flesh rained through the air. Before his eyes, Gong Kei's towering projection appeared. Her eyes widened with absolute awe as she muttered, "This crazy kid." Watching Yi's ferocious state, she thought, "Cultivating my Earth Fiend technique inside this illusion domain is actually insanely dangerous for a beginner. Ordinary martial artists aren't even qualified to try." If his mental strength wasn't so godly, the killing intent would have corrupted his soul, causing fatal key deviation. Suddenly, his aura and face blazed like hellfire. It darkened with demonic energy, then flashed with pure power. Even Gong Kei nodded in absolute certainty, affirming silently, "You truly are the ultimate star of hope for Shi Jingwen and Hua University. I eagerly await your legendary future." Flashing back to the present, after his terrifying encounter with Chuzhou, our protagonist finally returned to the comfort of his own dorm room. Right now, the unstoppable he was blissfully soaking in his luxury massage bathtub. He whistled a carefree, happy little tune. He muttered softly, "Few day one and I'm already dead tired. The Shi Nation's #1 university truly lives up to its name." Suddenly, his phone rang loudly. Glancing at the screen, excitement lit up his face. "Oh, a VIP caller. It's Liu Qingzhu." The scene immediately shifts to Liu Qingzhu's beautiful dorm room. She was happily buzzing with excitement in her cozy room. Over the phone, he answered, "Classmate Qingzhu." "What's up, Liu?" Qingzhu stretched her graceful figure out, replying instantly, "My mother sent over the items you requested. I have them right here." Rolling playfully on her soft, luxurious bedsheets, Liu Qingzhu's voice sounded incredibly light and cheerful. She continued warmly, "Mom also told me to thank you. Thanks for helping me secure first place in the freshman trial group." Hearing this, he eagerly replied, "Really? Then I'll swing by your dorm later to grab it." Qingzhu's face instantly flushed cherry red. Stuttering shyly, she panicked. No need. You really don't have to come over. I'll just use a drone to deliver it to you." On the other end, he easily agreed without a second thought. Sure thing. By the way, did you find a mentor today? Who did you choose? Qingzhu sat up blushing shyly as she answered, It's Dean Bai. She said, I have incredible talent, so she officially took me as her disciple. Pleasantly surprised, Yi, he exclaimed, Really? That is awesome news. Feeling curious, Qingzhu gently asked, What about you, classmate Yi He? Which dean did you apprentice under? Meanwhile, our overpowered main character sank his face into the bathwater thinking hard. I definitely shouldn't tell her. I brutally rejected all 5 deans. Otherwise, someone's losing sleep tonight. Thinking fast, he gave an incredibly vague and muffled response. I picked. Blub blub blub. Liu Qingzhu was utterly confused and slightly exhausted. Hello Yi He, what did you just say? But Yi He just kept blowing bubbles to dodge the question. Blub blub blub. Just like that, half a year flashed by. The first semester of their freshman year was finally drawing to a close at Huadu University. This semester was packed with epic events. For example, right after the opening ceremony, Ouyangzi united all the top-tier geniuses from multiple elite provinces. They established the legendary Dragon Blood Society, holding absolute authority among the freshmen. And as expected, after the Huadu newcomers gathered, the summer training camp was finally over. But returning to Huadu University didn't mean peace. A fierce clash with the Dragon Blood Society had ignited. Tensions boiled over into brutal arena duels. The Dragon Blood Society clashed violently against the local Hua capital elites. Facing crushing defeat after defeat, the society's once mighty influence began to crumble. Right now, one freshman stood at the absolute pinnacle. His name was Yang Jianhui, but calling him just the top freshman of Huadu University was a massive understatement. His terrifying reputation echoed across the entire nation. After all, he completely dominated the Hua capital entrance exams, claiming the throne as the undisputed #1. During the live broadcast of the nationwide trials, millions witnessed his overwhelming godlike power. The entire internet bowed down to his sheer dominance. Rumors even claimed that the legendary Fu Hongsheng praised his talent, hailing him as the next great national guardian. But what about Yi He, the monstrous rookie who shook the world on opening day? He had faded into complete obscurity. The masses had forgotten him after 3 long months of dead silence. Meanwhile, deep within a hidden underground facility, inside the secret training room of the Huadu University Research Lab, Yi, he was pressed flat against the floor. Gong Kei ruthlessly stomped her tiny foot right onto his back. She screamed like a drill sergeant, faster, push your limits. With every single strike, I am forcing my pure condensed martial aura directly into your veins. Standing entirely on his trembling back, she literally danced across his spine with zero mercy, gazing down with a devilishly smug grin. She mocked him. My aura carries the absolute essence of the killing heart-body scripture. It will forge your newly awakened martial realm into pure steel. Plus, you get the honor of feeling my divine footwork. Consider this a blessing, you brat. Below her, Yi He's body was radiating intense heat, covered in brutal bruises and seeping blood. He gritted his teeth, forcing out another agonizing push-up. A blessing, my foot, he cursed internally. You completely sealed off my martial aura. Every single push-up feels like bench pressing an entire mountain. And your foreign energy tearing through my meridians feels like pure torture. Hearing his groans, Gong Kei merely curled her lips into a wicked smirk. Oh my, is the little trash mob giving up already? You haven't even hit the 1 to 1,000 mark yet. Yi he swallowed down the agonizing pain, threatening to break him. Biting his lip until he tasted iron, a beast-like growl ripped from the depths of his throat. Who are you calling a trash mob? Watch me shatter my limits. His terrifying aura erupted like an untamed monster breaking its chains. Startled by his sheer intensity, Gong Kei unleashed a frantic barrage of kicks. Bring it on then, faster. Keep going, push harder, break through. At that critical moment, he endured a hellish storm of merciless strikes. Every impact forged his body like a blacksmith's hammer. Every muscle fiber screamed as he unleashed his absolute maximum power. A deafening primal roar echoed through the entire underground facility. And then, the absolute breaking point was reached. Boom shockwaves blasted out like a detonated warhead. The sheer force of his awakening blew Gong Kei straight off his back. Crimson steam violently erupted into the air. As the dust finally settled, Yi's physique underwent a terrifying monstrous transformation. His muscles bulged with explosive, overwhelming power. His blood boiled as weakness was violently shredded away. He stared at his newly forged, battle-hardened body. It was denser, infinitely stronger, and radiating absolute menace. He breathed out slowly. The ultimate physical evolution was finally complete. Witnessing her disciple's god-tier shredded physique, Gong Kei's eyes sparkled with absolute awe. Acting completely flustered, she dramatically shrieked, "Hey, your clothes are totally shredded, you absolute pervert Yi." His face flushed hot as he scrambled to cover up. "Close your damn eyes completely. Stop peeking through your fingers." He finally turned his back, sighing deeply. "My isolated training ends here." Gong Kei pouted, genuinely disappointed. "You are leaving already?" "Yeah. I have been trapped underground with you for 90 days. It is about time I see the actual sun again." Putting on a classic tsundere act, she crossed her arms. So, are you ever coming back to train? Walking away, his massive back facing her, he glanced over his shoulder. A confident smirk crossed his face. Obviously. Your gaming skills are absolute trash. You better practice hard before I return for round 2. Gongke stuck her tongue out, playfully scoffing. As if who even needs a scrub like you as a player too. Stepping out of the hidden underground complex. He stood before the massive university towers. 90 days without sunlight. Honestly, I kind of miss the real world. Even if the blinding rays sting my eyes now. He strolled down the campus paths deep in thought, being completely disconnected for so long. It feels like a whole century has passed. But I am not out here just to enjoy the breeze. There is a mission to complete. Suddenly, his sharp gaze locked onto an information board. He muttered under his breath, analyzing the rules. To survive at Huadu University, passing classes is not enough. Field missions are the true test of power. The objectives: hunting down rogue, outlawed martial artists, scouting dangerous, unpredictable secret realms, and holding the line against terrifying monster outbreaks, or even crushing dark syndicates and hostile foreign invaders. First stop is the mission hub. Time to secure a quest and catch up with my main squad. Arriving at the bustling university hub, he instantly spotted a familiar face in the crowd. Yo, it has been a minute. Chujo spun around his face, lighting up with excitement. You finally crawled out of your cave. Bro, you kept me waiting forever. The two friends instantly fell back into their old rhythm, catching up on lost time. He cut straight to the chase with a grin. So how's the grind? Did your power level actually go up while I was gone? Chujo smirked proudly. I officially awakened as a full martial artist 60 days ago, yet standing face to face. A chilling sense of dread crept down Chujo's spine. He narrowed his eyes, deeply analyzing his friend. It had been 3 long months in absolute isolation. Visually, his aura and physique seemed completely unchanged. But that was exactly what made him so terrifying. The absolute control over his aura was monstrous. Just how absurdly strong had he become? Could he actually rival? The thought struck him like lightning. Chuju's mind flashed back to the ultimate apex predator of their class. Just 3 days ago, I witnessed a brutal private deathmatch. It was the freshman king Xiang Jianhui going head-to-head with Ouyang Zi, the elite vice president of the Dragon Blood Society. The outcome was utterly devastating. A veteran warrior completely crushed in barely 10 minutes. And the most horrifying part, Xiang Jianhui was not even using a fraction of his true power. Chuzhou swallowed hard, a drop of cold sweat rolling down his face. If those two absolute monsters clashed, who would walk away breathing? Could he actually survive a showdown against the freshman king? No, looking at the abyss hidden in Yi's eyes. Perhaps even Xiang Jianhui was not worthy of being his opponent. Suddenly, a familiar figure interrupted the moment. It was Liu Qingzhu. Panting heavily, she blurted out, I am so sorry. Her entrance was completely frantic. Wearing a breezy shirt and shorts, Liu Qingzhu sprinted over. She grinned brightly and shouted, I am so late. But the main character, he just crossed his arms. Smiling mysteriously, he teased. Student Qingzhu, is that it? Startled, she blinked. What do you mean? Suddenly, her entire face burned a bright, furious red. Her eyes squeezed shut as embarrassment ignited like a raging wildfire. Liu Qingzhu suddenly recalled her mother's strict warning. Qingzhu, listen to me carefully. You and he are officially dating now. Even at the academy, you need to act like a real couple. You know, doing all those romantic things together. Was he dropping hints? Did he expect her to act affectionate exactly like her mother had instructed? Panic settled in. What should she do now? Meanwhile, he was completely clueless. He just stood there looking incredibly confused. On the other hand, Liu Qingzhu unconsciously puckered her lips. Trembling slightly, she slowly leaned in closer to him. He bluntly shattered the tension. What are you doing? 3 months apart, and not even a simple hello. This dense comment felt just like dumping a bucket of freezing ice water straight onto Liu Qingzhu. Pouting, she spun around, practically fuming with rage. She desperately wanted to smack this painfully oblivious idiot. I hate you the most. Liu Qingzhu snapped furiously. Brushing it off, the trio headed to the mission board. The 3 freshmen stared up at the academy's massive display screen. Chuzhou scanned the text and noted the main screen highlights the most popular recent quests. It also displays the top-performing students. Turning toward he and Liu Qingzhu, he added, Qingzhu and I have already cleared 3 quests. We have officially exceeded the basic requirements. We are only here because we want to form a party with you. Scrolling through her tablet, Qingzhu confidently announced, these 3 specific quests are absolutely perfect for our current level. A twisted serial killer in Heng City, investigating a monster-tied anomaly in Layan City, and strange occurrences in Linshui County. Look here, Qingzhu explained earnestly. Originally, these were all rank 2 missions, but the Linshui County threat level just escalated to rank 3, Extracurricular quests at Huadu University are divided into 5 strict tiers. Higher ranks mean terrifyingly harder challenges. Normally, first-year students are strictly limited to rank 1 quests. The only rank 2 quest Chujo and I survived required a 10-person raid party. For a 3-person freshman squad, securing even a rank 2 permit is nearly impossible. Hearing this, he smoothly pulled out a crimson card. Twirling it between his fingers with cool confidence, he smirked. No worries, I have VIP clearance. He suddenly remembered Gong Kei's advice. You are strong enough to stand on your own now. Almost no freshman or sophomore can match your power. What you desperately need now are high-difficulty quests for real combat experience. With this authority card, you can freely accept any mission rank within the academy. However, regarding the quests, do not carelessly accept rank 4 or 5. The unpredictable variables are insanely deadly. Even Black Tortoise martial artists risk dying there. Seeing the card left his 2 friends completely baffled. Where on earth did you get a VIP card? Xingju asked in shock. It was a complicated story, so he awkwardly muttered, well, you see. Thankfully, Chuzhou shifted the focus. What is your tactical take on these 3 quests? He immediately seized the lifeline Chuzhou offered. High risks yield high rewards. Dodging Qingju's burning curiosity, he sighed in silent relief. Thank goodness, Chuzhou changed the subject. He quickly broke down his analysis. The first mission is merely a simple manhunt. Honestly, the efficiency of this quest seems incredibly low. After all, this slippery rat has managed to evade elite criminal investigators for several agonizing months. The real nightmare is tracking him down, not the actual execution. Now the second quest is purely investigative support. We would barely gain any real combat growth there. With the Great Shia Dragon Sparrow Guild present, we would only be assigned the most basic, trivial chores. Whether it is bloody combat or deep scouting, the heavy hitters will never let us shine. But the third quest, we control the entire operation. Operating without backup introduces terrifying deadly variables. However, facing extreme danger guarantees legendary loot. If we cower in fear and stay sheltered in a greenhouse, then what is the point of being awakened martial artists? I vote for the third mission. And with that confident declaration, their path was officially locked in. His bold speech instantly ignited his friends' fighting spirit. Liu Qingzhu and Chuzhu cast aside all their lingering doubts. I am in. I completely agree with he. Flashing a brilliant smile, he declared, perfect. We roll out today. But the moment they stepped inside to meet the support desk advisor, they were violently berated. Is this some kind of sick joke? Could you ignore the fact that a sophomore squad just failed miserably in Linshui County? How dare 3 arrogant first-year rookies accept a rank 3 death wish? You wildly overestimate your own pathetic strength, getting mercilessly chewed out. He patiently let her finish ranting before revealing his card. Ma'am, I have VIP clearance. The supervisor utterly refused to believe him. In fact, her glare grew even more venomous and skeptical. So you rookies are learning to forge documents now. I am calling the academy director right this second to expose you frauds. She dialed the number, absolutely determined to crush them. However, the fierce supervisor immediately began bowing nervously as the voice on the phone spoke. Yes, director understood. Instantly, her nasty attitude did a complete 180-degree flip. Turning back with an incredibly polite, sickeningly sweet smile, she chirped, May extreme martial fortune favor your mission. Seeing this pathetic shift, he mockingly chuckled. I honestly preferred your arrogant, untamed fury from earlier. Having successfully claimed their lethal quest, the trio marched outside. Taking the lead, he raised his hand toward Chuzhou and Qingju. He shouted loudly, You guys go gear up first. I need to fetch a special item. The scene shifted directly to the Academy's grand mechanical and magical artifact forge. He stepped up to the entrance. The defense system scanned him before chiming identity verification successfully completed. Inside stood an eccentric man wearing a white lab coat. He was surrounded by highly advanced glowing machinery. Spotting him, he respectfully announced, Dean, I am here to claim my exclusive weapon reward for conquering the fierce Zodiac Pendant battle tournament. The distinguished Dean turned around, his eyes gleaming with approval, foregoing the legendary Earth Fiend martial art in favor of a raw weapon. You truly have exceptional vision, kid. The Dean rambled passionately before proudly presenting his masterfully forged weapon to He. Showing it off, he muttered, If Gong Kei had not claimed you so incredibly fast, then, never mind that. Just look at this absolute masterpiece I forged for you. While it lacks elemental attributes, its martial aura conductivity rate is a staggering 95%. Forged from the legendary Starfall alloy, renowned for its absolute resilience, this was a peak-tier divine weapon. The massive horse-chopping blade stretched nearly 4 feet long. Its broad, flat body carried an abyssal darkness, yet the edge shimmered with specks of starlight. His cosmic glow was the absolute signature of Starfall metal. He immediately swung the blade, testing its weight and balance. The weapon specs were absolutely flawless. The Academy director proudly chimed in. The spine featured densely packed serrations, massively boosting its weight and sheer impact force. Every single swing promised to unleash world-shattering devastation. It seemed this custom masterpiece was practically tailor-made for Yi Hai. He effortlessly cleaved the air with a casual flick. As he raised the hilt to eye level, the director explained the hilt's design. It was wrapped in premium anti-slip black beast hide internally reinforced with interwoven metallic threads for ultimate durability. Even the grip contained starfall metal, allowing martial artists to channel their aura flawlessly. Action followed words Yi. He executed a few casual practice strikes, yet the residual shockwave sent the nearby female assistant's skirts fluttering wildly. The director beamed with absolute satisfaction, praising his supreme creation. Every swing conjured a shrieking gale and a blinding flash that sent shivers down the spine. Excellent. The weight was perfect, banishing any flimsy sensation. After all, it was custom forged using your physical data from 3 months ago. I honestly never expected that in such a short time. It would still perfectly match your monstrous strength after breaking through to the martial artist realm. Satisfied Yi, he swiftly turned to leave. He tossed back a single compliment. Truly worthy of Imperial University's master blacksmith, an absolute peak performance. The director shouted proudly from behind. I dare say even Gong K would have to call me daddy in forging. But Yi, he brutally cut him off, leaving the director awkwardly coughing. He absolutely do not tell Gong K. I said that scene transitioned to Linshui County. The 3 awakened rookies had officially infiltrated the area. Yi and Xu Zhou took the lead with Qingzhu trailing quietly behind. Xu Zhou whispered, given this mission's strict confidentiality, we are operating strictly under the disguise of ordinary college students. Instantly he unleashed his hidden system abilities to scan the entire perimeter. His eyes narrowed. I will trigger my biological magnetic field first. Plus my Godzilla template synchronization reached 71% this semester. This overwhelming life force aura can easily engulf this entire county. I am just worried our sudden arrival might startle the filthy rats hiding in the sewers. If they scatter, things will get incredibly annoying. After all, the real nightmare of exterminating rats is not the slaughter, but the terrifying hunt. Standing beside him, Chu Zhou gave a grim nod and ordered move out. We head straight to the safe house Imperial University prepared. Suddenly, a rugged local drove past on a rusty tricycle. Spotting the 3 youths lingering by the dusty roadside, he immediately hollered at them. Hey kids, where are you heading? Need a ride on my rig? Seizing the perfect infiltration opportunity, a sly smirk crawled across Yi's face. The mission had officially begun. Bumping along on the old man's clunky ride, the unsuspecting local eagerly assisted the disguised martial artists. Cruising down the street, the driver probed. You kids look incredibly scholarly. Which university are you from? Just visiting for summer vacation. He coolly replied. I am a Linshui County native, just showing my 2 classmates around our hometown. We currently study at Yuncheng College. Hearing this smooth deception, the driver was utterly astonished. He whipped his head around, demanding, a Linshui native. Who exactly is in your family? Why do I have absolutely zero memory of you? Remaining completely unflappable Yi, he countered. My grandfather was Yi Sauron. He passed away years ago. Realization struck the old man and he refocused on driving. So you are a descendant of the old Yi family. Inwardly Yi, he mentally exhaled. Thank heavens I crammed the Linshui dialect on the flight. Huadu University's forged background identity was flawlessly bulletproof too. Swallowing the bait completely, the driver's attitude shifted into warm enthusiasm. Up front, he let out a roaring belly laugh. Excellent, young man. Remembering your Linshui roots is fantastic. Never forgetting your origins brings immense fortune. In the blink of an eye, they reached their destination. The designated mission base, Yi Saorong's abandoned ancestral home. The trio swiftly dismounted. Pausing at the dilapidated entrance, Yi stared silently into the shadows. Leaning out of his rickety vehicle, the driver pointed a weathered finger. Yi, we are just 2 days away from the legendary Grand Festival held only once every 3 years. You absolutely must attend. If you are too shy to come out, this old master will personally drag you there. Slipping perfectly back into his local persona Yi, he replied with flawless dialect fluency. I understand completely, thank you, old master. Once their helpful chauffeur rumbled away, the covert squad breached the perimeter. Xu Zhou hauled his tactical backpack forward, scanning the decay. Abandoned for over a decade, this place is entirely ruined. With these mutant weeds and swarming pests, we face a massive cleanup operation. Right on cue, our chaotic protagonist raised his leg, a dangerously arrogant smirk stretching across his face. I excel at extermination. Without warning, he brutally stomped. A terrifying surge of nuclear aura erupted from his foot, completely swallowing the entire yard. In a fraction of a second, the absolute annihilation vaporized every stubborn weed. Atomic energy reduced everything to ash. Witnessing this overwhelming display, Liu Qingzhu gasped. That was not cleaning, that was a massacre. Chuzhou chuckled happily. Hey, efficiency is king. Courtyard secured. Yi He and Liu Qingzhu cautiously pushed into the gloomy interior while Chuzhou slowly crept in behind them. Running a gloved hand along the decaying doorframe, he commanded, drop the gear. I am deploying micro-cameras for a full tactical surveillance net. Liu Qingzhu moved with stealthy precision. Slipping into an adjacent shadowy room, she whispered, I will secure the inner chambers. But a mere second later, she frantically cried out, get in here right now. Startled by the urgency he immediately pivoted. Keeping a casually defensive posture, he closed the distance and demanded, did you find a threat? However, what paralyzed Liu Qingzhu with dread was something lurking in the shadows. An incredibly ominous Buddha statue. A sinister cloth draped over the strange figure. It radiated a terrifying and evil aura. She pointed out the bizarre shrine, wondering what dark entity it worshipped. Yi He immediately noticed the anomaly. This thing was placed here recently. Qingzhu looked entirely confused by his words. Cautiously, they approached the bizarre Buddha statue. His analytical mind quickly went to work. The mysterious shrine was made of solid wood. In this damp and abandoned house, it should have rotted away ages ago. Beneath the thick layer of surface dust, the wood remained completely untouched. Suddenly, Chu stepped into the room. His aura felt incredibly heavy and dangerous. Disgust contorted his usually calm face. He slowly drew his glowing blade. So someone planted this trash here. Just looking at this cursed statue disgusts me. I will slice it first and ask questions later. Qingzhu frantically waved her hands to stop him. Wait, Chu, do not act so recklessly. This could be a crucial clue. We need to investigate this properly. Chu was clearly losing his patience. But when she turned to look at Yi He, his hands were already radiating nuclear energy. Yi He growled with cold determination. I completely agree with him. Qingzhu screamed like a startled wildcat. Agree with who? You two are absolute battle maniacs. These muscle heads were giving her a massive migraine. She rubbed her temples and let out a heavy sigh. At least let us see its true face before you obliterate it, stealing her nerves for whatever lay beneath. Qingzhu reached out with trembling fingers. She pulled the dark cloth off the ominous clay statue. The sinister Buddha statue was finally revealed. Its monstrous eyes gleamed with a terrifying light. Yi He instantly sensed the deadly danger. This was no ordinary inanimate object. Utter dread flashed across his sharp eyes. He did not hesitate for a single second. Yi He lunged forward toward Qingzhu. He grabbed her shoulder and pulled her back. His gaze sharpened into a lethal glare. He whispered urgently, something is very wrong. Then he barked an order to his best friend. It is a cursed object. Chu, cut it down. Chu immediately channeled his raw power. His blazing sword erupted with blinding light. He dashed forward like a raging hurricane. With one clean strike, he cleaved the statue in half. The devastating slash carried absolute destruction. It was an execution without any hesitation. But the nightmare was only just beginning. What happened next left all three completely paralyzed. What in the world is that? The bifurcated statue began to violently mutate. A vile and dark liquid oozed from the wood. Grotesque bubbles bubbled up to the surface. The demonic sludge multiplied at an alarming rate. What was this disgusting black ooze pouring from a deity? Yi He felt his stomach completely drop. His expression darkened into pure rage. He knew this monstrosity was about to attack. He glared at the sludge with killer intent. You are not escaping today. Yi instantly tapped into his system and summoned Jaguarudo. He simply stood there with his arms crossed. The legendary rose-headed summon manifested behind him. It materialized with an overwhelmingly oppressive combat aura. The entity unleashed its glowing golden hand. It violently crushed the bizarre and writhing sludge. The dark liquid boiled viciously within its grip. Suddenly, it expanded into a terrifying shape. Rows of razor-sharp white teeth sprouted from the slime. It thrashed wildly against Jaguarudo's iron grip. The jaws snapped together with bone-chilling crunches. Yi He observed with absolute calmness. He calmly commanded his battle-ready companion, Chu, freeze this monstrosity right now. Chu did not waste a single heartbeat. He unleashed his maximum awakening power. Absolute zero energy pierced the dark sludge. A brilliant glacial aura completely encased the monster. Qingzhu stood there with a pale face. Her teeth chattered uncontrollably from sheer terror. Her voice trembled like a fragile leaf. Her mind could not comprehend the nightmare before her. What the hell is that thing? But her absolute horror was far from over. Suddenly, a scorching hand grabbed her from behind. A blazing warmth radiated onto her shoulder. Qingzhu froze like a petrified stone statue. She was too terrified to even breathe. It was just Ye's deep and steady voice. Qingzhu, he called out to her softly. He asked with genuine concern, are you all right? His mind raced as he analyzed her condition. That monster's mental pollution infected her. I need to transfer pure martial energy into her body. Startled, Qingzhu spun around and met his gaze. A heavy sigh of relief escaped her lips. Ah, I am perfectly fine now. She looked down at her hands in pure astonishment. The paralyzing dread had completely vanished. A comforting warmth now flowed through her veins. The trio stared down at the frozen abomination. Chu's absolute zero had locked it to the floor. A confident smirk curled on Yihee's face. He glared at the solid block of demonic ice. It seems the Linshui County anomaly originates here. This cursed clay statue is the root of the problem. We finally made a massive breakthrough. Both of you stay here and guard this freak. Keep a close eye in case it mutates again. I have some unfinished business to attend to. But internally his master plan unfolded. I planted a nuclear radiation tracker on that old driver. Judging by the time that has passed, the bait has been taken. It is officially time to reel in the net. Yi's eyes gleamed with absolute predatory intent. Old man, you will not have to look for me. I am bringing the nightmare straight to your doorstep. The scene shifted back to Linshui County. The Golden Mountain Buddhist temple stood in ominous silence. The familiar tricycle was parked right by the entrance. Two distinct figures stood in conversation. One of them was a mysterious monk. The other was the exact same driver from before, the man who had supposedly guided our awakening trio. The monk stood at the threshold of the serene aura. His demeanor seemed perfectly calm. Benefactor, the Grand Abbot is expecting your arrival. The old driver nodded his head with frantic eagerness. Yes, I will go in immediately. They descended together into a dark underground tunnel. The eerie monk led him deeper into the hidden crypt. They arrived before a massive set of doors. Glowing yellow talismans sealed the ancient entrance. Gigantic Buddha statues lined the entire walkway. Their faces were twisted into wrathful expressions. Yet the monk maintained his sickeningly gentle facade. A chillingly calm smile spread across his pale face. He slowly narrowed his eyes into crescent moons. He spoke softly to the entity behind the sealed doors. "O great abbot, I brought the chosen vessel. Benefactor Liu Zhensheng is ready to receive your holy blessing. He also claims to have highly important information to report." The old driver stood trembling before the massive doors. Sweat poured down his anxious face. He nervously waited for a response. The eerie monk repeated his words with a hypnotic rhythm. "O Grand Abbot, the chosen sacrifice has finally arrived. Benefactor Liu Zhensheng perfectly meets the divine requirements. He holds urgent news meant only for your ears." The exact second the monk stopped speaking, a crystal-clear bell tolled ominously. Then an ancient demonic voice echoed from the abyss. The sound seemed to vibrate from the very walls themselves. "Foolish mortal, what exactly are your true intentions here? Why have you disturbed my slumber?" The moment those chilling words echoed, the two colossal guardian statues simultaneously snapped their heads down. Their stone eyes locked directly onto the terrified old man. Suddenly, an unknown malevolent force possessed the smiling monk. His face violently contorted. His eyes bulged out like a bloodthirsty beast. He slowly snapped his neck to glare at the shadows. His voice morphed into a guttural and demonic growl. "Wait, did you bring someone else with you?" In a flash, the gentle monk completely vanished. In his place stood a monstrous lizard demon heavily armored in impenetrable pitch-black scales. Rows of razor-sharp teeth and a flickering tongue made the old man freeze in pure terror. Trembling violently, he dropped heavily to his knees. He vigorously rubbed his palms together, bowing uncontrollably as he choked out, "A living deity, a literal god among men." But suddenly, a terrifyingly familiar shadow plummeted from above. A pitch-black boot tore through the air with explosive wind-shattering speed. It was none other than Yi He. His devastating dive kick crushed the mutated monk's skull straight into the earth, instantly ending the monster's flashy entrance. The demonic beast twitched and fell totally dead. With just one strike, its armored head burst open like a violently crushed water balloon. This was all thanks to the overwhelming power of his summoned Jaguar Rudo. He stood over the gruesome remains and scoffed, "Absolutely disgusting. Good thing Jaguar Rudo deployed an energy shield, or getting those foul stains out of his clothes would be a complete nightmare." Meanwhile, the old man behind him, still completely clueless to the deadly situation, stared up in total shock. Are you the descendant of the disgraced Yi family?" He completely ignored the old fool, his sharp gaze sweeping the eerie room. Right after executing the fake monk, the massive stone statues in the hall began to pulse with a terrifyingly sinister aura. The ground violently quaked as demonic crimson light erupted from their lifeless eyes. These supposedly dead relics expanded with explosive muscle mass, slamming their massive limbs against the floor, their faces twisted into pure, unadulterated wrath as they locked onto Yi. Tilting his head back, the main character casually smirked. "Well, look at that, even the Buddha statues are throwing hands now." Without warning, the ancient guardians shifted into combat mode. Their stone hands morphed into radiant golden weapons, a giant glowing blade on one side and a deadly drill on the other. But Jaguarudo instantly materialized in full form. The hulking guardian stepped forward, extending its heavily muscled arms. With pure brute force, it caught the 10-ton lethal strikes in its bare palms. He barely even blinked. He casually cracked his neck, his aura flaring with the terrifying thrill of battle. Seeing his utter disrespect, the demonic statues flared with apocalyptic rage. Their glowing crimson eyes blazed with hellish fury. Their stone jaws unhinged, exposing rows of monstrous razor-sharp fangs dripping with malice. The giant stone heads thrashed wildly, launching a chaotic barrage of lethal bites at Jaguarudo, yet somehow every single devastating strike completely missed the mark. Their clumsy assault only tangled their massive bodies together. Furious at the failure, the false gods completely changed targets, aiming their colossal bare fists straight for Yi. Yet he stood completely still, arms crossed, staring down death itself. Facing that mountain-shattering pressure, his willpower was absolute iron. Slowly, he revealed a mysterious silver ring, gleaming fiercely on his middle finger. A spatial inventory ring kept cloaked to outsmart the enemy. In a blinding flash of light, he summoned a legendary heavy blade. Gripping the master-crafted weapon forged by the Academy Elder, he swung it with devastating momentum, raising the heavy blade to the heavens. Yi roared, Starfall Jamadao. He unleashed the weapon's true form with a satisfying metallic ring. For its very first blooding in combat, the heavy blade moved with impossible lightning-fast elegance. He slashed a devastating arc, sending a flawless ring of lethal sword aura exploding outward. The massive arms of the wrathful Bodhisattva statues were violently severed, scattering into a shower of ruined stone. He stood untouched, his glacial eyes radiating bone-chilling killing intent. In a fraction of a second, the invincible guardians were violently dismembered. Broken stone limbs crashed heavily onto the ruined floor. Gripping his lethal heavy blade, he braced himself. The corrupted deities were far from finished. Demonic crimson energy condensed in their hollow eyes. Suddenly, scorching heat rays blasted straight down. Even he could not hide his shock as he shouted, "Eye lasers. Seriously? What kind of ancient Buddha statues are you guys?" The deadly beams completely engulfed his position, yet the main character did not even flinch. Moving like a phantom, he flawlessly evaded the apocalyptic barrage. Sprinting through the explosive chaos, he smirked. "Too bad, your aim is absolutely pathetic." Channeling raw aura into his legs, he launched himself into the blazing sky. Contorting his body in midair, he channeled every ounce of his power into his shoulders. He brought the heavy blade crashing down with the world-shattering force of the Monkey King himself. Let us see if you are filled with dry straw or something a little more interesting. He was not aiming for their limbs this time. No. His target was their massive main bodies. Like a blinding shooting star, he phased straight through the gargantuan statues, slicing them perfectly and cleanly in half. The devastating cut revealed no crumbling stone but highly advanced glinting steel machinery. These were weaponized androids. Witnessing this god-level power, old man Liu Zhensheng was literally paralyzed with fear. His jaw dropped completely unhinged as pathetic whimpers escaped his throat. The severed heads of the wrathful idols skyrocketed into the air. Their malfunctioning eyes wildly fired rogue laser beams in every direction, sweeping across the hall with totally chaotic destruction. Before old man Liu Zhensheng could even scream, a stray crimson beam sliced cleanly through his waist, instantly severing him in two. Statues cut in half, a mortal sliced in two. The entire blood-soaked sanctuary lay in absolute ruin, and he was the apex predator standing victorious among the devastation. With the massacre completely finished, he smoothly slammed his heavy blade back into its scabbard. Buddhas. So they really were not living entities after all. From the very beginning, my biomagnetic field detected zero life force radiating from these mechanical beasts. His eyes narrowed, his mind racing with dark suspicions. His voice dropped to a dangerously cold whisper. Why would a garbage-tier rural town like Linshui County be hiding hyper-advanced android technology? Now the lone survivor in the blood-stained temple, he stepped up to the massive, terrifying gateway covered in cursed talismans, with 1,000 burning questions echoing in his mind. He muttered to the shadows, lie all the answers behind these sealed doors. With a cocky smirk, he snapped his fingers at Jaguarudo. Hey, we are highly educated university students after all. We should at least have the basic manners to knock first. The moment the order dropped, his massive summon launched forward like a supersonic missile. Pulling back a boulder-sized fist glowing with explosive golden energy, the hulking beast crashed right into the cursed gateway, unleashing a devastating rapid-fire barrage of mountain-shattering punches. Its booming mechanical voice echoed through the ruins. Is anybody home? After an absolutely merciless storm of raw physical destruction, the ancient reinforced walls exploded into millions of pieces. Jaguarudo had effortlessly obliterated the barricade. Easiest breach ever. Without lifting a single finger, he casually shoved his hands into his pockets. He stepped into the shadows with absolute precision. Suddenly, his gaze snapped upward. A flicker of shock crossed his face. This place was a hidden realm of its own. Greeting, he was a massive gilded Buddha statue. It towered over 20 feet high, looming deep within the eerie underground palace. Such a colossal monument would strike fear and absolute reverence into normal men. But he was different. Standing there, he looked like a mere ant before a god. He tilted his head back and scoffed. An underground palace, this massive just to house a giant Buddha glowing lotus lanterns surrounded him on all sides. The eerie light washed over the cavern. Yi, he smirked and called out. Your guest is here. Are you little rats going to hide forever? Right on cue, heavy footsteps echoed through the hall. A voice boomed out. Oh, what a surprise! Stepping out of the shadows was none other than the monk. The exact same monk whose head he had just crushed. He moved with an eerie, unnatural calmness. Our temple holds no grudge against you, benefactor. Why must you trespass upon our sacred grounds? Looming beneath the terrifyingly bright golden Buddha, the creepy monk slid out from behind the colossal statue. Spotting Yi, his body twitched and glitched. He repeated the exact same phrase like a broken record. Our temple holds no grudge. Why must you trespass? Yi, he nonchalantly stroked his spatial ring. A flash of light revealed the Starfall cold blade. He raised the magnificent weapon, a battle-crazed thrill burning in his eyes. A mocking smirk curled on his lips. You piece of scrap metal, are you actually addicted to playing dress-up as a human? With a fluid, devastating upward swing, Yi unleashed a crescent of pure energy. The monk's bizarre body was instantly cleaved cleanly in two. The vicious blade aura flashed like deadly lightning. But in the blink of an eye, the creepy monk materialized once again. Standing directly behind Yi, the machine-like figure radiated a terrifying calmness. Clasping his hands together, he whispered, Benefactor, your sins of slaughter are truly heavy. Now you are just getting annoying, Yi. He whipped around and roared. Cut the damn nonsense. He aggressively dropped into a low combat stance. Gripping the long blade with white knuckles, he suddenly sensed a disturbance beneath his boots. The solid ground violently trembled, instantly collapsing into a massive sinkhole. Yi, he plunged into the pitch-black abyss. Wind roared in his ears as he fell at terminal velocity, his iron grip never leaving his legendary blade. Defying the very laws of physics, Yi, he slammed his palm against the bottom floor, sticking the landing flawlessly. He now stood in an incredibly bizarre underground chamber. Massive cave-like tunnels surrounded him on all sides. His sharp eyes scanned the perimeter instantly. Looks like a giant sewer system complete with 18 mysterious floodgates. Are these drainage pipes? Before he could finish, dozens of eerie green eyes ignited in the pitch-black darkness of the tunnels. Yi, he was completely surrounded, but fear never crossed his mind. He casually tilted his head, resting the heavy blade arrogantly on his shoulder. Mutant lizards again. There is an absolute army of them this time. Each one radiates the menacing aura of a level 1 or level 2 martial artist. A manic battle-hungry grin stretched across his face. Staring down the monstrous horde that flooded the chamber, he did not flinch an inch. Instead, his voice dripped with pure arrogance. Plus, the life signatures of these humanoid freaks are identical. Are these things just some cheap, mass-produced garbage? So you are just biological cyborgs, thinking you can crush me with sheer numbers. The last fools who try that are pushing up daisies right now. Exploding forward, Yi, he brutally slammed his massive blade into the earth. The sheer kinetic impact unleashed a devastating shockwave of absolute destruction. He chanted the legendary mystic yellow blade arts. A monstrous aura of killing intent erupted from his core. The entire space was bathed in a suffocating crimson glow as pure bloodlust channeled directly into the Starfall blade. Crouching like a predator, he roared his ultimate technique, Mystic Yellow Art Ashura Wave Strike First Stance, 1,000-mile slaughter. Violent crimson energy spiraled and locked onto the Starfall blade. The materialized blade aura instantly extended to a staggering 100 feet. With a godlike swing, he unleashed absolute hell upon the swarm, roaring at the top of his lungs. 100-foot greatsword full moon annihilation slash, a blinding crescent of bloody red energy erupted forward, violently tearing through the very fabric of the chamber. The front line of monsters was instantly vaporized in a chorus of agonizing shrieks. With just one devastatingly casual strike, he had utterly decimated the mutant swarm. The surviving creatures froze in absolute terror, paralyzed by his overwhelming might. Glaring at the pathetic mob of cannon fodder, he sneered with cold, merciless disdain. Which cowardly master is breeding these ugly abominations in the dirt? His mocking words snapped whatever twisted sanity the monsters had left. Driven into a frenzy, the horde roared with world-shattering rage, snapping their massive jaws. Like a nightmare flood, endless waves of mutants erupted from all 18 massive tunnel gates. But against Yi, his godly crowd control abilities, a billion more of these freaks would mean absolutely nothing. 10 brutally short minutes later, not a single drop of filthy blood stained his clothes. Yi, he stood triumphantly atop a literal mountain of mutant corpses, his legendary Starfall blade resting casually in his grip. His other hand tightly gripped the severed head of the creepy monk, ready to toss it onto the towering pile of carnage. The pathetic bald head dangled lifelessly from his fingers. Its mechanical eyes and jaw were locked wide in synthetic shock. Yet, unbelievably, the damn thing was still babbling. Glitching like a broken record, it kept repeating the exact same words. Benefactor, your sins of slaughter are heavy. Benefactor, your sins are heavy. Just looking at it pissed him off. The endless mechanical loop grated on his last nerve. Yi. He crushed the metallic skull slightly, his eyes darkening with absolute disgust. You brainless cyborg trash. Ripped from its body and still looping its pre-recorded garbage. Is the rat pulling the strings still too scared to show up? But the moment those words left his mouth, an incredibly sinister, disembodied voice echoed from every shadowy corner. KK. It seems we have provoked a truly extraordinary monster this time around. But your little rampage ends right here. Instantly, the entire subterranean cavern began to violently quake. Yi! He locked his gaze forward, realizing the massive vibrations were coming from the statue. A deafening mechanical hum buzzed relentlessly behind him. The terrifying grind of colossal gears echoed from within the giant Buddha. Boiling hot steam blasted from massive cracks, splitting the golden head. The supposedly sacred monumental Buddha statue was actually coming to life, its divine face twisted into a mechanical nightmare spewing thick exhaust fumes. Its gigantic eyes snapped open, revealing a blinding, fully armed laser targeting system. 108 prayer beads, symbols of mortal suffering. They cascaded down from the ancient Buddha's neck, hovering mid-air with ominous red cores. These were not holy relics, they were high-tech floating cannons who engineered this nightmare. This sacred monument was actually a massive killing machine. Its massive shoulders split wide open, revealing heavy rocket thrusters hiding inside. Blazing blue exhaust flames erupted. The giant deity rose from its lotus throne. In a flash, its mechanical transformation was complete. It morphed into an absolute juggernaut. The holy statue stood tall, radiating the cold, lethal aura of a supreme war machine. Plated in impenetrable armor and heavy artillery, a metallic pre-recorded voice echoed out. Sinner, your soul is beyond salvation. Yi. He watched the entire spectacle unfold. A smirk crossed his face. A transforming mecha. Not bad. But the beast wasted zero time. It brought its colossal palm crashing down, aiming straight for Yi. The robotic voice roared out. Enter the cycle of reincarnation. Hidden boosters ignited along the Buddha's arm, pushing its crushing momentum to the absolute limit. The massive steel palm slammed directly downward, tearing right through the solid concrete. Yet Yi, he just stood atop a mountain of monster corpses. Looking up, he triggered his awakening. Titan form awakening. His eyes erupted with a blinding radioactive glow. Raw, overwhelming power flared up, leaving thick trails of steaming aura. He spat out a vicious challenge. Bring it on. The rocket-powered palm smashed violently into the ground, attempting to crush him instantly. A massive shockwave pulverized the terrain. Blinding dust swallowed the entire battlefield. To the giant mecha, it was like swatting a mere insect. But then an eerie neon glow pierced the dust, a terrifying familiar light. The mecha's internal alarms went totally frantic. Unprecedented energy spike detected. Right arm reaching critical meltdown. The system warnings cascaded rapidly. Error power levels rising exponentially. The mechanical deity tilted its giant head. What in the world was pushing back against its force? Suddenly, a blinding wave of nuclear radiation flared up, bursting straight out from the rubble. It was Yi. He fully transformed into a colossal Godzilla-like titan. His towering, monstrous frame now stood eye to eye with the mechanical god. Razor-sharp dorsal plates tore through his flesh. He clenched his massive clawed fists with a terrifying growl. A suffocating demonic voice echoed out. Mocking the holy statue, he chanted Amen to that. His colossal fist began pulsing with pure atomic energy, charging up a legendary strike. He was completely done holding back Yi. He unleashed a devastating nuclear-powered right hook, making the metal god pay for its sheer arrogance. The devastating impact sent the massive mecha flying Yi. He spread his monstrous claws, matching the Buddha's size but glowing with terrifying blue fire. Savage prehistoric scales armored his hands. He lunged forward and ruthlessly grabbed the metallic deity by its face, gripping it with absolute titan strength. Metal shrieked as the mecha's neck reached its breaking point. A maniacal grin spread across Yi's monstrous face. You think we are done here? One brutal grab was not enough. Hooking his grip tight, he violently pulled the machine downward and drove a catastrophic knee strike into its core. The raw kinetic damage was absolutely catastrophic. Yi, he roared with pure battlefield adrenaline. Try tasting my armor-piercing strike, you scrap metal. The divine statue's face was completely caved in. Stripped of its mask, only shattered circuits remained. Its optical sensors flickered with critical warnings. Critical alert, severe cranial damage detected. Rocked by the earth-shattering blow, the giant machine lost all balance. Its armor dented as it blindly staggered. In a desperate defensive move, all 108 floating bead cannons aligned, unleashing a devastating shower of lasers to block Yi. Autonomous strike mode activated, every single laser beam locked onto a single target. A colossal ear-splitting explosion detonated on impact. The mecha went into full extermination mode, emptying its arsenal, standing tall like an insurmountable mountain of steel. Terrifying energy waves pulsed wildly. A massive shockwave swept the ruins. The mechanical Buddha's chest plates slid violently open, revealing a horrifying array of heavy artillery. The battlefield was swallowed by choking black smoke. Inside Yi, his silhouetted form pulsed with a deep, furious glow. The mecha scanned for a kill. The robotic eyes darted back and forth. Suddenly, a human voice echoed through its remote speakers. Just what kind of freakish monster is this guy? To survive my absolute barrage, the hidden operator was sweating. The mechanical optics locked onto a shadow in the smoke. The lenses frantically zoomed in. Against all odds, Yi, his colossal titan form, was still standing, unbroken and unbowed. Only the very outer layer of his skin was slightly scorched. He loomed like a nightmare through the fading smoke. His arrogant voice shook the ground. All those fancy little toys of yours are just thermal weapons, completely useless against a true martial titan. Hearing such blatant disrespect, the remote operator controlling the mecha practically exploded with sheer rage. Weapons systems immediately locked and loaded a fresh barrage, refusing to back down against the monstrous pressure. The speakers screeched. Why will not you die? I will purify your very soul. The mechanical deity revved its engines to the max, generating apocalyptic shockwaves for its ultimate extermination protocol. But before it could fire, massive jagged bone spikes erupted violently from the earth. It was the terrifying power of the Warhammer Titan bloodline. He roared his absolute dominance, total titanization. His terrifying reptilian jaws unhinged wildly. As a blinding radioactive blue light pooled deep inside, pure, concentrated destruction gathered at terrifying speed, aimed directly at the colossal machine. He's furious, voice tore out. You fake monk, your time is up. He leaned his massive upper body back, channeling every last ounce of atomic aura into one singular strike. A catastrophic beam of nuclear breath annihilated everything. The atomic laser vaporized everything in its path, pushing his devastating abilities past their limits. He roared. I am melting your favorite toy down. Oops, my bad. As the blistering heat wave finally cleared, an absolute dead silence fell. Taking a look at the apocalyptic crater left behind. To carve out a massive cavern inside a mountain, he muttered, and fill it with lizard men and mechanical Buddhas. The mastermind behind this twisted operation must be a completely deranged scientist. With those words, He's legendary aura faded as he morphed back into his original human form. He touched down with feather-like grace. The colossal mechanical Buddha, once a terrifying boss, now lay completely shattered, looking like discarded scraps of broken toys. Stepping over the massive metallic wreckage, he reached the shattered lotus throne. Just as he suspected, a hidden stairway plunged into the darkness. Let's see what secrets this abyss holds. 30 minutes ago, inside an immaculately sterile high-tech laboratory, two men stood frozen, their eyes glued to a massive surveillance monitor. A handsome young researcher turned to his senior. Doctor, he stammered, that monster of a man just obliterated the Guardian mecha at our front gates. But do not panic. Our blast doors are forged from cutting-edge alloys. It is absolutely impossible for him to breach our defenses. Yet moments later, his terrifying visage filled their main screen. Both men shrank back in absolute terror. It is fine, Doctor, the young man choked out. We still have our biomutant army. 10,000 mutated soldiers could drain the stamina of a Grand Martial Master until he drops dead from sheer exhaustion. Consider this a perfect chance to clean out our inventory. But suddenly, the monitor displayed he's standing triumphantly upon a literal mountain of slaughtered mutant corpses. Wielding a 90-foot greatsword, he was mowing down monsters like harvesting wheat. The overwhelming display of power left both scientists paralyzed, completely robbed of their speech. The young researcher's intellectual charm completely shattered. His face twisted into a desperate manic scream, completely losing his mind. Doctor, we still have our ultimate trump card. Have faith in our magnum opus. The mechanical Buddha's combat specs were explicitly designed to annihilate terrifying Lord-tier magical beasts. Crushing a pathetic little martial artist will be child's play. But the very second he finished his boast, the screen showed he utterly obliterating their proudest creation. With one apocalyptic slash, the Mecha Buddha was destroyed. A suffocating, deathly silence filled the control room. You could hear a pin drop as both scientists huddled together, shivering. Desperately clinging to one last sliver of hope, the young man repeated his delusional mantra. It is fine, Doctor, we still have. But the older scientist had reached his breaking point. Shut your damn mouth, the old man roared with fury. Dr. Feng's wrinkled face twisted in pure rage, his cyborg eye gleaming with a sinister, frantic light. Seething with anger, he cursed internally. You cursed jinx. What heaven-defying nonsense is this? The enemy has slaughtered his way to our doorstep and you are still claiming everything is fine. The 5 elite guards upstairs should buy us a few precious minutes. The sinister old man began stroking his pointed chin with his trembling, withered fingers. His mind raced as he muttered frantically. We must evacuate immediately. Once we are at a safe distance, initiate the facility's self-destruct sequence. The dark secrets buried here can never see the light of day. This was Dr. Feng, a former Level 3 Prometheus researcher secretly recruited by the shadow organization Laser Bird. The roots of this catastrophic tragedy stretch back 15 agonizing years. The sinister Laser Bird Syndicate set their sights on Linshui County, an ordinary, peaceful little town. They brutally assassinated and replaced every monk at Golden Mountain Temple. Using this holy facade, Laser Bird preyed upon the innocent faith of the entire local population. Disguising their malice as divine blessings, they initiated a massive brainwashing protocol bringing every citizen of Linshui County under their absolute terrifying control. They tricked the helpless townsfolk into accepting cybernetic enhancements, turning them into free test subjects. This wicked scheme provided limitless human materials and brutal combat data, fueling Laser Bird's twisted bioengineering advancements. What a pity this base must be sacrificed, Feng thought. Just as the two core masterminds scrambled toward the hidden emergency exit, a blinding blue aura slashed right through the solid ceiling. The reinforced laboratory doors exploded inward, sending both terrified scientists stumbling backward in shock. Absolute madness. He materialized right before their trembling eyes. He descended gracefully with his arms crossed, radiating the overwhelming, suffocating presence of an untouchable demon king. Sporting that signature, terrifyingly arrogant smirk, he looked down at them with absolute disdain. His chilling gaze locked onto the two pathetic villains who had orchestrated the mechanical nightmare. Abbott, just where exactly do you think you are going? Panicking instantly, the younger researcher grabbed Dr. Feng's arm and sprinted desperately toward the back of the room. Protect the doctor with your lives, he commanded the remaining bodyguards to charge forward. Meanwhile, he and the cyborg elder tried to secure their cowardly escape route. But who could possibly outrun Yi Hef? Having crashed this evil party, he was not about to let the hosts leave. His phantom-like figure vanished into a gust of wind. Completely ignoring the pathetic low-level grunts, he blurred past the defensive line like a phantom. In a flash of overwhelming speed, he materialized right in front of the escaping masterminds. The withered, frail Dr. Feng found himself face-to-face with the towering hunter. Trembling, he squeaked, What do you want? We can sit down and negotiate this." The cunning rat was desperately stalling for time. Deep inside his lab coat pocket, his metallic fingers secretly gripped a hidden device. One click of that detonator would trigger the base's self-destruction. Laser Bird was utterly ruthless, having surgically implanted microbombs inside the bodies of every single core researcher. Even their families and loved ones were held hostage under constant surveillance. This guaranteed that every executive and scientist maintained absolute terrifying loyalty to the Shadow Corporation. Death was preferable to leaking company secrets, but his sly movements could not escape. His godlike perception. Before the old rat could press the button, a vice-like grip crushed his withered wrist. The cyborg elder shrieked in agonizing pain, his frail body violently convulsing under the crushing pressure. He did not waste a single breath on pointless villain banter. Instead, his massive hand shot forward, clamping brutally over the old man's treacherous mouth. The villain's desperate screams were instantly muffled into pathetic, suffocating whimpers. He lifted the frantic doctor completely off the floor with just one hand. The elder's tiny feet kicked helplessly in mid-air, accompanied by his muffled, terrified groans of despair. Choked to the absolute brink of unconsciousness, the wrinkled face turned a deep, bruised purple. His single bloodshot cyborg eye bulged wildly at the hunter, utterly powerless against such overwhelming godlike strength. Just as his vision faded to black and he prepared to meet his maker, the suffocating pressure vanished. He suddenly released his iron grip. Dr. Feng crashed violently onto the cold steel floor, gasping frantically for sweet oxygen. He glared down like a deity judging a sinner, his voice echoing with absolute authority. "Now, you are going to tell me exactly what you monsters did to Linshui County." Crushed by that terrifying aura and deadly glare, the trembling doctor could not even form a single word. His jaw dropped, staring at He in pure, unadulterated terror. He sat there, gasping heavily for air. Slumped against the wall in a pathetic state, the old man listened as he stood casually, hands in his pockets. "Tell me, are you the one who slaughtered those 3 young martial artists? What the hell are you people plotting here?" But this crazy old man was stubborn. Facing He's oppressive aura, he actually dared to snap back. "Haha, I cannot reveal our experiments to you. There is a signal monitor implanted directly into my brain. The moment I utter a single keyword about the company's secrets, the bomb inside me will detonate." Suddenly, a hollowed-out molar in the back of his mouth revealed a hidden mechanism. A sinister green gas hissed from the tooth. The old man sneered coldly. "I am dead anyway, so I will choose a painless end." He was actually committing suicide by poison. He wanted to take his secrets to the grave. Toxic foam spilled from his lips as he clamped his mouth shut, fighting through the violent anaphylactic shock. His face twisted in agony, his entire body convulsing like a madman. This extreme reaction immediately caught He's attention. Crouching down with a look of utter disgust, he scoffed. "So you had a suicide pill buried in your mouth all along. Tisk tisk." Is everyone in the Laserburst organization this desperate to die? Suddenly, blinding red emergency lights began flashing violently across the room. A deafening siren echoed through the facility. Yi, he tilted his head, clicking his tongue in annoyance. His heart stopped. The self-destruct sequence has been activated. Without hesitation, he summoned his vampire form. A dangerous smirk crossed his face as he whispered, "What a pity! In front of me, even death is a luxury you cannot afford." In a flash, the vampire familiar executed Yi's command. Its root-like razor-sharp claws plunged mercilessly straight into Dr. Feng's throat. Vampires can turn humans or corpses into ghouls. However, once transformed, aside from a few exceptionally gifted individuals, most become nothing more than mindless zombies with rotting bodies and zero regeneration. But in my hands, I hold the power of supergiantification. By fusing it with the vampire's bloodline, a miracle occurs. Dr. Feng's corpse suddenly twitched. A bizarre blood-red aura erupted from his lifeless body. His thin graying hair stood on end. Miraculously, his wrinkled face began reversing in age, and his cybernetic eye popped right out of its socket, because a brand new organic eye had regenerated. Boom! The frail old scientist immediately sat straight up, overflowing with newfound vitality. He bowed deeply in absolute reverence before Yi, speaking clearly, "Master." Through the vampire's blood transfusion, the doctor was completely resurrected. His physical age had reverted to his absolute prime. Yi, he finished his earlier thought, "This fusion allows me to create perfect blood kin. They retain their memories and talents from life, fear no sunlight, and boast terrifying regenerative abilities for both body and soul. And most importantly, they are absolutely loyal to me." Yi, he looked down with a satisfied grin. "You are immortal now, so that self-destruct sequence needs to be cancelled. From this day forward, you shall be known as the Dr. Feng. Your entire past has nothing to do with you anymore. Your only purpose in life is to serve me." The vampiric instinct within the doctor's body took over. He replied instantly, "Serving you is my greatest honor, Master." Yi, he nodded in approval. "Since you have accepted the progenitor's power, a mental link has been forged between us. Those company trackers are completely useless now." Suddenly, Yi's eyes shot open, glowing with an intense, otherworldly light. A fierce magical aura radiated from him. He boldly declared his true goal. "Let us see exactly when this city was infiltrated." Surging energy projected from Yi's gaze. An identical energy mirrored in Dr. Feng's eyes. The two forces synchronized, creating a powerful resonance. Yi, he had successfully hacked directly into the doctor's brain. He was now scrolling through his darkest memories. In a flashback, a young research assistant was shown trembling violently in pure terror. What nightmare was he facing? The assistant turned around with a manic expression, his eyes glowing bloody red, clutching a severed human arm in his hands. His mouth was smeared with crimson blood. Dr. Feng's voice echoed in the memory. "Little Liu sneaking a snack before lunch hour. Did you finish cross-referencing the data that I assigned to you?" The assistant stammered back nervously. "I apologize, Professor Feng. I was just so unbelievably hungry." Feng stared at his own dinner plate, sighing in disappointment. "Raw meat again today? My teeth are getting bad. Chewing this is a real chore." The young assistant chimed in. "Dr. Feng, the locals offered these as sacrifices to the Buddha. I heard they were 3 young out-of-towners. The meat is exceptionally tender." Watching this twisted memory unfold, the horrifying truth struck Yi. He like lightning. "Are you kidding me?" Suddenly, the memory fractured, shifting to a creepy scene of an old woman slumped unconscious in the middle of a grand temple hall. Dr. Feng's voice echoed once again. "Hey, falling asleep again. Right inside the Buddha hall this time. Some people are even dozing off while kneeling." The young assistant's eerie voice drifted into the scene. "Is this not perfect for us, Doctor? We can just drag these villagers straight to the lab for storage. It saves us so much effort." Feng sounded confused. Why did they suddenly come praying for blessings? And why are they all passing out at once? The assistant laughed casually. "What is wrong, Doctor? Is sleeping not a basic human necessity?" Yi, he gasped. In the real world, his instincts screaming. Something is seriously wrong here. The visual fragments in the doctor's mind began to warp again. It showed Feng praying obsessively before a massive Buddha statue, chanting like a fanatic. "The heavenly kingdom descends. The heavenly kingdom descends." He slowly rolled up his right sleeve. Carved directly into his rotting flesh was a bizarre sequence of numbers: 76753421. He muttered to himself, "What is this? Why is it carved into my arm? It looks like a numeric cipher." He frantically grabbed a pen, scribbling the code onto a document file to decode it. The horrifying realization hit him. The answer was a security code matching the company's highly classified internal data format. Dr. Feng's fingers danced across the keyboard. He entered the classified code A40255512, unlocking the heavily encrypted data. Yi, he watched the scene unfold. His mind raced with a chilling realization. This was bad. The doctor's memories and very perception of reality had been entirely rewritten. Lost in his own altered mind, Feng stared at the screen. Fury bubbled within him as the numbers processed. Who dared to treat a genius like him as a mere lab rat? The decoded files finally triggered an awakening. The truth hit him like a physical blow. That complex arithmetic puzzle, he had created it himself right before his mind was hijacked. It was a brilliant fail-safe. Dr. Feng knew his own arrogant nature perfectly. Even with his memories totally wiped, he would never be able to resist solving that mathematical riddle. Solving it would force his future self to believe the horrifying truth. This message was a desperate warning. The gruesome cannibalism, the endless coma-like lethargy, and that grotesque clay statue. Everything was orchestrated from the shadows by a terrifying cult known as Heaven's Descent. Snapping back to the present, he maintained his mental link, pushing his soul-reading powers to the limit. He violently sifted through the scientist's shattered mind. As the horrifying fragments pieced together, a wave of pure disgust washed over him. Their craving for raw meat was actually full-blown cannibalism, and this mysterious Heaven's Descent faction reeked of fanatic cult activity. Standing right before Yi, the terrifying vampire parasite that now controlled Dr. Feng's pathetic mortal shell, spilled every dark secret it possessed. This hidden facility was originally established by the notorious Laserbird Syndicate, yet even they fell victim to the cult's invisible parasitic invasion. They were completely brainwashed and enslaved. Just like the innocent townspeople, their minds were twisted into absolute submission. Hearing this grim reality, murderous intent flared brightly within Yi. His cold eyes, his brows furrowed in pure revulsion. He glared down at the wretched scientist. So those three missing martial artists from Huadu University. You monsters already devoured them, didn't you? I guess Chuzhou, Qingzhou, and myself were just premium evolution materials in your twisted eyes. The memory sequence shifted once again. The past version of Dr. Feng appeared hunched over his glowing terminal. It was his 8th year commanding Lin Shui County. The secret Golden Mountain Temple base was fully operational. His biochemical human enhancement protocols had finally reached perfect maturation. Mass production was ready to commence. He envisioned himself as a god of the new era. Traditional martial artists would be rendered completely obsolete, replaced entirely by his ultimate biochemical weapons. His cybernetic monstrosities were vastly superior. The path of Prometheus was undeniably correct, but then his data logs revealed a chilling timeline of the terrifying anomalies. The first signs of the horrific mutation in Lin Shui County had erupted in February of last year. By March, they had captured the first infected subjects to begin their grim analysis. His top researchers launched a full-scale investigation. But day by agonizing day, an unseen force was subtly rewriting the doctor's own mind. It slowly chipped away at his sanity until absolute assimilation. To his credit, the genius scientist fought back. Several times, his unmatched intellect managed to detect the terrifying logical inconsistencies planted within his own distorted memories. He would temporarily break the mental chains only to be dragged right back into the nightmare. The Golden Mountain facility had been completely compromised. The dark corruption ran far too deep. Escaping that absolute will was impossible. The horrific evolution in Lin Shui County was systematically divided into 4 deadly phases. It all started with ravenous cannibalism. Then came the death-like lethargy, blind worship of the idol, and finally the eerie mass sleepwalking. The cannibalism was merely the physical body breaking down from the initial spiritual corruption. The lethargy signaled deeper soul contamination. Worshipping that grotesque clay figure, that meant both body and soul were critically polluted beyond any hope of salvation. The infected became hollow, incurable shells. And the final stage, the mass sleepwalking. It meant you had fully transformed into literal cattle for that monstrous entity. Suddenly, blood-red text flashed across the monitor. Heaven's Descent. Dr. Feng stared at the sinister glow, absolute terror trembling in his eyes. His despairing inner voice echoed through the chaotic memory stream. Ha ha ha, I arrogantly believed that my illegal human experimentation was the peak of cruelty. But compared to the sheer madness of this cult, I was merely playing a child's game. These absolute lunatics were actually planning to sacrifice an entire city's population as a morbid feast for their dark god. After exhausting all my resources, I finally uncovered the horrific artifact they were using to corrupt the minds of the Lin Shui people and devour their life force. It was a literal demon fetus, excavated from an ancient ruin. At this terrifying revelation, Yi's mind raced. He seamlessly pieced together the doctor's fractured data. His system rapidly processed the timeline. The day that demon fetus reaches full maturity, Yi's eyes snapped open, blazing with clarity. Exactly 2 nights from now, a specific memory flashed vividly in his mind. That creepy old man on the rusted tricycle had given him a chilling warning. He had said, the county's grandest festival in 3 years is just 2 days away. You absolutely must come and celebrate with us. The puzzle pieces violently slammed into place. He turned around, an omniscient smirk playing on his confident lips. He gazed out into the dark landscape. That seemingly crazy old man on the tricycle knowingly handed me the ultimate cheat code. Back inside the gloomy laboratory, Yi's aura grew terrifyingly sharp. He locked his gaze onto the reinforced door, his voice echoing with absolute authority. The memory extraction is 100% complete. He then shifted his dominating presence toward the pathetic doctor. The scientist was still trapped within his twisted vampire fusion. Yi, he looked down at him with an icy glare. So this hellhole was funded by the Laserbird Syndicate and manipulated by Heaven's Descent, a parasitic demon fetus and the tragic fate of 3 elite university fighters. Staring into the monster's glassy, soulless eyes, Yi, he murmured darkly. Because of your pathetic failure, I now hold Laserbird's dirty little secrets. I've seen every single twisted experiment you maniacs dared to conduct in the shadows. A dangerously confident grin stretched across his face. But honestly, I don't have the stamina right now to wipe out Laserbird entirely. I'll just leak the coordinates to Huadu University and let their elite forces sweep up the trash. Still, there was one incredible hidden jackpot. When you were actually breathing and human, you were directly involved in unlocking the legendary gold gene. You mapped out its absolute power and terrifying potential. But unlocking that incredible cheat will have to wait until I completely eradicate this nightmare anomaly in Lin Shui County. His thoughts briefly drifted toward his university's quest window and the shiny mission completion seal awaiting him. But a rebellious fire ignited within Yi's heart. Sure, the Academy's basic quest requirements simply stated that he only needed to uncover the horrifying truth, and he could immediately extract himself from the danger zone. But returning for some standard university reward, that didn't satisfy his soaring ambition anymore. His power-hungry aura violently erupted. A wicked, uncontrollable grin dominated his features as he declared his true intentions to the empty room. I don't just want to survive. I want to steal Heaven's Descent's ultimate prize. I will devour their victory right from under their noses. After mapping out his ridiculously daring master plan, he locked eyes with his brand-new high-level vampire minion. It was time to issue his absolute command. Listen closely. You will infiltrate the shadows of Lin Shui County. I am going to synthesize my own mutated blood for you. Your mission is to secretly drop it into the city's central water supply. His voice dropped to a lethal command. In short, guarantee a maximum infection rate. Hearing his new master's chaotic plan, the brainwashed scientist unleashed a spine-chilling maniacal laugh. This is absolute madness, I get it now. Master, you plan to steal believers right from the demonic womb of Heaven's Descent first. Seeing his minion tremble with uncontainable excitement, he calmly explained his master plan so the pawn could fully grasp it. Every citizen in Riverside District has reached the 4th stage of corruption. There is no turning back. True, my choice to convert them stems from selfish desires. But once this apocalyptic storm passes, I will do everything to restore their normal lives. At least under my absolute control, they will not become a threat to society. Back at the old safe house, his companions waited anxiously. Having utterly wiped out the enemy lair, he strolled through the door like nothing had happened. He waved casually as he entered. I am back. Eat up, guys. The timing was flawless as Liu Qingzhu and Chu Zhu were just desperately looking for a bite to eat. However, seeing Liu Qingzhu's traumatized expression as she repeatedly muttered Sister Helen's name he instantly knew exactly what had gone down. They had definitely discovered the sickening truth behind Riverside District's food. Chu Zhu's face was completely drained of color as he stared blankly at the table's grim feast. Swallowing his intense disgust, he immediately reported their chilling findings to Yi. Liu Qingzhu and I snuck out to do some recon just now. We found out the locals in Riverside District are secretly eating human flesh. You already knew about this twisted secret, did you not, Yi? He replied softly. Basically, this entire city has had its reality violently distorted. They have been completely enslaved by something unseen. Our boy he smirked secretly, analyzing the terrifying truth in his mind. But he kept those dark thoughts locked away. Impressive, this ruthless killer guessed about 80 to 90% correctly. He finally decided to spill the twisted details. After absorbing his shocking tale, Liu Qingzhu shot up from her chair and slammed her hands on the table. An illegal underground testing facility, operating right here in Riverside District for years. How did this place become such a living hell? Meanwhile, Chu Zhou simply crossed his arms, shaking his head in sheer disbelief. Does this mean an overwhelmingly powerful biotech syndicate is the real mastermind behind the Riverside District anomaly? Facing this heavy question, he chose to hold his silence. Losing her patience, Liu Qingzhu frowned deeply and practically begged him for an answer. This nightmare has completely surpassed a rank 3 difficulty, has it not? Should we call the Academy for immediate backup? Hearing this, Yi's face dropped instantly, cold sweat pouring down his back like a waterfall. Are you kidding me? He cursed internally. If you call the Academy, how am I supposed to steal all the legendary loot? Shifting instantly into an Oscar-worthy performance, his eyes blazed with an unbreakable ironclad resolve. Clenching his fists in front of his loyal comrades, he declared with burning passion, Do not worry, this mission is only psychologically terrifying. Our actual physical safety is never threatened. Stop terrifying yourselves with illusions. If our first instinct at sensing danger is begging for rescue, how will we ever awaken our true potential? Having successfully manipulated Chu Zhu and Liu Qingzhu's fragile mental state he pushed his overwhelming advantage. He stepped closer, firmly gripping both their shoulders as he continued. Now we must lay low and wait for nightfall. So far, this Riverside District anomaly has thrown raw cannibalism and clay idol worship right at us. But there is one final nightmare we have yet to face: mass sleepwalking. His gaze suddenly turned razor-sharp and his entire aura shifted into something deeply menacing and serious. He turned back to reveal his ultimate deduction. When darkness falls, this severely mutated city will finally expose its blood-stained truth. The scene shifts to Tato, the absolute stronghold of Laserbird. Inside, the sinister board of directors and core elites gathered in the shadows. They were fiercely debating the Riverside District disaster and the utter annihilation of the Golden Peak base by Yi He. Exactly half an hour ago, headquarters received an alert. The self-destruct sequence at the Golden Peak base in Riverside District was mysteriously activated. But mere seconds later, it was violently overridden. Something catastrophic has definitely occurred down there. All communications with the Golden Peak base have been completely severed. This emergency summit was called to handle the fallout. A mysterious executive cloaked in shadows, his eyes glinting with a lethal predator-like aura, softly parted his lips. The solution is simple. Better to slaughter 1,000 innocents than let one threat escape. Detonate the heart bombs implanted in every single base researcher. Leave absolutely zero living witnesses behind. Then deploy our elite strike force directly to Riverside District to investigate this total massacre. The scene violently cuts to the Riverside District central water plant. A sudden deafening explosion ripped through the air, violently shaking the entire facility. This was the crazed doctor's heart detonating. The Syndicate had mercilessly triggered the explosive. Miraculously, the mad doctor's twisted body survived the blast. He convulsed violently, one hand gripping his chest as grotesque bloody fluids poured from his gaping wound. Gasping for air, he painfully reported back to Yi He. "Master Laserbird just triggered the deadly bomb inside me. Thank the heavens I managed to tear it out just in time. I am slowly regenerating now." Knowing their ruthless tactics, an elite Laserbird strike team will descend upon Riverside District at any given second. Acknowledged. Communicating telepathically with Dr. Feng from afar, he issued his chillingly calm command. "Do not panic. Just continue executing the master plan exactly as we designed." Though the doctor's body was pushed to its absolute limit, his stolen vampire abilities kept him clinging to life. He instantly replied with unwavering loyalty. "Yes, your will is absolute, my master." A suffocating darkness enveloped the Riverside District train station. The corrupted locals completely ceased movement at night. By 8 or 9 in the evening, the haunting streets were utterly abandoned, illuminated only by flickering streetlights. Yet against all odds, a massive train screeched to a halt at gate number 2. Glowing lights bled from the windows, signaling that unknown entities had finally arrived. Heavy footsteps echoed as passengers finally disembarked into the mist. First up was a towering buzz-cut brute whose booming voice immediately shattered the eerie silence of the night. "Dead quiet around here. No wonder the Syndicate chose this dump as our Black Ops base." This hulking monster was known as Catfish. But the terror did not stop with just him. A woman's manicured hand aggressively pushed a sleek suitcase forward. Before even stepping off, she sneered. "The Syndicate ran the intel. The Dragon Guard had absolutely nothing to do with the Golden Peak base massacre." The owner of this icy voice was a stunningly curvaceous femme fatale with a lethal presence. Strangely, she cradled an infant in her arms. This deadly operative was codenamed Ares. She arrogantly continued her train of thought. "So who exactly pulled this off? Our Syndicate has an ocean of enemies out there." Lurking in the shadows behind her, 3 more nightmarish figures prepared to emerge. 2 stepped into the dim light first. A lethal duo. The short-haired assassin known as Viper descended in perfect sync with a deeply depressed-looking young man codenamed Bluebird. The final shadow, whose face was still obscured, barked an order from inside the cabin. "Let us head to ground zero and witness the carnage first." Stepping out, his aura suffocated the area with overwhelming bloodlust. Sporting a sharp undercut and gleaming glasses, this ultimate predator was none other than Black Lion. The squad leader's fists tightened aggressively. "Destroy every last piece of lab equipment and research data." And just like that, this elite 5-man strike team was dispatched by the organization to clean up this exact mess. Now they strolled through the pitch-black streets, casually bantering as if on a midnight walk. "Captain, shouldn't we grab some real food first? I am sick of instant ramen. Plus, the baby needs feeding." "It is pitch black, just feed him here." "I promise I won't peek. Get lost, you absolute creep." The captain immediately snapped at the 2 of them. "Do you guys have zero pride as professional assassins?" The subordinates instantly fired back. "Yeah, right, //. He was the esteemed captain of Laserbird's 3rd Squad, a legendary assassin whose mere name once struck terror. But aren't you basically just a glorified IT guy now? Hearing this, the mullet-wearing captain sent by Laserbird suddenly dropped all the jokes. His aura shifted. He pushed up his glasses, his voice turning deadly cold. Those guys in black suits and sunglasses, they are nothing but flashy amateurs. You call that professional? We are the true professionals, completely blending into the shadows. He clapped his hands to focus the squad. Enough messing around. Let us go over the mission specs. Viper and Raven scout out the situation in Linshui County. Catfish and Ares, you are heading to the Golden Mountain Temple base to investigate the disaster. Move out. The surrounding buildings were swallowed by absolute darkness. It felt exactly like stepping into a ghost town. Viper and Raven stuck close together as a unit. They decided to infiltrate a seemingly abandoned civilian home. Inside, they found a blackened basin. It was overflowing with rotting human flesh, swarming with thick clouds of buzzing flies. Viper gagged, her voice dripping with absolute disgust. Something is seriously wrong with this city. The entire atmosphere feels utterly twisted and corrupted. No kidding. They are cannibalizing each other. Where is the humanity? Disgusted by the kitchen, she turned toward the living room. Scanning the eerie shadows, she muttered to herself. Looks like this mission is going to be an absolute nightmare. Suddenly, her gaze locked onto a strange statue, the exact same idol found in Yi He Sarah and Liu Qingzhu's safe house. Her pupils shrank to absolute pinpricks. A malevolent, foul energy radiated from the object, making her blood run cold as she gasped. This horrific clay statue. Meanwhile, Raven was receiving a highly classified call from HQ. The voice on the other end delivered a massive info dump. The terrifying truth behind the Golden Mountain Temple disaster. The facts were clear. A terrifyingly powerful martial artist had single-handedly annihilated the facility. Tens of thousands of mutated bio-human corpses littered the underground palace. Outside the base, massive fortress-class combat mechas had been violently ripped apart. It was an absolute massacre. Not a single staff member survived the onslaught. However, Dr. Feng, the head director and lead researcher, he had completely vanished without a trace. At the very least, his corpse was nowhere to be found, anywhere near the Golden Mountain Temple or its perimeter. Suddenly, the transmission cut out with heavy static. Raven tapped his earpiece in sheer confusion. Is the signal being jammed? He peeked out from the edge of the window to check the perimeter. In a split second, a cold sweat drenched his back. What the hell? The once empty street below was completely swarming with citizens in their pajamas. Some were even completely naked. Yet every single one of them had a disturbingly peaceful expression with their eyes shut incredibly tight. They were shuffling forward like a legion of the undead, swarming right beneath the house. Raven and Viper were hiding, and disbelief washed over him. Is this some mass sleepwalking event? Wait, they are actively surrounding our exact position. The terrifying realization hit Raven like a truck. He stumbled backward, his voice trembling in sheer panic. We have been totally exposed. He spun around, desperately trying to warn his partner. Viper, we need to move right now. But before the urgent warning could fully leave his lips, a devastating impact struck. A brutal, deep stab wound ripped right through his abdomen. Raven stared in absolute disbelief. Why would Viper, his own comrade, do this? Standing right in front of him. Viper looked completely unhinged. Her eyes glowed with a sinister light, her body engulfed in a suffocating dark aura. Clutching his bleeding stomach, Raven coughed up blood. Viper, what are you doing? That dead expression. She is being mind-controlled by an external force. He knew his trusted partner would never betray him. Suddenly, Raven sensed the twisted energy manipulating her mind, driving her into this violent, absolute frenzy. A dark, sickening energy field radiated off her body. It perfectly matched the horrifying aura of that clay idol. Deep within his memories, Raven recognized this cursed artifact. Absolute terror gripped his soul as he choked out the truth. Was this relic dragged out of the lunar eclipse by Luosi dungeon? During a top-secret mission, he had seen a system relic excavated from that exact S-class rift. These cursed idols represented the ancient gods worshipped by a long-dead, ruined civilization. High above Linshui County, the crimson moon hung unnaturally large tonight, standing proudly atop a massive temple bell. Was the legendary main character we all know and love. His piercing gaze swept over the entire infected city. Looking up at the cosmic anomaly, a confident smirk played on his lips as he muttered, "That moon is way too gigantic. I can feel it messing with my biomagnetic life field." Pulling his high-tech communicator from his pocket, he decided to link up with his squad before making a move. First priority, send the exact coordinates to Sarah and Liu Qingzhu. Target acquired. Southeast sector of the inner city. The horde of sleepwalkers is converging on that location. With a burst of explosive aura, he vanished from the tower in a flash, leaving behind only residual energy. Yet his mind was still racing with unanswered system prompts. If this mass sleepwalking is just a cosmic entity feeding, what exactly does that terrifying consumption process look like? Well, he was about to find out. The scene cuts back to Raven. His vision blurred as his bloody lips trembled in fear. Where the hell am I? As his senses returned, the horrific reality set in. He was securely bound to a massive tree. Right beside him, Viper was equally bound by thick ropes. She was completely unconscious, trapped in an unnatural coma. Absolute panic consumed Raven's heart. Beneath his feet, the horde was multiplying. What in the absolute hell is going on here? These people were no longer human. They were ravenous zombies, their twisted demonic faces contorted in hunger, thick drool spilling from their mouths. It was a scene straight out of an apocalyptic nightmare. He finally connected the horrifying dots. These are the innocent citizens from earlier. Have their minds been hijacked too? Desperation taking over, Raven screamed at the top of his lungs, Viper, you need to snap out of it right now. Wake up, damn it, open your eyes. But it was hopeless. Even as his throat bled from screaming, Viper remained trapped in her terrifying catatonic state. And then he noticed a sickening detail. The horde below was completely stripped naked, drawn entirely by the intoxicating scent of fresh bleeding prey. Hundreds of glowing feral eyes locked onto a single target, Raven strung up on the sacrificial tree. Pure panic broke his sanity. Are you cultists from the Heavenly Kingdom descent? Wait, we can negotiate. Let's make a deal. The syndicate backing me has limitless power, but the ravenous horde offered no reply. Just looking at their twisted, ravenous faces, Bluebird cursed under his breath. There was absolutely no reasoning with them. His face had turned completely pale. Cold sweat drenched his back. He was completely out of options. Heaven's descent had completely brainwashed this mob. They were no longer human. They were monsters, wearing human skin. No, they were far worse than any demonic beast. Beasts still feared death and pain. But these insane cultists, they feared absolutely nothing. Amidst this suffocating despair, a massive tolling sound echoed out. Bluebird snapped his head up. Was that a bell? It sounded like the terrifying herald of some almighty entity descending. He instinctively stared at the heavens. The clouds parted, revealing a massive, unnatural moon. It felt like it was crushing the earth. He screamed out in pure horror. The moon was way too huge. Below, the infected villagers bathed in its eerie glow. As the lunar body loomed closer, the mob's reaction grew violently intense. Their jaws snapped open in grotesque smiles, eyes burning with a blinding light. Without warning, the people in back started climbing over those in front. Despite walking like lifeless zombies, their terrifying coordination was absolutely flawless. Bizarrely, the moonlight drew them in far stronger than their prey, Bluebird. The ones at the very bottom rooted themselves into the ground. They became a living foundation for the endless swarm crawling upward, reaching frantically for that colossal moon. These sleepwalkers were building a literal stairway to the light. Like an endless army of ants, they piled up into the clouds, forging a horrifying pillar of flesh. Even the wooden stake binding the two laser bird agents was violently ripped from the earth. They were dragged into the nightmare stairway. Countless residents from Linchui County mindlessly flooded toward this grotesque monument. It mirrored an ancient Mayan sacrifice, trampling over human bodies to reach the moon. Meanwhile, the scene shifted back to the Golden Mountain Temple. The remaining trio of the squad stood there. Captain Black Sand frowned deeply. It had been way too long since the other two checked in. Anxiety creeping in, he desperately hailed Golden Snake and Bluebird. Only dead silence answered. The worst-case scenario was happening. The enemy who destroyed the base must have made their move. He abruptly spun around, barking absolute orders at his two subordinates. No matter the cost. A massive mutation has definitely struck the city. We cannot lose the upper hand. We march back to the urban zone right now. But suddenly, as they stepped past the temple gates, all three froze dead in their tracks. Their jaws dropped open in absolute disbelief. What in the world is that? The trio stared blankly at the heavens. Every single cloud over Linchui County had vanished. The night sky was completely exposed. A gigantic, blood-curdling full moon dominated the view. It felt close enough to crush them. A purely apocalyptic sight. Ares stood paralyzed, a baby clutched in her arm. She pointed a trembling finger forward, screaming to her squadmates. Look over there quickly. In the very next second, a blinding pillar of lunar energy shot down from the massive sphere. It struck a specific coordinate in Linchui County. It looked like a descending miracle. They gasped in awe. Is that an actual pillar of light? It feels like the moon itself is being pulled. But enough staring. That blinding beam landed straight in the heart of the city. Even a battle-hardened veteran like Black Lion completely lost his cool facing this divine phenomenon. A chilling realization hit him. The destruction of their temple base was definitely not as simple as the corporate brass assumed. What in the world was that monstrosity? But regardless of the hellish difficulty, this was a direct corporate mandate. They had to execute the mission at all costs. Black Lion charged forward, taking point, sprinting madly toward the lunar crash site. This had to be the reason behind this sudden radio silence. The trio bolted like lightning, desperately chasing that cosmic pillar. But as they dashed through a pitch-black alleyway, all three stopped dead in their tracks. Someone else was here. Even mid-sprint, their heightened senses caught the presence. Black Lion's mind raced as instinct took over. An ambush. He leaped fiercely into the air, hurling a massive blade at terrifying speed toward the hidden aura. But out of nowhere, an umbrella snapped open. It effortlessly blocked the captain's lethal strike. The umbrella spun with devastating force, violently deflecting the heavy weapon away. The blade crashed through a nearby house, smashing a massive crater into the concrete wall. A terrifying display of raw power, Black Lion slowly skidded to a halt. He calmly pushed up his glasses, glaring fiercely into the shadows. A magic artifact. Clearly, we are not dealing with small fry. A delicate pale hand twirled the umbrella. She stepped out of the darkness with absolute elegance. It was none other than the gorgeous Liu Qingju. Her presence immediately stole the entire spotlight. Her cold voice cut through the tension. Just who the hell are you? Why did you attack us? The captain burst into arrogant laughter. He sneered at her with absolute superiority. Just look at your outfit. You are definitely not from around here. Then he ruthlessly dropped the act. So you are the filthy rats who wrecked our temple base. The dark alley instantly grew heavy with bloodlust. The captain's lethal order echoed out, crush these two bugs in 3 seconds. The catfish mutant and Ares locked onto their targets like literal killing machines. They cracked their necks with sickening grins. Acknowledged. Their murderous auras exploded as they charged straight for Chuzhou and Liu Qingzu. Chuzhou immediately flashed forward, shielding the girl behind his back. He drew his glowing blade, manifesting a freezing pillar of ice to meet the incoming slaughter. The deranged catfish leaped right at Qingzhu. His speed was utterly terrifying, gazing at her flawless skin, his massive jaw unhinged, drooling with absolute disgust. Ha ha ha, killing such a masterpiece is a damn tragedy, but I do not mind playing with a corpse. Ha ha ha, these freaks were completely out of their minds. Insane, yes, but overwhelmingly powerful. Qingzhu was being pushed to her absolute limit. She gritted her teeth in pain. This brute force is insane. Seeing this, Chuzhou thrust his hand forward. A savage wave of solid ice blasted toward the disgusting mutant. A massive glacier wall successfully erupted, violently separating him from Qingzhu. She screamed out in fury. Back off, you sick freak. But Chuzhu's impenetrable ice defense would only buy them a few precious seconds. Ominous cracks echoed through the air. With a single devastating palm strike, the squad leader shattered the ice wall into a million pieces. Through the frozen debris, his sinister grin was clearly visible. The sheer physical power of this monster was absolutely no joke. Chuzhou watched in pure disbelief. His ultimate defensive skill annihilated by this punk in a heartbeat. Even he was terrified by the massive gap in strength. How could it crumble so easily? Refusing to die here, Chuzhou hurled a grenade straight at them. A deafening explosion roared, swallowing the battlefield in thick smoke. Knowing they were completely outmatched, the duo instantly bolted. Sprinting for his life, Chuzhou urgently yelled out to Liu Qingzhu. These three are high-level martial masters. Engaging them is suicide, we have to fall back. Hearing his command, she followed without a second thought. But the veteran assassin Black Lion saw right through their desperate trick. His body vanished, moving at the absolute speed of light. Like a phantom, he materialized directly behind Qingzhu and Chuzhou. Twin deadly blades were instantly pressed against their trembling throats. A chilling whisper brushed their ears. Just 1 second left. Suddenly, his sinister voice dropped to a low mutter. There is someone else here. Sensing a terrifying aura locking onto him, the assassin glanced back, his face draining of color. Boom! A colossal heavy broadsword crashed down from the heavens, slicing into the earth mere inches from Black Lion. Stumbling backward, he barely dodged the fatal strike. His top-tier reflexes saved his life as he gasped in pure shock. That was way too close. Creating a safe striking distance, he locked eyes with the newcomer Yi He. The mysterious teen casually twirled a small dagger. The assassin sneered with murderous intent. Who the hell are you? Are you with these brats? Displaying absolute main character energy, Yi. He delivered a single, chilling response. I am the one who will take your life. Hearing such insane arrogance for the first time, the veteran killer erupted into maniacal laughter. Ha ha ha, what a massive ego. Wasting no time, Black Lion activated his ultimate assassination art. His physical body split into 12 terrifying afterimages. Rushing toward Yi, he with absolute killing intent, Phantom 12 body assassination. Art 12 identical clones, wielding 24 deadly blades, swarmed the boy from all sides. But without missing a beat, Yi, he instantly activated his system skill. The world time completely froze. The 24 flashing blades forcefully slowed down, suspending entirely in mid-air. Die, you little brat. Even Yi, he was slightly impressed by the raw power behind this attack. A menacing smirk slowly crept across his face. A Grandmaster-level warrior, protected by aura weapons that could withstand point-blank tank fire. Yet they were still completely killable. Strolling through his frozen domain, Yi, he calmly inspected the suspended clones. His sharp eyes analyzed the technique with incredible precision. Weaving between them, he had to admit the truth. This phantom assassination technique is truly top tier. I honestly cannot tell which one is the real body. But in a world where time stands still, there is no need to guess. Just destroy them all. In a flash, he locked onto Black Lion's true form. Exploiting the frozen seconds, dark blood aura condensed into a lethal arrow in his palm. His absolute killing intent zeroed in on the suspended assassin. Simultaneously, his system scanned the target, revealing an entirely masked identity. Staring directly into the killer's frozen eyes, he muttered coldly, "Black Lion." True name unknown. An assassin king hiding behind a perfectly average face. He's blood aura arrow shot forward with devastating speed. The arrogant grin on the killer's face vanished. Trapped within stop time, an undefeated king of the underworld was now completely powerless. There was absolutely zero chance to dodge. The distance was too intimate, the speed too overwhelming. Leaning into the throw, he unleashed the fatal projectile. Like a terrifying nightmare, the demonic blood arrow pierced the single weak point on Black Lion's body, the one spot not forged into his super alloy defense, instantly obliterating his brain from the inside. A legendary assassin's reign ended just like that. Thud, his lifeless body hit the dirt weapons, clattering uselessly away. He died without ever understanding how this boy countered his godlike speed. A suffocating silence blanketed the battlefield. Nobody dared to breathe, let alone attack. With just one hand, he effortlessly hoisted the heavy corpse into the air. Got to use the body while it is still warm. Your blood will fuel my awakening. Time to level up. Crimson blood sprayed into the wind. Gripping the dead man's jaw, he ruthlessly absorbed the master's life force to evolve. Black Lion's body rapidly withered, until nothing remained but a hollow, dried-up husk. As a massive pool of blood painted the cracked earth, the legendary killer turned to absolute dust in his grip. Shoving one hand casually into his pocket, he clicked his tongue. Not bad at all. I have finally broken through to the 8th stage. Catfish and Ares watched. Trembling in absolute horror, their jaws hung wide open, vocal cords, paralyzed legs glued to the spot. What in the world just happened here? Our leader was slaughtered by a teenager in the blink of an eye, and he drained his blood. This kid is a literal monster, His eyes flashed with a demonic crimson glow. He slowly turned his gaze toward the terrified duo, his voice dripping with pure menace. We are not done here. Let me show you something truly entertaining. Pointing toward the massive pool of blood, he began his terrifying chant. Dark demonic aura violently erupted from his core. Corpse, sealing, art blood fiend, demon puppet. Instantly, a grotesque blood-soaked hand smashed its way out from the crimson puddle. Seeing this, Ares instinctively clutched her child tight to her chest. Her survival instincts screamed in pure terror. She stammered, completely unable to form a sentence. A nightmarish demonic shadow dragged itself from the earth. A skeletal husk completely stripped of flesh. Recognizing the remaining facial structure and hair, it was undeniably Black Lion. The once mighty assassin was now fully possessed by his overwhelming dark magic. Catfish and Ares felt their knees buckle in despair. Is that really our leader? Holy crap, what kind of twisted monsters are we even dealing with right now? Each one is more terrifying than the last. Is he actually just a regular martial artist? Hesitation meant death. Since they were dead, either way they had to gamble. Ares suddenly yanked the mysterious infant from her embrace. I will handle this. She violently hurled the baby high into the air. Instantly, the infant's body began to swell grotesquely. Expanding rapidly, it mutated into a bizarre, horrifying silhouette of pure darkness. Whatever this terrifying creature was, it was definitely not human. Stop them, my precious, she shrieked. A towering 3-meter muscle abomination materialized. It stood dead in his path, locking eyes with him and Black Lion. Catfish and Ares weren't fools. Knowing they were no match for they threw this monstrous pawn into the fray, buying themselves precious seconds to escape. Fall back now, Catfish roared, bolting like an absolute coward. But he instantly saw through their pathetic scheme. His eyes narrowed as he barked an order. The roadblock needed to be crushed instantly. Chuzhou Qingzhu, he commanded. Coordinate with my phantom shadow. Take this trash out. Hold the line against this cyborg freak. His real prey were those 2 fleeing rats. A sinister ear-to-ear grin stretched across his face. I'll hunt down those 2 so-called masters. In a flash, he vanished from the battlefield. Meanwhile, Chuzhou's aura exploded. The ice demon dragon bloodline had awakened. Frost gathered around his blade, manifesting into a swirling ethereal dragon. The monstrous giant let out an earth-shattering roar, pumping its massive chest for absolute war. Grotesque muscles bulged and pulsed. Its multi-layered jaw revealed hundreds of razor-sharp teeth, emitting a deafening screech. Chuzhou channeled every ounce of his power. He launched himself forward, unleashing a devastating world-cleaving strike. Refusing to back down, the cyborg leaped, stretching its massive claws to crush him. The once quiet alleyway was now a theater of absolute destruction. Chuzhou was locked in a brutal deathmatch against the towering abomination. With a single masterful sweep of his blade, freezing currents morphed into a terrifying dragon head. It roared forward at blinding speed, threatening to swallow the mutant whole. The cyborg's pitch-black muscle fibers suddenly began glowing with a molten, furious red. Absolute madness took over its system. It violently threw its body into the freezing blast, desperate to buy time for its masters. That grotesque mutated maw unleashed an ear-splitting shockwave. Boiling body heat violently clashed with sub-zero frost, creating a blinding veil of thick steam. Fire and ice collided head-on, shaking the very foundations of the earth. Chuzhou locked his sights directly on its face. Lunging forward with unstoppable momentum, he roared, "Taste my blade." The hulking cyborg was too slow to block. It desperately twisted its massive frame to dodge. Yet Chuzhou's merciless strike cleaved half its face off. Staring at the exposed wound, Chuzhou's eyes widened in shock. How can something so massive move that fast? He thought, his heart racing. He stared closely at the deep gash carved into the monster's head. Beneath the torn flesh, a gleaming alloy skull reflected the moonlight. Microprocessing wires pulsed with energy. This wasn't a monster. It was a man-made weapon. The mechanical beast lunged at him again, sending a chill down Chuzhou's spine. Its speed is insane, gripping his hilt with iron resolve. He forcefully leaped backward, barely dodging a lethal swipe. As the beast's attack hit empty air, the blood phantom shadow finally made its deadly move. One shadow instantly multiplied into 12. Crimson blades danced in the air, weaving an inescapable net of slashes across the cyborg's face. In the blink of an eye, it was brutally shredded. Despite its terrifying cellular regeneration, this fatal barrage was simply too overwhelming. But the execution wasn't over. Qingzhu suddenly unfurled her magnificent towering wings. Hovering in the night sky, her mana had reached absolute peak capacity. Like a descending goddess of war, blinding purple light erupted as she thrust her hands forward. A tempest of raw energy shattered the air. "Maximum charge illusion art," she screamed. Dark violet feathers materialized in her palms, spontaneously combusting into a sinister glowing ash. The ash sphere violently expanded outward, igniting into a magnificent 5-meter purple sun. Floating amidst the mystical flames, Qingzhu commanded, "There is no escape, monster." The cyborg was completely trapped. Its legs were locked in absolute zero ice, while the blood phantom ruthlessly pinned its upper body. Escape was mathematically impossible. From the heavens, Qingzhu hurled down her flaming purple sun. It spiraled like a catastrophic solar storm, crashing directly onto the trembling mechanical beast. Boom! A colossal pillar of violet inferno violently erupted in the heart of the city. The apocalyptic heat waves completely devoured the pale freezing moonlight above. Swallowed whole by the sea of purple fire, the cyborg unleashed a miserable mechanical screech. The violent flames acted like bone-eating parasites, mercilessly burrowing into every single open wound. Melting through its metallic endoskeleton, the ruthless fire incinerated it from the inside out. Unable to withstand the absolute devastation, the massive abomination was reduced to pure ash, wiped from existence. Meanwhile, the scene shifted underground. Deep within a massive stinking sewer pipeline, Catfish was sprinting for his pathetic life, his face pale with terror. Gasping for air, he pushed his legs to their absolute limit. "Damn it," he cursed through heavy breaths. "The last time I ran like this was escaping those ruthless warlords back in the Dark Triangle." Suddenly, his frantic footsteps skidded to a halt. His pupils shrank in sheer, unadulterated horror. He couldn't believe his own miserable eyes. A blinding, terrifying blue light plummeted straight from the ceiling, freezing Catfish dead in his tracks. That overwhelming aura illuminated the filthy tunnels. A chillingly familiar voice echoed through the dark. "Yee!" He smirked with absolute contempt. "Rats truly do belong in the sewers." Cold sweat poured down Catfish's face like a waterfall. His knees buckled under the crushing pressure. They thought splitting up would save them. They were dead wrong. Miles away in the opposite direction, Ares was desperately weaving through narrow alleyways, praying to escape Ihi's radar. Blinded by pure panic, she ran like a hunted animal. But as she frantically glanced over her shoulder, that exact same catastrophic blue light crashed directly in front of her. It struck the earth like divine retribution. A sickening knot formed in her stomach. That blast. It came from Catfish's direction. Reality finally hit her like a truck. Her mind spiraled into absolute chaos. Golden Snake was dark. The captain was slaughtered. And now, Catfish had been compromised. Am I really the only one left? Who the hell are these monstrous kids? Standing utterly alone in the desolate alley, Ares trembled violently, desperately, scrambling for a survival plan. No, I refuse to die here. I must survive. But where could she possibly run? Pushed to the absolute brink of despair, her survival instincts kicked into overdrive. Suddenly, a twisted spark of hope ignited in her eyes. That is it. She snapped her gaze toward Linshui County, remembering that bizarre entity that ascended toward the moon. Her eyes locked onto that distant point in the sky. That lunar anomaly. It must be the Heavenly Kingdom's masterpiece. Her terrified expression warped into a calculated, sinister sneer. Gnawing frantically on her fingernails, a dark resolve washed over her. I will survive this night, even if I have to sell my soul to the devil himself. Bai Yang's only thought was pure survival. As she stumbled forward, a blinding light consumed her vision. The grotesque sight before her made her skin fiercely crawl. Approaching the base of the terrifying lunar ladder, violent shivers racked her body. Countless completely stripped corpses were woven together, forging a macabre bridge toward the heavens. A twisted, unsettling, peaceful smile plagued every single face. Suddenly, pure horror violently struck Bai Yang. Everyone in this cursed flesh tower was aged. Their skin was severely cracked, like ancient bark, heavily etched with wrinkles. Becoming a celestial bridge, their life force was violently devoured by the moon. Right then he emerged from the shadows, resting a massive broadsword on his shoulder and casually dangling a severed catfish monster head. He deeply smirked. Want to play up there? Bai Yang flinched violently, her entire body recoiling in absolute dread. Panic completely swallowed her features. Damn it, he actually caught up. I am literally going to die. Paralyzed by the thought of fighting Yi, she blindly bolted toward the terrifying flesh ladder. Rational thought completely vanished. I just desperately need to run. Logic totally shattered. Survival instinct violently hijacked her mind. Driven by a desperately burning desire to live, she frantically clawed her way up the horrifying mountain of flesh. The gruesome climb seemed long, but she scaled it insanely fast. Finally crashing onto the cold lunar surface, her terrified eyes bulged in pure sheer disbelief. Her escape route was utterly gone. But luckily right ahead, in the desolate void, she spotted a massive divine door heavily adorned with intricate white jade carvings. It loomed like an ancient giant's fortress. Another divine gate. Suddenly, the heavy doors violently swung open, unleashing a blindingly pure, radiant light from within. In a hypnotic trance, a familiar sight materialized. Her parents warmly waved from inside. Crying uncontrollably, she sobbed, "Mom, Dad, I missed you too so deeply." The glowing flesh pillar pierced the dead, silent night city. The divine gate fully opened, and Bai Yang completely vanished into the grand inner hall. She blindly followed the divine glow that violently pierced through thousands of stacked human bodies. Witnessing Bai Yang successfully reach the cold lunar surface, a deeply wicked smirk violently stretched across his face. Ha ha ha! The very next second, his imposing silhouette rapidly dissolved under the moonlight. His towering phantom instantly evaporated into black smoke. That was never the real Yi. It was just a terrifying illusion forcing her up the moon. The sinister moonlight had expertly weaponized their deepest fears. The elite laser bird squad lost 3 members. Meanwhile, the real Yi. He silently observed the glowing flesh ladder. After a heavy silence, he softly muttered, "Good thing I saw through this early. Heavenly Kingdom's descent. Impressive trick, perfectly exploiting her absolute inner terror. Manifesting a flawless phantom of me to force her up. Fascinating." He quickly whipped out his smartphone, effortlessly typing across the screen as he spoke aloud. The deadly strike team sent by the laser boss is already down 2 confirmed kills. Those remaining 3 are definitely wishing for death right now. Suddenly, that signature demonic smirk violently overtook his face. A fierce atomic blue energy fiercely flared deep within his dark pupils. Pure thrilling anticipation radiated from his entire aura. Based on the timeline, the forces of the Heavenly Kingdom should definitely arrive tomorrow, right? After totally losing his base and an elite squad, the laser boss will definitely go into hiding. All external pest interference has been completely effectively eliminated. After laying the groundwork for so incredibly long, the ultimate great tragedy is finally beginning. As his words faded, the dark night ended. The demonic moon faded, breaking the horrific flesh ladder. As the golden sun slowly rose, the massive lunar anomaly violently forced itself back into the heavens. The lunar beam shattered, and the brainwashed citizens of Linshui County instantly broke formation. Stumbling home tonight claimed many lives while others returned to mundane reality. They appeared perfectly healthy on the surface, but the brutal, horrifying truth was hidden. Their core life force had been permanently violently devoured by the cursed moon. With tightly shut eyes and disturbing peaceful smiles, they zombie walked home blissfully unaware. Yi, Chu, Zhou, and Qingzhu silently witnessed the entire chilling spectacle. As the biting morning wind violently whipped around them, Qingzhu nervously crossed her arms and heavily spoke. Yi, the sheer supernatural horror of this mission is totally beyond belief. Are you deeply insane enough to actually keep pushing forward? But the mastermind had already calculated every single variable. Flashing a deeply enigmatic smirk, he kept his predatory gaze heavily locked on the retreating masses, softly replying. Qingzhu completely relaxed. I have a flawless strategy. Besides, it isn't just us 3. An overpowered ally is secretly operating in the shadows to heavily help us. He just totally prefers to fiercely keep his identity concealed. Hearing this, Chu Zhou violently shot Yi, a deeply suspicious glare, his mind wildly racing. A secret ally. After surviving together this incredibly long he is definitely not some average commoner from a totally ordinary background like his file falsely claims. In the brutal martial arts world, highly ancient bloodlines dictate your peak potential. High-tier Awaken exists on a completely different evolutionary plane from ordinary humans. He must be the deeply hidden, illegitimate son of some absolute supreme martial god, or the totally secret heir of a legendary martial clan doing hardcore survival training. If so, he definitely has a highly elite shadow guard heavily protecting him. That completely perfectly explains his mysterious, overpowered ally. Suddenly, a terrifying surge of raw aura violently erupted from Yi's body. Dark demonic energy violently swirled around him. He channeled immense power yet remained completely calm. He loudly commanded his absolute shocked teammates, Chu Zhou Qingzhu. Today, I have a totally crucial mission for you too. Demonic Xi violently smashed into the ground rapidly, spawning completely countless terrifying dark shadow clones. Pouring from him, they violently swarmed the rooftops. Standing tall, He issued his critical orders to Chu Zhou and Qingzhu. Lead my shadow clones and violently smash every clay statue inside the homes of every single citizen in this cursed city. Without a second of total hesitation, Chu Zhou fiercely agreed. Leading the terrifying shadow clones, he bolted into action, his speed easily rivaling a violently raging hurricane. Meanwhile, Qingzhu hesitated, completely deeply speechless. Noticing her heavy doubt, he warmly called out, Qingzhu. Startled, she snapped out of her daze. Huh, flashing a reassuring, confident smile, he looked her dead in the eyes with absolute pure sincerity. Qingzhu, just trust me. Qingzhu stayed completely silent. Her ears burned a furious shade of red. For a split second, her heart literally skipped a beat. Then a genuinely sweet smile bloomed across her face. Her eyes curved into bright crescents as she looked at Yi. Without a single moment of hesitation, she replied, Yeah, I trust you. She then shared her true feelings, leaving him with one final warning. Yi, you need to start trusting your comrades more. Stop trying to carry the weight of the entire world on your shoulders. After handing out the final missions to his two allies, Yi ventured back into the underground labyrinth of the Golden Mountain Temple base all alone. The moment he arrived, the mad scientist was already waiting. He bowed his head in absolute reverence. My master, you have finally returned. He strode forward, his voice dripping with freezing authority. Cut the useless chatter. Our time is running dangerously short. We need to prep for war right now. He marched deeper into the darkness, stopping at the edge of a massive pit. Inside lay a literal mountain of biochemical corpses. This was the grotesque masterpiece he had crafted with his very own hands. He had ruthlessly dragged them into the abyss of death. Now he was about to grant them a terrifying rebirth. The doctor eagerly reported, All the artificial humans you crushed earlier have been piled up exactly right here. He swept his cold gaze over the pit, a satisfied smirk forming. Perfect. The numbers are more than enough. Standing dead center in the massive underground hall, he roared to the heavens. Colossal Titan awakening, instantly explosive flames and blinding black smoke violently erupted from his very core, erupting right behind He's back. A terrifyingly massive skull materialized out of thin air. As it slowly rose up, its gigantic eye sockets flared with eerie mutating smoke. He tightly controlled the crackling energy lightning, suppressing the overwhelming power to prevent it from incinerating his biochemical army below. A colossal 50-meter-tall humanoid structure had formed, though only the upper torso had fully materialized. The behemoth suddenly raised both massive hands and violently ripped its own ribcage open. A wildly pulsating heart was exposed to the air. Boiling giant blood began cascading down like a devastating crimson waterfall. That searing blood rained down directly onto the mountain of biochemical corpses inside the pit. The very second those twisted bodies at the top made contact with the giant's supernatural blood, their lifeless hollow eyes violently snapped open, glowing with a demonic light. Their utterly mangled bodies began convulsing uncontrollably. A terrifying self-mutating and rapid healing process had officially begun. This was the core phase of his master plan. He was forging an entirely immortal legion of giants. The biochemical mutants violently surged upward, trampling over each other as blood-curdling roars echoed from the abyss. Completely drenched in the colossal giant's blood, their very essence mutated. Their pupils violently dilated, a dark and overwhelming force clearly hijacking their minds and rewriting their absolute loyalty. Gazing down at his twisted creations, he watched them rise from the dead. Every single biochemical mutant had evolved into an apex predator, a flawless fusion of vampiric immortality and colossal giant raw power. Staring at the overwhelmingly massive numbers, he smirked. First, we utilized the vampire strain to violently reboot these biochemical corpses. Then we injected the raw authority of the colossal giant awakening, granting them the supreme power of gigantification. When the time comes, they will morph into an unkillable army of titans, and they will obey absolutely every single command I give. Meanwhile, the mad scientist was remotely hijacking a swarm of nanomosquitoes through the base's mainframe. He expertly directed them to infiltrate every single home in Lin Shui County, typing frantically with just one hand. Never breaking focus, he reported back to Yi He. My master, the biochemical swarm has been completely unleashed. They are swarming the county city as we speak. Everything is flowing flawlessly according to your grand design. Yi He gave a dangerously satisfied nod. Excellent work. Those biochemical bugs are loaded with genuine vampire blood. Let them infiltrate every home, delivering my special brand of terrifying warmth to the masses. He immediately issued his next command. Once the mass infection protocol is complete, I need you to repair that giant Buddha mecha. I know it was completely torn to shreds during the last battle, and full restoration is totally impossible right now. But stripping its heavy artillery and violently retrofitting those weapons is still within your capabilities, right? The doctor practically drooled at the genius proposition. Without a doubt, please leave it all to me, master. Hearing this, he casually dug a finger into his ear. He stared forward with an incredibly arrogant posture, his eyes gleaming like sharpened blades. A wicked grin stretched across his face. Perfect. All our pieces are officially moving into play. Now, let us see exactly how those Heavenly Kingdom fools decide to act. While he was frantically preparing his forces for the ultimate war, a completely different and utterly terrifying faction was fast approaching Linshui County. A massive armored convoy was tearing down the highway at breakneck speeds. They were heading straight for Ground Zero, the Heavenly Kingdom descent, formerly known as the completely insane humanity must perish cult. They had crawled out of the shadows and infiltrated society. The very second the apocalyptic secret realm invasion began, a highly mysterious pope wielding reality-shattering powers dragged from the ancient ruins took this chaotic mob of lunatics and rapidly evolved them into a terrifyingly dominant force. Their core doctrine revolved around a demon fetus, smuggled from the secret realm. It fed by violently consuming the flesh, blood, and spiritual souls of the living to evolve. Its ultimate purpose: to forge a temporary flesh-bound vessel for an actual god to descend. They believed this cosmic entity would forcefully guide our completely outdated human civilization into a true flawless heavenly utopia. Inside the convoy sat exactly 53 heavily armed passengers. Every single one was draped in a pure white cloak intricately woven with arrogant, noble gold patterns. These were the fanatic zealots dispatched by the Heavenly Kingdom descent to officially welcome the birth of the demon fetus. Among them was a terrifying bishop, radiating a Grand Martial Master, aura backed by 2 vice bishops at the Martial Master realm. The remaining 50 elites were all seasoned martial artists. The bishop's face was terrifyingly cold as he muttered under his breath. This nation has always been the absolute hardest territory for our Heavenly Kingdom to crack. A sickeningly greedy desire to completely conquer this land burned in his eyes. Glaring at the gorgeous scenery outside, he shamelessly declared, "But very soon, all of this will rightfully belong to our Heavenly Kingdom." While the raw martial cultivation of these insane cultists wasn't considered absolute top tier, they possessed extremely bizarre and deeply sinister supernatural methods. Their ultimate endgame was to forcibly drag a supreme deity from the secret realms straight into the mortal plane. The demon fetus would forcefully evolve by devouring the physical bodies and absolute souls of endless living beings, thus creating a perfect, mortal vessel, one that could allow a literal god to walk the earth even if just for a fleeting moment. And that horrifying entity, the divine fetus, was on the verge of fully awakening. The armored convoy relentlessly pushed forward, tearing down the road straight toward Linshui County. A vice bishop respectfully broke the silence. "Lord Bishop, Linshui County is dead ahead. The divine fetus that the Grand Archbishop personally planted 4 years ago is hidden right inside that city." Suddenly, another zealot draped in a crimson-red cloak, the ultimate symbol of a vice bishop, began to dramatically sob. "Oh, our glorious Grand Archbishop. Sniff. He sacrificed absolutely everything for our holy religion, and yet he was brutally assassinated by those ignorant fools from the Dragon Sparrow faction. It breaks my heart. In the end, he never even got the chance to witness the glorious awakening of the divine fetus he painstakingly nurtured with his own hands. This mortal world truly is a terrifying flesh-eating hellscape." The other vice bishop furiously nodded in absolute agreement, adding his own thoughts. Such an incredibly righteous man, our Grand Archbishop possessed unshakable faith and boundless mercy, yet he suffered such a devastating end, completely obliterated without a single bone left to bury. Hearing their pathetic whining, the leading bishop slowly raised his head. He glared at the approaching city, his voice dropping into a deadly, thunderous growl. "Exactly. Which is why his holy sacrifice absolutely will not be in vain. We refuse to let this rotten world be dragged further into the abyss by these ignorant masses. If we fail today, this entire nation will mutate into a second district of absolute irredeemable sin." The bishop screamed with absolute madness. His twisted devotion infected every cultist on the bus, their eyes snapping wide with pure, terrifying fanaticism. They howled into the night, welcoming the descent of their twisted god. "My children, this is true liberation. We are saving humanity." Their voices grew deafening. Like wandering ghouls bound to his every command, they chanted in perfect, horrifying unison. "A god descends heaven on earth. A god descends heaven on earth. We fight for the divine. The bishop smiled, intoxicated by the chaos. By the second night, the blood moon shifted into something grotesque. Two massive craters appeared on its surface. They hollowed out like dead eye sockets while jagged cracks curved beneath them. It formed a spine-chilling demonic smile carved into the moon itself. Approaching the grotesque staircase of human bodies in Linshui County, the bishop paused to admire his sickening masterpiece. "This is truly breathtaking," he gasped. "In the entire history of our divine order, only two divine fetuses have ever fully awakened." He threw back his hood, revealing a sickening grin. Gone was his cold, calculated malice. Now he cackled like a deranged clown lost in pure euphoria. Trembling with excitement, he screamed to the heavens, "My name will become a legend in the holy records." The first awakened deity warped global climates, summoning apocalyptic tsunamis and volcanic eruptions. Hundreds of millions perished or fled in terror, and that was just 1 minute of divine wrath. The second deity descended upon the Australian continent. It choked the surrounding oceans with dead fog and violent undercurrents, completely sealing off the land. After that silence, an entire continent went dark. Satellites captured nothing but an empty void, and allied international forces were utterly annihilated. That dark forest sea became an S-class forbidden zone. No living soul dared to enter again. The fanatic slowly extended his withered hand. He sliced his own flesh, letting the crimson drops fall. The blood struck a massive mana crystal, triggering a violent reaction. The stone pulsed. A devastating wave of magical energy exploded outward. Thick pitch-black aura slithered across the ground, merging into a colossal, terrifying magic circle. The bishop muttered with insane glee, "Right here, right now, our glorious order shall welcome the third god." His followers chanted relentlessly, fueling a blood-red summoning array. With the stage set, the bishop began his twisted ascent up the mountain of corpses. His eyes were locked on the blinding moon above. Mumbling dark blood curses, he ruthlessly trampled over the severed heads, climbing higher. Without realizing it, he reached the threshold of the lunar gate. The colossal stone portal stood firmly shut, bringing back memories of Ares from yesterday. He stared up at the massive structure in silent awe. Then he pressed his bleeding hand directly onto the spine of a lifeless victim beneath his boots. Dark blood aura seeped out into the void. "High above, O great deity, please accept my sacrifice." The monumental doors groaned open. A blinding celestial light swallowed his figure completely. Eerie echoing whispers crawled out from the depths, commanding him to step inside. Hypnotized by the calling, the bishop walked straight into the blinding abyss until an ancient lunar altar materialized before his eyes. Crafted from moonstone, it held a flawless platinum coffin engraved with the cult's unholy crest. He was utterly captivated by its dark majesty. His eyes glued to the relic, he whispered in a trance, "The platinum divine coffin, the very embryo nurtured by our great pontiff years ago. It rests right inside." After feasting on the life force of Linshui County for 4 long years, our divine savior has finally reached maturity. Down below, his followers pushed their mana to the limit, their manic chanting accelerated, fists clenched until they bled. The bishop roared triumphantly, "My children, let us welcome our ultimate creator." Though their mortal bodies could barely handle the divine pressure, it was enough. The bishop took calculated steps. He descended the grotesque tower of corpses. The platinum coffin rested on his shoulders, shockingly light, yet he feigned a terrifying back-breaking struggle. He marched forward like a martyr of darkness. Cheers erupted from the brainwashed masses. "We live to serve, Father." The cultist parted like the Red Sea, allowing him to reach the dead center of the magic array and lower the sacred vessel into place. Standing beside the metallic tomb, he threw his arms wide and bellowed to the sky, "Oh, almighty blood moon, Lord of nightmares, within the realm of illusions, your most loyal servant calls upon you. Grant me the honor to speak your name, Dong Dong Dong." At that exact second, the clock tower struck midnight. The chimes rang out like a starting gun, signaling the climax of this horrific theatrical play. Drawing power from the massive lunar sphere, the nightmare god Bai Luosi began to manifest. Across the entire county, the bodies of innocent civilians started expelling milky white soul fragments. Drained of their life force, they withered into hollow husks. More and more spirits tore away from their mortal shells. They merged together in the sky. Even the squirming cultists forming the human staircase could not escape this terrifying soul extraction. Hundreds of thousands of souls formed a massive white tsunami, rushing blindly toward the divine light. But right at that moment, a thunderous heaven-shaking roar exploded through the air. It carried the undeniable, crushing aura of an absolute monarch. The milky white spiritual entities froze. Suddenly, half of the faith energy was tainted deep azure. Like an omen of doom, the corrupted souls changed trajectory, hurtling violently toward the bishop. The streaks of light completely transformed into brilliant blue energy, diving directly at him like homing missiles. The bishop screamed in utter shock. What is happening? Why did the pure white souls turn blue? Did that monstrous roar contaminate my divine sacrifice?" His brain simply could not process the anomaly. His life's work was unraveling before his very eyes, his arrogant tone cracked, replaced by trembling fear. How is this possible? Impossible. How can the divine fetus be hijacked by some random beast who's pulling the strings in the shadows? The ritual has started, there is no stopping it now. The cultists watched in horror as those tainted souls swarmed straight into the platinum coffin nourishing their god. This proved their sacred faith had been completely corrupted. Lunar tear. The spirits rushed inside, surging like a violent ocean storm. The furious bishop roared out, "Damn it all. The ritual cannot be reversed. These corrupted green souls are trying to taint the divine vessel." At that exact moment, he appeared right beside the bishop. He dashed forward with godlike speed, flashing a wicked smirk. "I have been waiting for this, Lord Patriarch." The bishop turned with bewildered eyes, his mind going completely blank. His jaw dropped in absolute shock as he gasped out, "You. Who are you, Yi?" He pinned him down, his eyes sparking with deadly lightning and pure bloodlust. His voice boomed with absolute authority. "In this situation, can you still not tell who I am, Yi?" He swung his starfall blade like a crashing thunderbolt, revealing a dense network of colorless lines. These lines mapped out the exact anatomy and vital organs of the human body. Among them, a blindingly red line glowed right across the bishop's throat. He had found the fatal strike zone. He unleashed his Asura Crescent Moon Slaughter technique. The starfall blade erupted in a blazing crimson aura. It looked like a terrifying river of blood and restless souls slicing through the vast moonlight. The very domain of time seemed to collapse entirely. The bishop watched his world spin out of control. His final memory was a fountain of blood erupting midair, an ultimate slash combined with absolute binding. Forced by time, it achieved a perfect instant execution. His overwhelming aura surged forward as he leaned in, his expression colder than ice. "Worse than a villain, I am a true demon." The nearby church bells suddenly rang out, echoing wildly and tearing through the freezing night sky. Over in Waterwood County, the old priest collapsed violently onto the dirt, his mouth dripping with fresh blood. The agonizing pain was beyond mortal words. Hovering on the brink of death, he weakly muttered, "Oh, great one." This trash was still breathing, so he prepared to finish the job entirely. A massive arc of blood slashed sideways, almost blotting out the giant moon. Slash! The sound echoed loudly, yet the priest forced out his final words. "The great Bai Luo Si Yi." He stood casually beside the violently bleeding corpse. He rested his heavy blade on his shoulder and shook his head. Without even looking, he scoffed, "Too weak. Even with 3 life-saving artifacts, you are useless." Suddenly, a mysterious voice echoed from the heavy shadows. "An unbelievable slash there, kid." He immediately glanced over, realizing with a chill that he had killed the wrong target. The bloody corpse was fake. That was not the head bishop. The true mastermind finally stepped out with sickening arrogance, calmly extending a polite invitation right toward Yi. "Do you wish to join our divine cult?" The man boldly pulled back his hood, revealing his bald head and his sinister smirk. Then came a formal introduction. He clarified exactly who Yi had just slaughtered. "Allow me to introduce myself. I am Liam, the supreme commander of the Summer Nation Divine Cult. The bug you just killed was merely my vice patriarch." Glancing down at the ruined, messy corpse, he continued smoothly, "Well, you must understand my logic. Being a cultist is an incredibly high-risk profession. Therefore, making my subordinate disguise himself as the boss is just standard tactical procedure. Makes perfect sense, right, Yi?" He glared fiercely, biting his lip in pure annoyance. He stayed dead silent while one thought echoed in his mind, another body double. Yi's eyes flared with overwhelming fury. No more pointless talking. The best solution was to simply erase this arrogant bastard from existence right now. Gripping his heavy blade, he blasted upward like a rocket, aiming straight for the red-robed priest. Liam swiftly raised his hand, completely ready to intercept the strike. Weird dark energy pulsed from his palm, looking like floating atmospheric water crystals. The priest growled out, "This is sacred ground meant for welcoming our god. You cannot just come and go as you please." Suddenly, as he leaped into the air, the dark energy transformed into massive, unbreakable iron chains. They shot straight at he ruthlessly, binding his neck, wrists, and ankles. His advancing figure was instantly halted and suppressed midair. He struggled fiercely, but the chains only tightened further. At that moment, every single cell in his body felt tortured by the priest's demonic magic. He ground his teeth in obvious discomfort, glaring fiercely as he growled, "This feels like an invisible grip. Is this advanced telekinesis?" Left with no choice, he called upon his ultimate trump card. He roared at the top of his lungs, "Jaguarudo." A rose-headed spirit materialized right behind him. The summon violently ripped apart the dark telekinetic energy. His entire body erupted with explosive aura, shattering the chains and freeing himself completely. The head bishop stared forward, his arrogant expression showing only a tiny flicker of surprise as he casually muttered a single word, "Oh." His sharp eyes tracked his every movement. However, his real focus was on Jaguarudo standing behind him. Liam's pupils locked onto the glowing rose-headed spirit. Curiosity sparked in his mind as he questioned Yi He. That phantom behind you, have you cultivated divine arts too? Meanwhile, violent lightning gathered perfectly in Yi He's hands. Yi. His patience had completely run out. He crouched low and cursed like a maniac. God, my ass, you bastard. The only reason I tried to leave was because I did not want to fight near this cursed coffin. At that moment, absolute heavenly thunder surged powerfully within his open palms. Brilliant azure lightning sparked wildly, blinding the entire battlefield. The priest could only stare in shock as Yi He thrust his hands forward with devastating force. He unleashed the strike directly at the priest below. Terrifying power erupted from his arms as massive bone pillars materialized within the crackling thunder. Steel-like muscle fibers wove together, sparking with endless electrical arcs around the bone structure. A single thrown punch exploded into a roaring dragon made of pure flesh and energy. Yi, he roared in pure frenzy, did you actually think I was scared of you? Yet Liam stood his ground without fear. Was Yi, his devastating dragon punch, not intimidating enough? The arrogant cultist scoffed mindlessly, such evil tricks will never leave a scratch on me. With insane confidence, he firmly held his position. He casually raised a single hand to block the gigantic razor-sharp fangs of Yi, his incoming beast. This villain was definitely on a completely different level. He desperately tried to withstand Yi, his overwhelming power, but the sheer force behind that punch was an unstoppable tidal wave. Boom! A heaven-shaking explosion erupted as the so-called Pastor Lin Chi was violently blasted away. Thick dust swallowed his pathetic figure completely. But Yi, he wasn't even close to being satisfied. His ruthless assault was just getting started. Pushing forward, the massive fleshy dragon manifestation on his palm ruthlessly bulldozed Lin Chi. It shoved him brutally through rows of crumbling buildings, leaving utter destruction. It was like getting hit by a freight train at max speed. Who knows how many blocks he was launched, yet somehow that fragile, flickering body of this lazy, spiritually obsessed cultist managed to twitch. Despite having zero physical conditioning, the fanatic was actually struggling back to his feet. Surviving that devastating blow, he coughed up violently. His original features were completely hidden beneath a horrifying mask of crimson blood. Insanely, the guy only felt slightly dizzy. In mere seconds, he shook it off and snapped right back into his usual creepy composure. Using some twisted power to forcefully realign his mangled arm, he still had the nerve to talk trash right to Yi, his face. I told you, you cannot harm me. Within just a few heartbeats, his aura and arrogant demeanor had completely regenerated to their peak. It looked like physical damage meant absolutely nothing to him. He even sneered at Yi, he throwing out his calm, mocking remarks like a true fanatic. I am blessed by the divine gods. Yi, he watched this eerie scene unfold. He finally realized why this corrupt church leader was such a massive pain. He was incredibly hard to kill. Shaking his head, Yi, he muttered, Tease-tesque high-speed regeneration. Okay, that is actually pretty annoying. The bastard started his dark rituals again. He chanted like a broken record. God descends to earth. Heaven manifests on the ground. God descends, heaven manifests. His pale feet stepped forward. Only then did anyone notice the massive pools of blood painting the ground. Yi, he whipped around, his eyes widening in sudden realization. What the giant arm manifestation finally vanished. This was the exact moment the surrounding cultists decided to launch their coordinated mob attack. They swarmed him from all sides. Despite witnessing that devastating shockwave, these brainwashed lunatics felt zero fear. They truly believed some god was protecting them. Any normal person would have fled in absolute terror. Standing firmly in the center, Yi, he scoffed. I almost forgot about you annoying bugs. Suddenly, the fanatics raised their arms in terrifying unison. Each gripped a short blade, glowing with a sinister red light. They moved like mindless psychotic machines, roaring together with crazed devotion, we are true justice. But instantly, a cultist collapsed face first onto the concrete, a massive pool of crimson expanding beneath him. He had brutally harmed himself. Looking around at the insane mob encircling Yi, every single fanatic raised their glowing short blades without hesitation, and ruthlessly plunged them right into their own throats. Thick blood mist instantly filled the air. Yi, he thought to himself, mass suicide. These lunatics are truly pathetic. The twisted logic of a dark cult was beyond comprehension. He watched the irredeemable fanatics gurgle horrifying waterfalls of crimson spilling violently from their mouths. Yet Yi, his demeanor remained totally relaxed, eager to see their twisted endgame. Suddenly, an incredibly foul and unholy presence wrapped around him like a suffocating blanket. His gaze sharpened instantly. Here it comes. I can feel a sickeningly cold, sticky spiritual energy. Right on cue, a bone-chilling cracking sound echoed through the zone. Crack crunch. The gruesome noise grew deafening. A blood-soaked claw suddenly ripped straight through a cultist's body from the inside. It viciously tore away its human flesh disguise. The true nightmare was finally revealed. Shedding the weak mortal shell, a terrifying abomination crawled into the light, twisting its humanoid form into something entirely unnatural. neither human nor ghost. In the suffocating darkness, this grotesque birth was absolutely stomach-turning. He finally got a crystal-clear look at this demonic fusion of pure evil. Blood-red skin, massive demonic horns, and jagged fangs. They looked exactly like monsters straight out of the underworld, because truthfully, that is exactly what they were. 50 dead fanatics transform into 50 gates of flesh and blood. Hellish beasts continuously clawed their way out. Facing this nightmare he simply cracked a highly confident smile. A smirk laced with absolute disdain, he let out a low mocking chuckle. So just some pathetic foreign demons in the end. He casually covered half his face, laughing maniacally as the fiends slithered out from the corpses. Even in this overwhelmingly chaotic scenario, he remained as cool as a cucumber. His calm was terrifying. He stated smoothly, "These cultists are truly hardcore." He scanned the growing demonic horde, continuing. To summon hellspawn, they actually use their own bodies as the flesh conduits. Tiske, trying to swamp me with numbers. The fully manifested demons just stood there, glaring at him with eyes full of ravenous, bloodthirsty hunger. Suddenly, brilliant blue lightning flared up again. Countless electrical arcs merged and exploded across the ruined city just like his giant transformation. His voice echoed with metallic coldness. Too bad I happen to have my own army to spam. I did not revive those lizard men for absolutely nothing. They are the perfect vessels for these colossal giant forms. Countless titans, towering 10 to 20 meters high, violently erupted from the shattered ground. They spread their massive arms, roaring to answer their king's summon. Seeing his insane move, the demons frantically launched themselves forward. They opened their razor-filled jaws, shrieking with dark energy to suppress the titans. Their twisted serpentine bodies swarmed like a plague of locusts. Surging together, their only target was Yi-Hai. But instantly, the frontline fodder beasts were crushed into bloody, unrecognizable mush. They did not even get a chance to show off. He sent them straight to the afterlife way too early. The demons looked so majestic, appearing, but their deaths were hilariously pathetic. Sickening, squashing sounds echoed endlessly everywhere. It was literal, overwhelming mass. His first wave of towering Titan soldiers simultaneously stomped the demons into flat, unrecognizable bloodstains on the pavement. Utter devastating domination. Meanwhile, from behind, an endless sea of giant soldiers thundered toward the battlefield, rallying right behind his unstoppable advance. The marching of the Titans created a literal earthquake. Nearby stood a red-robed priest, the deputy bishop. Unlike his bald boss, he had hair, and right now he was terrified. He violently shivered his legs, shaking so badly he could barely stand on the trembling earth. His lips quivered as he stammered. The leader was obliterated instantly without warning. And now all these monstrous giants are appearing. Who the hell are they? He stared blankly at the towering titans, completely losing sight of where he had gone. Panicking, the deputy frantically pressed 2 fingers against his forehead, activating a desperate tracking ritual. He muttered in sheer terror, "Wait a second, where did that overpowered kid go?" Quickly activate spirit vision. Through this mystical sight, the dark priest finally spotted his silhouette. He was standing right next to the coffin. A wave of absolute terror washed over the priest. His target is the divine fetus Freeze. Don't take another step, but he was utterly powerless. He could only scream helplessly in his mind. Suddenly, 2 figures descended from above. It was Liu Qingzhu and Seth, both blazing with the aura of their awakened classes. They glided down effortlessly, blocking the priest's path. "Your fight is with us," they shouted. Already panicking over he. Now dealing with 2 more powerhouses, the dark priest completely lost his mind. He frantically looked left and right, sweating bullets. His chaotic thoughts finally pieced it together. This strike team came fully prepared. Could they be elite agents of the Dragon Sparrow? Did they uncover our cult's master plan all along? From the initial beheading strike to our demon army being crushed by the giant legion. Now, even escaping alive seemed impossible. The sacred mission of the cult was doomed to fail. Meanwhile, back with our main character, He stood before the eerie coffin, the exact spot where the cultists sacrificed their energy to awaken the so-called demonic fetus. Scanning his immediate surroundings, the very atmosphere felt incredibly heavy. He noticed that just by stepping closer to the altar, a terrifying chill pierced his bones as if trying to freeze his very soul. He casually stroked his chin, his sharp mind quickly calculating the situation. Whatever is inside this box holds a massive grudge against me. But that makes total sense. After all, I totally crashed this dark god's summoning party. Right on cue, the system interface flashed before his eyes. Host has acquired 5 special energy points divinity, due to interfering in the final stage of the Heavenly Realm ritual. The absolute faith energy gathered by the cult over 4 long years, meant to forge a physical vessel at the final moment, has been 50% corrupted by host Yi. This tainted faith was then absorbed by the demonic fetus to construct a mortal shell for the lunar nightmare's descent on Earth. As a direct result of this birth, a fraction of its divine power was successfully stolen by the host. Reading this, he burst into a smirk. So that is how it works. Without a single ounce of hesitation, he stepped right up to the sinister coffin. Leaning forward, he grabbed the edge, channeling his brute strength to pry it open. He muttered, "To be completely honest, these pathetic trashes from the Heavenly Descent cult were never worth my time. My ultimate enemy from the very beginning has always been this so-called god of the moon and dreams. Even if I did steal your divine power, even if you are just a malnourished, premature baby right now, it is time for you to wake up." With a massive surge of power, he ripped the heavy lid off with one hand. It violently spun through the air. He glared into the abyss and roared, "Why are you still hiding in your little box?" But the sight awaiting him shattered his expectations. His eyes widened in absolute shock as he stared inside. He braced himself for a horrific monster, but peering inside, it was completely empty. It was literally just a fancy premium-grade wooden box. Nothing more, nothing less. There was absolutely no demon to be found. He froze like a statue for several seconds. He instinctively blurted out, "What the hell? Why is it totally empty?" He was genuinely baffled by the cultist's grand scheme. But then, pure irritation washed over him. Feeling deeply disrespected, he leaned back and raised his right hand. Deadly aura sparked at his fingertips. Smirking in absolute contempt at the empty void, he confidently mocked, "Calling yourself a divine being, yet you hide like a coward." In a flash of light, his massive greatsword materialized. The colossal blade radiated pure dominance. He smashed the weapon into the ground, striking a fiercely intimidating boss pose. A presence nobody dared to challenge. A chilling, desolate wind swept past him. "It is way too quiet," he whispered. The chaotic roars of the titans and demons had completely vanished into thin air. Seth, Liu Qingzhu, and their intense clash with the vice priest. None of them could be seen or heard anymore. "It is as if I am the only soul left in this entire world." Suddenly, a chilling voice echoed his name. Yi. His killer instincts flared instantly. He snapped his gaze to the side. An enemy. The very fabric of reality warped around him. A blindingly massive moon forcefully swallowed the entire sky. Its crater-filled surface formed a twisted, violently sinister smile. The haunting moonlight illuminated a terribly familiar face. It was the bald high priest Lin Qi. The bastard was actually still alive. He narrowed his eyes and growled, "So it is you." Standing there with his disgustingly self-righteous posture, faking the aura of a holy saint, he slowly walked toward Yi. "Have you already forgotten about my divine presence?" Yet something deeply unsettling tugged at Yi's mind. He could not pinpoint the core of this twisted reality. He squinted his eyes, filled with profound irritation. Then the pieces of the puzzle violently crashed together. This monstrous moon. It was an illusion. Exactly. When did I fall for this? The Lin Qi standing before Yi curled his lips into an insanely mocking grin. His pupils glowed with an eerie demonic light as he stared into Yi's soul. "Why don't you take a wild guess? When did you slip into my nightmare?" Ha ha ha, his bone-chilling laughter echoed through the void. Meanwhile, back in the real world, Yi's loyal teammates, Liu Qingzhu and Seth, were desperately teaming up against the terrifying beast, summoned by the vice priest to stall their advance. The villain's face contorted in pure frustration as he viciously muttered under his breath, "I can only use this greater demon to lock them down." He then activated his ocular powers to rapidly assess the battlefield, anxious about High Priest Lin Qi's situation. But the moment his vision cleared the chaotic smoke, he spotted Yi's solitary figure standing completely motionless near the dark altar. Alarm bells rang violently in his evil mind. "Something is dead wrong here. That brat's aura is incredibly off, and I cannot sense the High Priest's spiritual energy at all." Unable to handle the suffocating uncertainty of the battle, he made a split-second desperate decision. "I must eliminate he immediately." With explosive speed, he abandoned his current post. Gripping a glowing jade blade tightly in his hand, he channeled his dark magic and chanted furiously, "Mystic wood divine needles. Once these pierce the enemy's fragile flesh, demonic blood thorns will instantly sprout inside their veins. They will violently tear outward, completely shredding the victim into a pile of mangled meat." Since Liu Qingzhu and Seth were entirely locked in mortal combat with the demon, the vile priest easily slipped past them. Sprinting like a madman toward his true prey, he shouted, "Let the gods punish your sinful soul, but your filthy corpse belongs to my blade." However, despite clashing with the monster, Seth's sharp combat instincts caught the villain's deadly intent. He snapped his gaze toward the fleeing coward. "Damn it, he is making a direct dash for Yi." He roaring in absolute fury, Seth violently pushed his awakened power past its very limits. Radiating an overwhelmingly freezing aura, his shadowy figure became a manifestation of pure terror. He roared at the top of his lungs, "Liu Qingzhu, hurry! You must save Yi. I will hold this monster back." Without hesitation, Quzhu activated the forbidden blood-burning art. As he raised his hands, an invisible martial energy violently erupted. The raging currents violently spun and expanded between his palms. They rapidly materialized into a massive 30-foot storm blade, literally shattering the surrounding atmosphere. The fusion of roaring winds and freezing ice amplified the blade's devastating power to an astronomical level. However, Chuzhou felt his life force rapidly draining away. He gritted his teeth, realizing that instantly freezing such a colossal beast had completely depleted his martial reserves. He shot a deadly glare at the massive creature. Do not hesitate. Our lives are absolutely nothing compared to Yi's survival. Hearing his absolute resolve, Liu Qingzhu immediately launched herself into the sky. Spreading her majestic wings, she soared gracefully over the gigantic ice mountain Chuzhou had manifested. I know, she cried out, her voice trembling with deep concern. You better not die on me, Chuzhou. A sea of hellfire and freezing ice divided the battlefield. Damn it, Chuzhou cursed. I cannot hold this bastard back. Knowing absolutely zero fear, the heavily muscled, bloodthirsty demon refused to let its prey escape. Roaring with pure battle lust, it hoisted its blazing hellfire axe. It unleashed a devastating, earth-shattering slash directly into Chuzhou's advancing glacier. This was an ultimate defense that had drained every last drop of his remaining strength. Yet, with a single monstrous swing, the demonic beast utterly shattered the icy stronghold. The sheer shockwave of the impact caused the very fabric of space to violently tremble. The abomination locked its bloodshot eyes onto the duo, its horrifyingly grotesque face twisting into unparalleled fury. Standing his ground, Chuzhou spat back. Did you really think that would be enough to kill me? My vengeance is far from over. Tapping into a hidden reserve, he summoned dozens of razor-sharp ice spikes. He launched them at breakneck speed, turning them into deadly projectiles aimed straight at the frenzied beast. Caught completely off guard, the demon was viciously impaled. Its incredibly tough armor-like skin was heavily punctured in multiple places. The monster screeched in pure agony, severely punished right after destroying Chuzhou's defense. From a distance, Chuzhou's shadowy figure began weaving an ancient forbidden spell. An ominous pitch-black energy swirled around him, completely obscuring his physical form. Raising one hand toward the heavens, he declared with absolute awe-inspiring authority, "Through my very veins flows the supreme, unstoppable bloodline of the Hua capital." In that exact fraction of a second, the ultimate genetic power of an imperial capital noble family, a terrifying force he had sealed away, was finally awakened. His physical form underwent a monstrous transformation. Limitless martial aura exploded directly from his core. The majestic dragon horns atop his head violently regenerated and lengthened. His previously shredded flesh miraculously healed, instantly coated in an armor of absolute sub-zero frost. His once dull, draconic eyes ignited with a blazing golden fury. Shattering his previous limits to reach an unprecedented peak, he muttered with chilling calmness, "I have no choice. I must combine the blood-burning art with a total bloodline breakthrough, even if it means my life force burns away twice as fast." Throwing both hands forward, his overwhelming aura whipped the atmosphere into a devastating, swirling vortex. The chaotic energy ultimately condensed into a towering 30-foot hurricane greatsword, literally detonating the surrounding air pressure. He roared with absolute rage, "But if it means dragging you, a filthy demon like you, straight down to hell, then it is entirely worth the price. Go back to the abyss." He brought the colossal frost blade crashing down. Despite his tiny human frame, he wielded a weapon fit for a titan. The overwhelming blade cleaved through the air with zero hesitation, locking completely onto its singular target. Staring down the barrel of such overwhelming killing intent and catastrophic destructive power, the demon unhinged its jaw in sheer terror. All its previous arrogance instantly vanished. In a desperate panic, the beast tried to charge up another massive hellfire breath. Bloodline's secret art, Chuzhou roared. The titanic greatsword unleashed an apocalyptic explosion. Countless layers of blinding white frost violently erupted upwards, forging a colossal intertwining ice barricade amid a blinding blizzard of freezing debris. Supreme tier martial technique. Draconic phantom ice wall. The ocean of demonic hellfire fiercely clashed with the absolute zero storm. The catastrophic collision sent shockwaves rippling through the entire dimension. From miles away, one could feel the devastating shockwaves violently shaking the very heavens and earth. However, in the center of the clash, Chuzhou sensed something horribly wrong. A chill ran down his spine as his face drained of color. The resistance. This feels completely off. As the domains of fire and ice violently split, the monster was actually hunching over, manually blocking Chuzhou's apocalyptic slash. Its massive body violently trembled, yet its demonic flames stubbornly ate away at the ice. It shrieked wildly. This beast simply refuses to die. Glaring down from above, even Chuzhou was genuinely terrified by its ridiculous durability. He gritted his teeth, whispering in utter disbelief, "How on earth is it surviving my ultimate storm slash? Damn it. My sword aura is being completely incinerated." Chuzhou's absolute frost barrier ground violently against the crimson beast. Against all logic, the abomination forcefully repelled the attack, using only the inferno erupting from its own flesh. Massive spiderweb fractures violently ripped through the solid glacier. The devastating shockwave utterly shattered Chuzhou's final offensive strike. A true wave of despair washed over him. He had completely exhausted his martial core in this lethal crisis, as Chu Zhou furiously racked his brain for a miracle right while the demon was distracted. Out of absolute nowhere, an ultra-sharp sniper round pierced the sound barrier. The 6-inch armor-piercing slug brutally entered through the back of its skull and violently blew out through the monster's throat. Completely exhausted from fending off the ultimate attack, the hellish beast literally never saw it coming. It had zero chance to dodge. Disgusting black blood violently erupted, marking an incredibly abrupt, brutal end to its rampage. Refusing to give the creature even a split second to regenerate, a relentless barrage of heavy armor-piercing rounds rained down. They viciously shredded its spine and remaining vital organs. Each impact violently blasted open massive bowl-sized craters in its flesh. Meanwhile, with his energy core utterly drained, a thoroughly exhausted Chu Zhou gracefully drifted back down. Panting heavily, he stared at the horribly mangled corpse of the unkillable beast. But who exactly had saved his life? A wave of profound confusion instantly washed over him. He frantically scanned the desolate horizon, trying to pinpoint the location of this mystery sniper. Is there another master nearby? Could this be the secret ally he mentioned? Miles away, smoke was still violently curling from the scorchingly hot barrel. The mysterious guardian angel who had just saved Chu Zhou's life was none other than the crazy doctor. His crazed eyes remained totally glued to the high-tech scope. Observing the brutal aftermath, the eccentric scientist smirked. Good thing I packed these special armor-piercing rounds containing. The divine weapon master entrusted to me is still a perfect trump card for this critical moment. I honestly thought this kid Chu Zhou was the absolute weakest link in our master's entire squad. To think he was hiding such a terrifying trump card all along. In this world, the martial artist awakening system ranks from apprentice, warrior, and master all the way up to grandmaster and the legendary nation protector tier. His aura is peaking. He is definitely about to break through his current rank. And that girl, Liu Qingzhu, is radiating some serious killing intent too. As expected, anyone chosen to follow the master possesses absolutely monstrous potential. The doctor lifted his gaze, staring into the distance where Chu Zhou and Liu Qingzhu stood their ground against the enemy. He just shook his head in absolute disbelief, muttering quietly under his breath. Whatever happens, I need to deploy the combat drones to help that kid recover his exhausted stamina first. Once he is fully healed up, utterly annihilating that giant demonic bastard will be an absolute walk in the park. Following his command, a massive swarm of automated drones blacked out the sky above him. Meanwhile, across the battlefield, the panicked vice-bishop was desperately trying to retreat back to his archbishop's protective shadow, but his escape route was completely cut off. Assessing his trapped situation, absolute rage twisted his face. His eyes burned with venomous hatred as he gritted his teeth and let out a furious, menacing growl. You brats definitely are not from the Dragon Sparrow Guild. All three of you are impossibly young, yet every single one of you fights like an absolute monster. Just who the hell are you, freaks of nature? Right at that tense moment, Chu Zhou and Liu Qingzhu stepped up together. They matched forward with an overwhelming, domineering presence, completely trapping the villain right where he stood. Liu Qingzhu unfurled her magnificent wings, descending from the sky with the breathtaking grace of an absolute goddess of war. Down below, Chu Zhou gripped his legendary blade tightly, his battle aura blazing wildly. In his other hand, he casually carried the severed head of the demonic beast their enemy had summoned. His heavy footsteps shook the earth as he smirked coldly. We are literally just average freshmen from Huadu University. It was right at this hopeless moment that the sinister moon god himself seemed to sense his pathetic followers' desperate cries. The ancient cosmic entity finally decided to intervene directly in the mortal realm. In the very next breath, massive pitch-black alloy coffins plummeted from the heavens like falling meteors. With a deafening crash, they violently slammed into the battlefield, shaking the very foundations of the earth. These terrifying dark artifacts had been summoned directly by the moon god himself. They materialized right in front of the vice-bishop, serving as an unholy shield against Chu Zhou and Liu Qingzhu's overwhelming power. As the heavy coffins anchored themselves deeply into the shattered ground, they began to violently vibrate. The metallic lids blasted open, unleashing 6 nightmarish undead warriors, radiating an absolutely terrifying martial master aura. Bathed in the eerie giant crimson moonlight, the horrifying figures slowly stepped forward. Their faces were utterly lifeless and identical, but their glowing eyes revealed that a sinister cosmic force was manipulating their every move. Liu Qingzhu stared at the undead warriors, blocking their path, and a wave of absolute horror washed over her. Her blood ran ice cold as she suddenly recognized some of those lifeless, rotting faces. Her mind spiraled into absolute chaos as shock gripped her heart. Are these really walking corpses? Wait, those 3 over there? They are the missing sophomore squad from Huadu University who vanished without a trace. And what about the other 3 terrifying figures? The one standing right in the middle, I definitely remember his face. He was one of the brutal fighters who nearly killed us in our previous battle. Seeing this unholy backup, the cornered vice-bishop was instantly pushed into a state of absolute psychotic ecstasy. He threw his head back and roared with maniacal laughter. Ha ha ha. The divine angels are truly blessing me. Through his sniper scope, the doctor watched in horror as the battlefield dynamic shifted into an absolute nightmare. The newly summoned undead martial masters immediately locked onto their targets, relentlessly charging toward Liu Qingzhu and Xu Zhou. Panic finally set into the doctor's eyes as he cursed under his breath. Damn it, the master specifically ordered me to protect that girl at all costs. Surrounded by 6 martial master class zombies, she is definitely going to die. Analyzing the rapidly deteriorating battle formation, a harsh realization hit the doctor. He had initially held back the giant infantry from reinforcing Liu Qingzhu's squad simply because the giant's base combat strength was way too low. Not to mention their absolute lack of combat intelligence. Deploying them earlier would have just dragged the kids down. But now I have no choice. If I fail the master's critical mission, even 10,000 deaths would not be enough to beat. Atone. Pure, unadulterated anxiety washed completely over his aging face. The very second the doctor finished his desperate monologue, the earth-shaking footsteps of Yi, his massive biomechanical army flooded into the chaotic war zone. The towering, terrifying fused giant soldiers that Yi had engineered immediately formed a massive defensive wall right behind Liu Qingzhu and Xu Zhou. They were perfectly positioned to coordinate an overwhelming strike against that annoying vice-bishop. Now the mind-controlled, undead martial masters were forced into a brutal clash against dozens of overwhelmingly powerful titans. Liu Qingzhu quickly scanned the massive reinforcements, her sharp tactical mind racing with a new desperate plan. It looks like these colossal titans are actually our allies. Are they trying to hold off this undead army for us? I have to save Yi. He right now, seizing the split-second opening, she blasted toward Yi. He's positioned to extract him. Liu Qingzhu's magnificent wings completely shattered the sound barrier as she rocketed past the towering titans in the opposite direction. But the sinister vice-bishop's sharp eyes instantly locked onto her desperate maneuver. He immediately assumed she was making a suicidal dive to destroy the divine fetus, the very entity his crazed cult had sacrificed everything to create. His face twisted in rage as he pointed directly across the bloody battlefield, barking a lethal command. He commanded his undead martial masters to intercept her at all costs. Stop that wretched girl right now. Rip her to shreds. Do not let her get anywhere near the sacred divine fetus. Instantly, the terrifying undead warriors swarmed Liu Qingzhu. One launched a devastating shockwave from below, aiming straight for her fragile figure, while another berserker zombie completely abandoned defense, recklessly lunging for a killing bite. Desperate to keep Liu Qingzhu alive, Dr. Feng frantically commanded the massive Titan squad to violently clash with the 6 undead horrors. He formed an absolute meat shield to block them from ever reaching her. But stopping monstrous martial master-level zombies was an impossibly tall order. Liu Qingzhu brilliantly used the colossal titans as stepping stones, vaulting herself high into the sky while the undead horde relentlessly scrambled up after her like rabid beasts. These biochemical titans had their power and defensive armor fully optimized compared to their original base world models, but sadly, against the overwhelming, terrifying aura of martial master zombies, their enhanced bodies were literally getting shredded like wet tissue paper. The relentless undead easily crushed through Yi, his massive biomechanical legion with absolute brutality. While absolute panic and chaos erupted on the ground, Liu Qingzhu seized the blood-soaked distraction, torpedoing straight toward Yi. His coordinates. Deep in the enemy lines, she finally spotted him standing dangerously close to the demonic coffin containing the slumbering divine fetus. Her heart skipped a beat as she screamed out, "Yi, hold on, I am coming for you." But tragedy struck from the shadows. Right at the exact moment Liu Qingzhu was about to reach him, a lethal throwing dagger hurled by an enemy sniper viciously pierced straight through her defenses. The devastating impact completely shattered her momentum. She plummeted from the sky in a terrifying freefall. A fatal wound tore open across her delicate body, sending vibrant crimson blood spraying violently into the chilling night air. Her left arm was completely mangled from the explosive strike. Spiraling helplessly out of control, she tumbled down through the empty void. Her life force was rapidly draining, and her vision started violently blurring from the agonizing pain. Coughing up blood, she weakly turned her eyes back toward Yi. No, my mission is not over yet. The desperate burning desire to end this apocalyptic nightmare and save the man she truly loved ignited a miraculous fire in her soul, completely overpowering the agonizing pain. Literally inches before her broken body smashed into the unforgiving ground, her brilliant wings violently flared to life. Defying all logic and physics, she rocketed back up into the heavens like an unstoppable phoenix reborn. She completely surrendered her weight to the howling storm winds, desperately using the terrifying gales to amplify her speed. In this life or death moment, her only target was Yi. He's standing right next to that accursed coffin, holding the divine fetus. Burning every last drop of aura left in her shattered body, her wings exploded with breathtaking velocity. She desperately stretched both trembling, bloody hands out toward Yi. Her inner soul screaming in pure defiance. Just a little bit further. Down below, the vice-bishop's arrogant face instantly drained of all color. Absolute soul-crushing dread violently gripped his entire trembling body because he finally realized the terrifying truth of what she was about to do to his precious god. The Grand Bishop realized his impending doom. He roared in absolute fury, "Damn you bastards, get back here." Meanwhile, Liu Qingzhu's desperate efforts finally paid off. Pushing her limits, Liu Qingzhu flew with every ounce of strength left. Reaching Yi, he sighed, her exhausted body gave out as she tightly embraced him. She completely let go, collapsing into his chest, feeling a profound sense of safety in Yi. His arms, Qingzhu whispered softly against his shoulder, "Yi, I finally caught you." Liu Qingzhu immediately carried him away, dodging the relentless pursuit of the 6 undead assassins. Soaring high into the sky with Yi, she gritted her teeth in pain. "I must get Yi out of here fast." While holding him securely, Qingzhu glanced back with a fierce scowl, observing the chaotic bloodbath below involving the undead swarm. He summoned titans were brawling wildly. She quickly cast a healing technique to stop her bleeding. "Damn it," she winced, "that blood thorn wound on my arm burns incredibly bad. Using the purple flame to cauterize it will temporarily stop the blood poison from spreading so I can still move." Qingzhu then glided right through the chaotic airspace. Glancing down, she saw Yi's giant creations completely drenched in gore. The relentless undead martial artists were brutally crushing them into a horrifying bloody pulp. Hovering above the carnage, Qingzhu muttered in disbelief. Were all those massive giants slaughtered already? From her vantage point, she perfectly observed the terrifying horde below. They were overwhelmingly powerful, completely destroying the front line. As their bloodthirsty, murderous eyes locked onto Qingzhu, she shockingly realized those 6 horrifying corpses were still highly active. "I cannot stay here. I need to escape immediately." But suddenly, an eerily sinister voice echoed directly into Qingzhu's mind from out of nowhere. "Put him down." Her beautiful eyes widened in absolute shock. Gathering her courage, Qingzhu fiercely shouted back, "Who is there?" Bizarrely enough, high up in the dark sky, a massive moon bearing a terrifyingly demonic smile was slowly inching closer to Liu Qingzhu. That spine-chilling voice echoed intensely throughout the entire atmospheric space once again. "You have done remarkably well. He will not blame you. Now hand him over to me." Despite resisting with everything she had, she was being magnetically dragged toward the moon. The mesmerizing moonlight radiating before Liu Qingzhu pulsed with a mysterious energy, instantly clouding her mind and plunging her into a deep hypnotic trance. Completely mesmerized, her expression turned entirely blank, yet her strong willpower fought desperately to regain her sanity, even as that horrifying entity pressed on. The demonic moonlight began draining the life force directly from Qingzhu's lips. Still, she managed to forcefully utter 3 defiant words, "Absolutely not happening." Right after, Qingzhu screamed loudly. Cursing furiously at the colossal moon looming before her, she roared, "Get the hell away from me." Following her wrath, a tremendous power erupted as Qingzhu spread her majestic wings. She unleashed a devastating shockwave to counterattack. At that very moment, intense tremors rippled violently through every single cell and blood vessel in Qingzhu's trembling body. The horrifying realization finally hit her completely. Facing that gigantically sinister moon, she gasped, "Is this a direct spiritual attack? My head is splitting. This manic laughter is incredibly annoying." Suddenly, the purple netherbird's cry pierced through the clouds, utterly shattering the phantom moon's illusionary presence. Only a mocking, contemptuous laugh lingered inside Liu Qingzhu's ears. The sheer agonizing pain from the mental torture became absolutely unbearable for her fragile state. Tears streamed down her face, yet she stubbornly endured the torment, holding He protectively against her chest. Right now, Qingzhu harbored only one singular, unyielding goal. She muttered feverishly, "I cannot let he get hurt." Holding on until her absolute breaking point, Qingzhu's exhausted eyes finally fluttered and slowly began to close. Accompanied by weak groans of agony, her energy completely depleted. Like a broken-winged angel, she clutched he desperately as both of them plummeted into a terrifying freefall. Even in her final conscious moments, Qingzhu shielded he flawlessly preventing him from suffering any harm. This heroic sacrifice instantly drew the dark attention of the 6 corpses. The undead freaks had been eagerly waiting to prey on Liu Qingzhu this entire time. Watching her helplessly plummeting toward the ground, their gruesome heads twitched uncontrollably in anticipation. Every murderous gaze locked directly onto the falling pair. The zombies' heads began vibrating violently as their grotesque necks elongated, slithering viciously upward just like giant predatory snakes. Their horrifying faces rapidly cracked open, morphing into demonic abominations. The undead martial artists' heads instantly transformed into a terrifying cluster of deadly razor-sharp spikes, pointing straight toward the heavens. Their sinister plan was to wait for Qingzhu to fall into range, then ruthlessly impale her by thrusting those deadly spikes upward. They wanted to obliterate both of them instantly. It was a lethal crisis as Qingzhu dove at breakneck speed. But suddenly, a world-shattering shout echoed through the battlefield. Zawarudo Yi, he had finally awakened. He summoned his rose-headed companion to completely freeze time. At that exact microsecond, Liu Qingju was plunging headfirst toward the lethal spikes, but absolutely everything forcefully stopped. When Qingju finally regained a bit of her strength, she groggily fluttered her eyes open, feeling her entire body warmly resting against Yi's broad shoulders. Qingju shifted her weak gaze toward him and whispered breathlessly, "Ah, Yi." The protagonist had truly returned, cradling Qingju safely in his embrace. Looking at her with deeply affectionate and worried eyes, he spoke in a low, gentle tone, "I am sorry I woke up a bit late." Qingju remained incredibly fragile. She gazed up at him lovingly and forced out, "You are awake." This tender moment filled Qingju with overwhelming joy. This was the safety she had eagerly awaited. A brilliant smile bloomed on Qingju's face. Pretending to be perfectly fine for Yi's sake, she whispered, "Thank goodness, you are not late." Reaching her absolute limit, she retracted her massive wings and leaned heavily into Yi's chest. Holding his precious girl tightly against his heart, he whispered incredibly warmly into Qingju's ear, "Qingju, rest now. Leave the rest of this slaughter to me." Down below, a raving lunatic was screaming bloody murder. This unforeseen twist made the psychotic vice-bishop's eyes bulge insanely. He shrieked in denial, "Damn it, how did this bastard break free from the deity's divine illusion domain?" But even if he miraculously escaped, he absolutely could not simultaneously fight off 6 moon god apostles. Just then, the time-stop effect shattered. Looking down from above, the grotesque martial artists had already transformed their heads into countless fatal spikes. Dead in the center stood the raging vice-bishop, aiming his deadly hidden weapon directly at his ultimate target, Yi, who was hovering above while holding Liu Qingju. He commanded the bloodthirsty undead squad with a savage roar, "Attack together." There is zero chance he can defend against a joint siege from 7 elite martial masters. Without missing a beat, he activated a powerful teleportation ability, instantly sending Liu Qingju away to a secure location so he could effortlessly conclude this unfinished battle. He was ready to single-handedly end the absolute nightmare in Linshui County, hovering majestically in the sky with an overwhelming aura. He looked down and declared confidently. With his ally safely out of harm's way, the protective armor retracted. Down below, the vice-bishop witnessed his terrifying metamorphosis, his face drained of color, twisting into pure panic. In a heartbeat, he choked out a pathetic gasp, "Kill him." But in mere seconds, his normal silhouette vanished from the sky above. In its place, a colossal titan foot plummeted toward them. Those pathetic needles from the undead were reduced to nothing more than flimsy cat whiskers against his skin. The cultists stared up at that apocalyptic footprint, completely frozen in absolute terror. They had nowhere to run, nowhere to hide. While they stood paralyzed by this godlike power, he brought his massive foot slamming down. He crushed the horde like a swarm of disgusting, filthy bugs. The colossal heel pressed deeply into the earth, grinding back and forth for maximum devastation. Towering in his mighty titan form, he looked no different from an ancient deity of war. His eyes blazed like suns as he delivered his verdict. "What are you barking about down there?" With a single stomp, the entire undead alliance was completely wiped out. Now only the archbishop remained in the distance. Surrounded by the freezing winds of the county, he was currently being tortured inside the very illusion he created. He sat shivering violently, unable to speak. Looking closely at his distorted face, tears poured from his eyes like waterfalls. His features contorted his body, convulsing as if struck by a violent seizure. The archbishop squeezed his eyes shut, forcing out words through gritted teeth. "No more, please, no, stop torturing me." The bishop had lost count of his deaths in the dreamscape. His head exploded, his body ripped apart, burned alive, and pierced by 10,000 blades. Each reset brought an excruciating, painfully real sensation of agony. Even with a willpower far beyond ordinary men, he was nothing before He screamed into the void. "This is my illusion, I created it. Why can he torture me like this?" Every single agonizing death tore his sanity completely to shreds. His colossal shadow loomed in the distance, his piercing gaze tracking the archbishop's every pathetic twitch. The cultist was currently drowning in an abyss of absolute horrifying despair. He shrieked into the darkness. "How do I escape this nightmare? Or is my dreamscape entirely useless against him? He is a demon god. Even the heavens cannot punish a monster like him." As for the bishop, endless cycles of brutal torture had utterly drained his spiritual energy. His will to fight completely shattered, leaving only a desperate desire to give up. The moonlight cast a chilling glow as if the heavens themselves were disgusted by this pathetic display. "Forgive me, Lord Moon God, I must forcefully close the dreamscape." That eerie, otherworldly voice echoed again, violently kicking him out and throwing his consciousness back into the divine coffin. His eyes brimmed with tears, his gaze locked onto the massive moon above. He was completely powerless now. His trembling lips could barely whisper, "Lord Moon God." The divine coffin lid was already open, releasing a bone-chilling mist as the deity's voice echoed from the moon. I have no choice but to use your worthless body to compensate for the vessel. Meanwhile, Yi's titan form was still busy butchering the remaining undead martial artists. He crushed them in his palms and trampled them underfoot. The earth was painted red with fresh blood, a tragic end for these foolish zealots. Even the vice-bishop had been obliterated without a single trace. A suffocating, overwhelming aura radiated from the giant's body. Yi, he narrowed his blazing eyes, letting out a low, thunderous growl. Even with all that borrowed power, you are just a pile of corpses in the end. This cult has been completely exterminated. Suddenly, from the blinding glare of the moon, a pair of pale, slender feet emerged. The true final boss of this wretched cult was slowly descending. Yi, his eyes widened, locking onto the anomaly. He was startled, realizing the biggest rat in this entire nest had finally decided to show its face. Wait, no. There was still one left. A ghostly figure draped in a silver-white cloak floated in the void, framed by the massively eerie moon behind him. The moonlight showered over his body, wrapping him in a hazy silver glow that looked like a king's majestic mantle. Yi, he sensed an overwhelming shift in the atmosphere, and looked up at the moon. The floating entity had shoulder-length silver hair. His face resembled the bishop, but his features were dangerously sharp and hollow. His eyes were like two silver moons radiating an absolute chilling purity. Yet, as those cold eyes stared down at Yi, they sparked with bizarre admiration and approval. Even though he could not detect a single drop of energy from this entity, his terrifying presence was suffocating. The sheer aura he emitted was incredibly oppressive. This had to be the true source of all the horrific anomalies in the region. Yi, he smirked up at him. Moon god, moon fiend, whatever you call yourself, you finally crawled out of hiding. Beneath the lunar deity's feet, invisible stairs seemed to materialize. He casually stepped down through the empty void, slowly descending toward Yi. His massive form, the blazing moon behind him, acted like a gigantic celestial spotlight, illuminating his divine descent. Right then, Yi, he sensed a bizarre distortion rippling through the environment. He snapped to attention, his eyes going wide as he analyzed his surroundings. What is this place? He suddenly realized the very earth beneath his giant feet had completely transformed into a lunar surface. Before he could even react, the entire city skyline vanished into thin air, replaced by an endless expanse of dark space. Yi, he looked around in utter disbelief. The entire battlefield turned into the moon. This completely defied the laws of physics. Caught in this chaotic shift, he rapidly analyzed the situation to calm his racing mind. No, this cannot be the actual moon. I do not feel the absolute zero temperatures of outer space, nor am I suffocating from a lack of oxygen. So this must be a conceptual domain similar to the master's technique. Realizing the truth, his expression instantly shifted. He glared fiercely forward, his mind crystal clear. An intent realm is entirely different from a mental illusion. An intent realm is a domain that directly overrides physical reality. Any damage taken here is absolutely real. That means inside this domain, the system's invincible golden body buff is completely useless. The demonic entity took a graceful step, finally reaching the bottom of the invisible staircase. Hovering high in the air, he floated right in front of the colossal titan Yi. He spoke with the commanding echo of a supreme deity. Yi, I am incredibly fascinated by you. In every sense, you are the most magnificent human I have ever encountered. You even stole a fragment of my divinity. Our compatibility rate easily exceeds 96%. You are truly my perfect vessel. Allow me to claim this mortal shell. Meanwhile, Yi remained in his towering colossal form, silently listening without making a single move. He smirked inwardly. Let the boss talk. His ultimate sabotage was already complete, and now he just needed to stall for precious time. Feigning temptation, Yi, he stood perfectly still as the divine fetus continued his grand speech. Yi, once I assimilate your mortal body, I shall preserve your consciousness. You will ascend from a lowly mortal into the realm of gods. You simply cannot fathom the true vastness of this universe. Both the blue star and the sin domain are mere secret realms to your kind. You've only seen the tip of the iceberg, but your awakening talent is your golden ticket to a higher dimension. His ethereal face gradually dissolved into the cosmic void, masking his true celestial intentions. The divine fetus slowly extended a pale, ghostly hand. He cast the ultimate illusion of heavenly benevolence, graciously inviting the hunter forward. Ascend to the moon with me and rule the heavens. Faced with this divine temptation that would break any zealot, he simply raised his middle finger. A blatantly disrespectful gesture pierced through the swirling dust. His booming voice shattered the silence. The grand promise of a supreme god. Maybe across the entire blue star, less than 10 people could resist. But guess what? I refuse. I actually thought you untouchable, mysterious deities were actually on a higher wavelength. He ruthlessly mocked Bai Luosi to shatter his godly ego. Turns out you're nothing but a bunch of glorified intellectual beasts. You just have a higher life force. Since your crippled state couldn't threaten me, you possess some trash vessel just to bluff and bait me. Spamming the same pathetic tricks, you're no different from humans. Honestly, I gave you way too much credit. Hearing this absolute disrespect, the deity maintained his arrogant composure. He endured the mockery in absolute silence. Once he finished his rant, the entity raised his head, his eyes glowing like twin moons. Bai Luosi parted his lips, his chilling voice dripping with a sickeningly fake mercy. I shall forgive your foolish insolence, mortal human. Now that my earthly vessel is restored, even with a pathetic 20% compatibility rate, my awakened power is vastly beyond your resistance. His narrow eyes morphed into a terrifying abyss of dark space, while his pupils flared like stardust. Devastating cosmic energy visibly swirled within them. What kind of broken skill was this? He continued his condescending monologue. I merely asked for your submission as a ceremonial courtesy. The divine fetus suddenly contorted his pale hand, weaving a bizarre celestial sign. An overwhelming surge of oppressive mana immediately followed. His divine aura exploded outward, sending his white cloak violently fluttering. But your choice is irrelevant. Nothing can alter your predetermined fate. In an instant, his colossal frame was completely immobilized. A devastating cosmic vortex ripped straight through his giant physical form. The chaotic energy ensnared his colossal form, disintegrating his defenses. The real he was exposed within, utterly trapped like a helpless prey. His massive avatar violently detonated like a popped balloon. Radiant moonlight forcefully pierced his flesh, forming an absolute ethereal prison around him. Utterly suppressed he was stunned by this godly tier strength. With a mere flick of his wrist, the boss shredded his giant form, leaving only a massive bare skeleton. Every ounce of defensive armor evaporated into thin air. The divine fetus had effortlessly peeled away his ultimate transformation like dead skin. The colossal skeleton crashed down through the raging vortex. Stripped of his power, he hopelessly levitated in the void, completely dominated by the deity's aura. Bai Luosi's twisted fingers hovered inches from his forehead. The sinister entity slowly pushed his phantom hand even closer to the hunter's face. Despite his fiercest struggles, an invisible gravity locked he in place like solid stone. He gritted his teeth, letting out a painful groan. My stats are completely paralyzed, Bai Luosi's mocking voice echoed as he revealed his true demonic nature. You are nothing but a mere snack for my ascension. His eyes rolled completely white under the suffocating pressure. The moonlight's corruption dominated his nervous system, paralyzing every single muscle in his body. Yet the moment the deity attempted to invade his core, a shocking anomaly occurred. The all-powerful god suddenly cursed in absolute disbelief. Impossible. Why can't I locate his soul? Surprise you, arrogant boss. Instantly his supposedly lifeless face contorted into a devious expression. His eyes snapped open, blazing with brilliant crimson energy. Flashing his signature psychotic grin from ear to ear, he burst into hysterical laughter. Ha 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 ha. You absolute idiot. You just realized my true consciousness isn't even in this body, didn't you? Sure, my physical stats might be absolute trash compared to a god. Watching Bai Luosi's horrified realization, he casually gloated. But my spirit is protected by the ultimate system panel. I calculated from the start that a head-on physical clash was a guaranteed death sentence. You're a literal deity. So I borrowed the Vampire Mother's overpowered regeneration skill. Fearless and utterly unhinged. He happily explained his master plan to the stunned boss. I literally chopped myself entirely in half, vertically, leaving the other portion safely hidden with the Dr. Feng. Thanks to this autosave mechanic, once this vessel is destroyed, my mind instantly respawns in my other half. The deity's previously icy stare rapidly warped into pure, unfiltered rage. Bai Luosi viciously glared at his infuriatingly smug face violently spitting out a single hate-filled word. You. Suddenly, a blinding flash of divine metal violently shredded the very fabric of space. A gargantuan greatsword brutally ruptured the cosmic sky above them. Panic struck Bai Luosi as he instinctively recoiled from the devastating heavenly strike. Meanwhile, he remained completely paralyzed beneath the god's domain. In a fraction of a second, the entire lunar illusion began collapsing. A ferociously wild warrior instantly materialized, bringing his monstrous blade crashing down. Blinding explosive energy violently erupted in every direction. Though the mysterious newcomer was completely wrapped in medical bandages, his blood-boiling killing intent was absolutely legendary. Wild blue hair whipped through the night wind. Tearing through Bai Luosi's dimensional space, a majestic figure appeared with a massive greatsword resting on his shoulder. Standing atop the shattered fragments of space and time, he gazed down with absolute authority. He was the first department head, the Dragon Sparrow, National Guardian, Grandmaster Azure Dragon. I'm here to teach you a lesson. As it turned out, this epic rescue in their darkest hour was entirely part of his master plan. He let out a deep sigh of relief, flashing a triumphant smirk. His flawless scheme had actually worked. He's finally here, thank God I reported this cursed dump to the Dragon Sparrow. Honestly, I never planned on defeating this Bai Luosi anyway. My only goal was to snatch away his divine power. Right as he descended into his mortal vessel, stunned by the blinding aura radiating from Azure, Dragon Bai Luosi slowly looked up at the towering figure. Staring at that devastating great sword, he muttered in absolute disbelief. Is a physical body of this caliber truly human? It seems our evaluation of your race's potential needs a major upgrade. Grandmaster Azure Dragon furrowed his brows tightly. Disgust flashed across his face as he coldly interrogated the entity. Are you really an aberrant demon? The purity of your vessel is pathetically low. It is absolute trash. Years ago, when the very first aberrant demon descended upon humanity, I was merely a standard grandmaster. Yet I fought in that legendary holy war. That was the day I witnessed true world-ending devastation. Compared to that terrifying being, you might share the same demonic aura, but the gap in pure strength is laughable. Hearing this brutal insult, resentment burned wildly in Bai Luosi's eyes. This is all because of Lin Chi's pathetic lowly vessel. What an absolute humiliation. His previously emotionless face violently twisted into a mask of pure rage. His piercing eyes and facial features warped menacingly. Roaring like a starved demon, Bai Luosi screamed, "Filthy human, have you ever been crushed by the literal moon?" At that moment, Yi's body was still trapped under Bai Luosi's control. Hovering helplessly in the air, he was completely at the monster's mercy. The demon glared back at Yi and growled, "Your perfect vessel belongs to me now. I will not let this pathetic battle scratch it." He was totally stunned. The enemy actually wanted to protect his body, just so he could steal it later. With a devastating kick, Bai Luosi launched Yi across the sky. Flying through the air like a broken puppet, he screamed into the roaring wind. With Yi, he blasted out of the blast zone. Only Grandmaster Azure Dragon and Bai Luosi remained. The Grandmaster was utterly shocked that this terrifying demonic entity valued Yi, his vessel, so highly. Does this aberrant demon really treasure that kid that much? But right now, he had a world-ending threat to slaughter. Grandmaster Azure Dragon focused his blazing aura. Whatever. Once I utterly crush this monster, I'll interrogate the boy myself. Shi Jingwen mentioned his name before I deployed. It was Yi. With a sonic boom, he dive-bombed straight toward Bai Luosi. Bai Luosi leaned back, watching the terrifying force of nature crashing down upon him. He spread his arms wide, ready to unleash an apocalyptic clash. Channeling boundless energy from the blood moon, his eyes glowed with blinding intensity. The lunar aura expanded exponentially under Bai Luosi's monstrous command. Devastating lunar power washed over the entirety of Linshui County. The suffocating pressure was infinitely more terrifying than before, and in that split second, the titans clashed. Grandmaster Azure Dragon's aura exploded, manifesting into a massive soaring Azure Dragon. The impact of their legendary collision threatened to completely annihilate all of Linshui County and the surrounding wastelands. Just as their attacks connected, Azure Dragon roared, "Face my wrath." While that apocalyptic battle raged on, he had been forcefully hurled over a sprawling mountain range. His tiny silhouette completely vanished into the horizon. He had been thrown an insane distance away. Bai Luosi was clearly preparing for an all-out deathmatch, one that would easily erase Linshui County from the map. Meanwhile, Yi's fragile body was shielded by a glowing barrier of light, keeping him totally unharmed during the violent flight. He sat trapped inside until the sphere crash-landed. The devastating impact deepened the forest, obliterated a massive chunk of the wilderness. Ancient trees were instantly incinerated to ash as the protective sphere shattered into pixels. He slowly pushed himself up from the crater. His head was spinning wildly. I feel super violently motion sick. Where the hell did that false god toss me? Instantly, he activated his biomagnetic field to scan his surroundings. His life magnetic field couldn't even detect a trace of Linshui County. He was hopelessly far from the drop zone. This terrifying fact proved one thing. Lunar Nightmare fully intended to unleash attacks that would completely wipe Linshui County and the surrounding lands out of existence. Thank the system. I already had the Mad Doctor evacuate Chuzhou and Liu Qingju. Who would have guessed that Bai Luosi possessed such overpowered spatial teleportation? If he uses that to hunt me down, I'm totally dead. Suddenly, a massive glowing system window materialized right in front of Yi's eyes. Lunar Nightmare's gaze. Whenever falling asleep or standing under the moonlight, you may encounter the Master of the Moon and Nightmares. Reading this ominous warning, Yi's face instantly turned blue from terror. He looked like he had seen a ghost. His voice trembled in panic, sweat dripping down his face like a waterfall. Talk about a cursed fate. I feel like I'm being stalked by an obsessive yandere, but then his shameless main character ego kicked in. Taking it as a twisted badge of honor, he dramatically sighed. How terrifying. Even a handsome guy like me isn't safe outside. Just then, a gigantic glowing number 5 flashed on the system. An epic illustration popped up clearly, displaying his newly acquired divine points. These ultra-rare points were ready for distribution. Yi collapsed onto a charred tree root deep in thought. since I'm safely away from the death zone. I finally have time to chill. Now I can finally study this mysterious divinity. I risked my life stealing this ultimate cheat code system. You better not disappoint me. A highly detailed system prompt materialized divinity. By pushing a specific attribute or domain to its absolute limits through relentless cultivation, one can achieve supreme transcendence. It can also manifest as an innate racial talent. This higher dimensional divine energy grants unparalleled, irreplaceable superiority over all standard mortal life forms. So this is the true source of a god's power. He devoured every single word on the screen. He furiously scanned the text again and again, rubbing his chin as realization struck him. No wonder that pale silver-haired freak threw such a massive tantrum when I absorbed his precious power. He practically lost his mind. Below the stats, the system highlighted a crucial detail. 5 divine points. Infusing these moon or illusion-based divine points into a compatible template will trigger an immediate god-tier evolution. Injecting this into a template lacking the attribute might just awaken it. The system hinted at lunar powers and the host's illusion magic. He chose the Huadu template. Like a heavy chain snapping he finally understood. The sheer impact of divine energy was absolutely mind-blowing. Simply put, it completely overhauls the template's potential. Until now, the Huadu's true power had laid dormant, only used instinctively like a passive trait. It was just a racial class. But by fusing the Lunar Nightmare's divinity, this template would instantly skyrocket in both moon and illusion mastery. The Emperor Godzilla template already possessed a unique mutation path. Altering its evolution now would be a massive mistake. And as for the Colossal Giant template, setting aside its total mismatch with divine attributes, it was merely a utility tool meant to buff Godzilla. Upgrading it was completely worthless. But the Huadu template manipulated time itself. Harboring limitless potential, it was his absolute ultimate trump card right alongside his main Godzilla battle form. His fingers flew across the screen furiously, smashing the upgrade button. +1, +2, +3, +4, +5. Notifications spammed his vision as he roared, "Evolve now." Vampire instantly beneath the massive full moon, a torrential flood of system panels exploded outward. Huadu template updated. Lunar and illusion domains leveled up. First Vampire bloodline has achieved ultimate sublimation, evolving into the Lunar Fiend bloodline. A-rank template unlocked Lunar Fiend Huadu. Bloodline power 1 night banquet. While bathed in darkness, the host gains a 100% boost to vitality and extreme regeneration. Weapon damage also scales. Moonlight grants a 150% enhancement. Under a full moon, a supreme hidden state awakens Lunar Magic Gale. This unleashes the Twin Moon's domain's second blood magic. The host's blood becomes a highly invasive hallucinogen. Weak enemies are instantly mind-controlled, while strong foes suffer severe mental corruption. They plunge into an inescapable illusion. The more tainted blood courses through their veins, the deeper the nightmare gets. Moonlight further amplifies this devastating blood magic. Third, blood manipulation. Accelerating internal blood flow triggers an explosive combat boost. It can also form lethal high-pressure blood arrows and drastically drop blood temperature. Plunging to -40 degrees, it instantly freezes anything it touches. Fourth, berserk state. Base strength is violently multiplied by 3 times. Moonlight pushes the multiplier to 5, while a full moon unlocks a monstrous 8-fold power surge. Duration depends entirely on the host's physical endurance limits. Moonlight drastically extends the timer, but a full moon pushes it to absolute maximum, doubling the base limit. He stared blankly at the newly forged template skills. Gazing at the glorious evolutionary path before him, he took a deep, shaky breath, exhaling hot air. His eyes gleamed with absolute intoxication. He couldn't contain his raw excitement, muttering, "This is overpowered, seriously, overpowered." Even though these newly ascended abilities came with one strict condition, they required the specific environmental triggers of moonlight and nightfall. But once those conditions were met, the power scaling was downright terrifying. His eyes burned with ambition. He admired his evolved form like a priceless mythical artifact. With all these massive buffs stacking together his actual combat lethality, it would easily grow at an exponential rate. This was truly the ultimate god-tier support template. Greater risks yield greater rewards, and this deadly mission to Clearwater County was incredibly worth it. Of course, I can't forget the loyal comrades who put their lives on the line for me. The absolute difficulty of this mission easily hit the Tier 4 standard, while the danger level was undeniably Tier 5. Apex Academy is guaranteed to hand out the absolute highest grade rewards. Right now, standard academy credits and basic resource privileges didn't matter much to him anymore. But for his teammates Willow and Pearl, these rewards were utterly life-changing. After securing his massive upgrades, he launched himself onto a towering treetop. He was currently hiding in a remote, desolate forest, far beyond the naked eye's reach of the previous battlefield. Standing tall against the chilling wind, his gaze drifted forward, lost in a sea of deep calculation. The cold, pale moonlight bathed Yi, his body bringing an intense rush of comfort. Relentless power surged through his veins. The moon-kissed evolution of his template was radiating a terrifying aura. As energy boiled over, his eyes snapped wide open. Yi, he suddenly threw a casual punch using nothing but his base physical strength. Crackling sonic booms tore through the air like a raging hurricane. Instantly, a colossal beam of pure force violently crashed into the ground below. The sheer devastation unleashed from Yi, his fist was absolutely mind-numbing. After a quick warm-up, Yi he casually stretched out his limbs, loosening his muscles. Looking completely relaxed, he muttered to himself, "Not bad at all. I should be able to fully adapt to this monstrous body in no time." A body perfectly enhanced by the moonlight and the abyss of night. Suddenly, his gaze sharpened into a dangerous glare, staring ahead with absolute certainty. "I am the core survivor of the lunar nightmare descent. The Dragon Watch will definitely drag me in for interrogation. But with so many earth-shattering secrets, facing professional inquisitors is too risky. Spinning a web of lies leaves too many fatal flaws. Therefore, I must contact my ultimate backer. Apex Academy connections and powerful patrons exist exactly for moments like this." Spreading his arms wide, two massive demonic bat wings erupted from his back. He shot upward, vanishing swiftly into the backdrop of the giant glowing moon. Scene transitioned to Apex Academy, where the campus remained peacefully undisturbed. Just as Yi, he stepped off the transport aircraft, a towering figure was already waiting for him. Yi, he froze, staring blankly at the man. He had never crossed paths with him before. Catching sight of Yi, the white-haired elder immediately stepped forward. Taking the initiative, he closed the distance and shook Yi's hand. Without waiting for a response, he introduced himself. "Greetings, student Yi. I am the principal of Apex Academy, Shi Jingwen." Caught off guard, he quickly offered a respectful salute. "Greetings, Principal Shi Jingwen. You are the absolute idol of every student here. Meeting you in person is a true honor." Hearing this, the old man chuckled, offering a warm nod. "Haha, student Yi. There is no need for such rigid formalities with me. Drop the extreme politeness and just relax." Catching the principal's vibe, he instantly dropped his guard dramatically, stretching his arms with an energetic grin. "Yes, sir." Seeing Yi's theatrical display, the old man burst into laughter. "You truly are a straightforward kid, Yi." Dropping the act, Yi's expression turned dead serious. "Are you here regarding the Clearwater County incident?" The principal stood tall, looking Yi dead in the eye. "No. I came here to tell you that in the Clearwater County anomaly, your squad achieved absolute perfection." He did not need to worry about the aftermath anymore. Checking the system interface, he scratched his head. His face scowled heavily, muttering deep down. "How bizarre. A catastrophic demonic cult sacrifice and the dreaded moon god's descent. How could it all just end so easily and fade away? Could it just be brushed off?" he asked aloud. "Is there really zero interrogation at all?" Suddenly, the principal's friendly demeanor completely vanished. He morphed into someone entirely different. Leaning his explosive-looking face uncomfortably close, he whispered directly into Yihe's ear. "Rest easy, my dear student Yihe. Trust completely in Huadu University. Leave the abnormal aftermath of the Linshui County disaster for our highest superiors to handle. I know exactly what heavy burdens are troubling your mind. Please rest assured I deeply respect a supreme genius's absolute secrets. However, during future academy-wide announcements, this catastrophic Linshui County anomaly will remain completely anonymous. We will only state that your elite squad successfully conquered a rank 4 mission. Naturally, this is because a devastating rank 5 mission usually requires a veteran professor to guide freshmen like you. Directly announcing the completion of a rank 5 disaster would be far too world-shaking." Hearing this absolute truth, his face turned completely pale, lips pressed tightly together for a few heavy seconds. Instantly, the principal returned to his usual gentle demeanor. He gave a firm nod and smiled warmly. "But regarding your grand rewards, Huadu University will generously pay. Everything according to the ultimate rank 5 mission standards." Hearing these exact words, Yi desperately restrained himself. Outwardly, he nodded repeatedly, but a storm of deep suspicion raged within his mind. This insane treatment honestly feels like a wild dream. Does this cunning old fox already know I cheated the system? The very next day, inside the principal's VIP reception room, Yi sat comfortably on the leather sofa. He stared intensely at his glowing phone screen and muttered, "The mad scientist finally sent the satellite images from the epic Linshui County battlefield directly to me. Let us finally see who is truly more devastating between the Azure Dragon and the Moon Nightmare." The glowing screen displayed the classified information Yi was reviewing. Breaking news from the Linshui Daily: a heaven-shaking catastrophe has struck the county. An absolutely massive explosion of unknown origin has completely annihilated the entire region. He stopped reading and muttered in absolute disbelief. If I remember correctly, Linshui County was entirely mountainous terrain, right? So how did it suddenly turn into a massive, empty crater? Further down the chilling broadcast, the breaking article specifically stated, reporters have fully confirmed that late last night, an extremely catastrophic and completely unexplained super explosion utterly decimated Linshui County, right within our nation's own borders. The devastating destructive power of this blast was terrifying. It not only wiped the entire county of tens of thousands completely off the map, but it also left behind a massive crater, with an abyssal depth that seemingly has no bottom. Preliminary investigations brutally confirm that out of all the county's residents, absolutely no one likely survived this apocalyptic incident. Reading this horrifying line, Ihe felt his blood run cold, vividly remembering Bai Luosi's psychotic question. Have you ever been crushed by the moon itself? That sick pale-faced lunatic. Did he actually drop the moon on them? His face instantly turned pale and cowardly, his entire body suddenly trembling as he muttered a heavy sigh of pure relief. Phew. It seems the high-level martial arts realm is simply far too dangerous. With my current system stats, I still have zero sense of safety. That absolute creep even said he would mark me. I still haven't even dared to close my eyes to sleep, terrified of meeting that obsessed psycho Bai Luosi in my nightmares. Then he vividly recalled yesterday's intense conversation with the principal. I already told Shi Jingwen everything. He claimed that the Azure Dragon possesses a method to seal the Moon Nightmare's demonic gaze on my body, telling me to wait here today for his arrival. Coincidentally, I can also seek martial guidance from the absolute number 2 figure in Shia country's martial arts realm. Just as he thought of this, a heavy foot kicked the door wide open. Yi He quickly turned around with a bright, welcoming face, speaking with ultimate politeness. You have finally arrived, Azure. But the very second, the legendary Azure Dragon stepped inside. Yi He could not even finish his sentence before freezing in shock. He stared at the man's current state, which could only be described as devastatingly wounded. He appeared before Yi He with a truly miserable and tragic aura, completely unlike his supreme dominance yesterday. His heavy breath exhaled freezing smoke, hair hanging loosely over a massive fur coat, his entire muscular body completely mummy-wrapped in white medical bandages, leaving absolutely no skin exposed. The Azure Dragon had not even spoken a single word yet. Yi was already stuttering in sheer horror and deep anxiety. Azure Dragon Senior, your current physical condition does not look very good. The massive Azure Dragon, who was easily 3 times his size, stood towering before Yi He and began recounting yesterday's epic clash. Battling that crazy so-called god of the moon, he was warned not to overdo it. Indeed, I was severely struck by the devastating frost aura from that Jinx's chilling moon. But in the glorious end, I claimed victory. That cursed demonic fetus only exchanged a few devastating strikes with me before its ruined body began violently cracking and disintegrating. Speaking of this, the mighty Azure Dragon's face still revealed clear horror when mentioning that disgusting, leech-like abomination. His mouth exhaled another heavy puff of freezing white smoke before he grimly continued. If that coward did not possess so many tricky escape methods, I would have hacked him to death. You also do not need to wait here for me to seal that demonic mark anymore. Hearing this shocking revelation, Ihe revealed a baffled expression covering his mouth and whispering inwardly, I never expected the great Azure Dragon to actually explain himself to me. Although it slightly ruins the profound master image, in my wild imagination, it is actually unexpectedly charming in a way. Right after that, thought directly in front of Ihe, the Azure Dragon suddenly ripped off his massive fur coat, letting it crash heavily to the floor. His voice boomed with power. Let us begin. I will help you seal its cursed vision. After removing the coat, the Azure Dragon's monstrous physique revealed incredibly bulging muscles. His entire body was wrapped in medical bandages, yet they completely failed to hide his terrifyingly solid, rock-hard muscles. His thick brows furrowed tightly together, his glowing eyes practically blazing with fierce determination. The principal, a master who has divined thousands of destinies, told me about your special uniqueness, so I can safely reveal a few classified secrets. Have you ever considered the terrifying possibility that demonic beasts were once intelligent life forms exactly like us humans? Hearing this bombshell in Yi's spinning mind, terrifying images of absolute black nightmarish entities suddenly flashed. He flinched violently, his face draining of all color. The Azure Dragon grimly continued. Back when I was merely a black tortoise martial artist, I followed my master and 5 senior brothers to a newly excavated ancient ruin within an A-rank secret realm. Ultimately, only I made it out alive. I was struck by a truly horrific curse deep within those ancient ruins. The Azure Dragon's dark tail left Yihei completely stunned and speechless. His trembling eyes revealed absolute bewildered panic, a demonic curse. The Azure Dragon's heavy voice recounted evenly. My human body gradually began mutating into a terrifying demonic beast, my sanity slipping away in that agonizing process. Even the absolute top-tier medical healers in the entire country were completely helpless. I decided to exile myself into the wastelands, refusing to stay in the homeland only to mutate into a monster that would slaughter my own compatriots or be executed by their hands. Ultimately, I walked alone into the deadly wastelands of the Great Eastern Ocean, fully intending to perish there. But when the apocalyptic tsunami struck, I was dragged to a completely uncharted island, a forbidden zone hiding a world-shattering secret. Azure Dragon hesitated for a moment. I cannot reveal the rest to you, he murmured. It involves classified strategic operations concerning our nation's very destiny. His voice carried a heavy gravity, his piercing gaze locking onto Yihei. Yihei, visibly deflated, grumbling internally. Man, this old guy really knows how to kill a vibe. Moments later, the heavy bandages binding Azure Dragon began to unravel. His tone dropped to a dead serious register. To put it simply, someone on that island saved me from degenerating into a demonic beast. Then, for reasons entirely unknown, Azure Dragon did the unthinkable. He stripped away the remaining seals, exposing flesh covered in eerie ancient runes. As the final layer fell, a suffocating aura of absolute death erupted outward. The very air grew devastatingly heavy. Yu stared in pure horror at the cursed sigils carved into Azure Dragon's skin. He barely had time to gasp. Before those very symbols violently invaded his own body, an unimaginable agony tore through him. Blood streamed from his eyes as Yihei clutched his face, screaming in absolute torment. Gasping for breath, he finally stabilized his chaotic energy. He stared at his blood-soaked hands. Pitch-black tears stained his face as his voice violently shook, even with his divine healing matrix instantly repairing the physical damage. Just a single glance at those runes had nearly drained his entire soul. Observing Yihei's reaction, Azure Dragon fell into deep thought. A standard Grandmaster would lose consciousness just from catching a glimpse of my seals. Lower-tier warriors would suffer instant brain death, becoming mere vegetables. Yet this kid Yihei only shed a few drops of black blood. Truly extraordinary. The ancient insight scripture never lies. He might actually be the chosen one to shatter our currently devastating predicament. Without warning, he pointed a glowing finger straight at Yihei. Do not resist, he commanded. I am carving 2 master runes directly into your consciousness. This will grant you peaceful slumber from now on. Still reeling from the shock, he was utterly defenseless. Instantly, a massive surge of power erupted from Azure Dragon's fingertip. A bizarre pitch-black energy pulsed through the air. A blinding azure light connected the Grandmaster's finger to Yi's forehead. The demonic runes crawling across Azure Dragon's flesh began directly transferring into the boy's mind. A sinister demonic aura spiderwebbed across Yihei's face, spreading like spilled ink from the point of contact. He lost all bodily control. His eyes flared with blinding light, mouth agape like a puppet. Suddenly, his internal system interface flashed a critical notification. Lunar sync. Whether gazing into nightmares or basking in moonlight, you shall perceive the sovereign of dreams. The system panel vanished instantly. Shortly after, the overwhelming pressure finally subsided. Azure Dragon pulled his heavy cloak back over his cursed shoulders. It is done. Yi bowed his head respectfully. I owe you my deepest gratitude, Senior Azure Dragon. The master simply nodded. His voice then took on a curious edge. By the way, your mentor is Gong Kei, correct? That name hit Yihei like a truck, suddenly recalling his crazy instructor's desperate warning. Listen closely, Yihei. Back in my glory days at Huadu University, I bullied a lot of big shots. Now those victims are all terrifying Xuanwu realm powerhouses. They reached the absolute peak while I faded away. For your own survival, never reveal you are my disciple to anyone. Remembering her chilling words, all the color drained from Yihei's face, but Azure Dragon just chuckled softly. Relax, kid. Gong Kei and I have no bad blood between us. Hearing her name simply brings back memories. Before her spiritual core was shattered, she was a peerless grandmaster who proved her Tao through absolute slaughter. It is a tragic loss for the martial world. A terrifying battle-hungry grin crept across Azure Dragon's face, freezing the very air around his breath. So how about a little sparring match? I want to see exactly how far the sole heir to the legendary Crimson Slaughter Rose has evolved. Yihei rolled his eyes, sighing internally. The cliches are true. These overpowered grandmasters are completely obsessed with fighting. But a spark of fierce confidence ignited in his chest. Meeting the legendary warrior's gaze, a fearless smile stretched across his face. Senior Azure Dragon, shall we take this battle beneath the moonlight? Exhausted from his recent brutal clash with a divine entity, Azure Dragon pinched the bridge of his nose. Gods above. Not the moonlight gimmick again, he groaned internally. Fast forward to Huadu University's secondary combat arena. The 2 warriors took their stances on the massive battlefield. Azure Dragon laid out the ultimate condition. I will not launch a single attack. Go all out, I will defend against your strikes using only the pure physical strength of a single finger. The master raised his hand, offering an impossible challenge. If you can force me to retreat even half a step, the victory is yours. Succeed and I will owe you a favor. Furthermore, you will bypass the entrance exams for the elite Dragon Breath Academy, gaining top-tier VIP privileges. Hearing those legendary rewards, Yihe's fighting spirit exploded. He bowed respectfully before the master, his voice brimming with unshakable confidence. Then, Senior Azure Dragon, prepare yourself. As the radiant full moon pierced through the heavy clouds, Yihe stopped holding back. Drawing his colossal greatsword, he began furiously siphoning pure lunar energy directly into the blade. The glowing weapon pulsed with world-shattering destructive power. Azure Dragon analyzed the terrifying aura swirling around the boy. This horrific pressure, it mimics an abyssal demon's energy. No, wait, it lacks that toxic corruption. This is an absolute power source perfectly synchronized with the moonlight itself. Suddenly, Yihe launched himself into the sky. Manifesting an overwhelming 30-meter-long aura blade, he channeled the absolute peak of his lunar energy. Senior Azure Dragon, here comes strike number 1. He swung down with catastrophic force, unleashing the legendary lunar slaughter stance. Azure Dragon's eyes widened as he instantly condensed his supreme inner ki to intercept the blow. The devastating impact of Yihe's attack shattered the very ground beneath them. A primal battle lust flared within Azure Dragon's soul. This kid's power output is absolutely insane. Meanwhile, miles away, Gong Qi was lazily kicking her feet up on a plush sofa, humming a carefree tune to herself. Suddenly, a spine-chilling, murderous aura washed over her. She leaped off the couch in pure panic. That catastrophic killing intent, it belongs to Yihe. Her face turned ghostly pale. Impossible. He has only been gone for 3 days. How did his slaughter aura reach such terrifying heights? Did that crazy brat undergo chi deviation and massacre the entire city? The perspective shifts back to a luxury suite at Huadu University. 2 figures sat on a bed. A blue-haired martial artist and a mysterious girl clutching onto him from behind. The woman gazed at him with hungry eyes. She whispered softly, "Jian Shuang, what is it? Could anything be more important than our upcoming pleasure?" Jian Zhuang replied quietly, "It is nothing. I just sensed a terrifyingly powerful killing intent." His dark eyes stared into the distance as he muttered, "To think it reached this far. Half of Huadu University must have felt it. What an absolute show-off." The scene shifts. Welcome to lecture hall number 4 of Huadu University. Meanwhile, Azure Dragon clenched his fist tightly. A bone-chilling frost radiated from his hand. His razor-sharp gaze locked onto Yihe. Just a single glance was enough to feel the sheer terror of his overwhelming aura. The massive crater left by a 30-meter blade was an absolutely devastating sight from above. Yet Azure Dragon blocked it with just one punch. His standing ground remained perfectly untouched. Meanwhile, the surrounding floor collapsed into 2 massive trenches. Yihe glanced over and spoke. "Compared to my Asura 3 strikes, Senior Azure Dragon's boxing style is truly unadorned and pure." He lowered his stance. Murderous intent flashed in his eyes. Staring at the veteran senior, he praised him relentlessly. As expected of a top-tier national powerhouse, Senior Azure Dragon is not like Gong Qi. My master always targets the fatal flaws in my strikes to instantly shatter my momentum. Instead, he faces me head-on. He uses pure absolute violence to counterattack. This is absolute power, crushing all techniques. A dominating force that obliterates everything. Right now, Azure Dragon was hyper-focused. He clenched his fist as blazing light swirled like a raging hurricane. His deep voice echoed with heavy killing intent. Military combat fist, sensing the apocalyptic power rushing toward him. Yi widened his eyes, locking onto his opponent. His heart pounded as he thought, "Here it comes." In a fraction of a second, Azure Dragon's iron fist slammed directly into Yi's body. The explosive shockwave caused the very fabric of space to tremble violently. Right where Yi had stood, a devastating shockwave erupted outward. Blinding light instantly swallowed the entire battlefield. He could only stand and take the brutal hit without fighting back. Yi was completely overwhelmed by Azure Dragon's godlike might. His body was blasted high into the air before entering free fall. Completely paralyzed, he helplessly plummeted straight toward the hard ground. Azure Dragon sensed something was terribly wrong and roared, "Damn it, did this crazy kid unleash a self-destructive forbidden art just to win?" Realizing the situation had spiraled out of control, Azure Dragon turned pale and shouted, "A future pillar of the nation cannot suffer damage to his martial foundation. This is bad." He stomped the ground and launched himself upward. He wrapped his muscular arms around Yi's falling body, securing him tightly to prevent any fatal crash damage. Little did he know, Azure Dragon had just fallen for Yi's ultimate bait-and-switch trap. Upon catching him, the veteran realized he had been completely played. Yi's face flushed red as he faked a childish pout and chuckled. Hey, Mr. Azure Dragon. You have moved more than half a step now, right? I win." Azure Dragon's mind was boiling with a mix of fury and absolute shock. He actually tricked me. This brat used a blood illusion to drain my vital energy, creating a mirage that completely deceived my senses. He even combined it with moon illusion to sap my stamina. Falling for this trap is my own loss. He squeezed his eyes shut, complex emotions swirling within him. This kid is not just a martial genius. His scheming is frighteningly deep. Whatever. Azure Dragon slowly descended, placing Yihei safely on the arena floor. He stood opposite him and asked calmly, "Yihei, you won. Tell me what you want." Yihei replied instantly, "Mr. Azure Dragon, I want to save this favor for later." The veteran nodded decisively. Truly far-sighted. Azure Dragon exhaled a cold breath, coughing to regain his composure before adding, "Cough, cough. Yihei, your killing intent and martial arts level are quite impressive. Gong Kei taught you well, but you are still missing something crucial. Killing intent alone is not enough. Without a mighty physical body to act as your foundation, your murderous aura will only ever remain on the surface." Hearing this, Yan nodded eagerly. He flashed an awkward, flattering smile and asked, "Do you mean I should focus on physical conditioning?" Internally, he thought to himself, "Senior Azure Dragon, I haven't even used my Godzilla form yet." Meanwhile, Azure Dragon crossed his arms. He nodded slightly, wearing a deeply majestic and confident smile. Then he addressed the freshman clearly. "Yes, but the key is who trains you. Your physical foundation must be forged perfectly. You cannot afford to walk the wrong path. Right now, having a physically overpowering master to guide you is absolutely vital." Hearing this, Yihei cheerfully flexed his biceps. He turned and excitedly told the senior, "I understand completely, Senior Azure Dragon. Tomorrow, I will find the Dean of the Physical Cultivation Academy. I will ask him for special physical training sessions." Seeing his clueless attitude, Azure Dragon grew frantic over his failed recruitment. "Just beg me to be your master already. I practically spelled it out for you. You looked so smart a minute ago. Why did your IQ suddenly drop?" Waiting forever without Yihei taking the hint, Azure Dragon closed his eyes and grumbled, "Humph. I am the great Azure Dragon. I have never once initiated taking a disciple, but this Yihei is truly a once-in-a-lifetime genius seed." After calming his racing thoughts, Azure Dragon handed a mysterious badge to Yihei. His gaze turned stern, his voice crystal clear. "Yihei, hidden within this badge is a supreme physical cultivation technique. Years ago, I slew a Western powerhouse and looted this from him. Rumor says it is a national martial arts treasure from some Western kingdom. Today, I gift it to you. I hope you train tirelessly. Perhaps soon you can master this legendary art." Grabbing it instantly, Yihei gripped it with pure joy. His eyes sparkled like stars, completely like a kid given candy. Azure Dragon turned his face away. He silently observed Yihei's reaction and analyzed the situation. "Hey, this technique is impossibly difficult to master. The reason being, Western martial destiny spaces reject Easterners. Back then, I had to wait until reaching the Grandmaster realm. I forcibly used raw martial power to conquer the destiny space for the inheritance. Passing it to Yihei now, he will definitely hit an impenetrable wall. When that happens, he will have no choice but to beg for my guidance, effectively making him my indirect disciple. We can make it official later." Meanwhile, Yihei only had eyes for the badge. He bowed excitedly, thanking him endlessly. The scene shifts to room 42FA3, Yi's dormitory right after he returned home. He stepped out of the shower, towel drying his drenched hair. A sudden thought struck him. He pulled out that mysterious badge. Staring at it, he muttered to himself. Since arriving at Imperial University 6 months ago, he had been training underground with Gong Qi. He barely even slept in this dorm room. Did this martial art actually require sleep cultivation to master? Suddenly, a sharp doorbell rang, breaking the silence. He turned around, completely bewildered. Who would visit at this hour? Still shirtless, he walked over and opened the door. "Who is it so late?" he asked. Standing outside was a familiar face, Ouyang. With his pink hair, an icy expression, and a thick gold chain, he nodded the moment he saw Yihei. Can I come in?" He froze for a second before recognizing him. "You are Ouyang, come inside." He pushed the door wide open. He stayed calm on the outside, but internally, he was highly suspicious. Was this guy trying to recruit him again? Suddenly, Ouyang's expression drastically changed. A bizarre wave of emotion took over. His entire body violently trembled, and his eyes gleamed with a deeply mysterious desperation. The moment he turned around, Ouyang suddenly dropped to his knees. Tears aggressively poured down his face as he desperately screamed, "Yi. There were too many people outside earlier. But now we are alone. I am begging you on my knees. Please become the president of the Dragon Blood Guild." So it was about the guild again. He had already made it crystal clear he wanted no part in this. Yet Ouyang remained incredibly stubborn. Furrowing his brows, he stared down at him. "Ouyang, long time no see. How did you change this much? Where did all your fiery ambition go? What happened to your fierce spirit of conquering the Hua capital alongside the local students? Why do you look so pathetic now? Besides, how did you even know I was back in the dorm?" Ouyang sobbed uncontrollably, tightly gripping the single towel that was currently covering Yihei's lower body. Crying loudly, he stuttered through his tears. He confessed that a Dragon Blood Guild member had accidentally spotted Yi He returning. Hearing this, Yi He's eyes turned freezing cold. His aura instantly darkened. "Did you guys set up hidden cameras to stalk me?" He tightly grabbed Ouyangzi's head, dragging him away. Flexing his powerful muscles as he pulled, he coldly stated, "Come spar with me for a bit." Ouyangzi panicked, entirely helplessly begging, "Yi He, please, listen to my explanation. We did not put cameras inside your room. They are only in the hallway. We had no other choice." However, in less than a single minute, Ouyangzi was sprawling flat on the floor, completely unable to stand up. Yi He cracked his knuckles, glaring down at him. "Speak, why do you want me as president? What disaster hit your organization?" Ouyangzi's face was violently swollen, covered in deep purple bruises. Blood leaked from his eyes and mouth. He looked absolutely miserable, mumbling completely unintelligible words. Seeing this tragic sight, Yi He sighed. Pulling out a magical pill, he tossed it over with a calm voice. "I might have hit a bit too hard. Swallow this blood transformation pill, then speak properly." After consuming the pill, Ouyangzi's brutal wounds rapidly healed. Sitting up respectfully, he spilled everything. "Yi He, our guild is completely collapsing. I beg you for help. At Huadu University, students can freely create their own factions. However, unless you achieve a legendary special merit, the academy will absolutely refuse to provide operation funds." When the Dragon Blood Guild was initially established, the brutal summer training camp over at the Imperial capital for first-year reserves was not even finished yet. Back then, our rising faction had absolutely no rivals. We instantly secured massive sponsorships from external martial arts organizations. Under my strategic leadership, the Dragon Blood Guild unlocked endless premium benefits from massive trading companies. This created spectacular welfare for our members, while aggressively attracting countless new students to join our ranks. This explosive growth in membership instantly skyrocketed the immense commercial value of our guild. This effortlessly pulled in more resources and extreme funding, creating a perfect loop of legendary growth. Suddenly, immense panic washed over Ouyangzi's pale face as he confessed. But with that rising power, the Dragon Blood Guild was ruthlessly suppressed by a vicious student faction created by the Huadu capital locals. Under Xiang Jian Zhuang's brutal command, they launched relentless attacks. They crushed us repeatedly, causing our commercial value to aggressively plummet into the abyss. Powerful investors quickly abandoned us, our premium welfare channels completely shut down. Seeing this catastrophic decline, our core members desperately scrambled to escape. Meanwhile, absolutely zero outsiders wanted to join a dying faction. Ultimately, the Dragon Blood Guild plunged into a desperate crisis, entirely unable to survive anymore. Absorbing this tragic tale, He rubbed his chin in deep thought. He stared at Ouyangzi with an extremely exhausted expression. "Fine, I understand the situation. You just lost miserably to this guy named Xiang Jian Zhuang, right?" Ouyangzi remained kneeling on the floor, bitterly detailing the overwhelming pressure their guild was facing. To totally crush Xiang Jian Zhuang, we could obviously beg the powerful upperclassmen for help. However, between the different academic years, there is an unspoken iron rule: grudges from one class must strictly be settled internally. If he recruits a terrifying senior expert today to suppress Xiang Jianchuang tomorrow, that bastard will bring local senior elites to completely annihilate our Dragon Blood Guild. Sacrificing every single shred of his pride, he slammed his forehead against the floor, endlessly kowtowing to Yi. He, a powerhouse from the exact same class, perfectly met the requirements. "I beg you, Yi. He. Please save our Dragon Blood Guild." Hearing this desperate plea, he actually considered helping the pathetic guy. Feigning intense arrogance, he tilted his head, pretending to think. "I suppose I can help." This single sentence made Ouyangzi explode with massive joy. He leaped up aggressively, grabbing Yi's hands with a glowing smile. "You actually agreed." On behalf of the entire Dragon Blood Guild. But he maintained his freezing aura. "I'm not finished yet." His gaze rapidly sharpened into a deadly glare, staring straight through Ouyangzi as he spoke bluntly. "Instead of making me the president, you essentially want me as an ultimate guardian to fiercely protect your guild. So cut the useless nonsense right now. Let us get straight to business. What exactly is your master plan for me?" Crushed under Yi's overwhelming pressure, Ouyangzi finally stopped hiding the brutal truth. He completely exposed his true intentions. "The Grand Summer Reclamation Project was leaked to me by a familiar professor. Of course, this is not exactly a highly classified secret, so there is absolutely no rule-breaking involved." Running entirely out of patience, he fiercely interrupted. "Stop speaking garbage, get straight to the actual point." Ouyangzi finally revealed the Great Xia Reclamation Project. The nation was calling upon every martial artist to launch a massive crusade to reclaim 12 fallen cities and the surrounding territories completely overrun by demonic beasts. Every elite academy in the country was joining the war effort. And as upperclassmen of the prestigious Imperial University, it was our absolute duty to spearhead the frontline assault. As for the freshmen, While they wouldn't be thrown into the absolute meat grinder of the vanguard, they were still tasked with clearing out the perilous outskirts of the occupied zones. This brutal reclamation mission would double as this year's final exam and the battle for the top seat. After dropping the bombshell, he shot Yi He a deeply grateful look. He pressed on with absolute loyalty. So Yi, throughout this entire campaign, the Dragon Blood Society will follow your every command to the letter. You have to secure the #1 spot, but Yi He's response was a chilling glare. His eyes dripped with a dark aura as he delivered a deadpan order. We can talk about all that later, but right now you have a much more pressing task. That terrifying tone instantly sent Ouyang into a cold sweat. Wiping his brow, he stammered out, "Is there something else I need to do?" As it turned out, Yi He's grand mysterious request was just to deal with a surveillance camera on the ceiling. Keep watch down there and tear that camera out of the wall immediately. Once the bizarre deed was done, Ouyang finally took his leave. He strolled off in high spirits, throwing a cheerful wave behind him. Yi, he called out after him with genuine satisfaction. "You just did me a massive favor." He had finally figured out the system's mechanics. Unlocking achievements granted him chances to extract templates. And naturally, the higher the tier of the achievement, the greater his odds of pulling a god-tier template. With Ouyang gone, Yi he finally let his true colors show, flashing his signature utterly shameless grin. His mind spun with calculating ambition. Ouyang is actually a genius when it comes to management. If I can just pave the way and crush all the obstacles in his path. With his brilliant mind, elevating the Dragon Blood Society to legendary status is totally within reach, and if he actually manages to build it into an unstoppable empire, making it the undisputed #1 faction at the university, the system reward for that would absolutely dwarf the template I scored back in the college entrance exams. Whether dealing with In-City or the Zodiac City factions, I need raw power and strong influence to crush them all. Meanwhile, back at the Dragon Blood Society headquarters, a tense crowd of martial students had gathered, including that arrogant punk with the lion-like hair. The entire room was on edge, waiting for Ouyang to make his return. But patience was running thin. A restless student finally snapped and turned to Yan Zhengshan. "Is Ouyang ever going to show up? What is taking him so long?" Yan Zhengshan narrowed his eyes, reading the room. Back when the society was at the peak of its glory, this rat Chen Xin used to kiss up to Ouyang, practically begging for his attention as the president and treating everyone with sickening respect. But now he was dropping formalities entirely. His current attitude dripped with blatant provocation. It was obvious this snake had slithered in today to cause chaos. Squaring his shoulders, Yan Zhengshan barked back at Chen Xin with undeniable authority. He projected his voice so the entire hall could hear. The vice president went out to escort the true leader of the Dragon Blood Society. They will be here any minute. The bombshell announcement sent shockwaves through the gathering. Members gasped, whispering in disbelief. The true leader, Chen Xin, who had the misfortune of clashing with Yi He in the past, instantly felt a cold shiver run down his spine at the mention of his name. Even Lan Yusi, standing right behind him, turned completely pale as the trauma of that day flashed before her eyes. Forcing down his rising panic, he stuttered out, "Damn it all, don't tell me it is actually him." He leaped to his feet like he had been burned, desperate to force an answer out of Yan Zhengshan. "Yan Zhengxiang, are you seriously placing your bets on Yi He? You have all witnessed Jian Zhuang's overwhelming power. No one in the first year can even hold a candle to him. It is time to cut our losses and surrender. Ouyang has absolutely zero chance of turning this sinking ship around. Look, you have already milked this society for all the resources it is worth. A smart man knows when to pack up and run." Lan Yusi instantly chimed in, eager to fan the flames of rebellion. "Exactly. Placing your blind faith in an outsider is a complete death wish. A wise bird chooses the strongest branch. The Dragon Blood Society was destined to be nothing more than a flash in the pan. Fighting against the inevitable tide will only get us crushed beneath the absolute power of the elite." The two traitors were boldly inciting a mutiny right in front of the loyalist leaders. Yan Zhengxiang saw right through their poisonous intentions. His eyes flared with burning fury and he let out a low, threatening growl. "Just what exactly are you traitors plotting?" Unfazed, the long-haired snake, Chen Xin, raised his voice, spinning his web of lies to sway the wavering crowd. "Listen to me, everyone. You all know the Zhu family of the imperial capital, right? A true legendary martial arts dynasty of great Xia. The direct heir himself, young master Zhu Kai, has graciously offered us a powerful sanctuary if we swear loyalty to him and fight under his banner. Isn't that a million times better than rotting away in this half-dead society just waiting for Jian Zhuang to slaughter us all?" As his toxic words echoed through the room, the seed of doubt had been successfully planted. Members began nodding along the hall, erupting into a chaotic murmur. "He has a point. Are we really going to blindly trust that ghost Yi He who hasn't even shown his face in half a year? When the imperial capital elites openly challenged us, he was nowhere to be found." Exactly. He is right. The Dragon Blood Society is beyond saving. We have all bled and sweat for this guild in the past, but now that the ship is officially sinking, Our debts are fully paid. Seeking a brighter future with a stronger master is just basic survival right. Yeah, they are totally right. Chen Xin was laughing maniacally in his head. Ha ha ha. Thank God we planted these paid actors in the crowd. These weak-willed executives were easily bought out before the meeting even started. Yan Jingxiong felt his blood boiling in his veins, but he was entirely powerless to stop the rising mutiny. He gritted his teeth, ready to roar, "You absolutely dare." But right at that explosive second, the heavy double doors were violently kicked open. An arrogant thug with wild hair swaggered inside, barking loudly. "Chen Xin, why the hell are you dragging your feet? I have been rotting downstairs waiting for you." The moment they locked eyes with the arrogant intruder, Chen Xin and his scheming partner Lan Yusi instantly plastered sickeningly sweet submissive smiles on their faces. Waving excitedly like an obedient dog, he called out, "Brother Kai, everything here is perfectly wrapped up. We were just about to head out." Yan Jingxiong completely lost his temper, roaring at the intruder. "This is the private sanctuary of the Dragon Blood Society. How the hell did you get past security?" But the bastard they called Brother Kai didn't even try to hide his violent methods. Flashing a wildly arrogant smirk, he looked down at Yan Jingxiong with absolute mocking contempt. "How do you think I got in? I smashed my way through your pathetic guards, obviously. But relax, I will throw down some cash and cultivation resources as an apology later. Those bruised-up watchdogs of yours should be thanking me. Getting beaten up once just scored them more premium resources than they could ever dream of earning in years." He might even go crazy with joy. "Ha ha ha!" Yan Zhengsheng finally snapped. Clenching his fists tight, his aura exploded as he charged forward. "You absolute bastard," he roared with suppressed fury. Yan Zhengxiang threw a devastating punch straight at that arrogant, messy-haired punk. But unexpectedly, a blurry figure dashed forward to block the deadly strike. Boss Kai just stood there wearing a fearless, utterly arrogant smirk. The woman who intercepted the blow raised her hand in a chilling warning. One more step, and he was dead. Her gaze radiated pure, unnatural bloodlust. With just one look, Yan Zhengxiang sensed the terrifying killing intent and overwhelming power level. This mysterious woman was no ordinary opponent. Suddenly, the repulsive Boss Kai bared his jagged teeth from behind her. "You useless trash. You couldn't even instantly crush this massive idiot," he barked before issuing a ruthless command. "Chen Xinlan, Yusi, and everyone begging to join my ranks. Attack him at once, beat him until he needs a hospital bed. Consider this your initiation test." But the Dragon Blood Guild members were deeply conflicted. Instead of blindly obeying his orders, they hesitated, frozen in tense uncertainty. Their defiance only fueled the maniac's blazing wrath. Boss Kai screamed, pushing his vocal cords to the absolute limit as his aura flared. "You dare refuse. If you won't fight, none of you will walk out of this room alive. Do you really think I, Zhu Kai, run a homeless shelter? I don't just take in random strays, but good as a dog that won't bite when commanded." His deafening roar pushed everyone's patience to the breaking point. Suddenly, an overwhelming wave of killing intent flooded the room. The sheer pressure violently shook their bodies, forcing them to stumble. He had finally arrived. Appearing like a ghost behind him, he casually clamped his hand right over the ignorant Boss Kai's skull. "Ouyang Zai." His voice rumbled with the terrifying low growl of an apex predator. "Are you really leaving me this pathetic mess?" I heard this annoying racket all the way from the second floor. Ouyang Zi respectfully bowed from behind. "My deepest apologies, Yi He. Please forgive me, but our Dragon Blood Guild desperately needed a complete purge of its members." Despite the danger, Boss Kai arrogantly spat. "You dare grab my hair? Do you have any idea who I am?" Before he could finish he viciously kicked him out the window. The high-rise glass violently shattered into a million pieces. Boss Kai and his female accomplice were launched out of the building. Inside he calmly dug a finger into his ear. Exhaling a long breath, his fierce expression faded back into an easygoing calmness. He relaxed his shoulders and murmured, "Ah, that is so much quieter now." Plummeting from the window after he's devastating kick, Zhu Kai and his lackey screamed in absolute terror. The two villains were flawlessly tossed out like a pair of dirty rats. Back inside, the protagonist casually brushed his hands off, acting like he had just taken out the trash. Then his piercing gaze slowly shifted toward the remaining guild members. Glaring at the traitors, he coldly asked, "And what about these guys?" His dominating aura sent violent shivers down everyone's spines, forcing one member to instantly rethink his choices. Stepping forward, he practically begged, "I am so sorry, Guild Master. I was completely blinded by foolishness just now. I actually listened to Chen Xin's poisonous lies and considered betraying the Dragon Blood Guild." In reality, he was panicking internally. Having deeply offended Zhu Kai, his options were gone. He could never join the Hua Capital elite circle now. Being abandoned by the Dragon Blood Guild would completely ruin him. Ouyang Zai silently observed the terrified group. He understood their pathetic, selfish thoughts perfectly. Stepping forward slowly, he delivered his strict final verdict. "This time, I will not banish you all from the Dragon Blood Guild. However, your officer titles are now under severe probation." If you fail to meet my exact standards, you will be permanently stripped of your ranks. Furthermore, you are completely banned from participating in any guild activities this week. Do you accept this punishment? The traitorous member hesitated, stammering over his words. There was zero room for negotiation. Yi, he shot them a single terrifying side-eye and growled with deep annoyance. Well, do you all accept it or not? Terrified of being violently tossed out the window like Zhu Kai, the traitors shivered in absolute fear. Without a second thought, they screamed in perfect unison. We accept. Then get the hell out of here, he commanded coldly. He cleared the room, leaving a completely private space for the true core members of the Dragon Blood Guild. Getting straight to business. Yi, he spoke clearly to Ouyang. I fully understand the desperate situation our guild is currently facing right now. Basically, we lack funds and need massive investments, right? Ouyang nodded immediately. Exactly. That is why the Great Xia Autumn Festival next month is our ultimate chance to shine. Yi, he boldly declared, that is way too slow. I have a much more direct method. A thrilling, wicked smile suddenly spread across his face as he explained his plan. Ever since I proudly returned to Imperial University, I keep hearing the name Xiang Jianzhuang everywhere I go. I will publicly challenge the main reason for our guild's decline to an epic duel. If I crush him, all our problems are solved, right? The entire guild fell into dead silence. Nobody dared to utter a single syllable, carefully processing this insane idea. Ouyang finally broke the tension, stammering, but brother. Xiang Jianzhuang. He just announced a closed-door training session this morning to break through to the martial master realm. Yi. He looked deeply disappointed but stubbornly pressed for answers. So I cannot brutally beat him up in a duel, he pondered internally. If my ultimate goal is showing off combat power to attract rich sponsors, I shouldn't limit myself to just the first-year class. He needed a completely new strategy. After a long moment of deep contemplation, Yi, he smirked. Securing investments is basically just creating a massive spectacle. So if I openly challenge every elite master in the entire academy, wouldn't that be the ultimate hype? A brilliant realization hit him. I've got it, he immediately asked aloud. Dragon Sparrow's first division. How much do you guys know about it? Hearing this, Yan Zhangxiang eagerly stepped up to explain. Dragon Sparrow is our Great Xia's absolute strongest martial arts organization. And the legendary First Division is the absolute strongest department within the Dragon Sparrow, while the elite martial arts members belonging to the organization's other regular branches are simply called Dragon Sparrow Specialists. Every single fighter in the First Division holds the supreme title of Ace. Hearing this epic lore, Yi asked only one simple question. Do you desperately want to join them? Yan Zhangxiang turned around completely unable to hide his blazing ambition. Of course, the First Division is the ultimate paradise for supreme powerhouses. Their division head is the nation's second strongest warrior, the Azure Dragon. Every year, less than 3 Imperial University graduates possess the absolute strength required to join their elite ranks. It was the holy grail for every Huadu University martial artist. Yi, he smirked inwardly. The perfect plan had formed. Time to wake up the Dragon Blood Society's intel team. Spread the word instantly. Yi stood tall, pointing at the sky with blazing excitement. He had just unlocked the ultimate cheat code to resurrect his crumbling guild. His voice boomed. Yi, president of the Dragon Blood Society, am officially the supreme ace agent of Dragon Sparrow's First Division. And I am challenging every single martial artist at Huadu University below the Grandmaster realm. Tell me, isn't that a monumental publicity stunt? This will absolutely drown us in sponsorships. But contrary to his burning enthusiasm, his core guild members looked completely paralyzed by the sheer insanity of it. They stared at him in pure, unadulterated shock. Yan Zhangxiang finally choked out the burning question. Yi, you were the First Division's ace agent. That is utterly impossible. Power levels aside, undergraduates cannot even take the Dragon Sparrow entrance exam. Yi, he scoffed arrogantly. Exams. I skipped them. The details are classified, but I was drafted directly into the system. Hearing this divine revelation, Yan Zhangxiang was completely rendered speechless. His face turned pale while Ouyang anxiously demanded confirmation. Yi, you are not joking, right? This is not something we can fake. But Yi, he was radiating pure confidence. Dead serious. I was appointed last night. The official paperwork drops in 2 days. Yan Zhangxiang muttered with a dazed expression. So we are really challenging every student below Grandmaster Yi. His tactical mind raced. Normal masters would be instantly crushed. Rare prodigies might take a few seconds longer. Unfortunately, fighting an elite Grandmaster would force him to reveal his absolute trump card, the devastating power of time manipulation. But this time-stopping ability was his ultimate hidden advantage. Exposing a supreme skill just to bait a few sponsors was a terrible trade-off. Otherwise, I would have challenged the entire Imperial University instead. Watching his terrifying confidence, Ouyang finally placed his absolute faith in Yi. He thought to himself, this was completely insane and defied all logic, but because it was Yi, he would bet his very life on him. Ouyang eyes burned with resolve. For the Dragon Blood Society, I am deploying the intel team now. The campus network exploded with breaking news. The vanished freshman King Yi had returned as a supreme ace agent declaring war on the entire Hua University. The internet instantly melted down. Who is this arrogant lunatic challenging the whole campus? Has anyone even heard of this Yi guy? I thought the current first-year overlord was Shang Jianzhuang from the illustrious Shang family. Who the hell is Yi? I remember him. He was the legendary top scorer of the reformed entrance exams. His raw talent literally shook all the academy deans to their core. Seriously, then why did this so-called legend vanish for 6 months? Forget about his suicidal campus challenge for a second. How did he infiltrate the Dragon Sparrow's first division? The seniors said this year's bloody exam had a 99% mortality rate. Rumor has it he bypassed the trials entirely. A direct recruitment. Did he seduce the higher-ups with a pure smile? Give me a break, pure my foot. Meanwhile, at the Hua University Hospital, Chu Zhou and Liu Qingzhu scrolled through the chaotic storm of toxic online comments. Knowing Yi, his terrifying true nature, Chu Zhou chuckled darkly. Heh. That bastard, Yi, he never knows how to keep a low profile. Qingzhu simply shook her head with a wry smile. Looks like someone is about to suffer a catastrophic beating. Suddenly, the massive campus billboard flashed. Dragon Sparrow officially announced Yi He as a supreme, exceptional talent, granting him an unprecedented direct commission. Thousands of martial students stared at the glowing screen, their jealousy erupting into a frenzy of outrage. The Dragon Sparrow headquarters confirmed it. It is not fake. But I bet he used shady backdoor connections. He is probably completely worthless in a real fight. He absolutely does not deserve the title of an ace. Back in the command room, Ouyangzi watched the absolute chaos unfold with a cunning smirk. He knew. The hype train had officially reached maximum velocity. Listen up, Intel elites. I am counting on you to manipulate the public narrative. His two subordinates slammed their keyboards with wicked grins. Leave the brainwashing to us. Meanwhile, the academy forums transformed into a digital battlefield with students violently debating if he was a god or a fraud. Just watch the Imperial University live stream later. I bet my life he is bluffing. There's definitely a massive corruption scandal hiding behind his first division rank. I am tuning in just to watch his arrogant facade shatter into pieces. Shut up all of you, stop blindly underestimating Yi. His terrifying power is being broadcasted live. Right, the arena of truth will expose whether he is a mighty dragon or a pathetic worm. My bets are on Yi. Hey, anyone crazy enough to wage a public war and livestream the massacre must possess absolute power. Ouyangzi was practically vibrating with euphoric excitement. The digital phantom army had perfectly divided the internet into raging factions. Loyal believers, toxic haters, praying for his brutal downfall, and the popcorn-eating neutral spectators. The massive online engagement was absolutely skyrocketing. But no matter the faction, every single bot pushed one absolute command: watch Yi. His live broadcast, fueled by this masterful shadow manipulation. The livestream's popularity exploded into the stratosphere. Major streaming empires frantically contacted the Dragon Blood Society, begging for exclusive broadcasting rights. With internet traffic breaking monumental records, desperate corporate sponsors practically threw mountains of cash at their guild's doorstep. As expected of the mastermind Yi He, in just 24 hours, the Dragon Blood Society miraculously secured an astronomical fortune in cash flow. We are reborn. Meanwhile, in VIP Ward 17, Zhu Kai, the arrogant prick previously pulverized into a coma by Yi. He stared at his glowing screen with trembling hands, but he wasn't trembling from fear. A psychotic laugh escaped his lips. I didn't even need to hire an assassin. You literally set up your own execution stage, challenging the entire campus. Ha ha ha. This is absolute suicide. Absorbing the news, pure, sadistic ecstasy twisted his bruised face into a demonic sneer. He roared madly across the sterile hospital room. Blades have no eyes in a martial deathmatch. If someone accidentally slaughters you in the arena, it is perfectly legal, right? Cut to the colossal combat arena. A legendary sea of spectators had gathered. The ultimate clash of destiny was finally about to begin. The entire academy roared, shaking the very earth. High above, a heavy helicopter chopped through the night sky. Cadets scrambled frantically, raising their phones to capture the legendary moment. In that heart-stopping second, Yi He threw the chopper door open. Standing like a god, he effortlessly held it back with one hand, his piercing gaze locking onto the arena below. The stadium speakers erupted. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen. The Hua University Arena deathmatch you have all been waiting for has officially begun. Please welcome tonight's undisputed main character, Yi He. Without hesitating, he plummeted from the chopper, tearing through the air with the speed of a missile. A flawless dive. A blinding streak of light crashed down as Yi. He unleashed his terrifying aura. Boom. His landing triggered a massive shockwave, erupting into a roaring tornado of brilliant blue spiritual flames. Thick black smoke swallowed the stage. As the dust cleared Yi, he stood towering like an absolute monarch, radiating an overwhelming heaven-defying murderous intent. The Academy forums instantly exploded. Absolute peak, holy crap, that is the most badass god-tier entrance I have seen this entire year. My blood is boiling. Nobody is sleeping tonight, bullcrap. Who knows if his power is real, but his flexing level is maximum. He stood proudly in the arena's center. Spreading his arms, he bathed in the massive crimson moon's glow. Every single eye locked onto Yi He. Now this is what you call a true arena master. Descending like a god, dominating the moonlight. The challengers behind him completely vanished in the shadow of his overwhelming aura. Yi, he fully owned the stage like a final boss. He claimed to challenge the whole academy, but clearly they were the ones desperately challenging him. The crowd went completely feral, starved for Yi, his upcoming slaughter. A brutal survival match against the academy's elite awakened cadets. He stood at the center, completely soaking in the deafening roars of absolute worship. Ignoring the pathetic insults thrown his way, Yi, he calmly waited for his first prey. Meanwhile, deep in the stands, a shadowy figure smirked. He nodded, muttering darkly, "This arrogant first-year freshman really knows how to put on a show. I have to respect the hustle." His lackey leaned in, grinning with heavy sarcasm. "What is it, Senior Long Tao? Want to take him on?" This Long Tao was an internet celebrity, a huge influencer on some streaming app planning to use this bloodbath to steal the spotlight and skyrocket his followers. He eyed Yi, he hungrily. Crossing his arms, he locked onto Yi, he calculating his every move. For this massive wave of viral traffic, I must step onto that stage. He dashed forward, glaring at Yi He. His mind buzzed with toxic greed. I am a top-tier influencer after all. This cloud is mine to farm. How could I ignore this insane hype? Even if I lose when the next guy beats him, I will just claim I drained Yi. He's stamina first. Going first guarantees absolutely no losses. If I miraculously win, I will surf this viral wave to become a legendary icon across the entire nation. Either way, this glorious fame belongs to me, ha ha ha. Down below Yi, he stood perfectly still, waiting. He turned, his eyes narrowing. A figure charged at him like a rabid beast, leaking cheap aura. Smoke billowed from his body as he let out a savage roar. "I am Long Tao, second stage martial master. Accept my challenge, Yi." He barely glanced at him, responding coldly. Dragon Blood Society 8th stage martial artist Yi He. The very first challenger had arrived. The massive crowd went absolutely ballistic, their unified screams shaking the stadium's foundation. The system speakers blasted with deafening volume. Let the battle begin. But this delusional clown leapt up, and before even touching Yi, his shadow caught a devastating lightning-fast kick directly to his face. His spine bent backward like a pathetic shrimp, bones snapping with a sickening crunch. Senior Long's face exploded in red as blood gushed violently from his nose and mouth. His skull rattled as he choked out a pathetic whisper. My viral traffic." Yi, he merely squinted at the massive grandstands, his voice echoing with absolute authority. "Next victim." The moment Long's body hit the floor, a fierce female warrior launched a deadly surprise ambush straight at Yi, his blind spot. Gripping a silver razor-sharp spear, she vaulted into the air with terrifying explosive momentum. She dove like a meteor, screaming furiously, "Yi!" He faced my wrath. The live chat went wild. That is Yao Ling from the second year. She is only a 5th stage martial master, but she holds an insane combat record. She single-handedly crushed 3 7th stage martial masters. She is an absolute monster in her year. Why is she joining this bloodbath? Can she actually push Yi He to his limits? At least she is way stronger than that trash streamer, Long Tao. But with just one glance, Yi, he instantly knew her power level was laughably weak. As her spear tore through the sky, Yi, he condensed terrifying system energy into his palm. His eyes flashed with cold dominance as he declared, "Your weapon's purity is pathetic." The spear struck instantly, the blazing aura from Yi. His hand erupted outward. With one casual swipe, he effortlessly snapped her unstoppable weapon cleanly in half. The shockwave blasted Yao Ling's combat skirt, forcing her into a humiliating defensive crouch. Yi, he coldly scanned the endless sea of cadets, completely utterly bored of this slow-paced garbage. He dropped the ultimate disrespect. "Sorry, I am in a rush. Just attack me all at once." That arrogant challenge completely shattered the Academy's pride, sparking absolute fury. Like a broken dam, dozens of elites swarmed the arena. They were hell-bent on crushing his ego on live broadcast. These were top-tier martial cadets with legendary Academy records. Roaring with blinding rage, they charged, "You arrogant freshman trash. So what if you have the Dragon Sparrow? You dare look down on the entire Academy. Attack together. Let us teach this brat a bloody lesson." But these blind fools were about to pay the ultimate price, stepping into Yi, his personal slaughterhouse. The moment they crossed the line, his counterattacks hospitalized them. One cadet tried a desperate aerial dive but could not even breach his defense, eating a rib-shattering kick to the chest. Even their highest-grade awakening weapons were brutally shattered into dust by Yi He's apocalyptic nuclear aura. A towering pillar of nuclear energy erupted from Yi He, piercing the very heavens below. Thousands of stunned spectators held their breath, completely paralyzed by the godlike spectacle. Unable to blink, their frantic screams triggered a massive earthquake. Meanwhile, safely in the hospital, Chukai watched the live stream. His face turned corpse pale, dropping his phone in pure terror. His eyes glued to the monstrous he on the cracked screen, his voice violently trembling. Damn it all. How did he become this invincible? At this rate, who can I even hire to destroy him? Anyone I send will just end up in the ICU. Then a dark realization hit him. He needed the Academy's absolute strongest, the legendary peak cadet. At Capital University, there was perhaps only one man who could stop him. My older brother, Julian Chu, the eldest son of the prestigious Chu family. But that guy was stubbornly righteous. He was definitely not the type to blindly protect his younger brother or help me get my petty revenge. Suddenly, a wicked scheme formed in Zhu Kai's mind. A dangerous smirk crept across his face. Unless, he muttered with a sinister laugh. Back at the arena, he had utterly decimated every single challenger who dared to cross his path. The defeated martial artists were curled up on the ground, completely stripped of their pride. The shattered arena floor was stained with defeat. Raising a fist still smoking with raw aura, he roared, "Who is next?" The fallen challengers could only tremble in fear. They whispered curses through gritted teeth, their eyes burning with toxic envy. Doesn't this monster know when to stop? He's leaving us zero face. Damn it. The sophomores and juniors of Imperial College have been completely humiliated. This absolute bloodbath will go down in the school's history of shame. We are nothing but stepping stones for he's rising legend. But then heavy footsteps echoed through the silence. The mere sight of this new arrival sent the entire campus forum into an absolute frenzy. The crowd erupted with hope. Senior Julian is finally making his move. We are saved. We are saved. A true 9th-tier martial master has ended his secluded training. He is here to crush his arrogance. But Julian Chu was no ordinary 9th-tier master. He had actually restarted his cultivation from scratch, forging his martial foundation to absolute perfection. This allowed him to easily shatter the power ceiling and defeat ordinary grandmasters. Julian was blessed with the Chu family's legendary bloodline, the Scorching Sun Aura. His bloodline purity was considered the absolute pinnacle of his generation. In fact, the raw, explosive energy was so terrifyingly vast that even he struggled to control it. Since childhood, his tyrannical bloodline would often rampage, causing spontaneous combustion. To save his life, the Chu family forged a custom nano-battle suit designed to suppress his core temperature. They forced him to master poetry and music to calm his spirit. Only by practicing an ancient mind-clearing sutra could he live a normal life. He will finally pay in blood for his sheer arrogance. The crowd roared with renewed absolute sheer thrill. Julian Chu was universally recognized as one of the ultimate prodigies, and arguably the strongest powerhouse at Capital University. Just gazing at his mountain-like presence gave everyone the desperate hope that he's reign of terror was over. Stepping onto the ruined stage, Julian was completely different from previous challengers. His aura was calm and incredibly dignified. He addressed the previous conflict first. My younger brother, Zhu Kai, came here earlier. He caused a massive disturbance. For any physical or emotional damage he inflicted, the Chu family will compensate you double. He blinked, genuinely caught off guard by this honor. Wait, you are the older brother of that explosive-haired punk? Julian simply nodded. I am. He cracked his neck, his battle lust fading slightly. You do not seem like someone looking for a fight. If you are not here to get revenge for your bratty brother, then why exactly did you step onto this deathmatch stage? Julian lowered his gaze respectfully. He spoke with immense weight. I am truly not here for Zhu Kai. He is a disgrace. I am here to uphold the absolute honor of the Chu family. Instantly, the gentle atmosphere shattered. His eyes darkened with lethal intent. He glared fiercely at his gaze sharp enough to cut steel. Even though my brother was entirely at fault, you crossed the line when you publicly humiliated our family name. Facing this overwhelming pressure, he just chuckled. He immediately saw through Zhu Kai's pathetic, manipulative lies. Raising his hands in a relaxed shrug, he smirked carelessly. Humiliated your family name. Haha, what an incredibly basic villain script. I knew the pathetic snake would run home, crying, twisting the truth just to use you as a weapon. But whatever. It does not matter to me. Hearing this, Julian's aura flared with furious pride. He marched directly into his personal space, his voice echoing like absolute thunder. I demand that you fall to your knees right now. You will apologize to the Chu family in front of the entire faculty and student body. Unfazed he casually closed the distance between them. Their auras violently clashed in the air. He did not back down a single inch. You want an apology from me? Then you better have the absolute strength to force me. Their eyes locked in a deadly stare-down. Killing intent suffocated the arena. Both warriors flipped the switch, entering a state of absolute combat focus. Julian's pride had been deeply triggered. This was no longer a simple sparring match. It had escalated beyond a mere university rivalry. This was a brutal crusade to defend his ancient bloodline's absolute honor. The tension snapped. In a fraction of a second, Yi and Julian launched themselves forward. Their fists collided dead center like two meteors crashing in midair. Boom! A devastating shockwave of pure aura exploded outward, blinding the entire stadium with blinding light. Without missing a single beat, they unleashed a hurricane of devastating rapid-fire strikes. Julian's monstrous physical strength was undeniably terrifying. But his battle-crazed smile only grew wider. Fists became blurs as they traded thousands of heavy blows in mere seconds. With a synchronized shout, they both leaped back to catch their breath. Julian stomped the ground, charging forward like a raging bull. He roared absolutely, determined to crush Yi. He once and for all. But he remained as calm as a tranquil lake. His countless battles with death had forged nerves of absolute steel. Channeling his terrifying combat experience, he condensed his aura for a devastating counter-blow. The two absolute titans collided once again. Two tornadoes of destructive energy twisted and grinded against one another. The sheer atmospheric pressure ripped the reinforced stage into absolute shreds. Even against a monster like Julian showed zero signs of backing down. But suddenly, something horrifying began to happen to his arm. Julian's high-tech nano armor actually began to physically melt away. His sharp eyes caught the lethal shift immediately. His containment suit is breaking down. The ambient heat is spiking to insane levels. The arm that was deadlocked against his fist had sustained catastrophic damage. Searing red heat pulsed visibly through Julian's bulging veins. His protective outer armor was completely incinerated into absolute nothingness. Scalding steam hissed from his boiling flesh. Yet incredibly, Julian's stoic face did not show a single ounce of pain. Instead, his eyes locked on his next lethal strike. Panic erupted across the online forums. That is the true scorching sun aura. Oh my god, he is completely dead meat. Up in the stands, the entire audience held their absolute breath, utterly hypnotized by the godlike clash between Yi and Julian Chu. The deathmatch had instantly escalated into a suffocatingly tense bloodbath. Spectators grabbed their heads in pure, absolute disbelief. These two monsters are way out of our league. Exactly. Those previous challengers like Leon and Dylan were absolute toddlers compared to these two. Above the pulverized crater of an arena, two godlike energies clashed. One radiated terrifying nuclear force while the other burned with hellish crimson flames. The sheer scale of destruction broke the internet. As expected from an ancient martial arts dynasty, Julian's true power defies all human logic. Of course it does. Who else could actually survive more than 10 seconds against a complete anomaly like Yi? He's basically the final boss of Capital University now. Just then, Julian began to channel his ultimate devastating technique. His right arm became engulfed in terrifying deep crimson hellfire. He analyzed his opponent's terrifying stance, his mind racing. Is that his legendary monstrous form? Why does his aura feel like an ancient demonic beast? Meanwhile, fully clad in his terrifying Godzilla battle armor, he had not even broken a sweat. A completely unhinged, battle-crazed grin split his face. He laughed out loud. Eyes on me, young master of the Chu family. Without warning, his fist smashed directly into Zhou Yanting's face. The crushing impact sent him flying like a ragdoll. Not missing a beat, he smirked and provoked him. Hesitation means absolute defeat. Down in the roaring crowd, a young brown-haired kid clutching a hero action figure started cheering wildly for Zhou Yanting. The innocent boy screamed at the top of his lungs. You can do it, fire-breathing big brother. Defeat the great demon king Yi. The entire arena's attention shifted to the adorable kid. Taking that devastating blow from Yi, he pushed Zhou Yanting to his absolute limits. His stamina was practically completely drained. Touching his bleeding face, he muttered, "Why does Long Kui value this kind of trash? His fighting style is nothing but pure, unadulterated savagery." Suddenly, a wave of deep confusion washed over Zhou Yanting. Tisk, is my mind playing tricks on me? Pure panic set in as he completely failed to comprehend the impossible sight before him. His physical body began expanding at a terrifying rate. Stumbling backward in absolute disbelief, Zhou Yanting kept muttering under his breath, "Why does it feel like this arrogant brat is literally growing right in front of me?" But he maintained his terrifyingly calm demeanor, taunting him further. "Have some more confidence, Senior Zhou. I really am growing." This was not a standard Titan transformation creating an external giant energy body. Instead, through a vampire's flawless mastery over their own flesh and blood, he was gradually releasing the titanic power sealed within his core. In the blink of an eye, he completely unleashed his colossal form. Covered entirely in spiked battle armor resembling a legendary monster, his massive fist crashed down mercilessly toward Zhou Yanting. This monstrous form granted him not only lightning-fast combat agility, but also superhuman neural reflexes, multiplying his base physical attributes infinitely with every single passing second. Right now, crushing you is as tragically easy as a fully grown adult beating a helpless toddler. Following those cold words, Zhou Yanting completely failed to block the earth-shattering punch from Yi's gigantic hand. The overwhelming downward pressure violently crushed him, shattering the arena floor into countless jagged pieces. Gritting his teeth, Zhou Yanting cursed inwardly. What a monster! No wonder he dared to challenge the entire academy. Can a mere human truly possess such horrifying physical strength? He was desperately holding his ground right now, praying to the heavens he would not be flattened into dust. Absolute panic consumed his soul. I honestly thought my own awakened bloodline was insanely overpowered, but compared to Yi's terrifying, monstrous form, it is completely and utterly worthless. This freak is literally a high-tier demonic beast in human skin. His bones groaned under the crushing weight. The martial arts physique he had sacrificed everything to temper was completely giving out. Looks like I will have to rebuild my foundation from scratch. Unable to endure another second, Zhou Yanting explosively dodged to the side, desperately escaping the apocalyptic strike. As his cataclysmic punch smashed into his previous position, Zhou Yanting launched himself high into the sky. He finally formulated a desperate counterattack. If overwhelming raw power cannot win, then superior speed will claim the victory. But he had absolutely no intention of letting his prey escape. Locking his terrifying gaze onto Zhou Yanting's flight path, he started charging devastating nuclear energy within his monstrous, widely ripped jaws. He scoffed coldly. It seems you clearly never bothered to research any of my previous battle records, challenging me without even a shred of proper preparation. With a truly deafening roar, he shouted, "You are the true arrogant fool here." Instantly, he unleashed a merciless barrage of devastating energy beams, aiming straight for Zhou Yanting's body. Yet, with incredible agility, the fire user expertly weaved through every single one of his lethal nuclear blasts. Fury boiled in Zhou Yanting's veins, twisting his expression into something dangerously lethal. Glaring down at the supposedly victorious he swore internally, this next move might actually kill you. Do not blame me for not warning you." Hovering in the sky, Zhou Yanting's body underwent a terrifying transformation as he pushed his limits. Searing blazing flames violently erupted from every single cell in his body. He was now channeling an unimaginably destructive level of fierce fire energy. Zhou Yanting's palms radiated a suffocating wave of intense power, massively amplifying the surrounding temperature. Reaching toward the heavens to gather his core energy, scorching sparks violently ignited together, slowly condensing into an apocalyptic sphere of pure, absolute destruction. Down in the stands, the crowd witnessed Zhou Yanting's ultimate trump card. Excitement exploded as they screamed. This is absolutely insane. What overwhelming power. The heat is terrifying. It is literally altering the climate of the arena, as expected of the Zhou family's legendary fire martial arts. Right at this moment, Zhou Yanting had fully manifested a colossal energy sphere blazing brilliantly like a literal miniature sun. Floating high above Zhou Yanting, masterfully controlled the violent chaotic energy, stabilizing the massive orb. The surrounding atmosphere burned with a skin-melting intensity. For the absolute glory of his family and for his own sacred honor, in that critical second, Zhou Yanting completely unleashed his absolute limits. Roaring like a madman, he cast his earth-shattering martial art blazing sun demon strike without hesitation. Zhou Yanting arched his back and hurled that sun-like sphere directly at Yi. Standing before that apocalyptic meteor, even Yi's gigantic form looked incredibly tiny. The completely terrifying heat radiating from the orb immediately caught Yi's full attention. Narrowing his sharp eyes at the devastatingly powerful attack, he felt absolutely zero fear. Instead, his blood boiled with pure excitement. Smirking coldly, he declared, "Finally, a move actually worth looking at." In a flash, he shifted his immense energy, morphing his hand into the massive jaws of a legendary monster. Pushing beyond his limits, he channeled all his devastating power straight into the beast's mouth. Pure nuclear aura violently swirled, preparing to directly clash with the massive apocalyptic sphere rapidly crashing toward him. He loudly taunted. "Did you seriously think you were the only one with ranged attacks? Perfect timing for me to test out my newly created martial art on you." Trembling with excitement, he roared to the heavens, heaven-shaking dragon cannon. A wicked grin stretched across Yi's face. He had been eagerly anticipating this exact moment since the battle started. As the meteor descended upon him, Yi raised his transformed hand, its monstrous jaws unhinging incredibly wide. A terrifying beam of energy blasted upward completely, engulfing the blazing orb like a giant fist crushing a fragile balloon. In the next devastating heartbeat, absolute despair struck Zhou Yanting. His ultimate blazing fireball forged from his absolute physical limits was effortlessly obliterated into total nothingness by his overwhelming nuclear aura. Knowing his complete defeat was sealed, the light faded from his exhausted eyes. He weakly mumbled, "I am a dead man." High up in the dark sky, his nuclear blast pierced directly into the heavens, eclipsing the massive moon. This celestial energy source made his overwhelming power grow even more terrifying. Perhaps effortlessly wiping out Zhou Yanting's ultimate sun-like attack was simply achieved thanks to the divine, overwhelming assistance of that brilliant lunar energy. Suddenly, the majestic silhouette of a grandmaster materialized. The figure spoke with terrifying authority. Yi He, you have gone way too far. Instantly snapping back to reality, Yi He quickly returned to his normal human form. Seeing the man, he awkwardly scratched his head and nervously chuckled, "Ha, well, I saw the principal arriving, so I figured I might as well go all out for a satisfying fight." The principal had intervened just in time to save Zhou Yanting's life. One stern look from the principal completely froze Yi He in place, stopping him from doing anything else to the defeated senior. The principal just stood there in deafening silence, his piercing gaze locked onto Yi He. Finally, he let out a heavy sigh and nodded. A flicker of concern crossed his veteran face. He spoke flatly to Yi He, "I only came to observe this viral arena match you set up, yet you forcefully dragged me into the spotlight." Standing before the absolute authority, the air grew suffocatingly tense. The principal saw right through the boy. "You planned this from the very beginning." Cornered Yi, he finally revealed his master plan. With a sly, sheepish grin, he replied, "I had no other choice. Lord Principal, without your monumental presence, my arena lacks absolute authority. Please do your humble student a solid." Meanwhile, looking back at Zhou Yanting, the principal mercilessly dropped him onto the cold stone. After clashing with Yi He's monstrous power, Zhou Yanting's body was completely shattered. He instantly blacked out. The principal scoffed, "Your master Gong Kei calls you a clumsy fool every day. Clearly, you have just been playing her like a fiddle. Fine. I will grant you face this once and personally back your little arena." Suddenly, Shi Jingwen channeled his terrifying martial aura. His voice echoed across the Imperial University. Every single soul heard it with crystal clarity. "Is there anyone left who dares to challenge Yi He? If not, I hereby declare his absolute victory over the entire campus. He remains the undisputed arena master." Down in the crowd, countless seniors boiled with rage. They desperately wanted to reclaim their shattered pride, but sheer terror kept them glued to the ground. The cowards started shoving each other. "Hey, you go up there and fight him. Are you insane? Fight that monster. His atomic aura would slice me into bloody ribbons." "Hell no. Did you see that devastating energy blast? You would not just get sliced. You would be instantly vaporized into pure ash. Then we need a battle of attrition. Let's exhaust him." "Yeah, right. You go first then." Despite the principal's booming call, not a single soul dared to step into the ring. The principal nodded, ready to seal the deal. "Since the silence is absolute, I officially declare Yi He the victor of this bloody gauntlet." Instantly, an awe-inspiring decree echoed through the heavens. Huadu University's first-year Yi He, with mere martial artist cultivation, he has crushed every martial master on campus. An unprecedented legendary feat, a record that will never be broken. His name shall echo through Imperial University for all eternity. A true living legend, Yi. He stood proudly at the absolute peak. He silently declared himself the undisputed king. He thrust his fist into the sky, radiating an absolutely terrifying, unshakable confidence. The moment Shi Jingwen cemented his ultimate victory, he effectively claimed the absolute championship of Huadu University. This heaven-defying news sent shockwaves across the entire nation. Everyone witnessed the birth of an unstoppable rising star. A prodigy meant to carry all of humanity. That is our top scorer from An City. Man, I have never felt this incredibly proud, bragging to the whole world that I belong to An City. The internet practically exploded with viral trends. Number 1, martial artist Yi. He absolutely demolishes Huadu University's elites. Number 2, the monstrous first-year rookie. Number 3, principal officially crowns Yi He a living legend. The entire top 10 was completely dominated by his name. Clout chasers swarmed from every corner. Damn, I knew that kid was a supreme dragon among mortals. Hey, I am literally his distant uncle. Follow my page for exclusive leaks on his daily life. With the nation's martial saint heavily injured in deep seclusion, the masses desperately needed a glimmer of hope. And now, a glorious new savior had descended. Grandmaster Du Jingming was missing in action, and 12 massive stronghold cities had completely fallen to ruins. In these dark times, Yi He's explosive rise felt like absolute divine intervention for the entire nation. Back at An City's first high school, his old homeroom teacher set up a massive public broadcast. Every single student watched in absolute awe. The auditorium erupted into a frenzy. Yi He is an absolute beast. He brought supreme glory to our first high school. I knew he was destined for greatness. The teacher beamed with infinite pride. All of you must train your bones to dust. Strive to become the next legendary Yi He. The entire stadium shook with deafening, thunderous chants, Yi He, Yi He, Yi He, but hiding in a dark corner. Wang Tong, the arrogant rich girl, who mercilessly bullied him in the past, watched with bitter jealousy, her face twisted in sheer venomous spite. Meanwhile, across deep internet forums, wild conspiracies started brewing. Why the hell would the absolute authority Shi Jingwen personally validate a freshman's victory? Since when does a private duel get top-tier administrative backing? What dark secret connects he to the principal? More importantly, what terrifying background entity is secretly pulling his strings? Thanks to Xi Jingwen's very public endorsement, he's name was just painted on the radar of countless shadowy organizations. This kid is absolutely not just some tragic orphan, like his public files suggest. There's a terrifying bloodline hiding there. Before rumors could spiral out of control, the fearsome Dragon Sparrow organization dropped a monumental press release. His identity is classified as an S-rank military secret. Any faction spreading malicious rumors will face our absolute merciless annihilation. Meanwhile, the Dragon Blood Society was throwing the party of the century. Members screamed until their lungs literally gave out. Our chairman is a god. Let that scum, Chen Xin, drown in absolute despair. The Dragon Blood Society has officially ascended, but the wildest celebration belonged to Yan Zhengxiang and Ouyang Zi. They dance around like absolute maniacs, screaming until reality suddenly hit them like a ton of bricks. Wait a minute, where the hell is our glorious Chairman Yi? Yan Zhengxiang scratched his head. He mumbled something about an urgent mission and vanished, far from the blazing spotlight deep inside dorm room 423. He could not care less about his newfound legendary status. The room was plunged in darkness as a holographic projection of the Dr. Feng flickered to life. The Dr. Feng bowed deeply. My lord, I have successfully secured the golden gene hidden deep within an city. His eyes sharpened like blades. Can we shatter its seal? The doctor's spectral face turned dreadfully serious. I possess the exact unlock sequence. After all, in my past life, I was the chief architect of the Golden Gene Project. However, this divine vial is rigged with a lethal kill switch. The very second we crack it open, it will brand us with an untraceable tracking pulse. The Thunderbird Syndicate will instantly lock onto our exact coordinates and annihilate us. Did not even flinch. Can you build a localized jammer to block it? The doctor grinned wickedly. Absolutely. I have already started siphoning black market materials to construct an absolute dead zone chamber. His aura flared with impatience. Give me an exact timeline. How long? 15 days to build the ultimate shield, but shattering the impossible mathematical cipher sealing the vial. That will take another agonizing 15 days. Excellent work. Move fast, but keep your safety as the absolute priority, he commanded. Terminating the call, he hit the remote to kill the screen. Sifting through the Mad Doctor's extracted memories, a shocking truth clicked into place. The Prometheus Foundation had secretly allied with the Godfall Sanctuary. Back then, Prometheus had funneled their limitless resources into nurturing a catastrophic demon fetus for the Sanctuary's twisted goals. But as the catastrophic entity neared completion, Prometheus revealed their true colors, brutally backstabbing their fanatic allies. Those deranged scientists had covertly tampered with the incubation process. The result? The otherworldly demon was born in a severely weakened state. Seizing the ultimate prize, Prometheus captured humanity's first live-dimensional demon. They ruthlessly dismantled the creature, harvesting its cosmic organs for forbidden experiments. Armed with a higher-dimensional lifeform that surpassed anything on the blue star, the Foundation's bioengineering progress skyrocketed like a race car hitting max speed, pushing the limits of sanity. This demonic flesh birthed terrifying breakthroughs, ultimately culminating in the legendary Project Eden, an earth-shattering endeavor. Through Project Eden, the lunatics at Prometheus sought to literally manufacture their own divinity. They intended to forge an artificial god. This manufactured deity wasn't just designed to shield the blue star from dimensional invasions and descending demon lords. It was meant to obliterate all existing nations. This supreme divine mind would forcefully unify humanity, transcending every mortal organization in existence. It would violently redistribute all global resources to enforce a twisted absolute equality. Their ultimate goal, warping the blue star into a mythological Eden. Then came Project Spark, a terrifying ambition to rewrite the human genome and force a racial evolution. This was the dark predecessor to Thunderbird's Golden Gene Project. Sinking deeper into his sofa, he processed this genetic nightmare. A chilling sense of dread washed over him. Prometheus was a bottomless abyss. By casually dropping the term gene lock earlier, he had accidentally painted himself as one of their hidden operatives. His instincts screamed that fate would inevitably drag him into their deadly vortex. Suddenly, he remembered the mysterious crest. In the chaos of helping Ouyang Zi, he had completely forgotten the badge gifted by Senior Azure Dragon. Time to dive into the sleep cultivation art. Slipping the ancient crest beneath his pillow, he initiated the slumber technique. His consciousness instantly plunged into the boundless martial destiny space. Freezing rain lashed across his face as his eyes snapped open. He staggered to his feet, realizing he was encased in battered knight's armor. Surrounded by corpses, a devastating massacre occurred here, he muttered. Instantly, his sharp eyes caught something unnatural nearby. Demonic scorch marks scarred the earth, burning relentlessly. Despite the torrential downpour, inspecting a fallen soldier, his sharp gaze noticed terrifying claw marks that clearly weren't human. The muddy ground was cratered with massive depressions that, when viewed from above, revealed the monstrous footprints of a colossal beast. Unquenchable black flames continued to devour the earth, completely immune to the freezing rain. As the storm broke, he violently ripped off the suffocating steel plates. "How do Western warriors fight in this heavy junk?" he scoffed. "It completely seals your movements. Scavenging the fallen, he claimed the most pristine knight's greatsword among the dead. This iron sword works." He strode the battlefield alone. Inside this martial destiny space, his true terrifying aura was sealed. He relied on these primitive weapons. Time was up. The Destiny Master, acting as the quest-giving non-player character, should be making their entrance right on cue. A thunderous neigh echoed as massive warhorses hauled an intricately carved carriage into view. The imposing masked driver yanked the reins, bringing the majestic vehicle to a halt before Yi. The heavy velvet curtains were aggressively swept aside, revealing a hardened elder in a black hat rocking a fierce eye patch. The veteran scoffed with utter disdain, violently slamming the curtains shut. Without a second glance, the driver whipped the horses, desperately trying to flee the scene. He stood there completely stunned. "Hey, where are you going?" Suddenly, the mighty war horses screamed. Their massive legs trembled violently, completely unable to drag the carriage forward. The absolute unit He had clamped his hand onto the carriage frame. No matter how wildly the purebred beasts thrashed, they couldn't move an inch. A devilish smirk crossed his face. "Old man, why run the moment you see me? Aren't you supposed to trigger my trial quest?" The elder ripped the curtain open again, this time with sheer terror painting his features. Such monstrous physical strength. He stopped a moving carriage barehanded. "I have nothing to say to a vile thief like you, Yi." His aura instantly shifted at that trigger word. "A thief? Did you just call me a thief?" Since both were existing as spiritual entities, the language barrier completely vanished. The veteran perfectly understood Yi's modern Shia nation tongue. Seeing Yi's genuinely confused expression, the elder practically coughed up blood and fury. "Drop the act. Years ago, that blue-haired martial artist invaded. For our family's sacred inheritance. My useless descendants couldn't stop him, so I bound my soul to this martial destiny space. I swore to protect our final glory. But that blue-haired monster, upon breaking through to the next realm, forcefully tore open this dimension. He seized our ultimate legacy through pure violence. You're exactly like him. You filthy, shameless thieves." The elder roared with absolute grievance. He stared blankly at the ghost. "Listen, old man. I don't care about your ancient grudges. But as the designated quest non-player character, you're going to do your job." His mind raced. The stubborn ghost was completely uncooperative, but he couldn't let this crucial target escape. Finding a brutal solution, he swung the massive greatsword slash. The carriage wheels were instantly obliterated. The elder inside shrieked in panic. "You demon, what are you doing, He just grinned, smiling exactly like a tyrannical demon king. "Sorry, old man he declared. "To keep a useless guide like you from escaping, I must drag you along while exploring this map." He had forcefully dragged the grumpy old NPC to accompany him. The elder stomped ahead, cursing furiously. "You brat, how dare you dismantle my carriage?" "My apologies, old man he smirked. "You govern this martial domain, so I must trouble you to be my personal guide." They journeyed through ruined landscapes littered with monster remains. Hearing the boy's acknowledgement, the elder's bruised ego slightly recovered. "Humph, at least you have more manners than that blue-haired martial artist." He pointed forward. "Follow these eruption trails to find the trial grounds." After traveling a while, a vast fog-shrouded snow-capped mountain range loomed before them. The ground lay perfectly flat. "The eruption trails completely vanish here, he muttered, feeling a headache coming on. But the old man plotted secretly. He chuckled inwardly. "Hey, naive kid, did you truly believe I would guide you to the trial? You will wander this martial domain forever." Suddenly, he glanced up, his eyes sharpening. "Hold on. No footprints down here." Above them, a massive bird soared past, casting a giant shadow over the terrain. Could the target have flown into the sky? He wondered. The old man panicked, his attempt to distract the boy utterly failing. How did this brat pinpoint the crucial clues so fast? His sharp perception paired with that terrifying innate talent. If only he shared my clan's bloodline. Unfortunately, he was already calculating his next brilliant move. Flying creatures always build nests at high altitudes. We are standing on a massive plain, so if we keep tracking this direction, the highest peak must be our target. He flashed a confident smile. "Old man, I must borrow your mighty steed once more." The NPC shivered, terror gripping his soul. "Huh," he gasped. Time blurred as he charged fiercely across the vast plains. Reaching a towering snowy peak, he relentlessly drove the warhorse forward, dragging the poor old NPC through countless grueling miles, pushing the beast to its absolute limit. Suddenly, the horse's eyes flashed in terror. It halted, instantly rearing back with a deafening neigh. Momentum threw them backward onto the freezing ground. The elder slammed face first into the dirt, while he expertly landed on his feet. He quickly realized the horse had sensed extreme danger. Looks like we have arrived. A piercing dragon roar erupted from the snowy peaks. Massive wings eclipsed the sky, stretching dozens of meters wide before folding back. Three serpentine lizard-like necks supported majestic white dragon heads, all diving straight toward them. What in the world is that, Yi? He gasped. Then it clicked. Could this be Godzilla's legendary arch-nemesis, the catastrophic beast known for devouring entire stars? A colossal dragon head loomed inches away, exhaling scorching heat onto him. Reflected in those glowing golden eyes, Yi, he, and the Elder looked pitifully tiny. Its oppressive aura felt like a devastating solar flare crashing down. Instantly, a blazing surge of raw, destructive energy locked onto them. It unleashed an apocalyptic pillar of fire, instantly incinerating their bodies into nothingness. As the shockwave cleared, only the old man's silhouette remained. Hunched over his cane, engulfed in residual flames, he scoffed. Humph. You found the right place, kid. But you are merely a speck of dust swallowed by its wrath. As the master of this domain, I am immortal here. Adjusting his black hat, he sneered arrogantly. That brat was too green. This trial was never about slaying the multi-headed white dragon. The goal is finding the sacred relic guarded by beasts, then performing a ritual offering to the multi-headed white dragon. Earning its acknowledgement grants the legacy. He muttered, of course, that blue-haired guy was a pure anomaly. Breaking his limits, he used overwhelming brute strength to slaughter the white dragon and violently seize the legacy. Suddenly, the Elder jolted in sheer realization. But this brat's cultivation level was far too weak. He should have died instantly. Before he finished, shockingly, he stood perfectly unharmed. His outer clothes had vaporized, leaving his imposing physique exposed, while his sword burned to ashes. The Elder stared in disbelief. He survived. Wait. His body. Dark cyan scales began manifesting across Yi. His skin. Brilliant emerald light pulsed through the gaps of his armored scales. Looking up with supreme confidence, he declared, during my first domain entry, I could not tap into my template's physical buffs because my synchronization rate was too low. But now, the template's raw power has finally fused with my soul. I can finally unleash its true might inside this martial domain. As his synchronization rate surged, the template's dominant energy permanently merged with his soul, granting Yi the ultimate ability to materialize this legendary force. He roared fiercely. So Jack's sword is utterly useless to me now. Witness my true devastating power, old man. The NPC watched in paralyzing dread, his voice trembling as he choked out, impossible, this brat. He is a literal monster. Exhaling a scorching blast of atomic breath, he transformed into a colossal dark blue titan, a terrifying Tyrannosaurus-like beast matching the three-headed dragon. Hitting 71% synchronization, the Godzilla cell energy completely devoured his giant transformation power. Entering full Godzilla mode was incredible, but not limitless. Once his giant force and atomic energy drain, this godlike state will shatter. Optimistically, he can only maintain this absolute destruction for 2.5 minutes. Its massive jaws exhaled pure atomic energy. That is enough, he declared. Sensing the deadly shift in power, the long-necked beast let out a deafening shriek. It thrashed around wildly in pure agony. He lunged forward mercilessly. His massive hands crushed all three of the monster's scrawny necks at once, completely cutting off its air supply. The deafening shriek was instantly silenced. He roared to the heavens. The titan clashes with the star-devouring disaster. The beast was paralyzed with absolute terror, but the old man watching was even more shocked. He was infinitely more terrifying than the monster. His monstrous strength defied all logic. The Elder's teeth chattered violently as he whimpered, Mother of God, boom, boom, boom. With every single step, his massive body expanded exponentially. Heaven and earth trembled under his weight. The ground shattered into countless pieces, bouncing the poor NPC Elder around like a rag doll. The three-headed white dragon was dragged violently across the earth. Stripped of all resistance, it let out a pathetic whimpering cry. He brutally slammed the beast into a frozen mountain. Boulders shattered and the earth quaked violently. Blinding dust swallowed the entire battlefield. His blazing fury had finally reached its absolute peak. He roared with unbridled wrath. Let us recreate this legendary battle right here in the combat dimension. He forcefully spun the dragon by its three necks, turning them as limp as overcooked noodles. Crackling lightning and scorching dragon fire brewed within its jaws. The beast finally realized the grim truth. Engaging in close combat with this pitch-black behemoth was an absolute death sentence. It desperately flapped its wings to escape into the sky. But he would never let his prey flee. He bellowed, You think you can look down on me? Did you really think I was grounded, He had already anticipated this exact move. The neon blue atomic energy within his massive dorsal fins began pulsing brightly from his tail straight to his head. Only a vast realm like this combat dimension could handle the raw, unleashed devastation he was about to unleash. He inhaled sharply, drawing in an unimaginable amount of explosive aura. He was charging up an ultimate attack. This was a catastrophic level of power. He had never used before, pushing his limits to the absolute brink. He roared out, "Do not forget that I excel at long-range combat too." A terrifying neon blue pulse, visible to the naked eye, was ready to erupt from the behemoth's terrifying jaws. It carried an aura of absolute dominance, declaring his godlike descent upon this world. In response, the three dragon heads unhinged their jaws simultaneously. Three terrifying streams of destructive energy merged in midair. They twisted into a massive apocalyptic pillar of flaming lightning. Boom! His blinding blue beam erupted violently, colliding with the dragon's blast. The exact center of this catastrophic collision began to warp. It expanded into a hyperdense dark red sphere of volatile energy. Suddenly, it detonated with apocalyptic force, sending shockwaves across the entire dimension. The blinding blue atomic beam continuously clashed against the fiery lightning. The epicenter of their warring powers warped reality itself, swelling into that terrifying dark red sphere of pure destruction. Maintaining this ultimate titan form drained his energy at a terrifying rate. After unleashing the devastating atomic breath, the strict time limit he had left to keep this colossal body was rapidly shrinking. He was far too smart to waste time in a simple beam struggle. After all, he possessed an entire system of deadly abilities. He was never limited to just a single technique. Suddenly, countless massive bone spikes violently pierced out from his monstrous chest. He bellowed to the heavens, frostbone impalement. A devastating wave of nuclear energy erupted like a deadly gamma storm. The massive spikes shot forward, aiming straight for the white dragon's body. The beast was completely focused on the beam clash, leaving its defenses completely wide open. It could not even tense its muscles in time. Boiling hot dragon blood and shattered white scales exploded into the air. The fiery lightning pillar was instantly snuffed out by the ambush. The sickening sound of flesh tearing and bone crushing echoed out, followed by the agonizing screams of the doomed dragon, challenging Yi. He was the biggest mistake of its life. The once proud white dragon was utterly decimated. It hung helplessly in the air, looking just like a pathetic earthworm dangling from a fishing hook. He glared down at its mangled body and let out a sinister smirk. Only 3 heads left now. It reminds me of a certain famous golden dragon. He quickly snapped his massive jaws shut, refusing to waste a single drop of precious energy. He lunged forward with world-shattering speed. With an earthquaking stomp, he violently pinned the white dragon's chest beneath his massive foot. The devastating force of that single crushing blow caused all 3 dragon heads to wail in unbearable agony. But the middle head barely had time to scream before his massive jaws clamped fiercely around it, staring into that blinding neon blue light of death. The remaining heads shrieked in absolute despair. His deep guttural voice echoed ominously. "It seems you will not be keeping those heads after all." Immediately, his terrifying atomic breath charged up once again. Boom! Pure nuclear energy flooded straight into the dragon's eyes. Violently rushing through its nose and throat, the deadly radiation tore straight down its esophagus. In a gruesome display of absolute power, the flesh of the central head was violently ripped to shreds, detonating just like a volatile plasma bomb. Blinding blue lightning surged frantically within the white dragon's massive body, before finally exploding into a horrifying rain of blood and gore. The catastrophic nuclear heat completely melted its head and neck, burning all the way down into its supernatural biological core. A devastating burst of lightning erupted from within the dragon's torn chest. When the apocalyptic dust finally settled, Yi stood victorious, gripping the dragon's glowing red-hot heart in his bloody hand. He hoisted the massive heart towards the heavens. He unleashed a soul-shaking roar, declaring his absolute supremacy over this realm. The turbulent dimension slowly began to stabilize, though a thick curtain of battle dust still lingered in the air. The Titan's dorsal fins pulsed brightly, illuminating the ruined secret realm. Down below, the NPC elder stood absolutely paralyzed, his jaw hitting the floor. He had witnessed the entire brutal massacre and his mind simply could not process it. Have I been trapped in some kind of high-level illusion? How could a human take the form of a behemoth and slaughter a hydra dragon with such overwhelming force? Suddenly, all the blood drained from the elder's face. His eyes widened in sheer panic as he stared up at Yi. The colossal, still-beating dragon heart was casually tossed right at the old man's feet. The sheer impact from the giant beast's throw triggered a mini-earthquake, nearly knocking the fragile NPC off his feet. High above his colossal titan form rapidly began to shrink, until he reverted back into a completely naked young man. He stretched his limbs and yelled out in pure satisfaction. Damn, that felt amazing. There is really nothing better than piloting a colossal beast into battle. That was an absolute rush. Hey, old man. After slaughtering that oversized lizard, I finally figured out where the true legacy of this combat dimension is hidden. So I will not be needing your guidance anymore. Without waiting for the glitching NPC to respond, he casually strolled right toward the glowing red heart. The old man finally snapped out of it and barked, "In your dreams, brat." Yi, he just clenched his fists tightly, fully prepared to plunge his hands straight into the core of the dragon's heart. He laughed maniacally. Hey, I knew you would say that, so I am just going to take it myself. He bent down and violently thrust both of his bare hands deep into the massive pulsing organ, scalding dragon blood as dangerously hot as molten iron splashed wildly all over Yi's body. A sickeningly thick scent of metallic blood filled the entire area. He felt the intense burning heat searing his skin. Damn, that is hot, he muttered softly. But he completely ignored the agonizing temperature, greedily digging around inside the dragon's heart for his loot. It felt like gripping molten iron. His arm was practically melting away. Fighting through the scorching agony, Yi suddenly jolted. He finally found it. This thing was insanely heavy. Keep in mind, Yi's current physical strength was absolutely terrifying. Even among Grand Martial Masters, finding a warrior who could match his raw physical power was nearly impossible. He plunged his upper body deep into the massive beating heart. Blood poured out like a crimson waterfall as he blindly dug around inside. Twisting his body, Yi used both hands to haul the bizarre anomaly out of the core. He gritted his teeth, barely withstanding its crushing weight. Watching this unfold, the ancient NPC felt like he was sitting on burning coals. He stared at Yi in absolute horror. Suddenly, the strange object erupted with countless terrifying tentacles. They instantly swarmed his entire body. Yi was completely caught off guard. This bizarre artifact was actually the Secret Realm's ultimate legacy, the legendary dragon armor. On a microscopic level, the armor sprouted endless roots resembling human veins. These bloody tendrils pierced Yi's skin, violently fusing with his internal capillary network. The moment Yi gripped the artifact, it violently melted into a flexible living liquid. It coiled tightly around his arms before completely engulfing his entire physical form. Slowly, the rhythmic pulsing of this bio-armor synced perfectly with Yi's breathing and heartbeat. His very own blood began surging through the living armor's metallic veins. The old NPC's jaw dropped, utterly paralyzed. His face turned ghost pale, radiating sheer terror as he stared at the monstrous human standing before him. Flashes of the Azure Dragon filled his mind. He thought to himself, even when that blue-haired warrior forcefully wore the dragon armor, it only granted him 90% of its legacy. Their mortal physiques were simply too weak. They fundamentally could not endure the crushing weight and the insane blood tax demanded by the legendary armor. Therefore, this audacious kid was the very first warrior in 1,000 years to gain the ultimate absolute recognition of the dragon armor. Standing atop the gigantic beating heart, Yi casually shouted down with an annoyingly smug tone. You were asking how I did it. Look for yourself, I just slapped it on and it worked. Is this supposed to be hard? The NPC old man was so furiously triggered he wanted to throw a brick at Yi's face. He clenched his fists in absolute seething rage. His entire body burned red with fury, but he was completely helpless to change reality. You arrogant brat, the old spirit muttered, finally loosening his trembling grip. Taking a deeply defeated breath, he sighed. Fine, let fate take its course. The elder finally lowered his hood, shifting to a hushed, incredibly serious tone. Since the ancient ancestors have acknowledged him, I will not interfere. Our bloodline lacks a worthy heir anyway. Passing this legacy to a perfect vessel might actually be a heaven-sent blessing. At least this divine power will not be disgraced. But Yi just had to poke the bear again. Old man, I feel like this ultimate legacy is missing a little something. There has to be a second half to this, right? The old spirit almost choked on his own breath. He screamed in pure outrage. Do not push your luck, you shameless thief. Are you trying to rob my entire clan blind? Yi smirked knowingly. The Quake Abyss Dragon armor is too extreme. It relies heavily on external strength. It desperately needs a top-tier internal cultivation manual to balance it out. Only then can a martial artist achieve perfect internal and external harmony. Otherwise, an average warrior's internal organs would simply burst under the armor's terrifying pressure. Their bones would be mercilessly crushed and their flesh sucked dry. Therefore, combining an internal technique with this external gear creates the absolute flawless physical cultivation method. We are talking about a heavenly constellation martial skill. Here I cannot just ignore a god-tier opportunity. 7 days later, inside Yi's dimly lit bedroom. While he was still lazily sprawling across his bed, lost in dreamland, his phone suddenly started buzzing aggressively. With the heavy blanket still draped over his head, the sleeping giant blindly reached for it. Hello, he grunted. Oh, Chujo, what is up? For the past few days, he had spent 80% of his time in a deep cultivation slumber. The massive information dumped from the Quake Abyss armor was overwhelming. He needed to slowly digest it within his martial mind space. On the other end, Chuzhou reported Yihe Liu Qingzhu, and I finally got discharged. The university told us to claim our mission rewards at the activity center today, and the student mission director specifically told me to pass on a message to you. You have to go directly to the principal's office. The big boss wants to hand over your reward personally. Hearing this, Yihe rubbed his groggy eyes. I have to go to the principal's office. Looking like a complete zombie, He stared at his screen, radiating pure, unadulterated annoyance. Wiping the drool from his chin, he muttered under his breath, "Does the head honcho seriously want to have a private chat with me?" Over at Huadu University's central floating city, the heavenly square tower pierced the clouds. It was a massive skyscraper dominating the bustling metropolis. Yi arrived at the scene in record time. The moment he stepped inside, a stunningly gorgeous woman in a crimson suit approached. "Student Yi He, I have been waiting for you." The beautifully proportioned lady introduced herself with a flawless smile. "My name is Nuwa. The principal is expecting you upstairs. Please follow me." Yi He gave the mysterious woman a calculating side eye before nodding. "Lead the way." Internally, red flags were going off everywhere. He could not detect a single ounce of martial aura from her, yet she totally lacked the natural breath of a normal human. Was she even human at all? The duo quickly entered the high-speed elevator. The tension inside the elevator was incredibly thick and awkward. Caught in his own suspicion, Yi He kept shooting secret glances at Nuwa, quickly looking away whenever she moved. Noticing his constant staring, Nuwa turned her head and asked bluntly, "Student Yi He, are you incredibly curious about my physical body?" Caught red-handed, Yi He's heart skipped a nervous beat. He frantically waved his hands. "You completely misunderstand. I am just fascinated by advanced scientific technology." But Nuwa remained completely unfazed. "It is not what you think." Suddenly, she began unbuttoning her collar. Yi He watched this bold move with his jaw practically hitting the floor. Panic surged through him, his face turning 50 shades of crimson. "What is not what I think? Wait, hold up. You seriously got the wrong idea. I did not mean it like that." Ignoring his panic, Nuwa pulled her outfit wide open. Beneath the clothing lay a highly advanced mechanical frame. Her outer synthetic skin was entirely transparent, revealing spinning gears within. It was 100% pure machinery. This mass-produced containment vessel, Nuwa explained coldly, possesses a fundamentally different internal structure compared to actual biological human females. The highly realistic facial modeling was simply added to maximize human approachability. Yi had let out a massive breath. "Oh, so that is what you meant by not the same." Good heavens, you almost gave me a heart attack. Huadu University's tech level is absolutely insane. Reaching floor 667, Nuwa offered a respectful mechanical bow. "The principal awaits you inside." Yi He stepped out briskly. "Thanks for the trouble." But the moment his foot crossed the threshold, an ominous chill forced his body to freeze completely. A violent throbbing pounded inside his skull. Glitchy visions flashed before his eyes, tearing at his physical body. Ah, this familiar sensation. The overwhelming power completely suppressed Yi He, forcing him to stumble backward. Instantly, a plush sofa slid right behind him. It caught his fall perfectly, saving him from hitting the floor. As his vision cleared, the seat glided directly in front of the headmaster. The old man was casually enjoying a traditional tea ceremony. With a profoundly gentle tone, he spoke. "You have slept long enough, Yi He. Have you mastered the secret martial arts manual that Qinglong gave you?" He was completely bewildered. "How did I end up here? Headmaster, is this your private office?" Moving with absolute elegance, the headmaster slid a steaming teacup forward. These tea leaves were genetically modified by the Research Institute using secret realm flora. "The flavor is quite extraordinary. Give it a try." Still utterly dazed, he asked, "Headmaster, was that ability you just used related to spatial manipulation?" The old man smiled warmly. "Indeed, it allows for localized spatial displacement within a specific range." He felt a sudden wave of realization. It all makes sense now. Otherwise, he could never have saved Zhou Yanting. Spatial martial arts must be on the exact same legendary tier as that. Heaven-defying time-stop ability. Taking a slow sip of his tea, the headmaster continued. Your academic credits and Imperial University resource access cards have all been deposited into your account. As the main contributor to a Class 5 mission, you may select 2 earth-shattering martial skills and forge 1 premium high-tier weapon. "I do not need new weapons or skills right now," he thought to himself. Meeting the headmaster's gaze, he boldly stated his true desire. "Headmaster, I want access to the genetic lock archives and top-secret clearance to investigate Prometheus. I have no ulterior motives, I just simply want to know the truth." Without a single second of hesitation, the old man nodded firmly. "Granted." He felt his face flush as a storm of shock and anticipation raged inside him. Can this monstrous elder actually foresee the future? Meanwhile, the headmaster simply continued his peaceful tea ceremony as if nothing world-shattering had happened. Draining the last drop, the headmaster smoothly rose from the sofa. "Let us go. I will take you to the Grand Archives." He was caught off guard. "Wait right now, I haven't even tasted my tea yet." Turning to the right, the headmaster pushed open a massive heavy door. "You can drink it after seeing the files." He trailed closely behind, peering into the expansive room. The sight waiting for him inside completely paralyzed his vocal cords. "Whoa, what is this?" A horrified scream ripped from his throat. "What the hell is that monstrosity? What kind of creature's brain is this, and why is it only half?" Dominating the room was a pillar-sized test tube. Suspended inside the glowing liquid was a grotesque tentacle-covered brain of titanic proportions. The horrifying specimen was preserved with maximum security. The headmaster spoke calmly. This is Nuwa's central processing unit, its physical vessel. Yi, he stood frozen in total disbelief. Nuwa, so that is the truth. Was that staff member an artificial intelligence creation too? The headmaster dropped another bombshell. And 15 years ago, this half-brain belonged to Prometheus. Yi, his jaw practically hit the floor. His mind raced frantically. Prometheus, the otherworldly divine plan, which means this brain originally belonged to an abyssal demon. The very first one ever captured alive in human history. To think such a terrifying supreme existence was butchered by Prometheus. Peak-era Prometheus was absolutely insane and overwhelmingly powerful. No wonder they dared to initiate the Eden Project, god slayers who aimed to unify the planet and control all humanity. What wouldn't they dare to do? Stepping forward, the headmaster manipulated the hyper-advanced console. He issued a crisp voice command. Nuwa instantly, a flawless artificial voice echoed through the chamber. I am here, sir. Standing before the holographic dashboard, he ordered the system to extract classified data. Understood, it replied as mechanical gears whirred to life. The machine ejected a sleek flash drive. The headmaster grabbed the drive and pressed it directly toward Yi. I have downloaded a fragment of Nuwa into this device. Any burning questions you have, just ask Nuwa. Cold sweat dripped down Yi's face as the puzzle pieces violently locked into place inside his mind. God only knows how many core secrets Nuwa guards. This central hub controls everything about Huadu University, maybe even the entire Great Xia Nation. Countless top-tier strategic missions, yet he's handing this ultimate power over to me. Is there a hidden trap behind this blind trust? Seeing Yi, he hesitated. The headmaster grabbed his wrist and forcefully shoved the flash drive into his palm. Patting his hand with deep meaning, he chuckled. Snap out of it, kid. Even as the headmaster sneaking a student in here is a massive rule violation. We need to leave now. Yi's brain short-circuited. Are you seriously making me your partner in crime? Meanwhile, inside Xiang Jianzhuang's private training room, having just completed his brutal cultivation session, his entire body radiated a scorching, fiery aura. He was only inches away from shattering his physical limits. At the crucial moment, his eyes snapped open, blazing with a terrifying, piercing light. Absolute arrogance washed over him. His combat power had violently ascended to a brand new realm, completely eclipsing his former status as a campus tyrant. This time, he was truly unstoppable. Xiang Jianzhuang let out a thunderous roar. Drunk on his newly awakened strength, he swaggered out of the room with supreme confidence. Ha ha ha. In just my first semester, I've conquered a path that takes average Huadu University trash over a year to walk. The gap between mortals and gods is truly laughable. Even among geniuses, there are strict tiers. Kicking the heavy training doors open, he proudly declared to the world. And I, Xiang Jianzhuang, am the absolute peak. Ha 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 ha. But his maniacal laughter choked in his throat. Standing right in his path like an unmovable mountain was Yi, who casually asked. Hey classmate, are you done playing in there? Recognizing Yi and already itching for a brutal fight, Xiang Jianzhuang sneered with dripping contempt. Heh, so you're the famous Yi. He that Ouyang Zi won't shut up about. Did you seriously deliver yourself to death's door, Yi? He just stared back with an exhausted sigh. Another delusional tryhard. Listen buddy, are you from the Dragon Blood Society too? Go cry to Ouyang Zi if you have issues. I just want to use the training room. Those nonchalant words acted like gasoline on an open flame. Xiang Jianzhuang's hair stood on end as his oppressive aura exploded outwards, roaring with manic delight. Hey, you sure know how to play dumb. Do you honestly not know who stands before you? Listen closely. I am Xiang Jianzhuang, the very man who crushed Ouyang Zi under his boot. Your Dragon Blood faction almost became ancient history to the freshman. Right then, he actually tried to declare himself king. But he instantly smashed Hunter in the face. His arrogant title was silenced, leaving his jaw completely shattered and twisted. Hunter collapsed, face first, into the dirt, entirely unconscious. He casually stepped over him, dropping a few brutally humiliating words as he walked inside. I told you I needed the training room. Why were you standing in my way, running your mouth like an absolute idiot? So annoying. Hunter remembered absolutely nothing after that. By the time he finally woke up from his pathetic little coma, a whole week had passed. Meanwhile, inside the VIP cultivation chamber, he was practically vibrating with pure, unadulterated excitement. He rubbed his hands together like a total villain. With the annoying trash finally cleared out, the Monster King was starving. Suddenly, from above, thousands of dazzling monster cores rained down in every color imaginable. He threw his arms wide, ready to devour his hard-earned loot. Combining his academy allowance with the ones he bought, it was finally time to upgrade his mother hive's synchronization rate. Absorbing this massive ocean of monster cores all at once would trigger a deep slumber, forcing his body into a complete evolutionary metamorphosis. It would also release massive waves of nuclear radiation. Smirking Yi. He had specifically ordered his artificial intelligence, Nuwa, to lock down the highest security vault. Greetings, Master, Nuwa chimed. Having this system made Vanguard University feel like his own backyard. He could bypass all security protocols with a single command. Yi, he grinned wickedly. People hate privilege until they are the ones holding all the power. Man, this feels amazing. He quickly commanded Nuwa. Activate maximum energy shielding. Let the feast begin. Nuwa instantly complied. Yes, Master. But a warning flash. Insufficient, insufficient, insufficient. As his level skyrocketed, the system kept screaming for more fuel. Yi stared in absolute disbelief. It is still not enough. Pushing the synchronization rate higher was brutally difficult. The quantity and quality of monster cores required were multiplying at an insane exponential rate. This was the fatal flaw of top-tier templates, an agonizingly slow growth period requiring apocalyptic amounts of resources. The raw power could not instantly translate into immediate combat strength, severely dragging down his evolution speed. That was exactly why he still had to master traditional martial arts. This extraordinary system is utterly ruthless. Suddenly, red alerts blared across the screen. High energy fluctuations detected, great emissions successfully blocked. It automatically masked the massive energy surge, hiding his true power level. Even when cheating the system, you had to be smart about it. Otherwise, arrogant players ended up dead. The digital clock on the wall locked in at exactly 3 hours, 35 minutes, and 44 seconds. Yi! He was now completely swallowed by a massive glowing green chrysalis. Covered in sharp spikes, the thick shell barely revealed his glowing silhouette resting inside. Floating weightless in absolute darkness, a terrifying ambition burned fiercely in his eyes. From deep within the hardened cocoon Yi, he let out a beastly roar. When this crystal coffin shatters, the true Monster King will be born. Meanwhile, above the Vanguard capital, the atmosphere felt impossibly heavy and tense. Today was the day. Vanguard University was officially deploying its elite martial artists to reclaim the territories stolen by the monstrous hordes. Massive armored warships darkened the sky, looking exactly like flying nuclear warheads. The legendary Academy principal stood at the forefront waiting. He was the supreme commander. Hovering mid-air like a god, his voice boomed over the crowd. Today, the Republic's grand reclamation project finally begins. 70% of the nation's warriors march to war today. His piercing gaze swept across the endless sea of students, his tone growing dangerously grave. Our ultimate objective, Republic warriors, will take back the 12 fallen cities. Below him, the entire student body stood completely mesmerized. Thousands of awakened fighters had gathered. Ranks perfectly aligned, faces hardened with resolve. They were born for this exact destiny, to shatter the chains placed upon humanity by the demonic beasts. Yes, sir. The principal roared to ignite their souls. Vanguard students, unleash your bloodline aura. Yes, sir. The students' deafening battle cry shattered the clouds. Terrifying waves of spiritual energy erupted across the courtyard. Above the roaring winds, the principal's heroic voice echoed like rolling thunder, using pure inner strength. No microphones were needed here. Let your bloodline aura pierce the heavens. Let our combined power merge into an unstoppable storm of vengeance. Feel the clash of martial aura and boiling blood. The principal urged the young warriors forward. This is the true spirit of absolute slaughter. This is the unyielding will to die, reclaiming our lost lands and restoring the Republic. Suddenly, from the floating platform suspended high in the sky, a blinding crimson pillar of light shot straight into the stratosphere. The principal spread his arms wide, issuing the final tactical commands to the awakened army. You already know the stakes. I know many of you have already prepared to lay down your lives today. He paused, letting a heavy silence fall. His voice dropped to an emotional trembling register. But you must survive and come back home. Only by surviving can we keep humanity's hope alive. You elite warriors are the sole beacon of light for tomorrow's generation. Every single student hung onto his awe-inspiring words, their hearts racing with adrenaline. Vanguard University will always be your home, standing right here, waiting for your victorious return. That single promise ignited absolute unity within the massive crowd. It represented their shared burning obsession to reclaim their world. The principal raised one fist high, his crushing aura exploding out as he launched the final war cry. All Vanguard warriors, heed my command. Swear this oath with me. He clenched his fist tightly and roared. Before us there is no enemy we cannot crush. Feeding off his raging inferno, the students screamed in perfect, terrifying unison. Before us there is no enemy we cannot crush. The chant echoed like continuous thunder. Far away from the deafening war rally Yi, he remained sealed inside his chrysalis. Hairline cracks finally began webbing across the shell, while his dark eyes gleamed with terrifying mystery. He was patiently waiting for the exact moment to break free. When he finally shattered this cage, he would emerge as an unstoppably tyrannical god of destruction. He was bound to cause an epic uproar. Meanwhile, heavy footsteps echoed through an unknown facility. A fierce woman strode down the corridor. This was Yu Yan. Once a level 2 researcher at Prometheus, now high-ranking executive of Thunderbird. As she entered, two heavily armed guards bowed in deep respect. Manager Yu, they greeted. But her face was twisted in pure blazing frustration. Her brows knitted tightly as she snarled. First, the golden gene gets stolen, then a critical base is destroyed, and we lost an entire elite squad. Thunderbird has faced non-stop catastrophic losses this year. The board of directors was already suspicious. Was a single mastermind orchestrating Thunderbird's ultimate downfall? But they had zero proof. Black Lion wiped the Golden Mountain base perfectly clean, yet Dragon Sparrow had already locked their crosshairs onto Thunderbird. Luckily, Great Xia and Dragon Sparrow were distracted, busy reclaiming the fallen city. Otherwise, Thunderbird's grand scheme would have been completely shattered by now. Her tone suddenly dropped to a chilling whisper. However, since every martial artist in the nation is focused on the fallen city, Thunderbird finally has the perfect blind spot. It is time to release that terrifying monster, the ultimate failed product of the first-generation Golden Gene experiment. A true Pandora's box. One tiny mistake could drag all of humanity into an eternal abyss. Yet because the Golden Gene flowed within its veins, even this failed mutation could flawlessly track down the missing Golden Gene's exact location. Yes, it was highly unstable, but it was the only bloodhound capable of hunting their prize. Yu Yan stood before a massive state-of-the-art, highly classified containment vault. Her delicate hand reached into her lab coat, pulling out a heavy ring of intricate keys. With practiced mastery, she slid each key into its specific slot. Click, click, click. Her movements were lightning fast. In mere seconds, the impenetrable steel blast doors hissed as they unlocked. Inside the shadows, a grotesque face cast from solid bronze slowly emerged. It loomed under the flickering emergency lights, casting terrifying shadows across the room. The optical illusion made the statue look like it was grinning sinisterly. As the main lights flared, the bizarre bronze shell revealed its true purpose. It was a heavily padlocked prison holding something unspeakable inside. Countless thick red cables pierced directly into the statue's head. Yu Yan slowly approached the center of the room. Her hands trembled slightly as she hurried. She wildly shoved a handful of pills into her mouth, chewing frantically to calm her nerves. Pills scattered across the cold floor. Just as she anticipated, the bronze face morphed into something purely demonic. Chomping on the pills, a manic smirk stretched across her face. It is finally time for the world to witness your absolute terror. Ha ha ha. Meanwhile, a stealth fighter jet violently ripped through the night sky. Inside the cargo hold, subject -1 remained heavily restrained. It was trapped within an Iron Maiden and a heavy steel coffin. A male and female operative stood on high alert, ensuring this nightmare could never break free. But its facial restraints had been removed, revealing the horrific lower half of subject -1. No lips. Its cheeks violently ripped open to the jawline. Exposed rotting gums formed a sickly, exaggerated smile. Rows of jagged, yellowish-black triangular teeth gleamed in the dim light. Then the abomination hissed a chilling command. Straight ahead. Keep flying in that direction. Behind the mutant, two operatives stood behind their captain, a man boasting heavy cybernetic alloy arms. One operative saluted sharply and reported, "Captain, the coordinates, this bloodhound is giving point directly to West City." The captain stared at subject -1 with a dark, unreadable expression. A dangerous thought brewed in his mind. He narrowed his eyes, his voice rough like grinding stones. West City, the fallen territory that Dragon Sparrow is preparing to violently reclaim. The loyal squad members confidently chimed in. "Do not worry, Captain, as long as the rat who stole the Golden Gene isn't a Grandmaster-level powerhouse. Even if they are a mystic martial warrior, we can easily annihilate them." "That is right, with you leading us. We have never tasted defeat. As long as we avoid the Dragon Sparrow 1st Division, we will return flawlessly." But what happened next froze their blood. The captain coldly spoke into his smart watch. "Master, Nuwa jammed the jet's signal immediately. Hack the navigation system and initiate override autopilot." A robotic artificial intelligence voice chirped from the watch. "Understood. Executing protocol." Instantly, the stealth jet violently jerked mid-air. The engines sputtered, sending severe turbulence through the cabin. Ear-piercing mechanical alarms screamed, panic erupted as the pilot yelled in pure terror. "The jet, we have lost total control, Ga." The two operatives stared in absolute shock at their captain's sudden chilling betrayal. Before the pilot could finish his sentence, a bloody hole exploded through his neck. His trachea was brutally ripped out in a flash of movement. The captain had just executed his own man. A lethal aura radiated from his eyes. He casually flicked the blood off his cybernetic alloy hand, staring down his remaining crew. Nuwa had already hacked their combat suits. They were completely paralyzed, sweating bullets. One of the operatives stuttered in horror. "Sea Captain, Since when did you turn traitor? The captain slowly turned, revealing a face of absolute ruthlessness. That is the wrong word. I was never a dog of Thunderbird to begin with, so there's no betrayal here. I am sorry, everyone. You can punish me when we meet in hell. But for now, please die first. The mission had not even officially started yet. Their trusted leader had doomed them all. Paralyzed and helpless, the squad had become lambs meant for the slaughter. They could only watch in despair as that terrifying alloy hand crushed their throats like empty soda cans. Captain, no. Amidst the brutal massacre, the restrained mutant cackled with pure glee. Ha ha ha, they are all dead. The captain slowly shifted his cold gaze, locking onto the grotesque monster trapped within the bronze shell. Subject -1 trembled with psychotic excitement. Hey buddy, how about a little taste of that blood? I am so incredibly thirsty. The mutant flicked its dark red tongue over its dry, rotting flesh. Disgusting saliva dripped from its jaws. It was the very definition of a horrific monster, a creature ripped straight out of a rated R slasher nightmare. The captain callously ripped a heart from his dead comrade. He stared at the steaming organ in his hand and stated, "These operatives were all great martial masters. Enjoy their hearts to the fullest." He then shoved the bloody organ right into Subject -1's mouth, declaring coldly, "Bloodhound, you are finally free." The heart burst like a ripe peach between his teeth. Subject -1 smacked his lips, greedily savoring the lingering, sickly sweetness of his meal. "More, give me everything," he rasped. The commander chuckled darkly. To think a top operative of the northern faction is reduced to feeding a rabid dog. Not exactly the words of a loyal soldier. Glaring hungrily at the piled-up corpses of the commander's own squad, -1 rasped out a question. "What is my mission?" The captain slammed the cabin release button and sneered. "You do not need a mission. Just unleash your absolute fury upon the Great Shia territory. They are currently trying to reclaim their lost, fallen cities, and the northern faction absolutely refuses to see them rise again." The hatch violently blew open, letting howling winds tear through the cabin. Yet the captain stood like an immovable mountain. "My time is up," he declared. "If I stay until you fully awaken, I would definitely be torn to shreds too. Consider these Grandmaster corpses your first feast after 15 years in chains." He flicked away his dead cigar and leaped into the abyss. Down below, another stealth fighter perfectly caught him in midair. According to the strict laser bird protocols, Subject -1 must be absolutely starved. Once he consumed enough biological energy, no iron coffin on Earth could contain his wrath. His deathly pale skin flushed with violent vitality. For the first time in 15 years, his metal prison violently shuddered. He chuckled maliciously. "I used to be their loyal hound. Am I just a mad dog? Let off the leash now. They severely underestimate my power. I crave flesh. I want to devour them all." The steel suppression spikes began trembling violently. Suddenly, the spikes shot out like armor-piercing rounds, disgustingly dripping with brain matter. The deadly projectiles frantically ricocheted throughout the entire aircraft. They struck the coffin's critical structural nodes with terrifying precision. Under this relentless internal and external assault, the supposedly unbreakable containment unit began to shatter. A withered, twisted, demonic entity finally clawed its way out of the steel tomb. As the rogue aircraft hurtled toward West City, the nightmare's true horrifying form was fully revealed. Its colossal frame was held up by shriveled, emaciated limbs that were significantly harder than titanium. Without a skull, its grotesque, pulsating pink brain was completely exposed to the open air. The abomination let out an ecstatic screech. "I will harvest the supreme golden genes, I will achieve my ultimate evolution and finally ascend to godhood. Let us see who dares to call me a dog then." Meanwhile, countless dropships carrying elite martial arts squads rapidly descended upon the heavily infested ruins of West City. Leading the vanguard was the colossal flagship belonging to the prestigious Imperial University. Every single squad operating in the sector immediately received direct tactical orders from the massive carrier. "Attention all units, evacuate the designated strike zone immediately. Our flagship is about to initiate a devastating orbital bombardment. This widespread destruction will aggressively lure out the entire monster tide. Once the perimeter is entirely cleared, Grandmaster-led vanguard squads will immediately deploy. We will pierce straight into the enemy territory and mercilessly decapitate the Beast Lord." Suddenly, countless missiles rained down from the sky like an apocalyptic meteor shower. Annihilation swept through the fallen ruins below. Amidst the chaos, absolutely no one noticed a rogue stealth fighter silently slipping out from the storm clouds. It headed straight into the city's dark heart. Suddenly, an enormous shadow engulfed the aircraft. A terrifying six-eyed monstrous bird emerged from the thunderous skies. Tearing through the atmosphere, its massive talons completely impaled the fighter jet. Thinking it had secured a meal, the beast viciously ripped off the roof only to find an empty cockpit. It only found a massive pool of fresh blood. Instantly sensing a horrifyingly superior aura lurking nearby, the giant beast violently turned its head in pure panic. Before the colossal avian could react, Subject -1 materialized right above its head like a phantom. His once shriveled body was now bulging with power. He unleashed his savage cackle. Sickly yellow shark-like teeth violently ground together behind his terrifyingly torn lips. He timed to switch up the menu. He drew back his mutated arm tightly, compressing his fingers. His hand instantly transformed into a deadly biological blade. In a flash, he brutally plunged it deep into the beast's spine. Boiling black blood erupted intensely, splattering across his deranged face. The embedded arm abruptly burst into countless blood-red tentacles. Like a parasitic root system, they viciously forced their way through the giant beast's entire nervous system. The colossal predator could not even let out a final death shriek. Its immense life force was completely drained in seconds, leaving behind nothing but an empty, withered husk. The blackened corpse of the terrifying Thunderbird drifted through the sky, totally engulfed by parasitic tendrils. Suddenly, a pair of massive demonic wings violently tore through Subject -1's back. He gloriously emerged from the Thunderbird's hollowed-out shell. An overwhelming aura instantly crushed the surrounding airspace as volatile lightning crackled wildly from his newly assimilated pulsating tentacles. Eclipsing the sun itself, the absolute monster spread his new arms wide. He had successfully completed his horrifying metamorphosis, thoroughly reborn into an unprecedented nightmare. His vulnerable, pulsating brain was now perfectly shielded by an impenetrable bio-armor. His entire structure was now a flawless, terrifying fusion of the Thunderbird and his original biological template. He possessed both apocalyptic wings and devastatingly agile humanoid proportions. Beneath his new flesh, it sickeningly looked as if countless parasites were violently writhing for supremacy. 6 demonic eyes frantically darted around his face as he gazed down upon the doomed city. What a glorious biological gene bank! My heavily damaged core can fully regenerate here. This is the absolute greatest all-you-can-eat buffet. He roared with laughter. Down in the West City sectors, the agonizing symphony of relentless bombing continuously echoed. Gunfire and catastrophic explosions constantly shattered the tense atmosphere. Amidst the slaughter, a stealth dropship took a highly critical hit directly to its underbelly. Thick black smoke and roaring flames violently trailed from the sky as it plummeted uncontrollably. The damaged aircraft absolutely slammed into the earth, immediately triggering a heaven-shaking explosion. Surrounding structures instantly collapsed from the overwhelming shockwave. A massive cloud of debris blotted out the sun, while terrifying tremors violently ripped the asphalt apart. The catastrophic impact instantly caught the attention of a nearby martial arts squad. A young warrior quickly drew his blade and shouted, "Liu Qingju, an aircraft just went down over there. We have to save the survivors." But the pink-haired veteran heavily dashed forward and aggressively warned him, "Rookie Zhang, hold your position. The beast that dropped that ship, it could still be prowling the immediate area." Hearing this, Rookie Zhang turned to his commander with eyes full of absolute admiration. "But Liu Qingju, you are a grand martial artist. We are only in the outer perimeter. There is absolutely no way a monster here can match your devastating power." Another squad mate eagerly nodded. "He is right. Your aura is totally unmatched. If we don't even have the guts to breach the outskirts of West City, then forget about storming its core." Hearing this, the pink-haired Liu finally softened her tone. Giving a firm nod, she warned, "Fine. Just stay on absolute high alert." Fueled by martial aura, the squad easily cleared a full 1 kilometer in mere moments. They arrived at the crashed aircraft. But the savage beasts drawn to the wreckage had already been reduced to a horrific landscape of mangled corpses. Since their mana cores remained untouched, the shattered remains of the monsters still twitched on the ground. Suddenly, the martial artist spotted the lone figure who had single-handedly painted this masterpiece of utter slaughter. His back was completely turned to the group, casually sitting in the blood-soaked dirt, loudly chewing on something. However, Zhang and his teammates froze in their tracks, totally terrified to take even one step forward. Zhang's face drained of all color as he stuttered. Every single beast drawn to the crash site, he wiped them all out by himself. Meanwhile, Liu, acting as a battle-hardened veteran, instantly realized this guy was a dangerously unstable martial artist. Did a complete lunatic sneak in during the chaos? Liu stared grimly at the sea of dismembered monsters. Every single beast had been brutally ripped apart, kept alive on purpose just to suffer. This monstrous stranger wasn't fighting for survival or a quick kill. He was hunting purely for the twisted thrill of torture and sick amusement. Right at that horrifying realization, the figure gnawing on raw flesh sensed their presence. Without moving his massive shoulders at all, the man's head snapped around a full 180 degrees to look at them. His massive frame dwarfed any normal human. A grotesque face featuring 6 asymmetrical eyes glared right back at them. Beast blood dripped heavily from his foul gum-exposed mouth, radiating an absolutely sickening stench. He flashed a bloodthirsty, predatory grin straight at Liu. Then he threw his head back and cackled loudly. Fresh prey took the bait. Just locking eyes with this anomaly forced a seasoned veteran like Liu, who had survived thousands of brutal battles, to feel her skin completely crawl. She instantly knew this monstrosity was far beyond her league, but it was already way too late. Countless crimson and black tentacles violently erupted from the ground. They writhed and intertwined high into the sky, slamming down to form a massive, inescapable dome prison around the entire squad. Martial art void wind slash Zhang unleashed a furious battle roar, swinging his heavy blade horizontally with all his might against the inner wall of that horrific tentacle cage created by the freak. But the impact felt utterly wrong, like slashing straight into a bottomless swamp. His blade sank deeply into the pulsing crimson wall, completely stuck and unable to be pulled free. Zhang wildly panicked. Pure terror began clawing fiercely at his racing heart. Why is it so unnaturally soft, like thick mud? Suddenly, the terrifying crimson wall rippled, and a massive, grotesque human face bulged out from the flesh. Before Zhang could even mentally process the horror, the colossal cavernous throat lunged straight for him. A suffocating stench of rotten blood violently washed over him as the freakish maw snapped open with disgusting thick strings of saliva. In a fraction of a second, it swallowed Zhang whole like a monstrous python. A terrifying bone-crushing chewing sound echoed loudly, making everyone's teeth ache with absolute paralyzing dread. The brutal execution happened far too fast for anyone to react. The faces of every single martial artist trapped inside that fleshy dome twisted into pathetic masks of absolute despair and unparalleled terror. The martial artist behind Liu started hyperventilating, stuttering wildly. Zhang. He just got eaten alive. Liu was frozen in pure shock for a second. Then a blazing wrath ignited. "You absolute bastard," Liu viciously roared. A towering martial aura violently erupted around her entire body. She knew perfectly well that unless she slaughtered this nightmare mastermind, nobody was leaving alive. She focused every drop of her immense power for a desperate kill strike. Meanwhile, Subject -1 remained chillingly calm, watching his next meal charge forward. Trembling with sick excitement, he lashed out a sickeningly long tongue to lick his nose as his left arm began to viciously mutate. It instantly morphed into a jagged crimson-black long blade. Martial art void wind slash. His demonic face twisted with suffocating killing intent. All 6 of his terrifying eyes glowed brightly, locking dead onto Liu's charging figure. In that very split second, Liu felt the devastating pressure of the incoming slash, threatening to cut her in half. Her sharp eyes flashed, barely managing to track the horrifying speed of his copied attack. As Subject -1 unleashed the stolen void wind slash, Liu aggressively twisted her body downwards in the absolute nick of time. A foul-smelling blade of wind barely grazed her cheek, even though Liu successfully dodged that fatal strike using her absolute wealth of combat experience. Her face was entirely drained of all hope. Desperately needing to create distance from Subject -1, Liu immediately vaulted backwards through the air to safety. She glared up at the towering abomination, her mind rapidly spiraling into total chaos. How on earth did this terrifying monster just use a technique that is an exact, flawless copy of Zhang's signature move? She had literally watched Zhang grow up, intimately sparring with him countless times over the long years. It's certainly possible for martial arts to be similar, but the highly specific physical habits and rhythm of a fighter, how could they possibly be completely identical? Liu Qingzhu, Zhang's desperate, agonized voice suddenly echoed from every single direction. Liu snapped her head up, her pupils instantly shrinking to absolute pinpricks of pure, unadulterated fear. Her rational mind was completely fracturing under the immense pressure. Liu Qingzhu. The painfully weak cries rapidly grew into piercing, clear screams. Liu spun around and gasped in terror, witnessing a level of grotesque madness she had never seen before. Every single inch of the blood-red tentacle prison's inner wall had horrifyingly morphed into the completely agonizing, distorted faces of Zhang. Hundreds of his screaming faces violently twisted and crammed together into the pulsing flesh. Their bloodshot, agonizing eyes all stared directly into Liu's breaking soul. "Save me, please, save me, Liu Qingzhu. It hurts so much, please pull me out. The pain is melting me. I'm dying all over again, Liu Qingzhu. Liu Qingzhu, please help me." A freezing, terrified sweat completely drenched Liu's pale face. The usually fierce pink-haired warrior stood utterly paralyzed, her mouth trembling wide open in a state of absolute psychological devastation. Liu whispered in total despair, her voice barely able to form words. Subject -1. It can instantly completely steal the entire arsenal of martial arts from any fighter it decides to devour. By forcefully swallowing them whole, it literally stitches the screaming victim's soul into its own disgusting body. In that single fatal microsecond of Liu's total mental breakdown, the monstrous abomination seemingly vanished into thin air. It instantly teleported directly behind Liu's dangerously exposed back. With a sickening rip, Subject -1 viciously tore off her entire arm. Wearing a twisted expression of pure ecstasy, the monster shredded Liu's severed arm with its triangular teeth. Swallowing the bloody flesh whole, the demonic beast instantly completely assimilated Liu's very existence. Wiping his gory mouth with a mutated claw, he mocked in a distorted human voice. Even though that was merely a little bite, her miserable flesh was surprisingly delightfully chewy. I can heavily sense the aura of a supreme golden gene echoing from another sector of West City, accompanied by the sickening sounds of snapping bones and shifting meat. Subject negative. One's massive figure perfectly morphed into an exact replica of Liu Qingzhu. He wickedly smirked. I'll casually head over there, effortlessly infiltrating the other martial squads along the way. Once I've gained their sweet trust, I'll unexpectedly rip them apart and eat them alive. Their fully betrayed expressions are going to be absolutely priceless. Sniffing the bloody battlefield wind, he smiled. Across this chaotic hellscape, I can easily taste countless overwhelmingly powerful lifeforms. Those must be the legendary Grandmaster rank martial artists and the terrifying Overlord-level monstrous beasts. If I can perfectly devour and assimilate genes of that divine tier, who in this world would ever dare treat me like a mindless dog? Subject negative. One casually stepped toward the decaying ruins of the fallen city. Trailing menacingly behind his brand-new disguise, his distorted shadow violently writhed like countless demonic swaying tentacles. I have completely shattered my pathetic chains, fully ascending into an absolute god of nightmares. With a burst of terrifying speed, he vanished into the fog. Meanwhile, across the apocalyptic battlefield, a gigantic skeletal warhorse suddenly materialized. The main combat division immediately spotted the terrifying anomaly furiously screaming into their radios. Commander, an Overlord-class magical beast has just successfully breached our rear defensive line. Hold the absolute line, do not panic, a powerful voice commanded. Like an unstoppable ghost, the pale shadow violently flashed across the bloody battlefield. The colossal eight-legged skeletal warhorse let out an ear-shattering, fully demonic neigh. Enduring an endless barrage of missiles, the beast tore through the firewall. It crashed into the tank battalion, unleashing absolute devastation. A lone warrior sat atop a battle steed. Raising a massive spear high, he fearlessly charged straight into the brutal battlefield. Boom! Like a golden spear ripping the heavens apart, divine punishment rained down from the clouds. The Earth martial artist's face was illuminated by this tyrannical power. A blinding flash consumed the sky. Then an apocalyptic cloud of dust erupted as the colossal bone steed collapsed like a falling mountain. Its massive frame shattered the earth. New Asian was completely impossible. That golden electromagnetic blast pierced cleanly through the massive creature, leaving absolute destruction in its wake. The solitary figure and his white warhorse stood unbroken. Together, they faced an endless tsunami-like beast horde with unshakable resolve. Humanity's proudest firepower was merely a flickering candle in a hurricane, ready to be extinguished at any moment. Yet one man boldly charged the front line. Clad in snow-like dragon armor and wielding a dragon-scale spear, he rode a snow-white Keelan steed. This absolute legend was Chen Tianyu, the Huadu University Grandmaster Academy Dean and Captain of the West City Vanguard. His iron voice echoed, "We must rely on our elite, highly mobile martial artists. Only by slaughtering the high-tier magical beasts can we shatter the horde and lure out their sovereign. Our 5-man elite Vanguard squad from Huadu University must shoulder this grueling mission." Suddenly sensing danger, he frowned. "It is far too quiet here." Standing before him was Dai Kaiming, Huadu University's student council president and Vanguard member. He confidently replied, "Master, there is absolutely nothing wrong with our current route." The Dragon Sparrow Scout Squad personally verified this optimal path straight to the Sovereign's lair. Chen Tianyu calmly responded, "As a martial artist's cultivation realm rises, their spiritual vision heavily amplifies. It becomes so overwhelmingly powerful that they can foresee their own gruesome death within a dream. Therefore, Kaiming, you must trust a warrior's absolute instinct." Chen Tianyu barked a command. Entire squad halt, assume defensive formation. The rushing squad instantly froze in their tracks. Not a single soul dared to question his absolute authority. "Understood." Master Chen Tianyu dismounted. Leaving his Keelan steed, he sat cross-legged with his spear and closed his eyes. Pressing 2 fingers to his glabella, he focused his mental energy. 3 incense sticks later, his eyes snapped open. He chillingly announced, "It is here." In the very next heartbeat, a suffocating monstrous aura crashed down upon the entire paralyzed squad. A golden meteorite plummeted from the heavens, smashing directly before them with earth-shattering force. A monstrous pillar of fire and dust erupted tens of meters into the sky. As the entity rose, the squad finally witnessed their nightmare. Standing 5 meters tall, its horrific anatomy resembled a demonic rhinoceros beetle. Explosive bulging muscles were encased in magnificent, impenetrable golden armor. With pillar-like limbs and terrifying glowing green eyes, it radiated absolute menace. A lethally sharp ivory-like horn crowned its terrifying head. Folding its massive arms arrogantly, it sneered, "This king clearly prepared a grand welcoming gift for you ahead. Why did you pathetic mortals suddenly stop?" Its thunderous bass, heavy voice vibrated through their very souls. This magical beast was actually speaking human language. Chen Tianyu refused to trade insults. Every second saved slaughtering this overlord meant 10,000 lives spared on the brutal frontline. He roared furiously, target confirmed. The West City Overlord Golden Horn Sovereign entire squad battle formation now. In the West City Warzone, apocalyptic chaos ruled. Entire city blocks were flattened into rubble, choking black smoke blotted out the sky, and the battlefield was completely shredded by endless explosive impacts. Earth Demon Martial Art Lightning Aura Dragon Spear Strike. A sonic boom shattered the air, exploding forward like a fired artillery shell. Chen Tianyu unleashed his silver dragon scale spear. Blinding white lightning trailed through the atmosphere as he violently thrust at the monstrous Overlord. The Golden Horn Sovereign merely flashed a highly human-like disdainful smirk. Hey hey hey. You weak foolish humans. You think this pathetic parlor trick can actually wound me? Despite the surging warhorse barreling toward it, the terrifying monster kept its arms completely crossed. It faced the lethal strike without a flinch. Clenching a fist the size of a boulder, it completely abandoned technique, relying entirely on overwhelming godlike brute strength. Leaning forward slightly, the Golden Horn Sovereign erupted with an aura like a collapsing mountain. Its demonic voice rumbled, "Let me show you insects what absolute suppression through raw physical power truly looks like." It literally ripped the air apart with a devastating downward punch, generating a violent shockwave like a crushing tsunami. That strike carried an unstoppable world-ending momentum, causing the very fabric of space to violently tremble. Anything caught within its catastrophic blast radius would be instantly pulverized into fine bloody mist. Suddenly, the Golden Horn Sovereign rigidly froze. What the hell is this? Right before the spear's crackling lightning could even graze that golden fist, a skinny yet incredibly muscular elder teleported beside the giant fist. He furiously roared, "Earth Demon, martial arts secret technique, water drops, piercing stone hands, clack, clack, clack." His hands flowed like an ever-shifting river. Blurring afterimages twisted and viciously struck the vital pressure points on the monster's arm. The Golden Horn Sovereign instantly felt an agonizing, paralyzing numbness. The devastating momentum of its punch was instantly cut in half. Then, accompanied by the blinding lightning of the silver spear, the fist clad in absolute golden armor was cleanly pierced by the flashing lightning. The Golden Horn Sovereign howled in fury, its voice screeching like exploding, grinding metal ripping through the atmosphere. "You treacherous human rats, you actually studied this king's traits to form a specialized tactical squad." Its massive body violently trembled with uncontrollable blazing wrath. Its metallic armor flared up like razor-sharp blades, expanding its massive golden insect wings. Accelerating to maximum overdrive, the Golden Horn Sovereign violently swatted the silver spear away. Then its remaining massive hand crashed down like a falling meteor, aiming straight for the skinny elder. Its raspy voice thundered, "I will slaughter you first, old man." A 3-meter-tall warrior clad in heavy armor as thick as a steel fortress and wielding a colossal shield unleashed an earth-shattering roar. He fearlessly charged, blocking right in front of Elder Mu. He stood as a living, indestructible iron wall. Seeing this perfect defense, Elder Mu instantly retreated step by step, widening the gap to let his mighty comrade absorb the lethal brunt of the incoming attack. Boom! With a sky-shattering explosion, the heavy-armored warrior was completely hammered into the ground, his giant frame nearly crushed into the bedrock. Fresh crimson blood violently spurted from the cracks of his thick armor, dyeing the metallic engravings a horrifying red as the entire great shield violently trembled under the devastating pressure. A deafening screech echoed out. The impact was devastating, threatening to crush both armor and bone into pure dust. Just as the Golden Horn Sovereign charged, Dai Kaming, a half-step Grandmaster, and his girlfriend Bai Tianqian blocked it. Using their dual cultivation martial art twin sword harmony, they temporarily unleashed true Grandmaster-level power. "TNT and strike now," Kaiming roared. "Leave it to me," she shouted, spreading her arms. Yin-yang resonance pushed beyond limits. Frosty yin and blazing yang energies spiraled around her palms, clashing wildly yet perfectly bound together in absolute harmony. Kaiming lunged forward, his tiger gauntlets roaring with power. Hardness and softness merged just like a perfect yin-yang cycle. The opposing forces intertwined flawlessly, black and white aura mixed and separated, clashing while massively boosting each other's strength. This explosion of energy locked the Golden Horn Sovereign perfectly in place, yet the monster stood there barely losing stamina. It sneered arrogantly. "You think this pathetic martial art can seal a king?" Domain expansion. Suddenly, the monstrous insect sensed a terrifying new aura. It whipped its head around, eyes wide in absolute shock. Looming over a battlefield of human corpses, the towering beast frantically searched its surroundings. Then it unleashed a furious roar. Is this the so-called human magnetic field? Suddenly, a massive geyser of blood erupted in the far distance. Chen Tianyu charged in on his Keelan steed fast as lightning. Pure electric energy danced wildly around his spear. Man and beast became one, facing the sovereign. A lightning-forged general led an army of 10,000 spectral soldiers. He lunged right at it, domain expansion, heavenly thunder army. The insect stared up completely mesmerized and muttered aloud. "Your human cultivation system truly has some merits worth studying." Then the sovereign roared rapidly, doubling in massive size. Its golden armor shattered, revealing glowing magma-red veins underneath. Immediately, its massive beetle wings flapped violently in the air. Razor-sharp shockwaves completely ripped across the battlefield. Every wing beat boomed like thunder. It launched itself forward, screaming in excitement. The Emperor was right, we should learn from you. It transformed into a supersonic golden comet blazing forward instantly, crashing straight into the Phantom Army. Boom. The apocalyptic collision shattered the entire domain to absolute pieces. Blinding thunder echoed across the western city. One massive lightning bolt pierced straight from downtown to the absolute outer edges, vaporizing everything in its violent path. As the dust settled, a chilling wind blew past the utterly stunned survivors. Is the sovereign finally dead? They gasped. No way, but heavily wounding it is already a massive victory. The insect's obliterated torso started bubbling with flesh, rapidly regenerating a brand new shell. You humans did well, it spoke. An ordinary sovereign would have actually died from that strike. Suddenly, a slender humanoid arm violently punched out its torso. It laughed maniacally, roaring loudly. But sadly, there are levels to sovereigns, and this king stands far above the rest. The human warriors murmured in sheer panic. Elder Moon narrowed his eyes, shivering in fear. A rare second molting phase. Chen Tianyu gasped in horror. The massive 5-meter body cracked open, birthing a tiny dark golden humanoid figure. The Golden Horned Sovereign's second evolution. Though much smaller and slender, its terrifying aura felt infinitely more dense and deadly. It now possessed human-like limbs covered in indestructible bioorganic armor. Now the monster was ready to flex its power. It vanished instantly. They only saw a sinister, elongated smile before a hurricane force gale violently slammed into them. It was way too fast to track. Let us kill this annoying old man first, the monster laughed sadistically. Kaming and Tian instantly jumped in front of Elder Mu, raising their guards. Elder Mu instinctively activated his force deflection. Boom! A massive shockwave ruptured the sky as the monster's punch sent a tornado sweeping thousands of meters forward. Every single skyscraper window shattered instantly. 3 bloody figures were blasted backward. Only Kaming and Elder Mu remained conscious. It is just way too fast, Elder Mu choked out. Tian's arms snapped instantly, knocking her out cold. Seeing their comrade fall in an instant, the remaining 2 charged with furious rage. Bastard's electricity sizzled violently. A steel fist and lightning spear struck from behind, but instantly, a dark golden hand caught the Thunder Dragon spear. Even with the killen's momentum, Chen Tianyu could not pull his spear free. The heavy warrior swung his massive mace, but the sovereign blocked it effortlessly with its other hand. Then its 5 fingers mercilessly clamped down tight, crushing the giant mace like cheap paper. The brutal recoil blasted Wu Huang right in the chest, sending him flying. Chen Tianyu watched in pure panic, desperately screaming Wu Huang's name. The beast's overwhelming strength was an absolute nightmare. Get lost, you pathetic beast, it roared viciously, kicking the Qilin. The majestic steed was launched like a cannonball. It smashed right into a distant skyscraper. With a soul-shaking crash, the dark golden arm casually lifted upward, dangling Chen Tianyu effortlessly by his spear. Crushed by the aura, he could barely breathe. T's Q-bugs are helpless. The beast tightened its lethal grip. It growled with pure malice. How will you handle the other sovereigns of the western sector? General Huang Qing's face drained of color. Choked by the golden horn swarm lord, agonizing pain stripped away his ability to even form a single word. What are there really other sovereigns lurking in the west? In the eastern war zone, human casualties were already piling up at a catastrophic rate. Yet this hellish western sector had to be reclaimed, not just to avenge the hundreds of thousands slaughtered by monsters, but to secure the Empire's future. Humanity would never bow down to these alien beasts. Even if every last awakened warrior bled dry, the western sector must be taken back. Meanwhile, inside the floating command flagship, a piercing alarm suddenly shattered the silence. A frantic technician screamed at the top of his lungs. Category 1 threat detected. Category 1 threat, a colossal biological energy signature has appeared 1,000 meters underground. It is ascending toward the surface at terrifying speed. System analysis confirms this entity is a sovereign class. With no Grandmaster guarding our ground forces right now, I strongly advise an immediate strategic retreat. How is this possible? Was not the sole sovereign of the western sector already engaged in combat against Director Huang Qing's vanguard squad? But the Supreme Commander slammed his fist down and roared. No time for hesitation. Order an absolute evacuation for all ground forces. Elevate the flagship now. Get us away from that surface, and prep the nuclear warheads for immediate launch. The moment Central Command issued the absolute order, the sharpest awakened fighters sensed the creeping terror. Rumbling shook the world. The earth violently convulsed as if a massive dragon was rolling beneath them. Every veteran hunter instantly knew a colossal nightmare was breaking free. Inside the flagship, panic screams erupted as a grotesque, writhing tentacle pierced the sky. Captain, that massive appendage is locking onto our vessel. Without a second thought, the electromagnetic railguns fired a blinding barrage to intercept the incoming doom. The flagship unleashed pure devastation, blasting the titanic tentacle right down the middle. It snapped violently in two. The severed appendage, massive as a skyscraper, plummeted back down to the earth in a terrifying freefall. It slammed into the ground, triggering a massive shockwave. Debris blasted upward like a volcanic eruption. But then an absolute nightmare unfolded. The severed flesh plunging into the dirt began to take root like a cursed plant, aggressively surging with new life. It was regenerating right before their eyes. Even worse, the charred stump left by the railgun blast began to violently mutate. Grotesque bubbling flesh rapidly multiplied. A soldier screamed in pure terror. The tentacle is regenerating. As the bubbling flesh burst open, a brand new, freshly skinned appendage erupted into the battlefield. This newly spawned horror was exposed for merely 3 seconds before its tender outer layer violently hardened into impenetrable armor. The devastating strike that drained the flagship's core energy had left zero lasting damage. The Supreme Commander roared wildly, "We are out of time. Launch the subterranean nuclear warheads right now." Subterranean nukes are armed and ready. 3 devastating nuclear torpedoes strapped with high-velocity rocket boosters on their tails locked onto their hellish target. They fired from the belly of the airborne fortress. Meanwhile, countless golden sludge-covered tentacles tore through the surface, violently churning the Earth's crust below. Hundreds of miles of ground violently shattered and fractured. The titanium drills on the nuclear warheads activated, driven by the unstoppable thrust of the rocket engines. They pierced straight into the planet's core in a heartbeat. An apocalyptic eruption of infinite light and blinding heat exploded upward like a doomsday volcano. A colossal crimson flash and a terrifying mushroom cloud pierced the heavens. The devastating shockwave generated by the blast caused the massive flagship to tremble violently. Like a fragile wooden boat facing a titanic tsunami, the commander, battling both fury and despair, slammed down the blast shields. The raw devastation of 3 nuclear payloads. He could only pray the awakened fighters below had safely evacuated. Just then, a female technician screamed her report. "Captain, the biological energy signature. The Sovereign's life force has not vanished." Staring down into the inferno, those nightmarish tentacles still thrashed within the raging fire. A massive bottomless gorge had been carved into the earth, stretching for thousands of meters. Yet through the thick, suffocating ash, the shadow of that colossal terror still loomed. The Supreme Commander roared in absolute disbelief. "What did you say?" "A Sovereign took 3 direct nuclear warheads and is still alive." He smashed his fist violently against the console. "Damn it, is our crusade to reclaim the western sector truly doomed?" A suffocating aura of absolute despair swallowed the entire command center. Only the commander's ragged breathing echoed. Not a single soul dared to speak. But in the very next heartbeat, the central mainframe was abruptly overridden by an absolute god-tier clearance code. The cold mechanical voice of the Empire's supercomputer, AI. Genesis echoed out. "Alert. Core system privileges have been overridden. I repeat. Core system privileges have been fully taken over." The commander jolted upright, muttering in pure shock. "System overridden, is that Genesis?" The artificial intelligence continued its solemn broadcast. "We honor the blood spilled by every awakened warrior today. However, regarding the Western Sector warzone, please surrender the entire battlefield to him." The commander's eyes widened in profound confusion. "Him? Who the hell is him?" Suddenly, a technician frantically reported, "Radar confirms an intercontinental ballistic missile is flying straight toward our coordinates." The commander immediately snapped around, demanding answers. An intercontinental ballistic missile, high above their heads, an unstoppable hypersonic missile violently tore through the upper atmosphere. It was a literal meteor of absolute destruction. The blinding glare of its thrusters left everyone paralyzed in awe. But then the commander noticed an impossible anomaly. Staring at the radar, he gasped in absolute shock. "Wait, is there a biological signature on that missile?" His voice violently trembled, unable to comprehend the sheer madness on the screen. The impossible reality unfolding before him completely shattered his understanding of the world. He stammered, "There is." A human literally standing on it. A military-grade ballistic missile glowing with an ethereal azure energy dominated the vast skyline. The devastating exhaust flames trailed behind it as the intercontinental weapon ripped the heavens apart, streaking directly over the imperial capital. Cruising at unimaginable Mach speeds, the atmospheric pressure transformed into a solid wall of concrete, crashing brutally against the lone figure. Yet the mysterious warrior stood utterly immovable. In this epic moment, he suddenly felt a bizarre sense of nostalgia, as if he were an ancient cultivator riding a flying sword. Except his so-called flying sword was a literal weapon of mass destruction. Having finally shattered his evolutionary cocoon, he made his grand return. He radiated an overwhelmingly badass and lethal aura, completely clad in a state-of-the-art nano suit. This advanced tech instantly bonded to his flesh, sparing him the absolute embarrassment of fighting completely naked. Just a few minutes earlier at Vanguard Academy, A blinding pillar of pure azure energy violently erupted into the heavens. It illuminated the massive storm clouds over the imperial capital in a breathtaking sapphire glow. Countless citizens threw open their windows in absolute awe, looking up at the sky in pure shock. This is Hua University's ultimate secret weapon to reclaim the Great Xia region. Our main character, Yi, he's absorbing that terrifying surge of power. An AI android named Nuwa steps up to Yi with a sleek watch in hand. Her mechanical voice echoes, "Cadet Yi, congratulations on your breakthrough." She carefully straps the device onto his wrist, speaking in a gentle tone. "This is a specialized nano-combat suit custom forged for you by the Dragon Guard." The moment it clicks into place, liquid black and blue nanobots explode from the device. They rapidly crawl up his arm, covering his entire body. Morphing into an ultimate nano-combat suit, his expression turns dead serious as he looks at the android. "Nuwa, how long ago did the Hua University forces leave for the Western City Warzone?" Nuwa replies with lightning speed. "They departed exactly 5 hours ago. Our boy Yi." He completely freezes before screaming in absolute panic. "I am that insanely late." He frantically barks an order, "Get me a supersonic fighter jet right now." "Wait, no, a jet is way too slow. Load me onto an intercontinental ballistic missile. The missile will be much faster." Nuwa simply nods. "Understood." Yi has two massive goals in the Western City. First, find the Mad Doctor to reclaim the Golden Gene. Second, slaughter the Sovereign Boss and rip out its monster core to complete his final evolution. Once the Emperor template compatibility passes the 90% mark, lower-level monster cores become completely useless. Even Lord-tier cores only give a tiny fraction of compatibility points per drop. He essentially burned through an ocean of resources just to hit 99%. The Lord-tier core reserves are completely drained, literally crashing the Hua University market. But that final 1% absolutely refuses to budge. Only a much higher-tier gene can force this final breakthrough. He stands tall before the fully prepped missile silo. Nua's voice echoes out, "Cadet Yi, the intercontinental ballistic missile is ready for launch. May martial fortune favor you." In a flash, the massive military green rocket violently blasts out of the silo. Flashing back to the present, he rides the blazing missile straight into the war zone. His target, the terrifying tentacle monstrosity. Surfing the warhead, he smirks. "Found you, you ugly bastard. 3 nuclear bombs couldn't wipe you out. Looks like my final 1% is hiding inside you." He flashes an arrogant, cocky grin. According to the combat database, this grotesque bundle of tentacles is called an Earth Demon. Wow, what a totally lame name. Aw, did I hurt your feelings? The moment those mocking words drop, the nose of the massive missile is mere inches away from the writhing nest of tentacles. Right before the horrific detonation, he calmly leaps off the warhead. He casually taunts the beast. "The Emperor template has quite the temper, you know, Godzilla, secret art nuclear lightsaber." Clapping his hands together, a massive tide of atomic blue light erupts. His knuckles violently morph, sprouting jagged blue crystalline structures. He launches himself into the sky, swinging both arms down. An overwhelming wave of atomic energy slashes out like a divine blade. With a high-pitched frequency hum, 2 colossal streams of nuclear light blast from his fists, stretching hundreds of meters long, surging with tyrannical power. He looks like an absolute god of destruction. Inside the colossal crater left by the nukes, a dense blood-red mist rolls out, but those 2 blinding streaks of atomic energy, stretching nearly 1,000 meters, pierce right through the darkness. The monstrous tentacles are shredded like wet tissue paper against the atomic blades. Even their insane regeneration speed cannot outpace his brutal slashes. A single sweep from a 1,000-meter lightsaber annihilates the entire field of tentacles. Back in the command center, the staff erupts in cheers. "Did Hua University send a grandmaster to save us? We can actually take back the Western City. Thank God we are saved." Down on the ground, retreating martial artists get the news. A supreme powerhouse has arrived. Grown warriors fall to their knees, weeping in relief. The Supreme Commander clenches his fists. "We're going to win." Godzilla's secret art nuclear war body, the Supreme Godzilla armor encasing Yi. He begins to violently crack and shatter, peeling away to reveal a blinding atomic core underneath. Obliterating every tentacle in his path, he plummets thousands of meters below the ruined surface. He finally comes face to face with the Earth Demon's true body, a massive 300-meter sphere of dark, pulsating flesh. Countless tentacles sprout endlessly from its grotesque exterior. He smirks with absolute supreme confidence. "You hid yourself pretty well down here." The colossal horror below suddenly senses a lethal world-ending threat. That disgusting brown sphere rapidly compresses its muscle mass. The giant body violently shrinks, skyrocketing its physical defense to unimaginable levels. Even a direct nuclear strike couldn't shatter this ironclad shell. But this ultimate defense stance does not faze Yi in the slightest. To him, this is just a slightly thicker punching bag, nothing more than a terrified sheep waiting for the butcher's blade. A manic, bloodthirsty grin stretches across his face. Exploding forward with psychopathic speed, he roars, "I will end you in one breath," shattering the sound barrier at Mach speed. he transforms into a blinding blue meteor, smashing directly into the beast's compressed 100-meter core. Godzilla secret art nuclear meteor stomp. An endless ocean of atomic blue light violently erupts, completely illuminating the massive abyss carved out by the nuclear strikes. In this split second, all other colors fade from reality, leaving only this awe-inspiring atomic glow. This godlike miracle is permanently burned into the retinas of every watching warrior. With the absolute annihilation of this sovereign-tier horror, he officially steps into the pinnacle ranks of humanity's finest. Witnessing this apocalyptic power, from miles away the survivors are left speechless. That light is coming from the western city. What on earth is happening over there? It is too blinding. Intel said a sovereign appeared in the west. Could it be? Stop panicking. Great Shia will prevail. Meanwhile, in the once prosperous downtown, every single building for miles has been completely vaporized. Wu Huang is left with only half his body bleeding out on the desolate battlefield. The spark of life has entirely faded from his eyes. His mutilated corpse collapses into the dirt. Far away, Chen Tianyu heavily leans on his spear, his body riddled with fatal wounds. Coughing up a massive mouthful of blood, he screams into the void. Wu Huan, the Golden Horn's sovereign, arrogantly stomps over the corpse, sneering in absolute disgust. The so-called ultimate shield tore like wet paper under that single devastating strike. Half an hour earlier, Huang Qing ignited his very life force. Backed by Declan and Elder Mu, they had miraculously pinned down the Golden Sovereign. The monster shed its dark gold armor for a second time. But just as Huang Qing's lightning spear closed in on its dark heart, the Sovereign triggered a terrifying third awakening. Peeling away its golden shell, an ominous crimson flesh emerged. 4 grotesque new arms ripped right through its chest and torso. Towering over them, the Sovereign sneered. You humans are impressively stubborn to force my third evolution. Huang Qing's voice trembled with absolute despair. A third form. Is this some sick joke? He knew their lines would break. His blood-burning forbidden art was running on empty. Even if we win today, my lifespan is already forfeit, but my survival means nothing. As a Grandmaster, I will butcher this demon right here, right now. Die. The Sovereign merely tilted its horrific head, locking your aura for a suicide strike. Your human martial arts are truly amusing. But parlor tricks cannot bridge the gap in absolute power. A terrifying blood-red aura exploded from the monster's piercing gaze. Earth-shattering art heavenly lightning spear. Huang Qing's entire body transformed into a blinding bolt of pure white plasma, charging in absolutely alone. Yet, his lone charge carried the devastating momentum of 10,000 roaring dragons. Trapped within this magnetic domain, the Sovereign's extra arms completely locked up. The Emperor just perfected the conversion matrix of the ancient civilization. Channeling dark energy into its main arms, the monster punched directly into the blinding lightning. It bared its razor-sharp fangs. You are a warrior worthy of my respect. Once you fall, I shall claim your corpse for the swarm. You will be reborn with unimaginable godlike power. Cracks splintered across the silver dragon's spear, while Huang Qing swallowed the agonizing pain of his breaking bones. He squeezed every last drop of mana from his soul, betting humanity's future on this single strike. I will drag you down to hell with me. We will reclaim the West City boom. The clash of plasma and demonic aura created a massive shockwave, vaporizing the very ground beneath them. The cascading thunder actually forced the Sovereign backward. Even frantically beating its massive insect wings could not stop the monster from skidding across the shattered pavement. Boom. A cataclysmic explosion leveled the battlefield. Blinding azure lightning swallowed the screen. The Sovereign stared down at its 4 burning, trembling arms. As Huang Qing's legendary spear finally shattered, the monster smirked. Your sacrificial arts are truly a nuisance. That strike should have reduced you to ash. Elder Mu had forcefully tethered his soul using a forbidden blood ritual. Leaping into the debris-filled sky, Elder Mu caught Huang Qing's crumbling body. He spun through the air, absorbing the deadly shockwave before slamming safely into the dirt. The Sovereign crossed its arms, laughing menacingly. No matter. I have all the time in the world. I only held back my true devastating power to preserve this magnificent human specimen. But you pathetic insects get no such mercy. I will grind you into dust. Suddenly, Wayne, who had just been slaughtered, twitched on the ground. The dead man miraculously stood back up, his body perfectly healed. He casually strolled up to the Venom Sovereign. Oh my, what a lively party over here. I could feel the shockwaves of your pathetic struggle all the way from the city limits. Elder Mu pointed a trembling finger at his revived comrade. Wayne, how? You were just ripped to shreds. Wayne covered his face with one hand, letting out a psychotic spine-chilling cackle. Exactly, spot on. His corrupted body dragged itself step by terrifying step toward Huang Qing's fallen motionless warhorse. He slowly twisted his neck, his pupils blazing with an unholy light. This monster was definitely not Wayne anymore. A demonic smile stretched across his warped face. Tell me, Elder Mu, am I truly dead? I cannot quite tell. Ha ha ha. Suddenly, Wayne's skin bubbled violently, ripping apart straight down his spine. Sickening razor-sharp scales erupted from his skull all the way down to his tailbone. His bones cracked as his spine arched in violent spasms. Watching their beloved comrade mutate into this twisted abomination, the entire squad froze in absolute horror. Wayne, the blood drained entirely from the survivors' faces, but the nightmare was just beginning. Wayne's stomach violently split wide open, revealing a massive cavernous maw. A grotesque tongue lashed out, wrapping around the legendary beast's corpse. With one sickening gulp, he swallowed the majestic mount whole. As he turned back, agonizing human faces began pushing through his stretching skin. Absolutely exquisite, exactly what you would expect from a Grandmaster's familiar. But feasting on the Grandmaster's flesh, now, that would be divine. You humans look positively mouth-watering today. Mind if I take a little bite? But in that very instant, a dark crimson fist broke the sound barrier. The Venom Sovereign instantly obliterated Wayne's head into bloody mist. What a repulsive creature. It actually reeks of the Dark Star Abyss anomalies. Is this sickening abomination your human handiwork? To think you would casually tamper with absolute darkness. If humanity has fallen this far, our swarm truly deserves to cleanse this world. Wiping the blood from its fist, the Sovereign glared at the headless carcass with pure disgust. Squelch! Suddenly pulsating black and red tentacles erupted from the bleeding stump. The writhing flesh furiously stitched itself into a brand new, terrifying head. A biomechanical crimson visor clamped over its eyes, completely wrapped in razor-sharp metallic thorns. Beneath the spikes, an unhinged smile stretched from ear to ear. Hey, greetings, I am the extraterrestrial entity known as Yin Mo, and I am starving for your flesh. But the Golden Sovereign did not even flinch. Crossing its massive arms, it barked back, "Know your place, parasite." Meanwhile, the ruined West City burned, choking the shattered skyline in endless ash. An apocalyptic darkness suffocated the heavens, completely drowning the battlefield in pure despair. Without hesitation, the Sovereign unleashed a devastating punch straight at Yin Mo's face. Yin Mo did not even blink. He let the mountain-shattering strike land flush against his jaw. The Sovereign roared in triumph. "Pathetic, you shatter like glass." But instantly, the Sovereign's arrogant eyes shrank in absolute terror. For the first time, this apex predator stared at something far more monstrous than itself. The Sovereign's massive body paralyzed. Its jaw trembled, struggling to form words that refused to come out. This presence. It is. Crack snap. With an ear-piercing sonic boom, Yin Mo's skull violently detonated. Brain matter exploded outward, but impossibly. The flying chunks of bloody flesh began to mutate. The severed flesh instantly reconnected. Crimson and black spider-like tendrils wove together, completely unfazed by the devastating fist pressure. In a flash, the splattered gore mutated violently, swallowing the golden horned Sovereign's entire fist. The insect boss panicked. This is bad. His twisted flesh is corrupting my very existence. Even its invincible third-form exoskeleton was instantly devoured by this grotesque anomaly. Decisively, the Sovereign severed its own arm. Its insect wings vibrated at extreme speeds, desperately retreating to create absolute distance. Foolish alien creature. How far do you think you can run? Yin Mo smiled wickedly. The body before you is merely a decoy. Have you ever heard of the anglerfish boom? The earth shattered completely. A colossal blood-soaked maw hundreds of meters wide violently erupted from below. Suspended in the void, the Sovereign realized its fatal mistake. It could only watch in utter despair as its entire world was swallowed by eternal darkness. The next second, the razor-sharp abyssal jaws snapped shut perfectly, devouring the Sovereign's massive frame. Shattered earth and debris rained down like a meteor shower. A catastrophic tremor shook the very foundations of the battlefield. The gargantuan mouth deformed, spiraling in mid-air before morphing into a grotesque, pulsating stomach. Thick cursed veins fused the organ back into Yin Mo's body. Heavens only know how he managed to compress such a colossal entity within himself. As expected of a true Overlord-tier beast, he sneered. Unable to digest it instantly, the creature violently thrashed inside his twisted form. Yin Mo felt a slight discomfort, but overwhelmingly he felt pure, twisted excitement, truly worthy of the Sovereign realm. To think you can still wage war from within my own gut. This was their golden window for escape. Elder Mu forcefully suppressed his aura, erasing his presence entirely. He whispered, his voice practically dissolving into the bloody wind. Move now. Without hesitation, Elder Mu shoved the unconscious mana-depleted Chen Tianyu directly into Dai Kaiming's arms. Nu, actuate the Dean, immediately run and do not look back. But Dai Kaiming hesitated for a fatal second, and their fragile spark of hope instantly extinguished. Yin Mo's demonic gaze had never left them. A chilling smirk twisted his face as he slowly advanced toward the desperately fleeing hunters. He inhaled deeply, savoring the sweet pheromones of their absolute terror. Did you think I forgot you? You'll make the perfect dessert. But suddenly, Yin Mo's sinister expression froze solid. It was as if an invisible mountain crushed his soul. A pathetic, strangled gasp violently caught in his throat. Far in the western sector, an apocalyptic pillar of azure light pierced the heavens. The sheer magnitude of this energy spike was utterly incomprehensible, and that godlike power source was rocketing straight toward him. The atmosphere detonated in its wake as an azure meteor violently cleaved the cloud sea in half. Dai Kaming and Elder Mu, practically dragging their comrade in a desperate retreat, abruptly halted as they sensed the crushing pressure. Elder Mu gasped in pure shock. Such monstrous aura. Is it another sovereign-tier beast? Dai Kaming yelled. It's locking onto us. The sonic booms rapidly multiplied. It was too fast to track. Even with his half-step Grandmaster dynamic vision, Dai Kaming could only barely glimpse a terrifying azure afterimage crashing from the heavens. Boom! The azure comet slammed directly into Yin Mo. Only after the devastating impact did the deafening hurricane-force shockwave finally shatter the surrounding air. Under that absolute suppression, Yin Mo's mutated body buckled in sheer agony. A catastrophic explosion instantly erupted, unleashing shockwaves that threatened to tear reality itself apart. The entire spatial domain spiraled into pure violent chaos. Reacting purely on Hunter's instinct, Elder Mu threw himself forward, arms spread wide as a human shield. Fighting against the soul-crushing gravity, he roared an absolute command to Dai Kaming: protect the Dean with your very life. Blind to whatever godlike entity had descended, Dai Kaming felt an invisible hand crush his racing heart. Like a mere lamb facing a primordial apex predator, his very DNA locked up in absolute submission. This isn't a sovereign beast. Is it targeting the monster right before Dai Kaming's eyes? The massive mountain of concrete rubble, the very ruins created by Chen Tianyu's earlier battle, had completely evaporated. Nothing remained but an apocalyptic dust storm born from the horrific impact. A rapid succession of catastrophic impacts echoed across the ruined city. Entire skyscrapers shattered like glass, sending apocalyptic plumes of dust choking the western skies. It was Yi. Pinning Yin Mo down, he plowed straight through 3 kilometers of solid steel skyscrapers. He growled, "Since you devoured a sovereign beast, I almost mistook you for an ally. But targeting the Dean and my comrades, your death warrant is signed." Completely disoriented by the assault, Yin Mo hadn't even processed the ambush. He felt like he'd been struck by a divine missile, skidding uncontrollably backward. He unleashed a ruthless barrage. His nuclear-infused fists rained down, pounding Yin Mo's mutated flesh into paste. His blazing azure eyes locked onto his disintegrating enemy, watching that foul crimson-black corruption ooze from its core. Every cell in his awakened body recoiled in absolute disgust. "This disgusting dark matter makes me sick to my stomach," he roared. Sensing its vile aura, an unprecedented blazing fury consumed him. Lowering his stance, he activated the forbidden art, Godzilla's killing intent nuclear fist. Unrestrained atomic energy dyed blindingly bright by sheer killing intent erupted. He drew back his right arm. It pulsed with the cataclysmic electromagnetic force of a heavily armed missile silo, locked and completely loaded. Boom! The devastating right hook shattered Yin Mo's face. Unparalleled destructive atomic energy surged into the monster, incinerating it from the inside out. Hit by that god-slaying kinetic force, Yin Mo's skull was utterly pulverized in a fraction of a second. High-energy particles instantly obliterated the remains in a blinding mid-air detonation. Only a pathetic whimper escaped its non-existent lips. Ag. With its chest cavity completely vaporized, Yin Mo's mangled corpse was blasted away by the nuclear fallout. But real combat isn't some turn-based game. Once he secured the upper hand, he became a relentless Grim Reaper. He would hunt this abomination to the ends of the earth until every last cell was entirely erased. A predatory smirk crossed his face. "I'm not letting you die that easily, parasite." His assault was far from over. Launching off the scorched, war-torn earth, he fired himself into the sky like a ballistic missile. Mid-air, his iron grip secured Yin Mo's mutilated remains. The Overlord-level terror now looked like nothing more than a bloody floor rag. Igniting his aura to the absolute max, he propelled them both straight into the highest stratosphere. Looking like a blazing human missile, he erupted with raw aura. He tore through the sky at terrifying speeds, locking onto a target from a dizzying, immeasurable altitude high above the clouds. He suddenly roared. His thunderous voice shattered the clouds above Earth, shattering through. Boom, boom. The instant he hurled Yin Mo down, 3 massive shockwaves exploded in mid-air. Yin Mo plummeted like a hijacked airplane, spiraling completely out of control toward the solid earth. The very second Yin Mo's fleshy body smashed into the ground, a built-up kinetic energy detonated like a furious napalm bomb. A violent, devastating shockwave violently rippled in all directions. 100-meter radius of the ground instantly caved in. Yin Mo crashed upper body first, his form crumbling and disintegrating until his entire existence was reduced to a miserable, mangled puddle of flesh. As the thick, choking dust finally began to settle, he gracefully touched down onto the ruined battlefield. A glowing system prompt suddenly appeared in his vision. Infinite monster matrix detected. Host Yi Himara Emperor Lizard Matrix synchronization rate at 100%. Flame Lord form has been unlocked. Please exercise extreme caution when deploying this supreme power. Yi. He stood tall and unbothered in his brand new nano armor, looking completely badass. Crackle, crackle. Suddenly, massive pools of black and red viscous liquid began to creep and merge together. In less than a second, the slime wove into a humanoid shape, writhing upward from the legs. These grotesque tentacles twisted and pulsed according to some twisted, incomprehensible dark biological law. He took a hit like that and still survived. What an absolute leech. It was regenerating, actively absorbing the golden horn bug lord magical beast to heal its shattered core. Yin Mo's grotesque body finally took form again. He spat out a sarcastic, arrogant taunt. Ugh, what a fierce little attack you have there. You actually made me dizzy for a second. Since the day I was born, I have never been crushed so thoroughly. Yi. He honestly did not expect this plot twist, staring forward with a genuine hint of surprise. Yin Mo, his twisted body looking like a demon summoned from a dark sacrificial ritual, crawled out from the blood pool. But even now, he looked entirely dazed and deeply unhinged. Yi's thunderous godlike strike had truly rattled his brain. But I really must thank you for that brutal warm-up, because your absolute brute force attack just hyper-accelerated my internal digestion process. As of right now, I have successfully claimed and fully mastered the ultimate genes of that Overlord class magical beast. His voice suddenly shifted, dropping into a raspy, ear-piercing demonic screech. In return for your kindness, I will keep you wide awake while I devour your flesh piece by agonizing piece. The exact crater where Yi meteor slammed Yin Mo into the earth had formed a massive basin. It felt just like that terrifying Swan Lake encounter from the previous chaotic battle. Would this fight end up exactly like the clash with that monstrous gorilla? An immortal enemy. Yin Mo rose up in his terrifying new evolution, acting completely unfazed and unharmed. He landed heavily, his voice dripping with pure ice. Stop barking, you mutt smack. A crisp, devastating slap echoed out as he blinked right into Yin Mo's face. A flawlessly calculated, completely rage-fueled roundhouse kick slammed directly into his ugly face. The overwhelming monstrous force turned Yin Mo into a living top, aggressively spinning him dozens of times in midair. His body twisted like a wet rag. He casually smirked. Not a bad curveball. Just before impact, he unleashed another brutal sweep kick, launching the monster directly into a skyscraper hundreds of meters away. At the exact point of Yin Mo's brutal impact, the sheer physical force of the kick literally generated a blinding spark of friction. From the shattered ruins of the high-rise, countless black and red tentacles erupted aggressively, tossing away chunks of rebar and cement. Yin Mo slowly stood up from the massive rubble pile. He laughed even louder, raising his demonic voice. He keep hitting me, keep feeding me. This time facing his godly attack, his body did not explode into pieces. He merely suffered shattered bones. It was horribly clear his mutant body was actively adapting to this immense physical force. He sneered, "You will never be able to kill me. I am going to become your eternal nightmare." Suddenly, his massive body melted down, exploding into a disgusting spray of dark red matter that stained the entire area with a putrid scent of blood. Yin Mo's mangled form completely dissolved, violently transforming into a colossal, nightmarish black and red tidal wave that completely swallowed the surrounding skyscraper. Pure atomic energy aggressively gathered and expanded in Yi, his palm instantly swelling to the size of a small house. Seeing his opponent power up only pushed his battle lust higher. Hey, this is my first time seeing someone crazier than me. You idiot, growing bigger just makes you an easier target to obliterate. Godzilla. Secret Art Emperor Energy Blast Annihilate. A massive sphere of terrifying energy materialized behind him, launching itself directly toward the monstrous Yin Mo. Then he moved like he was going for a legendary slam dunk. He slammed the colossal atomic sphere directly into the heart of the black and red tide. Boom! A brilliant dome-shaped blue atomic explosion completely lit up the western city sector. Kai's eyes widened into absolute saucers as he stared at the blinding blue blast. The unbelievable power and speed he just displayed had completely shattered his wildest mortal imagination. What kind of hidden grandmaster is this? With this kind of terrifying speed and raw strength, even a Balfrey Azu transformation stage grandmaster could not possibly hold a candle to him. That horrifying monster that had just casually judged Kai and Elder Mu's lives. Before this godlike power, it was nothing but a fragile flower caught in a raging atomic hurricane. Elder Mu's jaw practically hit the floor. Wait, a blue-colored energy fluctuation. I have literally never heard of such an overwhelming, mysterious aura in my entire life. Thank the heavens he is fighting on our side. With an absolute powerhouse like him stationed in the Western City war zone, we finally have nothing to worry about. The radiant blue atomic energy engulfed the entire building. It completely eradicated all matter caught inside, burning away the souls of magical beasts and martial artists that Yin Mo had consumed. They were all instantly vaporized by the atomic force like moths diving into a nuclear flame. Yet Yinmo's dark-tide body did not choose to retreat from this surging blast. Instead, it chose to clash head-on with Yi, his supreme power. He cleared his disgusting throat, trembling in absolute twisted excitement. I told you already, you foolish mortal. It is entirely useless. No matter how overwhelmingly powerful your attack is, you can never kill me. I possess infinite cell division. Divide, divide, divide. Full biological potential unleashed completely. Your mighty nuclear attack is constantly tearing apart and destroying my physical form. But at the exact same time, it hyper-accelerates the rapid cell division of my entire being. It even pushes my cellular multiplication speed past the diffusion rate of your atomic energy. Ha 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 Yi. He openly curled his lips in pure disgust, thinking with absolute contempt. What an absolutely nauseating freak. However, pushing the Emperor Matrix synchronization to its maximum limit has granted me terrifying blood-G perception. Even if I cannot perfectly observe cellular changes like an electronic and microscope, I can still clearly sense the big picture. This twisted bastard is constantly adapting and evolving to perfectly resist my destructive atomic energy. Meanwhile, Yi's muscles bulged with supreme power as he held his ground against Yinmo's surge. Yinmo's grotesque face slowly manifested from the rolling black and red tide. Countless eyes erupted from its flesh. They locked onto Yi, he with ravenous greed. Yinmo roared with laughter. Ah ha ha ha. That is right, this is my supreme ability, absolute evolution. No matter your strength, you will end up as my prey. You can never defeat me. I can feel it coursing through me. The insanely powerful gene inside your body. Compared to your flawless DNA, that Lord-tier gene I just devoured feels like absolute flavorless trash. Yi, he clicked his tongue. Even he was slightly startled by this grotesque mutation. Seeing this reaction, an uncontrollable wave of extreme jealousy exploded within the monster. He burst into a toxic, bitter laugh. Why is it like this? Ha ha ha. His trembling voice threatened to rip apart the suffocating resentment festering inside his chest. I have devoured countless living souls. I endlessly evolved to forge the perfect bloodline. Yet I still cannot compare to the mere man standing right before my very eyes. His crimson and black cells multiplied exponentially. They gathered into a massive shockwave, surging with terrifying new growth. He shrieked, "Why is this happening? I will devour you alive." Instantly, he transformed into an apocalyptic tidal wave crashing down the street toward Yi. A bloodthirsty maw materialized atop that crimson wave, spinning like a demonic meat grinder. A nearby skyscraper was crushed by the impact, tumbling straight into its massive jaws, only to be pulverized into mere ash. Meanwhile, Dai Kaming and Elder Mu were struggling just to survive. Dai Kaming watched with pure anxiety. Staring at that world-ending monstrosity, deep doubts clouded his mind. It was not just the mysterious expert, but even this beast possessed such overwhelming might. Could the mysterious expert actually handle this? Given the terrifying regeneration and brutal adaptability of this demonic creature, he deeply feared that even a heavy nuclear warhead would be utterly useless. But unlike the panicked Dai Kaming, watching from afar Yi, he stood dead center, facing the abyssal tsunami head-on. His expression remained completely unfazed. He commanded loudly, "You are nothing but a gluttonous pest, quelling abyss dragon, armor unleash." He clenched his fist tightly. Joints cracked loudly as violent aura spiraled. Blazing blue lightning arcs immediately surged around his entire body. The electric veins ignited like an awakening storm, causing the atmosphere to tremble violently. Thick killing intent concentrated into his right arm, manifesting a blood-red phantom gauntlet. Yi! He gathered his power and roared, one-punch sea-splitter, boom boom. A colossal crimson fist projection materialized, carrying a suffocating and crushing pressure. Its sheer scale easily rivaled the devastating tsunami. It looked ready to obliterate absolutely everything. Amidst an earth-shattering rumble, the fist smashed downward, compressing the surrounding space until it felt completely distorted. The crimson and black tsunami was instantly ripped apart, violently exploding from the inside out. Yi! He truly severed the ocean with a single strike. His azure brilliance pierced deep into the monstrous sludge. It systematically eradicated Yin Mo's cells one by one, plunging the creature into absolute agonizing despair. Massive remnants of the fleshy wave splattered outward, chaotic currents of raw energy violently spiraled, looking as if they would tear the very void apart. He trembled his throat, choking on the words. How are you this strong? The beast itself could not comprehend the terrifying reality standing before him. The slimy, dark crimson membranes slowly merged back together. They squirmed and shape-shifted, retracting their scattered parts instead of wildly expanding. The violent chaos slowly settled down, as all focus shifted to Yin Mo's new mutation. Finally, the foul matter reformed back into his humanoid shape. His twisted face glared at Yi, he falsely believing he had finally adapted to his opponent's power, but he was dead wrong. This was barely a warm-up. Yin Mo bellowed, how is your power still rising? In a flash, he materialized right behind him. The main character's voice whispered like a demonic curse. That is right, my strength will forever remain light years beyond yours. A mountain-like pressure instantly drenched Yin Mo in cold sweat. His voice cracked in panic. Damn it, Yin Mo immediately activated a stolen magic beast gene. Instantly, the air within a 100-meter radius boiled like a superheated furnace. Gene ability explosive atmosphere. Triggered by the violent tremor of his weapon, massive clouds of debris were blasted skyward, detonating into blinding waves of absolute destruction. It felt like an invisible god was ripping reality apart, sending violent shockwaves through the earth. The very next second, they chained together into dense vacuum bomb detonations. Boom, boom. A titanic explosion immediately followed, unleashing an apocalyptic shockwave that ravaged everything within 300 miles. It felt like a cataclysmic earthquake. This lethal damage could vaporize a mammoth in mere seconds. Yet amidst that horrifying display of power, a radiant golden sphere flawlessly shielded Yi from harm. After that devastating blast, not a single speck of dust touched him. He maintained his incredibly laid-back posture, completely unbothered by the chaos. Even as the world collapsed around him, he casually blew a stray speck off his shoulder. His chillingly graceful movements matched his relaxed tone, making it obvious that this entire battlefield was perfectly dancing in the palm of his hand. He then shot Yin Mo a look of pure, unadulterated disgust, his expression screaming, "You are not even fit to lick my boots." A sinister smirk crept onto his lips, sending shivers straight down the monster's spine. "What makes you so confident that I am fighting at my maximum power?" The western city was still drowning in smoke and absolute ruin. Seeing Yi standing immovable as a mountain, Yin Mo shrieked with hatred. The beast suddenly lunged to punch his face. Elbow strike, death acid Yi. He effortlessly dodged aside. The monster followed up with a shoulder tackle, Iron Mountain Magma. Desperate to give his prey zero breathing room, Yin Mo chained it into a blue lightning whip and a serial thunderstrike, but absolutely nothing could wipe that smug look off the main character's face. Even Yin Mo himself was forced to scream out loud right as he unhinged his jaw for the next attack. "What the hell did I even devour? I refuse to believe you are more invincible than me. I am the ultimate life form." Yin Mo's entire cellular structure morphed into sonic amplification amplifiers. Ultrasonic roar. He poured every ounce of his energy into unleashing a hurricane-scale sonic boom attack. The air fiercely warped into countless visible ripples. The sheer ultrasonic force violently scraped several meters of solid earth completely away. Yet Yi stood motionless inside the blast. He looked like he was just enjoying a gentle hairdryer. Relentless shockwaves swallowed him whole, but aside from absolutely annihilating the surrounding environment, it failed to deal even a single scratch to his actual body. He finally clapped back. "Is this messy barrage of attacks some kind of joke? Now it is my turn to return your words. No matter how hard you strike, you cannot kill me now that my physical strength has transcended to an entirely new dimension. Huadu, born from the perfect fusion of mind and body. You have awakened a realm of power far beyond your original limits. Every single combat stat crushes my base form by leaps and bounds. Honestly, it is a mystery if your pathetic strikes could even pierce my normal defense, let alone penetrating Huadu's ultimate state where my power multipliers are completely off the charts." With an incredibly punchable smirk, he casually picked his nose and mocked. "To put it bluntly, I could stand here, letting you attack for 24 hours straight, and you still would not shatter my absolute defense." Facing Yi, his overwhelmingly arrogant aura, Yin Mo's sanity began to fracture as pure dread set in. "Impossible. This cannot be happening. Even as my system constantly evolves flawless genes every single second, am I truly powerless against this absolute monster?" Yin Mo, a creature who defied the heavens themselves, finally felt the crushing weight of despair. He froze entirely, completely paralyzed before Yi. His godlike presence. His body violently trembled against his own will. As he took a step forward, the suffocating stench of death gripped Yin Mo's throat. Then he spoke. "The power gap between us is an insurmountable abyss." In a flash, his physical form exploded outward, fully awakening his colossal titan transformation. He towered over Yin Mo like an indestructible mountain. Despite the villain's constant evolutionary upgrades, he was now nothing more than an insignificant speck of dust. Trembling in absolute terror, he muttered, "If our power difference spans 1,000 miles, then my pathetic system upgrades barely close the gap by a single inch. It is utterly pointless. Damn it all, if I just had more time to farm experience, if I consumed more high-level awakeners to synthesize the ultimate genetic code, I would eventually obliterate this man standing before me." Yin Mo's massive razor-sharp jaws twitched uncontrollably, his monstrous voice cracking under sheer panic. But time has run out. In his final desperate moments, blinding rage consumed him over that cursed genetic anomaly. It was all because of that golden tier aura. My evolutionary path was violently interrupted. If only I had completed my ultimate genetic sequence, I could have easily slaughtered this terrifying beast. Even if defeat was inevitable, I would not be this pathetically crushed. Desperate to stop the escalating deathmatch and save his own life, Yin Mo forcefully halted his aggressive stance, gasping for breath as he tried negotiating. "Wait, hold on, fine, I yield. You win." Staring down, Yi pleaded, "You are an ultimate life form just like me. Right now, I lack the stats to kill you, but you cannot destroy me either. Listen, let us make a deal. This city, no, this entire nation, I swear I will never step foot inside its borders again. I will conquer other lands instead. Take the Northern Federation, for example. This perfectly aligns with your geopolitical goals of crushing rival superpowers, does it not? Eventually, we can split this entire planet in half. I will rule the Northern Hemisphere and you dominate the East. As for the world's highest tier awakeners, just bring me a single drop of their blood. My system will synthesize a lethal toxin explicitly designed to erase anyone who dares oppose your absolute reign." Yin Mo kept rambling his delusions of grand conquest, acting like this world was already theirs to divide. But his pathetic bargaining only fueled the raging inferno in Yi's eyes. Without uttering a single word, he slowly raised his index finger. Paralyzed by the sheer pressure, Yin Mo violently flinched. What the hell does that mean? Slowly, chillingly, he raised another finger, crossing them to form an X. Yin Mo's eyes widened in realization. 10, you mean 10 minutes. But a bone-chilling declaration cut him off. 10 minutes. If you are still breathing after that, I will take your damn name. This earth-shattering death sentence left the monster with only one inevitable destination. A one-way ticket straight to the deepest pits of hell. Feeling completely humiliated, Yin Mo snapped, unleashing a deafening, monstrous roar. "Then try and crush me yourself, you arrogant bastard." Unfazed by the taunt, he coldly muttered, "Challenge accepted." Driven to absolute madness, Yin Mo spread his grotesque arms wide open. A twisted, psychotic grin stretched across his bloody gums, mocking what he thought was an impossible bluff. "Kill me, are you out of your damn mind? I literally cannot die. Every single cell in my terrifying biology is screaming for endless evolution. My system rejects death." Yet he barely boasted for 30 seconds. Before he instantly teleported, trapping the monster in an inescapable bear hug. Shock rocked his core. With the dark, mocking tenderness of a grim reaper, he whispered into his ear, "Let us test that theory, shall we?" Locking his massive arms under the beast's shoulders in a devastating grapple, he roared with heaven-shaking authority. Liftoff. The terrifying shockwave of his supersonic speed finally crashed into the villain. A blinding surge of blazing blue aura erupted from his back, launching them both into the heavens like an anti-gravity meteor. He viciously dragged the monster from the ground, violently slamming him against the concrete surface of a skyscraper. Pure atomic energy exploded beneath his feet. He pinned the screaming monster against the steel glass facade, grinding him against the architecture as they violently ascended, carving a devastating trench straight up the tower as demonic flesh and blood rained down. Despite the agonizing mutilation, Yin Mo erupted into a psychotic, blood-chilling laughter. "Ha ha ha. You still cannot kill me. Your pathetic physical attacks feel like nothing more than a mosquito bite." However, that arrogant delusion was about to be violently shattered, yielding to zero resistance. He blasted them straight through the cloud line, his atomic thrusters burning white-hot. Soon enough, their ascending velocity absolutely eclipsed a supersonic jet, dragging his prey higher into the stratosphere. What are you doing?" Yin Mo choked out, feeling the oxygen rapidly vanishing. As sub-zero atmospheric temperatures froze his mutated blood, true panic finally set in. "Are you trying to throw me into orbit?" In that epic moment, he had dragged him over 50,000 meters into the sky, violently piercing the planet's ozone layer. Yet the monster stubbornly roared, "It is totally useless. Target outer space. The vacuum environment, absolute zero, cannot terminate my existence. I will simply absorb cosmic radiation and trigger an infinite system evolution among the stars. And when I return, I will slaughter every living soul on this miserable rock." Hovering at a godlike altitude, he casually gripped the monster's skull, their shadows silhouetted against the infinite cosmos. A terrifying aura flared. "This altitude is perfect. Nobody can witness the absolute carnage I am about to unleash, and my power will not wipe the western city off the map." Slowly, he leaned in toward his captive, whispering a death sentence. "Being this far from the surface, your telepathic link with your spawn has been completely severed, has it not?" A sickening realization hit, and the monster dripped in cold sweat. But when Yin Mo heard the words parasitic clones, his invincible smirk completely shattered. How? How did you find out?" His main body was never truly immortal. Otherwise, that Thunder Raptor would never have been able to capture and seal him earlier. Sure, the monster was incredibly hard to kill, but every cellular reconstruction violently drained his core life force, and with that heavy toll, he was rapidly weakening. In this brutal clash against the monster had already burned through 30% of his total vitality. That sheer amount of lost energy could rival 3 ordinary overlords. But his ultimate trump card against he wasn't endless regeneration. It was those parasitic clones. From the severed head crushed by the golden horned sovereign to the shredded flesh he destroyed. These discarded body parts never actually died. Once separated from the host, they slipped into a deep dormant state, just waiting for his main body to run out of juice. Then he would awaken a backup consciousness hidden deep within those tissues. A flawless revival plan, but unfortunately, this split consciousness technique was seriously flawed. It had a strict distance limit. Azure flames danced in Yi's eyes. His chilling whisper struck pure terror into Yin Mo. How do I know? Because I am superior. He thought, actually. I just tracked his biological magnetic field to sense the tether to those clones. By observing the chaotic shifts across the battlefield, I noticed the signal getting weaker. It was obvious he had a strict range limit. Man, I am an absolute genius. Yi. His voice suddenly dropped to a deadly growl. In other words, you only have one life left. Yin Mo shrieked in absolute panic. One more death and he would be erased forever. Right now, He had dragged the struggling monster straight into the upper atmosphere. For some brutal bonding, the demon's face drained of all color. He figured out my ultimate secret: I refuse to die. I will not fade into eternal darkness. His bones cracked, muscles bulging uncontrollably. The overwhelming aura of a primordial nightmare exploded outward like a beast breaking free. He roared into the void, cellular self-destruction, my absolute survival technique. You cannot possibly catch every single piece of me, haha. If one drop hits the earth, I will return. Yi. He glared down, his eyes burning with devastating power. Are you trembling? Is that the primal fear of death? Boom. Yin Mo stared in absolute horror as his physical form massively expanded. In a flash, he transformed into a towering 10-meter azure titan. The demon was instantly reduced to a helpless bug trapped in a giant's grasp. An overwhelmingly dense aura sealed him completely, crushing him like an impenetrable wall. Damn it. You can enlarge your body too. Primal terror consumed the villain as he shrieked. But he was completely deaf to his pathetic curses and desperate pleas. Two colossal hands clamped down, rolling the wretched demon, like swatting an annoying mosquito. His booming voice echoed, I do not need to catch every piece. I will just crush you whole. The heroic titan completely dwarfed his mortal enemy. He locked his massive fingers together, flexing his earth-shattering muscles with deadly intent, and viciously ground his palms together. Extreme friction agonizingly tore apart every cell in Yin Mo's body as he wailed in total despair. What are you doing to me? In seconds, the terrifying Overlord was rolled into a pathetic meatball, yet he kept screaming. Are you trying to eat me? Are you a literal monster? Ignoring the pathetic barking, he tossed the writhing meatball into his mouth. Even then, the arrogant demon kept running his mouth. Are you not terrified? I will devour you from the inside. Gulp. Tumbling down that massive throat, the villain was nothing more than a speck of dust, yet he foolishly laughed with pure madness. Ha ha ha, you absolute fool, I always find a way to survive. He plunged into the abyss, unaware of the looming nightmare. A rumbling voice echoed. Swallowing you was merely the first phase of your annihilation. Hovering in the endless expanse, he prepared his ultimate technique. He was transforming his entire body into a literal cosmic furnace. Boom. Phase 2, unsealing the sovereign flame pupils. His azure eyes ignited with blinding crimson fury. The cool blue aura violently shifted into roaring bloody flames. The crimson glow intensified infinitely. He became a second scorching sun in the sky. The atmosphere for miles around was dyed apocalyptic red. The surface temperature instantly shattered the 5,000 degrees Celsius mark. Meanwhile, his internal core temperature skyrocketed past tens of thousands of degrees and climbing rapidly. Keep in mind, the surface of an actual sun maxes out at 6,000 degrees. Trapped inside this cataclysmic inferno, Yin Mo began screaming in soul-crushing agony. Ah, what is this hellscape? How can a living creature generate planetary-level apocalyptic heat? My entire genetic vault possesses absolutely zero traits capable of surviving inside a literal star. This was a restricted zone for all life. The sheer heat evaporated the heavens. Had he unleashed this Crimson Lotus state back in the Western District, the entire metropolis would vanish, permanently rewriting the regional climate. Deep within the hero's core, the Yin demon screamed, "Stop it right now. Are you refining me into an elixir? Ah, I refuse to die like this." The demonic overlord suffered absolute hell as his flesh melted, combusted, and violently writhed. He desperately attempted to forcibly mutate his cells to withstand the inferno, but it completely failed. I am supposed to be the ultimate life form. Just give me enough time to become a god. His arrogant screams were reduced to whimpers. After all, he never imagined he would actually be tossed into a sun. Boom. He suddenly erupted, blasting a devastating Crimson Lotus shockwave across the entire atmosphere. A blazing Crimson Lotus shockwave obliterated everything for hundreds of kilometers. The blinding stellar radiation could be seen all the way from outer space. Dead silence consumed the battlefield. Just 10 minutes ago, Dai Kaiming and Elder Mu watched he launch upward like a ballistic missile. He dragged Yin Mo into the stratosphere until they completely vanished. Suddenly, a static transmission broke through their comms from the aerial battleship. This is Western District Headquarters. Vanguard Squad, do you copy? I repeat, Vanguard Squad, do you copy? This is Vanguard Captain Dai Kaming. I read you loud and clear. Kaming, the Western District monster wave has completely collapsed. Cleanup operations are running smoothly. Headquarters confirms every single Western Lord is dead. Give us your current status report. Kaming gave a full tactical breakdown. The command center went silent before replying. Understood, we fully grasp the gravity of the situation. If not for that mysterious powerhouse, our entire Western reclamation project would have been a catastrophic failure. Headquarters, if his identity is not classified, please tell me. I need to thank him personally. The operator chuckled. He actually goes to your Huadu University. Kaming froze in absolute shock. At my university, is he a hidden dean or a special professor? I have never heard of him. His mind raced with questions. As the student council president, I have met every single elite instructor on campus, but nobody possesses an aura that practically drips with that kind of destructive, blazing azure light. The commander sighed. That is because he is not faculty. He is actually just an undergraduate student. Kaming felt his reality shatter. A student? Is he some hidden senior disciple? Nobody in my year reached the Grandmaster realm before me. Actually, he is a freshman. He is your junior. Kaming stood there completely paralyzed. High above the sky returned to an eerie calm, leaving only suffocating heat waves behind, a grim reminder of that apocalyptic Red Lotus strike. Meanwhile, at the edge of the exosphere, He was plummeting at terminal velocity. Crashing toward the blue planet like a blazing comet, his massive 15-meter form began cracking like charred obsidian as he roared out loud. Not only was that form incredibly ugly, but the aftermath feels awful. The Flame Monarch's sheer temperature completely incinerated my nano armor. It is time to see what you can really do. Yin Mo, as he unhinged his jaw, the charred exterior shattered away, leaving him completely exposed. Normally, this would be the exact moment he activated the emergency nano watch Nuwa gave him to avoid a very awkward landing. Disgusting tentacles violently erupted from his mouth, rapidly expanding until they swallowed his entire bare physique in seconds. They morphed into a pulsing crimson and pitch-black biological skin. He smirked. High-tier vampire bloodline mixed with the broodmother's ultimate evolution. I am practically devouring Yin Mo and stealing his genetic authority. Following his mental command, the writhing biological armor began shifting forms. It perfectly mimicked a high-tech combat suit, dynamically altering its cellular pigment and texture. In a flash, he was rocking a slick leather trench coat, a flawless charcoal gray. He muttered to himself, assimilating that monster's biomass does more than just play dress-up. It is actively regenerating my cellular damage. The backlash from my Flame Monarch form is gone. Honestly, this is not just healing, it is a complete physical optimization. Just like tweaking a video game avatar, after absorbing that unholy biomass, his biology was flawlessly upgraded. Thermal resistance, mana capacity, and energy conductivity hit terrifying new peaks. His skeleton became impossibly dense yet weightless, and his neural reflexes broke the mortal limit. Hovering midair, he looked entirely unchanged. But beneath the surface, his microscopic structure had undergone an earth-shattering evolution. The only reason he looked normal was out of pure preference. Right now, his height, muscular density, and very DNA could be altered on a whim. He literally unlocked the ultimate character creation screen. He smirked with absolute satisfaction. This godlike sensation is beyond words. This evolutionary power easily rivals an alpha-tier broodmother. Meanwhile, halfway across the globe at the Northern Federation Military Command, high-ranking officials were trembling at the cosmic anomaly overhead. Through the orbital satellite feed, a cataclysmic crimson shockwave was tearing through the upper atmosphere. The man sweating bullets was none other than the Federation General Dealer of the Northern Forces. His eyes nearly popped out as he glared at the massive command screen. What in God's name is that? What the hell? The cold mechanical voice of their supercomputer echoed through the bunker, detecting critical energy spike in the thermosphere above Sia Nation's western district. A violent thermonuclear equivalent reaction has occurred. The blast radius spans 600 kilometers, yielding an estimated force of tens of megatons. Pure devastation. The general completely lost his military bearing and cursed out loud. Damn it all, was Shia Nation not just running a simple reclamation mission? Where did a blast of this magnitude come from? A terrified technician turned around. General, the satellite is detecting a vital sign right at ground zero. He gripped his console. A life sign? That is impossible. A detonation of that caliber would vaporize even a special-grade Grandmaster into cosmic dust. Enhance that satellite feed right now. I need to know what kind of monster Shia Nation is hiding. The holographic display rapidly magnified the coordinates. A young man in a dark trench coat materialized on screen. Suddenly, he tilted his head up, his piercing gaze seemingly locking eyes with their orbital satellite. The general's face drained of all color. He is just a kid. But before they could process it, the young man on the screen smirked, his lips moving deliberately. The AI immediately ran a lip-reading translation protocol. General, he is speaking the Shia dialect. He says, "Are you enjoying peeping on your daddy?" Dead silence filled the Northern Federation's high command bunker as Yi, his cocky, gigantic face dominated their main war screen. He followed it up with a universally understood middle finger. General Dealer could only stand there, veins popping, glaring uselessly at the monitor. Impossible. Our satellite is orbiting in deep space. How on earth did he detect us? Run a facial recognition scan right now. Could Great Shia have awakened if fourth Grandmaster panic consumed them as they stared into his terrifyingly glowing eyes? What the hell is he doing? The Federation officials were sweating bullets in utter chaos. General, our satellite is picking up a massive energy surge gathering at terrifying speeds. Through the satellite's monitoring lens, a blindingly brilliant blue shockwave suddenly erupted across the atmosphere, dominating their massive command screen. In less than a single second, the satellite was blown to absolute dust. After obliterating North Baston's eye in the sky, Yi smirked. You pathetic North Baston rats. I am blowing up your toy to see if you dare spy on us again. The Mother Emperor core has hit maximum capacity. My life force magnetic field has expanded to its absolute limit, easily wrapping around the entire globe. Furthermore, I am not just sensing the aura of carbon-based lifeforms anymore. Even digital machine signals and highly classified frequency waves are now entirely trapped within my ultimate perception domain. Now that West City is reclaimed, a brilliant idea just crossed my mind. Those 11 S-class forbidden life zones. With my current awakened life tier, can I finally step foot inside them? It is definitely worth testing out. He roared to the heavens. Magnetic domain expand. Glaring into the sky, his piercing gaze seemed to shatter infinite space itself, directly confronting the deep space satellites. An invisible sensory domain exploded outward with Yi as the epicenter. In the blink of an eye, his terrifying aura swallowed the entire province and kept expanding at warp speed. A chaotic storm of data flooded his brain. Instantly, the red and black biological matter activated, filtering out the junk and perfectly organizing the crucial system information for Yi. The liquid red and black biomatter morphed gradually, projecting a massive, highly detailed three-dimensional holographic map floating right in front of him. A smirk touched Yi, his lips. Fusing Yinmo's red and black biomatter with his life force magnetic field had successfully generated a flawless god-tier territorial distribution map. Every single city across Great Shia was mapped out with absolute precision. Suddenly, his eyes flared with intensity as the ominous dark matter crept toward the borders of Guanshan City. Upon touching that legendary S-class secret realm, the red and black biomatter glitched, violently vibrating and completely failing to take any physical shape. The reason was terrifyingly simple. Within Yi's ultimate sensory domain, Guanshan City registered as an absolute consuming black hole. He shook his head, clicking his tongue. So it actually failed, huh? Not surprising at all. After all, even the most overpowered human awakened standing at the absolute peak would face certain death inside an S-class domain. Instead of feeling shocked, Yi's eyes gleamed with an intense burning curiosity. Probing the Guanshan Forbidden Zone was a bust, but what about the other regions? Yi? He possessed monstrous strength now, but he still had not reached the absolute pinnacle of this high martial world. On this blue star, acquiring the legendary Godzilla system power had merely pushed him into the top 5 most devastating combat forces of humanity. Moving past Guanshan Yi, he unleashed his perception field across the entirety of Great Shia, sweeping powerfully over the entire eastern continent of Blue Star. His aura rippled outward relentlessly. Stretching from the eastern borders, he crossed the Great Eastern Ocean, scanned the North Baston continent, and even reached the frozen wastes of the Arctic and the eternal ice of the South Pole. Every single corner was flawlessly mapped. He now held the entire Blue Star within his mind's eye. Meanwhile, across the sea on Little East Island atop Mount Fuji, at the Imperial Sun Palace, inside the Great Sun Imperial Palace, despite the extravagant bedroom crafted from pure gold and crystal, a deeply unsettling stench of rotting corpses hung heavily in the air. This nauseating smell easily overpowered the countless burning incense. Through the hazy gloom, a massive 20-meter-wide dragon bed sat obscured beneath layers of sheer, ghostly curtains. What kind of monster needed a bed? That gigantic cough? A sickening hack echoed from within as a skeletal yet terrifyingly colossal shadow shifted behind the draped fabric. 3 terrified servants bowed deeply. Your Majesty. Suddenly, a horrifying hand larger than a grown maid reached out from the darkness. The arm looked like a rotted dead branch entirely covered in grotesque corpse spots. Cough. Bring you my medicine. The trembling maid quickly handed it over before scrambling out of the royal chambers. The ghastly disease-riddled voice began muttering to itself. To think a perception skill of this magnitude could actually reach all the way to our East Sun borders. Which hidden powerhouse could it be? Is it that sly old fox Shi Jingwen of Great Shia, or perhaps Si Li from the Western continent, since I have hidden from the world for nearly a century? Has someone finally figured out my secret? Are they daring to test my absolute authority? I must refine the divine artifact immediately. The day I break through to the legendary realm will be the day East Sun completely dominates this blue star. Cough, cough. Meanwhile, in the great western continent, at the divine capital, a colossal 1,000-meter-tall statue loomed aggressively over the sacred city. Down below, thousands of devoted worshippers suddenly witnessed a terrifying anomaly. Look up quickly. The sacred statue is glowing. The true God has finally descended to our realm. The divine order is real. The ancient prophecy was true all along. Those ignorant mortals who dared reject the faith will surely be banished to the endless, agonizing abyss. Oh, almighty deity, please heal my dying grandchild. Suddenly, a mysterious figure materialized out of nowhere, floating directly before the massive idol. The figure spoke chillingly. Did that arrogant gaze awaken you? Instantly, a violent tremor cracked the stone directly between the statue's massive eyebrows. It was visible to the naked eye, accompanied by a sickeningly sweet scent. Thick streams of fresh crimson blood began bleeding profusely from the cracked stone. The deity's stone mouth violently split open, tearing all the way to its ears to reveal a massive, psychologically twisted, and absolutely horrifying grin. The young man swiftly slapped a rune-covered parchment directly over its slit-like grayish-yellow pupil. The monstrous eye violently twitched once before the entire entity was forced back into a lifeless stone slumber. Dressed in the supreme golden robes of the heavenly order, the handsome youth adjusted his pristine white blindfold. Turning to fly away, he growled with a deadly edge to his voice. This disturbance was my failure. Please return to your eternal rest. Meanwhile, far out in the waters off Continent A, a colossal, ultra-luxurious cruise ship was slowly cutting through the dark ocean waves. If any naval historian were present, they would have screamed their lungs out in absolute disbelief, because sailing before them was the Titanic, the legendary ghost ship that sank 35 years ago. Right now, on this phantom vessel, despite resting in the ocean's abyss for countless eras, the vessel showed zero signs of decay. Instead, it gleamed like a brand-new masterpiece cloaked in an ethereal silver aura. Beneath the crashing waves trailing the stern, the phantom reflection of a full moon shimmered. Inside the captain's cabin, the young helmsman suddenly detected a chillingly familiar aura. Staring into the endless horizon, he muttered, "That gaze. Could it be Yi? He?" This was none other than the silver-haired Bai Luosi, the man bound by a past covenant with Yi He. As his eyelids parted, his pupils revealed frost-white crescent moons. Tipping his hat backwards, he anchored his grip on the wheel and squinted into the distance. To think his power could skyrocket to such a monstrous level in mere moments. Absolutely terrifying, Bai Luosi whispered. He glanced down at his own deathly pale hands, tracing the jagged porcelain-like cracks webbing across his skin. It is all because of that freakish blue-haired human. If that bastard had not completely shattered my earthly vessel, I would not have wasted an eternity recovering. No matter. The second I escape this watery hell, I am coming straight for you, Yi He. The lunar vessel slowly carved its path into the suffocating gray mist. This fog blanketed the entirety of Oceania, infamously known worldwide as the Chaos Veil. Lurking just beyond that barrier lay the fallen continent, completely overrun by the second calamity. Ever since this entity descended from the heavens, it had remained dead silent. Meanwhile, high above the atmosphere, He realized his life force magnetic field was mapping out the entire blue planet. There are at least 12 dead zones identical to Guanshan City, he noted. They are literally black holes devouring my sensory radar. Worse yet, several ancient entities actually detected my spiritual network, and they are aggressively trying to trace my exact coordinates. A confident smirk played on He's lips. The secrets of this world run dangerously deep. He could not help but marvel at the hidden depths of this planet, realizing it was an absolute breeding ground for sleeping dragons and nightmarish demons. Just as he prepared to sever his sensory network, a chaotic psychic transmission violently hijacked his mind. The source traced directly back to the Kunlun summit in Great Xia. He, is that you? Despite the heavy static tearing through the psychic link, he instantly recognized the commanding tone. Shi Jingwen, is that you? Through the fractured connection, the voice sounded incredibly desperate. Beware of Fu Hongsheng. The fate of Great Xia is in your hands now. The sheer weight of those words hit He like a physical blow. Forcing his magnetic aura to stabilize, he strained to catch even the faintest lingering echo. The transmission definitely originated from the Kunlun summit. A heavy wave of suspicion crashed over him. The principal warned me against the national guardian, Fu Hongsheng. But wait, was that guy not locked in absolute isolation due to a life-threatening injury? What kind of nightmare is unfolding at Kunlun? Without wasting a single heartbeat, he barked, "Initialize link, artificial intelligence Nuwa." The system chimed in immediately. "At your service, sir," he demanded. "Can you still lock onto Shi Jingwen's exact coordinates?" The artificial intelligence processed for a split second, scanning all grids. Warning, the target cannot be located. His expression darkened instantly. He pressed on. "What about the Azure Dragon from the Great Xia Dragon Sparrow Division? Can you track his signal?" Executing global scan, Nuwa replied. "Apologies, sir. The signal is entirely untraceable. However, I have successfully decrypted the Azure Dragon commander's final travel logs. His ultimate destination was the Death Valley deep within the Kunlun summit. The specific objective remains highly classified. For the first time in ages, pure dread painted Yi He's face. So it is true. Those two titans were in the exact same location, and this was happening right as the massive Great Xia Reclamation Project launched. The nation only had 3 Guardian Grandmasters in total. One had mysteriously vanished in Guanshan, while the other 2 were now missing in Kunlun. All 3 of these supreme combatants were the absolute pillars of the nation's defense. A cold sweat broke out across Yi He's forehead. Has Fu Hongsheng actually turned traitor? If the National Guardian had switched sides, the entire apex fighting force of Great Xia would be completely wiped off the board. Igniting his atomic azure aura, Yi he shattered the sound barrier with a thunderous boom, launching himself into the stratosphere. He muttered to himself, if Shi Jingwen and Senior Azure Dragon are gone, and Fu Hongsheng is playing for the enemy, all while we are pushing this aggressive reclamation campaign, forcing a massive military push to retake the fallen cities, our resources will bleed dry. The ultimate defense line of Great Xia is officially completely shattered. If the mighty giant of Great Xia crumbles, the suppressed nations will instantly revolt. Those bloodthirsty wolves and ravenous tigers will brutally tear apart the fallen titan's flesh, growing infinitely more monstrous in the process. Stripped of its supreme guardians, the Great Xia territory had just plunged into its darkest, most apocalyptic era. One single misstep and they would face absolute annihilation from all sides. The Death Valley nestled within the Kunlun summit was an eerie, cursed, forbidden zone. It possessed a suffocating aura that crippled human martial artists and drained the life force of demonic beasts. Furthermore, reality itself would often tear open here, spawning hidden mystical realms. These spatial rifts offered both heaven-defying treasures and fatal nightmares. Yet, searching his sensors, he found 0 traces of combat. A death match between absolute grandmasters should have easily split mountains and evaporated oceans. If Shi Jingwen and the Azure Dragon truly clashed against Fu Hongsheng, the entire Kunlun summit would have been violently erased from the map. Logically speaking, that sacred mountain should be nothing but a smoking crater right now. Extreme tension locked Yi's jaw. Only one brutal path remained. He had to hunt down Fu Hongsheng himself. But if that traitor is waiting in ambush, stepping in there is literal suicide. Frustration boiling over, he cursed violently into the wind. Damn it all to hell. Playing detective is completely useless for me. I am built for pure adrenaline-pumping carnage. Blazing like a meteor over the shifting spatial rifts below, he fiercely rallied his racing thoughts. Regardless of the impending doom, absolute power was the only true solution. All 3 of my core templates are currently maxed out. Plus, my top-rank academy status and the West City Liberation will grant me 2 more. Not to mention, he still held the elusive golden genetic code finally decrypted by that absolute madman of a doctor. That ultra-rare genetic sequence pulsed with cosmic potential, promising a monstrous biological evolution far beyond human comprehension. If Great Xia had truly lost all its supreme defenders, he squeezed his eyes shut, dragging a jagged breath into his lungs to forcefully crush the rising tide of despair. In the next heartbeat, his aura exploded outward. Pushing his velocity far past the absolute limits, he roared wildly into the howling wind, his blood burning with battle lust. Then I will become the ultimate survivor. Meanwhile, deep within the wasteland of West City, a ruined commercial skyscraper stood defiantly. Despite bearing 2 massive gaping blast holes and terribly shattered concrete, the structure stubbornly refused to collapse. He crashed down like a falling star, his boots crushing the debris as he stepped into the desolate ruins. Pulsing wickedly across his armor, a nightmare of crimson and pitch-black tendrils writhed wildly before slowly fading. His raging aura retracted deep into his core. Stepping inside the ruins, his voice cut through the silence like absolute ice. So noisy. His piercing gaze scanned the area. According to the bloodline resonance, that blood thrall had to be hiding right here. He tucked himself away perfectly. Was he running from something terrifying? Suddenly, massive cracks violently splintered across the ceiling. The fractures spread like a spiderweb. An overwhelming pillar of blinding light shattered the architecture, crashing down with godlike authority. It looked like a devastating meteor tearing through the sky, plummeting straight into the earth. It was none other than He. But in a blinding flash, he shifted his trajectory mid-air. He slammed into the ground with overwhelming force, making the very fabric of space tremble around him. As he stood tall, a colossal shadow loomed overhead. A grotesque gargantuan worm monster appeared. Its massive jaw was lined with rows of dull razor-sharp teeth, while countless bloated hands violently thrashed around its horrifying maw. For the current this pathetic demonic beast was nothing more than trash waiting to be swept away. A brilliant azure energy flared violently around his right hand. He locked his death glare onto the creature. He unleashed his mind, severing killing intent with brutal force. In an instant, devastating power erupted, forming a vicious howling energy vortex. The strike screamed through the air, carrying bone-chilling bloodlust straight toward the beast. With a single absolute execution move, the gargantuan monster was violently cleaved completely in half. Its thick armored skin crashed heavily into the earth, while sickening green blood exploded everywhere like a geyser. The sheer colossal size of that demon beast guaranteed a completely catastrophic bloodbath. As the gore splatter in the battlefield finally fell silent, something bizarre happened. Right in the middle of that disgusting slimy puddle, a figure desperately clawed its way out. Yi, he casually stepped closer. I was wondering why my search failed. You actually hid inside a monster's stomach. It was none other than the infamous Dr. Feng. Completely drenched in the beast's sickening green slime, his exhausted body violently trembled. Yet he reached out with insane, overflowing joy. My lord, you actually came to save me. But then the Dr. Feng frantically screamed. Wait, please do not come any closer, my lord. I am utterly filthy, disgusted Yi. He instinctively took a half-step backward. He looked absolutely repulsive. The Dr. Feng quickly scrambled away, terrified his foul stench might offend his master. Yi, he could not hide the sheer disgust painting his face. Covering his nose, he locked his freezing, apathetic gaze onto the shivering scientist. His voice dropped to absolute zero. Tell me exactly what happened here. Who exactly were you hiding from? The Dr. Feng's face twisted into pure, unadulterated terror as he confessed. My lord, the only reason I took shelter inside this hideous worm was to mask my own presence and conceal the golden gene's aura. Lu Shedio dispatched an absolute nightmare of a monster just to steal it back. The golden gene. That monster is an apex biological weapon. I fear every living soul in the West City will be devoured by him. We must escape immediately. Hearing this familiar description, Yi, he simply raised his hand. Instantly, crimson and black matter morphed perfectly, replicating the terrifying form of Yin Mo. Are you perhaps talking about this pathetic thing? The Dr. Feng stared at his master's hand, the blood instantly draining from his pale face. Yes, that is exactly him. That is the monster. Wait, what, my lord? Do not tell me you actually. He nodded with infuriating calmness. Obviously. I have already completely refined him. He had briefly hesitated on how to phrase this to the doctor. He thought to himself. Yeah, saying I ate him sounds way too barbaric. Refined is much more sophisticated. The doctor bowed deeply. I congratulate my lord on reaching a new evolution stage. The Dr. Feng violently threw himself to his knees, worshipping Yi He like an ancient god emperor. Witnessing this absolute cringe, Yi He cringed hard. Stop, seriously, just stop right now. Where did you even learn this incredibly outdated, corrupt behavior? Just hand over the golden gene. Honestly, I did not even care that much about this toy anyway. Hearing those words, the Dr. Feng instantly presented a heavily secured silver safe. Yi He summoned his avatar Huadu to crack it open. The energy inside felt like an oasis to a dying traveler in the desert. He muttered. It is entirely made of viscous fluid. He carefully manipulated Huadu's precise power to extract it without spilling a single sacred drop. Just a single glance was enough to ignite a ravenous primal hunger inside Yi He's body. He swallowed hard, his thoughts racing. So this is the purified golden gene. My very cells are screaming to devour this. But relying on sheer willpower, he snapped the case shut. Now was not the time for an awakening. The Dr. Feng blinked in confusion. My lord, are you not going to consume the golden gene? Yi, he firmly explained. This timing is completely terrible. Whenever I consume this much godlike energy, my body forcefully evolves and plunges into a deep, vulnerable hibernation. The West City is currently an active war zone, utterly useless for a peaceful evolution breakthrough. Suddenly, Yi's freezing demeanor shifted, and he looked at the crazy scientist with genuine approval. You did exceptionally well. In a blinding flash, he violently plunged his hand straight into the Dr. Feng's chest. To protect this double S-class genius, he directly injected a surge of crimson black matter. Merged with this maniac's super genius intellect, this dark power would create absolute miracles. The Dr. Feng had zero clue what just happened, yet respectfully bowed his head to the praise. My lord, is merely my absolute duty. Ah, wait, what is this? The chaotic crimson and black matter violently infected the doctor's biological system. Only then did he explain. Your current power level is pathetic, forcing you to run like a coward from basic enemies. This is the dark biological matter I ripped from Yin Mo. It will hyper-evolve your brain's capacity. It harbors terrifying demonic strength that ordinary mortals could never comprehend. The moment his words faded, he aggressively ripped his hand out, but he was far from done. He braced his core. His entire body erupted with apocalyptic aura. A monstrous blue-black dorsal fin violently tore through his back. Glowing with brilliant azure runes, it radiated a suffocating demonic pressure. Without even blinking, his hand locked onto his own glowing spine. With a sickening crunch, he ruthlessly snapped the fin directly off his own vertebrae, violently ripping it completely out. Throughout this brutal self-mutilation, his face remained ice-cold, not showing a single hint of agony. A second later, he tossed it straight to the Dr. Feng. Staring in utter bewilderment, the scientist stammered. My lord, what is the meaning of this Yi? He smirked coldly. This is my spinal crystallization. Take it. How much overwhelming power you manage to extract from it depends entirely on your own pathetic skills. Cold sweat violently poured down the Dr. Feng's forehead. Heavy drops slid down his deathly pale face, completely exposing his sheer exhaustion and overwhelming psychological terror. Suddenly feeling profoundly moved, snot and tears violently streamed down the Dr. Feng's ugly face. His pathetic crying expression actually horrified Yi He. The Dr. Feng made a solemn blood-binding oath. My lord. Today you gifted me a drop of your blood. In the future I swear to conquer an entire empire for you. Meanwhile, he quietly muttered to himself, suddenly feeling a massive wave of regret. How did I never realize you had such a severe case of delusion? Shaking his head, he turned away, his tone returning to absolute zero. All right, enough talking. Get back to work. The doctor hastily wiped his ugly tears. He instantly masked his overwhelming emotions and gave a deadly serious bow. Your will is my command. Meanwhile, the main character's signature deviously cocky smirk crept back onto his handsome, unapologetically villainous face. Standing on the brink of an epic clash, he smirked with ice-cold confidence. The monsters in the West District are still way too soft, he mocked. Now it is time for a complete citywide purge. Meanwhile, on the eastern battlefront, the awakened hunters froze in absolute disbelief. The terrifying sector, Lord, had actually been slaughtered. The once unstoppable beast tide instantly shattered. Without their leader, their bloodthirsty will to fight completely vanished. As the twin overlords crashed to the earth, the monster horde descended into pure madness. Driven by blind panic, they began tearing each other apart, painting the wasteland in a gruesome sea of blood. Humanity's forces surged forward from all four directions. Listen up, hunters, they roared. Wipe every last one of these scumbags off the map. Attack. Gripped by sheer terror, the few surviving monsters desperately scattered. They scrambled into the city's darkest alleys, praying to escape the absolute slaughter. Just as the vanguard prepared to storm the inner gates for close combat, the super-artificial intelligence Nuwa broadcasted a chilling directive. Halt your advance. Leave the inner sector entirely to him. The hunters stood utterly paralyzed. A female warrior gasped in sheer disbelief. Was that Nuwa? Wait, did that single guy really execute the Western Overlord all by himself? Without a single second of hesitation, the strike team commander barked his absolute orders. All awakened units, hear my command, fall back immediately. High above the dead silent battlefield beneath a blood-chilling crescent moon, a devastating shower of neon blue meteors ripped through the atmosphere, plummeting violently toward the wasteland. The trapped monsters snapped their heads upward, staring at the incoming rain of death. Ear-shattering roars of pure despair violently echoed across the ruined skyline. That otherworldly power rapidly morphed, compressing into a raging storm of crimson and black aura. It crashed down with the apocalyptic fury of a nuclear warhead, obliterating the danger zone. A cataclysmic shockwave obliterated everything in its path, turning solid concrete into mere dust. At that exact moment, he instantly expanded his overwhelming biological magnetic field. An invisible yet absolute dominion suffocated the entire western sector. His terrifying aura brutally locked down every single breathing monster in the area. Paralyzed by the sheer pressure, the horde completely lost their will to fight. Without warning, he unleashed terrifying torrents of dark crimson matter in all directions. Nightmare-like tentacles ripped through the battlefield, snatching up every discarded firearm with blinding supernatural speed. He violently fused the metal and flesh together, forging a colossal sphere of destruction, bristling with twisted gun barrels. The barrels pulsed and writhed like living veins, projecting an aura of pure cosmic horror. The ultimate power source fueling this nightmarish engine. An absolute localized nuclear meltdown. He flawlessly regulated the apocalyptic energy within his own core. Instantly, the massive, fleshy veins across the sphere began to violently glow, pulsing like the furious heart of a biomechanical god. Surging waves of atomic power channeled directly through the organic circuitry. Every single barrel began to charge, humming with a world-ending catastrophic level of destruction. The trigger was set, towering over the devastated ruins. The grotesque biofortress cast a shadow of doom. Hundreds of heavy artillery cannons simultaneously locked onto their targets, fully primed for annihilation. The grand finale was upon them. Their one and only absolute mission, to violently erase every single breathing monster from the face of the earth. He narrowed his eyes, a terrifying glint piercing the darkness. He threw his head back and let out a heaven-shaking roar. Witness the birth of my ultimate arsenal, you filthy pests. Feel the divine wrath of the angelic cannon. In that fraction of a second, tens of thousands of hyper-hardened biological armor-piercing rounds erupted with apocalyptic atomic force. The massive barrage fired simultaneously, painting the dead night sky with blinding streaks of neon blue destruction. Guided by the absolute authority of his biological magnetic field, the swarm of bullets moved like living predators. They perfectly adjusted their fatal trajectories in mid-air, completely defying the laws of physics. Every single round flawlessly pierced the lethal monster cores, Just from that terrifying opening volley alone, tens of thousands of high-ranking beasts were instantly vaporized into a sea of corpses. Yet he stood there like an untouchable god entirely capable of raining down endless waves of identical destruction without breaking a sweat. Agonizing screams of pure, unfiltered despair echoed violently across the blood-soaked ruins. The monsters drowned in a purgatory of pain, twitching helplessly before the eternal darkness claimed them. This was absolute madness. A single young man was projecting the devastating firepower of an entire heavy artillery division. To make it even more terrifying, every single round acted as a lethal homing missile. His horrifying efficiency and mass slaughter utterly humiliated the standards of the world's most elite military forces. Watching the massacre unfold from the command center, the Supreme Commander stood paralyzed in cold sweat. Only one terrifying realization echoed violently inside his mind. That kid is an absolute anomaly wearing human skin. Honestly, if he suddenly declared he was an outer god from another dimension, the commander would instantly drop to his knees and agree without a single objection. Up in the surveillance tower, he completely threw out the military rulebook. Who cared how a mere college freshman was treating catastrophic overlords like punching bags? The horrifying truth was undeniable. He was a walking, breathing one-man apocalypse, with god-tier heavy artillery auto-locking critical strikes and a kill count that shamed entire legions. The seasoned veteran could only swallow his absolute awe. Just what kind of hellish training did Shi Jingwen put this monster through? Suddenly, an intelligence officer frantically reported that He's devastating barrage had unexpectedly paused. Floating ominously in the air, the biofortress was hissing violently, venting massive clouds of scalding white steam. It was the organic cooling system kicking in, forcefully expelling heat through the pores of the mutated crimson flesh. The command center crew gasped in unified awe. The bioweapon pushed past its limit. It is severely overheated. The sheer intensity of the atomic reactor inside he was just too insanely explosive. Even the most highly evolved biological supermaterial in existence desperately needed a few agonizing seconds to fully stabilize. The Supreme Commander's eyes blazed. Listen up, we need to buy he time. Cover his 6 while the bioweapon is on cooldown. All 360-degree mobile plasma cannons lock onto the horde, open fire. The moment the command dropped, heavy assault mechas roared to life. Thousands of missile bays snapped open, raining absolute hellfire onto the ruins and kicking up choking dust storms. Led by the elite vanguard captains, an endless barrage of suppression fire pinned the enemies down. The surviving Lord-class mutations actually shivered in fear. Normally, these arrogant beasts would laugh at human artillery. Curse you all, they snarled through jagged fangs. Did human tech evolve overnight? This is infuriating. Their aerial dreadnoughts are actually syncing up with that freakish flesh cannon. Down on the ground. We have to completely obliterate that weapon. If we fail, we won't even have the chance to escape back to the abyss. A massive winged lord beast nervously shoved its comrade. You take the vanguard, we will back you up. A deadly silence fell over the monster kings. Every single one of them knew the biofortress had to fall, but every single monster was terrified of being the first to die. While they shoved each other in pure panic, Yi's second barrage of firepower was already locking on. Boom, boom, boom. Thunderous explosions shattered the air. The western city's sky was painted with trails of brilliant blue hellfire. This was the sword of Damocles hanging directly over the monster horde's heads. The beasts shrieked in absolute terror. That floating fortress is launching its second bombardment. The low-level demonic creatures possessed absolutely zero chance of surviving this onslaught. He could not care less about post-war reconstruction right now. As a frontline warrior, he knew one brutal truth. Without this overwhelming firepower suppressing the enemy, countless martial artists would be utterly slaughtered in vicious street combat. The Lord-class strongholds were receiving VIP treatment from the missiles, and the beasts were panicking. We must destroy that thing immediately. Otherwise, the entire beast tide will be completely wiped out. Even our deepest underground layers are being violently ripped apart. No matter how deep they burrowed, Yi's custom bunker-busting missiles tracked them down and eradicated them instantly. Wait, it stopped. The massive cannon sphere has finally stopped firing. After 2 catastrophic purges, the city streets were drowning in mangled flesh. As their mana cores shattered, the corpses rapidly dissolved into nothing but scattered gray ashes. Thick white smoke billowed furiously from the massive biological fortress. And right at this critical moment, the surviving Lord-class monsters finally snapped into pure, unfiltered rage. Kill it. While that cursed monstrosity is reloading its weapons, we must charge and tear it to shreds. If we do not destroy it now, not a single beast will make it back alive. Scouts have already reported that humans are reclaiming the western stronghold. We have to move right now. Suddenly, a human radar technician screamed out, "Critical warning! A massive surge of high-level energy signatures is spiking inside the city limits." On the main radar screen, the flashing red signals revealed a terrifying truth. Over 20 Lord-class beasts had grouped up, roaring with bloodlust. They launched a suicidal charge toward the Sky Fortress. Down on the ground, the martial army watched in absolute horror. All the lords were attacking at once. The frontline squad captain immediately roared his orders. This is bad. We need to provide cover fire for that floating fortress right now. We cannot let those lords reach it, brothers. Even if we die, we hold the line until the fortress fires its next barrage. You beasts will have to step over our dead bodies. The captain led his martial artists forward. Despite being vastly overpowered, every single warrior charged fearlessly into the jaws of the monstrous stampede. The beast lords surged upward with terrifying speed, but at that exact second, a deafening screech echoed out. Yi, his biological fortress violently ripped open. Before anyone could even blink, they only saw a blinding blue flash tear right through the leading monster's armored skin. A massive neon blue atomic lightsaber stretching hundreds of meters long. Thick as a massive pillar, the energy blade crashed down from the fortress peak. The vanguard lords were instantly vaporized into absolutely nothing but falling ash. The martial squad had not even launched an attack yet. Wait, it is over already. The captain blinked in utter confusion. Stand down, boys. Those lord-class monsters just got sent to the afterlife. Damn it, we got our blood pumping for nothing. At this rate, we are just useless background characters. Up above Yi, he gazed down with a chilling, godlike indifference. He smirked. Did you seriously think I only knew how to stand still and shoot? The western city's reclamation was set in stone. Yi, his arms fused with the swirling crimson and black symbiote. It violently erupted into a pair of colossal demonic wings. A rare look of absolute seriousness crossed Yi, his face. He glared at the final monster hive and delivered a bone-chilling promise. After tonight, not a single beast will breathe in this city. The first radiant rays of dawn broke over the western territory, finally shattering the endless nightmare of darkness. The sky fortress instantly liquefied into a river of dark crimson matter, flowing seamlessly back into Yi's body. He had scanned the grid and confirmed the absolute truth. There were 0 life signs from the monsters left. From this very second, the western city proudly announced to the entire nation, the reclamation mission was an overwhelming success. Right on cue, the corner of Yi, his mouth curled into a wicked smirk. Heh. The leveling system panel, which had been silent for ages, finally chimed in. Epic achievement unlocked. The savior of the West. Reward granted. 1 premium template gotcha pull. System hint. Detecting the host is participating in a massive large-scale raid event. By contributing over 50% of the total damage, you can synthesize your achievements. Guaranteed reward. 1 ultra-rare high-tier template summon. Minimum grade guaranteed rank AE. He stared at the floating blue screen with pure satisfaction. I know this script way too well. Is not this the exact same pity pull mechanic from those brutal gacha games in my past life? But pulling for god-tier monster templates is infinitely better. Anything below rank B is total trash to me now, so hoarding these achievements. To unleash 1 massive 10 pull is the ultimate strategy. I need a rank and monster template, at least on par with Godzilla. Just thinking about that power makes my blood boil. The news of the Western victory exploded across the entire country like a shockwave. The nation's grand reclamation war opened with a flawless victory. In just 24 hours, 3 massive cities were liberated. City number 1, the Lotus Hub reclaimed under the legendary Dragon Sparrow division. City number 2, the Azure Capital successfully liberated by the elite Left Guard martial artists. City number 3, the Western Stronghold allegedly reclaimed by Chancellor Huang Qing's vanguard team. Our nation's glorious martial artists will push forward and we will continue taking back every single territory stolen by the Beast Tide. However, Yi's true identity remained absolutely classified. The High Command only praised Grandmaster Huang Qing in the press, because his true power was simply too terrifying to reveal. A first-year academy student at the peak Grand Martial Master stage, crushing enemies with power rivaling a Supreme Grand Master. That would cause a global meltdown. From a quiet corner, Liu Qingju stared at the broadcast. She narrowed her eyes in heavy suspicion. Was Chancellor Huang Qing really the one who saved the West? Everyone in the military had signed blood oath non-disclosure agreements, but 2 people had already pieced the terrifying puzzle together. Liu Qingju and Chu Zhou. Are you kidding me? That apocalyptic blue atomic beam could only belong to one absolute monster. Scene transition to the High Command Center, the National Reclamation Strategy Room. The Supreme Commander slammed his fist on the desk. Squad 5, the data regarding Yi. His true combat output is too radioactive. Seal his identity behind Omega-level clearance immediately. If this catastrophic power level leaks, we will have unwanted eyes from every global superpower. The subordinates scrambled in a total panic. Understood instantly, sir. Meanwhile, Yi casually strolled back into command, walking up to the Supreme Commander with a deadly serious expression. Hey boss, I need a tiny favor. The moment he heard Yi's voice, the commander nearly jumped out of his skin. Goosebumps exploded across his arms. The majestic Supreme Commander of the front lines was practically bowing in pure reverence to a college freshman. He stammered frantically. No, no, please do not call me that. You are my boss now, Yi. He just shrugged it off and got straight to the point. All right, I will just speak my mind then. That freshman valedictorian title from the academy. When exactly am I getting the official paperwork for that? The Supreme Commander started sweating buckets. He choked on his own words. Sir, you are literally stronger than the Chancellor himself. Still clinging to that top student title, the certification process requires Huadu University's Student Council approval. Normally, this takes a full month. But seeing Yi, his expression darkened. The official panicked. However, your case is exceptionally unique. I highly doubt any freshman would dare question your absolute right to the throne of top student. Plus, the student council president happens to be here today. He can certify you instantly. Cold sweat poured down his trembling face. He looked like he just sprinted 10 kilometers. Yi, he smirked. The council president, where right on cue the heavy doors swung open. A strikingly familiar figure stepped through. It was Dai Kaming. Seeing Yi, his incredibly youthful face, Dai sharply drew in a breath. Yi, he tilted his head. So you are the student council president. Without warning, Dai charged forward. Moving with terrifying speed, he closed the distance, stopping mere inches from Yi, his face. Yi, he froze in utter bewilderment. How was he supposed to introduce himself like this? But a split second later, Dai's fierce expression melted into absolute fanboy worship. He looked happier than clearing a boss raid senior. Thank you for saving our lives. On behalf of my master, I offer my deepest gratitude. Overwhelmed by this explosive energy, Yi, he awkwardly replied. Ah, it was nothing. No need for formalities. Besides, you are clearly older than me. Please drop the senior title. Dai violently shook his head. Never. On the martial path. Strength reigns supreme. You are my absolute senior, Yi. He forced a polite smile. Fine, whatever. Suddenly, the glowing system interface materialized. Achievement unlocked. Huadu University top student reward 1 template drawback at his private quarters. Yi. He finally had time to analyze his system. The moment of truth had finally arrived. Time to witness a miracle. With a racing heart, Yi, he smashed the summon button. A pitch-black vortex tore through the air, echoing with demonic shrieks. A mystical purple aura erupted, leaving him absolutely paralyzed in awe. The vortex morphed into a colossal eye. A bottomless black hole sat at its core, surrounded by violently swirling streams of dark purple energy. Blinding cosmic light exploded from it. Yi. He instinctively shielded his face against the crushing flare. Under this terrifying pressure, he thought, I am doomed. A gargantuan entity materialized before him. A monstrous eyeball floated mid-air, writhing with grotesque tentacles sprouting from its dark, fleshy mass. System notification rank B+, Hell Planet template acquired. A massive slit suddenly tore across the central fleshy mass. It peeled open like giant demonic eyelids, leaking an eerie, pulsating, pinkish-white glow. Tiny tentacles twitched violently, like cursed eyelashes. The colossal eye snapped fully open. Its blood-red pupil locked directly onto Yi. He instantly triggering a flood of system data. Bloodline ability, sun-devouring mad star grants absolute perception of cosmic radiation and light energy, manipulating photon density at will. Skill heavens pull total mastery over all energy currents. Alters energy trajectories and output instantly. Ultimate skill, Great Dark Heaven devours all creation compatibility, 1%. Yi, his eyes gleamed with wild excitement. Now this is a proper skill template. Way better than those trash D or C ranked templates that just bulk up your muscles. Plus, what happens if this hell planet's light manipulation fuses with the Emperor's nuclear energy? If they achieve perfect synergy, my growth potential will shatter the heavens. I absolutely cannot wait to max out this template and unlock its true demonic power. Scene transition. Welcome to the fallen ruins of Qing City. An elite alliance of top-tier martial guilds had launched a massive subjugation campaign here. Yet after 24 grueling hours of devastating casualties and entirely depleted arsenals, a suffocating blanket of absolute despair had completely crushed the army's morale. These warriors did not fear death. They feared dying without ever catching a single glimpse of their true enemy. The failure rested entirely on the Overlord assassination squad. Despite gathering the absolute strongest guild masters, they were completely powerless to even locate the beast Overlord. Inside a ruined Qing City bunker, a guild master slammed his back against the wall. Damn it all. A full day of bloodshed and we have only barely reclaimed 2 outer districts. Another warrior spoke, his voice dripping with frustration. Team 5 is stacked with elite masters, yet we cannot even track the target's shadow. It is all because of those cursed vermin. The beast tide infecting Qin City consisted almost entirely of demonic rats. While lacking colossal titans, their sheer tactical nuisance made the battlefield an absolute nightmare. They had hollowed out the fallen city, constructing a labyrinth of underground tunnels. These monsters were forcing the Martial Alliance into brutal subterranean guerrilla warfare. The original plan mirrored the West City siege. Bombard the perimeter to draw the horde out, then send in the Vanguard assassination unit to strike. But this rat horde possessed terrifying intelligence. Not a single beast took the explosive bait. The city remained dead silent, leaving all main entry points suspiciously unguarded. A hulking guild master ground his teeth. It is an obvious trap. They are practically begging our alliance to march straight in. A younger master chimed in. They are forcing us into brutal close-quarters alley combat. That is our greatest weakness. Otherwise, we would have liberated far more than just 2 miserable districts and suffered such catastrophic losses. Just then, a female commander checked her tactical device. Breaking news, the Western Federation has already reclaimed 3 entire cities. Damn it all, the Silver Wolf Guild Master unleashed a furious punch, sending deep cracks, spider webbing across the reinforced concrete wall. He gnashed his teeth in blazing rage. The Overlord refuses to show its ugly face. That cowardly beast is definitely hiding deep within the subterranean bowels of Qin City, which means to even reach the Qin City Overlord, we have to slaughter our way through billions of rabid rats in impossibly tight maze-like tunnels. It is an impossible suicide mission. Having overwhelming power but nowhere to strike. There is no greater feeling of utter helplessness in this world. Meanwhile, deep within Qin City, a chilling, deathly gloom choked a pitch-black, narrow alleyway. Piercing that heavy silence, the steady rhythm of familiar footsteps echoed through the shadows. It was our main character, Yi He, stepping onto the battlefield. Arriving in the infected zone of Qin City, he had completely erased his previous identity. Draped in a sleek, abyss-purple combat cloak, his face was concealed behind a terrifying crystalline purple mask engraved with a demonic vortex pattern. No one can know I'm taking back Qin City, Yi, he muttered. Sweeping the area with his life magnetic field, his thoughts raced. Right now, besides me, not a single soul on the blue planet knows the truth. Great Xia's 3 Grandmaster Protectors have completely vanished. And the mastermind pulling the strings. It has to be Great Xia's absolute martial peak, Fu Hongsheng. But why would he do this? Why slaughter the nation's ultimate powerhouses? In both raw strength and legendary status, Fu Hongsheng already sits at the absolute pinnacle of the world. He was destined to be a hero immortalized in history. But the moment he turned his blade against our own legendary defenders, his true goal became terrifyingly clear. He wants to cripple Great Xia, and with my monstrous growth rate, I'm bound to be his next target for extermination. The realization hit him like a physical blow. A deathmatch against Fu Hongsheng is inevitable. Yi, he ran the tactical simulations in his head. It was a 98% certainty. He was incredibly powerful, but facing Fu Hongsheng meant dancing with death. To crush a legendary martial saint, I need overwhelming godlike power. And until I reach that peak, I must remain an absolute ghost. I have to strike first, tearing out his throat before he even blinks. My greatest weapon right now is the total information gap. He has no idea about Shi Jingwen's final message, nor does he know about the limitless monster template supercharging my monstrous evolution. His life magnetic field hummed with terrifying intensity. His mind remained laser-focused. Give me enough time to level up and I will bow to no one. Reclaiming Qin City is the ultimate grinding spot. Speaking of which, ever since stepping foot in these ruins, my sensory net has been wide open. Standing in the dead city, his aura plunged downward. He detected billions of biosignals swarming just beneath his feet. This is insane, he gasped. The density is suffocating. With billions of life forms interfering, my radar is completely jammed. Locating the Lord-class monster in this mess is impossible. He slowly lowered his gaze, his eyes piercing through the cracked asphalt. No wonder Qin City's allied martial artists were utterly slaughtered here. Even my god-tier senses can't pinpoint the boss. So damn cunning. This treacherous tactic immediately brought back memories of City's blood-eyed black ape, that brutal, unforgettable war. These high-tier demonic beasts were always so sickeningly deceptive, but their arrogance only fueled his blazing, insatiable thirst for absolute carnage. A dark, bloodthirsty smirk crept across his face. Boomy. He stomped down with cataclysmic force, his figure blurring into an untraceable phantom. A chilling laugh echoed through the ruins. Too bad my skill tree is absolutely busted. I always have the perfect counter suddenly beneath his boots. A terrifying crimson-black biomatter erupted like a volcanic geyser. In a fraction of a second, it violently swallowed an entire city block. The parasitic sludge tore into the earth, bleeding into every subterranean fracture. It ruthlessly infected a limitless maze of hidden tunnels and buried ruins. This nightmare substance effortlessly slithered through microscopic gaps, devouring the darkest, deepest depths of the underground abyss. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The brutal invasion triggered absolute pandemonium among the rat horde. Like demons awakened from hell, they swarmed upward from the pitch-black depths. Millions of foul creatures caught the scent of the alien predator. It was relentlessly flooding right into their breeding grounds. Driven by aggressive curiosity, the monstrous rats surged forward to defend their territory. They bared razor-sharp fangs dripping with venom and killing intent. Fangs capable of shredding pure steel locked onto the crimson-black sludge. But before they could even strike, the parasitic mass violently erupted. Countless razor-thin threads shot out like a demonic spiderweb dominating the space. The tendrils instantly bound the monsters, silencing them before they could scream. Bodies were brutally pulverized and instantly devoured. Only the sickening sounds of crushing bones and desperate choking squeaks echoed through the dark tunnels. Agonizing screeches rang out as the horde fought back in sheer despair. But the harder they struggled, the more mercilessly the tentacles crushed them into paste. The rat tide relied on infinite numbers and flawless stealth. Unfortunately for them, the crimson black matter was the ultimate cheat code against both. It was a total and absolute counter. In just 0.1 seconds, a monster rat was digested into nothingness, leaving zero trace behind. Absorbed EXP surged, causing the biomatter to multiply exponentially. Did the rat horde seem endless? No. To this parasitic skill, it was simply an all-you-can-eat buffet of limitless EXP. He hadn't moved an inch, casually crossing his legs and whistling a carefree tune. He looked like he was watching a boring movie. Yet hundreds of feet below, an apocalyptic genocide of epic proportions was quietly unfolding. The monstrous rats never even saw the sun. The entire city structure from sky to bedrock was completely sealed off by his overwhelming power. In other words, he was a one-man army. He single-handedly besieged every demonic beast in the city, acting like an entire guild alliance. He cornered them with ruthless efficiency, essentially spawn-trapping the wretched rats that had terrorized this zone for way too long. These pests had forced elite hunters into complete surrender. But for he exterminating them was as easy as tossing them into a giant blender and casually hitting the power button. Moments later, he strolled through the apocalyptic ruins, his voice cutting through the deadly silence. The monster mobs are basically wiped out. My biomatter is hundreds of meters deep now. Don't you think it's time to show yourself, boss? As the demonic crimson sludge crashed past the 100-meter mark, the undisputed king of the underground empire finally hit its breaking point. It couldn't cower in the shadows anymore. In a desolate corner of the city, the nightmarish biomatter suddenly began vibrating with apocalyptic intensity. It boiled and churned like magma reaching critical mass. In a split second, an earth-shattering shockwave erupted violently, blasting away everything in its path. The blast radius cleared the sludge for hundreds of meters. Boom! The ground shattered completely as a colossal godlike foot smashed into the surface. The mutated rat slammed its foot down, terrifying power shattered the ground into deep chasms. A colossal white rat, the size of a massive truck, erupted from the earth. But the truly blood-curdling sight, its gargantuan body was covered in countless grotesque rat heads squirming all over. Every single head unleashed an ear-piercing shriek. The terrifying frequency formed a destructive sonic wave, instantly crumbling the surrounding buildings into absolute dust. Right behind that abomination, wearing a vortex mask and a purple cloak, he silently appeared. The Rat King snapped its head back, growling with a deep, menacing voice. Human, are you truly alone? This king expected an entire army lying in ambush. The countless rat heads on its body began speaking in chilling unison. Men, women, elders, and children. Their overlapping voices merged into a devastating mental attack, enough to make anyone violently dizzy and completely disoriented. Ha ha ha, foolish human. That crimson and black monstrosity of yours is definitely impressive. But against my supreme howl, it is completely useless. You have chosen your own path to hell. Facing this bloodthirsty threat, he simply let out a lazy, bored yawn. His voice was terrifyingly calm. What made you think I only had one trick up my sleeve? He slowly raised his arm, then violently thrust it toward the heavens, as if summoning an ultimate divine power, sun-sacrificing mad star. Instantly, the high clouds were painted in a brilliant, mysterious shade of cosmic purple. The phenomenon expanded endlessly. It swallowed the entire city, plunging the once clear sky into an oppressive dark violet abyss. Crushed by this overwhelming pressure, the Rat King trembled in absolute shock. It could clearly feel a fatal, terrifying energy bearing down upon its massive body. It roared out in sheer panic. What kind of insane energy is this? Answering its final desperate question, and granting the Rat King its dying wish. He tilted his head back and roared heaven's punishment. The domineering purple storm clouds frantically gathered, forming a colossal vortex larger than the blue planet itself. Next to this astronomical anomaly, even the moon looked like a mere speck of dust. The cosmic hurricane was ready to eradicate these filthy pests from Chin City. At the absolute edge of the atmosphere, the invisible solar radiation currents were forcefully compressed together. They overlapped into a dazzlingly sinister spectrum of light. This brilliance had lost all its natural warmth. Instead, it mutated into a profound mystical violet, carrying the will of an untouchable cosmic entity. As the master of mental power chanted his final summoning, the light spectrum answered the call, transforming into a divine tribulation, crashing from the heavens. The thick layers of atmospheric clouds were shredded like worthless paper, offering zero resistance. Amidst the chaotic sky, a colossal purple pillar pierced the heavens and earth. It carried a savage, world-ending aura, smashing straight into Qin City, making the very fabric of space violently tremble. What the hell is this monstrous power? This king is done playing with you. The white rat overlord instantly sensed the lethal danger descending upon it. Pure survival instinct took over. It did not dare hesitate for a single heartbeat. Its four long, human-like limbs exploded with maximum power. Frantically stomping the ground, it attempted to escape the blast zone in the blink of an eye. But at that exact split second, a chilling sneer echoed through the air. Yi. He glared at the white rat overlord, his eyes sharp as executing blades. His voice dripped with absolute disdain. Trying to run? How could a filthy beast like you ever outrun the raw speed of light? The deep violet cosmic beam bridged the distance in a microsecond. It offered the white rat overlord absolutely zero chance to react, viciously slamming right into its spine. Instantly, a miserable ear-piercing shriek echoed throughout Qin City. It left countless living beings trembling in sheer terror. The entire lower half of the white rat overlord was cleanly severed. The high-energy cosmic beam sliced right through its waist. Blood and flesh violently erupted amidst its agonizing, furious squeaks. Filled with excruciating pain and blazing wrath, it desperately turned its head to madly roar. Killing me will not be that easy. Yi. He coldly raised his hand, pointing his finger straight at the purple blazing sky. His eyes remained dead and unshaken. A short but supremely authoritative shout echoed, sounding like an absolute divine decree. Fall for me, swoosh, swoosh. The sound of tearing wind echoed relentlessly. Endless purple pillars chained together from the heavens, relentlessly crashing down without pause. They carried the absolute velocity of cosmic light, unavoidable and utterly unstoppable, pushed beyond the extreme limits of physical torment. The white rat overlord wailed miserably. Its desperate cries sounded like the weeping of the doomed, completely pulverized under that apocalyptic rain of ruinous light. In mere seconds, the overlord's gargantuan body lost all its form. It was blasted into microscopic chunks of mincemeat, completely vaporized within the blinding violet glow. As the thick dust finally settled, a glowing crater was revealed on the scorched earth. Inside lay a blinding fire-red sphere. Yi. He immediately noticed it. As expected of an overlord, though its physical vessel was obliterated into mush, the core magic crystal remained perfectly intact. Just as he moved to extract the core and end this demon, he noticed something. The crystal before him felt incredibly sinister. It was completely different from any normal monster core. From deep within its glowing center, it constantly emitted frantic, ear-piercing squeaks, rapid and extremely sickening, as if something dark was desperately struggling inside. At the exact same time, the core's surface radiated a highly unstable, violently flickering light. It gave off the terrifying sensation of reaching critical mass, ready to self-destruct at any given moment. Yi. He froze for exactly 1 second. A lethal sixth sense flared up, impossible to ignore. A spark of suspicion flashed in his eyes as he let out a low, brief but highly guarded grunt. Boom. The remaining rat fragments suddenly detonated without a single warning sign. In that split second from its shattered corpse, tens of thousands of microscopic white rats were forcefully split apart. They formed a horrifying biological wave flooding the area, scattering in every single direction to flee. Endless chaotic squeaking sounds overlapped in the air. Facing this sudden mutation, he only revealed the faintest hint of surprise. It was nowhere near enough to shake his iron will. He watched the tiny vermin scatter everywhere, his voice dripping with cold mockery. Did you learn that from Muzan Kibutsuji? But in the very next heartbeat, the ground beneath Yi. His feet violently trembled. From the abyssal darkness below, eerie black and red tentacles shot upward, like demonic living creatures finally awakening from their slumber. Dark tentacles lashed out with terrifying ferocity. They effortlessly crushed the fleeing rat swarms. But a bizarre mutation triggered in every shattered corpse. Instead of dying, the scattered flesh instantly cloned itself. It was like a gruesome survival mechanism programmed into their very DNA. The severed chunks rapidly morphed into microscopic rodents. They exploited their tiny new forms to desperately scatter out of the blast zone. The smaller they shrank, the more their agility defied all logic. Their escape speed reached absolutely unbelievable levels. Even his dark crimson matter tentacles struggled to catch them. Yi. He clicked his tongue, his voice dripping with absolute disgust. You call yourself a lord, he mocked coldly. Yet you rely on such pathetic tricks to steal back your life. His gaze turned completely freezing. A rat will always be just a rat. You could never be a true sovereign. Jaguarudo Yi. He calmly commanded, his voice echoing with absolute authority. Instantly, a massive phantom materialized behind him, awaiting his master's will. Jaguarudo slowly spread its arms, unleashing a bizarre, suffocating aura. A colorless domain instantly expanded, devouring the entire battlefield. In that singular heartbeat, the flow of time was completely frozen. Yi. He nodded in approval. Jaguarudo's time-stop ability had evolved enough to sense the very life core of any living creature. Shatter every single core and your cloning ends here. But if that monstrous puppet was just a decoy made of rats, then where was the real Qin City Lord hiding? This filthy rodent actually possessed another hidden trump card to preserve its life. You might be the weakest Lord-class beast I have faced, he mused, but your survival skills are honestly impressive, a true prodigy among vermin. Sadly, your execution is inevitable. Blinding cosmic energy surged into his palm. Since you slaughtered this entire city, you are utterly unworthy of my progenitor blood. Try being human in your next life. Deep underground, millions of rats squirmed like maggots, forming a sickening, writhing mass of pure horror. They clustered around a massive, translucent cocoon. Inside rested a pulsing mana core, taking the fetal shape of a beast. Suddenly, the creature awakened. Its demonic eyes snapped open. Gorged on energy, the core vibrated violently. The cocoon swelled ruthlessly, devouring the surrounding rats as bloody nourishment. It morphed into a grotesque, fleshy womb, buried in the abyss. Once the final sacrifice was digested, a colossal, hairless abomination burst forth. Tearing through the membrane, it crawled out with revolting, sickly purple skin. It let out an agonizing, ear-piercing shriek of sheer terror. Damn it, this king nearly died. Snow-white fur rapidly sprouted across its trembling body. It muttered in a complete panic, Qin City is utterly lost. I must escape back to the Sin realm. Dashing madly for its life, the beast cursed through gritted teeth filled with burning resentment. If not for the Emperor's command, only brainless fodder would fight these crazy humans. I thought I could hold out for one more month. As long as no human grandmaster appeared, my underground palace was the perfect stronghold. Who could have predicted such an absolute monster would show up? That masked human released a terrifying dark matter that devoured my entire army, and he can even command the absolute power of the stars. I have no idea how he instantly locked onto all my clones. Thank the heavens this king was just one step ahead of him. My ultimate decoy shedding technique worked flawlessly. That foolish human definitely believes he slaughtered my true body. Hey. Reaching the glowing rift of the hidden realm, it paused before the swirling vortex. A sickeningly arrogant grin stretched across its ugly face. Once I cross this rift, I am safely back in the Sin realm. Gathering all its remaining strength, it leaped toward absolute salvation. Time to vanish. But the very second it jumped, a blinding cosmic light crashed from the heavens, dyeing its white fur an ominous purple. What? How is this possible? Did he find me? The first orbital laser annihilated the ground, followed instantly by a second and third apocalyptic strike. Violent purple flashes illuminated the ruined city skyline. Meanwhile, on the outskirts, the guild masters stood completely paralyzed by the sheer devastation unfolding. Look up, those terrifying purple pillars are attacking again. What in the world is that? The Silver Wolf guild master stared at the sky. His eyes widened in absolute shock. Is that an orbital energy weapon? Could someone actually summon such godly firepower? That is just way too overpowered. If the military deployed divine weapons, why was the Qin City Alliance kept in the dark? Without hesitation, the vanguard desperately rushed into the ruins. We need to investigate the epicenter, but as the elite squad breached the city limits, they were met with an eerie, bone-chilling silence. Not a single trace of the rat horde remained. Scanning the wasteland, they found only a massive crater overflowing with molten magma and crystallized glass. As the earth sizzled, the Silver Wolf leader muttered in disbelief. Their life signs are completely gone. The entire beast wave just vanished. The veteran commander stepped forward, frowning deeply. Did they retreat into the hidden realm? Or did those purple lasers absolutely obliterate every last one of them? Wiped out, staring into the boundless night sky, he could not help but wonder. Just what kind of supreme entity commanded such devastating power? Meanwhile, joyful cheers erupted across Qin City. Following Lianlan and West City, Qin City was the fourth territory successfully reclaimed from the beasts. The survivors wept tears of absolute joy. Long live Great Xia, long live humanity. In just 1 week, the nation had miraculously liberated 4 fallen strongholds. News anchors excitedly broadcasted the triumph. We will continue to bring you live updates on the glorious progression of Great Xia's reclamation project. Yet, in a classified command center, a group of heavyweights watched the same broadcast. These were the absolute highest-ranking officials of the Great Xia Alliance, but instead of celebrating, their faces were grim and shadowed with deep suspicion, because not a single soul among them knew who actually saved Qin City. A top general slammed the table, his voice trembling with anxious dread. Who is this phantom? Who exactly possesses this kind of apocalyptic power? The command room erupted into absolute chaos, just like the crisis in West City. Whenever humanity faced utter destruction, a mysterious savior always appeared. They wiped out our problems in a flash. The exact same thing happened in Qin City, though this time the divine light was a piercing purple. But one thing is absolutely certain. This unknown powerhouse was fighting for our Great Xia Alliance. Seriously, what kind of anime transformation is this? We even contacted the Dragon Sparrow elites, but they claimed it was completely classified. But logically speaking, a hidden master capable of turning the tide of an entire war should have triggered a massive investigation by the Dragon Sparrow forces. Their silence spoke volumes. It proved even the higher-ups had no clue. No matter who this absolute beast is, we must lead the charge to reclaim the fallen cities. Otherwise, our entire military would look completely useless. Meanwhile, after his crimson black matter devoured the remaining rat monsters in Qin City, he vanished without a trace. Nobody could track this godlike being Yi. He calculated his next move. Excluding the terrifying S-class forbidden zone of Guan Mountain, only 3 occupied territories remained. Out of those unliberated wastelands, 2 were handled by Dragon Sparrow and Hua University forces. Rumors said the front line was securing victory after victory. Total reclamation was just days away. That left him with only one ultimate destination, Ba City, a zone that had grown eerily quiet. The Ba City Alliance submitted battle reports perfectly on time every day. No devastating defeats, but 0 glorious victories either. They were practically ghosts, completely invisible on the news. Without hesitation, he blasted toward Ba City, leaving only a blinding streak of light across the sky. He checked his phone and muttered to himself, "I mostly spammed the abilities of the Hellstar Mother before. That heavenly purple aura was way too flashy. I must completely reinvent my battle persona." A second later, grotesque crimson tentacles erupted directly from Yi's throat. They violently coiled around his entire physique. His physical form mutated rapidly. His hair lengthened down to his waist, bleaching into a ghostly white dancing in the wind. His face warped into something truly terrifying. The dark matter endlessly twisted and molded his flesh. Finally, Yi's brand new awakened form was revealed. His face was concealed behind a blood-red demonic Shura mask. In a heartbeat, he transformed into an absolute demon lord. With his snowy hair whipping across the sky, he casually ripped a blade from a spatial tear. He sneered, "It has been ages since I swung the Nebula Cleaver. Time to give this legendary weapon a little disguise." He hoisted the Nebula Cleaver skyward. The parasitic dark matter immediately crawled up and suffocated the steel. He unleashed a devastating slash. The weapon broke down, reconstructing into a lethally slender meow saber dripping with murderous intent. His voice devolved into a dry, raspy growl. The aura surrounding him turned suffocating and pitch black. But hidden within that dark void were razor-sharp blades hungering to reap souls. Ahem, let us use martial killing intent as this identity's core. Only Instructor Gong K and Senior Azure Dragon know my secret. This demon disguise will be absolutely foolproof. With those words, he rocketed forward at terrifying speeds. Along the way, he commanded his elite AI assistant Nuwa to blast his favorite hype track right into his eardrums. Nuwa warned, "The sun is setting, let us fade into the shadows." The scene cut to Ba City, a wasteland drowned in an impenetrable fog, blocking all sunlight. He used the Eclipse Star's light-bending powers to silently cloak his presence, effortlessly infiltrating the Ba City Alliance camp. He glided past the martial artists, watching them dine and chat. "Old Liu, gear up, we hit the battlefield soon." "Chill, let me finish my meal first." "Damn it, these military rations taste terrible." He mimed, eating aggressively, but his hands held absolutely 0 food. He complained. "Nothing compared to my wife's cooking," the other replied. "Duh, the war zone is not home." The soldier, faking his meal, shot back. "Pack up." The guild master ordered us to rally. Old Liu casually brushed him off. "Wait, I need to piss." "Damn, are you turning coward?" Nagging right before deployment, but he never used the bathroom. He fake sparked a cigarette, cursing aloud. "Who knows if I will survive this time? My son was just born." God damn it, but the scene was terrifyingly bizarre. Just violently shivering squats, absolutely no cigarette smoke, and clearly not actually taking a piss. When the phantom cigarette burned out, he crushed nothingness underfoot, still rambling. "I am a trained martial artist. Why am I so cowardly before battle? Screw this." He materialized right where old Liu stood, his eyes radiating a bone-chilling cold. Taking in this nightmare, he mocked. Brilliant method acting without any props. I knew this place felt wrong. The Overlord of Ba City was silently executing a master plan. The entire Ba City Alliance was performing for empty air. Old Liu never actually ate any rations. He merely grabbed handfuls of nothing, chewing endlessly. He never smoked. His fingers just pinched a dry, brittle twig. A shocking revelation struck Yi. Are everyone here trapped under an illusion? No, it feels infinitely more terrifying. He gently sliced a female warrior's neck using his killing intent. The flesh inside was completely necrotic. He gasped. It is already rotting. He realized the entire Ba City Alliance had been massacred who knows how long ago. They were all dead. But the true horror was, they were deceased, yet utterly unaware. Their internal flesh had putrefied. Yet their exteriors perfectly maintained the illusion of life. They were likely endlessly repeating the final day before their death. The Ba City Alliance was deceiving themselves and tricking Great Shia beneath the Shura mask. His face twisted with immense sorrow and blazing fury. This sick mockery of human life must be hunted down. He launched a lightning-fast crimson tentacle, violently dragging a martial artist into his grip. Before he could scream, the crimson tendril sealed his mouth shut. The female warrior shrieked as the long tentacle invaded her throat. Who the hell are you? He realized they were controlled by the blood nightmare technique's psychological hypnosis. You are already dead. Yi, he whispered in a raspy voice. He ripped the dark tentacle out, and she collapsed, convulsing. The fighter stared at him like a total psychopath, until a terrifying wave of blood mist from Yi He's aura pierced her dead eyes. The gruesome truth shattered her mind. I am already dead, right? I died on the battlefield. The Boss City Overlord is completely terrifying. It slaughtered all our guild masters. He twisted them into undead puppets. The martial artist shrieked in agony, clutched her head as her flesh rapidly rotted away right before their eyes. She shrieked, "Grandmaster! Only a supreme grandmaster can defeat that monstrosity." But the moment she realized her own grim fate, a lethal strike pierced her temple, mercifully ending her suffering. As her lifeless body collapsed, Yi He stared at the tragedy with darkened eyes. Once the illusion of life shattered, the dark magic binding her corpse vanished too. Yi, he gently closed her eyes. Rest well, fallen comrade. I will avenge your stolen life. Blazing fury ignited within his soul. Toying with human lives was an unforgivable sin. His gaze locked onto the horizon with murderous intent. It is time to hunt. The demon extermination had begun. Over in Ba City, a suffocating darkness ruled supreme. Monsters roamed the desolate ruins. Humanity was entirely wiped out, leaving behind nothing but the sickening stench of death. Yi, he unleashed his biological magnetic field. The invisible radar instantly blanketed Ba City, yet he failed to detect the overwhelming life force of the local overlord. A chilling suspicion crept into his mind. Strangely, the life energy signatures radiating from every single demonic beast pulsated at the exact same rhythm. The bizarre uniformity confirmed his darkest theory. Just like the doomed Ba City Alliance, these creatures were nothing more than mass-produced soulless puppets. A dangerous idea sparked within his mind. His eyes gleamed with cold anticipation as he stared ahead. Things are finally getting interesting. In a flash, his pitch-black cloak expanded wildly. The shadows fused with the earth, surging outward like an apocalyptic tidal wave in every direction. From above, it resembled a single drop of ink corrupting a pure ocean. If you refuse to show yourself, I will drag you out. In that moment, he radiated an aura more sinister than the Demon King himself. The ravenous shadows swiftly devoured the entire metropolis. Within a single heartbeat, Ba City was swallowed whole. With just one devastating technique, he could annihilate the region. Hoarse, agonizing roars echoed through the darkness. He ruthlessly absorbed the remaining straggler beasts without a second thought, but his grim anticipation quickly faded to nothing. Not a single drop of life essence or power transferred into his core. Every last monster he consumed was merely an empty, utterly useless husk. A wave of utter disappointment washed over him. Yet even after patiently biding his time in the ruins, his elusive prey stubbornly refused to step out of the shadows. He silently pushed his sensory network to its absolute limits, sweeping the area while his mind worked in cold, calculating precision. Still playing hide and seek, very well then. He gave a slow nod as a dark, knowing smirk crept across his face. Suddenly, his eyes darted sideways, his gaze as razor-sharp as a blade cleaving through the wind. In a split second, he locked onto a subtle, bizarre energy wave rippling through the void. Unrestrained killing intent erupted from his eyes, burning fiercely like an explosive inferno bursting from its cage. He pivoted with lightning speed. Without missing a beat, his piercing glare shot straight up toward the heavens, meticulously tracking the microscopic shifts in the atmosphere. The mysterious energy signature was undeniably pulsing from the exact location where the Ba City Alliance forces had gathered. The truth finally hit him. He threw his head back and let out a chilling, delighted laugh. I finally found your hiding spot. Meanwhile, the scene shifts to the desolate outskirts of Ba City. The massive Alliance army stood in perfect battle formation. Anchoring the vanguard of the 5th Division was a monstrously built man with the unyielding presence of a towering mountain peak. This was the ultimate powerhouse of the Allied forces. The Supreme Metamorphosis Stage Grandmaster and Sect Leader of the Crimson Martial Sect, Li Zongshen. In the martial realm, his physical durability ranked second only to the legendary Azure Dragon. He was fiercely secured within the top 10 of Great Shia's 36 Supreme Masters. All warriors heed my command. Grandmaster Li's voice boomed like catastrophic thunder, literally shaking the heavens and the earth. Veins violently bulged across his furious face as he roared. His terrifying aura erupted like an ancient, slumbering beast finally awakening. Tens of thousands of elite warriors roared in unison. Their combined battle cry created a shockwave that brutally fractured the earth below. The very atmosphere trembled under the sheer weight of their united, unyielding willpower. Grandmaster Li's eyes slowly bled into a demonic glowing crimson. He bellowed with a terrifying, bloodthirsty rasp. The Overlord of Ba City stands alone before us. Slaughter him. Today, we reclaim our fallen city. Instantly, the legion of warriors fell into a berserk frenzy. They charged forward like an unstoppable avalanche. Thick dust choked the sky as their deafening chants of liberation echoed to the ends of the world. They flooded the battlefield like a tsunami of steel. Watching his troops erupt with such magnificent bloodlust, Grandmaster Li could no longer hide his twisted satisfaction. A sickening, unnaturally wide grin stretched viciously across his face, accompanied by a low guttural and deeply malicious chuckle. High above the ruined city, the peaceful clouds suddenly warped. The heavens were aggressively stained a blinding toxic violet. The skies churned violently rapidly, twisting into an apocalyptic purple cyclone. The vortex was unfathomably massive, completely blacking out the sun. It loomed over them like an upside-down mountain of pure doom. Staring at this heaven-defying anomaly, mass panic rippled through the bewildered army. Thousands of terrified eyes locked onto the sinister purple sky. Desperate questions flooded their minds. What in God's name is that nightmare? Could it be Allied reinforcements? Suddenly, at the dead center of the swirling chaos, a solitary male figure slowly descended. It was Yi, his majestic purple robes thrashing wildly against the storm. His true face was completely concealed behind a terrifying, hypnotic whirlpool mask. From the heavens, he coldly tilted his head, his godlike gaze piercing right through the chaotic sea of insects below. There was zero human emotion left in his eyes. Rest in pieces. Behind the menacing spiked Asura mask Yi, he dangerously narrowed his eyes. A flash of absolute merciless conviction crossed his gaze. He had officially passed the ultimate judgment. With devastating calmness, he pointed a single finger downward. A seemingly effortless motion, yet it carried the crushing pressure of a collapsing galaxy. Instantly, catastrophic purple light detonated violently, tearing the fabric of the sky. Boom! Annihilation rained down upon the dense Alliance formation. It was an orbital bombardment of pure destructive energy, ruthlessly glassing the battlefield below. Before the soldiers could even process their impending doom, the cosmic disaster wiped them out. Blood-curdling screams of absolute agony echoed across the wasteland. Ah, is that guy in the sky doing this? Why the hell is he slaughtering us? Did an enemy nation's supreme expert ally with the monsters? Damn it, ground forces initiate a full tactical retreat. We are literally just walking meat shields against that god. Air Combat Division scramble immediately and intercept him. A terrified scout sprinted desperately to deliver the horrific report. Commander, our fighter jets and our entire reserve missile stockpile. For some inexplicable reason, they have completely vanished. The commander violently whipped around. His face was twisted in pure, unadulterated shock and disbelief. Impossible. This is our very first expedition. We haven't even fired a single shot. Shouldn't the logistics team have run a full sweep before we deployed? He roared in absolute panic, his voice trembling with an indescribable boiling rage. When the hell did we exhaust our entire arsenal? Down in the chaotic battlefield, Li Zhongshen crouched tightly behind a massive boulder, his gaze locked upward. He stared at the purple entity hovering high in the sky. After a long moment of silence, he muttered in a low, dangerous growl. How completely unexpected. Li Zhongshen ground his teeth together, sounding like a thoroughly enraged beast. Did this mere human actually see through my grand design? What a total waste. And here I was planning to use this perfect opportunity to infiltrate humanity. Suddenly, a massive pillar of purple light crashed directly down onto Li Zhongshen. Recognizing the deadly technique, his expression twisted radically. He snapped his head up and roared, the Crimson Sect's secret art, the Earth Fiend technique. His voice dripped with profound shock and high alert. Yet facing this overwhelmingly monstrous power, he didn't show a single ounce of fear. His fingers curled tight. He formed a colossal fist, forged as hard as steel. He charged head-on into the clash. With a slight crouch, the ground utterly shattered beneath his feet. He blasted hundreds of meters into the sky. His oppressive aura rushed straight toward Yi. He threw a devastating punch, its monstrous force shattering the cosmic rays. He reduced the attack into a brilliant shower of glowing embers. The two terrifying auras clashed violently, triggering an instant earth-shattering explosion across the heavens. The vicious shockwave sent violent tremors across the entire sky. Li Zhongshen instantly used the recoil to vault out of the blast zone. Looking down, he saw it clearly. He was standing like an absolute mountain before him. That sight was like a burning thorn in his eye. Boiling with rage, he let out a piercing, unhinged screech. Yet Li Zhongshen's eyes blazed with a twisted excitement. For a monster like him, crossing paths with such a formidable enemy brought an intoxicating euphoric thrill. He burst into loud, maniacal laughter. The physical vessel of a top-tier human is truly impressive, and this supreme superhuman art you call a martial skill. It is absolutely fascinating. Ha 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 Yi. He didn't waste a single word. He remained an ice-cold statue directly facing the overwhelming wave of killing intent. Behind his back, spheres of blinding light materialized one after another. They expanded rapidly, illuminating the entire battlefield with a radiant glow. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. A relentless barrage of cosmic beams tore through the air, locking onto their target. A split second later, a devastating violent explosion consumed the atmosphere. Blinding shockwaves ripped in every direction, but Li Zhongshen relied purely on his monstrous physical strength, kicking off the very air to trigger an explosive burst of speed. He blasted straight out of the explosion's epicenter without a single scratch. He roared with absolute unchecked arrogance. Is that really the best your attack can do? It cannot leave so much as a dent on my absolute physical supremacy. And with that final taunt, Li Zhongshen surged forward at a breakneck pace, moving exactly like a starving predator. A twisted, deeply provocative smirk crept across his face. He launched his counterattack, screaming, "Now it is your turn. Let's see if you can actually survive my ultimate punch." In that exact fraction of a second, even he was momentarily stunned. A single thought flashed through his mind. He is this strong. The colossal fist crashed downward, stopping inches from Yi's Asura mask. Driven by soul-crushing power and speed, He was violently forced backward. Li Zhongshen shadowed him relentlessly, flashing that brutally familiar bloodthirsty grin. Ha ha ha. A dead center strike, Li Zhongshen drove a devastating haymaker straight into Yi's face. The sheer kinetic impact was so intense it fractured the air itself. He barked a condescending laugh. To see through my flawless strategy. I suppose among you pathetic humans, you are actually considered a rare genius. The brutal punch completely shattered the mask on Yi's face. Yet the entity revealed beneath was far from his true original human visage. Thick blood streamed constantly from his nose. He dropped to one knee, coughing violently as his breathing grew terrifyingly heavy. Without a single second to recover, he was hammered by an endless storm of brutal kicks and punches. Drunk on power, Li Zhongshen beat him relentlessly and roared, "Perfect! You will be my ultimate puppet. I will show you just how pathetic you are in the face of absolute supremacy." In a flash, Li Zhongshen focused all his lethal aura, his palm igniting with blinding light. He lunged forward, throwing a fatal muscle-tearing strike with a demonic grin. High on his own bloodlust, he leaned in and roared, "Die with endless regrets." That blazing fist pierced right through Yi's chest. Caught in this overwhelming, rapid-fire assault, the human had been completely powerless to fight back from the very start. In the fading afterimage suspended in space, a sharp streak of deadly light seemingly ripped his body clean in two halves. Yi's face instantly drained of all color. His eyes bulged in shock. His lips trembled violently, unable to form a single word, as he blindly coughed up a pool of thick, venomous black blood. But then the impossible happened. The pierced body flickered for a mere second before evaporating like smoke. Clearly, that was not his real physical body at all. Li Zhongshen narrowed his eyes, desperately trying to focus on his opponent as a chilling realization of abnormality washed over him. Pure terror replaced his arrogance. His throat went dry as he blindly stammered, "Wait, no, this is not right." But before he could even process his surroundings, Li Zhongshen plunged into absolute sanity-shredding panic. The entire dimension had terrifyingly warped. High above, a massive blood-drenched moon slowly eclipsed the sky. It made his towering figure look pitifully insignificant. This was the legendary death domain, the Blood Moon Cycle. The crimson celestial body radiated a suffocating demonic aura. An aura so oppressive it systematically drained every ounce of Li Zhongshen's sanity. His eyes began to glow with that same corrupted lunar red, his jaw hanging completely slack. His face twisted in madness as he mindlessly mumbled, "I walked right into a trap." Suddenly, a blinding flash erupted from behind the colossal moon. Something was hurtling down at a godlike velocity, tearing the very clouds apart. A monolithic energy blade materialized cleanly, slicing the gigantic blood moon right down the middle. The speed was utterly incomprehensible. Boom! It cleaved through the lunar illusion and crashed directly into Li Zhongshen. An earth-shattering explosion wiped out everything, drowning the void in apocalyptic crimson fire. A devastating shockwave shattered the battlefield. Entire city blocks crumbled into dust. Through the settling debris, he emerged. Resting casually on his shoulder lay his massive greatsword. He smirked, his voice cutting through the chaos. "A cheap knockoff is still a knockoff. You can never replicate the absolute instincts of a true martial arts master. You could not even see through my basic optical illusion, yet you managed to see past my initial disguise and completely wipe out my entire puppet legion. Wait, this monster is actually still breathing." Suddenly, the ruined earth violently erupted. A monstrous arm fiercely punched its way out of the rubble. Li Zhongshen had taken catastrophic damage from that last strike. He dragged himself from the shattered earth, his physical vessel pushed to its absolute limits. Drenched in blood and utterly battered, a raspy demonic growl escaped his mangled throat. To think this human vessel of mine, vastly superior to most overlords, was actually scarred by your blade. This just proves your physical body has reached the pinnacle of human limits. Suddenly, a twisted maniacal laughter burst from his lungs. His psychotic thirst for battle took over completely. Finding a worthy prey only fueled his dark obsession. Perfect. That flawless vessel will soon belong to this king. He was completely done holding back. It was time to unleash true devastation. His monstrous muscles bulged as terrifying levels of dark energy condensed and violently exploded. Clenching his fists with bone-crushing force, an overwhelming torrent of power blasted from his back like a jet engine. The ground shattered as Li Zhongshen rocketed into the sky. He left behind a massive pillar of light tearing through the atmosphere like a reverse comet. Facing this heaven-shaking propulsion, he effortlessly shifted his stance, locking in for a deadly counterattack. An overlord hijacking a human vessel. Now that is a rare loot drop. He dove from the heavens as Li Zhongshen surged upward. Neither backed down for a single second. Their collision sparked a cataclysmic shockwave that tore the sky apart. Li Zhongshen insanely clashed his bare hands against He's fully enchanted greatsword. His monstrous flesh was practically indestructible. Even while suppressing the devastating onslaught of the legendary blade, this arrogant beast still had the nerve to talk absolute trash. Haha. You can never pierce my diamond tier defense. Be a good boy and surrender that perfect body to me. Flexing his titanic muscles, he violently swatted He backward. Behind the terrifying Asura mask, He's eyes suddenly flared, with that signature chilling neon blue glow. He threw his head back and unleashed a deafening laugh. Haha, handing a grandmaster's physique to trash like you would be an absolute insult to the heavens. Let me show you the horrifying abyss between our power levels. At those exact words, the terrifying aura of Jaguar Rudo surged directly into the weapon, resting in his grip. Clang, smash, strike, boom. His battle cry shattered the very fabric of space. Li Zhongshen was brutally caught in a storm of slashes, taking the devastating combo directly to his chest. The demonic Asura mask seemed to mock him as He ruthlessly analyzed his foe. Your dominant hand is completely powerless. Your offhand is utterly sloppy. Your reaction speed is absolute garbage and your footwork is a complete joke. You really thought you could challenge my martial mastery? Keep dreaming, you pathetic fake. I will carve your own pathetic weakness into your very soul. Taking a non-stop barrage of lethal armor-shredding critical strikes from Li Zhongshen grit his bloody teeth in absolute panic, groaning internally. Oh. His attacks just became impossibly sharp. Damn it. Even with my Grandmaster-level strength and completely evolved neural reflexes, my butterfly shift evasion technique cannot totally predict his chaotic blade trajectory. For the first time, a genuine flicker of primal terror crossed Li Zhongshen's eyes. The horrifying truth had finally dawned on him. In reality, this king is the one being completely read like an open book. You can alter your biological magnetic field to fake your position, but you can never hide your disgusting, cowardly nature. He hovered before him, overflowing with the suffocating, bloodthirsty aura of a true demon lord. The psychological pressure was maddening. That casually playful yet spine-chilling voice echoed through the air once again. He cheered darkly. Oh, peekaboo, I finally found you. The phantom of Jaguar Rudo instantly materialized behind Li Zhongshen. He was forcefully sealed within a suffocating energy sphere. His entire existence was paralyzed, leaving zero chance for rebellion in his absolute despair. True bone-deep dread finally consumed the arrogant overlord. How is this even possible? I clearly possess the supreme invincible physique of a martial arts grandmaster. No way, I need to fall back immediately. Once I possess a higher-tier puppet, I will tear you apart. But in that exact fleeting heartbeat, the arrogance was completely wiped from Li Zhongshen's pathetic face. Staring directly into the abyss, he foresaw his own gruesome, undeniable execution. Pathetic whimpers escaped his trembling throat. What kind of sorcery is this? My body is completely locked down by an incomprehensible cosmic force. I cannot move a single muscle. No, stay back, he shrieked in absolute agony. Li Zhongshen was forced to witness a terrifying apocalyptic energy that dwarfed his insignificant existence by 10,000 times. And the absolute worst part, there was nowhere left to run. Paralyzed by mortal terror, his previous ruthless facade completely shattered in the face of the Grim Reaper. He was reduced to nothing but a cornered rat howling desperately as his life flashed before his eyes. No please, spare me, Ding. A glowing holographic system interface popped up. Congratulations, host. You have achieved over 50% contribution in the territory recovery raid. A rank template draw has been unlocked. He did not hesitate. He slammed the confirm button on the virtual screen, initiating the ultimate lottery roll. A mesmerizing cosmic portal ripped open before his eyes. Deep within the void, an absolutely blinding golden radiance erupted. He gasped in shock, completely stunned. Could this legendary golden glow actually mean? An S-rank template exploded onto the screen. It sparkled with a breathtaking divine aura that defied reality. Instantly, the infinite monster profile was revealed. The data confirmed. It was the S-rank 10 Tails Divine Tree template. Bloodline abilities included planetary core condensation, endless planetary nature, energy absorption, and absolute mastery over all 7 elemental attributes. Sacred Wood Bloodline granted him divine tree cells, letting him wield the very essence of creation. Furthermore, the Eye of Karma awakened a reality-bending ocular ability. Current evolutionary form 0. Compatibility rate 1%. He was vibrating with absolute hype, a massive ear-to-ear grin plastered across his face. Holy crap, a golden legendary drop. My luck has completely skyrocketed today. Nobody is living better than me right now, am I right, guys? With this, He's combat power was destined to break the heavens. Could he finally go toe-to-toe with the strongest existence on the blue planet? Staring at the majestic hologram he whispered in complete awe. The Ten Tails Divine Tree. To think I actually managed to pull an S rank. Stepping into the S rank realm literally guarantees possessing a flawlessly complete god-tier superhuman system. Thrill coursed through his veins. If he pushed this template to 100%, sure, the raw destructive force might fall short of the Godzilla star pillar, but the sheer versatility of its skills, it would be absolutely unrivaled. Just like the vampire template, this was a peak-tier skill tree. Suddenly, the system chimed in. Alert! The host possesses a compatible template, initiating fusion protocols for the Ten Tails Divine Tree. This can be merged into the plant attribute mutation path of the Berserker Godzilla template. Proceed. Warning. The Ten Tails Divine Tree is a top-tier asset. Merging it could cause massive unpredictable mutations to the ultimate Godzilla star pillar evolution. He froze, his expression darkening. A compatible template, was it because both the Divine Tree and the star pillar shared plant attributes? He turned his gaze. He stared at the glowing holographic display in shock. So templates could actually fuse based on complementary traits. It was just like combining upgrade materials in a card game. But reality was way more brutal than any game. Fusing two templates of limitless potential meant stepping into the absolute unknown. If it succeeded, two legendary powers would become one. That would save a mountain of upgrade resources and forge an unstoppable supreme template. His mind raced to the Colossus form, calculating the power scaling. But if it failed, a total catastrophic loss. Even so, their base stats were absurdly high. Even a failed downgrade wouldn't make them completely useless. They definitely wouldn't drop down to some trash D-ranked giant tier. However, the newly fused template could suffer a massive nerf to its growth potential and final grade. The system screen flashed again. Alert host possesses top-tier fusion catalyst, the Golden Gene. This item can optimize bloodlines and maximize the success rate of a positive mutation during fusion. He clicked his tongue, staring at the prompt with heavy suspicion. The Golden Gene, he muttered. This is way too convenient. Ever since this item practically fell into my lap. Was it all just leading up to this exact moment? His expression grew cold as he voiced his doubts to the empty room. Is some invisible force? Maybe some supposed author pulling my strings from the shadows. Suddenly, a dangerous, thrilling grin spread across his face. He gripped the glowing item tight, his aura flaring. Fine, then I couldn't refuse even if I wanted to. To crush Fu Hongsheng in the future, I need to multiply my current power by 10, no 100 times over. System initiate fusion. The genetic blueprints instantly ignited. The chaotic liquid energy swirled and violently mutated. System update. The star pillar cannot fully consume. The Divine Tree's DNA initiating deep mutation, Golden Gene injected, commencing ultimate optimization. Meanwhile, back in Boss City, the once towering Li Zhongshen was now a shriveled husk, drained completely dry, leaving nothing but skin and bone. Coughing up blood, he forced out a few desperate words. Are you the one who killed him? It was a pathetic sight. He walked over, hands casually in his pockets. Yes, he replied with ice in his voice. The dying man locked eyes with him. And what about the martial artists of the Boss City Alliance? Dropping all disguises, he delivered the brutal truth. They are about to be entirely wiped out. Li Zhongshen gave a weak nod. Good. At least our corpses won't be disgraced. With a flick of his blade, he dug out a disgusting, red snake-like parasite. His eyes narrowed. Those low-level demonic beasts absolutely lack the power to defeat you all in a head-on clash. Who really slaughtered the Alliance? Li Zhongshen's gaze hollowed out in sheer terror as he gasped out. You must beware of that Overlord class beast. It claims to be one of the Emperor's 4 envoys. Its sheer combat power completely eclipses Grandmaster Chi Huadi. Cough, cough. Worse yet, it perfectly mimics human martial arts. It has even unlocked a Grandmaster's domain. His life force fading, the old man choked out his final warning. Right before it killed me, it said it was heading to Hua capital. His pupils shrank to pinpricks. Hua capital, he whispered. Great Xia has 36 Grandmasters in total. Usually, 20 of them garrison the capital. But right now, with the reclamation protocol in effect, almost every heavy hitter has marched to the front lines to reclaim lost territory. And to stop enemy nations from launching a sneak attack, the Dragon Sparrow forces have massed their elites at the borders. Even the National Guardian Grandmasters are gone, which means Hua capital is completely defenseless right now. The scene cuts to Hua capital, deep within the Nine Dragons River secret realm. A rare spatial rift hidden at the bottom of an underwater trench. The Dragon Sparrow forces had built a massive underwater stronghold here, But weirdly enough, over the past 5 years, the demonic beast population inside had plummeted. Their threat levels were a joke. The danger rating had plummeted from B rank all the way down to D. Inside the garrison, the guards were throwing a wild barbecue party. The scent of roasting meat filled the air. The martial artists laughed. This is the life. Nothing beats a cushy capital posting. Everywhere else they are getting sent to the meat grinder. But us. We get to kick back, eat barbecue, drink up, and still collect a fat paycheck. Guess we just rolled lucky on the genetic lottery, huh? Ha ha ha. We might just be the side branches of the 9 great families. We might never rule the world or make infinite wealth, but damn, this easy life is sweet. Just then a voice interrupted their bragging. Keep drinking, keep playing that music, keep dancing. The loudmouth turned around in surprise. Yo Zhao, what are you doing here? Aren't you supposed to be manning the early warning radar systems? Zhao scoffed. Are you kidding me? I am stuck on watch while you guys stuff your faces with meat and booze. A beer cap popped and they all dove right back into the feast. Oh, relax. What is there to even guard in this trash tier rift anyway? Grab a drink. Just a shame we do not have any ladies here, but just 1,000 meters away from the camp. An ashen bare foot stepped onto the rotting soil. Wherever it walked, absolute death followed. A horrifying trail of decay carved a straight line through the earth, marking the terrifying path of an ungodly existence. The once lush, vibrant green forest was visibly withering into dust, a terrifying sight from above. Deep within the emerald forest, a dark rift violently tore open. From the shadows emerged a colossal 10-foot titan, his posture as unyielding as an ancient mountain. Every inch of his flesh looked forged from cold, unforgiving steel. His bulging back muscles bizarrely twisted together, forming the terrifying demonic visage of a monstrous, sneering face. A grotesque tongue slithered from its mouth. Boss, those pathetic human guards ahead are throwing a feast. They have zero clue their doom has finally arrived. A second head materialized, bursting into a wicked, blood-curdling laugh. Slaughter them all, crush every last bone, so humanity truly fears the Emperor's absolute supremacy. The third and most authoritative head kept its eyes shut like a stoic idol. Unfazed and deadly calm, issued a single chilling command. Silence. This abomination was Asura, one of the Sin Realm Emperor's 4 heralds. Standing 10 feet tall, his mountain-like frame radiated pure dominance muscles, carved from immortal iron. Clad in bronze-like armor of flesh, with that demon face back, Asura possessed 3 distinct heads. Flowing white hair cascaded down while their blazing crimson eyes pierced the darkness. Each face held a unique, terrifying personality. The left head reeked of pure malice, its narrow cunning eyes tracking everything, while its serpentine tongue constantly flicked the air. It licked its own eyeball. Meanwhile, the right head boiled with savage fury. Yet, at the center head's absolute command, both side faces instantly sealed their mouths shut. The main head spoke. The Emperor deployed us with one mission: mass slaughter. We must utterly annihilate humanity's top-tier awakened fighters and cripple their core strength. That so-called strongest human Fu Hongshang actually leaked a master list. It contains the exact coordinates of every human powerhouse. His tone grew aggressively sharp. True massacres require absolute efficiency. Do not waste precious seconds on those lowly insects ahead. The other heads chanted. Understood, boss. Asura took a single earth-shattering step. Blinking through space, he materialized right beside the 9 Dragons River dungeon rift. In his wake, the entire human garrison had been instantly reduced to an absolute wasteland. Every single martial artist was vaporized into bloody ash. Move out. Let this pathetic blue planet bow before the Emperor's might. Death followed his every footstep. Trampling over the pulverized remains of the fallen, a suffocating stench of slaughter choked the air. A twisted, sadistic chuckle escaped his lips. Hehehe. We did not even lift a finger. These fragile human bugs crumbled just from the sheer wind pressure of our aura. How utterly pathetic. Asura approached the glowing dungeon rift, thrusting his massive foot inside. The tension was suffocating. An epic clash was definitely brewing. The dimensional tear, usually smooth as mist, violently rejected Asura's overwhelming presence. As his ash-gray foot crossed the threshold, devastating streaks of destructive crimson lightning wildly erupted from the barrier. The spatial laws brutally shredded his indestructible flesh. The intense friction quickly exposed his pitch-black demonic skeleton underneath. The main head scoffed. Just as expected, overpowered entities trigger a massive dimensional backlash. If it was not for this annoying world penalty, the Emperor would have steamrolled this realm ages ago. Asura summoned a fleshy, bubbling Rubik's Cube. Countless pulsating organic orbs merged into a bizarre geometric artifact. Breathtaking yet horrific cosmic light violently refracted across its disturbing surface. For the first time, the central head scowled with deep disgust. To rely on the tainted relics left by those aberrant fiends, absolutely sickening. Still, he gripped it tightly. He slammed the grotesque cube straight into the spatial tier. The visual was absolutely mind-bending. Those fleshy orbs instantly ballooned violently, expanding like a grotesque cosmic parasite. The artifact forcibly jammed the swirling dimensional rift. Asura casually withdrew his mutilated skeletal foot back into the open air. Instantly, a vortex of dark crimson energy molecules swarmed the bone. In a mere fraction of a second, his flesh wildly regenerated into a completely flawless limb. His massive hands brutally grabbed the bloated flesh portal. With a mighty heave, he violently shoved his colossal frame completely through. A terrifying surge of river water instantly crashed in. Crossing the boundary, he found himself entirely submerged. He had successfully breached the dimensional wall into the target world. Welcome to the Blue Planet. Meanwhile, at the Nine Great Families Summit, Dragon Sparrow headquarters just received a catastrophic red alert from the newest system. Encrypted emergency signals flooded, Great Shia ordering every Grandmaster back to the capital. For the first time in a century, all patriarchs had assembled. These ancient elites were over 200 years old, shamelessly burning through astronomical amounts of national resources, all just to artificially extend their miserable lifespans. Even their suffocatingly heavy incense could not mask their rotting stench. Deep panic began rapidly spreading among them. The summit room buzzed with chaotic anxiety. If not for this apocalyptic crisis, us stubborn old fossils would never sit in the same room until our graves. Patriarch Zhou aggressively spat out, "Cut the garbage." Has Fu Hongsheng ended his closed-door cultivation yet? The imperial capital is facing absolute annihilation. Force him out now. And where are Shi Jingwen and the Azure Dragon? Why are their comms totally dead? Patriarch Sima steepled his fingers, his voice grave. They have completely vanished. Their disappearance remains a total mystery. As for Fu Hongsheng, my shadow guards are searching. Before he could even finish his sentence, Patriarch Li violently leaned forward. Well, what is the verdict? The chilling answer hung in the heavy air. Absolute radio silence. Fu Hongsheng was not responding. There were only two possibilities. One, he was at a critical bottleneck in his leveling process and absolutely could not be disturbed. Or two, he was doing this entirely on purpose. Patriarch Ming clenched his fists in utter despair. Patriarch Zhao brutally smashed the table. Damn it all. That muscle-brained meathead, is he actually plotting to seize Great Shia's central authority? Does he genuinely want our 9 great families to completely crash and burn? I warn you fools, we should have aggressively suppressed these awakened fighters. Now they are staging a coup. Patriarch Zhou growled deeply. What is our play? Do we face this apocalyptic threat alone? What about Nua's directives? Are we just falling directly into Fu Hongsheng's trap? We heavily invested our ultimate resources into cultivating our own private powerhouses. They are our absolute trump cards to suppress rogue hunters. If we blindly sacrifice them all right now, even if we somehow win this war, our 9 families will completely lose all dominance. A cowardly voice weakly suggested a tactical retreat. Should we just run and wait for the national hunters to return first? Dead silence violently engulfed the boardroom. Everyone knew that meant treason, but no one dared speak it. Meanwhile, at the breathtaking Nine Dragons River in the capital, little did they know this golden sunset was the final moment of peace. The tranquility was brutally shattered right in the dead center of the riverbed. Boom! A massive 30-foot geyser violently erupted like a devastating underwater mine just detonated from the abyss. The nearby crowds panicked instantly. Look out! Over there! The river ran pitch black as lifeless fish floated to the surface. 2 bystanders froze in their tracks, overwhelmed by absolute terror. Was that an explosion or a dungeon rift? Before their screams could fade, a colossal dark figure plummeted from the heavens, crashing directly in front of them. A devastating shockwave of death and decay immediately wiped out everything within 100 meters. Anyone touched by this decaying aura instantly crumbled into ash. The monstrous Asura had unexpectedly descended upon the flower capital. The beast's left head sneered mockingly. So fragile. The other 2 heads joined the sadistic grin. They crumble in a single strike. Dust returns to dust. The monster unleashed an even wider wave of suffocating death aura. Basking in the fading twilight, its horrifying demonic power surged to absolute extremes. Meanwhile, inside the Dragon Sparrow Command Center, blinding red warnings flashed across the main screen, displaying the horrific scene right in the downtown district. A 3-headed, 6-armed Asura casually stretched its monstrous limbs. It raised a hand, pulsing with devastating energy toward the camera, leaving everyone completely paralyzed with dread. A Lord-class demonic beast, and it dared to invade the heart of the imperial capital. Suddenly, its right head locked eyes with the lens. Crimson pupils flared with terrifying light. With a crackle of static, the feed went entirely dead. Dragon Sparrow Director Wang Zhiding gritted his teeth. Damn it, our elite 1st Division aces are currently defending the borderlines. Commander Azure Dragon and the Principal are outside the flower capital. We must buy time. Hold the line until the National Guardian awakens from seclusion. Alert every Dragon Sparrow agent currently in the Imperial capital. All forces deploy immediately. Down by the Nine Dragons River, the capital's 4 most legendary dojo masters blocked the Asura's path. They instantly ignited their blood aura, blasting towering pillars of martial energy. They projected immense martial aura to push back the spreading decay. Master Li Tingshang of Rising Sun, Master Lin Hong of Frightened Swan, and Master Wu Makun of Grand Ambition. Hold up, his name is seriously Wu Makun. I swear it sounds like a typo, but we are just rolling with it. Anyway, back to the action. Finally, Master Chu Shunrong of the Brilliant Talent Dojo stepped forward. Facing these formidable warriors, the Asura's center head merely let out a bored sigh. The left head erupted into manic laughter. Ha ha ha, big brother, look. These pathetic little ants dare to flex their tiny muscles at us. The right head roared with bloodthirsty fury. Too weak. Slaughter them all. But the center head kept its eyes shut in eerie silence, issuing a chilling warning. Flee, humans. We descend only to hunt the truly strong. Your power is utterly pitiful, and your potential has completely dried up. You have zero room for growth. Frankly, whether you live or die changes absolutely nothing about our Emperor's grand design. So run along now. It was not a taunt, just a brutal, naked truth. In response, the four masters merely scoffed and charged forward. They poured their souls into one desperate combined strike. Dragon Sparrow reinforcements would arrive in exactly 3 minutes. To stop you demonic freaks from slaughtering our citizens, we four dojo masters will gladly lay down our lives to bind you here. Yet, tragically, their ultimate combined assault could not even scratch a single hair on the monstrous Asura's body. The beast simply stood there mocking their foolish, clinging to a pipe dream. Since these humans rejected his rare moment of mercy, the right head let out a deafening, humiliating cackle. Is that right? Then we shall gladly respect your suicidal choice. The Asura moved faster than human comprehension. With just one casual sweep of its hand, 3 legendary masters were instantly reduced to blood and bone. The center head smirked coldly. You have courage. But courage without power is nothing but a pathetic tragedy. Master Lin Hong was the sole survivor. The massacre happened so fast she could only whisper in absolute despair. How is it that fast? The sickening sound of flesh tearing echoed out as fresh blood painted the streets. The final master had fallen. Those were her absolute last words. Suddenly, Dragon Sparrow, anti-aircraft, artillery, and heavy bombers unleashed hell upon the Asura. The heavy gun arrays locked on immediately, shifting into maximum combat overdrive. Meanwhile, a low-flying tactical bomber squadron aggressively breached the airspace, arming their payloads to obliterate the target. Target locked. The kill order roared through the comms. Fighter jets tore through the sky at breakneck speeds, sending massive sonic booms shaking the very atmosphere. Every ounce of modern firepower rained down on the Asura, yet he simply stood there, arms crossed. Unfazed by the blinding explosions, he raised his head and roared. He proudly bellowed, expand domain of rotting death, but the moment those heavy artillery shells pierced his dark aura barrier, every single piece of metal instantly rusted and crumbled into dust. The corrosion was so overwhelming, the warheads turned completely useless. The command center desperately broadcasted a code, red situation critical, long-range ballistics have absolutely zero effect on the target's defenses. Modern military might was completely useless here. The fate of the city rested solely on the awakened warriors. Thousands of shells detonated harmlessly before even touching him. Down below, the Asura hadn't moved an inch. He endlessly spewed an even thicker, suffocating aura of decay, forcing the frontline warriors into an emergency tactical formation. Division 2 and 3 take the vanguard. Division 4 and 5 establish a containment perimeter and provide heavy support. The head mounted on its right shoulder snapped forward. Its demonic eyes gleamed with twisted excitement. He let out a booming laugh. Finally, some prey actually worth killing. Meanwhile, the left head narrowed its eyes with a sickening grin. Emitting a spine-chilling cackle, it thirsted for absolute slaughter. It kept muttering 2 terrifying words. Crush them. Crush them. 2 elite warriors on the ground instantly blitzed forward, ready to sacrifice their very lives just to stall the Asura. They simultaneously triggered their ultimate awakenings. Pushing their martial aura beyond its absolute limits, they vowed to chain him down with their own blood. 10 agonizing minutes bled by as horrific frontline reports flooded in. Urgent reports flooded Dragon Sparrow headquarters. The devastating intel left Wang Zhiding completely paralyzed. Department 2 and 3's captains were dead. 50 elite specialists wiped out. Departments 4 and 5 were forced into a desperate tactical retreat. Even with backup from the Blue Wind Cloud Sea and Mount Lai Martial Guild masters, the brutal battlefield remained an absolute massacre. Asura marched straight for the city center. Wang's legs completely gave out. Trembling under the crushing disaster, his throat went completely dry. He couldn't even speak. 4 chrysalis breaking realm grandmasters fallen in mere moments. It was unbelievable. He collapsed heavily into his command chair. Never in his life had he tasted such suffocating despair. His body went limp and his mind faded to absolute blankness. Strategic thinking was impossible. In this life-or-death crisis, he screamed until his voice cracked. He desperately demanded any contact with Fu Hongsheng, or the Azure Dragon captain, or Shi Jingwen, but subordinates only reported total radio silence. This made his furious rage violently erupt. Where were Hua Capital's 9 great families? Why did they only send a few martial masters and low-level Mystic Realm fighters? The elite grandmasters protecting the capital vanished like ghosts, zero contact with Dragon Sparrow. But in the very next terrifying second, blood-curdling screams blasted through the surveillance comms, ear-piercing shrieks flooded the command room. On the massive main monitor, Asura's monstrous arm rose high into the camera feed. Beside it, a martial artist's body was brutally crushed into mere pulp. Fresh blood rained down like a crimson storm. This horrifying sight pushed Wang into the absolute abyss. He bitterly realized the truth. If this nightmare continued unchecked, not just Hua Capital but the entirety of Great Xia faced total annihilation, pushed beyond limits. Wang ground his teeth, roaring like a cornered beast. He bellowed the ultimate dark command. Release the special combat force immediately. Hearing this dark order, a terrified subordinate instantly protested. Those psychos were completely impossible to control. But Wang coldly shut him down. Hua Capital was bleeding out. He alone would bear the heavy sins of the aftermath. Near the Nine Dragons River, Asura faced zero resistance. He strolled casually through ruined streets, oozing a suffocating and rotting aura that paralyzed all living souls. As he advanced, a fearless martial artist charged from afar, sprinting forward with a furious roaring battle cry, cursing and daring the monster to stop. But to Asura, this desperate strike was like a pathetic fly buzzing past his eyes. He didn't even blink. A casual flick of his monstrous hand, and the charging warrior was disintegrated instantly on the spot, reduced to fine bloody dust in midair. In his supreme eyes, this entire zone lacked even a single worthy opponent. Asura casually kicked a fire hydrant into the sky. He shook his head, groaning about the crushing boredom. This so-called Dragon Sparrow was nothing but a pathetic joke. He scoffed, complaining that this trash was dirtying his hands. His third head didn't even bother opening its eyes. He casually crushed the falling hydrant into scrap metal. But right then, a mocking voice suddenly echoed from the dark shadows. Do magical beasts actually hate getting dirty? Asura flinched, finally intrigued. From the ruined rubble, 3 terrifyingly twisted figures slowly stepped out. A mummy-like freak with twin blades grinned at the ruined capital. A heavily scarred maniac erupted into a psychotic and bloodthirsty laugh. The final figure, wielding a massive broadsword, coldly confirmed their prey. These were Dragon Sparrow's most dangerously lethal death row inmates. Asura's right head burst into mocking laughter, feeling utterly insulted. Meanwhile, his left head simply nodded in creepy agreement. Their voices turned savage, howling for absolute slaughter. But at that exact heart-stopping moment, the central head suddenly moved. It let out a low guttural growl commanding absolute silence. Its intense gaze wasn't even fixed on the 3 freaks. It stared straight into the high heavens, where a massive floating metropolis slowly pierced through the icy gray clouds. The trio below were decent prey, but nothing compared to the godlike entity above. For the first time, Asura's main head snapped open its demonic eyes. Bulging eyeballs pulsing like bursting flesh, crimson pupils contracting wildly with a soul-devouring glare. He muttered in a very dark whisper, I'll execute trash quickly, and save my anticipation for the one in the sky. Suddenly, both side heads spoke up in complete unison. Stunned that the middle head had awoken, they questioned the Sky Dweller's true power and worth. Meanwhile, the bandaged death row freak smirked with supreme arrogance. Completely blind to the cosmic power gap, he barked back that killing them was pure delusion and began heavily boasting, bragging about the lords he had slaughtered, swearing to smash Asura's freaky face into absolute bloody pulp. The second, the main head, fell silent. The twin side heads clamped their eyes shut, their palms slamming together in twisted prayer, chanting an incredibly cursed Buddhist mantra. From his left and right sides, 4 new arms violently erupted. These new limbs radiated a freezing phantom blue glow, leaking a dense demonic aura that suffocated the air. On the opposite side, arms forged from boiling fresh blood violently tore out. Reaching high and twisting grotesquely, Asura's mutated body oozed an atmosphere of bone-chilling tyranny. His core hands formed a divine seal at his chest. His 4 back arms struck combat stances, while the side heads chanted bizarre incantations, manifesting a blazing radiant halo right behind his spine. The battlefield instantly flooded with toxic miasma. The central head glared down at the 3 death row inmates with bloodshot eyes, and coldly unleashed 2 spine-chilling words, domain expansion. The bandaged killer's face instantly drained of all its arrogance. Their eyes widened in absolute horror. A demonic beast using a martial arts domain was impossible. The 3 S-class awakened lacked even a split second to react. An abyssal sphere erupted from Asura, swallowing them entirely. The demonic beast simply stood his ground, effortlessly casting his absolute void domain to erase the 3 notorious convicts who once terrorized the capital. Above the capital, a pitch-black orb loomed over the cityscape, trapping those so-called S-class fighters. Even from miles away, onlookers could clearly witness the massive sphere beginning to crack. Asura maintained his domain casting stance, but the three elite combatants standing before him had completely vanished. No traces of battle remained. It was as if they never existed. He obliterated them in a single heartbeat, casually mocking their weakness. Are S-class combatants really this pathetic? The head on the right side sneered, his voice dripping with twisted amusement and arrogant glee. So all the trash blocking our path is dead. Humans are disgustingly fragile. Let's hope that sky-high powerhouse the boss cares about actually provides a decent thrill. Hehehe. The left head chimed in. Too weak, way too weak. Crushing true experts is the only real fun. Asura stood there, arms crossed in supreme arrogance. The right head cackled like a maniac while the left wore a sinister grin. Let us move, the middle head commanded, its booming voice instantly silencing the other two. Asura crouched low, stomping the ground to gather momentum. Every cybernetic joint and demonic muscle flared with pure energy as he blasted into the open sky. The entire imperial capital seemingly quaked from the sheer force of his jump. The concrete instantly shattered beneath his immense crushing weight, exploding into dust and launching debris high into the air. The floating Academy City immediately activated its maximum energy grid. Yet against Asura, a monster who just butchered grandmasters, that legendary shield was as fragile as wet paper. He aimed to smash right through the defensive mesh. Inside, the defense systems detected the incoming threat, instantly blaring frantic emergency alarms and warning of an extreme energy spike approaching at terminal velocity. The magnetic defense shields were pushed to their absolute limits. Meanwhile, Asura's central head guided their massive body like a runaway meteor. He bulged his grotesque eyes and roared in pure ecstasy. Useless, totally useless. To him, breaching this legendary barrier was a joke. In a mere fraction of a second, he shattered it like a heavy sniper round blowing through a fragile glass cup. He charged forward completely, ignoring the relentless rain of anti-aircraft fire and the massive barrage of seeking missiles zeroing in on him. Ha ha ha, do you humans still not get it? Pathetic modern weapons cannot even scratch us. The right head spat as it laughed uncontrollably. The eyes of both the left and right heads suddenly flared with a sinister crimson glow. The left head snarled, twisting its hideous face in utter disgust. So boring, so incredibly boring, I need to kill, kill, kill. It chanted its bloodthirsty mantra as devastating raw energy fully charged within its glowing eyes. In perfect sync, the twin heads unleashed scorching beams of crimson light. These massive energy lasers possessed world-ending destructive power, instantly wiping out all incoming artillery fire. The central head merely focused on piloting their colossal demonic body forward, bringing absolute devastation wherever they went. Suddenly, he narrowed his eyes, sensing an unsettling shift in the atmosphere. Oh, did that strong human's aura just vanish? Don't tell me the coward ran away. Just as he questioned the sudden disappearance of his highly anticipated prey, Gong Kei materialized completely out of thin air, standing right behind him. She appeared clad in a sleek tactical black suit, her striking silver hair dancing in the turbulent wind. A confident smirk revealed her deadly sharp fangs. The moment Asura locked onto her piercing ruby-red eyes, the entire world fell into an eerie, suffocating silence. Gripping her blade tightly, she took a lethal stance designed to send souls straight to hell. She whispered, "You are the one who should be running, monster." She lived up to her legendary name, moving so fast the demonic beast never even sensed her arrival. Slash. Before Asura could unleash further destruction, a short blade had already kissed his throat. The cold steel flashed brightly, sending a fountain of dark blood into the air. Gong Kei had struck with divine speed, gliding past with a mischievous smirk. Asura desperately slammed his 6 arms together, unleashing an ash-gray death storm, trying to repel her petite shadow. His main neck suffered a bone-deep laceration, barely hanging on by a gruesome thread of flesh. Panicking, Asura chanted corrosive wind of death. Gray particles instantly swarmed his severed neck, regenerating the deadly wound in a mere fraction of a second. As the dust settled, Gong Kei stood tall. Her delicate face showed a brief flicker of surprise at his absurd regeneration speed. Tski-tesk, how absolutely filthy. The right head shook itself violently, rolling out a grotesque worm-like tongue. Its sinister gaze locked onto Gong Kei as it flashed a nightmare-inducing smile, muttering, "Boss, I have a terrible feeling. If she decapitates us completely, we might actually die even if our magic core remains intact." Finally, a worthy opponent. This is incredibly thrilling. The left head joined in, its raspy and utterly chaotic voice echoing out, bubbling with its usual furious rage. How dare she make us bleed? Unforgivable, pure rage. By now, the central head's grievous neck wound had almost fully closed. Even the monster had to respect Gong Kei's terrifying power, moving without a single sound yet delivering a slash of such insanely pure destructive force. Nice aim. Out of all the trash we have seen, you are the highest value human prey so far. The beast bellowed in sheer furious anger, bulging its eyes so wide they looked ready to pop out of their sockets. His regeneration was finally complete. Gong Kei simply offered a gentle mocking smirk. "I am deeply flattered." Should I put on a slightly more impressive show for you? With that, she launched herself skyward, activating her legendary killing stance. Two massive spectral eyes materialized behind Gong K. A blood-soaked illusion expanded outward, unleashing a suffocating spiritual pressure that would paralyze even a god in sheer terror. The bloody domain fully manifested. As Asura looked down, he found himself standing in thick, sticky pools of fresh blood, clearly hearing the sickening squish beneath his feet. The realization hit him like a truck. Gong K had dragged him into an isolated domain, a pocket dimension visible only to the two of them. The middle head lowered its gaze. Did she just cast a domain right here? Yet the city ruins around them remained perfectly intact. This was not a separate dimension forged by raw aura. It was a reality-warping overlay seamlessly blending her domain with the real world. Scooping up a handful of thick crimson sludge, the demon smirked. Let us see just what kind of parlor tricks you are hiding in here. Gong K materialized before him, stifling a giggle at his gross display. Compared to your disgusting, corrosive demonic aura, my toy is vastly superior. Planting her hands on her hips, she radiated absolute mocking confidence. Oh my, seems the big bad Asura is getting a little impatient today. Her taunt struck a nerve. Rage flared across the demons' faces. Enough of your insolence, earth-shattering martial art, falling sun crash. In a flash, the Asura warped right behind her. 6 colossal fists descended like meteors. Boom, boom, boom. A barrage of terrifying supersonic strikes obliterated the ground. The devastating shockwave zeroed in on Gong K. The sheer kinetic force was so monstrous that the Empire's entire floating city tilted violently on its axis. But the impact hit nothing but ere Gong K had vanished. Suddenly, a brilliant streak of golden light tore through the grotesque, blood-soaked illusion. The Asura froze, utterly bewildered. Impossible. Did all of my strikes miss? There was nothing but empty, swirling void where his target should have been. As the chaotic dust settled, a massive chill ran down his spine. Gong Ki's playful voice echoed chillingly from right behind him. Wow, a demonic beast that actually knows martial arts. If I tell Little Fire about this later, his jaw is going to drop straight to the floor. She feigned absolute shock at his sheer power. The Asura thought his ultimate combo would completely obliterate her, but he had not even managed to graze a single hair on her head. The demon turned around, his confidence severely shaken. Was that spatial teleportation or high-level illusion magic? Meanwhile, Gong K was standing casually right beneath his massive feet. She gazed up with a mocking smirk that screamed, I am right here, big guy. What are you gonna do? But deep down, her murderous intent was reaching its boiling point. The Asura had successfully awakened the sleeping monster within her. Raising her hand, her pupils ignited with a terrifying blood-red glow. All right then. I am going to get serious now. Gong K unleashed her ultimate power, the blood slaughter domain. With a flick of her slender finger, countless drops of blood materialized from the very ground beneath the Asura's feet. The crimson liquid morphed into soft floating orbs. Millions of blood bubbles suspended silently in the air. The Asura stared in absolute bewilderment until his right head realized the true horror of this power. A twisted, excited grin stretched across the demon's face. These are no ordinary drops of blood. Squinting, he noticed something terrifying. Microscopic threads of pure condensed blood were connecting every single orb. They were rapidly weaving together into a deadly matrix. The demon's eyes widened as the realization struck. Millions of crimson droplets, countless razor-sharp threads. They formed a slaughter net so unbelievably dense that not even a microscopic insect could pass through alive. The demon smirked, thinking he had figured out her grand technique. Gong K clapped her hands with childish glee. You are absolutely trapped this time, monster. Her domain had perfectly sealed off every possible escape route. The bloody matrix locked into a suffocating sphere, completely immobilizing the towering beast. Gong K looked down like a god judging an insect. Her terrifying power perfectly matched her beautifully twisted personality. With seemingly zero effort, she had entirely suppressed an apocalyptic monster. Striking a sickly sweet anime-style pose, she tilted her head with an innocent smile. Her voice was angelic, but the words were pure nightmare fuel. Time for the slaughter to begin. The Asura's middle head snapped up in utter disbelief. Wait, what? A furious roar erupted from the beast. In an instant, the bloody matrix activated. A storm of devastating razor-sharp slashes attacked the Asura from every conceivable angle. Absolute panic washed over the demon. He was nothing more than fish trapped in a shredder. How could she unleash thousands of lethal slashes in a fraction of a millisecond? My body is forged from demonic steel. I can tank attacks from grandmasters without a scratch. One slash is nothing, but taking thousands of critical hits at the exact same time. Concentrated entirely on a single point, it was an unstoppable meat grinder. Even the giant eyeballs of the Asura were instantly crisscrossed with agonizing bloody gashes. A blood-curdling shriek of agony and rage tore from his throats. Even with his dark demonic particles frantically regenerating his flesh, the healing speed simply could not keep up with the destruction. The relentless storm of blades continued to shred him. The Asura finally realized he was facing an absolute monster. Yet, surprisingly, the burning agony and humiliation began to shift. Trapped in Gong Kei's slaughter net, a twisted thrill washed over the battle-crazed beast. This was the high-level deathmatch he had been craving, but the demonic lord was far from defeated. Drenched in his own corrupted black blood, his murderous aura only grew stronger. The demon roared with manic glee, "If this is all you have, human, I am not satisfied yet." But the moment the words left his mouth, his giant pupils shrank in sheer terror. What is this ominous presence? Why do my legs suddenly feel like they are bolted to the earth? Glancing down, a nightmare unfolded before his eyes. Dozens of blood-red skeletal figures were rising from the ground. These decaying phantoms clawed desperately at his muscular legs, wailing in eternal agony as they dragged him down. It was a scene straight out of an apocalyptic zombie horror movie, the Asura's monstrous faces twisted, instantly draining of all their former arrogance. An involuntary shudder of pure dread racked his massive frame. Straining against the crushing pressure, he forced his head up. Thick streams of suffocating blood-red death energy swirled violently around his battered body. He stared in absolute disbelief at the horrifying landscape. Beneath him lay a colossal mountain of mangled corpses, crowned by 3 gargantuan decaying skulls. The overwhelming stench of rotting death choked the very air. Even a ruthless demon lord found this massacre sickening to stomach. His legs were completely locked in place by the restless dead. He was drowning in a sea of dark energy and mind-shattering horror. Forcing his demonic regeneration into overdrive, the Asura could not help but laugh in morbid admiration. For a mere human, your terrifying, killing intent is absolutely majestic. Such divine talent for slaughter. If your mind was not so heavily fractured, preventing your final breakthrough, you would have been a genuine threat to our demon emperor's grand conquest. Gong Kei rolled her eyes at the villain's grand monologue. Pouting, she aggressively plugged her tiny ears. "Blah blah blah, you talk way too much, you ugly, chanting turtle. I cannot hear you, I am not listening to a single word." Faced with this ridiculous childish trolling, the mighty Asura simply gave up on the conversation. Though completely immobilized, a sinister dark aura exploded from his core, forming a massive corruptive domain. "Just like before, we have wasted enough time playing with you. We have human grandmasters to hunt down and devour. Let us finish this quickly," he roared, unleashing his domain. Gong Kei slyly licked her lips. "Oh, is this the aura of a martial domain?" She reached her tiny hand into her chest pocket. "I know a thing or two about that." Pausing her taunt, she suddenly pulled out a smartphone. It had a bright yellow bear case. Gong Kei beamed with excitement. "Now I can record this whole battle to show little Yi," he later. "That brat needs to see his master's overwhelming power. Are you seeing this, guys? Gong Kei is truly the most dedicated mentor out there. The resemblance between Yi He and his eccentric master is uncanny." Suddenly, Gong Kei raised her arm, and from her seemingly delicate hand erupted a terrifying aura reeking of pure bloodlust. She screamed to the heavens, domain expansion, the limitless guillotine. A phantom executioner's blade materialized. Boom. Asura's pitch-black sphere expanded to devour reality, while tens of thousands of rusted blood-red chains shot out from Gong Kei's domain. They pierced Asura's limbs and collarbone, forcefully dragging the monster down to the guillotine. "I am fading." Gong Kei stared at her feet, now turning completely transparent. Asura's dark domain was literally erasing her existence from reality itself. She mentally noted to definitely edit this embarrassing part out of Yi He's video. Meanwhile, the monstrous Asura was suffocating from her chains, gasping for air, yet still stubbornly threatened her. "The great heaven will obliterate you completely. You have given me a truly magnificent battle experience. Farewell, human master." In that chilling moment, Asura's domain circle eroded almost all of Gong Kei's body. Only her floating head remained visible. Gong Kei furiously cursed, "You oversized freak. You talk a big game. Watch me behead you first." Gong Kei commanded the guillotine to strike. The rope snapped, dropping the lethal blade mercilessly. At that exact second, the chains pulled Asura's neck into perfect position. The blade severed perfectly, collapsing his massive body and sending shockwaves through the illusion. Reality seemed to shatter, cracks spider-webbed across the illusory domain, revealing the outside world. Exhausted, Gong Kei crashed heavily onto the cold floor. Clashing with this beast had completely drained her stamina. Damn it, my beautiful waist and gorgeous legs were almost erased forever. The overlapping martial domains had reached their absolute limits and collapsed. Across the room, Asura looked completely battered, his charred body smoking wildly like a broken machine. "Compared to that human grandmaster Li Zhongshen, you are vastly superior. It seems I must unleash everything to slaughter you. After all, human martial arts were never our true specialty. Now witness our authentic power." With those ominous words, he finally unleashed his genuine monstrous strength. 6 jagged bone spikes tore through the brutal muscle on Asura's back, dripping with fresh blood and gore. He stretched out 6 massive arms, gripped the bone spikes, and forcefully ripped them free. 6 demonic flesh blades radiating pure evil like the bless of chaos emerged. Thick black smoke swirled, emitting a suffocating aura of death. Asura abandoned all human techniques, He would now fight using pure primal instinct. For the first time, Gong Kei's playful expression vanished into deadly seriousness. As a master of slaughter, she instantly calculated her mortality rate, rocketing to absolute certainty. This is getting troublesome. I am a grandmaster in the art of killing. At least before my condition flared up, I could clearly read an enemy's killing intent accurately, predicting the exact win rate of surviving the mutual slaughter. When this freak used his domain earlier, his martial aura was incredibly unstable. The threat level of Asura's murderous intent was only a 6. That is why I knew I would not lose. But right now, Gong Kei found herself completely paralyzed by Asura's suffocating aura. She was entirely powerless to move. Inside her mind, Gong Kei visualized the terrifying outcome, being viciously crushed and then blown to bloody pieces by Asura's toxic energy blast. Not a single trace of her flesh would remain. A sudden wave of primal dread hit her, draining the color from her face. Was this vision her fated death? This foresight was something only a Balfry Azu transformation stage grandmaster could glimpse. It seemed she had finally witnessed her own bitter end. Yet she harbored no regrets. Pushing herself up with shaking hands, she muttered, "Looks like I will perish here. This is destiny. So be it. At least I die protecting the Hua capital. Yi Huo will definitely build a majestic statue of me at Hua University for future generations to worship." She could already picture it vividly. Her favorite disciple Yi wailing loudly at the base of her glorious statue, crying, "Master, why did you have to leave me?" The university teachers would all gather to mourn her legendary sacrifice. But despite living for over 105 years, she still felt deeply reluctant. There are masterpiece games releasing every year, awesome new anime every month, countless web novels I still need to binge read every single day. And more importantly, she had her beloved disciple Yi He. "Know her, little Yi He," she whispered softly in her heart. "I am dying, Yi He. You must take good care of yourself from now on." Treating these thoughts as her final dying wish, she suddenly roared, "I will take you to hell with me." Gong Kei ignited her burning fury, but at that exact second, the sky shifted into a brilliant blinding purple. As she was charging toward the monstrous Asura, she suddenly sensed a terrifyingly massive energy surging from directly behind her. Gong Kei whipped around in absolute shock. Huh. Another grandmaster. Who goes there? Within the radiant light, a fluttering robe appeared. That distinct color felt incredibly familiar. A lone figure wearing a long trench coat sported a poorly stitched hood covering his face. Anyone could instantly recognize that godlike silhouette. Did Yi he really think that ridiculous mask would hide his identity? Well, we all recognize him, floating majestically in midair. Yi. He delivered an incredibly badass response to Gong Kei's question. "I am the one who will rewrite your destiny." Meanwhile, deep inside the Dragon Sparrow headquarters, everyone's faces had turned deathly pale. Absolute panic filled the command room. What on earth is happening over at Hua University? Could the legendary clash between special grade Gong Kei and Asura have actually gone catastrophically wrong? Wang Zi froze as the screen's energy levels absolutely skyrocketed. Damn it, he could not sense a single thing. The magnetic field had suddenly collapsed into total chaos. The actual combat footage was completely blocked out. Meanwhile, countless citizens across the entire Hua capital were nervously locking their eyes onto Hua University. Anxious whispers spread like wildfire. What in the world was happening at Hua University? An unprecedented crisis like this had never occurred in history. A trembling boy clung to his mother. "Mom, have the demonic beasts already conquered our world?" High above the Hua capital skyscrapers, eyes gazed up at the floating island. At Hua University, a massive vortex devoured the sky. It pulsed with a devastatingly intense purple light, striking sheer primal terror into anyone who dared to look. Yi, he materialized right before the monstrous Asura. He stood tall and completely fearless, facing the beast and its 6 massive bloodthirsty blades. Radiating an overwhelming killing intent, the monster glared at the newcomer. He raised a giant broadsword, aiming it straight at Yi. As his booming voice shattered the silence. "Human powerhouse, state your name." Behind his mask, Yi. He narrowed his blazing eyes and coldly spat out a single response. "A monster." Hearing those words, both Gong Kei and the mighty Asura jolted in shock. A monster? Little did they know Yi. He was just casually making up a faction name he thought sounded cool. Floating effortlessly with his hands in his pockets, he continued his arrogant bluff. "I am a member of the Monster Syndicate. You can call me Yi He." He was just speaking nonsense, leaving Asura utterly confused. The beast racked his brain in sheer bewilderment. The Monster Syndicate, Yi How, incredibly bizarre. Fu Hongsheng gave us the human powerhouse data, but this faction was never mentioned. There was absolutely no record of anyone named Yi He. Was it an oversight, or does Fu Hongsheng have a hidden agenda? Whatever, I will just crush him first. Human powerhouse, prepare to die. The beast stomped and launched upward. 6 pitch-black blade auras violently tore through the clouds. Aiming to obliterate the masked human, he unleashed his ultimate technique. Dark Slaughter Annihilation Strike. Facing this colossal behemoth hurtling toward him with deadly intent, he was actually caught slightly off guard by the sheer ferocity. Behind the mask, his eyes briefly widened in alarm, but instantly the gigantic beast froze in mid-air. The target he locked onto had vanished without a single trace. Only dark purple smoke lingered. Asura's monstrous face twisted in absolute horror. His jaw dropped as panic set in. That strike felt completely wrong. I completely missed him. Is he still alive? Suddenly, a deep purple sphere of pure apocalyptic energy pierced the smoke, crashing straight toward Asura. Compared to this colossal orb of destruction, the beast looked like a mere speck of dust. Witnessing this titanic mass of power plummeting down to crush him, Asura screamed in absolute disbelief. How is it this impossibly huge-tailed beast bomb boom? An earth-shattering explosion instantly vaporized the clouds within a 10-mile radius. The floating imperial capital violently convulsed like a fragile boat in a roaring hurricane. He stood suspended in the void, gazing down coldly. Even though my 10 Tails system synchronization is only at the beginner stage and my skill output is not maximized, casually wiping out a demonic beast like you is still an absolute walk in the park. At that exact moment, Yi's eyes shifted. Empowered by the legendary Yin Sun Star System template, mystical purple ripples began spinning in his pupils. He smirked. The Emperor has finally evolved. Staring down into the suffocating dust cloud, he taunted loudly. He already saw right through Asura's pathetic trick. Get up and stop faking it. A high-level demonic beast like you would not be wiped out that easily. Hearing this, the monster dropped the act entirely. Asura slowly stood up, his entire body charred pitch black as if he just walked out of an inferno. Ha ha ha, how truly fascinating. As dust choked the air, a blinding pillar of light suddenly erupted from his demonic aura, violently blasting the debris away. Ha ha ha, this is thrilling. The maddened Asura instantly vaulted into the sky. Moving faster than the speed of light, he left behind a sickening trail of pure toxic decay. His corrupting aura aggressively poisoned the entire battlefield. He activated his power, his eyes glowing fiercely. Ever since unlocking the Karma Eye passive from the 10 Tails system, the entire world moved in agonizing slow motion. Meanwhile, Asura maintained his bloodthirsty, arrogant frenzy. Ha ha ha, this is so incredibly thrilling. Asura roared, charging at devastating supersonic speeds. But through Yi's the beast crawled like a pathetic snail. It was the absolute perfect moment to strike. A brilliant idea sparked in his mind. Perfect timing. You are my very first battle since unlocking the S-rank template. I will use you as my personal whetstone. Cellular refinement He instantly split into two flawless halves. The monster's middle head gaped in absolute shock, his eyes practically popping out of their sockets, because right before him, an endless legion of Yi has materialized in a massive row. They kept multiplying, copying, and endlessly cloning themselves in a terrifying display of power. Every single clone radiated the exact same catastrophic power as the original body. In a fraction of a second, an ocean of Yi clones completely swarmed the monster. They formed an inescapable circle of death. Instead of fighting one insanely overpowered Yi, Asura now faced dozens of these god-tier monsters at once. He pushed his divine wood star cells to the absolute limit to spawn clones, then viciously reinforced them with dark crimson matter. He grinned with supreme confidence. Each phantom warrior possessed strength rivaling the true body. Then time froze for 15 long seconds. Dozens of He clones simultaneously charged up apocalyptic atomic energy. He coldly explained, the clone bodies are structurally much weaker than the original. Under this ridiculously intense energy pressure, their cellular structures will completely disintegrate, he emphasized darkly. But the raw destructive output is still unimaginably terrifying. As time resumed its flow, every single clone roared around Asura, jaws snapping wide open. Like dozens of massive energy cannons aimed right at his skull, the real Yi. He added a final deadly twist. I am also stacking the Hellstar's inertial guidance power. This multiplies the nuclear output exponentially, stacking the devastation to impossible levels. For the very first time, the mighty Asura felt the cold grip of true death. He frantically spun around, staring at the inescapable wall of clones with a dreadfully pale face. Since this monster first debuted, he had never once shown such raw, pathetic terror. His voice roared like thunder. Zawarudo Asura could not even comprehend how the human gathered such devastating power so instantly. Out of pure instinct, he curled his massive body into a defensive muscle sphere, desperately praying for absolute defense. Right before his eyes, the legion of He clones hovered in a flawless circle of execution. His vision blurred and his ears rang. For the very first time, Asura felt pure, unadulterated terror. He trembled uncontrollably like a pathetic rat caught in a freezing storm. It was over. He was completely doomed. Amidst his suffocating dread, his voice echoed in his ears, striking absolute horror directly into Asura's dark soul. Consider this a custom-made gift just for you, boom. The atomic god-slaying array activated 10 colossal pillars of atomic light, each more massive than a heavy truck, fired simultaneously, converging into a single devastating focal point. A rainbow spectrum reflected the apocalyptic energy, multiplying its raw power. A blinding artificial sun roared to life, right above the imperial capital's skyline, burning far brighter than the actual sun. Meanwhile, back at the Dragon Sparrow headquarters, Director Wang's legs completely gave out beneath him. He could barely stand. The command room descended into pure chaos as frantic reports flooded in from his subordinates. Director, this is a disaster. Look at the sky monitors. The Huadu surveillance systems had just detected a catastrophic spike in atmospheric radiation levels. The outside temperature was skyrocketing. A literal second sun had ignited in the sky. Citywide heat levels surged as a blinding white light instantly swallowed everything in its path. Glass windows shattered from the intense thermal wave and river water vaporized instantly. And this was merely the shockwave of the god-slaying array. Trapped in the direct epicenter, Asura was undoubtedly experiencing the absolute hell of being tossed directly into a sun's core. After nearly 40 grueling seconds, the artificial star finally faded out. Not because Yi had reached his limit, but because the capital simply could not endure anymore. Explosions and massive fires were already erupting everywhere. Suddenly, radars indicated the temperature dropping and radiation levels plummeting. Director Wang had the scare of his life, his teeth still violently chattering from the lingering shock. Just what in the world was happening to Huadu? Gong K. Have you lost your mind? Meanwhile, back at the battlefield, Yi, he casually levitated in mid-air, looking down at the destruction with an air of absolute superiority. As the chaotic atmosphere slowly stabilized, the sky bled into a deep purple from the blast's horrific aftershock. Squinting behind his iconic vortex mask, Yi, he finally broke the silence. Should I praise you for living up to your title as a peak powerhouse of the hidden realm? The true value of someone claiming to be one of the 4 Emperor envoys is clearly not cheap. Within the distorted heat waves, a pitch-black 3-headed 6-armed skeleton violently convulsed. The terrifying remains radiated a bone-chilling frost. Seemingly entirely immune to the apocalyptic thermal wipeout from moments ago, Yi, he could not help but scoff. To think, a creature actually survived a direct hit from the nuclear god-slaying array. Normally, even a top-tier apostle would fail to adapt for a single minute against the nightmarish energy inside the array's core. In mere seconds, every single evolved adaptive cell should have been completely and utterly vaporized. You really are a premium-grade boss. I love a good challenge. Suddenly, 6 demonic eyes across the 3 skulls flashed violently. It honestly looked like someone just switched on 6 high-powered laser beams. A dense, ominous gray dust erupted from Asura, clinging to his skeletal frame to rapidly regenerate his flesh. He howled with beastly fury, "Regenerate my flesh immediately." But Yi, he was not about to let him power up for free. Leaning forward aggressively, Yi, he glared down at the wretched 3-headed skeleton and sneered. "Trying to pop a healing potion right in front of my face. Yeah, I do not think so, buddy." He rocketed toward the regenerating Asura like a heavy-duty missile, breaking the sound barrier. The sheer speed made the monster's newly formed heart skip a beat. Smash Yi. He brutally palmed Asura's skull, dragging the monstrous entity violently up through the cloud layer, rocketing straight out of the Imperial capital's airspace. Fighting inside the city limits meant Yi, he was holding back his true terrifying potential. He had to take out the trash in the wastelands. Huadu's capital absolutely could not survive the birth of a 3rd son. No way. The Emperor had finally completed the dark conversion ritual. Now entirely sick of taking a beating from Yi, Asura shifted tactics, attempting to negotiate. His demonic voice suddenly became disturbingly smooth and practically purring, sending shivers down the spine. "Human powerhouse, since our glorious birth, this is the first time we have been wounded so deeply. Though we are still far from death, you have truly earned the right to be arrogant. We admire your overwhelming talent, and as fate would have it, our Emperor has just perfected the ultimate conversion ritual of the ancient civilization. Mighty human, are you willing to discard your weak, mortal shell and ascend into our supreme higher dimensional race?" Asura displayed an incredibly rare sincerity, his dark tone laced with genuine respect. "With your monstrous aptitude, give it a mere 15 years, and you could undoubtedly become the Emperor's 5th envoy." Yi, he shot him a razor-sharp, deathly glare. "You hype me up all that much, just to rank me 5th, and I have to wait 15 years. Is that how your trash-tier system evaluates top talent? Man, what a massive letdown." Without warning, Yi, he released his iron grip on the skull, causing Asura to flinch violently. Spinning mid-air, rage blazed in Yi, his eyes as he roared, "Newsflash, idiot, I stopped being human a long time ago." Boom. A blinding azure energy beam blasted point-blank into Asura's face. The sheer kinetic force blew the monster completely through a mountain range, obliterating every obstacle in its path. His fragile skeleton violently cratered into a massive cliff face, triggering a cataclysmic shockwave. Boulders exploded into dust under the radiant azure aura Yi. His speed and devastating power surged off the charts, absolutely dominating the helpless Asura. Gasping, the monster pitifully crawled out from the collapsing ruins. Coughing up dark sludge, the arrogant beast still had the nerve to talk trash. It seems you have chosen your path. We shall respect your foolishness. Now, prepare to embrace absolute death. Yi, he just frowned in absolute annoyance. We are far away from the capital now. The mask can come off. It is finally time to stop holding back and unleash hell. The restraints were fully off Yi. He detonated his aura, activating his ultimate secret art, Godzilla nuclear light battle form. An overwhelmingly oppressive god-tier pressure instantly crushed the surrounding atmosphere. The demonic beast froze in absolute terror. This insane human. During that entire apocalyptic aerial battle over the capital, he had not even been using his full strength. Realizing Yi, he would never give him a second to heal, Asura desperately channeled all his remaining gray ash into his 6 arms. His mind was racing in a total panic. This organization, literally named Monster. Just what kind of divine, untouchable entity were they? Could every single member possess this kind of world-ending power? Because if they did, the Emperor's grand master plan was in serious jeopardy. Morphing his 6 arms into 6 pitch-black smoke-emanating war blades, Asura unleashed a terrifying, blood-curdling roar. We must completely eradicate this monster organization by the roots. Across the battlefield, Yi, his awakened form, fully materialized. His entire head was engulfed in a blazing infernal azure flame, paired with an insanely domineering spiked battle armor. Let me tell you guys, this main character aesthetic was an absolute 10 out of 10. And to top it off, Yi, he dropped the coldest one-liner imaginable. Well then, on behalf of the monsters, I will just have to exterminate you. The Star Evolution blade unsheathed, a crimson killing intent, and a pitch-black aura violently clashed. Leveling the entire mountain range, Asura spun his 6 colossal blades like a devastating meat grinder, but against the absolute dominance of the supernuclear light battle body, his weapons were completely useless against a single strike from Yi. Asura paid the ultimate price for his arrogance. He took a terrifying earth-shattering slash head-on, completely obliterating a massive peak. Yi, he let out a furious roar. The 6-armed demon echoed with a deafening bellow of his own. This was a battle of life and death. The 2 titans clashed with apocalyptic force, tearing the very earth apart. Thick clouds of debris swallowed the battlefield. Determined to beat this monster into absolute submission, Yi, he unleashed his true power. He rocketed forward, enveloped in a blinding aura of blue nuclear energy. Shockwaves blasted the smoke away. Come here and show me. Is this the so-called peak strength of the secret realm? At this point, the once proud Asura had already been beaten to a bloody pulp, reduced to nothing but a mangled, bloody skeleton. The demon still charged at Yi. He knew begging for mercy wouldn't save his miserable life now. Filthy human, do not get so arrogant. In that breathtaking instant, 2 apocalyptic auras collided in midair. A blinding explosion of crimson and azure light painted the sky. The surrounding wasteland was instantly vaporized by the sheer magnitude of their shockwaves. Their clashing energies triggered an unimaginably fierce detonation. To think that one of the supreme commanders under the Heavenly Emperor was being completely humiliated and pummeled into the dirt by Yi. Boiling with humiliation, Asura unleashed a terrifying roar. Even if my flesh is destroyed, even if my speed and power are crippled, I will never lose to a pathetic, lowly human like you. Face my wrath. He pushed his demonic aura to the absolute limit, desperately trying to swallow Yi. His nuclear radiance. Honestly, watching this scene unfold, it is crazy how Asura was stripped down to mere jagged bones, yet still possessed such monstrous strength. Fueled by pure hatred, he waged a suicidal assault against our main character. You humans are the greatest threat to the Emperor. I will slaughter every last one of you and rip you out by the roots. But Yi, he was not about to let a walking skeleton talk down to him. Every arrogant threat was met with immediate mockery. Facing the demon's ultimate desperate wrath, our boy channeled the very core of his power, firmly holding his ground. He did not retreat a single inch. You are even more arrogant than I am. The clashing forces hit a violent stalemate. Both warriors pushed their monstrous auras to the breaking point, before blasting each other backward to reset the distance. Asura's 6 arms swung wildly, using his giant blades to desperately block Yi. He's devastating shockwaves, but in his blind panic, the demon's foot stepped directly onto a squishy, glowing blue mass of flesh. He instinctively glanced down, a flicker of sheer confusion igniting in his hollow eyes. A chilling sense of absolute dread washed over him. Boom! The flesh exploded, unleashing tens of thousands of glowing spores that instantly swarmed his skeletal frame. It happened so terrifyingly fast. The Asura could not even raise a blade to defend himself. Yi, he stared down with a villainous smirk. He casually explained that these microscopic spores were a perfect fusion, born from the star pillar Godzilla cells and the legendary 10-tailed divine tree. I call this beautiful creation the Y.H cells. His gaze suddenly grew dangerously sharp as his voice dropped to a sinister whisper. As for what they do, his playful tone sent shivers of pure terror straight down the demon's spine. Like sponges absorbing an ocean, the spores expanded at lightning speed. They violently multiplied, completely filling out Asura's hollow skeleton in a flash. The mighty demon was struck with absolute helpless panic. "You bastard, what have you done to me? Why cannot I move my own limbs?" The once invincible Asura had never felt such suffocating despair. The horrific bubbling biomass rapidly swallowed his entire form. The crimson flames in Asura's eye sockets flickered wildly. Pure horror consumed him as he realized his physical body had completely severed from his consciousness. "My own flesh. It is rejecting my command. No, this cannot be happening. I still have not completed the supreme mission given by the Emperor." But his desperate cries fell on deaf ears. He was entirely devoured by the parasitic trap Yi had masterfully laid. The glowing blue biomass rapidly mutated into a sickening pitch-black armor. You see, the star-pillared Godzilla can use its cells to corrupt an entire planet's ecosystem, from the atmosphere and continents down to the very oceans and Earth core, forcibly assimilating every living creature into a part of its own hive mind. Hovering above like a dark god Yi, he revealed the cruel truth. "And you, my friend, have just been infected by the vastly superior Y.H cells. Your only destiny now is this." Instantly, the parasitic cells violently reconstructed his internal organs. Blood vessels and dense muscle fibers wove together like steel cables, wrapping tightly around the demonic skeleton. In the blink of an eye, a towering six-armed colossus with dark gray skin, radiating a terrifying aura identical to Godzilla, stood majestically before our main character, Yi. He smiled with immense satisfaction. "You will now become my personal external avatar." But the craziest part was yet to come. The terrifying giant actually shared striking facial features with Yi, he himself. The moment his new master finished speaking, the colossal beast bowed its head in absolute submission. "Yes, my lord." Seeing the terrifying boss monster acting so obedient, our overpowered main character decided to run a quick obedience test. "Good boy. Now sit down, jump." Without hesitation, the six-armed titan squatted and launched itself into the sky with terrifying speed. The mere force of its leap created a massive crater. "Yi," he nodded approvingly. "Good dog." The monstrous puppet crashed back down, shattering the ground beneath them into a million jagged fragments. A perfectly round stone rolled right to an amused Yi's feet. He scooped up the rock with a wicked grin. "Excellent work. Let us keep playing." The second Asura saw the stone, his demonic eyes sparkled with pure, unadulterated joy. I kid you not, this apocalyptic boss was literally acting like a golden retriever. He pushed it even further. "Speak, let me hear you bark." The perfectly brainwashed demon enthusiastically replied. "Woof, woof, woof," without missing a beat. He chucked the stone high into the clouds. The titan bounded after it like it was the holy grail itself. "Go fetch, guys." I swear my jaw hit the floor watching this scene. After the last chapter, I seriously thought this Asura guy was going to be a massive, terrifying threat. Who would have guessed our savage main character would literally turn him into a house pet? Though to be fair, this is one insanely overpowered dog. One of the Emperor's legendary 4 envoys. Reduced to he's personal plaything. Our protagonist basks in the glory of his own twisted genius. Who's a good apocalyptic monster? You are. Fun fact for you, my pet. I actually synthesized these cells using inspiration from that parasite lord back in Ba City. And I must say the field test results are absolutely flawless. Meanwhile, the scene shifts drastically to the Dragon Sparrow Command Center. A frantic intelligence officer rushed to deliver critical news. "Director, we have finally pinpointed the exact cause of the supernatural atmospheric anomalies hovering over Huadu City." Director Wang Jiting spun around with absolute urgency. "Report your findings, now." The officer swallowed hard. "Sir, our intel confirms that every single anomaly is the work of a single masked individual. This mysterious figure wearing a spiral mask surfaced only recently, operating almost exclusively within Great Xia's occupied territories. They change their mask for every single operation. More importantly, this phantom refuses to make contact with our martial arts alliance. Instead, they are operating as a lone wolf, hunting down overlords and wiping out entire city-wide monster hordes. Whenever they strike, the clouds warp into an eerie purple hue. We suspect this entity wields the divine power to manipulate cosmic light." Director Wang stared in pure disbelief. The purple phantom had just manifested a second sun. His fists trembled. "That masked freak. It looks like something straight out of a comic, complete with cosmic aura. Is he helping Great Xia reclaim our lands?" The operative replied firmly, "No, director. According to the Nuwa system's behavioral analysis, territory means absolutely nothing to him. He is simply hunting down the overlords of each sector." Director Wang gasped in shock. Hunting the overlords. Suddenly, the main screen dissolved into heavy static. An urgent long-distance transmission was coming through. "Director Gong Ke of the Special Combat Unit is requesting an immediate link. Put her through now," he ordered. The visual cleared, showing Gong Ke huddled on the ground. She was trembling in the ruins. Huadu's strongest Earth Grandmaster now looked like a terrified, abandoned child. Wang's heart dropped. Professor Gong, what happened? Gong Kei raised her communicator, her voice violently shaking. That masked man, he belongs to a dark faction. Wang froze. What? She completely broke down. He claims his syndicate is called Monster. His code name is Yi. She sobbed hysterically, consumed by terror. She had sacrificed everything just to scratch that Asura beast. But now facing a being infinitely more terrifying, her warrior spirit was utterly shattered. As those heavy words echoed through the command room, Wang and the operative were paralyzed with absolute confusion. Monster Yi. What kind of cursed entities were these? Gong Kei choked on her tears. Tears streamed down her dirt-stained face, her expression twisted in pure pathetic despair. He proudly declared his syndicate is called Monster and his codename is Yi. The entire command room turned deadly pale. It was an entirely alien threat completely absent from their database. Monster Yi. Which hidden martial faction was this? It certainly did not sound like a righteous orthodox sect. A mere random alias casually tossed out by Yi. He had successfully plunged the entire command center into sheer terror. A shadowy new power had awakened. A phantom chill ran down Director Wang's spine. Monster, I am the head of special intelligence. How do I have absolutely zero intel on this? Could every member of this dark faction be as monstrously powerful as Yi? If they possess such godlike strength, why remain hidden until today? And to strike at the exact critical juncture of Great Shia's territorial reclamation campaign, what sinister plot are they weaving? At that exact heart-stopping moment, the operative's face drained of color as she screamed, Director, look at the monitors, snapped out of his deep paranoia. Wang whipped his head toward the main screen in pure shock. A blinding sphere of energy erupted from Huadu. It shot straight into the high heavens like a comet. Gasps echoed through the command room. Up in Huadu's sky is that the Asura. It was the exact same monstrous body, but now encased in a hyper-advanced heavy-duty titanium exoskeleton. The upgrades were simply mind-blowing. Its core energy now radiated a blinding neon blue. The upgraded mecha armor looked infinitely more devastating and imposing. Everyone stared in absolute awe, completely mesmerized by the beast's god-tier evolution. Though the outer chassis had transformed, that towering size and apocalyptic aura were unmistakable. Don't tell me has that monster actually evolved again. But Director Wang locked onto a terrifying anomaly. His blood ran completely cold. Someone was standing on its colossal metallic shoulder. A small masked silhouette. The figure casually rested his hand against the massive steel plating, looking utterly relaxed on the beast. It is Yi. Wang's mind spiraled into absolute chaos. Just moments ago, Yi was locked in a brutal death match with the Asura. Now they stood side by side like dark allies. Yi, why on earth is he riding the Asura? I thought his sole mission was hunting down the beast overlords behind Yi. His glowing mask, a sinister chuckle vibrated through the screen. Hey. It was as if he knew they were watching his every move. Instantly, the massive monitors went pitch black. The satellite surveillance feed had been brutally severed. They just deployed some kind of god-tier signal jammer. However, the biometric radar was still desperately pinging. It showed Yi leading the Asura far beyond Huadu's borders. The operative rapidly analyzed the fading trajectory. Director, they are evacuating the war zone. Director Wang ground his teeth until his jaw ached with absolute powerlessness. Damn it all, Great Shia was once the undisputed apex superpower of the Blue Star. Now they were reduced to this incredibly pathetic state. Not a single hero was left to hold the line against the monstrous invaders. They were practically forced to beg for salvation, relying on an unknown dark agent just to push back the Asura threat. In less than 24 hours, 4 mighty division heads have fallen in bloody combat, and over half their elite forces were wiped out. I have utterly failed the citizens of Great Shia. The crushing weight of guilt had never been so agonizing. Blazing fury ignited within him toward those cowardly elites, the rats who only hoarded their power while the entire nation burned, especially the 9 great families of Huadu. Those rotten, decaying aristocrats chose to save their own skins, instantly fleeing the capital the moment true war broke out. This humiliation will absolutely not end here. In the chaotic aftermath, the digital world absolutely exploded with terrified debates. Huadu was actually attacked. Am I hallucinating? That is the supreme capital of Great Shia, the sacred gathering ground of countless top-tier awakeners. What kind of suicidal maniac dares to attack the capital? Across every major digital platform, news of the bloody invasion instantly dominated the #1 trending spot. It has to be fake news. These sick rumor mongers belong in a cell, but who would have the sheer guts to fake a national crisis? The Hunter forums were overflowing with mass panic and wild conspiracy theories. Conflicting narratives violently clashed online. It is definitely an enemy shadow syndicate. Great Shia is currently crusading to reclaim our lost territories. Someone wants to completely sabotage our glorious return. They are weaponizing fake news to completely shatter public morale. That makes total sense. We have to hunt down the source. Meanwhile, the scene shifted dramatically to Dai Kaming's location. A female cadet, visibly trembling from the catastrophic news, desperately grabbed him. Guildmaster, please tell me this is all a sick hoax. There is no way Huadu could actually fall under attack, right? But his chilling response was deadly serious. No, it is entirely real. I have verified intel straight from the inside. He turned to her, his expression dangerously grim, lowering his voice to a cautious whisper. Barely audible, he dropped the absolute bombshell. 3 Martial Guild Masters stationed in Huadu and 4 Elite Division heads of the Dragon Sparrow unit. 7 Grandmasters in total have been completely annihilated. Word is Dragon Sparrow even deployed their ultimate special combat forces, but against that apocalyptic threat, only a single solitary operative managed to survive the bloodbath. The girl gasped, sheer panic gripping her throat. But what about our Supreme Guardian Grandmasters? Dai Kaiming clarified grimly. You mean powerhouses like the Azure Dragon Division head. Even if they are stationed out at the national borders, they could cross the distance and reinforce Huadu in mere minutes. Not to mention, we still have the ultimate trump card. Our state-protecting Awakener Lord Fu Hongsheng. She bit her lip, pure dread pooling in her stomach. Are you seriously saying not a single supreme powerhouse showed up to defend the capital? He let out a heavy defeated sigh, a deep shadow of despair crossing his hardened face. Yes, that is exactly the nightmare we face. Not a single apex warrior stepped foot into Huadu. Communication is completely dead. The sheer scale of this disaster was absolutely unprecedented. It was far worse than when the Secret Realms swallowed Great Shia's 12 cities. A ruthless glint flashed in Kai Min Tai's eyes. The heavens are shifting, he muttered coldly. Meanwhile, across the borders of Great Shia, on the shores of Liuli Island, the Tai family, the island's absolute supreme authority, was secretly hosting a shadow VIP. This emissary from the North Baden Federation carried a massive deal that would dictate their ultimate fate. The old man standing there with a weathered face and flowing silver beard was none other than the Tai family patriarch, the ruler of Liuli Island. As an elite aircraft touched down, the patriarch stepped forward with an echoing greeting. Welcome, honored guests from across the vast ocean. The North Baden emissary had finally arrived. A jagged scar ripped across his face. A massive hat concealed half his eyes, radiating an aura as cold as absolute zero. Skipping the pleasantries, they locked hands in a tense grip. Our nations may despise each other, but business is business, the Tai patriarch declared, especially for a deal of this magnitude. The scarred emissary sneered, cut the small talk. We are out of time, if our intelligence is actually correct. Great Sia's last 2 Guardian Grandmasters and their nation-quaking martial artists have gone totally dark. If that is true, North Baden will not be the only ones making a move. The scene shifts to Yihi. He stood before the towering Asura, ready to drop a massive revelation. From this moment forward, you are a core member of the Monster Syndicate. Your official codename is now Dawn. Yihi was literally building his own dark empire. Asura bowed its massive head in absolute submission. My liege. The beast then launched into the sky, serving as his legendary mount. Yihi smirked with absolute confidence. You should feel honored. You were the very first anomaly to join our Monster Syndicate. Standing proudly atop Asura's head, he spoke like a seasoned overlord. In this brutal world, true power was the only currency that actually mattered. While raw individual strength ruled this awakened era, having a loyal syndicate wiped out countless annoying problems that a supreme boss should not handle personally. He locked in his master plan. The global balance is collapsing into chaos. It is time to forge my own invincible army. First stop, let us visit Dr. Feng. Suddenly, he remembered the viral news. Everyone thought the Monster Syndicate and a mysterious overlord had brutally attacked Flower City. Realizing the massive heat on him, he muttered sharply, almost forgot. Riding a giant monster in broad daylight is basically a death wish. With a burst of speed, they vanished. He instantly channeled the Hellstar's power, bending the surrounding light to enter complete stealth mode. He was now locked on course to Dr. Feng's secret lab. Below him stretched a bizarre, overgrown tropical wasteland. What exactly were these mutated trees? The eerie whistling of the wind sliced through the rustling leaves. A colossal, ancient-looking tree blocked his path. Yi craned his neck just to see its towering canopy. Suddenly, a blood-red eye snapped open on the bark, oozing a sinister, heavy aura. The massive eye widened in shock. Thick, bloody veins pulsed across its pale sclera. The glowing crimson pupil darted wildly, locking straight onto the intruder, hovering right in front of it. Their gazes locked. Yi jumped back, his aura flaring. What kind of demon is this? This was no ordinary tree. It was a terrifying living biological monstrosity. The massive trunk shuddered, literally breathing in the eerie silence. Hidden eyes blinked open across the bark, glaring down at him with absolute bone-chilling hostility. Die, monster, take this. Yi launched upward like a rocket, his fist charging with devastating energy. The giant eye widened in absolute terror, but then a panicked voice echoed from the trunk. It was Dr. Feng's unmistakable voice. My liege, wait, it is me. Yi's lethal punch froze mere inches from the bark. Boss, it is really me, the doctor stammered awkwardly. Yi-Hei slowly powered down his brain, struggling to process the sheer absurdity. The giant mutated tree was literally flapping its bark like a normal human mouth. Please calm down, my liege. Yi-Hei just stared utterly dumbfounded. Ahem, my apologies. This entire forest is actually a biosurveillance network I forged using synthetic biology. As the tree explained, the illusion shattered. Countless shifting eyes and moving mouths suddenly revealed themselves across the entire forest right before Ye's eyes. It was absolute nightmare fuel. Yet it proved the doctor was a once-in-a-generation genius. Yi could not help but admire this terrifying level of mastery. He nodded, his shock bleeding into genuine respect. Damn, Dr. Feng, you are a certified mad genius. I only asked you to study plants and you turned the whole damn forest into a chatting security system. Absolutely insane. Right on cue, a sleek metallic object sliced through the air, hovering perfectly in front of Yi. The drone system scanned his biometric signature and chimed respectfully. Access granted. Please enter, my liege. This base has only been under construction for half a month. Please forgive the rough edges. The tech was light years ahead of its time. Yi had never imagined the doctor could progress this terrifyingly fast. Staring at the advanced drone, he asked, Doctor, how the hell did you build all this in such record time? And your research results? Aren't they way too fast? The doctor's confident voice instantly echoed back through the tiny communication device. Funding and base construction were actually the easiest parts. As Yi strode deeper into the high-tech facility, the mad genius began to reveal his dark secrets. This world is crawling with filthy rich elites who are dying of incurable diseases. I simply extracted a self-healing factor directly from my own blood. Those desperate billionaires practically threw their fortunes at me. Furthermore, I am meticulously handpicking the perfect candidates to undergo the vampire conversion protocol for your ultimate army. Their vast social influence and global elite networks will grant us limitless resources. This will brutally accelerate the expansion of your monster syndicate, my liege. Dr. Feng laid out his ruthless ambition perfectly. Give me the green light and I will initiate the mass conversion process right this exact second. Hearing this master plan, Yi's expression shifted into deadly seriousness. He gave a firm nod. You have full authority. Handle it your way. Just no forced conversions and absolutely no sick torture games like those laser birds from before. You know exactly how I operate by now. As you command, my liege. Moments later, the hovering drone guided Yi straight to the core laboratory doors. Blinding high-tech light flooded the corridor. Now, the doctor announced proudly, allow me to present the terrifying results of my latest research. First, thanks to the red and black biological matter, you provided a supreme cellular organism possessing absolutely limitless potential. This is undeniably the most perfect substance I have ever witnessed. Second, I tracked down elite experts from the old Prometheus and Laserbird factions, transforming them all into loyal familiars. I've assembled a 5-man research squad just for you. Ia smiled in absolute satisfaction. Excellent, I have no objections. The elevator descended to floor F, its heavy metal doors slowly grinding open. The two prepared to step out into the unknown. The moment their boots hit the ground, an overwhelming aura of cutting-edge technology and impenetrable defense radiated from the entire underground fortress. Inside the massive laboratory, countless brilliant doctors were completely absorbed in their frantic work. Yi's sudden arrival went completely unnoticed, leaving him awestruck by this bizarre alien environment. Scanning the massive room, he noticed these elite researchers operating like mindless machines. Every single one of them had a terrifying neural device directly bolted into their skulls. Thick bundles of wires connected their bodies, blinding their eyes. Are these all bio-engineered cyborgs with completely rewritten brains? Honestly, stepping into this nightmarish research lab sent a serious chill down his spine. Shifting his gaze, he spotted a massive row of towering containment glass tubes, each housing a terrifying slumbering monster. He could not help but gasp in pure shock. What kind of demonic abominations are these? Suddenly, a mysterious silhouette emerged from the deep shadows. The figure bowed deeply from behind with absolute reverence. My lord. Yi instinctively spun around. Seeing Dr. Feng's bizarre new physical form, he blurted out in sheer disbelief. Dr. Feng, did you change your entire body? The eccentric scientist immediately explained. My sovereign lord, what stands before you is merely one of my bioengineered containment vessels. I suppose that is somewhat acceptable. Yi nodded in slow realization but pushed for the truth. Right, so where exactly is your original body? Dr. Feng elaborated with chilling enthusiasm. My lord, to achieve absolute dedication to my research for you, I used the black and red matter to transform my true body into a pure, isolated brain, discarding every useless organ. To prevent wasting precious processing power on motor functions, I merely implant a fragment of my consciousness into these vessels, acting as a microchip for total freedom. Hearing this sheer madness, his soul practically left his body. He seriously wondered if this fanatic had castrated himself just to virtually date the Nuwa operating system online. Whatever, as long as you are happy. He sighed with ultimate resignation. He shot a deeply helpless glare at the deranged scientist. At the end of the day, as long as his crazy methods yield legendary results and massive base upgrades, it is acceptable. Instantly shifting to a deadly serious tone, Yi had demanded an update. That colossal hulk roaring in the forest is my external avatar. I can transfer my absolute will into his giant body anytime. I am leaving him in your custody for now. Do not even think about running your twisted little experiments on his ultimate form. Dr. Feng's eyes flashed with maniacal brilliance. Oh, then I absolutely will not hold back, my lord. I swear I will treat his majestic form just like yours, assigning top-tier cyborgs for daily maintenance. Yi shut his eyes in profound exhaustion, clicking his tongue. Yeah, let us skip that weird part. A brief moment later, Dr. Feng escorted Yi He to a massive aquatic tank hidden deep inside the bunker. Curiosity piqued, he asked. This giant aquarium hides another legendary secret, does it not? Dr. Feng quickly exclaimed in awe, your brilliance is unmatched, lord. With a dramatic flair, he slammed his hand onto his sleek, rectangular console. Punching in the override codes, he declared with supreme confidence, now prepare yourself for the most terrifyingly heavy-hitting project in our entire arsenal. The dark water levels violently began to shift. Massive bubbles erupted furiously as a blinding, ominous light pierced through the reinforced glass. An ancient, terrifying life form materialized within the towering cylindrical prison. Dr. Feng had perfectly sealed it away. It was a breathing biological entity, yet its frozen statuesque stance made it look like an eerie, lifeless specimen. The doctor shrieked in triumph, Project Artificial Demera, behold my glorious lord. This was the legendary weapon the madman had been secretly cultivating for ages. He had anxiously awaited this fateful moment to reveal his ultimate creation. Yi He stared at the towering abomination, completely frozen in absolute shock. Dr. Feng proudly explained, I forged this titan using pure, extracted DNA. Sourced from the holy dorsal fin relic you provided merged with the supreme red and black matter calculations. Through endless bioengineering trials, it fully inherited the monster's ancestral talents. It mastered the controlled nuclear fusion from your majestic fin while gaining the terrifying, limitless evolutionary adaptation power of the dark biological matter. He stared obsessively at the titanic beast, eyes burning with fanatic devotion. This is the absolute zenith of all my biological masterpieces. I offer this supreme weapon to you, my almighty lord. Yi He cursed internally. Holy crap, is this not just a genuine, terrifyingly real Demura beast? A sudden wave of intense dread washed over him regarding this colossal titan. Please do not let it completely annihilate Little East Island in the future. It literally has the perfect elemental counter to that place. Regaining his composure, he showered the eccentric genius with immense praise. Nodding with absolute satisfaction, fantastic work. I am genuinely blown away by the legendary results you have managed to produce. Every syllable echoed his profound respect for the scientist's godly achievements. As your ultimate reward, I am granting you access to my newly synthesized, incredibly powerful Y cells. I expect you to deliver even more mind-blowing surprises. It was incredibly rare for Yi He to speak with such burning anticipation and heavy reliance. His eyes locked onto Dr. Feng with unshakable absolute faith. Instantly, the deranged genius collapsed to his knees, overwhelmed by pure emotion. Your magnificent grace, my lord. A lifetime of servitude cannot repay this debt. Yi He violently flinched in absolute cringe. We seriously need to drop this dramatic kneeling custom. With the epic missions delegated, it was time to return to Huadu. He gazed toward Huadu, his eyes blazing with fierce anticipation for the coming storm. After days of devastating heroic battles, Great Shia's epic reclamation project had achieved total victory. Secretly backed by an unmatched Shadow Master, the entire Great Shia nation erupted in glorious celebration. However, this joyous peace was quickly shattered by highly disturbing, unexplained events. Starting today, absolute martial law is in full effect. The entire country plunged into a terrifying wartime state, grounding every single airplane. Ships were halted and all external communications violently severed. Elite special forces flooded the city streets while high-tech combat drones ruthlessly patrolled. They continuously buzzed across the darkened skies. Critical survival supplies were immediately rationed, creating a dystopian nightmare identical to the dark days of COVID-19. Even the most clueless fools could deeply sense the terrifying aura of an incoming apocalyptic storm. Blaring emergency warnings to remain indoors were plastered across every single corner. In a flash, wild conspiracy theories exploded across the internet, only to be brutally silenced by the system. First, to violently crush any rising threats of societal chaos. Second, keeping foreign factions from manipulating the nation's public opinion had become a dangerous tightrope walk. The atmospheric tension was currently stretched right to its absolute breaking point. Cutting back to our main character, Yi He. He stood beneath the towering skyscrapers, glancing around in utter bewilderment. What kind of crazy concrete jungle did the system drop him into? Was this even Hua's city anymore? He marveled at the sight silently, admitting it truly deserved its title as the ultimate pinnacle of technological advancement. Countless streets and districts previously obliterated by brutal monster raids were completely restored. It was as if that apocalyptic battle had never even happened. After soaking in the view, it was time for business. He tapped his smartphone. "Hey, Nuwa," set a route to the Dragon Sparrow headquarters. The artificial intelligence chimed back instantly. "Optimal route to the Dragon Sparrow command center is locked in." Minutes later, He arrived at the imposing stronghold. He stared up at the massive structure, muttering to himself, "It is my very first day as a special rookie, yet this place is practically a ghost town." He strolled inside, making a straight beeline for the central elevator. Heading straight to the first department's 5th division, the legendary ace martial artist zone, the heavy metallic doors slid open and he confidently stepped through. The massive office was entirely deserted, radiating an eerie emptiness. Only a tiny silhouette sat in the distance, furiously clacking away at a keyboard. He casually called out a greeting. This exhausted girl was Dragon Sparrow agent Lin Zhou. Despite drowning in paperwork, the moment she turned around, her tired eyes instantly recognized the new arrival. "You are the special recruit personally recommended by Chief Azure Dragon Right Yi." He closed the distance with a polite bow. "Hello, senior, my name is Yi He." Lin Zhou returned his greeting with practiced professional courtesy. "I am Lin Zhou, but honestly, I am just your average overworked administrative staff member here. I dare not claim the senior title over a prodigy from Huadu University." Pointing to an empty desk beside her, she added, "That station right there is yours. All your onboarding files are already prepared." Without skipping a beat, Lin Zhou dove right back into her mountain of files, tossing a quick warning his way. "I am literally working myself to death, so please do not interrupt me." Seeing her frantic state, he cautiously asked, "Are you really the only one running the first department?" She fired back rapidly. "Call it a curse or a blessing, but when Ho City was invaded, almost all our first-tier operatives were already deployed to guard the frontiers. Because of that, we miraculously did not lose any of our ace combatants, perfectly preserving our ultimate fighting forces. However, since Divisions 2 through 5 suffered massive elite casualties and foreign powers are constantly plotting, an apocalyptic avalanche of workload has crushed the first department. Sigh, I know whining about duty during a national crisis is totally uncalled for. But I haven't slept in over 30 hours. Reviewing classified intelligence at this extreme intensity is slowly killing me." She then immediately plunged her face back into the glowing monitors. Clack, clack, clack. Watching this burnt-out senior completely exhaust herself, he felt a twinge of genuine pity. She needs a buff, he thought. Summoning a tiny crystallized drop of his awakened crimson black matter into his palm, he smiled. Completely harmless to humans, this little essence boosts neural efficiency and completely wipes out mental fatigue. Hopefully, this minor system cheat will save her sanity. Playing the guardian angel, he discreetly dissolved the mystical drop into a fresh cup of coffee. "Have a drink, senior." Lin Zhou's eyes instantly lit up. Caffeine was exactly what her drained soul craved. This handsome rookie actually had some manners, completely lacking that typical arrogant aura of elite awakened students. Without a second thought, she chugged the entire cup. Suddenly, blaring crimson lights painted the room. Emergency alert, critical threat detected. Multiple border cities near the Southeast Triangle Zone are rioting. 4 ace operatives are already deployed for suppression, but the system demands at least one more top-tier enforcer. "We need another ace now." Lin Zhou kicked her chair back and practically screamed. "An urgent raid mission right now. I was literally just about to grab some food." Watch the fort, rookie. But before she could dash out, he gently placed a steadying hand on her shoulder. "Senior, let me handle this battlefield." Her eyes narrowed in pure skepticism. "You, listen, being handpicked by Chief Azure Dragon only means you possess terrifying future potential. It doesn't mean your current level is high enough. These emergency suppression raids are absolute death traps, and you are literally just a level 1 freshman. Don't throw your life away, just listen to my orders." Too lazy to explain his overpowered stats, he simply smirked. "You doubt my strength." Lin Zhou scoffed. "What nonsense are you spouting?" But suddenly an intoxicating aroma flooded her senses. This smell, her mind instantly began to drift away. Lin Zhou's pupils dilated drastically. The very fabric of reality warped around her instantly, teleporting her exhausted body into what looked like a luxurious dining hall. "Whoa, what is all this?" Still trapped in absolute disbelief, the overworked senior blinked at the miraculous feast materializing before her. Pure euphoria washed over her as she recognized her favorite cafeteria dishes. When a divine buffet served right to your face, refusal is simply impossible. Digging in wildly, she mumbled, "I will not hold back. This is incredibly overpowered. The new generation is terrifyingly capable. Is this handsome junior actually a hidden, illusionary grandmaster?" His voice echoed through the illusion. "I am no grandmaster. Your mental defenses were just completely shattered from exhaustion, giving my skill the perfect opening." Chowing down, the stunned agent argued back. No way, us elite operatives underwent absolute hellish training to resist mental-type awakening abilities. Even half-asleep regular hypnosis spells would shatter against my aura. Only an overwhelmingly supreme illusion domain could perfectly hack into our subconscious minds like this. Realizing the terrifying depth of his power, she gasped. You did not just trick my brain into visiting the cafeteria, you flawlessly manifested my deepest culinary desires into reality. Her aura sharpened with serious respect. Just based on this god-tier illusionary mastery alone, ordinary black tortoise-rank fighters wouldn't stand a chance against you. Taking a casual sip from his energy drink, he declared, Since we are in agreement, Senior, I will handle the deployment. She frantically shook her head. Still denied, you are humanity's precious treasure. You need to level up safely first. If you die out there, the headquarters would literally execute me. But as she babbled on, she missed one crucial detail. The energy drink was already sitting silently on the desk. His presence had completely vanished. She couldn't even finish her sentence before the overpowered rookie had already deployed himself. Senior, he is just a rebellious special admissions student after all. But a second later, she noticed he had left something behind on the desk. A stamina potion. It sat perfectly on a handwritten note. Senior, your aura is too weak right now. Take this elixir to restore your lost vitality. Overwhelmed with emotion, Liu Qingzhu gently grabbed the shimmering potion. Tears swelled in her eyes as her delicate fingers wiped the drops away. She blushed deeply. This handsome guy is totally my type. Meanwhile, at the chaotic border between the Great Empire and the Southeast Triangle, a dusty road was packed with travelers. Deafening horns echoed through the chaotic streets. Aboard a moving run-down bus, he had completely altered his physical appearance. Using advanced disguise techniques, he transformed into a middle-aged man. Riding this battered vehicle toward the perilous border, he chose to infiltrate from the absolute shadows. Seeking the true mastermind behind the recent violent riots, he immediately gagged at the bus's putrid stench. He sarcastically muttered, Wow, the air in here is just incredibly fresh and sanitary. Thank goodness I can seal my respiratory system and deploy a mana shield over my skin, or I would be dead. According to Nua's intel, 3 other elite agents faced extreme time limits. Burdened with heavy missions, they rushed to various border cities. Striking with the devastating force of thunder, they slaughtered the terrorist leaders orchestrating the bloody riots. These border kingpins were mere puppets, controlled by a massive foreign syndicate. Killing one simply meant another pawn would rise. It was just treating the symptoms, completely ignoring the root disease. Those 3 elites have already blown their cover, so I will strike from the abyss and hunt down the true source. His resolve burned fiercely. Once he struck, he would exterminate them all. As the decaying bus rattled along, a modified 3-wheeler suddenly swerved out of nowhere, violently blocking their path. The furious bus driver immediately stuck his head out the dusty window. He cursed in blazing anger. Hey, are you driving completely blind? A menacing thug violently kicked the 3-wheeler's door open. He sported flashy blonde hair and his entire body was draped in incredibly heavy metallic accessories. His skin was covered in sinister gang tattoos. This punk clearly oozed dangerous, malicious intentions. He locked a terrifying murderous glare straight onto the trembling bus driver. A low beastly growl rumbled deep within his throat. His overwhelming aura made it crystal clear defying his orders would result in absolutely devastating and brutal consequences. Recognizing that terrifying face, the poor driver turned pale with absolute horror. He could only stutter out a few pathetic syllables. Left with 0 options, the bus ground to a dead halt. 2 arrogant thugs swaggered onto the bus. The oppressive atmosphere instantly put every passenger on high alert. The panicked driver sat frozen in his seat, completely clueless about what to do next. Any slight resistance would guarantee a brutal beating. Sitting quietly, he analyzed the situation. The Great Empire is supposedly the safest nation on the entire blue planet. Previously, not even border rats dared to commit crimes here. For this trash to act so boldly, there must be a terrifying shadow organization backing them up. A black-haired lackey stepped in first. Faking a relaxed demeanor, he proudly announced to the terrified crowd, Everyone please calm down and drop the tension. We are not the bad guys. Wait, no, we are upstanding citizens. The scrawny lackey spun around dramatically, gesturing with both hands toward the blonde leader. He shifted all the spotlight onto his terrifying boss, making the blonde thug the center of attention. Then, using a disgustingly flattering tone, he declared to the trembling crowd, Our boss isn't here to rob your cash or steal your women today. He merely requires your absolute cooperation for a tiny little task. But as he scanned the aisle, the passengers at the front were already fleeing to the back in sheer terror. Everyone desperately dodged the duo, huddling together into a massive trembling pile. His hidden spot was instantly crushed by the desperate stampede. The awakened master was suffocating under terrified civilians, barely managing to squeeze through the chaos. He sighed helplessly, My respiratory seal is about to shatter. Witnessing this pathetic display, the black-haired thug snapped. Veins bulged furiously on his ugly face as he roared, "I already told you. We are the good guys. Why the hell are you backing away?" He then unleashed a murderous threat. "Whoever twitches gets slashed to pieces." Right at that very moment, new figures emerged. Two absolute mountains of muscle stomped onto the decaying bus. They shared identical, terrifying facial features completely resembling twin demons, differing only by their distinct hairstyles. These two were literal automated killing machines acting as the ultimate backup for the arrogant thugs. The black-haired lackey excitedly continued his twisted introduction. "These two gentlemen are professional tattoo artists." His gaze instantly sharpened into a deadly glare. Radiating a purely malicious and serious aura, he barked his final order. "Soon, every single one of you. Old, young men, women, even the nursing babies." With a twisted manic grin, he violently ripped his dirty shirt open, exposing a disgustingly bony and frail chest. Branded right over his heart was a grotesque bright red emblem featuring a pierced arrow. Like an absolute lunatic, he demanded everyone accept this cursed brand. This bizarre tattoo clearly represented a wicked underground syndicate, but their true sinister objective remained shrouded in complete mystery. Why force innocent civilians to bear a villainous mark, hiding perfectly within the terrified crowd? He analyzed them from the absolute shadows, staring at the bloody emblem. A chilling realization struck his mind. Nuwa showed me this exact crest before. It is their dark guild mark. He immediately realized these corrupted lunatics were forcefully conscripting harmless citizens into their deadly terrorist ranks. Suddenly, an elderly passenger reached his absolute breaking point. Unable to tolerate their sickening tyranny, the old man boldly pointed a trembling finger and unleashed a fearless verbal counterattack. "You monsters, acting like shameless traitors, do you feel no absolute disgrace before your parents? Do you not fear heaven's karmic wrath? This demonic behavior is a total insult to your ancestors." But the moment the brave elder finished speaking, the cold-blooded thug dismissed the righteous words without a single shred of hesitation or remorse. Instead, he lunged forward with explosive speed, drawing a wicked blade right from his waist. He roared with absolute fury, "Old man, do you have a death wish?" In his twisted psychopathic mind, anyone defying the syndicate's absolute will deserve an instant brutal execution. Like an unleashed demon from hell, he was fully prepared to slaughter an innocent civilian for zero logical reason. Blinded by blazing rage, he screamed loudly, "Watch me slice this stubborn fossil to pieces." The black-haired lackey swung his blade mercilessly, but fate pulled a twist. The vicious strike completely missed, slicing directly into the blonde leader's massive arm instead. The scrawny lackey completely froze his soul, nearly leaving his body in absolute terror. Staring at his boss's bleeding flesh, he could only squeak out a pathetic gasp. Huh. The blonde boss exploded with overwhelming murderous fury. Shooting a death glare straight at his incompetent minion, he growled like a wounded tiger. "You, what the hell are you doing? Are you trying to rebel?" He aimed for the fragile old man, but miraculously stabbed his own commanding officer. The terrified lackey trembled like a leaf. Dripping with cold sweat, he desperately begged for his pathetic life. "Boss, I swear it was an accident. I don't know why my hand suddenly swung at you, but it's just a tiny flesh wound." The enraged leader was completely done. He refused to even look at his babbling, worthless subordinate anymore. The boss casually glanced at his own hands before tossing out a cold command to his towering enforcers. "Kill him." Without hesitation, the hulking brutes grabbed the black-haired subordinate. He thrashed around, begging for mercy. "Boss, you have to believe me. I swear I am innocent." His desperate pleas echoed through the air. "I know absolutely nothing about this, boss, please." But his pathetic cries were instantly cut short. A brutal barrage of kicks rained down on him. The subordinate wailed in utter helplessness until the sickening sounds of bones crunching and agonizing screams drowned everything out. But then an impossible reversal unfolded. That scrawny black-haired grunt had completely utterly decimated both of the heavily tattooed mountain-like enforcers. The grunt stared blankly at his own bloody fists, completely clueless as to how he just defeated the gang's top fighters. The boss stood paralyzed in sheer disbelief. "Damn it all," he cursed out loud, feeling a cold sweat of genuine panic creeping down his spine. His gaze toward the subordinate darkened with murderous intent. "I underestimated your hidden strength." He immediately ordered the rest of his armed mob to attack. "Tear him apart, every single one of you, get him now." Hearing the furious command, the horde surged forward like rabid wolves. They brandished massive, lethal weapons, determined to send this miserable traitor straight to the afterlife before he could even blink. The captive civilians watched in stunned silence as their kidnappers slaughtered each other. "Please do not kill me, boss. It hurts so much. Ah, make it stop. Please stop hitting me." The horrific screaming continued endlessly, yet the bodies being violently tossed out of the vehicle belonged to the blonde boss's elite squad. The bus violently rocked back and forth, turning into an absolute nightmare. "Boss, you must believe me. I swear my body is moving completely on its own." When the dust finally settled, that fragile-looking grunt had single-handedly annihilated men 3 times his size. But by unleashing such terrifying force, his own limbs were brutally shattered and twisted in grotesque angles. The gang's blood painted the bus walls red while terrified hostages frantically huddled in the back. They clung to each other in absolute despair. Meanwhile, the mangled grunt kept muttering blankly, "I think my arm is totally broken. My fingers hurt so badly." Nobody had ever seen this low-level lackey display such monstrous combat power. The boss rubbed his eyes in pure shock, stammering, "Who the hell are you really?" "I am still me, boss," the black-haired guy cried out. But acting like a puppet on invisible strings, his shattered hand suddenly shot out and violently gripped the boss's face. "You psychotic freak," the boss managed to mumble. Without hesitation, the puppeted grunt grabbed his leader by the hair, ruthlessly dragging him out of the completely wrecked bus. He dragged the scrambling gang leader across the harsh dirt road toward a smaller car. "Let go of me. How dare you grab my head?" The subordinate could only apologize helplessly. "Boss, my body will not listen to me." It is a huge misunderstanding. After forcefully tossing his boss inside, he took the driver's seat and sped off into the distance. What started as a terrifying hostage situation had bizarrely evolved into an internal bloodbath followed by a sudden escape. The surviving passengers peeked their heads out in utter confusion. Everyone was completely mind-boggled by the bizarre turn of events. What exactly is wrong with those thugs? Did they seriously just kidnap us only to brawl among themselves? That was no random brawl. That scrawny kid just massacred the entire muscle squad. Instead of running for their lives, the highly curious hostages suddenly stayed behind, desperate to uncover the truth. But no one noticed that Yi He, who was sitting in the back, had completely vanished into thin air. Speeding down a desolate dirt road, the fleeing getaway car rattled pathetically. At the steering wheel, grotesque red and black tentacles began slithering straight out of the puppeted driver's mouth. His face was deathly pale as he whimpered in pure agony. "It hurts. It hurts so much." Sitting in the back seat, the blonde boss's mind began racing with terrifying suspicions. Watching his subordinate spasm unnaturally, a horrifying realization struck him. This guy is absolutely being mind-controlled by a higher power. There is simply no other explanation for his monstrous strength. Trembling in fear, the gang leader cautiously turned his gaze toward the ominous silhouette sitting calmly right beside him. "What a massive plot twist. What exactly do you want from me? Just name your price. I will do absolutely anything you ask." Yi. He sat cross-legged like an ancient monk, deep in meditation, his aura suffocating as he began his ruthless interrogation. "Who is your true superior? Who provides the shadow funding for your underworld operations? Give me the exact coordinates of your secret meeting place." Yi, his bizarrely calm demeanor completely terrified the blonde leader. A chilling thought crossed his mind. Could this monster actually be an elite special agent from the legendary Great Shia Dragon Vanguard? What is my next move? If I stay silent, I am dead meat. But if I leak the Syndicate's secrets, the Shadow Masters will instantly deploy assassins to hunt me down. Even if I survive, the Vanguard will lock me away for lifelong brainwashing. I refuse to let that happen. After a moment of intense panic-filled hesitation, a desperate and bloody solution formed in his mind. The only way out is to murder this guy right now. This arrogant fool must be a top-tier Vanguard operative. Resolving his dark intent, the boss slowly crept closer to Yi, his blind spot. Meanwhile, the out-of-control getaway car was hurtling directly toward a massive, bottomless canyon. The vehicle veered dangerously off-road, showing zero signs of hitting the brakes. The nightmare escalated as the mind-controlled subordinate forcefully slammed his foot right onto the gas pedal, driving them all straight into a suicidal plunge. Breaking the deadly silence, Yi, his voice dropped to a demonic whisper. "It is officially time to die." Before the boss could even strike, horrific red and black tentacles exploded from Yi. His shadow, they slithered and violently coiled around the gangster's throat, leaving him completely paralyzed with terror. His voice cracked in ultimate despair. "You broke your promise. I gave you the intel you wanted." Yi, his eyes glowed with merciless cruelty. "You and I both know that your pathetic lies were completely worthless. Honestly, this bumpy car ride made me incredibly motion sick. I zoned out and completely ignored every single word you just said. But it does not matter anyway. I possess the absolute power to forcefully rip the memories straight out of your pathetic brain. Let us see if your mind dares to lie when I tear it apart." The second those chilling words left Yi, his mouth, the demonic tentacles violently burrowed straight into the blonde leader's skull. All resistance crumbled instantly as tears and snot streamed down his agonizingly distorted face. You are the Vanguard's executioner, aren't you? I broke the law. Arrest me. You have absolutely no legal right to execute me." But no matter how loudly he screamed, "Yi," he scoffed with pure disdain. "You claim I am the great Shia Dragon Envoy, dead wrong. I am the undying Demon King." Suddenly, the plummeting car warped, grotesque crimson and black tentacles erupted like a nightmare beast. Landing flawlessly, Yi, he took a deep breath. Ah, the sweet scent of fresh air. How incredibly liberating. Blistering crimson tentacles flared behind him. His terrifying aura surged, unleashing an even more overwhelming and tyrannical power. The shadow appendages completely devoured the massive vehicle. He stepped forward, radiating the chilling presence of a humanoid kraken. They sealed the vehicle flawlessly. Suddenly, the headlights flared with a sinister awakened glow. The ride had evolved. The beaten scrap metal instantly transformed. It was now a terrifyingly sleek, ultra-modern phantom supercar. Coated in a glossy crimson and black armor, the beastly machine awaited. He casually pulled the handle and slid inside. An absolute masterpiece of engineering. Just looking at this supreme mechanical beast makes the blood boil. What an ultimate dream ride. It even possessed the Nuwa AI. As he gripped the wheel, a digital voice chimed, Nuwa system fully online. Smirking Yi, he declared, I know exactly where the next rat nest is. Time to exterminate the trash. Set course for their headquarters. Sadly, that bald fool Huadu was too low rank. Tracing his contacts will not yield the intel we need. His lips curled. Nuwa navigate to Chen City and forge me a new identity. A spoiled, filthy rich young master from an elite merchant guild. The engine roared like divine thunder. Affirmative, sir, the Nuwa system smoothly replied. He cranked the wheel, sending the phantom car hurtling straight toward the canyon cliff at breakneck suicidal speeds. Facing a sheer vertical drop, he pinned the throttle. The supercar defied gravity seamlessly, scaling the 90-degree cliffside. Only a legendary vehicle infused with his supreme cosmic system could pull off such an impossible feat. Try this in the real world, and you are booking a one-way VIP ticket straight to the underworld. Scene shift to the Southeast Triangle Zone. Deep within a shadowed room, two men and a woman plotted in secret. The man in the center swirled his wine. Flower capital has fallen. This is our once-in-a-millennium golden opportunity. Seize this, and the blood thorns become legends. The Southeast Triangle warlords are already begging to ally with us. Those bastards have craved Great Shia territory for ages. He tilted his head back, an arrogant smirk stretching across his face. We strike now. We will exploit the chaos and spark total devastation at the borders. Unlike Great Shia, the political factions here are a mess. Simply inciting local thugs will not trigger the cataclysm we need. He sighed heavily. The dark-skinned man beside him grunted, then I must contact the hidden heavy hitters within Great Shia. But the Great Shia Dragon's son declared martial law. Their absolute defense grid is impenetrable even for our blood thorns. The blonde woman leaned in seductively. It truly is a golden chance. She swayed her hips, flashing a wicked, alluring wink. There is young Master Yi, she purred. A mainland aristocrat burning through millions at elite nightclubs like it is nothing. His unimaginable wealth and debauched lifestyle have the entire high society desperately throwing themselves into his bed. As the youngest heir to a global megacorporation, a mere flick of his wrist could buy out this entire city. A ruthless billionaire tyrant. He is our perfect pawn. Bottom line, this young Master Yi is the absolute embodiment of a spoiled brat. An absolute monster among men. A true apex predator of the underworld. Human morality means zero to him. Even our most deranged assassin admitted Yi's twisted cravings make his own look tame. The dark-skinned man nodded in deep agreement, a wicked and calculating gleam in his eyes. This mainland princeling is a godsend. But honestly, it feels too perfect, almost like we are walking into a fatal trap. The blonde shot back. My thoughts exactly. But trap or not, we take the bait. I have dispatched our elite shadows to test him. Flushing with intoxicating desire, she licked her lips. A predatory hunger practically dripped from her every word. Only a true psycho recognizes another. When it comes to pure madness, our scout is a supreme grand master. He will instantly expose any fakes. With that settled, the boss stood up, radiating dark authority, and strode out. Then it is decided, he barked. We head to Chen City. Let us meet this depraved young Master Yi ourselves. Chen City, the lawless border of Great Shia. He casually flipped 3 glowing data cards between his fingers. North Baton, ex-Investigation Bureau elite, betrayed the Federation to become a founding pillar of the Black Dayton Syndicate. Kenny, assassinated a Dark Continent warlord in his youth, vanished into the shadows and pledged loyalty to Black Dayton. And Santana, a Korean Chibol Harris who slaughtered a mob boss's entire bloodline, clawing her way up to core executive status. Perched atop a massive gargoyle, the godlike Yi, he reviewed their files. He nodded slowly, a predatory smirk playing on his lips. Black Dayton is such a garbage name, might as well call it Liangshan Swamp. Down at the base of the giant statue, dozens of monks sat in meditation. But they were completely enslaved by Yi, his crimson-black parasitic matter. One puppet monk suddenly spoke, Master. Those 3 targets are arriving at Chen City today. Hearing this, Yi's eyes flashed with wicked excitement. He smirked and ordered, once they arrive, lead them straight to the Bloodthorn Syndicate. The Great Xia dynasty has truly fallen from grace if no one dares to intervene. Pulling a stunt like this is pure suicide, just begging for a slaughter. With a dark chuckle, he secured his mask into place. Meanwhile, on the bustling streets of Chen City, a lone taxi sped down the road, its horn blaring relentlessly. 2 imposing men sat up front. The driver took a deep drag of his cigarette. It was Kenny and Jeff. Jeff broke the silence. The abandoned church on the outskirts of Chen City that is our confirmed rendezvous point, right? Kenny nodded firmly. Yeah, that is the Syndicate's hidden stronghold here. Chilling in the back seat was Santana, the third member of their elite squad. Listening to their chatter, she casually asked, "So what is your take on Chen City?" Kenny glanced back, his expression colder than ice. His voice dripped with absolute arrogance as he scoffed. "What do I think? It is just a pathetic backwater wasteland. This entire city does not have a single martial arts master worth my time. It is so utterly garbage that even the Dragon Sparrow forces barely bothered sending any guards to protect it." His face showed nothing but pure, unadulterated boredom. As their taxi continued cruising down the desolate highway, Kenny suddenly sensed a chilling shift in the atmosphere and the car instinctively slowed to a crawl. He narrowed his eyes. "Something has felt completely off since we crossed the city limits. I have this creeping sensation that a phantom gaze has been locked onto us this entire time, and those mindless pedestrians walking around out there, their heartbeats are perfectly identical. Normal humans absolutely cannot maintain such a terrifyingly dead-even pulse." Hearing this horrifying deduction, Jeff and Kenny locked eyes. All the color drained from their faces. Without speaking a single word, they both reached the same grim conclusion. A terrifying invisible force was already closing its jaws around them. Acting on pure survival instinct, Jeff slammed the gas pedal to the floor, launching the vehicle forward like a bullet. He roared in absolute panic, "Retreat right now." The taxi tore down the street, leaving the danger zone. Behind them, two shadowy pedestrians stood dead, still watching the fleeing vehicle shrink into the distance. But the scene was straight out of a nightmare. Up close, their faces gave off a bone-chilling, unnatural horror. They had completely lost all human emotion, their features twisting into a warped, soulless, and dead-eyed grin. They were merely empty meat suits controlled by a terrifying entity, their eyes glowing with a demonic crimson light. Suddenly, they both let out a spine-tingling, monstrous cackle. Jeff knew deep in his bones that staying here meant certain death. Glaring at the setting sun, he realized the true monsters of the night were about to awaken. Having burned rubber miles away from the danger zone, their vehicle finally began to decelerate. Gripping the wheel, Jeff muttered, "I get that survival comes first, but are we being too paranoid here? We just fled over 30 miles out of Chen City." He glanced over his shoulder at the back seat, adding, "Besides, if our syndicate's stronghold in Chen City had actually been wiped out, there is zero chance we would not have heard a single warning about it." Meanwhile, Santana sat, slouching in the back, rubbing her pounding temples in sheer exhaustion. She furrowed her brows in deep frustration and sighed, "Maybe my nerves are just heavily fried right now. You guys know the history. A year ago, I suffered a devastating backlash while attempting to break through to the Grandmaster realm. But right at the peak of my cultivation surge, I received a horrifying cosmic vision. I saw the exact moment of my inescapable death. And in that bloody vision, your two mangled corpses were lying right next to mine. It is absolute destiny that we will be wiped out on the exact same mission." Hearing this bombshell prophecy, Jeff completely lost his mind. Pure rage exploded from his chest as he roared, "What the hell? Why would you hide such a catastrophic death flag from us?" Kenny, sitting shotgun, also blew his top, launching into a string of savage curses. "You absolute psycho. If you had told me that I would have rather died than ever step foot on a mission with your cursed self." Santana just sat there, completely, utterly helpless to calm them down. She let out a heavy sigh of defeat. "The crushing wheels of destiny cannot be stopped, but I know for a fact it is not happening today. Because in that horrific premonition of our slaughter, my final resting place was deep inside a pitch-black abyss of a forest surrounded by demonic branches shaped like razor-sharp claws." Suddenly, her expression darkened into a chilling mask of unease, her voice dropping into a shaky, dead-serious whisper. "But look around us right now. Forget about a demonic forest. There is literally not a single tree in sight." The engine of their taxi roared as they sped down the barren wasteland. Their heated debate actually made perfect logical sense, but Jeff just gritted his teeth. "Even if heaven itself wrote my death sentence, I will shatter the skies to rewrite it. My fate belongs to me, not the pathetic heavens." What those clueless fools failed to realize was a repulsive crimson-black cluster of tentacles permanently stuck to their roof. It served as a perfect biological bug, feeding their entire panicked conversation straight to the hunter. Without making a single sound, he materialized right on top of their speeding vehicle. Lingering like an inescapable Grim Reaper, he oozed absolute lethal intent before slowly reaching his hand down toward the windshield. In a flash, a sphere of violently pulsing crimson energy condensed around the cursed sigil, etched into his palm. "My terrifying medical core cells have finally evolved to the point of absolute independence, freely multiplying into full human avatars completely synced with my consciousness. By tapping into the ancient power of the sacred tree and fusing it with the primordial plant cells of the Star Pillar Emperor Godzilla, this clone can flawlessly unleash my ultimate destructive abilities. I officially crown him the absolute Hand Yi." As he unleashed the skill, the blood-red moon hanging in the night sky began expanding to catastrophic proportions, drowning the entire wasteland in an eerie glow. As the terrified trio blindly sped forward, a god-tier technique activated. Descent of the Crimson Black Sea of Trees. In plain terms, it was the absolute summoning of an inescapable demonic woodland nightmare. In a fraction of a second, devastating beams of crimson energy rained down from the gigantic celestial moon. The atmosphere warped into an incredibly suffocating cursed abyss, completely crushing them under an impossibly heavy gravity field. The asphalt highway instantly shattered into thousands of writhing, monstrous tree roots. Reality itself began tearing apart completely, shattering every single law of physics in a mind-bending display of sheer dominance. The speeding taxi was violently thrown off course, its metal frame crunching and violently twisting from the brutal impacts. Piercing through the dust storm ahead, a gargantuan, terrifying monstrosity blocked their path, its glowing demonic eyes locking dead onto their shaking souls. This ungodly beast looked like an apocalyptic fusion of legendary apex predators stitched together. And floating right above it, Yi. He made his grand entrance, his voice dripping with an icy, overwhelming authority. Fate can indeed be entirely rewritten. He stood proudly atop the colossal serpentine leviathan, a beast so massive it blotted out the horizon. It radiated the majestic aura of a resurrected dragon, yet entirely forged from raw, untamed nature. Its torso was woven from indestructible ancient roots, its armor plating formed from blazing crimson leaves, and casually standing at the absolute peak. Yi. He looked down at them like mere insects. He smirked coldly. But who gets to rewrite it is entirely decided by me. The brutal crash had forcefully ejected Santana from the ruined car. Paralyzed on the dirt, she stared up in absolute, unadulterated terror, trembling as she stuttered. No way this. This is the exact same hellscape from my fatal death vision. Has our doomsday truly arrived? And as her horrified gaze slowly shifted to the side, she finally locked eyes onto the blood-curdling fate of her two elite comrades. The vehicle was entirely swallowed by a nightmare of twisted roots. Kenny's battered face smashed against the shattered glass, hanging on by a mere thread of pathetic life. Dripping in a gruesome mix of his own blood and Jeff's, he weakly reached toward the driver's seat. His voice cracked in sheer terror. Jeff is gone. Get me out of this hellhole. Beside him, Jeff was nothing more than a stiffened corpse, his jaw locked open in an eternal scream of agony. The crushing pressure squeezed out his final drops of crimson life. Witnessing this absolute bloodbath, Santana's heart hammered in her chest as she screamed in total denial. No, there is no escape. Fate has doomed us all. Left to rot by his own teammates in this desperate abyss, Kenny roared out a venomous curse. You worthless traitor, screw you, damn you all. Those bitter final words were instantly silenced as two colossal roots obliterated his body completely. The entire car was reduced to absolute nothingness. Only a blinding flash of light and exploding hellfire marked its grave. Santana collapsed into the dirt, her spirit shattered. She muttered in absolute despair, hopelessly accepting her unavoidable and grim destiny. Right then, he sat with absolute dominance atop the dragon's head. The colossal beast leaned right into Santana's face, sending her tumbling backward in paralyzing fear. Believing this was truly her final breath, she tightly shut her eyes, silently surrendering her soul to the cold embrace of death. Suddenly, her eyes snapped open. An incredibly dense, suffocating aura washed over her. From the tip of Yi's finger, a single drop of pitch-black blood formed. He slowly extended that dark essence toward her trembling figure. Bathed in the ethereal moonlight, he declared, I told you. I am the absolute master of your fate. I will grant you one final choice. Die right here as a fragile mortal, or sacrifice your body and soul to my darkness just to draw another breath. Without a second of hesitation, Santana lunged forward. Driven by sheer survival instinct, she eagerly consumed the blood from his fingertip with absolute desperation. She looked incredibly obedient and entirely willing. She swallowed the dark power flawlessly, acting like a seasoned veteran of survival who knew exactly how to obey. Santana greedily drained every last drop of essence from his index finger, chanting a desperate mantra over and over. I want to live. I demand to live, He stared at her pathetic greed with absolute boredom. His expression remained ice-cold as he looked away and muttered, I might have overdone it. Instantly, Santana's eyes ripped wide open. A terrifying blood-red light erupted from her pupils as an alien sensation hijacked her mortal vessel. Something monstrous and nightmarish was violently slithering through her veins. This was the horrific toll of absorbing his dark blood. A second later, madness completely consumed her mind. Her entire body convulsed wildly as she lost all human control. She violently jerked upward before collapsing backward, engulfed by the suffocating stench of pure carnage. Even her voice warped into something unnatural. She unleashed a sequence of blood-curdling roars, sounding exactly like a demonic beast undergoing a terrifying evolution. Ever since tasting that single drop of ultimate power, her sanity shattered into pieces. Her flesh began to morph in grotesque ways, trapped in a waking nightmare of horrific transformation. Stripped of her humanity, all she could do was howl like a feral beast thrashing around in a deeply pitiful and agonizing state. Even Yi. He was slightly surprised by the chaotic scene. He glanced sideways and coldly stated, "How utterly greedy. I only intended to make you a standard bloodline pawn, a simple chess piece for the Bloodthorn gang. Yet you devoured way too much of my essence. If you explode from this overwhelming power, I will simply weave red and black biomass to forge your exact replacement." Suddenly, wicked black scales aggressively manifested across her entire arm, radiating waves of blistering demonic heat. A bizarre and sinister dark aura erupted from her chest. Thick Godzilla-like armor plating rapidly encased her flesh. A monstrous new version of Santana was finally born. She was now clad in a terrifyingly badass reptilian exoskeleton. Indestructible scales reinforced her limbs like heavy combat gear, while an intimidating crimson-black aura surged outward. Endless beastly growls escaped her armored jaw. Witnessing this flawless evolution, Yi, he raised an eyebrow. She actually adapted perfectly. That shouldn't have been possible. Without another word, he pressed 2 fingers against her forehead. It was time to harvest her deepest memories. Let us uncover the true face of this so-called Black Dayton Syndicate. In a flash, all her hidden secrets flowed into his mind. He smirked and said, "So your supreme leader is cowering inside a nuclear submarine at the bottom of the ocean." Pulling away Yi, he nodded slowly in dark realization. "Interesting. This mess connects directly to the Southeast Triangle Zone. Just a bunch of petty warlords trying to spark a rebellion." Snapping out of her feral state, Santana spoke with absolute devotion. "That man is no longer my master. My lord, you are the only sovereign I serve." Like a loyal hound, she immediately dropped to her knees. She offered complete reverence and unconditional submission. This absolute obedience saved her from immediate destruction. He stared down at his magnificent new creation. Such a wise choice. "Very well then. It is time to begin." Raising both hands, he slowly rubbed his palms together. Bizarre red and black spherical matter began dropping from his fingers, resembling grotesque demonic snails. 6 pulsating orbs plummeted heavily toward the earth. As these twisted biomasses hit the dirt, they unleashed a horrifying aura rolling menacingly across the ground. They scattered wildly into the shadows. Within a split second, these tiny parasites aggressively expanded. Each shell mutated into a flawless, terrifying shadow clone of Yi. He himself? In the blink of an eye, the entire battlefield was swarming with his identical dark reflections. Standing amidst his clone army, he issued his command. "Take these 15 elite shadow warriors and eradicate them all. Wipe out every Black Dayton stronghold inside Great Shia, including the pathetic rebel leaders you personally trained. By the time I return from the Southeast Triangle, I expect this entire nuisance to be erased." Trembling with awe, Santana bowed deeply and whispered, "Yes, master." She didn't dare utter a single excuse. Pure terror and absolute reverence painted her mutated face. As she slowly raised her heavy eyelids, a blinding glow swallowed her vision. Reflected in her demonic eyes was a gargantuan celestial moon. It loomed with terrifying brilliance. Never in her mortal life had she witnessed a night sky so overwhelmingly majestic. Over the next 14 days, a blood-soaked miracle occurred. The violent uprisings plaguing the southern borders of Great Shia were completely wiped from existence. Absolute peace and flawless public order had returned. The empire had successfully reclaimed its most glorious golden age. The Shia nation boasted a 0% crime rate. But only the police knew the truth. A mysterious, overpowered martial artist was hunting in the shadows. He targeted rioters and foreign spies. Every single day, authorities received anonymous letters instructing them to collect the bodies. Meanwhile, far out in the vast open ocean, Yi. He floated silently above the crashing waves. He activated his life force magnetic field, pushing his awakened perception to the absolute limit to scan the dark depths below. "Nothing, Yi," he muttered under his breath. His life force radar couldn't detect a single submarine. But honestly, this was exactly what he expected. If the Great Shia Coast Guard couldn't catch them, these enemies were clearly masters of stealth. They were hiding in the abyss like filthy, cowardly rats. "But ever since my system awakened," he sneered, "my Demora trainees have slaughtered countless rats just like you." His gaze darkened with terrifying lethal intent. "And you will be no exception." Nuclear energy suddenly erupted from his back. Like a massive heaven-piercing missile, Yi, he blasted forward with explosive speed. The sheer force parted the ocean in two, flexing his newly awakened massive tail. He violently plunged straight into the crushing, freezing depths. His dive triggered a monstrous tidal wave. Blazing radioactive lightning surged around him, illuminating the pitch-black ocean with an overwhelming neon blue brilliance. Unleashing his perfect Demora form underwater, Yi, he became an unstoppable force. He moved faster and smoother than any man-made nuclear submarine. His massive tail sliced through the currents, channeling his terrifying aura. His glowing eyes pierced the abyss like twin spotlights of doom, missing absolutely nothing. His body had completely transformed. Covered in unbreakable, impenetrable armor scales, Yi, He literally looked like a deep-sea Godzilla radiating absolute terrifying dominance. This colossal monstrous physique allowed him to perfectly adapt to the crushing, lightless abyss, and then the real hunt finally began. A sinister red and black substance bubbled out from his diamond-hard scales. He rapidly unleashed his Y cells, letting his terrifying biological system track the target. Yi, he pinpointed the hidden submarine straight through the violent whirlpools. The dark matter swirled, locking onto the enemy's exact coordinates. He smirked inwardly. Gotcha, you little rat. Meanwhile, hidden in the silent abyss, a gargantuan submarine lurked. From a distance, the iron beast looked exactly like a massive, deadly broadsword. Its razor-sharp bow sliced silently through the deep. This was the Butcher S9, a legendary warship that once served the fallen Snow Country Alliance. Following the Alliance's collapse, it became the ultimate mobile fortress for the Black Dayton Syndicate. Sleek, ultra-modern, and reinforced with impenetrable alloy armor. With such an intimidating design, no deep-sea predator dared to approach it. As the colossal sub cruised above an underwater trench, its massive engines suddenly slowed down. Inside the high-tech command center, a radar operator shouted in panic, "Sir, sonar detects a massive anomaly. An unknown entity over 120 meters long is approaching at terrifying speed. Distance 8,000 meters. The commanding admiral frowned, annoyed. Is it just a wandering whale? The operator shook his head, sweating profusely. This isn't a known migration route. The admiral nodded coldly, barking his order. Fire the sonic pulse and scare it off, but the operator's face drained of color. His voice cracked as he reported, Sir, sonic repulsion has absolutely zero effect. The target has closed into 5,000 meters. It's accelerating. It will breach our perimeter in exactly 1 minute. Panic filled the control room. Gulping hard, the operator mumbled, with speed like that. God, could it be a legendary abyssal monster awakened from the deep? The admiral slammed his fist on the console. Fire the Jordan torpedoes. Now, within seconds of the absolute command, 2 deadly missiles launched into the dark waters. System lock, the heavy Jordan warheads streaked forward. Meanwhile, he was charging headfirst into the abyss, swimming straight into the trajectory of the deadly weapons. Suddenly, he paused. Boom! A devastating, catastrophic explosion erupted underwater. Shockwaves violently shook the entire ocean floor, boiling the surrounding currents. But then, the crew's blood ran cold. The radar showed the terrifying truth: the Jordan torpedoes did nothing. Emerging from the deep was he, looking like an absolute world-ending titan. A massive jaw filled with razor-sharp fangs grinned viciously through the radioactive blue smoke. His glowing eyes sparked with chaotic, apocalyptic lightning. Inside the Butcher S9, the shockwave violently rocked the command center. Crew members were thrown like ragdolls, overwhelmed by the sheer devastating force of the monster's aura. The radar operator screamed in absolute terror. Turning to his superior, he sobbed, Sir, the torpedoes didn't even scratch it. Unprecedented dread finally shattered the admiral's arrogant composure. The admiral's mind went completely blank. He stood there totally frozen by fear. Before he could process a strategy, the operator shrieked again. The beast is charging right at us. Its speed just doubled. In exactly 30 seconds, it will smash right into our bow. Watching the colossal dot on the screen hurtling toward their doom, the operator's voice cracked. Trembling in absolute despair, he whimpered softly, It's here. Outside he moved like an unstoppable living dreadnought. He closed in on the sub, emitting a bone-chilling demonic growl. Right before impact, he twisted his massive body. He brutally headbutted the steel submarine, sending the gargantuan vessel flying with overwhelming physical strength. Massive plumes of white bubbles exploded. The legendary sub violently careened out of control. Searing red lights flashed as sirens blared. Emergency hull breach alert, emergency. The crew collapsed to the metal floor, dizzy and battered. The admiral fought back his nausea, desperately trying to restore order amid the absolute deafening chaos. Fire all remaining Trident missiles pushed to the brink of death. The admiral roared without hesitation. Immediately, 2 more heavy warheads shot out from the tubes. They tore through the crushing water pressure, locking dead onto Yi. Boom. An earth-shattering blast pulverized the ocean floor, completely blinding the area in a massive silk cloud. The explosive payloads slammed directly into his armor. But to his awakened physique, it felt like pathetic mosquito bites. Pure, unadulterated nuclear energy flared around him. His aura formed an absolute invincible shield. Suddenly, a colossal neon blue energy blade manifested, violently cleaving right through the supposedly unbreakable iron submarine. The blinding slash obliterated everything. Lethal shockwaves and rogue lightning ripped through the hull. Inside, the control room instantly exploded into a storm of fire and deadly shrapnel. The admiral and his operator were instantly swallowed by an inferno, reduced to unrecognizable ashes. But from the sinking wreckage, a mysterious glowing red orb suddenly shot out. Despite the devastating explosion tearing the hull apart, this man stood completely unharmed. Meet Gray, the ruthless leader of the Blood-Thorn Syndicate, an S-rank Grandmaster powerhouse. His massive physique rippled with explosive muscles bearing the notorious blood thorn tattoo across his back. Surviving this ambush left him burning with absolute murderous fury. Veins popped on his fiercely contorted face. As raging infernos consumed the bow, he channeled immense aura into his legs and forcefully launched himself out. Glaring into the chaos, he thought deeply. He had anticipated countless downfall scenarios for Black Dayton, like ruthless rival syndicates seeking bloody revenge, or perhaps annihilation by a superpower nation. Yet he never imagined his entire criminal empire would be crushed by some random passing monster. Surging his aura to the absolute limit, he dashed forward. How could he swallow this insult? Grunting wildly, he dragged out a massive experimental reactor core. He cursed his horrific luck. Some unknown beast had inexplicably surfaced and shattered his precious submarine. The entire vessel was utterly ruined beyond repair. This nuclear battery would detonate any second. Fueling his strength with pure wrath, he roared out his agonizing frustration into the deep abyss. Blazing fury consumed his sanity. His only desire now was to brutally slaughter the accursed beast that annihilated his priceless property. Venting his endless hatred, he violently hurled the glowing reactor chamber straight toward Yi He. Meanwhile, the protagonist casually turned around to witness this pathetic strike. His attacker screamed fiercely, "Die, monster! Let the nuclear core blast you into dust." Perish, Grit expected Yi He to instantly vaporize. However, the towering behemoth standing before him showed absolutely zero fear. In fact, he reacted oppositely. He stretched his massive, terrifying jaws wide open, eagerly welcoming the gigantic experimental reactor straight down his throat. As it flew inside Yi, he snapped his razor-sharp teeth shut, crunching it down like a sweet piece of candy. He even smirked mockingly. Greg scoffed arrogantly. "Ha ha ha. A magical beast is still just a brainless beast. It is stupid enough to swallow a live nuclear battery." He calculated internally, "I threw this core with a death wish, unsure if a mere external explosion could actually penetrate your thick armor. Since normal weapons were utterly useless, an internal detonation was completely different. What kind of superhuman could ever survive a nuclear blast erupting inside their own organs? Tear him to shreds, you monster." Suddenly, a terrifying nuclear shockwave violently erupted from within Yi's body, blasting out overwhelming layers of destructive energy. For a fleeting second, Gray truly believed the colossal beast was entirely annihilated. But defying all expectations, He calmly opened his gigantic jaws. Yet not a single spark emerged. His expression remained utterly indifferent, showing absolutely no damage, completely shattering the Grandmaster's previous overconfidence. Gret froze instantly, turning as still as a stone statue. He stared blankly at the invincible Titan, cold sweat pouring down his face, realizing he was entirely alone. Facing this apocalyptic Leviathan, his entire body trembled uncontrollably like a leaf. His soul screamed in sheer terror. "My God, what just happened here? Did this monster seriously digest a nuclear battery? You should be dead by now." Suddenly, a deep, chilling voice echoed directly inside Gray's panicked mind. He gritted his teeth in agony, desperately clamping both hands over his ears. Is this telepathic communication invading my mind? The mental pressure is unimaginably overwhelming. It even speaks the great Xia language. Pure dread consumed him as He slowly unhinged his massive jaws once again right before him. A blinding radiant energy gathered intensely within. Gret sensed impending doom. "Damn it, do not underestimate me. I am still an S-rank Grandmaster martial artist. Even underwater, I can rip you apart." Regaining his fierce confidence, he flexed his muscles. Wild energy erupted as grotesque, pitch-black tentacles burst out from his spine. His eyes gleamed with a sinister laugh, but before he could strike, a dense curtain of dark purple matter spewed out instantly, engulfing Gret entirely. His face turned deathly pale, staring at the substance. "Heavens, what is this cursed magic? God, I cannot move. This cotton-like void is devouring my martial arts aura." Then came suffocating, bone-crushing agony. The demonic haze enveloped his entire figure ruthlessly, forcing its way into his eyes, nose, mouth, and every single pore. Utterly paralyzed, he could only scream in absolute helpless despair. He horrifyingly felt his own physical body being violently corroded away, eaten away piece by piece without offering any resistance. Lost in the deep ocean entirely beyond rescue, his soul shrieked silently into the abyss. "Stop, please stop, I am begging you." Meanwhile, devastating nuclear radiation continuously radiated outward, proving He's terrifying destructive capabilities. Reaching the pinnacle of torture, his cells were annihilated one after another. The unbearable torment felt worse than dying 1,000 brutal deaths. He bellowed wildly, "What exactly are you?" Stripped of all hope and light, only suffocating despair remained. Scene transitions to the calm ocean surface. Under a crystal blue sky and warm sunlight, He's jagged scales violently breached the tranquil waters. Towering pillars of white foam spectacularly exploded into the air. He sliced through the ocean like an apex predator shark. His massive dorsal fin violently split the waves. He locked his next devastating target on the Southeast Triangle zone. It is your turn now. Transitioning to the Southeast Triangle Philippines, a stationed border soldier curiously peered deeply through his tactical binoculars. How bizarre. The weather forecast never mentioned an extreme low tide today. So why are mysterious floating islands suddenly rising from the sea? Another guard casually strolled over. Stop staring. What is so interesting about water? Did you hear we just received massive tactical gear shipments from America? It is time we strike back against the Jie Kingdom. Startled, the first guard asked, right now, this fast, what about Great Shia's elite grandmasters? Even if we united a dozen Southeast Triangle nations together, we still could not gather even 5 true Grandmaster-tier fighters. The second soldier smirked arrogantly, revealing that with backing from the Nelson Federation, Biden, and Little East Island elites alongside the Northern Kingdom, the Shia Kingdom's crucial allies are currently trapped, battling an overwhelming invasion from the corrupt Holy Kingdom of the Western continent. They cannot spare any resources to rescue Great Shia now. The fact the Northern Federation authorized our strike proves their absolute, unshakable confidence in victory. Great Shia's elite vanguard has been completely annihilated. They must be foolishly confident, thinking they could crush the entire nation in a single devastating strike. That is exactly why they dared to make a move. The scout holding the binoculars gave a sinister nod. The winds of fate are blowing in our favor today. Your words are getting my blood pumping. But suddenly, a deafening roar completely shattered the silence. The ground trembled violently, quickly draining every ounce of color from both soldiers' terrified faces. What in the world is that terrifying sound? As they blindly peered into the misty horizon, a massive shadow loomed forward. It looked exactly like a towering mountain of solid rock, but impossibly, this colossal mountain was actually moving. A bone-chilling, guttural growl echoed through the heavy air, sending absolute goosebumps down their weak spines. The soldier on the right stammered in absolute terror. Is that damn island moving? God help us, it is swimming straight toward our position. Staring blankly at the shifting mass of jagged rocks, aggressively tearing through the ocean waves. A heavy sense of impending doom completely crushed their souls. It is a world-class beast. A full-scale monster invasion. Oh no, no, no. It is locking its deadly sights right on us. We are all dead meat. But just as deep despair threatened to swallow them whole, their panicked cries were abruptly cut short. A massive warship bravely tore through the fierce winds, riding the violently crashing waves to their rescue. A destroyer. The heavy destroyer has finally arrived. We are going to live. But the absolute miracle did not stop at just one glorious vessel. 3 top-tier battleships aggressively deployed into formation simultaneously. At that exact moment, He breached the cold ocean surface. Scanning the chaotic battlefield with glowing eyes, he coldly muttered, "Have we finally reached the designated coordinates? Whatever, let us wipe out this pathetic trash first." Without any hesitation, He unleashed his terrifying innate skill, the nuclear void sphere. A blinding flash of pure nuclear energy violently erupted from the dark ocean depths. Raging whirlpools violently twisted into a massive heaven-piercing waterspout. In mere seconds, the invincible giant warship was obliterated, entirely vaporized by He's devastating atomic breath. The catastrophic shockwave from the sudden nuclear blast quickly triggered a monstrous chain reaction. A towering tsunami soaring dozens of meters into the bleeding sky, easily eclipsed even the highest lighthouse, aggressively threatening to violently swallow the entire defensive coastline. The 2 soldiers turned a sickening shade of purple, their weak bodies violently trembling. Heavens above! A mega tsunami is heading straight for the Philippine military port. Meanwhile, inside the heavily fortified Tactical Observation Command Center, red alarms violently blared as the inexplicable destruction of the 3 elite warships was fully confirmed. The frantic radar technician immediately shouted his vital emergency report. "Commander, we just received a code red. An apex-tier colossal beast has completely breached our territorial waters. It instantly decimated 2 naval cruisers and is rapidly approaching the main shores." The furious commander aggressively slammed his fist. "Activate the cutting-edge American defense grid instantly and violently annihilate that world-class beast. We absolutely cannot let it land." His ruthless gaze darkened as he barked. "Mobilize every single warship and heavy artillery unit we possess, and broadcast an immediate SOS to all allied nations operating within the Southeast Asian Triangle." Armed with state-of-the-art American weaponry and crucial international backup, he smugly believed they possessed the ultimate ironclad defense to effortlessly crush any foreign invader threatening the borders. Clenching his tight fists until his knuckles turned entirely white, his burning ambition violently flared. "When we completely slaughter this legendary beast today, our glorious nation will reign supreme globally. I alone will gorgeously forge an unprecedented era of supreme glory." However, abruptly shattering the commander's deeply arrogant delusion of victory, the pale-faced communications officer loudly stammered, "Commander, the target, the monster's mana signature, has completely vanished from our radar." Absolute soul-crushing dread was visibly written all across the young officer's sweating face. The arrogant commander spun around, his smug smirk rapidly dissolving into pure panic. What the hell did you just say? Meanwhile, deep within the pitch-black oceanic abyss, he silently glided, plotting. There are entirely too many pesky nations in this Southeast Asian triangle. Erasing every single one of their military forces is going to be a major hassle. I will just speedrun this slaughter. I heavily refuse to waste another precious second dealing with these pathetic insects. Up above, the hovering aerial dreadnought fleet confidently represented the absolute pinnacle of the nation's military budget. Yet like a phantom of death, he effortlessly slipped directly beneath their ultimate armada. Their highly advanced tracking systems were practically blind to his stealth. A sinister smirk crossed his face. I will violently send them all to hell in one glorious strike. With that dark thought, the true form of Demora was fully unsealed within the crushing depths. The dark water violently boiled and massively expanded around his colossal mutating body. Above him, the Grand Armada blissfully floated. Kaboom! Deep below Yi. He stretched his terrifying jaws wide open and fired a blinding pillar of concentrated nuclear plasma straight into the heavens. The supposedly invincible fleet was instantaneously blown into pieces. These billion-dollar titans were easily tossed like cheap toys, effortlessly swatted away by Yi. His godlike dominance. Devastating chain reactions instantly ripped through the elite battle cruisers, detonating them violently in a spectacular fiery fireworks display of absolute doom. Back at the frantic command center, the tactical officers were practically tearing their hair out in pure disbelief. Good God, how in the world did that terrifying Lord-tier monstrosity suddenly materialize out of thin air? Why did our advanced radar stay completely silent? How is it logically possible for an Overlord-class magical beast to silently bypass our naval minefield? Without triggering a single explosive retreat, run for your lives. Scatter the remaining fleet immediately. Watch the dark seafloor. But their desperate screams were useless as they instantly violently vaporized. The flagship miraculously remained intact as it desperately tore through the raging waters. Yet, despite the vessel's temporary survival, the arrogant commander inside was experiencing a massive mental breakdown. He shrieked, "That demonic beast. It is single-handedly wiping our entire nation off the damn map." Staring paralyzingly at the massive tactical monitor, the fearful commander finally locked his shaking eyes with a grotesque, nightmarish leviathan. It smoothly slithered between the bleeding ocean and the shattered coastline, mercilessly obliterating everything in its bloody path. To Yi, this was simply a deeply satisfying all-you-can-destroy buffet. Thrashing his colossal razor-spiked tail through the crushing waves, he systematically ripped the heavily armored dreadnoughts into absolute shreds. Watching the horrific bloodbath from afar, surviving captains refused to become his prey. Mutiny was instantly sparked as vital emergency orders rapidly crossed the radio waves. "Our brothers are heavily dying. Forget that cowardly commander. Violently engage the target now. Unload all heavy artillery into that monster. If we do not decisively kill this abomination right now, not a single soul is surviving this nightmare. Our Grand Navy will be permanently erased from history. Open fire, completely unleash hell." Instantly, dozens of heavily armed cruisers unleashed a blinding coordinated barrage directly at Yi. Massive pillars of explosive hellfire violently drained their final energy reserves. The legendary beast was entirely swallowed by flames. However, as the completely deafening bombardment finally ceased, and the heavy artillery smoke slowly began to clear, a towering, terrifying silhouette slowly emerged. Two ruthlessly glowing demonic eyes pierced straight through the dense fog. Its godly, terrifyingly massive aura instantly crushed the very gravity around it. Just a single bone-rattling growl was completely enough to shatter any normal human's fighting spirit. The remaining naval crews finally panicked. Panic screams violently flooded the dead radio channels. "Turn the ships around, quickly run." But their dark fate was sealed. In less than half a second, an apocalyptic blue beam swept the ocean. At exactly 8:35 a.m. on January 24th, the deeply mysterious apex predator codenamed Demora officially commenced its brutal massacre. Exactly 3 agonizing minutes later, the national fleet was permanently erased. At exactly 8:50, the Demon Empress descended upon the Philippine coast. By 9:15, elite awakened fighters from across the nation gathered to face her. The colossal beast Demora trampled through the capital. Before leaving the ruins behind, its gaze shifted toward the neighboring nations in the Southeast Triangle. The entire high command of the government was wiped out in a flash. The Air Force, the Army, the military, all completely annihilated by overwhelming power. The fallen nation plunged into an era of chaotic collapse. Yet the unstoppable Demora continued its devastating march forward without a single moment of rest. Tracking its terrifying path of destruction from the ruins, experts calculated that the beast would crash into Indonesia in exactly 40 minutes. Hearing this grim report, a legendary master made a bold declaration. "You pathetic worldcraft player, we the top rankers of East Asia will never allow it. We will never let you step foot on our soil." But 30 minutes later, the entire nation fell completely paralyzed. The giant beast destroyed everything before moving on. Meanwhile, the calamity pressed forward toward Myanmar and South Korea. Myanmar was already crumbling, torn apart by brutal internal wars between warlords and cartel bosses. Without a strong leader to unite them, chaos ruled. A corrupt official desperately scrambled onto his private jet. Take off now, damn it, Demora has already hit the southern kingdom. Those bastard elites in the south are probably running faster than me. Pure panic and dread consumed him completely. Estimates showed that in just 20 minutes, Demora would cross the southern border and strike Myanmar. Whoosh! The jet immediately blasted off into the sky. He cruelly muttered under his breath, "Let every citizen of this country be sacrificed for my survival." He leaned back safely, puffing a thick cigar inside the luxurious cabin. He felt completely untouchable up there. Finally, I made it out. I will just buy another country and return later. But right as those words left his mouth, a chilling presence crept up right beside him. A grotesque creature clung to the jet window. It looked like a massive rotting slime, complete with twisted eyes and a mouth. It flashed a wicked grin and chirped, "Hello there." The high-ranking official practically jumped out of his skin, screaming in pure terror. What the hell is that thing? The private jet soared high through the clouds. At this moment, they were flying directly over the crumbling territory of the fallen nation. Staring at the horrific sludge plastered against the glass, the official collapsed backward in absolute horror. What kind of freakish magic beast is this? When did it grab onto us? Two elite bodyguards instantly rushed forward. The disgusting crimson mass suddenly spoke in fluent human speech. "I am the crimson parasite. Mind if I come in?" The face of a sinister man pressed deeply against the glass. Without warning, the red sludge squeezed through the tiny microscopic cracks of the window and breached the cabin. This demonic monstrosity bypassed the hull through a mere crack. Panic erupted inside the jet. They never imagined a monster could use such a terrifying infiltration skill. Once inside, the blood-red slime instantly expanded. Its grotesque form swelled up as it let out a sinister, echoing laugh, scaring the three men half to death. The corrupt elite frantically ordered his guards, "Hurry up and kill this filthy monster." One guard lunged forward tightly, clenching his fist as fierce mana gathered around his hand. A glowing blue aura ignited like hellfire. Fully charged, he prepared to strike down the foul beast. Bursting with arrogance, he sneered, "It is just a pathetic little slime. You dare look down on us and sneak in here? It will not even survive 3 of my strikes." With a roar, he unleashed a devastating punch straight into the crimson mass. But as the heavy blow connected, the monster simply absorbed the impact like jelly. Suddenly, a dark red tentacle formed from its body, coiling backward like a deadly flexible whip. Slash. The tentacle shot forward, completely piercing the arrogant guard. It drove straight down his throat into his stomach, ravaging his insides. The man writhed in unimaginable, agonizing pain. Violent tremors racked his entire body in a horrifying display. His limbs twisted and contorted into grotesque angles, leaving him in an absolutely pitiful, broken state. Witnessing this nightmare, the remaining guard and the official trembled uncontrollably. Huddling together in sheer terror, the second guard whispered, "Boss, that demonic thing just burrowed straight into his stomach." Invaded by the parasitic tentacle, the first guard was completely possessed. A deeply unsettling smirk stretched across his face as his hands formed a bizarre cursed hand seal. Smiling from ear to ear, the possessed man chanted, piercing blood art. Instantly, dozens of razor-sharp crimson tentacles erupted, ripping violently outward from every inch of his own flesh. The bloody spikes lashed out wildly, accompanied by a maniacal, echoing laughter. His face twisted into a mask of pure, unhinged malice. Those deadly red tentacles shot forward like spears, skewering the corrupt official right through the chest. The remaining guard was also ruthlessly impaled, left full of gaping, fatal holes. The entire cabin was instantly flooded with the metallic stench of fresh blood. This was the terrifying absorption skill fused with Hellstar energy and the vampire class template. This lethal ability drained the victims of their life force and vital energy the exact microsecond the tentacles pierced through their fragile human bodies. The parasitic slime chuckled evilly while massacring the cabin. "Hee, our great lord is currently hunting down the Northern Vanguard forces for a little fun. That is why he sent us to clean up the trash like you. Right now, our entire Crimson Parasite army has been fully activated, launching an absolute slaughter on every armed force. There will be no survivors left in the Triangle Zone. But crushing you weaklings is so boring. It is just like stepping on bugs. Wow, I really want to watch the Lord's battle instead. Now that is a clash between true powerhouses. Even dying from the shockwaves of that fight would be totally worth the price of admission." Meanwhile, the scene shifts to a ruined South Asian nation. "Somebody save me," a man shrieked in absolute despair. Endless corpses littered the shattered streets around him. Boom. The colossal foot of the giant beast, the calamity, ruthlessly stomped the ground. The titan tensed its massive body and unleashed an earth-shattering roar. Blinding nuclear energy surged violently from its glowing chest core as the shockwave tore the very sky apart. Skyscrapers dozens of meters away collapsed like sandcastles. Every single glass window in the sector shattered into dust. The calamity laughed with pure sadistic joy. "In this exact moment, I am the ultimate destroyer. I am the absolute incarnation of death. For thousands of years to come, this entire continent will fear the horrific legend of the giant beast. The pathetic survivors crawling from the ruins will forever be haunted by my pitch-black shadow. The devastating scars I leave behind will be burned into this land for eternity. But at that exact terrifying moment, a solitary figure descended from the heavens, hovering above the man, clicked his tongue in sheer annoyance. "You are being way too flashy, you ugly monster." The newcomer boasted striking pink hair, a devastatingly handsome face, and a godlike, heavily muscled physique. Scanning the apocalyptic ruins, he shook his head in disgust. Flattening 3 entire countries in a single morning, how dramatic. Hovering before him was a modern drone. It broadcasted a mechanical voice, Balfrey Azu, the terrifying dark magic sorcerer of the Western continent, better known as the Ice Demon King. With a single wave of his hand, Sorcerer Balfrey could freeze entire mountain ranges into eternal glaciers. Yet even he found this situation incredibly tricky. "What is it?" he scoffed. The machine continued speaking. "I know your reputation. The infamous collector who turns rare magical beasts and supreme powerhouses into frozen statues. If you can manage to freeze that Godzilla-class monster, it would undoubtedly become your most glorious masterpiece." Hearing this, Balfrey finally asked the real question. "The Northern Coalition wants me to lure this titan to the mainland, right? Once the job is done, you better deliver exactly what was promised. You know I despise people who owe me debts." The hovering object confirmed instantly. "Of course, mighty Ice Mage. Over in the Western continent, there exists a unique bloodline of women, born with catastrophic reserves of terrifying energy sealed within their bodies. They act as living conduits directly resonating with the very heavens and the earth, capable of summoning primeval elements to do their absolute bidding. These beings aren't just mages, they are literal walking natural disasters across the Western continent. Women bearing this curse are known as witches. Only one is born every century, and upon reaching full maturity, every single witch inevitably unleashes unimaginable devastation upon the Western lands. Take ancient Atlantis, for example. It was completely annihilated by the Witch of Oceans and Storms, plunged forever into the abyssal depths. The apocalypse of the 6th century before Christ, caused by the Witch of Magma and Earth, who triggered cataclysmic volcanic eruptions, burying a prosperous kingdom under seas of molten rock and ash. In the 14th century, the Black Death wiped out half the population. That plague was the masterpiece of the Dark Witch, universally feared as history's most vicious calamity. Therefore, since ancient times, the Holy Church and the Western kings have frantically launched brutal witch hunts. Even if they mistakenly slaughtered hundreds of thousands or millions, they had to obliterate any woman suspected of being a witch, following the Dark Witch's reign of terror. For the next 500 years, every awakened witch was executed by the church before reaching maturity. However, the witch of the 21st century has never been discovered or hunted down by the Western powers, the flying drone coldly elaborated. The reason lies in the fact. Before finishing, a grotesque shadow shifted beneath Balfrey's long cloak. Nobody could have ever predicted the truth about the modern witch. She was a conjoined twin emerging from beneath his robes. A beautiful girl with his exact face revealed herself, but completely bound, lacking her brother's freedom. The previously clear sky instantly darkened. Freezing snow began to violently cascade. A massive apocalyptic blizzard started forming, with Balfrey acting as the absolute eye of the storm. Humph. So a rat slipped through the net, ye. He currently in his colossal Godzilla form glanced over in genuine surprise. Right above his massive head, white sea foam spiraled into a towering geyser. It erupted upwards like an impenetrable fortress wall. Meanwhile, overwhelming feral energy violently exploded from He's titanic scales. The bound witch lowered her voice chillingly. "Let the endless white snow devour your soul." In response, he gathered blinding nuclear energy within his monstrous jaws. A catastrophic sphere of light, he roared, trying to look flashy. "I'll blow you to the heavens." Balfrey sneered in disgust. What a barbaric beast. The devastating orb blasted straight toward them. It radiated terrifying suppression, yet Balfrey blocked it with a mere flick of his wrist. Supreme tier magic, divine ice mirror reflection. The orb smashed into the icy barricade. The barrier he manifested was a colossal ice mirror, stretching hundreds of meters across the sky. But the truly horrifying part was what reflected within the icy surface. It perfectly mirrored that exact nuclear beast bomb His energy sphere collided with its own reflection, generating an overwhelmingly brutal shockwave. Boom. The two apocalyptic attacks completely clashed. Blinding light and heat erupted like a falling sun. Yet Balfrey stood completely unharmed behind his frozen shield. He narrowed his gigantic eyes. "Your face isn't from the eastern regions. Are you a Western sorcerer, perhaps?" He's monstrous, grin widened. "Finally, I've encountered a foreign powerhouse. So you're a master of arcane magic, huh? Let me witness the peak combat strength of other nations. Surely you know more than just cheap copycat tricks, right? Show me whatever other magical arts you've got hidden away." Balfrey took flight, hurling truck-sized boulders of ice at the Titan, buzzing around like an exceptionally annoying fly, purposely luring He straight toward the Eastern Empire's heavily guarded borders. Without changing his arrogant expression, he judged he. Foolish, demonic beasts. But immediately after, Balfrey turned and cowardly fled the scene. He glared in utter annoyance. He just vanished. Was that just a clone? He coldly chuckled inward. Listen, kid, are you seriously trying to lead me back home? The massive Titan abruptly halted his chase. Suspicious, Balfrey cast several probing spells. Seeing the giant beast completely unresponsive, he arrogantly landed right in front of the Titan. He exhaled heavily, releasing burning jets of steam. How utterly disappointing. You teleported behind me just to summon a weak hailstorm. These pathetic ice shavings of yours don't even compare to Sash's power. Bring out your true capabilities. The monstrous He released an earth-shattering roar, provoked Balfrey formed a freezing sphere to hurl at his face for humiliation. But the very next second, two blinding blue lights like high-beam searchlights pierced the beast, triggering an absolute shockwave of pure force. Azure energy exploded violently, blowing Balfrey entirely away, immediately followed by a gigantic wind-tearing backhand strike. He thought to himself, does he only know how to blindly teleport and run? He sensed something was terribly wrong. My goal is to expose your true face to the entire world. The towering silhouette vanished behind the ruined city skyscrapers. He scanned the surroundings and sneered. There's absolutely zero element of surprise here. You bastard, you're genuinely baiting me toward the Eastern Empire, aren't you, bro? Why do you think I annihilated those other countries? Multiple after-images of Balfrey materialized smoothly, dodging every single attack. Did he take the bait? The mage suspiciously wondered. Could he have exhausted too much core energy? Why do this beast's movements feel so sluggish all of a sudden? Suddenly, Balfrey froze in his tracks, staring up at the monster. Wait a minute, how is this possible? His face warped in pure confusion. Why wasn't the Titan moving anymore? His colossal body had rapidly begun dropping in temperature. His monstrous eyes shut tight, resembling a completely dead stone mountain. Balfrey raised his hand, conjuring a razor-sharp ice blade. He furiously roared, "You animal, stop acting dead in front of me." From an extreme altitude, it fiercely plummeted, stabbing into his incredibly indestructible hide. So a single frost arrow can't deal any damage to you. Then take this. He violently thrust his hands forward. Tens of thousands of massive ice arrows cascaded down in a devastating bombardment. The mage continued his enraged roaring. Let us see how long you can hold back. He feigned total exhaustion, just waiting to see what tricks the northern mage Balfrey Azu would pull next. Dozens of massive ice arrows slammed into his armored back, but it was absolutely useless. He stood completely immovable as the frozen weapons shattered into glittering dust. Balfrey Azu let out a mocking sneer. It seemed Balfrey Azu's grand scheme was a total failure. The filthy beast had completely drained its mana and entered a dormant state. His eyes widened with a truly savage grin. The colossal kaiju towered in the desolate wasteland, its titanic frame looking like an ancient, immovable monument. Forged by the relentless passage of time, a howling gale swept through the battlefield, bending ancient trees in half. Yet, an overwhelming and terrifying silence remained. It felt like the entire world was holding its breath before this legendary presence. Balfrey Azu stepped forward slowly, halting right before his titanic opponent. His gaze dripped with absolute disgust, a chilling smirk dancing on his lips. Tilting his head, his voice dragged out in a deeply mocking and provocative tone. I honestly thought a vile creature like you possessed some terrifying power, but you are nothing special. You are all bark and absolutely no bite. You are just another pathetic monster, roaring blindly without achieving a single thing. Suddenly he blasted into the sky, tearing through the air toward He. He hovered dangerously close to those massive menacing jaws. Even while moving at such a terrifying speed, he still found the time to unleash a wicked sneer. His arrogant voice echoed through the sky, overflowing with pure killing intent. A lowly beast will always remain a beast. He then manifested a blazing energy sphere. His face twisted into a deeply sinister and murderous scowl. Now I shall unleash my absolute frost to seal you away for all of eternity. You should feel deeply honored. You are about to become the most prized trophy in my legendary collection. Boom! A devastating explosion violently shattered the surrounding space. A blinding flash of catastrophic light erupted, utterly devouring the entire battlefield. Even that colossal mountain-like figure was completely swallowed by the blinding white void. Visibility was reduced to absolutely zero. The sheer magnitude of the impact left him completely stunned. Disbelief washed over him as his arrogant expression quickly crumbled. The fading glow illuminated his newly panicked features. Was this wretched beast actually toying with him? Did it really think a pathetic sneak attack would work? Absolutely pointless. You could never match my godly teleportation speed. Without a second thought, he instantly activated his supreme spatial movement technique. His figure rapidly blurred into a mere afterimage. In the blink of an eye, he completely vanished from the colossal kaiju's line of sight. It was as if he had never even existed. Only residual ripples of magic and an incredibly eerie silence remained behind. Just before fading away, he deliberately left behind an insanely arrogant taunt. "You cannot even graze me." In a flash, he materialized elsewhere, trailing scorching hot magical smoke behind him. His overconfident and threatening voice echoed once more. "You worthless beast, you have finally enraged me." But before he could finish he delivered a devastating surprise. A terrifying beam of nuclear energy blasted right into him. The sheer impact sent Balfrey Azu spiraling helplessly toward the ground. Finally, the monstrous he began to speak. "I was merely playing along with your little game. Did you honestly believe I could not catch you? My biological magnetic field tracks your exact coordinates in real time. Even if you teleported to the absolute edge of the universe, I would still hunt you down. Now it is officially my turn to play." A searing current of atomic energy began boiling deep within his throat. Slowly raising his titanic claw, he aggressively swatted at Balfrey Azu as the villain plummeted in free fall. Against Yi. He's overwhelming and legendary. Might the man look like a literal mosquito? He had not even recovered from that mind-shattering blast of atomic energy. Searing pain racked his body. Turning his head, he watched a colossal hand rapidly crash right toward his face. "Wait, what? What kind of utter nonsense is this?" boomed Yi. He unleashed an earth-shattering roar, delivering a catastrophically heavy slap that nearly ripped his soul from his body. The crushing momentum launched him away at a totally unimaginable velocity. He became a spiked volleyball, rocketing away in a violent shower of sparks. Balfrey Azu's broken body violently smashed through hundreds of massive trees. His flying figure tore through the dense forest like an invisible, unstoppable blade of pure destruction. Every single obstacle in his disastrous path was instantly obliterated. Finally, his mangled body violently crashed into the earth, carving a massive trench through the ground. His shattered body curled up in absolute agony. Incredibly, he still managed to scream, "Ah, how dare you! How dare you disrespect my supreme authority like this!" Every trace of his former arrogance and disdain had been completely wiped away. Grinding his blood-stained teeth, he hissed, "I will kill you. You are totally dead." But when did he move? He had silently materialized directly behind Balfrey Azu, casually perching himself on a massive tree branch right above him. His incredibly chilling voice cut through the tension. "Who exactly are you trying to kill? You conjoined freak." The villain violently flinched, deeply shocked that his darkest secret was exposed. He visibly trembled, wildly stammering in sheer panic before violently snapping his head back. Instantly, absolute dread and intense terror completely consumed his wide eyes. An overwhelming and completely indescribable pressure instantly crushed his soul. It felt like heaven itself was weighing him down. "What an insanely terrifying aura," he whispered nervously. "Is he an Easterner, a warrior from the great Chiayi?" He remained perfectly disguised behind his mysterious mask. Pointing directly at Pipeline, he declared, "There is a woman literally fused to your lower half. How do you even manage to walk around? Would any normal girl ever look at you? Absolutely pathetic and hideous." Pipeline furiously stumbled backward in pure shock. Before he could even regain his footing, an intensely sickening wave of guilt and absolute terror washed over his trembling heart. His eyes wildly darted around in pure horror. This mysterious stranger actually knew about his hidden sister. Hitting his absolute deepest nerve, his blazing determination erupted to utterly annihilate the man who just spoke those forbidden words. He unleashed an agonizing roar. "Are you begging for a gruesome death, Yi?" He simply narrowed his emotionless eyes, his piercing gaze slicing right through the villain's very soul. "Why exactly do you think I came here?" He slowly raised his hand to his forehead, pointing straight toward the heavens. His glowing eyes blazed with intense cosmic power. A violently monstrous aura boiled deeply within him. "I obviously came to destroy you. Let the legendary Black Tree Sea officially descend upon us." A colossal earth dragon over 100 meters long and covered in freezing crimson scales violently shattered the ground to coil around the titanic wooden giant. Hovering midair, the beast unhinged, its massive jaws revealing rows of razor-sharp fangs right in Percy's face. He narrowed his eyes with pure disgust. Dark magic sorcery. These twisted vines carried absolutely zero life force or gentle nature of the wood element. Instead, they completely pulsed with an overwhelming bloodlust and ruthless aggression. Symph, pure evil, dark magic indeed. But when it comes to the dark arts standing before me, the Ice Demon King Paradise, such pathetic low-level spells are utterly unworthy. They are nothing to me. As he spoke, a massive magic circle erupted beneath his feet, blazing with brilliantly spinning ancient runes. A terrifying frost aura exploded outward, instantly freezing the very fabric of space. With dead eyes, he chanted to unleash his ultimate technique. Supreme Tier, Magic, Apocalyptic Ice Mountain. From the center of the glowing summoning circle, a monstrous spike-covered dragon violently erupted upward. The massive dragon was densely armored with razor-sharp ice crystals, shaking the very heavens and earth. "I do not need any pathetic magic tools as a medium. My sister, carrying the bloodline of a witch, serves as the absolute perfect magical conduit. My mana reserves are truly infinite, overwhelmingly massive enough to instantly crush any opposing magic head-on." Countless jagged ice spikes erupted from the ground rapidly, forming a massive, unbreakable defensive wall at blinding speed. Ha ha ha, it is merely plant attribute magic. And you dare challenge my absolute zero frost. The rock-hard freezing ice layers began spreading out in massive waves, crawling forward from all directions like a conscious predator. Dense freezing energy blasted outward, solidifying the surrounding air as the ground violently cracked from the bone-chilling absolute zero. In a single heartbeat, the frost reached its target. It tightly coiled around and completely engulfed the colossal body of the blazing plague dragon, layers of heavy ice stacked like invisible chains completely sealing away all its movements. It transformed the beast into a towering, gigantic ice sculpture right in the middle of the battlefield. Percy gloated arrogantly, "Even if you are a raging inferno, or even boiling magma, my absolute frost will freeze you to the core." Suddenly, microscopic cracks began appearing and rapidly spreading across the surface of the massive ice block. Sharp cracking sounds echoed louder and more desperately, with every second signaling an imminent collapse. In a mere fraction of a moment, web-like fractures completely overlapped one another, until the entire icy prison could no longer withstand the internal pressure and shattered into a million pieces. He flinched violently, a flash of absolute shock filling his trembling eyes. Frowning deeply, he stared intensely at the unbelievable scene before him and muttered darkly, "What did those plants just forcefully evolve inside my ice?" The moment he finished speaking, it completely exploded. It was now intensely superheated by an oppressive, glowing golden energy. This time, a golden dragon violently burst forth, but rather than calling it a divine guardian beast, its ferocious fang-bearing face and razor-sharp spikes jutting from its entire body made it look exactly like a terrifying demonic overlord. He uncontrollably shivered his teeth, chattering in pure fear. A freezing chill violently crawled down his spine, screaming of impending doom. In that split second, his arrogant gaze wavered completely, consumed by overwhelming disbelief and absolute soul-crushing terror. Could it be that in this supreme magical clash, a man possessing such absolute confidence was actually taking step after step right into an overwhelming defeat?